Chapter 1, just broke up, and was flirted with by a female classmate. I have tons of suitors. We've broken up now, and I hope you won't bother me anymore. Downstairs in a dormitory building at the school. A woman wearing a sundress and with a pretty face looked impatient as she carried a bag. The woman is about 1.7 meters tall, has a great figure, and her looks are at least 80 points. Beneath her pure and aloof exterior lies a restless heart. She was Song Shiren's girlfriend. No, it's my ex-girlfriend, Li. The two are students in the same year and have been together for 2.5 months. After Li's persistent pursuit, Song Shiren finally agreed to be with her. However, unexpectedly, the relationship ended after only 2.5 months. Regarding the breakup, Song Shiren felt it was both unexpected and reasonable. If we're going to break up, that suits me perfectly. Let's part amicably and go our separate ways from now on. I'm so grateful that you're willing to break up with me. I feel so much lighter now. I don't know why. Although she was the one who initiated the breakup, Li was furious to see Song Shiren's indifferent expression. I was really fooled by your respectable appearance back then. I thought you owned a house and a car. All he got was an electric scooter. He's a poor loser, trying to act all high and mighty like others when he can't afford it. Bah! I must have been blind to be with you. After saying that, she left with a sullen look on her face, carrying her bag as if she would suffocate if she stayed with Song Shiren for even a second longer. That back view was full of disdain. Song Shiren took a deep breath and felt as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders, instantly feeling incredibly relaxed. This was a failed relationship. When it was over, he didn't feel as bad as he had imagined. On the contrary, he felt relieved. Song Shiren plans to go get a cup of milk tea to celebrate his return to single life. He is currently a senior student and serves as the class's youth league secretary. He also participates in various clubs and is very popular with female students at school because of his good looks. Li was in the same grade as him, and the two were both members of school clubs. About 4 months ago, Li began pursuing him relentlessly. 2.5 months ago, Song Shiren was finally moved by her persistence and agreed to be with her. At first, the two were inseparable and deeply in love. As a result, feelings gradually changed. As my senior year internship began, I watched as my classmates started dating rich men and second-generation rich kids, wearing gold and silver and being chauffeured around in luxury cars. Li started to resent the 1 or 2,000 yuan that Song Shiren earned from his part-time job each month. Even if I didn't eat or drink for a year, the money I earned wouldn't be enough to buy half of someone else's handbag. Before I was with Song Shiren, Li was attracted by his noble air and assumed he was a low-key young master from a wealthy family, which is why she pursued Song Shiren so vigorously. Unexpectedly, the other party was just good-looking and had a good temperament, but her family was extremely poor. If she continues to stay with such a poor guy, when will she ever be able to live the life of a rich woman? These days, being poor is the original sin. That's why she broke up with him. Being handsome can't put food on the table, and it can't give her the life she wants. That's reality, and Li sees it clearly. She knows exactly what she wants. There's a very popular milk tea shop near the school. Not long after Song Shiren left the school gate, he saw a pink BMW speed up to his side and then come to a sudden stop. The car window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. The woman was around 21 years old, with neat and tidy shoulder-length chestnut hair. The short-haired girl seemed to know Song Shiren quite well. Seeing Song Shiren, she couldn't help but break into a lovely smile. The short-haired girl is named Gu Yanyan, and she is a member of the same club as Song Shiren. He used to flirt with Song Shiren under the guise of playing games. Humans are visual creatures. Men like beautiful women, and women naturally like handsome men. Female college students would love someone as tall and handsome as Song Shiren, who also has a sunny smile. So what if a beautiful flower is already taken? Married men are more attractive, aren't they? However, at this moment, Gu Yanyan looked anxious, as if something urgent had happened. Song Shiren, could you please do me a favor? It's extremely urgent. Gu Yanyan spoke quickly and urgently, and it was clear that she was really in trouble. However, even when faced with a beautiful woman's request, he wouldn't immediately agree without understanding the background and context. Gu Yanyan was almost in tears. Song Shiren really had something urgent, a matter of life and death. Please, get in the car quickly, there's no time to explain now. Song Shiren vaguely sensed that it was a matter of life and death, so he quickly opened the car door and got in. As soon as she fastened her seatbelt, Gu Yanyan stepped on the gas and sped off. The car was going too fast, and Song Shirin couldn't help but grip the handrail tightly. Song Shirin, I just saw Lily leave angrily at school. People are saying you two broke up. Is it true? Yes, she said I couldn't afford to support her and wasn't good enough for her, Song Shirin said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Breaking up isn't something to be ashamed of, Song Shirin said frankly. Gu Yanyan drove fast while feeling pleasantly surprised. Oh my, we finally broke up. Hee, isn't it my turn to have a chance? Seeing Gu Yanyan's infatuated expression, Song Shirin was speechless. Is it really a matter of life and death? Could it be that I've been scammed? Gu Yanyan let him into the car just to flirt with the man and with herself? After a while, Gu Yanyan finally came to her senses. Oh my god, she almost fell into a state of complete infatuation with your stunning good looks. Song Shirin, you should know Lin Shiyu, right? Lin Shiyu was the school beauty, with exquisite and beautiful features, a tall figure, and skin as white as milk. None of the boys in the entire school knew her. If Song Shirin is the male god of all the girls in the school, then Lin Shiyu is every boy's dream girl. Besides being beautiful, there are also rumors circulating that she is a rich and beautiful woman. My family owns several companies. And they're all big companies and conglomerates. Song Shirin was no stranger to Lin Shiyu. They had met a few times before, and even had drinks together at a school social gathering last year. Human life is of paramount importance. Could something have happened to Lin Shiyu? Song Shirin frowned. Faced with Song Shirin's questioning, Gu Yanyan looked embarrassed, wanting to speak but not knowing where to begin. After some hesitation, she finally stammered, this is a rather private matter. So, if you find out about it, could you please not tell anyone else? Song Shirin was even more puzzled. What could possibly need to be kept secret and not allowed to be known by a third person? Seeing Gu Yanyan looking at him pleadingly, Song Shirin finally nodded slowly, indicating that he would not let a third person know. Gu Yanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed her purpose. Lin Shiyu was pregnant and preparing to give birth, and was currently at the obstetrics and gynecology hospital. Chapter 2. The school beauty is about to give birth, but the man hasn't come. For some reason, the man's family is still unaware that she has given birth. I'm the only one in the hospital right now, but there are some things I can't help with. I'm looking for someone to help us. Song Shirin, can you help us? Song Shirin was filled with questions. Is this a matter of life and death? But this is about having a baby, how can a man like him help? Besides, even if the man's family doesn't know, there are still people from the Lin family side. Having a baby is such a big deal, Song Shirin didn't believe the other party wouldn't come to take care of her. It seems they know what Song Shirin is thinking. Gu Yanyan quickly explained, her parents knew she was pregnant, but they didn't know the man's identity, and they had been advising her to abort the child. However, Shiyu was unwilling and insisted on giving birth, which caused a falling out with her family. Now that she has given birth, she doesn't plan to tell them. Right now, I'm the only one taking care of her, but she's due to give birth today, and I'm thinking it would be better if a guy were there to take care of her. After thinking it over, I still think you are the most reliable and have the best character. And Song Shirin is so handsome. Gu Yanyan heard people say that if a child is born seeing beautiful or handsome things, he or she might grow up to be very beautiful or handsome too. If Lin Shiyu gives birth to a boy, and he sees Song Shirin right after birth, he might be very good looking in the future. Gu Yanyan explained as she drove, her tone gradually becoming pleading. Left with no other choice, Song Shirin had to bite the bullet and agree. I just broke up with my boyfriend, and I didn't even get to drink the celebratory milk tea. To be asked by someone to go to the hospital to accompany a woman giving birth is just too surreal. Fortunately, it was just a favor, so it wasn't unacceptable. Song Shirin, sure you as a rich and beautiful woman, I think you two are a good match, have you ever considered taking over? Song Shirin was a little confused. What? What takeover? Gu Yanyan quickly coughed and said, No, I didn't say anything, but Song Shirin, remember to keep it a secret. Don't worry. On the other side. Room 808, 8th floor, Jiangnan District Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Suzhou. Lin Shiyu lay weakly on the hospital bed, her lips pale and her forehead covered in fine sweat. A pair of long, slender legs were draped over the medical equipment beside the bed. 2 doctors are examining her cervix. Normally, the due date is around 40 weeks of pregnancy, but you are only 39 weeks and 2 days pregnant now. It's probably because your recent emotional state has been unstable and you've been very active that you've experienced spotting, causing the fetus to descend. My cervix is now dilated to 6 centimeters. Once it reaches 10 centimeters, I can go to the delivery room to give birth. By the way, you're having twins or triplets, so in this situation, a C-section is the only option. Since this is your first pregnancy, the risks of having multiple births are relatively high. I'll have a family member come over to sign the necessary documents in a bit. In reputable hospitals, the child's father or immediate family member must be present to sign the consent form before childbirth. Because childbirth carries significant risks, there are certain precautions and risk statements that require the signature of family members. This indicates that the family is willing to take the risks. In this way, if any problems arise, the family members won't have unpleasant conflicts with the hospital. Lin Shiyu, enduring the pain in her cervix, mustered her strength and gritted her teeth to ask the doctor with difficulty, Doctor, can I sign it myself? I will take responsibility for myself. Upon hearing Lin Shiyu's words, the two doctors instantly understood her condition. Generally speaking, if someone says this, the man will almost never say it on the spot. Moreover, we haven't seen any of the other party's relatives yet. The two sighed, feeling sorry for Lin Shiyu. How could such a beautiful woman with a great figure and outstanding temperament have such bad luck in love, and instead run into a scumbag? The problem is that this girl is foolish. Why is she so stubborn about giving birth to the child? If only I had aborted the baby when I found out I was pregnant. Look at the situation now, not only is the man absent, but his relatives are also not present. The two doctors guessed that the other person had probably fallen out with their family. Oh, what a pity. It's too late to say anything now. How will she manage to raise a child alone in the future? Both of them felt sorry for Lin Shiyu. Actually, no one from the other side could come to sign, but the child still had to be born. The hospital cannot simply abandon the adults and children. However, this would pose a very high risk to the hospital. The hospital would not do this unless absolutely necessary. If we can try, we should try. Ms. Lin, can't you send any of your immediate family members? Immediate family members? None of their immediate family members live in Suzhou. Moreover, even if we told them, they wouldn't make it in such a short time. Lin Shiyu was worried because she hadn't expected that she would need a family member's signature for her C-section. She regrets it terribly now. Lobby of the Women and Children's Health Hospital. Gu Yanyan rushed in with Song Shuren, and the first thing she did was go straight to the nurse's station to ask, "Nurse, didn't a very beautiful pregnant woman with bleeding just come by? How is she now? Has she been moved to a different room?" The nurse on the platform looked confused. "Oh, right, there is such a person. She's very beautiful. Let me look her up for you. Her name is Lin Shiyu, right? She's still in room 808 on the 8th floor. She's about to give birth, but there's no family member to sign the consent form." Then she looked at Song Shuren and saw the two of them rushing in, looking for Lin Shiyu in such a hurry. I just assumed they must be the other party's family members. Lin Shiyu gave birth to twins and triplets and had to have a C-section. You must be the father of the children, right? Go sign it quickly, there's still time, don't delay too long. Song Shuren is so handsome and has such a great temperament, he and Lin Shiyu are a perfect match. No wonder the nurse thought he was the child's father. With two people this good looking, their baby is bound to be incredibly cute. The nurses on the platform were incredibly envious. Hearing that Lin Shiyu needed the child's father or a close relative to sign for a C-section, Gu Yanyan dragged Song Shuren into the elevator. Lin Shiyu is almost in the delivery room. She can't stay there for even a moment longer. Arriving at the door of the ward, Song Shuren discovered that there were 2 hospital beds inside, each with a woman in labor on it. He stopped at the door. The main reason is that I'm a newcomer and it wouldn't be good to just walk in like that. It would seem too abrupt, and what if I startled them? So, he'll just wait at the door for now. Inside the ward, Gu Yanyan came to the bedside and saw her best friend's pained expression. Her face was filled with worry. "Shiyu, how are you? The doctor said you're about to give birth. Are you in pain?" Lin Shiyu's cervix is dilating wider and wider, and she is trembling with pain. I could tell she was in pain from the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. I felt she was about to give birth, but the hospital required the man's or a family member's signature. What should I do? Chapter 3: Activating the System. Am I the child's father? Lin Shiyu was so anxious during her first childbirth that she almost cried. She is currently pregnant with twins or triplets, and the risks of childbirth are far greater than for ordinary mothers. Gu Yanyan had no experience in this area and was extremely anxious. If your parents can't come, why don't you call that jerk and ask him to come over? At this point, when lives are at stake, if you won't call, let me do it. Give me the phone number. Lin Shiyu sighed, just about to tell Gu Yanyan the identity of the child's father. Then they saw a familiar figure standing outside the door. That man was about 1.82 meters tall. He has an upright posture, a handsome face, and a refined and sunny temperament. Even her profile is captivating. Seeing Lin Shiyu looking towards the door, Gu Yanyan explained, "He is Song Shuren, you remember him, right? You met him at a social gathering before. I asked him to come and help." "Oh wait, family members can't come to sign, but a boyfriend can, right? I reckon that jerk probably won't come, and you're about to give birth anyway, so even if he did come, he wouldn't make it in time. How about you have Song Shuren pretend to be your boyfriend and sign?" "Ha? Let him impersonate the child's father to sign?" Lin Shiyu was stunned for a moment. What a coincidence! He doesn't need to pretend at all, he is the child's father. The other party simply doesn't know it. Hearing Gu Yanyan's words, Song Shuren was also stunned for a moment. Forging a signature could be very dangerous. If anything happens to Lin Shiyu, I'll be held responsible. When she arrived, Gu Yanyan didn't say she would help with the signature. "Hey Song Shuren, you can see the situation is urgent. Could you please help me out? Don't worry, just sign here. You won't have to take any responsibility. Please, could you do this? Of course, we won't let you help us for nothing. Just name your price." Holy crap, are you serious? Is having a baby and forging a family member's signature really a matter of money? If something goes wrong, I'll bear a huge responsibility. Signing carries risks, but seeing Lin Shiyu's pained expression, Song Shuren couldn't bear it. However, just as he was caught in a dilemma, an unfamiliar voice echoed in my mind. Ding! The perfect dad system is binding you. Ding! System binding successful. The host can receive generous rewards simply by pampering his wife and children. System? Song Shuren was filled with confusion when he heard the voice in his mind. He glanced at Gu Yanyan and the other woman. They didn't react, so he was probably the only one who heard it. Is this system? Could it be that the legendary novel System has come to life? He had read novels before, and his favorite was system novels, so he was no stranger to systems. Yes, host. This system is now in reality. I am the legendary system. It really is. Song Shuren was extremely excited. System, could you please describe your functions? The system replied that as long as the host pampers his wife and children, he can receive generous rewards. Song Shuren silently asked himself, "System, all I have to do is pamper my wife and kids? Is it that simple?" Yes, it's that simple. Suddenly, Song Shuren realized that he wasn't married yet, so where would he get a wife and children? Even if you bind your account to the system now, you still can't get the rewards. Could it be that the system has bound it and I can't use it myself? Oh no! What if the system gets restless and runs away after a while? System, I don't have a wife or kids yet. Is it okay for me to spoil someone else's wife? No. The system's response was crisp and efficient. The system detected that the baby in Lin Shiyu's belly was related to the host by blood, and automatically assumed that Lin Shiyu and the baby in her belly were the host's wife and child. In the future, as long as the host takes good care of them, he can receive generous rewards. Upon initial system binding, new users will receive a welcome gift pack worth 100,000 renminbi in cash. As the system notification faded, Song Shuren received a message on his mobile banking app indicating a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Song Shuren took a deep breath. Holy crap, the system is real. The legendary system had truly bound itself to him, and Song Shuren's heart was filled with turbulent waves. At the same time, Song Shuren quickly noticed another sentence the system said. Is the child in Lin Shiyu's belly related to him by blood? So, does that mean the child she's carrying is his? Could it be that she got pregnant unexpectedly at the party a year ago? That's right, the timing is perfect for the other person, and no wonder Lin Shiyu looked at me strangely just now. He realized he was the father of the child in her belly. Seeing Song Shuren in a daze, Gu Yanyan thought he was going to refuse and was almost in tears. Please, Song Shuren, please help me. I beg you. Her tone was full of pleading. Lin Shiyu was her best friend, and she didn't want anything to happen to her, especially during childbirth. She hoped that everything would go smoothly for her. Okay, I'll sign. After saying that, Song Shiren looked intently at the weak Lin Shiyu on the hospital bed. Noticing Song Shiren's gaze, Lin Shiyu gave him a grateful look. When Gu Yanyan saw that he agreed, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Thank you, Song Shiren, you were such a good person. Song Shiren felt silently grateful he should be the one thanking her. During this period, she should have been by Lin Shiyu's side taking care of her during her pregnancy. At this time, Lin Shiyu's cervix was already dilated to 10 centimeters, and she was about to enter the delivery room to give birth. The doctor was surprised to see that Lin Shiyu had managed to get the man to sign the papers, but was also happy for her. I brought the documents over for him to sign, and gave him a disgruntled look. You're finally here. We thought you weren't coming. How could you bear to let your beautiful girlfriend, who's carrying twins and triplets, suffer so much alone? Young people, whatever you do, you must be responsible for yourself and others, especially when it comes to things like having children, which is a matter of a woman's entire life. Song Shiren felt guilty. I knew it was the doctor. You knew? If you knew, you wouldn't have come so late. Sigh, I won't say anything more. Your girlfriend is about to give birth. I hope you can take good care of her in the future. After Song Shiren finished signing the papers, he instructed several nurses to push Lin Shiyu toward the delivery room. Song Shiren walked beside her and said to Lin Shiyu on the hospital bed, "Don't worry about giving birth, I will always be by your side. Just focus on having the baby, and leave everything else to me." Before the delivery room door closed, Lin Shiyu heard Song Shiren's words and gave him a deep look. As Lin Shiyu was successfully taken into the delivery room, Gu Yanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I'm still incredibly worried. Everyone says that childbirth is like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. It's extremely dangerous, so it's no wonder Gu Yanyan is worried. However, she has finally started giving birth. To ease her anxiety, Gu Yanyan deliberately struck up a conversation with Song Shiren to distract herself. Wow, Song Shiren, you were really good at pretending just now. Even the doctor couldn't tell. You've made me think you're the jerk you met. Chapter 4, Good News from the Delivery Room. Quadruplets are born. Song Shiren was embarrassed. That scumbag is none other than myself. However, now is not the time to explain these things. Right now, Lin Shiyu in the delivery room is giving birth to his own child, and he is extremely nervous. Is this what it feels like to be a father? I felt inexplicably nervous, worried about the safety of the mother and baby in the delivery room. Gu Yanyan also noticed Song Shiren's unusual behavior. They assumed he had signed the document and were afraid of being held responsible if anything went wrong. Outside the delivery room. Besides Song Shiren, who looked anxious and kept pacing back and forth in the corridor. When the door to the delivery room opened, all the expectant fathers outside looked over at the same time. I hope it's my own child who has been born. He noticed that the fathers who had just had daughters were beaming with joy. Grandparents are especially happy when a son is born. After an unknown amount of time, the delivery room door opened again. In an instant, all the expectant fathers looked over again, hoping that the nurse would call their names this time. Lin Shiyu gave birth in delivery room number 8. She gave birth to quadruplets. Are Lin Shiyu's family members here? Are Lin Shiyu's family members here? Your family had quadruplets. When the quadruplets were born, everyone around them looked on with envy, wondering which father was so lucky. Upon hearing the nurse call for Lin Shiyu's family members, Song Shiren and Gu Yanyan quickly walked to the delivery room door. Good news. Judging from the nurse's tone, both mother and child are safe. Quadruplets. My goodness, Lin Shiyu is so good at having children. When Song Shiren heard about the quadruplets, he couldn't stop smiling, feeling surrounded by happiness. The nurse congratulated the couple, saying that Lin Shiyu had given birth and that both mother and babies were safe and sound. She said there were 2 boys and 2 girls, and asked them to get ready so she could take them to see the babies and mother after disinfection. After disinfection, Song Shiren and Gu Yanyan followed the nurse to a crib. There are 4 chubby little guys on top. The little ones, like 4 little balls of flesh, are so adorable wrapped in tiny blankets. The nurse introduced with a smile, these are the quadruplets. The eldest is the older brother, the second is the older sister, the third is the younger brother, and the fourth is the younger sister. The babies are a bit smaller than the other babies, but this is normal. It's common in multiple births, so don't worry. At this moment, the 4 little ones were lying on the hospital bed crying loudly, their voices like a quartet, and they seemed very energetic. There was also a nurse taking care of them. Seeing the 4 chubby little cuties, Song Shuren's heart softened. Oh my, this is my own child. So adorable. So this is what it feels like to be a father? How wonderful. A smile involuntarily crept onto Song Shuren's lips. He looked around the delivery room and, not seeing Lin Xiyu, asked, "Nurse, where is the mother?" The nurse replied that mom was still getting her wound stitched up, and that she could visit her once the wound was treated. Song Shuren hummed in agreement. The thought of Lin Xiyu having undergone surgery to give birth to 4 babies for him filled him with heartache. This woman has endured so much alone for her child. About 20 minutes later, the curtain blocking the delivery bed was finally pulled open. A woman, pale and extremely weak, appeared before the crowd. The woman lay on the bed, looking with difficulty toward the crib. The nurse immediately understood and quickly reminded Song Shuren, "Quickly, bring the babies over to show their mother." Song Shuren came to his senses and carefully pushed the stroller to the bedside. As the stroller was pushed, the 4 little ones, feeling insecure, began to whine and cry. But when Song Shuren picked them up and placed them next to Lin Xiyu, a magical scene unfolded. The little ones who were crying loudly just moments ago gradually stopped crying and instinctively snuggled against their mother, whimpering softly. The babies seem to know that this is their mother. Having a mother provides a sense of security. Lin Xiyu smiled happily, my child has been born safely. Baby, mommy's here. Sweetie, mommy's here." Hearing their mother's voice, the quadruplets were exceptionally well behaved, quietly snuggling close to her and enjoying her scent. Lin Xiyu was very weak after giving birth. Due to the incision and anesthesia, she was still unable to use her hands normally and could only touch her face with her babies. Then the doctor spoke up, "Come on, you've all had your time with the babies, right? Let mommy rest for a bit, okay?" Song Shuren nodded and gently carried the babies back to the stroller. Wow, the glutinous rice balls are so soft and smell so delicious. Lin Xiyu looked at Song Shuren, opening her mouth as if to say something. Song Shuren gave her a reassuring look, "We'll talk about it after you've rested. I'll stay here with you and the babies and won't go anywhere else." At this moment, Gu Yanyan also chimed in, "Yes, Xiyu, you should rest first. We can talk about anything else after you've rested. Song Shuren and I will take good care of the babies, so don't worry." Lin Xiyu gave a weak as childbirth had exhausted her energy and strength. After ensuring the babies were healthy, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. After Lin Xiyu fell asleep, Song Shuren asked Gu Yanyan to watch the babies for a while. Then he left in a hurry. Gu Yanyan looked completely bewildered as she watched Song Shuren's hurried figure. "What trouble do you need? I can watch the baby for a while. It's as if this is his child. This is my best friend's child, so I should be the one to talk to him and say yes." Gu Yanyan was filled with doubts. Could it be that Song Shuren had gotten too caught up in the role and actually thought of himself as the child's father? Just by signing a document, he's already taken on the role of a father? After handing the babies over to Gu Yanyan, Song Shuren headed straight for the hospital's inpatient department. Lin Xiyu needs a quiet environment after giving birth, and since she gave birth to quadruplets, the requirements for the environment are even higher. Lin Xiyu was admitted to the hospital today because she had lost her virginity. Therefore, they did not choose a ward in advance and are currently staying in a double ward. The double room is very inconvenient because the space is limited and there are often family members from both sides coming and going. Song Shuren plans to move Lin Xiyu and the babies to a better hospital room. "Doctor, I'd like to ask if there are any private wards with a quiet environment?" The doctor handling the inpatient department was immediately struck by Song Shuren's stunning beauty. Holy crap, what a handsome face! The doctor, snapping out of his daze at Song Shuren's expression, quickly coughed awkwardly. "Yes, our hospital has regular wards and VIP wards. VIP wards have a better environment and are quieter, but they are more expensive." Chapter 5 Stop pretending, the child is mine, isn't it? The beds in the VLP Vice Limited Hospital are quieter, more luxurious, and more comfortable. Besides the master bedroom with the hospital bed, there is another guest room. The extra room can be used by relatives and friends. Furthermore, it comes with a separate bathroom, kitchen, and balcony. However, these VIP rooms are quite expensive, costing 5,000 yuan per night. Moreover, such hospital wards are not available to anyone with money. Advance reservations are required. The doctors handling the inpatient department were incredibly enthusiastic, seeing such a handsome young man for the first time. Our VIP wards are full, but it seems one room was checked out today. Let me check for you. Looking at Song Shirin's handsome profile and those eyes that seemed to hold the stars, the doctor felt a pang of regret. It's a pity that the young man got married so young. However, even if I can't flirt with him, being able to exchange a few words with him is a pleasure in itself. The doctor quickly found the answer after a few operations on the computer. Song Shirin is very lucky. A pregnant woman checked out this morning, and the VIP ward is still empty. There's one more room. The other party cancelled their reservation today, so you can check in tomorrow. Do you need me to book it for you? Want? Song Shirin couldn't wait to speak. It costs 5,000 yuan a day, and a C-section requires at least a week of hospitalization. That means it will cost at least 35,000 yuan. Previously, Song Shirin definitely wouldn't have been able to come up with this much money, but he had just bound it to the system. When I bound my account to the system, I also received a newbie gift pack, which included a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. He has money now, and he can come up with 35,000. I took out my ID card, filled out the form, paid the fee, and the procedure was completed quickly. Song Shirin expressed his gratitude. Doctor, thank you so much, you are such a kind person. The doctor couldn't stop smiling when praised by such a handsome man. It's no big deal. I'm happy as long as I can help every patient. Actually, many people ask about VIP wards every day, but she turns them all down with a simple all booked. VIP wards in hospitals are mostly reserved for people with connections and influence. Alternatively, you can follow the proper procedures and make an appointment in advance. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to get into a VIP ward temporarily. Song Shirin can be said to have won over the other party with his looks. When Song Shirin saw Gu Yanyan again, she has already brought Lin Shiyu and the babies out of the delivery room. Fortunately, the quadruplets were asleep at that time, otherwise she might not have been able to manage. Newborn babies sleep most of the time. She only wakes up when she's hungry and needs to drink milk. Seeing Song Shirin return in a hurry, Gu Yanyan asked curiously, "Where did you go in such a hurry?" "I just booked a VIP ward, and we can move in once Shiyu wakes up." Gu Yanyan looked at him in surprise. "Well done, Song Shirin. You even called her Shiyu. That's quite intimate. You're really into the role. We made the right choice calling you this time. Why don't you just get together with Shiyu in the future? You'll get 4 chubby little babies for free." Song Shirin smiled and said, "Okay. I'll be a dad to the babies from now on." "Really?" Gu Yanyan didn't believe it. She just assumed he was joking. A handsome guy like him could find any woman he wanted. How could I possibly take over someone else's child-raising business? Besides, there are 4 of them. Even though Lin Shiyu is the school beauty, and even though her family is well off. If it were someone else, they might choose to take her in because of her beauty and family background. But Song Shirin wouldn't do that, because it's unnecessary and not worth it. Therefore, Gu Yanyan was certain that the other party was joking. To be fair, Song Shirin is quite caring. I didn't expect that he would book a VIP ward specifically for Lin Shiyu and the babies because he was worried that the environment would affect them. This made Gu Yanyan think more highly of the other person. Song Shirin smiled but remained silent. He wasn't joking. When I say I'm a dad, I really mean it. Because he was convinced that the quadruplets were his children. Not only because of the system's detection, but also because the 4 little ones looked almost exactly like him when he was little, and the way Lin Shiyu looked at him before entering the delivery room. It seems like nothing was said, but it also seems like everything was said. He knew he was the father of the quadruplets. The 4 little bundles of joy were fast asleep in the crib, their tiny hands barely touching the ground. They were incredibly adorable, and the more Song Shirin looked at them, the more he loved them. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Shiyu slowly woke up in her hospital bed. The production process caused her lips to become dry and even cracked. After a good night's sleep, she regained some of her energy and was able to speak slowly again. Seeing that Lin Shiyu's lips were dry, she looked very thirsty. Gu Yanyan quickly poured her some water. "Here, Shiyu, have some water." Song Shirin quickly stopped her, saying that one should not drink water for 6 hours after a cesarean section, and that she should not drink now. Because the mother's body has not yet recovered after the cesarean section, and the anesthesia has not been completely metabolized, drinking water at this time will cause slow gastrointestinal motility. You need to wait 6 hours before you can drink it. Gu Yanyan was startled and quickly put down her water glass. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Her expression at that moment was like that of a child who had made a mistake. Lin Shiyu gave a weak smile, signaling to her best friend not to take it to heart. She didn't know that you shouldn't drink water for 6 hours after a C-section. When Lin Shiyu woke up and saw Song Shuren still taking care of her and the children in the ward, she felt incredibly conflicted. She had so much to say to Song Shuren, but she didn't know how to begin. After thinking for a while, I finally chose to remain silent. It's okay, the babies have been born safely anyway, I should be able to take care of them by myself. However, just as Lin Shiyu chose to remain silent and conceal the truth, Song Shuren spoke up. Poetry, aren't these babies my children? Song Shuren's words caused Lin Shiyu's pupils to dilate, and she stared at him in disbelief. How did he know? However, besides Lin Shiyu, Gu Yanyan also looked at Song Shuren in shock. Song Shuren, are you confused? How could you possibly be the father of Shiyu's babies? But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to think of something terrible, and her eyes widened in shock as she said, Holy crap, Song Shuren, you don't actually want to take over. I mean, you don't actually want to be the baby's father and take care of Shiyu in the future, do you? Does Song Shuren really want to take over? Such a handsome guy, with godlike looks, is he really someone to take on? Gu Yanyan exclaimed in disbelief. Song Shuren shook his head and continued in a sincere and serious tone, I am the scumbag that Gu Yanyan mentioned. I am the baby's father. I still remember the accident that happened a year ago when we went to a social gathering. If you do the math, the baby's birth times match up perfectly. I wasn't wrong, was I? Shiyu, I am the baby's father. Upon hearing Song Shuren's words, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 6? You really are the child's father. Seeing the tears in Lin Shiyu's eyes, Gu Yanyan felt as if she had discovered a new continent. He stared at Lin Shiyu with his mouth agape in disbelief. You guys? Could Song Shuren really be the child's father? Is what he said about poetry true? Lin Shiyu nodded silently, tears welling in her eyes. Yes. He is the children's father. Oh my god, it really is. This news is so sudden, Gu Yanyan can hardly accept it. She never expected that the person she went back to the school to ask for help would be the child's father. What a coincidence. Song Shuren was not surprised by Lin Shiyu's answer. I really am the father of quadruplets. Lin Shiyu was in tears, even though she was very weak after giving birth. But she still looked at Song Shuren stubbornly, saying, So what if the children are yours? I gave birth to them myself, and I will take care of them. Thank you for signing. You can leave now. You could tell from her resolute expression how much courage it took for her to say those words. However, Song Shuren stood his ground, looking at her with a serious expression. I'm not leaving. I'm the children's father, and it's my duty to take care of them. Moreover, you're asking me to leave, but have you thought about the children's future? When they grow up and start looking for their fathers, and see other children with fathers, they might ask, Where's your dad? How should you answer them? Can you bear to let them live without a father? Don't you want them to have a complete childhood and family? Lin Shiyu remained stubborn. I've thought about all of this, but what can I do? You're already with Li Li and have your own life. I can live a good life raising the children on my own. When they grow up, I'll tell them their father went to a very far place, and they won't worry about us disturbing their lives. As Lin Shiyu finished speaking, her eyes were already filled with tears. Of course she knew that children without fathers were pitiful. But this is fate. So that's what you were worried about. Song Shuren was relieved. Song Shuren said slowly, I've already broken up with Li Li. So you don't need to worry about it affecting me. Poetry, if you'd like, I hope I can help you take care of the babies. After all, they are so young and need their father. Lin Shiyu stared at him blankly. What did you say? You and Li Li were doing fine, how could this happen? Gu Yanyan finally recovered from her shock and replied weakly, observing the situation, Well, Song Shuren and Shuri have indeed broken up. They broke up at school today, and many people know about it. Really? Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shuren and Gu Yanyan in disbelief. Song Shuren nodded. Lily disliked that I didn't have money and couldn't give her the life she wanted, so we broke up. Perfect, I feel so relieved now. So, Shiyu, you don't need to worry about anything now. Give me a chance to take on the responsibilities of a father. I will take good care of you and the babies. Song Shiren's words were incredibly sincere. His own children were right in front of him. The 4 little ones had just come into the world, knowing nothing and knowing nothing, so fragile. I'm their father. If I don't take care of them, who will? Lin Xiyu had not anticipated that Song Shiren and Lili would break up. Now that the other party has learned the babies' identities, they say they want to take care of them. For a moment, Lin Xiyu was at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Gu Yinyan stepped forward at this moment. Xiyu, you should let Song Shiren stay and take care of the babies. You were hospitalized and haven't fully recovered, so it's inconvenient for you. As for me, I don't know how to take care of people, so it would be difficult for me to take care of 4 babies. Now that Song Shiren is here, and he's also the baby's father, he'll definitely be able to take good care of the children. Moreover, newborns lack a sense of security and it's best for them to have their parents by their side. Whatever your plans, at least let Song Shiren take care of the baby until you are discharged from the hospital. We'll decide after you've recovered. Lin Xiyu remained silent for a long time, then realized that Gu Yinyan's words made sense. It's best for newborns to have their parents with them. Finally, she looked up at Song Shiren and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Song Shiren smiled slightly and said, "It's not hard work." Ding dong. Congratulations on the birth of your baby, host. You have successfully become a quadruplet baby. Reward, 400,000 yuan. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Song Shiren's mind again. As its sound faded, Song Shiren's bank account gained another 400,000 yuan. Song Shiren exclaimed, "Wow, the system is so generous." With the system around, he's sure he can give Lin Xiyu and the babies a good life. Raising a baby is very expensive. Not to mention raising 4 of them. Formula milk powder, clothes, shoes, toys, diapers, etc., each of these items represents a considerable expense. Don't underestimate the things for babies. Take clothes for example. Children's clothes look very small, with only a little fabric, about the size of a palm, but they are not cheap. The key point is that they currently have 2 sons who will grow up and get married in the future. You need to own at least 2 houses. If they don't want to favor one child over the other and want both a boy and a girl, then they'll need to prepare 4 houses. Thinking about the baby's supplies and house, Song Shiren noticed that the parents in the next bed had prepared a complete set of things for their babies. Lin Xiyu and the others were brought to the hospital unexpectedly, and the baby's things weren't ready yet. Song Shiren is currently unable to leave, and Gu Yanyan is taking care of Lin Xiyu by the bedside. He quickly called his roommate Mantu and asked him to buy some things for him. Mantu was quite surprised to receive Song Shiren's call. "Brother Song, aren't these things for children? Why do you want me to buy these?" Song Shiren replied, "Buy it for my baby. Mantu, I'm a father now. I have quadruplets, and they're in the hospital right after they were born. I can't leave right now, but I've made a list of everything you need to buy and sent it to you via WeChat. Could you please buy it for me? Thank you for your help." On the other end of the phone, Mantu's eyes widened suddenly, and he asked in shock, "Brother Song, you said you're a father? Is this for real? This is so sudden. With whom? Who is the child's mother? Wait a minute, weren't there rumors at school that you and Lili broke up? How come you became a father right after the breakup?" Song Shiren laughed and said, "I'll talk to you when I have time. Now, hurry up and buy me some things. I've sent you the address. If you can't find it when you get to the hospital, call me." Chapter 7 Cleaning Up the PP, The Helpless New Dad. Mantu and Song Shiren had a very good relationship. He finished the task he was given very quickly. Half an hour later, Song Shiren's phone rang. Outside the hospital gate, Mantu still stared at Song Shiren in disbelief. "Holy crap, Brother Song, you're saying you and the school beauty Lin Xiyu have 4 kids? When did you and the school beauty have a history? How come I don't know about it?" Song Shiren laughed, "It's a long story. Wait, weren't you with Lili before? How come you suddenly became a father? Did you become a second-hand man, someone who takes over a relationship with someone who was previously married off?" Mantu still felt that Song Shiren's news was too sudden, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Song Shiren said earnestly, "They are my children." Mantu found it unbelievable. Song Shiren didn't have time to explain this to Mantu right now. He needed to rush back to take care of Lin Xiyu and the babies. "Thanks, bro. You can go back now. I'll treat you to something another day." No, brother Song, I'm already here, I should at least take a look at my little nephews and nieces. Mantu was immediately unhappy. He hadn't seen the quadruplets and the school beauty yet, and he didn't want to leave like this. Seeing how shamelessly Manta persisted, Song Shuren couldn't do anything about it. I could only take him to the ward. Don't say anything carelessly when we get there. Don't worry, bro, I won't say another word. You know I'm very tight-lipped. Mantu nodded confidently. However, this guy is just a walking megaphone. As soon as he arrived at the ward and saw Lin Xiu, he completely forgot what he had just said. Hi, school beauty, oh wait, I mean, sister-in-law. Lin Xiu felt quite embarrassed by being called sister-in-law. Song Shuren quickly nudged his waist with his elbow, signaling him not to say anything out of line. Don't you have something to do? Go and do your thing, don't waste time here. Manta chuckled, and I glanced at my nephews as they walked away. At this moment, the 4 cuddly babies were still fast asleep in their cribs. OMG. The moment Manta saw the quadruplets, her heart melted. No wonder she's Songgu and Xiao Washing's baby. So cute and beautiful. The quadruplets were born and immediately adored the panda with steamed buns. The babies are so cute. Songgu is amazing, he and the students have such adorable little angels. Congratulations. When are you having your wedding banquet? He's one of the school's 4 quadruplets, aren't you going to invite us guys to their wedding? Manta knew what was important and spoke very softly, afraid of waking the little ones. Hearing Manta praise the babies for being cute, Song Shuren couldn't hide his smile, saying he would definitely invite them to the banquet. After sending the steamed buns away, Song Shuren began packing up the items he had bought for the babies. Suddenly, the babies started whimpering in the crib. The new parents and Gu Yanyan immediately became nervous. Fortunately, the parents in the next bed reminded them that their babies had pooped. Newborns typically pass meconium within 24 hours of birth, and it usually clears up completely within 3-4 days. If the baby hasn't had a bowel movement within 24 hours, then that's considered an abnormal situation. Fortunately, their baby is in a normal condition. Hearing what the parents next door said, Song Shuren and Lin Xiu became happy. Oh dear, the babies have pooped. Luckily, Song Shuren, you had your classmate buy diapers. Gu Yanyan said with delight. First they booked a VIP ward, and now they're using adult diapers. Gu Yanyan thought Song Shuren's idea was quite thoughtful. But soon, Gu Yanyan began to feel helpless again. They already have diapers. However, they were all inexperienced and didn't know how to clean up after the babies or change their diapers. Fortunately, just when the 3 were at a loss, the nurse came to the ward like a timely rain. She began providing on-site guidance to the 3 individuals who had no prior experience. Have you prepared all the diapers? Come on, bring me the NB code. The babies are still young, so you can use this code from now on, okay? As babies grow, it's important to change diapers in a timely manner. Parents should remember to adjust the diaper size accordingly. Song Shuren is the child's father, and he was the first to learn from the nurse. The nurse explained with a smile, this is how you hold a newborn. Yes, this is the right position. That's right, just like that, try to stay relaxed and don't strain too much. Hey, don't relax too much, or you'll lose the baby. Open the little tabs on the diaper, gently lift the baby's legs from underneath, gently. Song Shuren carefully followed the nurse's instructions, and before he knew it, a fine sweat had appeared on his forehead. Nurse, is it like this? Just lift it up to the buttocks? Beside her, Lin Xiu, lying on the hospital bed, watched this scene nervously. Before I knew it, I was touched by Song Shuren's cautious manner. The nurse picked up the baby and demonstrated. Yes, you did a good job. Just like that, be gentle. Quadruplets are amazing, they seem to have a telepathic connection. 1 baby pooped, and then the other 3 pooped too. I have to clean up after 4 babies all at once. After the nurse finished getting the second baby ready, Song Shuren and the others took care of the remaining 3 babies themselves. Watching the nurse's steps, Gu Yanyan noticed that the poop on the diaper that had been changed was actually green. Gu Yanyan immediately became anxious. Nurse, why is my poop green? Is something wrong with the baby? Her tone and expression suggested she was afraid something might have happened to the babies. Her words startled Lin Xiu, who was lying in the hospital bed. Huh? Green? Nurse, what's wrong with my child? Seeing their anxious expressions, the nurse reassured them, don't worry, the babies are fine. This is normal, it's the baby's meconium. After 3 to 4 days, the stool will be completely expelled, and after drinking milk, the color of the stool will gradually return to normal. Hearing this, Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Song Shuren felt a quiet sense of relief. I'm so glad the babies are okay. After cleaning up the second baby's used diapers, the nurse turned to Gu Yanyan and said, "Go and fetch a basin of warm water. We need to wash the babies with warm water now. When the little ones poop, their bottoms get covered in poop, not only in their diapers but also on their bottoms. In this case, you should wash it off with warm water." Gu Yanyan quickly fetched a basin of warm water. Watching the nurse's actions, Song Shuren tried to imitate her. By the time he finished cleaning up De Bao, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead had turned into a full head of sweat. He felt that changing his baby's diaper was more nerve-wracking than taking the college entrance exam. The babies for De Bao and Air Bao have all been changed, but San Bao and Si Bao are still whining and feeling uncomfortable. Gu Yanyan quickly brought warm water and helped Song Shuren change their diapers and wash their bottoms. Chapter 8: Bathing the Baby, Heart-Wrenching Experiences for Dads. After tidying up the babies, the nurse gave the group some instructions. Do you know that you shouldn't put your baby's diapers on too tightly? It will make them uncomfortable. It shouldn't be too loose, otherwise it might leak when you poop or pee. If the weather is nice, take your babies out for some sunshine. This can help them get vitamin D, reduce jaundice, and also has a disinfecting and sterilizing effect. The hospital has a special area for babies to sunbathe. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Song Shuren remembered all the nurse's instructions. Come on, put the babies on the bed, I'll give the little ones a checkup. The newborn baby is undergoing a physical examination. The nurses will check them for birthmarks or wounds. Oh my, they're all smelling delicious and are very healthy. No birthmarks, no wounds, that's fantastic. The 4 babies were turned over and over in the hands of the nurse. Seeing Gu Yanyan made my heart ache. The baby is so delicate and fragile, is it really okay to have this kind of examination? However, she only thought it to herself and didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, they're professionals. The new parents were overjoyed to hear that there were no wounds or birthmarks. The most important thing is that your baby is safe and sound. Ding! The host has been rewarded with 200,000 yuan in cash and 4 baby hats for changing the baby's diapers for the first time. Just as the nurse finished the baby's checkup, Song Shuren heard the system's voice in his mind. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan will be given. Song Shuren never expected that this would actually work. Such generous rewards for changing diapers for babies, the system is really generous. Not only that, but there are also 4 baby hats as a reward. Newborn babies are prone to catching a cold, so you can put a small hat on them if necessary. Song Shuren thought that the hat produced by the system should have a very good warmth retention effect. After checking on the babies, the nurse bent down and stood by the bed with a smile, playing with them. Wow, this is a little dumpling, the cutest and prettiest baby she's ever seen. This baby is so fragrant and soft, I can never get enough of playing with him. Oh, and hey Dad, remember to take the little ones for a bath later. Remember to bring clothes and accessories for your babies when you go. Okay, I understand, thank you nurse. Song Shuren knew that the babies needed to be bathed and vaccinated after they were born. After the nurse left, while the little ones were still energetic, Song Shuren asked Gu Yanyan to take care of Lin Shiyu in the ward. He took the little ones to take a bath. Because they have 4 babies, there were no suitable strollers for them in the hospital room. Fortunately, the crib they slept in was portable. Song Shuren simply pushed the crib and took the babies to bathe. Along the way, Song Shuren saw many parents holding their babies. Most of the time, it's the fathers who are happy to be holding their daughters. Most of the people holding their sons are elderly people who are happy. Song Shuren also saw a baby who weighed 8.6 pounds at birth, and the parents were extremely proud and boastful. Good heavens! That baby was a whole size bigger than my 4 little cuties. In contrast, the quadruplets were thin and small, which broke Song Shuren's heart. Wow, look! They're quadruplets! Good heavens, they really are quadruplets. Is that their dad? He's so handsome. Are you the father of the quadruplets? Yes. Really? Congratulations. You're such a lucky man to be a father at such a young age, and with quadruplets no less. Some parents exclaimed with envy, "Young man, you're so handsome, no wonder your babies are all so cute. They've grown up to be incredibly good looking." Of course. Look at other people's babies, their eyes are so bright and sparkling like jewels, and their eyelashes are so long, I'm so envious. Oh dear, why are my baby's eyelashes so short, and he also has monolids? Quadruplets are rare. Do you have any secrets? Oh, you must be the quadruplets at our hospital today. Feeling the whispers around him, Song Shuren was enjoying his new role as a stay-at-home dad. When he hears others praising his baby, he can't help but feel a sense of pride. I'm happier when others praise my baby than when they praise me. Have you heard that the mother of the quadruplets was dilated to 6 centimeters today, but she didn't have any family members with her? The father of the babies only arrived later. Do you think the father of the babies had an emergency and couldn't come in time, or did he not want to take responsibility? Hey, that's the father of the quadruplets, you're not talking about him, are you? Song Shuren. I can't believe I was basking in other people's envy just a moment ago. They've already gotten their own piece of gossip so quickly. It seems that Lin Shiyu's outstanding looks, coupled with the fact that she gave birth to quadruplets, make her a perfect candidate for the role. Her story had already spread throughout the maternity hospital. Incidentally, this belated arrival of the child's father also made him the subject of everyone's gossip. Fortunately, it was finally time for the babies to take a bath. All newborn babies in the hospital are bathed here. There was a small pool where 2 nurses worked together to wash. One person was responsible for undressing the babies, and the other was responsible for washing them. The nurse's technique was very skillful, but the parents watching from the sidelines were still terrified. They felt that when nurses bathed the baby, it was like bathing a little piglet. Although it looks skillful, it's still incredibly crude no matter how you look at it. Couldn't you have been a little gentler? Some parents, feeling sorry for their babies, said, "Nurse, could you be a little gentler? What if you hurt our baby?" Faced with questions from parents, the nurse was used to it and said without turning her head, "I've been doing this for over 10 years and I don't know how many babies I've handled. Not a single baby has ever had a problem. You can rest assured." The parent who was speaking was speechless. I wanted to ask her to be gentler, but I was afraid she would get impatient and hurt my baby. There was nothing I could do but continue watching from the sidelines, my heart pounding with fear. Fortunately, the 2 nurses worked well together and had many years of experience. A few minutes later, a fragrant, neatly dressed baby reappeared before the parents. It was the quadruplets' turn. Song Shuren stood nervously to the side. The nurse mentioned clothes and diapers, and Song Shuren quickly handed them over. Fortunately, my 4 little ones are very well behaved. She only whimpered a few times during the first bath, but afterwards she didn't cry or fuss and cooperated very well. When Song Shuren held the babies again, he felt heartbroken. This was the first time he had seen the babies taking a bath. Goodness, it's just like washing piglets or radishes, the nurses are incredibly efficient. When Gu Yanyan pushed the babies back to the ward, she was chatting with Lin Shiyu. Chapter 9, Naming Your Baby. At this moment, Gu Yanyan was discussing with Lin Shiyu how to name the babies. Seeing Song Shuren pushing the babies back, Gu Yanyan stood up and said, "Song Shuren, you're back. Do your babies cry during bath time?" Thinking of how well behaved the little ones had been just now, Song Shuren smiled and said, "You're so good, don't cry." After the 4 little ones came back from their bath, they didn't go to sleep instead, they curiously observed their surroundings. Gu Yanyan smiled and looked at them, her heart softening. "By the way, Song Shuren, Shiryu and I are thinking of names for the babies." "Name?" "Yes, we definitely need to name the baby after it's born." At this moment, Lin Shiyu, lying on the hospital bed, looked at Song Shuren and said, "You are the children's father, so you can name the babies. May I come and pick it up?" He was a first-time father and had no experience. He didn't even think about something as important as choosing a name. Lin Shiyu nodded solemnly, "Sure, you're the little one's dad." It's no wonder that a beautiful woman's every smile and frown can captivate people's hearts. Even Lin Shiyu's solemn expression is so beautiful. Song Shuren hesitated for a moment and said, "You've been pregnant with the babies for so long, you must have thought about names already. Why don't you choose them?" He felt that what he came up with on the spot was definitely not as good as what Lin Shiyu had prepared. "How about we name the eldest child Zishi, the second child Icheng, the third child Zilan, and the youngest child Itong?" These were all her own ideas, and each name had a beautiful meaning. Song Zishi, Song Icheng, Song Zilan, Song Itong. Song Shuren thought it sounded great. And that's how the babies' names were decided. Hearing her best friend and Song Shuren name the babies, Gu Yanyan beamed with joy as she looked at them. Babies, can you hear that? Mommy and Daddy are naming you. You have names now, aren't you happy? However, as soon as Gu Yanyan finished speaking, the four little ones started whimpering and crying. Gu Yanyan immediately became anxious. Could it be that you feel unwell after taking a shower? She keenly noticed that the babies' cries this time were different from the cries they had made when they pooped earlier. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were inexperienced and immediately panicked. Fortunately, the ant in the next bed reminded them, "Look, are the babies hungry and want to drink milk? If you are hungry, you should breastfeed." The woman speaking was the mother-in-law of the woman in the next hospital bed who had just given birth. Fearing they wouldn't understand, I continued to explain enthusiastically. Before feeding your baby, check if you have milk. If not, express some milk and then give it to your baby. If the baby can't get the milk out, you can try buying a breast pump. However, I personally don't recommend using this. It's best if the baby can suck it out on their own. If you still don't have enough milk, it's best to find a lactation consultant as soon as possible, since it's best for babies to be breastfed after birth. Breast milk is highly nutritious and can boost a baby's immunity. Thank you, Auntie. After thanking the ant in the next bed, Song Shuren quickly pulled down the bed curtains. Then I asked, Shiyu, have you started breastfeeding yet? Lin Shiyu nodded weakly, it's open, I have milk. The four little ones were crying loudly, and Gu Yanyan was not good at taking care of people. Therefore, Song Shuren had to be the one to feed the babies. Before feeding the babies, let's do some preliminary work. I'll go get a warm towel to wipe your food first. Oh, okay, thank you for your help. Lin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses. She could already picture what was going to happen next in her mind. At this moment, she was building up her psychological defenses. Yes, all of this is for the babies. Lin Shiyu, don't be shy, you can do it. Beside them, Gu Yanyan felt this was a time for them to deepen their relationship, so she quietly accompanied the babies into stealth mode. This is the first time these new parents are breastfeeding their babies. Although psychological defenses were built. But he was still unusually hesitant. However, we still have to face what we have to face. However, Lin Shiyu was shy, and her ears turned bright red. Song Shuren is much better at managing his emotions and facial expressions than Lin Shiyu. But when he saw Lin Shiyu unbutton her hospital gown, his pupils suddenly contracted. Holy crap, this is huge! Lin Shiyu noticed the change in Song Shuren's eyes, subconsciously closed her collar, and her face was filled with shyness. Song Shuren was embarrassed. I didn't see anything. You're lying. You're just making a fool of yourself. Lin Shiyu's face turned as red as an apple. While the new parents were still hesitating, the babies on the other side started whimpering even louder. The little ones are saying, Mommy and Daddy, while you're being shy, we're getting hungry. Of course, newborn babies can't say or think anything. These were all things Gu Yanyan imagined based on the situation at the scene. Hearing the babies cry, Lin Shiyu went all out and completely abandoned her shyness. Could you bring me a hot towel to warm it up for me? Then I can feed the babies. Lin Shiyu has a good constitution, and her babies had colostrum right after giving birth. Unlike some mothers who delay in producing breast milk, their babies are born without breast milk and have to drink formula. Compared to them, the quadruplets were lucky. Song Shuren took a hot towel and gently wiped the area around the mask, then covered it for a while. Then bring the babies over separately. The four little babies look almost identical, and their identities can only be distinguished by the information rings on their hands and the different colors of their blankets. Dabao cried the loudest, so let's feed him first. Song Shuren carefully picked up Dabao. The little one cried so hard, his face turned as round as a steamed bun, and his pink and tender skin was just too cute. Song Shuren carried Dabao to the bedside, but what followed was a dilemma for him. How do I feed it? Should I hold the baby while breastfeeding? Are there any recommended breastfeeding positions? I don't know either. Both of them were first-time parents with almost no experience in raising children. Fortunately, Gu Yanyan's role became apparent at this time. Seeing that the two didn't know how to breastfeed the baby, they quickly ran to find a nurse. Hey nurse, my best friend, my baby is crying, probably because he's hungry. How should I feed him her? Could you teach me? The nurse followed Gu Yanyan into the ward, lifted a corner of the bed curtain, and went inside. Have you started breastfeeding yet? It's open. Nurse, how should I feed the babies? Are there any precautions I should take? I'm worried that if I don't feed them properly, they might choke. It's okay. Just bring the baby close to the food, and he'll drink it by himself. Seeing Song Shiren's clumsy movements, the nurse couldn't help but laugh. Don't be nervous, I'll do it for you. Let me demonstrate. Chapter 10 Feeding the Baby, a Magical Reward. Seeing Nurse Song Shiren's hesitant and clumsy movements, I couldn't help but laugh. However, she couldn't laugh when she saw Lin Shiyu's size. Good heavens, why are they all women? That person developed so well. The mother of the quadruplets in front of me has an amazing figure. Her skin is as white as snow, and she has curves in all the right places. Unlike me, who has had an airport since I was a child. The nurse suppressed her unspoken emotions and repeatedly tried to convince herself that flatness had its advantages. At least it saved on fabric and money. After calming herself down, she continued to teach Song Shiren how to breastfeed the baby, explaining that she should support the baby with her hand and let the baby feed on its own. Wow, mom's baby food is amazing. But be careful after the baby eats it, don't get it on your face. If your baby is hungry and cries at the same time, you can bring both babies over and feed them together. If you're a mom with enough energy, you can breastfeed both at the same time. Aren't there 3 little babies crying over there? Dad, go and bring one back so the older child can eat with it, one on each side. The other babies were crying loudly, so when he heard the nurse's words, he brought his second baby over to eat with his older brother. When the baby first came close to its mother, it couldn't find any food and kept sniffing around with its little nose. Seeing this, Song Shiren grabbed Lin Shiyu's food rations with one hand and let her bow's mouth open. Ah! Lin Shiyu was startled by the sudden scene. Sorry, did I pinch you too hard? Lin Shiyu shook her head, glanced at Erbao, and whispered, Erbao bit me. Does it still hurt? It's okay, I can handle it. The babies are newborns and don't have teeth yet, but they can eat with more force when they're hungry. Song Shiren said gently, yes, thank you for your hard work. The baby won't feel pain after eating. Lin Shiyu hummed in agreement. No matter how much it hurt, she would endure it for the sake of her babies. The 2 little ones were eating with great gusto, one on each side. Seeing their babies eating so energetically filled the new parents with joy. Not long after, a nurse's action made Lin Shiyu blush instantly. It turned out that Dabao had finished eating. When he turned his mouth away and spat out his food, the nurse quickly pressed down on the food. This will prevent the milk from leaking out. But. She knew it was all for the baby, but Song Shiren was still there. It was so awkward. The baby's stomach is still very small, and he gets full after just a few bites. They can't speak yet, so they express their lack of appetite through their actions. For example, now, if Dabao doesn't want to eat anymore, he turns his mouth away. The experienced nurse quickly pressed down on Lin Shiyu's feeding utensil, preventing the food from spilling onto the baby's face. After Dabao and Erbao finished eating, they quickly fell asleep. With their experience, they became much more skilled at feeding the 3rd and 4th babies. Soon, the younger siblings fell asleep just like their older brothers and sisters. The 4 little ones looked so well behaved as they slept, and they even smelled of milk. The nurse looked at the sleeping babies and asked softly, have you named the babies yet? It was taken. Okay, when the babies wake up, come to me to fill out the forms. After that, we can take them to get vaccinated. Okay, thank you, nurse. After the nurse left, Song Shiren went to the crib and couldn't help but feel soft-hearted looking at the 4 sleeping little angels. He cautiously reached out his hand, only to touch Dabao's palm. The little guy instinctively grabbed his index finger. Does this count as holding hands with her son? Song Shiren was filled with surprise and delight. Ding! The host has fed the babies for the first time and has received 20,000 yuan in cash and the skill of a top-level chef. Just as Dabao grasped his hand, the system's voice rang in Song Shiren's mind. Skills, Master Chef? He knew about the cash reward, but what exactly was this top-level chef? Just as Song Shiren was wondering, the system provided an explanation. Back to host, the Master Chef skill can improve your cooking skills, making your dishes taste even better. So that's what happened. Song Shiren was both surprised and delighted. With this skill, wouldn't I be able to cook delicious food for my babies in the future? Of course, this will have to wait until the babies grow teeth. The babies are sleeping soundly over here. On the other side, Lin Shiyu also drifted off to sleep shortly after feeding the babies. Giving birth was too much of a strain on her body, and she is still very tired. Gu Yanyan sat by the bed, silently watching over Lin Shiyu. She would occasionally glance at Song Shuren and the babies. It was hard to know what she was thinking. Time just passed by like that. Before they knew it, the little ones opened their big, watery eyes and looked at Song Shuren with curiosity. The little cuties have woken up. After interacting with the babies for a while, Song Shuren went to the nurse to ask for a form to fill out. After filling out the forms and waiting for the quadruplets to wake up and recover, we can take them to get vaccinated. Before vaccination, the baby's information needs to be entered into the hospital system. You need to prepare things like the baby's name, birth certificate, birth permit, and the adult's ID cards and household registration books. Song Shuren discovered that the required documents also included a marriage certificate. But he and Lin Shiyu aren't together yet. What should we do? Song Shuren said awkwardly, "Nurse, we don't have a marriage certificate yet, can we still vaccinate the babies?" "Sure, you can add it later." "Okay, thank you, nurse." After filling out the forms and returning, Lin Shiyu was still asleep. Song Shuren instructed Gu Yanyan to take good care of Lin Shiyu before pushing the crib out again. The human cubs whimpered and looked at their father from their bed. Song Shuren smiled and said, "Babies, let's go out and play with Daddy. Daddy will take you to get your shots, okay?" After the vaccination, the babies can grow up safely and healthily. The little ones are too young to understand what getting a shot is, and they whined as they went out with their dad. First, we arrived at the data entry room, where the doctor praised the babies as he entered their information. "This young man is quite good looking and has beautiful handwriting, it's truly rare. Wow, quadruplets. Mom, you've worked so hard to give birth to such adorable babies. You'd better treat them well in the future." The baby's information was recorded quickly, and after everything was done, the doctor handed the documents back to Song Shuren. "Okay, now we can take the babies to get their vaccinations. Babies, grow up quickly. How about you come visit Auntie's house sometime? The 4 little ones are so cute and rosy-cheeked, everyone loves them." As the doctor finished recording the information and left, he looked at the little ones with reluctance. The injection room wasn't far. Song Shuren pushed the baby crib through a few corridors and arrived. Newborn babies are curious about everything. Along the way, the babies observed this strange and wonderful world with curious expressions. Chapter 11: Getting Vaccinated, a Generous Reward. With the babies looking on curiously, we soon arrived at the injection room. There were quite a few babies inside, with more than a dozen people in front of them. Song Shuren joined the queue. Fortunately, the doctor was quick and efficient, and it was his turn after a short while. The doctor spoke first, stating the child's name, and then rolled up the baby's sleeves to expose their arms for easy injection. Song Zishi, Song Yicheng, Song Zilan, Song Yitong. Upon hearing the 4 names, the doctor was visibly taken aback. Looking up, he saw that they were indeed quadruplets. Here, the nurse has prepared 4 vaccines. Song Shuren carefully picked up each baby one by one, rolling up their sleeves. He was extremely nervous, unsure whether he was afraid of hurting them or that the babies would cry from the pain of the injections. Dabao took the lead, and the nurse skillfully inserted the needle into the baby's tender arm. The little guy didn't react at all, and his eyes were still looking at the nurse with a dazed expression. Seeing that his son had no expression, Song Shuren was overjoyed. Baby is so brave. However, before he could finish speaking, Dabao, who had been quiet just moments before, suddenly burst into tears. Seeing her son crying so heartbrokenly, Song Shuren quickly comforted him. Baby, it's over, we won." The nurse smiled and said, "Baby needs 2 vaccinations, including the BCG vaccine. Dad, please keep holding your baby tight." Song Shuren had just breathed a sigh of relief, but then her heart ached again as she watched her baby cry so sadly. There was no other way. For the sake of the baby's health, Song Shuren had to continue cooperating with the nurse by exposing her other arm as well. The nurse skillfully administered the other injection. The baby, who had almost calmed down, started yelling a few more times. Song Shuren gently patted Dabao's bottom and soothed him softly. After calming Dabao down, it was the younger sibling's turn to hit him. Song Shuren picked up the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th babies one by one and let the nurses administer all the vaccines. The refraction chamber was filled with exclamations of wow. The power of the 4 babies was indeed extraordinary. Song Shuren was finding it difficult to soothe them all at once. Fortunately, the little ones were very well behaved, and their crying gradually stopped after a while. After getting vaccinated, the nurse filled out the vaccination record and handed it to Song Shuren. They also explained that these are things the children will need when they go to school, so they must keep them safe. The schedules for subsequent vaccines are also clearly written on the package, so they should bring their children in for their vaccinations on time. After receiving the hepatitis B and BCG vaccines, please be careful not to get the wound wet for 24 hours. After listening to the nurse's instructions, Song Shuren pushed the baby back to the ward. Inside the ward, with the baby not around and exhausted, Lin Shiyu fell asleep again. After settling the babies in, Song Shuren tidied up the area around the hospital bed and tucked Lin Shiyu in. Lin Shiyu was a light sleeper and was awakened by Song Shuren. Their eyes met, and for the first time, Song Shuren observed her so closely and couldn't help but exclaim, "She's so beautiful even without makeup." Lin Shiyu turned her head away shyly. "Have the babies finished their vaccinations?" "Oh, that's already finished." Song Shuren realized the atmosphere was a bit awkward and replied awkwardly. To ease the tension, Song Shuren changed the subject. He checked the time. 6 hours of preparation had passed. He then asked Lin Shiyu to cook something. "Making food?" Gu Yanyan asked in surprise. She thought Song Shuren was going to get takeout from the hospital cafeteria, but he actually said he would cook it himself. Could Song Shuren also cook? Lin Shiyu, lying in the hospital bed, also cast a surprised glance at him. Song Shuren smiled and said he could make some, and the taste was alright. He figured the special chef's skill rewarded by the system wouldn't make the food taste too bad. He was confident in his cooking skills, but now another problem arose: he had nowhere to cook. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Shiyu, do you have a kitchen at your house?" Lin Shiyu nodded. Song Shuren's heart skipped a beat. "Could I borrow the kitchen for a moment? I'll cook something and bring it over for you later." Lin Shiyu felt a warm glow inside when she heard that Song Shuren was going to cook for her. After learning where Lin Shiyu lived, he glanced at the 4 well-behaved babies in the crib. Song Shuren instructed Gu Yanyan to take good care of the babies and Lin Shiyu, and that he would be back soon after cooking. Seeing that Song Shuren was about to leave, Gu Yanyan suddenly reminded him. "Oh, by the way, since you're going to Shiyu's house, please bring her some clean clothes and daily necessities." "Okay." Song Shuren agreed and left the hospital. On his way back, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! "Congratulations, host, for completing the vaccinations for the babies. You are rewarded with a nanny van and 40,000 yuan in cash. Note, a dedicated person will meet with the host in the nanny van. Please wait patiently." Hearing about the system's reward, Song Shuren was overjoyed. Yay, it's a nanny van. Having a nanny van will make it much more convenient to take the babies out in the future. The system is so thoughtful, it provides exactly what I want. After calming down, Song Shuren stopped by a nearby farmer's market to buy groceries on his way back. Is this the garden community? Looking at the neighborhood in front of her, Song Shuren realized it was different from what she had imagined. Logically speaking, a young lady like her shouldn't be living in this kind of environment, and she even wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Was Lin Shiyu experiencing financial difficulties when renting a house? But Gu Yanyan seems quite wealthy, they probably wouldn't abandon her. Is there something else going on here? But she quickly shook her head, deciding to think about it later. The most important thing now was to go back and cook something delicious for Lin Shiyu. Following the address Lin Shiyu gave me, I found apartment 502 in Unit 2 of Building 7. I took out the key and poked it several times before I could get it in, and I had to turn it several times before I could open the door. Sure enough, the lock was old and worn out. As Song Shuren opened his door, a girl from across the hall happened to be opening her door as well, but her gaze lingered on Song Shuren. "Excuse me, where is that beautiful lady who used to live here?" Song Shuren looked at the girl. She was a girl with a completely different style from Lin Shiyu, but she was clever and cute, the perfect image of a girl next door. "Her baby is at the hospital right now." "Then who are you?" The girl looked at the handsome Song Shuren and felt that her relationship with the beautiful older sister was unusual. "I'm the children's father." Song Shuren scratched his head sheepishly. "I see. Well then, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go in first." Wah! It's so rare to run into a handsome guy, and he's already married so young. Song Shuren entered the room. Although the neighborhood was a bit old, the layout was fairly neat. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. The first thing you see is the cozy living room, which shows that Lin Shiyu values quality of life. There are 2 rooms. One looks like a guest room, and there are signs that someone has lived there. It should be that Gu Yanyan moved in during her late pregnancy to take care of Lin Shiyu. The other room must be Lin Shiyu's master bedroom. There were many baby supplies and clothes inside. Song Shiren opened the cabinet. "Do you want to take this underwear?" Song Shiren asked, a little embarrassed. Firstly, it doesn't seem like he needs it much during breastfeeding. Secondly, he is indeed a bit shy. Never mind, let's just grab them. Song Shiren grabbed a few pieces of underwear and picked out a few slightly loose clothes, then went to the bathroom to get some toiletries, packed them up, and put them on the coffee table in the living room. With everything packed, it was time to start cooking. After looking around the kitchen and familiarizing himself with the placement of the items, Song Shiren put on an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and got ready to get to work. I cried during chapter 12. He's handsome and can cook, how are others supposed to compete? When he returned, Song Shiren bought Christian carp, lean meat, and fruit. Later, I can make Christian carp soup, mushroom and lean pork porridge, and fruit soup for Lin Shiyu. Goodness! When you activate the master chef skill, the cleaver seems to be a natural part of your hand. Cooking brush. It was done very quickly. Song Shiren found it amazing that the food tasted exceptionally delicious after it came out of the oven. Pack the cooked food into an insulated container, grab the pre-packed daily necessities, and rush back to the ward. 6 hours had passed since Lin Shiyu gave birth. She could eat as soon as she finished expelling the gas. As luck would have it, Song Shiren had just entered the ward when he ran into Lin Shiyu passing gas. Lin Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Her face flushed instantly, feeling ashamed to have been caught doing something like this. Song Shiren remained calm, as if he hadn't heard anything, and didn't laugh at her. He walked to the bedside, placed the bedside table, and opened the insulated food container, which was just the right temperature to eat while it was still hot. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, the aroma of the food wafted out, making Gu Yanyan, who was standing next to her, drool. He placed the food on the bedside table, then moved a chair over and sat down, preparing to feed Lin Shiyu. "Come on, Shiyu, have something to eat." "I'll feed you." Song Shiren took out a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of mushroom and lean pork porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and fed it to Lin Shiyu. Open your mouth." Lin Shiyu had just undergone surgery and was exhausted, so she couldn't eat on her own. When she saw Song Shiren about to feed her, her heart pounded and her cheeks flushed slightly. As soon as she took the first bite, Lin Shiyu's pupils contracted, and she looked at Song Shiren in surprise. "This tastes better than I ever imagined." When she smelled the aroma, she thought it must taste delicious, but after taking a bite, she realized she was too naive. The aunt in the next bed, seeing how affectionate they were, couldn't help but sigh. "Young lady, you are so lucky. Your husband is handsome and a great cook. I've lived for decades and this is the first time I've ever smelled such delicious food." The aunt next door said that Song Shiren was her husband. Lin Shiyu felt embarrassed when Lin Shiyu was praised in public. Song Shiren heard what the aunt said, but at this moment his attention was on Lin Shiyu, and he was focused on feeding her. I ladled her another spoonful of Christian carp soup. "How does it taste?" Song Shiren asked nervously. The food he cooked using the system's skill smelled delicious, but he wasn't sure if it would suit Lin Shiyu's taste. Perhaps because production had taken too much of her energy, or perhaps because the aroma had instantly whetted her appetite, she didn't answer him immediately. After a while, she nodded vigorously. "It's delicious." "Thank you, Song Shiren." The aunt next door joked again, "Girl, you've already had your baby, why are you still being so polite?" Forehead. Lin Shiyu felt quite embarrassed after hearing what her aunt said. She's usually quite quiet, and now she didn't know how to respond, so she could only lower her head and continue eating. "I must say, Song Shiren's cooking is absolutely delicious." Because of her family background, Lin Shiyu had eaten all kinds of delicacies since she was a child, but this was the first time she had ever tasted such an unforgettable meal. The more she ate, the more she wanted to eat. Lin Shiyu never expected him to cook so well. "Perhaps I was too hungry and didn't care about my appearance." Lin Shiyu lowered her head again, embarrassed, her face flushed, which made her look very cute. Song Shiren smiled, patted his head and said, "Don't rush, eat slowly, don't choke." Lin Shiyu gave a soft and continued eating. "Unfortunately, I can't eat too much on the first day after surgery." After finishing her meal, Lin Shiyu had a look of lingering satisfaction on her face. On the other side, in addition to the meal prepared for Lin Shiyu, Song Shiren also prepared a meal for Gu Yanyan. This made Gu Yanyan extremely excited. "Wow! I didn't expect to get a share. Song Shiren is wonderful. While watching my best friend eat, she had already swallowed countless times her saliva. I never expected that this sudden happiness would fall on her head. Gu Yanyan was extremely happy. With a loud groan, it eagerly began to eat. After finishing her meal, Lin Shiyu closed her eyes happily. For little angels were sleeping soundly in the crib next to them. Taking advantage of this time, Song Shuren took out his phone and found that he had been tagged countless times. The dormitory group chat was especially lively, with other group chats receiving over 99 messages. These messages weren't meant to get anything from him, but rather to gossip about his relationship with the school beauty. Clearly, his roommates and classmates already knew about his relationship with Lin Shiyu. Without a doubt, it was the steamed bun that poked it out. The news spread like wildfire. Now almost the entire school knows about him and Lin Shiyu. Song Shuren read through all the group chat messages one by one, when a new message popped up in the dormitory group. Brother Song. Manta said you and the school beauty have 4 babies, is that true? Hey bro. Did you break up with Lily because you got together with the school beauty? No, why are you doing something big without telling us? The group messages kept refreshing. It was indeed Mantu, the human megaphone, spreading them. Song Shuren is not someone who shirks responsibility, he answered frankly and openly in the group chat. I have 4 children with the school beauty. Song Shuren usually has a good relationship with his roommates. Because he works part-time, they support each other when one of them is in trouble. For example, when a roommate is short of money, I will help them get through the difficult time. Song Ji, congratulations on getting together with the school beauty and having a child. If you encounter any difficulties, just let us know. Yes, brother Song, you used to help us a lot. Now that you're in trouble, I'll sell everything I own to help you get through this. Brother Song is so happy now, being with the school beauty. You were right to break up with Lily, I knew she wasn't a good person. After reading the messages in the group, Song Shuren couldn't help but ponder a question. Although he didn't know why Lin Shiyu rented an old neighborhood. But he felt that it would be better for her and the babies to change their living environment after they were discharged from the hospital. If Lin Shiyu is willing to return the house, he wants to rent a new house to provide a comfortable environment for his baby to grow up in. He has a lot of money now, enough to rent a nice house for the babies to live in temporarily, and then buy his own house when he has more money in the future. With the system in place, he believes he should be able to buy a house, right? Generally, patients who have undergone a cesarean section can be discharged after 7 days in the hospital. If you are looking to rent a place, you can start looking now. Without hesitation, Song Shuren tagged Mantu in the group chat. Mantu, when you, Daho, and Nicho have some free time, could you help me look into renting a place? I'll take the babies there as soon as they're discharged from the hospital. Upon seeing the message, Mantu, Nicho, and the other 2 patted their chests loudly, saying, Okay, brother Song, we'll definitely do a great job for you. Wow, Song Ge, are you planning to live with the school beauty? I'm so envious. At this moment, Dahu said again, Brother Song needs to rent a place. Do you have enough money? If not, I have some left, I can transfer it to you. Yeah, brother Song, do you have enough money? After saying that, Dahu and the others each secretly gave him 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Song Shuren knew that this was the money they had saved to go to the concert, but he didn't expect that these 3 guys would transfer it to him. Looking at these transfers, Song Shuren felt a warmth in his heart. His usually unreliable brothers were now so enthusiastic. You're transferring so much money to me, aren't you afraid you won't be able to pay it back? If we can't find a replacement, we'll sell the child and become the father. Yes, 4 is just enough for 1 person. Upon hearing this, Song Shuren typed faster than usual. Go away, godfather is fine, but father is unnecessary. Chapter 13. After being discharged from the hospital, let's live together. After Song Shuren entrusted the task of renting a house to his 3 roommates, time flies. Before we knew it, it was 9 o'clock at night, and it was completely dark. Lin Shiyu woke up groggily, probably because she had been lying down for too long and felt uncomfortable, so she wanted to get up and sit up. It is generally not advisable to sit up within 6 hours after a cesarean section. However, you can sit up for a short while after 6 hours. When sitting up, you can first slowly rock the bed up about 30 degrees, and then observe for 5 minutes. If there are no abnormalities, you can slowly sit up. Seeing this, Gu Yanyan came over and slowly rocked the bed for her best friend. While gently shaking her, she asked, Shiyu, how are you? Does it hurt? Lin Shiyu shook her head to indicate that she felt no discomfort. Seeing this, Gu Yanyan finally felt relieved. After adjusting the bed, Gu Yanyan couldn't help but yawn. She was very tired after a busy day. Seeing this, Song Shirin said to her, "Why don't you go back and rest first? You've had a long day. Leave this to me." Gu Yanyan was still a little worried. After all, her best friend had just given birth today, and she was worried about her. At this moment, Lin Shiyu, lying on the hospital bed, said in a weak voice, "Yan, thank you for today. You should go back and rest now. Song Shirin will take care of us here." Hearing her best friend speak up, Gu Yanyan thought about it again. That's true. Going back to rest allows them to have some alone time together, which can help their relationship develop. As she was leaving, Gu Yanyan said worriedly, "Song Shirin, don't sleep too soundly tonight, or the baby might get stolen. I saw a video on Douyin before about someone stealing children. Babies are so cute, be careful they don't become targets of bad people." Song Shirin laughed, "It's the 21st century, how could anyone still steal a baby from a hospital? It's better to be safe than sorry," Gu Yanyan thought worriedly, looking at the babies. Song Shirin patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of the babies. Besides, there are so many surveillance cameras in the hospital, and nurses are on duty and making rounds at night. Besides, these babies are my children, and I won't let anything happen to them." Seeing Song Shirin's serious expression, Gu Yanyan didn't say anything and left with peace of mind. Gu Yanyan had just left not long ago. Song Shirin then started talking to Lin Shiyu about renting a house. At this time, Song Shirin only then learned that Lin Shiyu had fallen out with her family because she insisted on giving birth to the child, and that her parents had cut off her credit card. "Because of my pregnancy, it's inconvenient for me to continue living at school, so I rented a place outside." Gu Yanyan only found out later that after her best friend had a falling out with her family, her parents cut off her financial support. Due to her personality, she has never liked to trouble others since childhood. "So I rented a place in a neighborhood that was close to the school and relatively inexpensive. She could still attend school during the early stages of her pregnancy, but after her belly started to show, she took a break from school to stay home and rest. In the future, when we are unable to move around easily, I'm hiring a nanny to take care of me." Later, after Gu Yanyan learned about her situation, she stayed by her side to take care of her. During this time, Gu Yanyan suggested renting a new house for her. However, Lin Shiyu refused, saying she would stay there first and talk about it later. "So that's how it is." After a long silence, Song Shirin said earnestly, "Once you and the babies are discharged from the hospital, let's move to a new house. I've asked my roommate to find a new place for us. But my lease hasn't expired yet." Lin Shiyu has now given birth to quadruplets and moved to a new house, so she is inevitably worried about money. Song Shirin seemed to understand her concerns and took her hand, saying, "Money is not a problem, and besides, the baby needs a comfortable environment to grow up in. The security over there isn't very good, there's no elevator, and you're still recovering, so it's not convenient for you to climb up and down." Song Shirin's eyes were full of sincerity. "Besides, if you move in with me, I can take better care of you and the babies." Lin Shiyu lowered her head in thought for a moment. Would it be inappropriate for the two of us to be together?" Song Shirin smiled and said, "We already have 2 children, what's wrong with that? The best thing is for our family to be together." Lin Shiyu lowered her head, blushing shyly, when she thought about raising the child together in the future, just like living together. The two hadn't finished talking yet. At this point, the babies started to move. De Bao was the first to cry. It seemed the baby was hungry again, so Song Shirin brought the little one over to feed Lin Shiyu. Since feeding his babies, this new dad has become more and more skilled. After feeding the baby, he suddenly remembered that there were nursing pads among the daily necessities that Mantu had brought, so he took them out and put them on Lin Shiyu. She was already embarrassed to breastfeed in front of him, but now that Song Shirin had put nursing pads on her, her face turned even redder. When Song Shirin saw Lin Shiyu's face, which was as red as an apple, he thought she was so cute that he couldn't help but reach out and touch her face. "Your face is so hot." Lin Shiyu shook off Song Shirin's hand and said coquettishly, "What girl wouldn't be shy about such intimate actions from you?" Song Shirin shrugged and said mischievously, "Then you do it yourself. I'm not the kind of person who wants to take advantage of others." Lin Shiyu said, both angry and embarrassed, "I didn't say that to you." Song Shirin chuckled. Lin Shiyu always felt that Song Shirin was just using her to amuse himself, but she had no proof. "I saw that the person in the next bed had also drawn their curtains and was getting ready to sleep." He went up and helped Lin Shiyu lie down, saying, "It's getting late, you should get some rest." After Lin Shiyu lay down, he carefully put her hand back under the covers, patted her head, and said, "Go to sleep." The doctor came to check on the patient, gave instructions on the tests to be done the next morning, and then left. Lin Shiyu was so tired at night that she slept very soundly, and the babies beside her also slept peacefully, sucking their little hands. At this moment, Song Shuren remembered Gu Yanyan's instructions, so he went to lock the ward door from the inside. After all, the babies are all so cute, he wouldn't allow any of them to be missing. The night was long, and in the latter half of the night, Song Shuren couldn't stay awake any longer and began to doze off. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep next to Lin Shiyu's bed, but one of his hands was still unconsciously gripping the crib next to him. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shuren heard some rustling noises and suddenly woke up. Seeing that the babies were still there, I breathed a sigh of relief, patted my chest, and whispered, "Phew. That scared me to death." It turned out that the family member in the next bed was changing the baby's diaper. "I'm so sorry to have woken you up." It's okay, I was just too nervous." Seeing that Lin Shiyu had kicked the blanket aside, he quickly covered her with it. The person in the next bed looked at him and laughed, saying, "You'd better check if your child needs a diaper change. If you don't change it for too long, the baby is prone to eczema." Song Shuren touched each baby's bottom, and thankfully the neighbor reminded him, otherwise he wouldn't have known that the babies had peed. Song Shuren scratched his head sheepishly. Being a father for the first time, there's still a lot I don't understand. I'll need to learn more from you in the future. This time I had more experience, and changing the baby's diaper was much faster. The next day, Lin Shiyu had just finished feeding the babies when the doctor came to check on her. The doctor's surname is Chen, and she is the one who delivered the female protagonist's baby. Dr. Chen, holding the notebook, asked, "Have you felt unwell today?" "The wound is still a little painful, but I don't feel any other discomfort." "How is the lochia discharge going?" "The quantity is still quite large." "Does your baby fuss at night? Are there any special circumstances?" Song Shuren replied from the side, "The baby slept well last night and didn't fuss." The doctor quickly took notes, then stepped forward to take a look at the cesarean section incision. "I'll have the nurse change your dressing in a bit, and then I'll go get another ultrasound. The recovery is going well so far. If there are no major problems, I should be able to be discharged after a few days of rest." Song Shuren replied, "Okay, thank you, doctor." The nurse then changed her dressing and wheeled her to get an ultrasound. Chapter 14 Shy Moms. After recording Lin Shiyu's condition, Dr. Chen went to inquire about the recovery of the woman in the next bed. After asking the questions, Dr. Chen left the ward. No sooner had he left than a large number of relatives from the next bed came to visit, instantly filling the small ward to capacity. The relatives in the next bed were chatting noisily in the ward. At that moment, their baby burst into tears. Babies' cries are contagious, and the 4 little ones started crying too after hearing it. Upon seeing this, Song Shuren hurriedly went to comfort the babies. He gently patted the 4 little ones, saying, don't cry, daddy's here, daddy's here." The neighbor's child is naturally easy to soothe, but he has 4 babies, and when they all cry at the same time, he doesn't even know which one to hold first. Song Shuren noticed that too many relatives from next door had come, affecting Lin Shiyu and the baby's rest. Just then, a nurse from the inpatient department came to find them. Upon entering and seeing the rather noisy scene, she gestured for the next room to be quiet so as not to disturb the other patients' rest. "Are Lin Shiyu's family members here?" Song Shuren stood up and said, "Here. The VIP ward you booked yesterday can be moved in now." Song Shuren's eyes lit up when he heard this. Moving to the VIP ward will not only improve the environment, but most importantly, it will prevent the babies from being affected by them. Song Shuren hurriedly asked the nurse, "Can we move him now?" The nurse said, "Yes, you can come with me once you've packed your things." Song Shuren tidied up the items, put a maternity hat on Lin Shiyu, covered her with a blanket, and the nurse called 2 colleagues to help push the baby. The family of 6 immediately went to the VLP ward. Song Shuren pushed Lin Shiyu in a wheelchair, while 3 nurses pushed the baby and carried their belongings out of the ward. Wherever they go, they turn heads. The men are handsome and dashing, the women are beautiful as flowers, and even the babies are adorable. While the nurses were processing the paperwork at the nurses' station, the relatives and friends of the other new mothers were drawn over and gathered together to look at the 4 chubby little bundles of joy in the stroller. "So cute. Are these 4 babies your children?" Song Shuren nodded proudly. "Quadruplets? That's amazing. Wow, they look so good. I wonder what color burlap sacks you guys like. Look at these babies' dads, they're tall and handsome, and their wives, even without makeup after giving birth, look better than most people. How could the babies be anything less? This was probably the busiest day in the inpatient department. Some other dad said sourly, this guy is just so-so. I think he's not as handsome as me. Passers-by cast disdainful glances at them. The father was retorted, even without a mirror, there will still be urine. Everyone burst into laughter. Although the babies are still small, they can sense the atmosphere around them and they all grin. You know what, her smile is just like an angel's, so healing, it melts everyone's heart. After completing the formalities, the family left under the watchful eyes of everyone and went to the VIP ward. The ward has 2 rooms, with bright and exquisite chandeliers and complete furniture, which is much better than the previous ward. The important thing is that the soundproofing here is pretty good and the environment is also very nice, so there's no need to worry about disturbing Lin Shiyu and the baby's rest. After examining Lin Shiyu, the nurse advised her that since she sweats a lot after childbirth, she could wipe her body to make her feel more comfortable. Song Shuren laid out the maternity mat, then helped Lin Shiyu lie down slowly. He went to the toilet to fetch a basin of water to help Lin Shiyu wipe her body. He was just about to lift Lin Shiyu's clothes when Lin Shiyu instinctively reached out to cover them, her face flushing red. What are you doing? Lin Shiyu asked, feigning ignorance. Song Shuren looked completely innocent. Let me wipe your back for you. The nurse said it will make you feel more comfortable. She knew it was the nurse's instruction, so she pursed her lips, slowly loosened her grip on her clothes, turned her head to the side, and closed her eyes tightly. Song Shuren found Lin Shiyu even more adorable in this state. She half lifted her oversized hospital gown, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Although she had just given birth, apart from the scar on her stomach, her waist remained slender. Song Shuren's heart also began to pound. As you wipe it further up, you can really feel that Lin Shiyu does have a very well-endowed figure. Whether it was the scent of the shower gel or Lin Shiyu's natural fragrance, Song Shuren appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Finally finished wiping, Lin Shiyu's face was flushed, even her ear tips and neck were noticeably red, and her helpless eyes were wandering around. At this moment, Gu Yanyan pushed the door open and entered. Her arrival broke the ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. Taking the opportunity, Song Shuren said, "You stay here with Shiyu for now, I'm going back to cook breakfast." After handing Lin Shiyu over to Gu Yanyan, Song Shuren left the hospital. His heart gradually calmed down after he stepped out the door. On the way back, I received a message from Mantu. Brother Song, I've found a place. Are you still renting it? Send me the picture so I can take a look. Mantu sent a few pictures and a video. Song Shuren was quite satisfied after looking at them, so he asked Mantu to help him rent the place. Back in Lin Shiyu's rented apartment, Song Shuren once again unleashed his culinary skills, quickly preparing breakfast before rushing back to the hospital. After breakfast, Song Shuren said to Lin Shiyu, "I've found a house. Can we move in a little earlier? After we move our luggage there, you and the baby can move in right away when you're discharged from the hospital." Lin Shiyu nodded slightly and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After receiving Lin Shiyu's agreement, Song Shuren asked Mantu to come with him to move. Lin Shiyu lived on the 5th floor. After Mantu climbed up, he was panting and said, "Brother Song, let alone your wife, I have to catch my breath after climbing up in one breath. I wholeheartedly support my sister-in-law's move." Song Shuren opened the door, and Mantu's previous exhaustion vanished instantly. He ran inside and curiously looked around. Wow! So this is what the school beauty's bedroom looks like. Song Shuren turned and glared at Mantu, saying, "Watch your behavior, or I'll beat you up." Mantu composed himself and laughed it off, saying, Sorry, I was just too excited." Song Shuren kicked the steamed bun, "Hurry up and get to work." The steamed bun kicks its leg in a salute, looking quite comical. "Yes, madam." Lin Shiyu is usually a very organized person, and her things are always neatly arranged, making tidying up easy for her. It's simply a matter of packing everyday items into boxes. Before we knew it, almost everything was packed up. Mantu looked around and noticed a small fish tank on the balcony, with 2 small crabs inside. I was thinking of taking the small fish tank out with me. Mantu was clumsy and tripped over the debris under his feet, breaking the fish tank and causing the little crabs to fall out and crawl around on the ground. Hearing the noise, Song Shuren came out and saw crabs crawling around on the ground, and steamed buns chasing after them. Steamed bun. Stop playing around, the moving company is already downstairs. You know what, even though Gu Yanyan and I usually live here and there aren't many people, we didn't realize how much was going on when we were cleaning. After cleaning up, I found there was still quite a lot of stuff left, and some things that I couldn't clean up, so I'll have to come back another day to clean up the mess. Chapter 15. A handsome guy like him wouldn't go bald, okay? Zhongnan Century Flower City is their new apartment complex. Arrived at the residential area, Song Shiren got out of the car and looked around, quite satisfied with the environment of the community. The interior design is very exquisite, with a minimalist style that young people like, and a predominantly warm color scheme. Moreover, this is the first time the house has been rented out, and the furniture and appliances are still very new. After moving all the luggage into the new house, Manta looked left and right and asked, "Brother Song, don't you think the house looks a bit empty?" Song Shiren stopped what he was doing and frowned. "Look, although the environment here is nice, it feels a bit lacking in warmth. Shall we redecorate it?" The school beauty is a rich heiress. Although her previous apartment was old, you could tell she decorated it very warmly, showing she's someone who appreciates quality of life. Song Shiren fell into thought. Manta muttered, "Don't hesitate, Brother Song. What if the school beauty comes here and sees this scene? She'll think you don't care about her, and she won't even care about your looks anymore." Song Shiren thought about it and realized that the place was indeed a bit deserted and needed to be redecorated. Etc. He suddenly realized, what does it mean to say that the school beauty's photo shows his good looks? Does he have no other merits besides his good looks? Steamed bun, what do you mean by this? Song Shiren punched the steamed bun hard. After the two finished decorating, Song Shiren missed the babies and rushed back to the ward. Manta stubbornly insisted on going along. "Brother Song, take me with you." Song Shiren disagreed, and Manta grabbed his clothes, pretending to be affected. "Brother Song, please take me with you. Please." Song Shiren got goosebumps all over from Manta's sudden act of coquetry. He pointed at the steamed bun and said in a serious tone, "You can go, but don't say anything out of line." Manta patted his chest and guaranteed, "Absolutely not, Brother Song, please trust my character." Upon arriving at the ward, Manta's old problem flared up again. The loudspeaker's true nature was fully exposed. "School beauty, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you." Lin Shiyu smiled politely and said thank you. The naturally friendly man had already brought over a stool and sat down, saying with a grin, "You have no idea what our dorm people are like." Before he could finish speaking, Song Shiren quickly kicked the stool leg and gave him a strange look. "Mantu, speak properly." Manta realized he'd spoken too quickly and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Oh. It's nothing really, we just said you're very beautiful and have a great presence. But it's true that you're good-looking, everyone in the school knows that, right, Brother Song?" Song Shiren then replied with satisfaction, "Yes, Manta was right." Fortunately, it was stopped in time. Otherwise, wouldn't all the things my roommates used to say about the school beauty in the dorm be exposed? How would I get along with Lin Shiyu in the future? Don't think only girls love to gossip when guys start talking nonsense, it can make you question your existence. He had been so engrossed in eating steamed buns that he forgot Gu Yanyan was right next to him. Not long after he greeted Gu Yanyan, her phone rang. After receiving the call, Gu Yanyan said that her supervisor needed to talk to her and she needed to go back to school. Song Shiren thought this was perfect. "Hey Gu, could you please take my brain-dead roommate away from me?" The steamed bun looks at itself from left to right. "Are you talking about me?" Gu Yanyan looked at the steamed bun and smiled, thinking he was too funny. She's a perceptive person, she'll definitely leave room for her best friend and Song Shiren to develop their relationship. "Okay, let's go." Gu Yanyan grabbed the steamed bun and turned to leave. Slow down, why are you being so rude to a girl?" You can still hear Manta's screams from the doorway. After everyone left, Song Shiren asked the nurse for a clean hospital gown, and then took out a new nursing pad from the maternity bag. They drew the curtains, preparing to change Lin Shiyu into a clean set of clothes. Lin Shiyu, with a girlish shyness, lowered her head and repeatedly twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers. He muttered, "Why didn't you ask Yin to help me change? You only told me after she left." Song Shiren grinned mischievously. Mantu was there too. "I'll call them back for you." Lin Shiyu bit her lip, "No." Song Shiren leaned forward slightly, but Lin Shiyu pushed him away. "I think I can still bear it. I'll wait for Yin to come and change it for me next time." After all, this kind of thing isn't urgent, so she could postpone it as long as possible. She also knew in her heart that Yin Yan would come again. Seeing that Lin Xiyu was quite resistant, Song Shuren still respected her wishes. She then went to the bathroom to wash the clothes she had changed out of during childbirth. Song Shuren moved a small stool over and sat down next to the small basin of water, then began to scrub himself. After washing them, I put them on the balcony to dry, just as a nurse came in for her rounds. Seeing his appearance, the nurse smiled and said to Lin Xiyu, "Your husband is so good to you. He's tall, handsome, and even does your laundry." Song Shuren has indeed been doing well lately, and Lin Xiyu can feel his kindness towards her. However, she also worried that he might be treating her so well because they had just broken up and he found out she was pregnant with 4 babies. Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu felt a little wronged. By the time Song Shuren finished hanging up the clothes, the nurse had already left. After being so busy for so long, I can finally sit down and play with the babies. Seeing Song Shuren having a great time playing with the babies, Lin Xiyu asked Song Shuren, without looking at the babies' wristbands, "Do you know how to tell the babies apart?" Looking at the 4 little bundles of joy, Song Shuren confidently replied, "Of course." "What about you?" Lin Xiyu said proudly, "Of course. She can definitely tell the babies apart. It's a mother's instinct. Although the children all look similar, their milk drinking habits are different. Lin Xiyu can tell who is who just by looking at their little mouths." Song Shuren smiled and confidently pointed out the subtle differences in the baby. De Bao was the biggest, with a prominent nose, and the strongest of them all, showing the demeanor of an elder brother. The second baby is a girl, smaller than the first, and her hair is finer and softer. Sanbao is like a porcelain doll, with skin that is more translucent and fairer than other babies, perhaps because she takes after her mother. Sibao is very petite, and her eyes appear larger than those of other babies on her small face. She especially loves to clench her little pink fists. Lin Xiyu hadn't expected him to be so observant. Looking at how earnestly he's playing with the baby, and considering the baby already has a formal name, why don't you give the baby a nickname? Song Shuren thought for a while. Smiling, I said to my 2 boys, "I hope they can always be happy. Let's name the older one Kwai Kwai Quick and the younger one Lulu Joyful." Then, looking at the 2 little girls with a gentle expression, she said, "We need you 2 little ones to make our family complete. Let's name the second baby Tuanchuan and the 4th baby Yuan Yuan." Lin Xiyu was very satisfied with the babies' nicknames. She thought Song Shuren's name sounded nice and had a good meaning. She looked at the babies and smiled gently. "You are all so happy and well behaved. Do you like the names your father gave you?" The little ones smiled when they saw their mother smile, and seemed to really like the nicknames their father had given them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for giving your babies nicknames and earning the title of Eternal Hairline Protection. Preserve your hairline forever? Is the system afraid it'll go bald later? Handsome guys don't go bald, okay? The system is just being redundant. Chapter 16. I need to go to the toilet. After a busy day of moving and doing laundry, and not sleeping well last night, Song Shuren felt a bit tired. She dozed off in the chair next to the crib. At this moment, the phone on the table kept vibrating. He answered the WeChat call without even looking at it. Song Shuren. Is what the school is saying true? The voice on the other end of the phone was very loud, and Song Shuren subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear. She recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to his ex-girlfriend, Li. "Is it true that you just broke up with me and then had 4 kids with the school beauty?" Song Shuren didn't want to waste any more words with this kind of person, so she blocked and deleted him, then muted her phone and went back to rest. Li dialed the number again and found that she had been blocked. Song Shuren had never dared to treat her like this before, and Li was so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this moment, her little followers came over and asked, "What did he say? Is he really dating the school beauty?" Li pretended to be indifferent and said, "Whether it's true or not, it's a certainty that he's penniless. What's the use of being good looking if he's still a pauper? It's a bit of a pity, what a waste of such a handsome face. If he had any money, I wouldn't have broken up with him." Her sidekick chimed in, "There are plenty of rich and handsome guys out there. With our sister Li's looks and wealth, finding one is a piece of cake." Li was so flattered that she lost her bearings. Her behavior was also due to the inexplicable self-confidence instilled in her by her little follower. However, she didn't have time to care about Song Shuren right now, because a rich second generation had invited her out to dinner tonight. Li went to the vanity and applied several layers of powder, along with false eyelashes and colored contact lenses, showing how much she valued her appearance. After finishing her makeup, she admired herself in front of the mirror, feeling like she was in Versailles. It's so annoying. I'm tired of them taking me to fancy restaurants every day. I don't know if he saw my post on WeChat Moments yesterday about wanting an LV bag. The assistant next to me was applying eyeliner. Sis, you've given such obvious hints, and he still won't buy it for you. It means he's not wealthy enough and doesn't want to spend money on you. This kind of person is probably trying to get something for nothing, so you should dump them as soon as possible. Lily was puzzled. It shouldn't be like that, after all, he really did treat me to several high-end restaurants over the past few days. After tidying up, Lily prepared to get up and leave. Sister, I wish you success. It was afternoon. Inside the hospital, the nurse came to the ward and removed Lin Shiyu's urinary catheter. You can move around a little now, but remember to be careful when you go to the toilet. Song Shuren was surprised to see that Lin Shiyu was still very weak. Can I get out of bed now? I feel she is still very weak. The nurse nodded to indicate that it was okay, and that some light activity would be beneficial for postpartum recovery. However, going to the toilet or walking may still be inconvenient, so family members should provide more assistance when moving around. Eat regularly, avoid spicy food, and focus on a light diet. Song Shuren nodded and said, "Okay, we will remember." The nurse, fearing that Song Shuren would feel sorry for Lin Shiyu, then said, "The woman in the room next to yours had a vaginal delivery and just came back from her ultrasound. She followed the doctor's instructions carefully and is recovering well. She can be discharged as soon as the test results come back negative. That new mother can now get out of bed and walk on her own, and she can also go to the toilet by herself. Mothers who have a vaginal delivery recover faster, while those who have a cesarean section recover much slower and often have to endure pain from the incision. It requires careful care from family members to recover faster." Song Shuren said he would definitely take good care of Lin Shiyu. Maybe I drank too much water just now. As soon as the nurse left, Lin Shiyu wanted to go to the restroom. Lin Shiyu slowly propped herself up on the bed. Upon seeing this, Song Shuren immediately helped her lie down and pretended to be serious, saying, "Don't move around. The nurse said you can get out of bed. Don't be in such a hurry." Lin Shiyu's face flushed red, feeling helpless at Song Shuren's actions in helping her lie down. Because the tubes were just removed and the wound hasn't healed properly, the action of getting up and lying down again seems to have strained the wound a bit. She was already quite weak, and the pain was so intense that she couldn't speak. What's the difference between this and helping an elderly woman who has already crossed the street back across? Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shuren with a lifeless expression and slowly squeezed out a sentence, "I need to go to the toilet." Song Shuren suddenly realized, "Oh, let me help you across, be careful." Song Shuren gently helped Lin Shiyu to the toilet door. He was worried that Lin Shiyu couldn't manage on her own and wanted to go in. But Lin Shiyu stopped him at the door. "Can you do it yourself? Don't worry, it's just a toilet, there shouldn't be any problems." Otherwise, how ashamed she would be if a grown man followed her into the restroom. She would probably never be able to face Song Shuren again. I don't know if the drawstring on the patient's trousers was tied too tightly before, but I couldn't untie it for a long time. Lin Shiyu's patience gradually waned, and she became increasingly agitated. Finally, at the last second, she unbuckled her belt. However, due to the excessive movement, the wound was aggravated, and coupled with the discomfort from the recent catheter removal, she felt even more pain. Song Shuren waited at the door for a long time without any movement. "Are you all right? Do you need my help?" "No, no need. I can manage on my own. Don't come in." After finishing, Lin Shiyu struggled to tidy herself up, and she even deliberately loosened her belt a little. Song Shuren was pacing back and forth at the door. The door opened. "I'm ready." Song Shuren looked him over and asked with concern if he felt unwell. He told him to tell him if he did. Lin Shiyu couldn't very well say that she couldn't undo her belt and had pulled at her wound in her haste, could she? "It's nothing, I'll just go back and lie down for a while." Before she could take more than a few steps, Lin Shiyu's face began to turn pale. With each step, the incision in her abdomen would tear with pain, and she eventually squatted down on the ground. Song Shuren was terrified and quickly bent down to carry Lin Shiyu back to the bed in a princess carry. Then they called the doctor, who gave Lin Shiyu an injection to relieve the pain. "Wait a minute, I'll open a box of pain-relieving suppositories for you. If you're in pain, you can take another suppository to relieve the pain. Then family members can prepare a restraint belt, so that they can put on the restraint belt before getting out of bed and moving around. Thankfully, nothing serious happened, and Song Shirin breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the babies got hungry and started whimpering. Song Shirin took the baby over to Lin Shiyu to breastfeed, and then took out a new nursing pad to prepare it. I must say, watching him perform a set of movements so smoothly, he really does look like a super dad. After the babies finished their milk, they fell asleep contentedly. Watching the little ones grow up healthy and strong made all the hard work and fatigue worthwhile. The quiet and peaceful ward was suddenly broken by a gurgle. Song Shirin scratched his head and laughed. It's my stomach that's growling. Thinking that it was almost time, Lin Shiyu must be hungry too. I'll go out to buy groceries and cook for you when I get back. Wait for me a moment. Gu Yanyan arrived just in time. Chef, you can rest tonight. Give me a chance to shine. Holding 2 large bags in her hands, she shook them in front of her chest. Are you all hungry? Tonight, everyone can try my cooking. Chapter 17. I won't mistake you, you're the most handsome one. This loving dinner. It took Gu Yanyan a long time to finish following an online tutorial. She almost blew up the kitchen in the process. I prepared a special nutritious meal for Lin Shiyu, who was pregnant, while Song Shirin's meal was a normal one. Gu Yanyan can cook some simple dishes, and she specially learned them for a long time for Lin Shiyu this time. Song Shirin took a bite and thought it tasted alright. For a girl to cook like this, it's already quite impressive. The baby started moving before we had even finished our meal. This flavor. He pooped. Song Shirin quickly put down his chopsticks and brought over a basin of warm water to wipe the baby's bottoms. Wet a towel with warm water, hold the baby with one hand and let them lie face down on your lap, and gently wipe the baby's bottom with the other hand. The movements were exceptionally gentle, and the little one seemed to enjoy it, soon quieting down. It was 8 p.m. Gu Yanyan looked around and saw that it was already dark. I haven't finished my thesis yet, so I have to go back and catch up. I'll leave Song Shirin in your care. Of course, rushing to finish her thesis was just an excuse. She wanted to find a way to slip away and give the two of them more space. He didn't want to stay here and hinder their relationship. That night, Song Shirin kept watch. In the latter half of the night, Lin Shiyu's womb throbbed with pain. As the pain intensified, Lin Shiyu turned pale, and large beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. Song Shirin hurriedly pressed the call bell, and the doctor arrived shortly afterward. Doctor, please take a look, what's wrong with her? It just started hurting, and now it seems to be getting worse. Seeing Lin Shiyu's pained expression, Song Shirin became extremely nervous. The doctor stepped forward to examine the wounds and then comforted the two. There's nothing seriously wrong, it's just that the pain pump was removed, so the pain is normal. Song Shirin frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Doctor, please think of a way to alleviate her pain. The doctor shook his head. Your baby is breastfed, so he can't take too much medicine right now. It's normal for him to feel pain. This is a normal postoperative reaction. The wound is not torn and there is nothing seriously wrong. Dad, please try to calm Mom down and ask her to be patient for now. If she can't handle it, I'll prescribe some medication for you. However, the babies will have to switch to formula for a while. Lin Shiyu, lying on the bed, shook her head with all her might. With her lips pursed, she uttered a weak voice, Doctor, no need, I can still bear it. She had already suffered a lot before giving birth, and she endured it all for such a long time. She endured the pain of having 8 layers cut open during a cesarean section, and then stitched them up layer by layer. So why would she be afraid of this little bit of pain? Song Shirin's tightly furrowed brows did not relax, and his eyes were filled with tears. If it really can't be done, don't force yourself. If he could, he would love to take the blame for Lin Shiyu. But he was helpless and could only watch as Lin Shiyu silently endured it all. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the second day of accompanying the baby. You are rewarded with a bottle of painkiller. Note, no side effects can relieve postpartum wound pain. Upon hearing the system reward, Song Shirin's brows instantly relaxed, and even the corners of her eyes and brows revealed undisguised joy. This is exactly what he needs, and it's also what Lin Shiyu needs. After taking the painkiller, Lin Shiyu quickly fell into a deep sleep due to its effects. Song Shirin stood silently by her side, watching over her and the babies. A new day. The morning light filtered gently through the leaves into the room, waking Song Shirin. Looking at the babies sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The little guy changes every day. I don't know if my child will look more like me or my mother when they grow up. Regardless of who they resemble, these babies have already won at the starting line in terms of looks. The sunlight shining on the babies brought warmth and hope. Time passed by like this. A new day begins, and Gu Yanyan arrives with breakfast to take over her shift. As soon as I entered, I noticed Song Shiren's deep dark circles. Song Shiren glanced at the breakfast that Gu Yanyan had brought. Oh my! You're in for a treat. I got up early this morning to make this, I guarantee it'll smell amazing. Lin Shiyu smiled secretly as she breastfed her child. She felt it was great to have Song Shiren and her best friend by her side during childbirth. After the babies finished eating, it was the adults' turn to eat. After finishing breakfast, Lin Shiyu wanted to go to the toilet, but she wanted to have a large one. Song Shiren said, "Then I'll help you over there." Lin Shiyu waved her hand in refusal, saying, "Yan Yan is here, she can come with me. Besides, I'm from Shanghai University, so it would be more convenient for Yan Yan to go with me. You can take your baby out to get some sunshine first." Lin Shiyu went to the toilet with Gu Yanyan's help, while Song Shiren pushed the babies to the corridor to bask in the sun. Not long after they came out, a girl with a camera hanging around her neck walked over. Upon seeing Song Shiren, the woman smiled sweetly and then handed over her business card. "Hello, I'm the chief photographer at Golden Fairy Tale Studio. I read online that this hospital has a very good-looking couple and 4 adorable babies. Our store has just opened and we need customer photos to attract customers. Can I take photos for you for free? I can send them to you when they are ready." With so many people coming and going from the hospital, a passerby uploaded their photos online. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman had 4 adorable babies, instantly causing quite a stir online. So if we could take a set of photos of them and put them in the store, it would definitely attract a lot of traffic. Song Shiren took the business card and asked suspiciously, "How did you know they were talking about me?" The photographer smiled broadly, "The most handsome ones, I think it must be you guys." Song Shiren put away his business card. He had also thought about taking photos of the babies to record the moment, but the little ones were still too young, so he could take the photos himself with his phone. You can wait until your babies are a little older before looking for a photo studio or photography workshop. Seeing that Song Shiren was interested, the woman suggested that she could take a few photos of the babies for free now, and Song Shiren could decide whether to continue using them after the photos were developed and he saw the results. Song Shiren nodded and smiled, saying, "Okay." The photographer was overjoyed and started snapping photos. As soon as the photographer left, Song Shiren saw the family members of the pregnant woman in the next ward going through the discharge procedures. Many of the patient's family members came to help pack their belongings. Their joy at being discharged from the hospital was palpable, and the scene was quite lively. Lin Shiyu had just finished using the restroom and was moving around in the ward with Gu Yanyan's help. Hearing the commotion outside, they came out to join in the fun. Arriving at the door, I saw the new mother in the next ward, along with her family members carrying large bags, checking out of the hospital. The woman next door, who was giving birth, greeted her first while holding her baby. "Hi, I'm being discharged from the hospital today and I'm leaving. I wish you a speedy recovery." She picked up the baby's little hand in her arms and waved it. "Baby, say goodbye to your sister." Lin Shiyu responded adorably, "Goodbye, little one." "Goodbye, Mom." After the people in the next ward left, Song Shiren and Lin Shiyu talked about the female photographer taking pictures of the babies. It was afternoon. When the nurses were making their rounds, they mentioned that another pregnant woman had moved into the next room, and she looked even younger than her. Lin Shiyu thought it was impossible. She was already considered to have had children early, yet there was someone younger than her. Curiosity drove her to really want to see the woman who had just given birth. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. "Enter." A small head peeked out from the doorway, followed by a girl wearing a maternity dress with a bear design. She was followed by an aunt. It was unclear whether she was her mother or mother-in-law. The pregnant woman went straight to the baby as soon as she came in. "The nurse told me that my neighbor is a beautiful woman with 4 adorable babies, and I couldn't resist coming to see her." The pregnant woman looked at her baby with envy and said, "Wow, I wish my baby could be this cute." Then touch your big belly and absorb the good fortune of the beautiful older sister and handsome older brother. Chapter 18. Oh dear, I've taken the babies to visit someone. The woman thought the quadruplets were especially adorable. Very good looking. She hopes that her baby will be as good looking as the quadruplets after birth. The other person was obviously very outgoing. They came to visit their ward on the very first day they moved in. This is fine too. Lin Shiyu now has another person to chat with and keep her company. And since we're all mothers, we'll have a lot in common. After chatting for a while, the woman and the woman next to her went back to their own ward. They had just returned when a refined-looking man walked into the other patient's ward. The man was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses. She was carrying several bags, including 2 bags of baby supplies and daily necessities for the pregnant woman. The middle-aged woman took the things from the man's hands, invited him to sit down, and then poured him a glass of water. "You're sweating so much, drink some water to replenish your fluids." The man took the water and drank it all in one gulp, while the middle-aged woman continued tidying up her things. Seeing her husband sitting, the woman asked him to help tidy up. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Oh dear. He must be so tired from his journey, and he doesn't know anything about these things. I used to pack his things for him. Women can't stand their husbands in action, but they don't want to say anything in front of their mothers-in-law. Seeing her mother-in-law busy by herself, she went over to offer her help. The middle-aged woman said impatiently, "What are you doing here? I can clean up by myself. You better watch out for my precious grandson." From the conversation between the three, Song Shuren roughly understood their relationship. The next day. A scream shattered the tranquility of the next ward. The middle-aged woman was also awakened by her daughter-in-law's cries. "My water seems to have broken." This is the woman's first pregnancy, and she discovers that her water has broken. When your water breaks, it means you're close to giving birth, and you need to notify your doctor immediately and enter the labor preparation phase. Failure to treat it promptly may lead to miscarriage or intra-amniotic infection, posing significant risks to both the baby and the pregnant woman. The woman didn't know when it broke, so she was extremely anxious. Her mother-in-law was woken up and immediately pressed the call button to call the doctor. The nurse arrived at the scene immediately. First, they inquired about the situation, then attached a fetal heart rate monitor. The on-duty doctor came in to conduct further examinations. After confirming that the situation was normal, the woman was asked to lie on the bed and wait for contractions and cervical dilation. Gradually, the woman began to have contractions, and her occasional cries made Song Shuren think something had happened, so he rushed out to check. It turned out that the woman in the next ward was about to give birth, which was why she was experiencing pain from time to time. When Song Shuren arrived, the doctor had just finished performing an internal examination on the woman. A middle-aged woman asked the doctor, "How much longer until my grandson is born?" "We have to wait a little longer. The mother is only 3 centimeters dilated right now. Once the cervix is fully dilated, we can start the delivery." The woman thought to herself that she was only 3 centimeters dilated and would have to endure so many more painful ordeals. She shouted to the sky, "Give birth quickly. Once I'm born, I won't be in so much pain anymore. This is much more painful than going to work." Looking at the woman's current appearance, Song Shuren saw that she had completely lost the vitality she had shown when they first met yesterday. I suppose Lin Shiyu went through the same thing before. He knew how difficult it was to give birth, but seeing it again still left him deeply moved. The doctor said they would come to check on us every now and then, and we should go prepare the delivery room now. After returning to the ward, Song Shuren told Lin Shiyu about the incident, and she was worried for the expectant mother in the next room. She knew how painful childbirth was. At 5 p.m., the woman was wheeled into the delivery room. Lin Shiyu prayed for her from her hospital bed, hoping that the other woman and her child would be safe. As a result, she only took a short nap. When I woke up, I saw the old lady next door returning home with her child, all smiles. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu exchanged a glance. Neither of them expected that the baby would be born in just half an hour. Lin Shiyu couldn't believe it and asked doubtfully, "Is she born?" The aunt beamed with joy, nodded, and said, "She gave birth. And it's a big, healthy grandson." Song Shuren looked on in surprise, noticing that this baby was bigger than his own and had been born so quickly. Indeed, comparing yourself to others is truly enviable. The other person gave birth incredibly fast. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu followed the woman into the ward. As soon as they entered, the new mother told them to find a seat and not to be shy. The woman stretched and yawned, feeling incredibly relieved after giving birth. Not long after, she was back to the way she was when she visited yesterday. This is amazing. Both were natural births. The previous woman took many days to recover to her current state. If this mother weren't lying in bed, you wouldn't believe she had just given birth. Lin Shiyu was so envious she cried, wishing she could transfer that physique to herself. Even after returning to his hospital room, he would still sigh from time to time. When it was mealtime, Gu Yanyan brought the food over and saw that there was a new baby in the next ward. What's going on? What's going on? Did the neighbor give birth? The two nodded. She gave birth and came out of the delivery room in half an hour. Really? Half an hour. Gu Yanyan was even more shocked than the other two. Song Shuren gave a thumbs up, indicating that he was very impressed. They were in the delivery room for only half an hour, and when they came out, the old lady next door was already holding a big, chubby baby boy. Gu Yanyan also screamed, "Wow, that's something. Giving birth quickly means less suffering." Then he looked at Lin Shiyu with heartache. Lin Shiyu was extremely anxious during childbirth, but thankfully everything turned out alright in the end. While everyone was eating, there was another knock at the door, and once again a small head peeked out first. Then he slowly leaned in. This time, there was no one behind the woman, but there was a little one in her arms. The three of them stopped eating and stared at the woman walking towards them step by step, completely stunned. You can already get out of bed and walk? Lin Shiyu looked at the woman walking towards her in shock. Yes, I felt there wasn't anything seriously wrong, so I thought I'd come and get some exercise. Some babies said they wanted to come and play with other children, and besides, playing with cute babies would make them cute too. Of course, newborn babies cannot speak or express their thoughts. The baby said she wanted to come and play with the quadruplets, but actually, she wanted to come on her own. Song Shuren invited the women to eat something together. I won't eat anything. I'll just bring the baby here to play for a bit. Hopefully, this will help with gas expulsion. Although women who have given birth vaginally do not need to wait until they have passed all the gas before eating, they still feel that it is better to wait until they have passed gas before eating. Chapter 19. The babies say they like the car their dad bought. A new day. Lin Shiyu wanted to go next door to chat with that young mother. Song Shuren was worried and quickly stepped forward to help him up. Today, Lin Shiyu was able to get out of bed on her own and walk slowly. Seeing that Lin Shiyu could walk on her own, Song Shuren was happy for her. As soon as I reached the door of the next ward, I saw a man feeding porridge to a young mother. The middle-aged woman next to them saw her son feeding his wife porridge and couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. It's just having a baby, why are you making such a fuss? I used to go back to work the day after giving birth. You still need someone to feed you porridge? Don't you even think about how my grandson hasn't eaten yet? The woman looked aggrieved. Mom, but I don't have any breast milk yet. I already said I could give the baby formula first. Besides, I didn't have any milk last night, and the baby has started drinking formula. The mother was also unsure why she hadn't produced breast milk and couldn't breastfeed her baby. Her mother-in-law immediately retorted, saying that formula is full of additives and preservatives, and that her precious grandson had been drinking it since birth. She added that what if he got sick from it? She believed that breast milk would make him smarter. Unable to win an argument with her mother-in-law, the woman glanced at her husband beside her, hoping he would say a word for her. The man glanced at the middle-aged woman. Listen to Mom. She's been through this before, she won't be wrong. The woman got so angry that she picked up the bowl of porridge on the table and drank it all in one gulp. I'll go buy a breast pump, the nurse said. It might be useful. Instead of trying to resolve the conflict between his mother and wife, the man wanted to escape this battlefield without gunfire as quickly as possible. So he made an excuse to go out and buy a breast pump for the baby. Outside the door, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu, who had been planning to visit each other, stopped in their tracks upon seeing this scene. They never expected to witness such a thing, but seeing that the woman had no breast milk to feed her baby, her mother-in-law was unwilling to continue feeding the baby formula. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law next door doesn't seem to be very harmonious. The woman's husband gives the impression that he doesn't care about anything. Compared to the mother next door, Lin Shiyu felt much luckier. Babies have breast milk right after birth. Moreover, I am very strong, and even after feeding 4 babies, I sometimes feel uncomfortable from bloating. Song Shuren overheard the man saying he was going to buy a breast pump. Suddenly, he remembered that he had rented a new house, but hadn't bought a crib or stroller for the babies yet. Lin Shiyu is recovering very well now and can get out of bed and walk. She should be able to be discharged from the hospital in a few days. To make it easier for the babies to be discharged from the hospital, he should prepare a stroller in advance. Otherwise, when Lin Shiyu is discharged from the hospital, he won't be able to carry all 4 little cuties back at once. So, after returning to the ward, Song Shuren asked Gu Yanyan to take good care of Lin Shiyu and the babies while he went out to buy some things. There is a maternity and baby supply store near the hospital. Song Shuren went inside and looked around, but found that there were no 4-person strollers. There are relatively few double strollers on the market, and 4-row strollers are even rarer. Finding that this store didn't have it, they went to another one. I've been to many places. Finally, he found the 4-seater stroller he wanted at a store that specializes in selling strollers. The boss was explaining things the whole time. Look at this quality. Even if you search the entire city of Suzhou, you won't find another company that can match it. The shop owner sensed Song Shuren's aura and guessed he was probably a rich second generation, so he recommended the most expensive items. They were all recommending the products to each other. This one has the best shock absorption system, so your baby will be absolutely comfortable inside. Moreover, its brakes, with 1-button dual braking, are stable and can reduce the risk of injury to the baby when the vehicle moves forward on steep slopes. I won't even mention the built-in sun and mosquito repellent features. Look at this safety belt. It's a 5-point safety belt, which can effectively secure the baby's upper body and prevent the baby from slipping out of the stroller. Nothing is more important than the baby's safety, right? Song Shuren certainly agreed with this statement. How much does this cost? The original price is 998, but we have a promotion now. First-time customers get it for 888. Song Shuren was shocked. So expensive? He hadn't looked into the price of the stroller beforehand, assuming it would be similar to a regular stroller, but he was surprised to find it was so expensive. The boss initially thought he was a rich kid, which is why he introduced this product to him. Seeing Song Shuren's reaction to the price, my heart sank. Had I misjudged him? It's not expensive, young man. This price is already considered a good deal compared to other products on the market. Moreover, the quality and appearance speak for themselves. You can use this until your baby is 1 year old without any problems. Let me ask my wife first. Song Shuren opened his phone and pretended to send a message, but he was actually secretly comparing prices on Taobao and Pinduoduo. Unexpectedly, there are indeed many discounts here, even more than the discounts offered by Pinduoduo's 10 billion yuan subsidy program. Boss, I want 2 units, can you give me a discount? Although he hasn't spent all the money the system rewarded him with, there's still a long way to go, so he should be frugal. The boss thought for a moment. Young man, how about this, do you need anything else? If you spend over 5,000, I'll give you an extra 800 off. Okay, then recommend another crib to me. Song Shuren figured that since he was already short of a crib at home, he readily agreed. After half an hour, the shop owner introduced many models, and in the end, Song Shuren chose the best one. When checking out, with the crib included, the total came to exactly 5,000 yuan, and Song Shuren happily paid. Soon, Song Shuren returned to the hospital. Lin Shiyu waited for a long time before Song Shuren returned. Why were you gone for so long? Song Shuren smiled brightly and said, I went to buy strollers and cribs for the babies. I just brought the cribs home and decorated them a bit. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. I promise you a big surprise when you get home from the hospital. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shiyu's curiosity was instantly piqued. She longed to be discharged from the hospital and go home right now. Song Shuren then introduced the strollers he had just bought, asking the babies if they wanted to try out their strollers. He was very happy, as if he had bought the car himself. The babies are still too young to talk. But Song Shuren was in a good mood and knew how to add drama to his performance. What? You guys want to? Okay, Daddy will bring you in to try it out right away. She then put the babies into the stroller. But after all, it's a car. If we don't take the babies out for a stroll, isn't it just like moving the babies from one place to another? So Song Shuren thought it would be good to take the babies outside to get some sunshine. Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shuren's bewildered behavior. The sun was almost setting, so where was the sun to shine? Song Shuren mimicked the woman next door and replied, the babies said they wanted to go out for some fresh air. It's obvious without even thinking that it wasn't the baby's idea. Song Shuren wanted to test whether the stroller was really as good as the boss claimed, and whether the babies liked it. Besides, why wouldn't you test drive a new car? Just like you can't wait to wear new clothes after buying them. Lin Shiyu smiled slightly. Sometimes she couldn't do anything about Song Shuren. Indeed, a man is a boy until he dies. Chapter 20 Amazing Rewards, My little cuties, go home. The afterglow of the setting sun. Song Shuren and his 4 adorable children basked in the sunset. Just then, the man next door bought a breast pump. They fiddled with it for a long time, but still couldn't get any milk out. While reading the instruction manual, my mother-in-law complained, "I told you to drink more nourishing soup, but you wouldn't. Now look what happened, I don't even have enough breast milk for my grandson. Mom, I've been drinking soup every day since I got pregnant, and my baby was born so strong and healthy. The nutrition has been excellent. Moreover, some of those folk remedies have no scientific basis." "What do you mean? Are you saying I would harm you?" "No." A woman's heart is heavy when she has a mother-in-law like that. While watching the sunset with the babies, Song Shuren also pricked up his ears at the door to listen carefully. The middle-aged woman still insisted on breastfeeding, believing that this would not affect her grandson's health. Unable to bear the baby's crying any longer, she decided to feed the baby rice water before she could have breast milk. The woman snatched the spoon from her mother-in-law's hand and said, "Mom, the baby is too young to drink rice porridge." The middle-aged woman, who usually had the final say at home, immediately turned sour when her daughter-in-law talked back to her. "What are you doing? Do you want my grandson to starve to death? You're so useless, you're not even feeding him." "Mom, the baby has just been born and his digestive system is still quite weak. Rice water is mainly starch, which is difficult for the baby to digest and doesn't really help with the baby's nutritional intake. Furthermore, rice water contains most of the inorganic arsenic from rice, which is a heavy metal and can threaten a baby's healthy development. Don't lie to me." In the past, when conditions were tough, everyone raised their children this way when they ran out of breast milk, and no one had any problems. "Mom, this is my son too, a piece of my own flesh and blood. How could I possibly harm him?" The middle-aged woman was skeptical at first, but was eventually persuaded to feed her baby formula. Although my mother-in-law is a bit unreasonable, her intentions are good. Song Shuren sat quietly in the corridor, watching the baby bask in the sun while listening. The man didn't utter a single word the entire time. He ignores the conflicts between his wife and mother-in-law as if it's none of his business. Marrying a man like that won't be a good life. The babies only get a limited amount of time to sunbathe each day, and when we got back, we could still hear a couple of arguments coming from inside. In the blink of an eye, it has been the 7th day since Lin Shiyu was hospitalized. In the morning, the nurse took Lin Shiyu to do various tests. After the test results came out, she could show them to the doctor. If there were no problems, she could be discharged from the hospital. After the results came out, Song Shuren took the test report to Dr. Chen for a look. Dr. Chen examined the patient carefully and found no problems. The discharge procedures could be completed. He advised the patient to be careful at home and to seek medical attention immediately if any discomfort occurred. The doctor wrote out the medical record and gave it to Song Shuren. "Thank you, doctor." After thanking the doctor, Song Shuren went to the payment counter to complete the discharge procedures. After packing her things, Gu Yanyan asked as they got off the elevator if they needed to call a car. Although she drove here, her pink BMW sports car had limited seating. There are definitely not enough seats for the 3 adults and 4 babies. "Then let's call a car," Lin Shiyu said after thinking for a moment. Song Shuren waved his hand in refusal, saying there was no need to call, as a car was already waiting. To Gu Yanyan's surprise, she thought Song Shuren was quite considerate. Wow, not bad, he even called a car in advance. So thoughtful. She took Lin Shiyu's arm, a warm smile on her face, and said, "I agree to this marriage." Lin Shiyu blushed and shyly slapped Gu Yanyan, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" With a smile on her face, Song Shuren pushed the babies to the parking lot. Before I had walked more than a few steps, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing straight next to a luxury car. Looking at the exquisite luxury van in front of her, Lin Shiyu sighed inwardly, wishing that car belonged to them. That way we can take the babies home. However, what she didn't expect was Song Shuren pushed the babies toward the luxury nanny van, while Gu Yanyan and Lin Shiyu followed behind, wondering what was going on. Could that be the car that Song Shuren called? "Are you Mr. Song?" "Yes. This is the Lexus LM you purchased. Just sign here and you can drive it home." Song Shuren knew that this must be the person the system had assigned to deliver the car for him. He then casually signed his name, handed Song Shuren the keys and relevant documents, and left. Lin Xiyu and Gu Yanyan behind them were filled with disbelief. Holy crap, you bought Song Shuren's car? Gu Yanyan exclaimed in surprise. Song Shuren nodded silently. My god, where did you get so much money? Gu Yanyan pressed. She recognized the car's branded cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Song Shuren smiled without explaining further, then carried the baby into the car. The system is very thoughtful. The rewarded nanny vans are all equipped with safety seats, so you can just put the babies in them, which is very safe. The four little cuties looked around curiously. After settling the quadruplets, Song Shuren gentlemanly opened the car door for Lin Xiyu. He shielded the car frame with one hand, saying, "Slow down, watch your head." Ugh, I can't take it. Gu Yanyan didn't want to be seen being flaunted with affection, so she opened the door and went upstairs herself. Back to Zhongnan Century Garden. As soon as Song Shuren arrived at his doorstep, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 7 days caring for the baby and you have received a house. Note, a designated person will contact the host within 1 month. House. Before Song Shuren could react, the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of strengthening your body. Note, this skill allows the host to stay up all night without feeling sleepy, ensuring that energy can be replenished at any time. He stayed at the hospital for several nights, but he couldn't sleep well. Sometimes he would just fall asleep and then be woken up by the baby. That should fix it. Not only do we have a house, but we also have plenty of energy. In the future, I can take better care of Lin Xiyu and the babies. Stepping into the house. The warm lighting, the plush sofa with a fluffy carpet underneath, and the green plants throughout the room create a fresh and cozy atmosphere. It feels so homey. Lin Xiyu hadn't expected Song Shuren to have arranged things so well. He must have put in a lot of effort. As Lin Xiyu walked, she looked around and noticed a glass jar on a table against the wall. Upon closer inspection, I realized this was my little crab. You brought it too? Lin Xiyu was very surprised. She bought this little crab the day she found out she was pregnant. She felt somewhat lonely living alone, and because of her pregnancy, it wasn't appropriate to keep cats and dogs. I bought this little crab. This little crab stayed with her throughout her pregnancy. Now, Song Shuren has not only moved the little crab to a bigger house. They even found a friend for the little crab and decorated the place like Bikini Bottom from SpongeBob SquarePants. Even the fish tank is cozy and lovely. Then, I suddenly remembered the baby's whimpering sounds. Perhaps because they had just arrived in an unfamiliar place, the little ones started crying loudly shortly after entering the room. The two quickly comforted the four little glutinous rice balls. Perhaps feeling safe with their parents around, the children gradually calmed down. Before long, the little ones fell fast asleep. After soothing the baby, Lin Xiyu and Gu Yanyan sat on the sofa and started chatting. While they were chatting, Song Shuren made a phone call to her mother. A slightly weary voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Mom, have you been busy lately? What's the matter? Could you come to Suzhou? I have something urgent to tell you. Song's mother's tone immediately became anxious. What's wrong? Is something wrong with you? No, it's hard to explain over the phone. Let's talk about it when you arrive. Thinking something had happened to her son, Song's mother hurriedly packed her bags and left. Chapter 21 Song's mother. I'm a grandmother now? After making the call, Song Shuren told Lin Xiyu that his mother would be coming over in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyu tensed up. Is Auntie coming over here? She had thought about meeting her parents, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Song Shuren nodded and smiled. You and the babies are all back. I was afraid I couldn't take care of you all by myself, so I called my mom to come and help. Moreover, I no longer want to hide things from her about the babies. Actually, she mainly wanted her mother to come and meet Lin Xiyu and the babies. Asking my mom to come and help was just an excuse. With the system around, he believed he could take good care of Lin Xiyu and the babies all by himself. Song Shuren's words came as a surprise, leaving Lin Xiyu's mind in a state of confusion. Song Shuren accepted himself, but what about his family? Will his mother accept him? I had seen how formidable the mother-in-law in the next ward was when I was in the hospital. She was worried that her relationship with her mother-in-law would be strained and cause unpleasantness for everyone. They were also worried that Song Shuren would be caught in the middle, facing a dilemma from both sides. Song Shuren noticed her worry. She comforted him, saying, "My mom is a very nice person and loves children. She'll definitely like you too, so don't worry. You don't need to worry about conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. My heart is always with you and the babies." Song Shuren's words were like a gentle breeze, making Lin Shiyu feel at ease and warm. During this time, while he was at the hospital with her and the babies, he saw many pregnant women coming and going. The one who left the deepest impression on me was a girl in her early 20s. The girl went to the hospital for a checkup, and her expression changed drastically as soon as she received the report. He covered his mouth and ran outside to the base of a tree to vomit. Song Shuren discovered that the girl came to the hospital for a checkup alone, without any relatives accompanying her, and had to handle everything on her own. And morning sickness is especially unpleasant. Song Shuren recalled that Lin Shiyu had also gone for her checkup alone before, and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She endured all the pain and hardship of pregnancy alone for 10 months. I wonder what she thinks about when she's feeling down. Won't it be very sad? Lin Shiyu has suffered too much, now it's time for her to taste some sweetness. Song Shuren secretly made a vow. No matter what happens in the future, no matter what difficulties we face, he will always stand firmly by her side and protect the babies. Time flew by and it was already afternoon. Just then, Song's mother called. "I've arrived at the entrance of this place, Zhongnan Century Flower City, but the security guard won't let me in." "Mom, give the phone to the security guard." After Song Shuren explained their situation to the security guard, the guard opened the door. "Okay, I'm in." "Okay, then I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Song Shuren suddenly felt uneasy. He didn't know how his mother would react if she found out. Before his mother arrived, he had already imagined many things, such as whether his mother would chase him around the house with a broom. He dared not think about it any further. Lin Shiyu told me that her mother had arrived at the entrance of the residential area. "Huh? So fast?" Lin Shiyu took out her lipstick and applied it lightly, then tidied her hair and clothes. With a touch of makeup, Lin Shiyu appears even more gentle and charming, perfectly embodying the image of a good daughter-in-law. "Do you think I look okay like this?" "Yes, you are beautiful as you are." Lin Shiyu was very nervous at this moment, afraid that she might do something wrong and leave a bad impression on Song's mother. "Stop joking around. Just tell me, is what I'm doing okay?" Song Shuren placed his hands on her shoulders and looked at Lin Shiyu earnestly, saying, "Everything I said is true. Don't be nervous, you're beautiful as you are, my mom will definitely like you." To be honest, Lin Shiyu is very likable, both in appearance and personality. Looking at the environment of the neighborhood, Song's mother was filled with questions. The living environment here is so good, how can this kid afford to live here? Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through her mind. This guy must have hooked up with a rich woman, or maybe he's been using his credit card. Whether it's living off a woman or using credit cards, she doesn't want her son to get involved in those things. There are countless young people in their village who can't pay off their credit card debts. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, so she quickened her pace. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Song Shuren opened the door. Song's mother pulled her son around, looking him up and down. "Mom, I'm fine." Seeing that Song Shuren was unharmed, Song's mother finally felt a little relieved. "You little rascal, I thought you got arrested for not being able to pay your credit card bills. You didn't say anything on the phone, but rushed me over. I was just busy in the fields, you scared me to death. Mom, please come in first." When Song's mother came in, she saw two women sitting upright on the sofa, with a baby stroller next to them. My brain suddenly went blank, there was just too much information. One of her guesses just now. The son might be kept by a rich woman or spend money on credit cards. Now, upon entering, you see two women who are unrealistically beautiful. Two women, and their son. Could it be? Seeing his mother's changing expression, Song Shuren quickly introduced the situation. "Mom, this is Gu Yanyan, my college classmate." Gu Yanyan got up and greeted them. "Hello, young lady." "Mom, this is Lin Shiyu, a good friend of Gu Yanyan, and also my schoolmate." "Whom?" "She is still the children's mother." Lin Shiyu also stood up obediently and said, "Hello, auntie." "What? The child's mother?" Song's mother was still completely confused. What did that mean? Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Another guess came to mind, but I wasn't sure yet. Song Shuren took a deep breath, as if he were prepared to face death. These babies are mine and Shiyu's. Mom, if you want to hit someone, hit me. Shiyu is the victim. Song Shiren lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, Song's mother was having a mental battle. Looking at her son and the girl named Shiyu, she seemed to understand something. This shouldn't be the rich woman her son is dating. It was his alumnus. The truth is, the two of them are now having a baby. Song's mother was usually busy making a living and rarely had time to care for her son. Now they've made it a fait accompli, and the baby has already been born. At that moment, she didn't know what to say. I noticed that the children all had their heads down. Although Song's mother had 1,000 words in her heart, she managed to control her emotions and patted her son on the shoulder. Looking at him questioningly, "You said this beautiful girl in front of you is my daughter-in-law. Do you have a baby?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Song's mother's reaction. Especially Lin Shiyu, whose parents opposed having the baby, so she was afraid that Song Shiren's mother would also not be able to accept it. Seeing her son nod, Song's mother's tone was full of reproach again. "You silly child, how could you keep such a big thing from your mother for so long?" After saying that, Song's mother walked towards the stroller. Good heavens, what did she discover? There were 4 babies in the stroller. It's rosy-cheeked, and its nose and eyes looked just like my son's when he was little. Quadruplets! She screamed inwardly when she learned that her son had quadruplets, then glared at Song Shiren. What adorable little ones, so soft and fluffy. You little rascal, you'd better take responsibility and not let Shiyu and the little cuties down. Song Shiren patted his chest and assured his mother, "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely take on this responsibility." Then, the group told Song's mother the whole story. After listening, Song's mother held Lin Shiyu's hand and said, "You've suffered, my child." Seeing that Song's mother didn't blame her, Lin Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the warmth from Song's mother, Lin Shiyu's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Song's mother felt sorry for Lin Shiyu and hugged her tightly. "Good boy, if Shiren bullies you in the future, just tell Auntie and Auntie will help you teach him a lesson." Chapter 22 Song's mother, "What? You bought a house? You're lying to your mother." While Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan were playing with the baby, Song's mother pulled her son aside. "I'll ask in a low voice, are these babies really yours? You didn't just give them away as freeloaders, did you?" Songshir touched his handsome face. I retorted, "Mom, I'm so handsome, the line of people who like me stretches from here to France. Do I really need to be someone else's sugar daddy? Besides, didn't you see that the little guys look exactly like me when I was a child?" Hearing her son praise her good looks, Song's mother couldn't help but laugh. "My son is right, he is indeed very handsome, so how could he possibly take over? Besides, those little guys saw it themselves, they were practically identical to my son. I was just overthinking it." Song's mother became serious again. "Have you told your father about this?" Song Shiren shook his head. "Not yet." Song's mother sighed. "Sigh, you should find a chance to talk to him yourself. You know your father's temper." Song Shiren nodded, indicating that he would find an opportunity to explain things to his father. He thought his mother had finished speaking, but as soon as he turned around, he was pulled back. They slipped away so quickly. Song's mother pointed to Song Shiren's chest with her finger. "Also, you have to treat that girl well from now on, okay?" When something like this happens, mothers inevitably tend to nag a bit more. "I definitely will. Your son isn't that kind of scumbag." Song Shiren's eyes were even more determined than when he joined the party. After saying that, I noticed it was time for dinner. He asked his mother to go and keep Lin Shiyu and the babies company, saying he wanted to show them what he could do. Song's mother stared at Lin Shiyu, just like a mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Not only does she have a nice name, but she's also very pretty and polite. I don't know where this brat got such good fortune to have such a wonderful girlfriend who even gave birth to such an adorable baby. Inside the room, Lin Shiyu touched her face and asked, "Auntie, is there something on my face?" Song's mother suddenly realized that she had been staring at Lin Shiyu for so long that the young girl was embarrassed. No, Auntie just thinks that Shaoan is so lucky to have you." I also thought of how much suffering and pain Lin Shiyu endured during her 10 months of pregnancy. Auntie came in a hurry this time and didn't know that Shaoan called me here because of this, so I didn't bring you any gifts. This bracelet isn't worth much money, it was given to me by Shaoan's grandma, and now I'm giving it to you. This style isn't popular among you young people anymore, but don't be disgusted, Auntie will get you a new one next time. As she spoke, she took off the jade bracelet from her wrist and gave it to Lin Shiyu, having wholeheartedly accepted Lin Shiyu as her daughter-in-law. Lin Shiyu was flattered and said, "Auntie, this is too much, it's too precious." After some pushing and shoving, Lin Shiyu couldn't resist Song's mother's insistence and finally accepted the jade bracelet. Then the two chatted while playing with the baby, creating a harmonious scene of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. At this moment, Gu Yanyan couldn't help but stand up. I took a sniff. What's that smell? It smells so good. I followed the direction from which the fragrance was coming. Song Shuren was seen in the kitchen. Wearing an apron, he wielded the knife with such style and grace. This smooth operation left Gu Yanyan speechless. With the help of the system's top-tier chef skills, every dish he makes comes alive. He was completely absorbed in cooking, and the steaming pot and the blazing flames seemed to be cheering for his culinary skills. Song Shuren completely transformed his home kitchen into the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. Gu Yanyan can also cook, but she was completely impressed by Song Shuren's skillful cooking. "Brother Song, you're awesome." The aroma was so enticing that Gu Yanyan's stomach started rumbling after smelling it for a while. More than half an hour later, all the steaming hot dishes were served. It can be described as having a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Invite them to dinner, and the four of them sit down. You guys try it and see how it tastes. Mom, let's see if your son's cooking skills have improved. After Song's mother started eating, Gu Yanyan couldn't hold back any longer, so she said, "Then I won't be polite." After taking a bite, Gu Yanyan's taste buds were fully stimulated, and all the delicious flavors danced on her tongue. Lin Shiyu took a bite, and as always, she was amazed. As she ate, she gave Song Shuren a thumbs up. "That's delicious. You're amazing." Seeing Lin Shiyu praising him, Song Shuren smiled. Song's mother ate several bites in a row. It's no exaggeration to say that this was the first time in all her years that she had eaten such delicious food. She taught her son how to cook, and she had eaten his cooking before, but it wasn't this delicious. Song's mother was puzzled. Could it be because she had become a father? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that her son had made it. Seeing that Lin Shiyu was eating relatively little, I used serving chopsticks to put a piece of meat on her plate. "Honey, eat more, you're taking care of your health." "Yes, Auntie, you should eat more too." This was the first time anyone had served her food, except for her family. Seeing this, Gu Yanyan said coquettishly, "Auntie, I want some too." Song's mother said with a kind face, Okay, Auntie will serve you some too. You've all worked hard." Seeing the harmonious atmosphere at the dinner table and how kind Song Shuren's mother was to her, Lin Shiyu felt a sense of home. After the meal, everyone was still savoring the delicious food. Although Lin Shiyu has been discharged from the hospital, her body has not fully recovered and she is easily fatigued, feeling sleepy right after eating. Song Shuren Fulin returned to his room to rest. Seeing that Song Shuren and his mother treated Lin Shiyu very well, Gu Yanyan felt at ease in trusting Lin Shiyu to the mother and son. After saying goodbye to Song's mother, he went home. After Gu Yanyan left, Song's mother took out a cloth bag and opened it layer by layer. He took out a wad of cash and handed it to his son. He said earnestly, "Here's 60,000 yuan. Take it and use it first." Song Shuren took the money, wrapped it up again in the cloth, and handed it back to his mother, saying, "Mom, I still have money." Song's mother stared at her, "Where did you get the money? You didn't actually use your credit card, did you?" Song Shuren smiled and said, "How could that be? What are you thinking? Don't you know your son's character?" Song's mother thought her son was embarrassed to ask for money, and said with heartache, "If you don't have money, just tell your mother." "You brat, don't be so stubborn. Don't be so distant with your mother. You now have 4 babies to support, which is exactly when you need to spend money." Seeing that her son refused to accept the 60,000 yuan no matter what she said, she took out a card from the rural cooperative and stuffed it into his hands. "This is our family's savings, originally intended for your wedding. You must take this. Go see if there are any suitable houses. She gave birth to your child, so you should at least give her a home. We can't buy it outright, but we should be able to scrape together a down payment." Song Shuren waved his hand in refusal, saying, "You can keep this. I've already bought the house, and it will be ready for occupancy next month." Song's mother was shocked. She wondered if she had misheard. "My son actually bought a house? Where did he get so much money?" "Mom, you're not thinking I bought the house with a credit card again, are you?" As expected, no one knows a mother better than her son. He immediately guessed his mother's inner monologue. Song's mother questioned, "Then where did you get the money?" Song Shirin quickly came up with his explanation. "My scholarship money is in there. I also used the money from my part-time job to make an investment, and I was lucky enough to make a profit. Don't worry, it was all obtained through legal channels." Seeing that his mother still didn't quite believe him, Song Shirin felt helpless. Chapter 23. You're my wife, huh? What, are you shy? It was evening. After a busy day, Song's mother went to rest when she saw that it was almost time. Before leaving, she asked her son to take good care of Lin Shiyu and the babies that night. The implication is that the two of them should sleep in one room. Faced with his mother's instructions, Song Shirin nodded and said he would take good care of her and her 5 children. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Lin Shiyu was already awake and feeding the babies. Although they were alone in a room in the hospital ward. But it still feels strange for the two of them to sleep in the same bed. The new parents looked at each other, and the scene became awkward. Originally, Song Shirin wanted his mother to sleep with Lin Shiyu, while he would sleep in the second bedroom. But he was quite surprised by his mother's sudden move. Seeing Lin Shiyu's embarrassed look, Song Shirin said, "I just came in to see the baby. I'll sleep on the sofa later." The second bedroom has already been occupied by Song's mother, but there's a sofa in the living room where you can sleep. Sleeping on the sofa is very uncomfortable, especially since you have to sleep on it for the whole night. That must be so uncomfortable. Lin Shiyu thought for a moment. With a hint of shyness on her face, she said, "Well, why don't you stay here tonight? I'm not very mobile, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of the babies tonight." Song Shirin exclaimed in surprise, seemingly not expecting Lin Shiyu to ask him to stay. He felt that Lin Shiyu only reluctantly let him stay because of the babies. "Actually, you don't have to force yourself. If you don't want to, I'll call my mom over and ask her to help take care of the baby tonight." Lin Shiyu's expression tightened. "Please don't." Although Song's mother treated her very well, she was, after all, Song Shirin's mother. Lin Shiyu always felt a little awkward sleeping together. There's no reason for a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to sleep together on the first day. It would be so awkward. She wanted to be with Song Shirin more than with her mother-in-law. Although she and Song Shirin are not currently legally married. But now that the baby is born, they'll probably get married in the future, right? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyu's face turned even redder. "Are you stupid? How embarrassing would it be for me to sleep with your mother?" Song Shirin tentatively asked, "Then what about me?" Lin Shiyu thought Song Shirin was truly hopeless, so she lay down, turned around, and moved to the side to make room for one person. "I have no idea." Song Shirin stood there stunned for a few seconds before realizing that she had agreed. He strode over, climbed into bed, and said, "Wife, I'm here." Perhaps he was too happy, and without thinking, he blurted out "wife." Lin Shiyu's face instantly turned fiery red. She pulled at the blanket with both hands, trying to snatch it away, but Song Shirin held it firmly in place, and she couldn't budge it no matter how hard she tried. "Nonsense, who's your wife? You gave birth to my baby, met my mother, and even slept with me. Aren't you my wife? Besides, you're wearing the jade bracelet that my family passed down to our daughter-in-law. Once you put it on, you're mine." Lin Shiyu was speechless and went to sleep. It's currently the hottest period of the year, known as the dog days of summer. At night, the weather was unbearably hot and humid, with not a breath of wind and a thick, oppressive atmosphere. The babies were also made restless by the weather. Song Shirin got up and wiped the babies down, then turned on the air conditioner. As soon as the air conditioner was turned on, the stuffy feeling disappeared, and the babies fell fast asleep again. Buzz buzz buzz. Snap. Damn it. I didn't get a picture again. The silence lasted only a short while before the mosquitoes started their symphony again. I looked at the babies and they couldn't sleep because of the buzzing of mosquitoes. Seeing the 4 little cuties struggling to fall asleep, Lin Shiyu said with heartache, "What should we do? There are mosquitoes in Suzhou this time of year. Although they live on a high floor, mosquitoes still come up in the elevator. The crib has a mosquito net to prevent mosquitoes from biting the babies, but it still can't block out their chirping. The little ones couldn't sleep on their first night back home because of the mosquitoes. That's so pitiful." Seeing Lin Shiyu's distressed expression, Song Shirin smiled mysteriously. "I have a clever plan." He went out and brought back an electric mosquito swatter, then swept it around the crib, making a crackling sound, and soon the mosquitoes were gone. Lin Shiyu looked at him with surprise and admiration. When did you prepare this? Song Shuren smiled brightly and said, I won't tell you. Will you tell me or not? Song Shuren sensed a hint of coquetry in Lin Shiyu's tone. He smiled without saying a word, slowly approaching Lin Shiyu, and the distance between the two gradually closed. Lin Shiyu instinctively backed away, but he showed no sign of stopping, and the distance between them continued to close. From behind, she could feel Song Shuren's breath, and if he got any closer, he would touch the tip of her nose. This was the first time they had been so close. She didn't dare to look up, afraid that if she did, she would touch his lips. At this time, Song Shuren smiled smugly, and then with lightning speed, pulled out a bottle of floral water and cooling oil from behind him. Then he smeared it on Lin Shiyu's face and asked in a cheeky tone, Why are your eyes closed? She felt as if she had been tricked, and slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushing red as she stared wide-eyed. Song Shuren, you did this on purpose. Song Shuren pretended to be stupid and said, I just saw that you had a big mosquito bite on your face and thought I would put some medicine on it for you. My mother is still here. What bad intentions could I have? You. He muttered under his breath, clearly doing it on purpose. Song Shuren sprayed some floral water around the bed, then crawled under the covers. Without the mosquitoes bothering me, I can finally sleep peacefully. After spending several days lying flat on the hospital bed, I can finally lie down and get a comfortable sleep. He soon fell asleep. Lin Shiyu couldn't fall asleep, whether it was because she had slept too long during the day or because a big man was lying next to her. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Thinking about how Song Shuren had just teased her, she realized that patience was key to calming things down, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She sat up and glanced at Song Shuren, who was fast asleep beside her. Wow, he looks so handsome when he's asleep. Lin Shiyu couldn't sleep, so she got out of bed to check on the babies. Looking at her 4 chubby, adorable little ones, she finally went back to sleep, completely satisfied. In the middle of the night, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were awakened by the babies crying. It turned out the little ones were hungry. Song Shuren took the baby to feed Lin Shiyu. The babies are such little foodies, drinking with their eyes closed. After feeding, Song Shuren told Lin Shiyu to rest, and that he would burp the babies himself. At first, they didn't know that they should burp their babies after feeding. It was only after the nurses saw them put the babies back to sleep after feeding that they told them to burp their babies. If you put your baby down to sleep right after feeding, they are more likely to spit up or spill milk. Since then, they have made sure to burp their babies after each feeding. I don't even know how many times I'll have to get up at night to feed the babies. Song Shuren pulled the baby's legs together and laid the baby face down on his lap. He then reached his hand diagonally from one side of the baby's neck to his armpit and wrapped it around the baby's upper body, making sure the baby's head was slightly higher than his body. He then gently patted the baby's back from top to bottom. The first 3 babies were great too, they started burping very quickly. This soft little guy can be quite a handful. It took more than 20 minutes of patting before he finally burped. It was past 4 o'clock when I finished. Song Shuren stretched and went back to bed to sleep. Chapter 24 Song's father, this news is too hard to digest. It's 6:30 in the morning. When Song's mother returned from grocery shopping to prepare breakfast, she saw Lin Shiyu bending over, trying to lift the baby up to breastfeed. Please sit down, I'll do it. Song's mother picked up Kwai Kwai from the crib and placed him in Lin Shi's arms. I glanced at my son, who was sleeping soundly beside me. He must have been kept awake by the babies for a long time last night, so I didn't wake him up. After Lin Shiyu finished feeding Debeo, Song's mother brought Lele to her to breastfeed. Then I took Kwai Kwai and patted her to help her burp. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked together seamlessly until the babies were fed. After the little ones had all eaten their fill, Lin Shiyu felt a sense of relief. My chest finally doesn't feel so bloated anymore. After burping the baby, Song's mother checked the baby's diapers and found they were clean and dry, so there was no need to change them for the time being. After finishing these tasks, she poured Lin Shiyu a glass of water and said, Shiyu, I'm going to make breakfast now. Call me if you need anything. The weather is hot now and it's easy to sweat, and new mothers are also prone to night sweats, so they need to drink more water. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Auntie. After Song's mother left. Looking at Song Shuren beside him, his eyes were still sleepy, and a faint light shimmered between his eyelashes. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he had met a special person in his dream, which made him feel happy. What kind of dream are you having to make, laughing so happily? Could he be dreaming about his ex-girlfriend? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but feel sad. She stared at Song Shuren intently, and unconsciously reached out to gently poke his face. Song Shuren looks so charming when she's sleeping. His handsome face has distinct and deep features, even his profile is so angular, his face is truly impeccable. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but brush her finger across his eyelashes again. It's absolutely stunning, even longer than a girl's. At this moment, Song Shuren opened his eyes. What are you doing? Lin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, her hand still lingering in front of his eyes. I'll help you swat away the mosquitoes. Then, he waved his hand casually, as if to shoo away mosquitoes. Really? Song Shuren raised an eyebrow. He tilted his head and stared at Lin Shiyu with his clear eyes. Then why are you staring at me for so long? I pulled Lin Shiyu closer, and looking at her, I couldn't help but want to kiss her. Lin Shiyu hurriedly pushed him away, her eyes darting around. I didn't. Dinner's ready. Fortunately, at that moment, Song's mother's voice came. Auntie called us to dinner. Lin Shiyu hurriedly ran away like a panicked deer. In addition to making millet and pumpkin porridge for breakfast, a special postpartum meal was prepared for Lin Shiyu. He said to Song Shuren, "What are you standing there for? Get yourself a bowl and serve yourself some rice." Turning around, their attitude made a complete 360-degree turn. While serving Lin Shiyu porridge, I said, "Shiyu, don't just eat porridge later. Mom also prepared shumai, sweet potatoes, and eggs for you. Eat whatever you like." "Thank you, Auntie. You should eat too." "Mom, you're so biased. I was tossed and turned all night and didn't sleep well at all, and you." Song Shuren suddenly realized something. He was busy all night and didn't sleep well, yet he's still so energetic. Usually, when he wakes up, he feels like he's been possessed by a ghost, groggy and disoriented. I feel exceptionally refreshed today, and even the fatigue from the past few days has completely disappeared. Could it be that the physical fitness skill that the system rewarded me with? That's why I'm not sleepy even though I stayed up all night yesterday? Song's mother glared at her son. "What are you standing there for? Go get your porridge and eat breakfast. You're a father now, can't you be a little more mature?" He turned to look at Lin Shiyu tenderly and asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious, and it feels like home." "Haha, I'm glad you like it. If it's delicious, Auntie will cook it for you again next time." Song's mother has already come to regard Lin Shiyu as her own daughter. The three of them were having dinner when the doorbell rang. As Song Shuren got up and walked towards the door, he wondered, could it be Gu Yenin who's here? With a sense of doubt, I opened the door. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood at the door, his face showing the marks of time. Song Shuren was taken aback. "Dad, what brings you here?" When Song's mother heard her son call out Dad, she went over to see. She asked in surprise, "Old Song, what brings you here?" Mr. Song came in with a serious expression and put down his backpack. Song's mother pressed her for details, asking, "What brings you here? You rushed out in a panic after receiving your son's call yesterday, and it's been a whole day since then. You haven't sent me a single message, and I was worried something had happened." "I'm not worried, I just came to check on things." Song's mother then realized that she had been so overwhelmed with information since arriving here that she had forgotten to let him know she was safe. Before leaving home yesterday, she even told Song's father her address in Suzhou to ensure her safety. That's why he was able to find his way here all by himself. Mr. Song took out his lighter and lit a cigarette, only to realize there was a girl in the living room just as he lit it. "Hello, Uncle." He silently stubbed out the cigarette he had just lit, and politely returned the greeting, "Hey, hello young lady." Then he turned back to the mother and son and asked in a low voice, "Who is this girl?" Song Shuren looked at his mother with a desperate desire to survive in his eyes, as if to say, "Mom, save me." Song's mother said that this was a poem, and that it was Xiaoan's girlfriend. My son showed him a picture of his girlfriend before, and it wasn't this one. Moreover, this is a residential building in a community. Why would my son be with this girl so early in the morning? Are they living together? Although he doesn't interfere with his child's dating life, he can't just change girlfriends every 2 months, can he? What about Mantu and his 2 other roommates? Song Shuren pursed his lips. They were still living at the school. Hearing his son's answer confirmed the fact that he was living with the girl. "You've really got some nerve. You're not even married yet and you're already asking a girl to live with you. That's damaging to her reputation. You little rascal, you didn't bully her, did you? Song's father's pupils widened, and Song Shuren dared not look his father in the eye or answer his questions. When Song Shuren was a child, his father's business failed, and he fell seriously ill after returning to the village. Since then, his health has been poor. The doctor said that he should not get too emotional, otherwise he would be at risk of fainting. Due to his illness, for many years, the family has relied on Song's mother to support them and also take care of his emotional needs. That's why Song Shuren and his mother didn't tell him about the babies right away, because they were worried that he would get too emotional. But now that Mr. Song has suddenly shown up at the door, it seems the truth about the babies can no longer be kept secret. Just as Mr. Song was bombarding the room with questions, the baby started crying. The baby was fed milk before meals, so they should have pooped by now. Lin Shiyu quickly escaped the suffocating space. I'm going to check on the child. Song Shuren also took the opportunity to leave, saying, Dad, Mom, I'm going to help Shiyu. Before leaving, he gave his mother a wink, as if to say, I'm counting on you. Song's mother had a headache. Mr. Song turned to look at his wife. Why was there another child in the room? Song's mother sighed and said, I'm telling you, don't get anxious or upset. The doctor said you can't get angry. Song's father, a monk of Tuzhang, was completely bewildered and simply nodded in agreement with his wife. Seeing that the two children hadn't closed the door properly, Song's mother pulled her husband into the second bedroom to talk. The truth will eventually come out. Those are Shaoan and Shiryu's children. His expression gradually stiffened, and even the muscles in his cheeks twitched slightly. Song's mother waved her hand in front of her husband. Immediately, Mr. Song's face darkened. What? They already have a child? And it wasn't just one, it was quadruplets. Seeing that his expression was not right, Song's mother was afraid that getting angry would affect his health, so she gently patted his back to comfort him and said, don't be angry, let me tell you slowly. Mr. Song raised his hand to interrupt, you let that brat come and talk to me. He dares to do it but doesn't dare to admit it? Is he a man from my Song family? Song's mother rolled her eyes. If you act like this, the child won't be afraid of you. He won't dare to say anything even if he wants to. You've been spoiling him. Now look what's happened, premarital pregnancy? Upon hearing this, Song's mother became displeased. Fine, it's all my fault. She snorted angrily, turned around, and sat heavily on the bed, ignoring him completely. Mr. Song was furious and rushed into the master bedroom after opening the door. Chapter 25 Lin Shiyu cried, at a loss for what to do. Inside the room, the babies pooped. At this moment, the four little ones felt uncomfortable and kicked their little feet haphazardly in the crib. Over this period of time, the baby's poop has gradually changed from dark green to a normal color. The babies are still breastfeeding, so their poop only has a slight odor. The new parents are diligently cleaning up their babies' bottoms. At that moment, the door opened, and Mr. Song, whose anger level was at its peak, walked in. Seeing the four adorable little bundles of milk in the crib, their smiles were like those of little angels. For some reason, Mr. Song seemed to be touched by the adorable babies. He was incredibly angry just moments before, but now he wasn't so angry anymore, and his heart softened instantly. When Lin Shiyu saw Song's father come in, she felt that something was very wrong. He quickly said, Uncle, it's not entirely the fault of the strange rocks, I also bear some responsibility. Mr. Song remained silent, quietly waiting for his son to finish changing the baby's diapers. Hey kid, come out with me for a second. Before leaving, Song Shuren glanced back at Lin Shiyu and said, it's alright, don't worry. After coming out, seeing his father's gloomy face, he knew that his mother definitely hadn't sorted things out. Song Shuren felt uneasy. Mr. Song was furious when he saw his son. What was going on? This girl wasn't the same one as before. Where was the previous one? How come you keep dating one woman after another who will have your child? Now that things have come to this, Song Shuren no longer wants to hide it. She broke up with me before. I only found out about the pregnancy between Shiyu and me a year ago when we got drunk at a party. Mr. Song was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but unfortunately he didn't have any suitable tools around, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. Don't you know your own limits? You've even learned to drink? You're going to get yourself into trouble. No more drinking. And what do you mean you only found out later? Don't you want to take responsibility for the other person? Song Shuren was given a stern lecture. Knowing his father's physical condition, he didn't dare to argue back, fearing that his father would become even more agitated. He's already very angry. If he gets any further provoked, he might be at risk of a stroke and paralysis. Previously, Song's mother always had the final say, but ever since Song's father fell ill, the whole family has been giving in to him in every way. Now, it's like the peasants have turned the tables and become landlords. Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't drink it anymore. Actually, Song Shuren has a good alcohol tolerance, but he was feeling very emotional that day, so he wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. I never expected that just that one time would cause such a mess. Mr. Song snorted coldly, too lazy to pay him any attention, and turned to go find Lin Qiyu. Although he said his son was wrong, he still felt that the girl was also problematic. How could a girl from a respectable family get pregnant before marriage? Song Shuren knew his father's temper well and was afraid that he would say something inappropriate to Lin Qiyu, so he quickly tried to dissuade him. Dad, this has nothing to do with Qiyu. I forced her. Mr. Song snorted and said, get out of the way. At that moment, the door opened and Lin Qiyu came out. Song Shuren desperately tried to signal her to go back. My dad has a stubborn temper, and it will be difficult for him to accept this matter in a short time. I'm really afraid he'll get close to Lin Qiyu and say something inappropriate. How can a young girl bear such words? Lin Qiyu ignored Song Shan and bravely stepped forward to face Song's father. Uncle, it's not entirely Shuren's fault. It was my wishful thinking to give birth to the child. Song Shuren's pupils dilated slightly upon hearing her words. Lin Qiyu's words surprised him. He was really afraid that his father would turn on him at any moment. Unexpectedly, Mr. Song ignored everyone and walked towards the crib. He wanted to take a good look at his 4 grandsons first. The 4 little ones were sleeping soundly after their diapers were changed, babbling as if they were talking in their sleep. He looked at the 4 adorable dolls in front of him. They looked so alike. More than 20 years later, I saw what Song Shuren looked like as a baby. It's hard not to feel how fast time flies. Children will eventually grow up and start their own families. The adults gathered in the living room for a family meeting. Stand still! Song's father shouted at Song Shuren. Song Shuren was about to sit down when he was startled and quickly stood up. Looking at Lin Qiyu, Song's father said gently, my dear girl, I have a general understanding of your relationship with Xiaowen. It's this kid's fault for being so disobedient that he caused you so much harm. Uncle will help you teach him a lesson. But then, the tone changed abruptly. But it takes 2 to tango. You've given our Song family 4 grandchildren. Uncle, just tell me the truth. Okay, I'll just say it directly. Although our Song family is not a prominent or wealthy family, we have our own principles. We will raise the children, but... However, the fact that his son is pregnant is still quite a surprise to him. If he hadn't seen how much his babies resembled his son when he was little, he might have thought they weren't his son's biological children. Dad, what are you thinking? The babies are my own children, of course they'll look like me. This is so sudden. Having a child before graduation, isn't that a good thing? Lin Qiyu smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I understand that it takes 2 to tango, and I also bear some responsibility. But what's done is done. No matter what, I will take good care of the babies in the future. Mr. Song was surprised that Lin Qiyu, who looked so gentle and weak, was not at all shy when she spoke. He glared at his son and said, don't say a word. After a moment of silence, he continued slowly. Girl, since you've been so honest, I believe you. If this brat continues to bully you, just tell your uncle. Lin Qiyu nodded. After thinking for a moment, Song's father asked tentatively in a calm tone, then when you've recovered a bit, you and Xiaowen will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register your marriage and get your certificate. Song Shuren, what? They got their marriage certificate? Lin Qiyu, did I hear that right? Song's mother's eyes lit up. Oh my! Getting the marriage certificate is great. Old Song, you finally said something that I like. Mr. Song looked up and glared at his son. Don't you want to take responsibility for her? Song Shuren quickly waved his hand and said, I didn't say that, don't slander me. If you don't get your marriage certificate yet, how will you register your child's birth? Xiaowen, your dad is right. Mom and Dad, don't just ask me, you have to ask Qiyu if she's willing. Of course he wanted to marry Lin Qiyu so he could rightfully take care of her and the babies, but marriage wasn't just his decision. If Lin Qiyu agrees, he can even go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her to get their marriage certificate right away. The 3 of them looked at Lin Qiyu at the same time. Lin Qiyu said shyly, I have no objection. Song Shirin excitedly hugged Lin Xiyu and said, "Don't worry, I will work hard to give you and the babies a home." Chapter 26 Lin Xiyu, will you always be good to me? At this moment, Lin Xiyu was still in a daze. Wow, this is so sudden. While she was in the hospital, she had considered her relationship with Song Shirin, but she couldn't make up her mind. After Song's father made such a fuss, it just so happens to be an opportunity. The Song family's attitude is now very clear, so it can be considered a win-win situation. On the other hand, although they hadn't spent much time together, Song's mother adored Lin Xiyu. She was afraid that if Lao Song made such a fuss, he would scare away such a good daughter-in-law. As someone who's been there, she felt that having 4 children would act as a bond between them, preventing them from ending up getting a divorce. Father Song was relieved. Fate is truly wondrous, and children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Lin Xiyu smiled shyly and said she still wanted to thank her uncle for agreeing to let them be together. Hey! You're still calling me uncle? Lin Xiyu was startled. Huh? Song's mother quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to shout it after you've registered your marriage." Mr. Song scratched his head and said, yes, no rush. Call them when you want. Let's invite your in-laws out for dinner tonight, and we can also apologize to your parents. Hearing the other person mention her parents, Lin Xiyu's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that something was wrong, Song's mother said, "We'll talk about seeing my parents later. Yesterday, I don't know why my phone stopped working. You're here, so you can take a look. Did you forget to turn the sound on again?" "I was just saying." Song's mother then pulled her husband back to their room. As soon as the 2 elders closed the door, Song Shirin spoke. "Just listen to what my dad says. You don't have to force yourself if you don't want to. He doesn't know the details. I'll go explain it to him later." She was just immersed in the happy family atmosphere when Song's father's words instantly pulled her back to reality. Lin Xiyu shook her head. "It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that my parents." "Your parents don't agree with Song Shirin," bowing down. Lin Xiyu looked at Song Xian with a determined gaze. "Will you always be good to me and the babies?" "Of course," he answered without the slightest hesitation. "What if your ex-girlfriend came crying to you wanting to get back together? Would you rekindle your old flame with her? Would you abandon me and the babies?" "Even if she kneels down and begs me, I will not get back together with her, and I will never abandon you and the babies. Even if he dies, he will never have anything to do with Li Li again, who is so materialistic." Song Shirin's answer was brief yet powerful, and his firm gaze gave her a strong sense of security. "Listen carefully, Song Shirin. Even if my parents don't agree, I'm still willing to marry you. I will explain it to my parents later." Does this count as Lin Xiyu confessing her feelings to him? Song Shirin made a firm choice, and the two went to each other's destinations. Second bedroom. The cell phone rang. "I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just to wait with you under the bright moonlight." "It's not broken, is it? Why did you say it was broken?" Song's mother was truly exasperated by his blockheadness. "However, considering that he inadvertently resolved the children's marriage arrangements, we won't hold it against him." "You. Don't you even think about it? That girl is pregnant with your son's baby before she's even married. Do you think her parents would be happy about that?" "I was just about to tell you this, but you said I spoiled him and even got angry with me." Song's mother felt a lump in her throat as she recalled this. Mr. Song apologized repeatedly, saying, "I was just too hasty. I'm sorry. Tell me quickly, what's wrong with her parents?" Song's mother sighed. This child was also a child with a hard life. Because she insisted on giving birth to Xiaowen's baby, she had a falling out with her family. She gave up a comfortable life and carried her baby for 10 months on her own, so we should treat her even better now. Don't mention this in front of girls. After hearing this, Song's father felt extremely ashamed. I understand. Originally, she planned to go back to her hometown this afternoon. She never expected her husband to come and cause such a scene, so she thought she should stay here to take care of Xiyu until she finished her postpartum confinement. Xiaowen is, after all, a boy, so he's bound to be less attentive. Song's mother loves the babies, but she also worries about her son. Fearing that Song Shirin would be flustered as a first-time father, and also worried that she wouldn't be able to take good care of Lin Xiyu, since the most important thing for a woman after giving birth is to rest and recover during her postpartum period. She had been through it all. When Song Shuren was born, she started working to earn money before she was even out of her postpartum period in order to give him a better life. As a result, she developed health problems. Although Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu already have a baby, in their parents' eyes, they will always be children. Song's father expressed a different opinion. Times have changed. Young people have their own ideas now. I see that Xiaowen is quite skilled at taking care of the baby now, so there's not much we can do to help here. Moreover, our lifestyles are different from those of young people, and conflicts may arise over time. The children have grown up, and we should learn to let go. Let them walk their own path in the future. Besides, Xiaowen and that girl have only been together for a short time. Let's give them some private space to develop their relationship. We shouldn't be third wheels. We'll go back too, and enjoy some time alone together. What do you mean by a world for two? Who wants to spend time with you like that? When Song's mother got serious, she said, "Wouldn't it be easier for them if I took care of their baby? Are you saying I'm a burden?" Mr. Song was so angry he almost shook his head. "I didn't mean that." "That's what you mean. I think you just want to go back to your cronies and play chess and cards." Mr. Song sighed. "If that's how you think, there's nothing I can do." He added as soon as he finished speaking, "Think about it, Shiryu is a senior in high school this year. Aren't you going to go back and supervise his studies? This kid only listens to you." Song Shiyu is their youngest son, a senior in high school this year, preparing for the college entrance examination. Besides doing housework, Song's mother also supervised his studies at home. Song's mother still refused to return to her hometown. Song's father had a flash of inspiration, seized the logical gap, and asked in return. "With you here, they not only have to take care of the baby but also you. Are you easing the children's burden or increasing theirs?" Song's mother was anxious. "I can eat and move around, and I don't need them to take care of me. How can they add to my burden?" Mr. Song once again pressed him with a probing question. "If you say you don't need it, will the children stop taking care of you?" When her husband asked her this, Song's mother knew that both of them were filial children and would definitely not want her to do any work. In the end, it was uncertain who would take care of whom. Besides, she wasn't very familiar with the city's transportation routes. "On the way here, I almost took the wrong subway. The children will worry if they get lost someday. I pay for everything by scanning a QR code. I rarely see anyone using cash. I haven't even figured out how to use my smartphone yet. Let's go back and not cause trouble for the children." After thinking about it, Song's mother agreed with what her husband had said. Her son has always been a good caregiver. From the time Lin Shiyu gave birth to her 4 children until now, he has been able to take good care of them all by himself. I believe my son will be able to take good care of the babies in the future. Song's mother planned to go back for a while and come back later. Afternoon, living room. "Xiaowen, Shiyu, we've decided to head back soon." "Mom, why so suddenly?" "Yes, Auntie, please stay a few more days. I still want to eat your porridge," Lin Shiyu said reluctantly. Song's mother shook her head. "Your father is right. Young people need their own space. We're not familiar with this city, and besides, we still have rice to harvest and your brother's studies to attend to. I'm worried about you." "Alright, you brat, take good care of Shiyu. We're leaving now." Song Shuren followed his parents to the door and said, "Mom and Dad, let me take you to the station." Song's father pushed Song Shuren back into the house and slammed the door shut. "No need. You just stay home and take good care of Shiyu and my grandchildren." After recording many videos with the babies, the 2 elders reluctantly left. Chapter 27, Bathing the Babies. A variety of methods. As the sun gradually sets and the light slowly fades, a new moon quietly rises. After Mr. and Mrs. Song left, the house suddenly felt much quieter. What should we do now? Song Shuren remembered that the babies hadn't taken a bath since they came back from the hospital. It has been an hour since the babies finished feeding. It's the perfect time to give them a bath. So Song Shuren suggested giving the babies a bath. Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I haven't given the babies a bath yet. Let's get right to it." Song Shuren took out the bathtub he had prepared for bathing. Since it's new, it's best to wash the bathtub first before letting the babies use it. Bathing for babies is a huge undertaking. Be prepared for a long battle. Song Shuren decided that they should start with Yuan Yuan. Lin Shiyu wondered, why not start with Kwai Kwai? We can't always put the eldest child first, right? What if the kids think we're being biased? Let's start with the youngest this time. The babies are so young, they don't understand these things. Yuan just woke up, so I brought her over for a bath. Okay. Now it's time to give the baby a bath. Are you ready? Attention! Attention! This is not a drill, over. While Song Shuren was taking a bath, Lin Shiyu had already prepared everything. Baby-specific bath wash, rubber duck toys, thermometers, talcum powder, bath towels, hand towels, and other supplies. Before bathing the baby, they checked some information, which said that the bath time for newborns should be controlled within 5-10 minutes to avoid the baby catching a cold or getting sick from the long bath. Lin Shiyu hasn't fully recovered yet, so she can only cheer from the sidelines. Song Shuren took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. Babies have delicate skin and are sensitive to water temperature. If the water is too cold, they may catch a cold, and if it is too hot, they may get burned. Song Shuren tested the water temperature with a thermometer, and it was just right at 38 degrees Celsius. Then, supporting the baby's neck, slowly lower them into the bathtub, and cover the baby's tummy with a small square towel to prevent them from getting cold. The soft, cuddly baby seemed to melt into water in his hands. He followed the online tutorials and began to learn in a very convincing manner. Be gentle, this is washing a baby, not washing cabbage, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but remind her. Because it was the first time Song Shuren was bathing the baby, he was flustered and took a long time to wash him. Babies need to be extra careful when bathing them, especially when washing their hair, because their fontanelles are not yet fully developed and are very fragile. Fortunately, Yuan was very well behaved, and Song Shuren completed the mission without any major incidents. Having learned from the first experience, Song Shuren was full of confidence in bathing his second baby. Of the 4 babies, only the second and fourth babies are girls. Song Shuren thought that baby girls would be more well behaved and easier to clean. So the second one is Rebirth Tuanchuan. As soon as we put Tuanchuan into the water, her little hands started splashing around, scattering water everywhere in the basin. If Yuan is a little angel, then Tuanchuan is a little rascal. Song Shuren was splashed with water, but Tuan showed no intention of stopping and was completely uncooperative. Song Shuren found it amusing. You're such a tiny little thing, but you have quite the temper. Let's see how Daddy deals with you. He picked up the toy duck next to him, squeezed it, and the little yellow duck made a quacking sound. The child's face lit up with a smile, and he reached out his chubby little hands, trying to grab the little yellow duck. The little yellow duck swam and swam until it came to Tuan's side. He gave the little yellow duck to Tuanchuan, who then focused on playing with it and didn't have time to cause any trouble. While Tuanchuan's attention was still on the little yellow duck, he sped up his bath. After washing the baby, he gently dried the water off the baby's body. After putting on a diaper, Song Shuren took the little yellow duck from Tuanchuan's hand and prepared to dress her. As soon as the little yellow duck was taken away, Erbao immediately burst into tears. Hey, does such a young baby already know how to protest? Lin Shiyu took the baby and gestured for her to change Tuanchuan's clothes, while Song Shuren continued to bathe the babies. A flock of ducks swam by under the bridge in front of the gate. Come quickly and count them, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. As Lin Shiyu sang, she gently patted Tuan's back to comfort him. The baby has stopped crying. Song Shuren found it amazing, this child must really love ducklings. I just finished bathing my little rascal. Song Shuren made a decisive choice, watching the perfectly quiet Sanbao Lele take a bath. Although Sanbao's name is Lele, he is rarely seen smiling. However, he is rarely seen crying. He looks just like the stern and wise young master in the novel. At this moment, Song Shuren was thinking that as long as the 3 babies didn't cry, it would be fine. The baby's bath shouldn't be delayed for too long, otherwise he would easily catch a cold. After bathing both babies, Song Shuren gradually mastered some techniques and wanted to finish quickly for her youngest son. But we haven't even gone into the water yet. The 3 treasures, who were originally quiet, started crying. The closer Song Shuren held him to the water, the louder he cried and the more fiercely he struggled. He was puzzled. Lele, you're a good baby. Tell Daddy if you're scared. If you're scared, just blink. At this moment, Lele slapped his father, catching Song Shuren off guard. Of course, with their chubby little hands and the fact that newborn babies don't have much strength, they don't feel any pain at all. Song Shuren was slightly taken aback. Oh my, our Lele has quite a personality. She even knows how to express her dissatisfaction. Then I saw Lele patting her belly. You shouldn't pat your belly, the umbilical cord isn't there yet. That's right. The umbilical cord. Other babies' umbilical cords have already fallen off, but Laylay's umbilical cord has scabbed over and hasn't fallen off yet. She needs to use an umbilical cord protector to protect her belly button, otherwise it's easy for bacteria to get infected. Song Shuren was very surprised and couldn't help but give Laylay a kiss. My Laylay is so smart. Let Daddy give her another kiss. After he put an umbilical cord protector on Laylay, Laylay indeed stopped crying. Song Shuren finished giving Laylay a bath without any problems. Next up, Dabao will make his grand finale appearance. Dabao is indeed big. As soon as he was put into the basin, a lot of water overflowed. Kwai Kwai, you're much heavier than your younger siblings. You're amazing. Grow strong and healthy. Daddy's giving you a heart and a thumbs up. At this time, a perfect parabola started from the baby's crotch and landed in the bathtub, then slowly spread out in the water. Kwai Kwai probably realized that he had wasted a lot of water and thought about replenishing it himself. Wow, Kwai Kwai is really amazing. That snort was so high and powerful. Dabao is so strong. When you grow up, be tall and strong so you can protect your younger brothers and sisters. Lin Shiyu was also very happy. Their eldest child was so energetic. The baby is heavy, energetic, and in good spirits, which makes the parents extremely happy. There was nothing we could do. The little guy was peeing in the water, so we had to change the water in another basin. To prevent the little guy from catching a cold, Song Shuren gently wrapped him in a bath towel and quickly changed the water in the basin. I jokingly scared my son by saying, "Hurry up, if you pee in the basin again, Daddy will spank your bottom." I don't know if Dabao understood, but when he heard that his father was going to spank him, Dabao twisted his little body and started crying loudly. That pitiful look made him seem like the most pitiful little baby in the world. Chapter 28: Lin Shiyu's Social Death. I've finished washing the three little cuties. Song Shuren has become much more skilled, and this time he finished washing Dabao in less than 10 minutes. After tidying up the babies, he stretched. Finally finished washing. Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the first bath for your baby. The system rewards you with 80,000 yuan and 4 sets of baby bath supplies. Note, for example, children's bath wash, children's shampoo, children's body lotion, etc. Baby products have safe ingredients and no irritating ingredients, so you can use them with confidence. Not only did I receive an 80,000 yuan reward for giving the little ones a bath, but each baby also received a set of bath supplies. The system is so thoughtful, Song Shuren thought to himself with secret joy. I plan to try this on the babies next time I give them a bath. The little ones fell fast asleep shortly after their bath. Newborn babies spend most of their time sleeping, only waking up when they need to drink milk or poop. However, as they grow older, their sleep time will gradually decrease. Time just passed by like that. Before we knew it, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Shuren glanced at the time and said to Lin Shiyu, "You go and rest for a while, I'll go cook." Song's mother still had quite a few ingredients left, including lotus root, pork ribs, peanuts, scallions, and ginger. Fresh lotus root and pork ribs are cut into chunks and simmered over low heat to make a white broth, which is said to be very nutritious. I'll make lotus root and pork rib soup to give Shiyu a new flavor, Song Shuren thought to himself. With the added skill of a master chef, his soup-making technique is now unparalleled. Cooking is a piece of cake for him. Lin Shiyu nodded cutely and said thank you for your hard work. However, at this time, what she was thinking was that she needed to go to the restroom as soon as possible. She already needed to pee when I was giving her a bath. But the babies hadn't finished bathing yet, and Song Shuren was busy, so she could only continue to endure it. Although Lin Shiyu has been discharged from the hospital, the wound on her abdomen has not fully healed yet, and there is still a risk of tearing if she is not careful. The toilet at home is quite large, unlike in the hospital where there are handrails to hold onto for support. Therefore, she has to be extra careful every time she goes to the toilet. Having held it in for too long, Lin Shiyu was about to burst. She bent over, one hand covering her stomach and the other supporting herself against the wall, legs tucked together and bottom sticking out, and took small, quick steps into the toilet as fast as she could. Upon seeing this, Song Shuren stepped forward to help her up without even taking off his apron. "Slow down, let me help you across." Lin Shiyu, her face flushed, said, "I can do it myself without." Song Shuren said worriedly, "You don't look too well." Lin Shiyu's ears turned a rosy color. She had been holding it in for too long and was feeling uncomfortable. The toilet was right in front of her. If she didn't go in soon, she was going to pee. Lin Shiyu couldn't hold back any longer, shook off his hand, and ran away. If you can't hold it in, you'll pee in front of Song Shuren. This time, she really needs to find a hole to crawl into. The toilet was next to the kitchen, separated by a wall, but at this moment Song Shuren activated his physical fitness skills. This skill is quite amazing. Song Shuren discovered that when his skill was activated, he not only felt energetic and full of vitality, but his perception was also enhanced. As long as he calms down and perceives the movements around him, he can hear even the smallest sounds clearly. In the kitchen, Song Shuren was worried about Lin Shiyu, so he deliberately turned the range hood down a bit. The next second, he could hear everything that was happening in the toilet. After urinating in the restroom, Lin Shiyu realized something was wrong. I was in such a rush that I didn't notice the wound at all. After I calmed down, I realized that my stomach was being pulled and was hurting in waves. She panicked completely, afraid to even look at her wound, lest it tear open and bleed. Song Shuren listened for a long time but didn't hear the sound of flushing, and felt something was wrong. He rushed over and knocked on the door. What's wrong? Are you alright? Lin Shiyu sat on the toilet, not daring to move an inch. Lin Shiyu's weak voice came through the crack in the door. I'm coming in. This time, Lin Shiyu did not refuse. This is not the time for modesty or shyness, she is in excruciating pain. When Song Shuren entered the bathroom, he saw Lin Shiyu slumped painfully on the toilet. You walked too fast and aggravated your wound. Lin Shiyu looked up, her clear eyes sparkling with tears like stars. She pouted and nodded with a wronged expression. I'm in pain. Because of the lochia discharge, she had to wear sanitary napkins all the time. Seeing that she had already torn off the old sanitary napkin and thrown it into the trash can, Song Shuren wondered if he should replace it with a new one. Song Shuren asked shyly, where did you put that sanitary napkin? Do you want me to get it and put a new one on for you? Lin Shiyu was so worried about whether her wound was bleeding that she didn't notice that her pants weren't pulled up properly, leaving her completely naked in front of Song Shuren. It was a truly socially awkward situation at this moment. Her toes had already been dug out to resemble a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Shiyu lowered her head and pointed to the cabinet under the sink. Wow, I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Song Shuren opened the cabinet and took out a sanitary napkin. How do I use this? Song Shuren asked, puzzled. As a typical straight man, he had never used this thing before and had no idea how to get started. Lin Shiyu shyly took it from his hand, tore open the packaging bag, peeled off the protective film, and stuck the sticky side to the middle of her underwear. Song Shuren nodded silently, then squatted down to treat Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu closed her eyes. He thought to himself, why don't you just kill me? There's nothing left in this world worth staying for. After finishing his work, Song Shuren asked with concern, are you able to stand up straight now? Lin Shiyu clutched her wound. It probably wouldn't work. It wasn't convenient to treat the wound in the toilet, so he thought he should move the battlefield first. Song Shuren immediately picked Lin Shiyu up in a princess carry. Lin Shiyu was startled by the sudden princess carry and her hands and feet moved restlessly. Hey! Don't move around, or the wound will tear again. Lin Shiyu fell silent the moment she heard that. Inside the house, Lin Shiyu was half lying on the bed. Song Shuren carefully removed the gauze from Lin Shiyu's stomach. Iodine and some tissue fluid were stuck to it, making it look dirty. Fortunately, the wound was still intact, without reopening or showing any signs of bleeding. I'll go get the first aid kit and treat you. Song Shuren brought over a first aid kit, first rinsing the wound with saline solution, then taking out iodine and cotton swabs to disinfect it. Lin Shiyu closed her eyes in fear. I tentatively opened one eye. Why doesn't it hurt? She thought the wound would hurt so much during disinfection that she would die on the spot, so she was mentally prepared. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all. This is iodine solution, not hydrogen peroxide, and since your wound hasn't reopened, it definitely won't hurt. Perhaps I was in too much of a hurry and ran too fast, which aggravated the wound. So I learned a little lesson from the wound. Song Shuren finished treating the wound. Don't we need to put on the gauze anymore? Lin Shiyu asked. No need. It's hot now, and keeping it on the wound all the time won't help it heal properly. The doctor said it can be removed once the bleeding stops. Lin Shiyu looked at the light red scars and dense stitches on her stomach, which seemed out of place against her fair skin. Don't you think it's ugly, like a caterpillar? Lin Shiyu was afraid he would dislike her. How could that be? I think this is your badge of honor. It records the birth of the babies and signifies that you have become a great mother. At the same time, it is also a warning sign for me. You gave birth to 4 lovely babies for me, and I will spend my whole life taking care of you. She didn't expect that Song Shuren would not only not be disgusted, but would also comfort her, which warmed her heart. Chapter 29 Lin Shiyu, am I not the happiest woman in the world? During this time, Song Shuren was like a ray of sunshine, illuminating her hopes for the future and warming her heart. Song Shuren remembered that there was still soup simmering in the pot. Shiyu, you get some rest. I'll go cook and call you when it's ready. Good. Soon, the sounds of kitchen utensils clattering and flames flickering could be heard from the kitchen. Not long after, he seemed to hear the babies crying. Then turn off the fire. After wiping the water off my hands, I hurriedly ran to the bedroom. Lin Shiyu had just finished treating her wound, and Song Shuren was worried that she might aggravate it by moving too much. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Lin Shiyu preparing to get up, and he quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't move, I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he went to check on the babies. We found that the babies' diapers were still clean, they hadn't pooped or peed. She brought the babies to Lin Shiyu. They're fine, Shiyu. They're just hungry and looking for their mom. The babies eat together, and they get hungry together too. Many times. The little ones poop around the same time, and they're quite idle when they're quiet, but they get incredibly busy when they start crying. Song Shuren helped Lin Shiyu adjust her sitting position so that she could easily breastfeed the babies. Then she carried all the little cuties to her side. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go and cook the dishes now. Lin Shiyu said coquettishly, then you'd better hurry up, I'm hungry too. Okay. While breastfeeding, he went to the kitchen to finish cooking the meal. Alright, time to eat. The 4 little cuties were happily munching and whimpering after their meal, but their mother's stomach was rumbling. Song Shuren helped her to the dining table and sat her down. The soup in the pot was still steaming, the rice was fragrant and soft, and the dishes emitted an irresistible aroma. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but swallow. She picked up her chopsticks and gracefully picked up some food. Her red lips parted slightly, a look of satisfaction on her face. Delicious. Every time Lin Shiyu eats Song Shuren's cooking, she feels like she's floating on air. She felt she was the happiest woman in the world. While serving her the soup, Song Shuren smiled and said, "Try this lotus root and pork rib soup. If it's delicious, I'll make it for you again next time." Okay, thank you. Does that mean she'll be able to eat such delicious meals every day from now on? Her eyes smiled so much they turned into crescent moons, and her eyebrows and eyes were so beautiful. Song Shuren looked at her and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Lin Shiyu looked at him in confusion. Song Shuren didn't say anything, but reached out to wipe the rice grains from the corner of her mouth. Little glutton, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Lin Shiyu gave an "oh" and shyly lowered her head to continue eating. Why do embarrassing things always happen in front of him? After finishing her meal, Song Shuren prepared to clear the dishes. Seeing his constantly busy figure, Lin Shiyu wanted to help him share some of the burden. I snatched the rag from him and said, "Hee, let me wipe the table for you." Song Shuren brought the rag back and said, "You can rest now, I can do it." But Lin Shiyu felt useless, unable to help with anything, and like a burden. Song Shuren meant well by wanting her to rest more, but he didn't expect it to damage Lin Shiyu's confidence. Just then, Song Shuren's phone rang. It was a call from Song's mother. Looking at Lin Shiyu, who looked aggrieved, I said, "I don't have my hands to answer the phone right now. Could you please answer it for me?" Lin Shiyu's face brightened from cloudy to sunny. He answered the call, turned on speakerphone, and stood obediently next to Song Shuren, holding the phone. "Shaowen, have you eaten yet? We just finished eating and are cleaning up now." "Who asked you?" "I meant whether Shiyu and the babies have eaten." "She really is my mom." "Auntie, I've eaten too. The babies are already full and asleep." Okay, I'm relieved to see you're all doing well." "Mom, I'll take care of them, so why don't you?" Just as the mother and son were chatting happily, a middle-aged woman's voice came from Song's mother's side. "Old Song's wife, can I borrow your hoe?" Seeing that Song's mother was on the phone, they guessed that it was Song Shuren on the other end. The woman shouted from the side. "Is it Shaowen? I heard from your dad that you gave birth to quadruplets. Congratulations! It's good to have children early, while your parents are still young. They can help you take care of them. When are you going to bring your baby back to visit? After a barrage of questions, Song Shuren didn't know which one to answer first. This is Aunt Lee from next door, one of the village's intelligence officers. Song's mother's smile was slightly helpless. Sisterly, these days young people all like to raise their children themselves. We should just enjoy our retirement. Aunt Lee then said, Shaoan, you already have a child. When are you going to hold the banquet? Song Shuren smiled awkwardly and said, let's wait until the baby is a month old. Aunt Lee clapped her hands and exclaimed, oh dear. It's not about the child, I meant your wedding banquet. What? You're someone I've watched grow up, aren't you going to invite your aunt to a feast? Song Shuren repeatedly said no. This Aunt Lee isn't really interested in attending the banquet, she's clearly here to gather information. She knew that Song Shuren was still in college, and suddenly having 4 babies meant he was definitely not married yet. Find out good news, and you can spend another afternoon chatting at the village entrance. Song's mother naturally knew what kind of person Aunt Lee was, so she took the hoe and put it in Aunt Lee's hand, saying, you go and hoe the ground first, I'll chat with my son for a bit more. Okay. When Aunt Lee couldn't get any information, she left dejectedly. Song's mother shook her head. Your father is really something. He said he wouldn't say it, but as soon as he got back to the village, he went around telling everyone that he'd become a grandfather. Song Shuren laughed. His body couldn't take the anger, so he let him be happy now. Song's mother said, alright, it's getting late. You should get some rest too. The baby is very fussy tonight. I never got a good night's sleep when you and your brother were little. Okay, Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Song Shuren knows his mother too well. If I don't hang it up soon, Mom will definitely start telling me all the stories about him and his brother when they were little. This will take forever to finish. On the other side. Hello? That brat, he dared to hang up on me first. Song's mother sighed. Who is it? I'm hanging up on you. Following the sound, Song's mother looked and saw that Song's father had returned. Who else could it be but your precious eldest son? I forgot to ask the babies how they've been lately, whether they're feeling unwell, and whether they're healthy. Don't worry about it. Shaoan is a thoughtful child. With technology so advanced these days, she can easily find the answer to anything she doesn't understand online. In case anything happens, they live close to the hospital. We had nothing and knew nothing before, but we still managed to raise Shaoan and Xiaoyu. Song's mother was comforted and leaned on her husband's shoulder. Old Song, it feels like Shaoan was born just yesterday, how come he already has a child in the blink of an eye? Sigh, the children have grown up, we can't deny that we're getting old. Shaoan has a baby now, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu is a senior in high school. Chapter 30, the mother is being distant, punish her. On the other side, Aunt Lee was weeding, but she was extremely annoyed. Song Shuren next door is younger than my son, but he already has a baby. However, his own son doesn't even have a girlfriend. She became angrier the more she thought about it. I put down my hoe and dialed my son's number. Where's your girlfriend? Do you know Shaoan next door? He gave birth to 4 grandsons for his parents. The man on the other end of the phone looked surprised. What? Really? You said Song Shuren is pregnant? Aunt Lee rolled her eyes. How could this be fake? His dad would tell everyone he met as soon as he returned to the village, and he was so proud of it. Now the whole village knows. What's wrong with you? You're 2 years older than Shaoan, and she already has 4 kids, while you don't even have a boyfriend. If you're not bringing your girlfriend home for Chinese New Year this year, don't even bother coming back. Mom, I'm still quite young. These things are all about fate. When the time is right, they'll come naturally. Forget about fate or anything like that. If you don't look for it, where will fate come from? Don't you see how arrogant the Song family is? Most of the young people in the village have gone to work in the city, leaving only the middle-aged and elderly people behind, making the village less vibrant. She used to envy other people's children running around in their yards. Now, even the neighbor next door, whose son is younger than mine, has kids. Aunt Lee was genuinely envious and jealous. I so wish I could hold my grandson in my arms. I need to find someone to marry soon so I can hold my adorable grandchild. Mom, aren't you making things difficult for me? Where am I supposed to find one? Last time I introduced you to that girl from the next village, but you didn't like her. That girl must weigh 200 pounds, she could kill me with one sit. What do you know? Having a big but makes it easier to give birth. The man didn't want to argue with his mother too much, so he casually agreed, saying that he would definitely focus on finding a partner in the future and try to find a girlfriend this year. At the same time, he was skeptical of what his mother said. Song Shuren and he grew up together. Last year during the spring festival, he said he didn't have a girlfriend. How come he has 4 children now? After hanging up, he hesitated for a moment before dialing Song Shuren's number. Song Shuren saw that the caller ID showed it was his childhood friend, Song Mingchen. Hey, Shin Ji, what's up? The two have been friends since childhood and have a very good relationship. Brother! How could you betray me? Betray? Song Shuren was completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. I heard you had quadruplets. Really? So this is what he meant by betrayal. Coming to his senses, Song Shuren guessed that Aunt Lee must have told him about the babies. Yes, it was born not long ago. Are we still brothers? You didn't even tell me this. He was too busy recently and didn't think about this, but he did think about it after bringing the babies home. But when he thought about how his mother, Aunt Lee, was a walking gossipmonger, he wondered what kind of rumors would spread around the village once she found out. After thinking about it, I decided to tell them when the babies turn 1 month old. Hearing that they were going to hold a full month celebration for the babies, Song Mingchen said he would definitely go back to attend. He didn't ask much about Lin Shiyu. Young people shouldn't ask too many questions about things that others are not comfortable talking about. After the call ended, Song Shuren received a WeChat transfer of 800 yuan from him. Song Mingchen hadn't been working for very long, and with expenses like rent, his monthly salary was barely enough to live on. 800 yuan is a considerable expense for a newcomer to the workplace. It's not easy for young people who have just started working these days. Making money is tough year after year. But now that he's connected to the system, he's different from others. The money was returned to Song Mingchen. Song Mingchen sent an emoji. This is for the babies, 200 each. Raising 4 kids must be very expensive right now, so consider this as me buying them some new clothes. I don't have any more, so please keep it. Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend. Song Shuren insisted on not accepting, saying that he was now rich and raising 4 babies would not be a problem for him. Seeing that Song Shuren insisted, Song Mingchen didn't say anything more. He planned to give them red envelopes when the quadruplets celebrated their 1-month birthday. It was evening. Around 6 p.m., Song Shuren saw that the weather was nice outside and suggested taking the babies out for a walk. Lin Shiyu felt that she hadn't left the house in a long time. Now that I finally have a chance to go downstairs and stretch my legs, I happily nodded in agreement. Song Shuren carried the little ones into the stroller. Then, packed the baby and mother's essentials such as a thermos, baby wipes, baby sweat towels, toilet paper, and diapers, into the bag. A family of 6 came to the small garden downstairs in the residential complex. As the sun sets, the twilight casts long shadows. The 4 glutinous rice balls looked curiously left and right. They were full of curiosity about their surroundings. The babies are newly born and their vision is not yet fully developed, so their vision is still blurry. But they will observe the world little by little. The 4 adorable little kids' curious expressions are just so heartwarming. Lin Shiyu linked arms with Song Shuren, who pushed the babies along slowly. The evening breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and trees, making people feel relaxed and happy. I wish time could freeze at this moment. Back home, Song Shuren heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking your baby out in the sun and obtaining a hidden achievement. Reward, Charm Potion. Charm Potion. What is this? After a systematic explanation, it turns out that this potion can enhance one's appearance and charm. Such amazing effects. Song Shuren touched his chin. He felt that he was already very handsome. If he improved further, what if he outshone everyone else with his good looks? Shaking his head, he decided to put the charm potion aside for now. The babies just got home, let's check their diapers. Upon discovering that all 4 little ones had peed, Song Shuren quickly cleaned their bottoms and changed them into clean diapers. After settling the babies in, I brought Lin Shiyu a basin of water to soak her feet. It's good for blood circulation and can relieve fatigue. Since she just gave birth not long ago, she should relax more. While Lin Shiyu was soaking her feet, Song Shuren was also busy. Pack up the items you just took out. I washed the baby's clothes and towels, and then mopped the floor. Lin Shiyu watched his busy figure from behind. She couldn't help but ask, will you always be this good to me and the baby? Because her wound hadn't healed yet, she couldn't bend over too much, so Song Shuren went over to dry her feet and then slowly approached her. Of course, I will always be good to you and the babies. If it weren't for being good to you and making it easier to take care of you and the babies, why would I rent a place? His answer was calm yet firm. Thank you so much for taking care of me and the babies. Song Shuren's face darkened, and then he suddenly picked up Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu was caught off guard when she was suddenly picked up. What are you doing? I'll carry you back to the bedroom to rest. Song Shuren's tone carried a hint of anger. He felt that Lin Shiyu still treated him like an outsider, and he was a little angry. Lin Shiyu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. She was too shy to look up, so she nestled against Song Shuren's strong chest. Song Shuren gently placed Lin Shiyu on the bed and slowly approached her. At such close proximity, Lin Shiyu could even feel Song Shuren's breathing. Lin Shiyu wanted to resist but was powerless to do so. As the person in front of her got closer and closer, she turned her head away in fear. His eyelids twitched, and he subtly looked away, giving her a light kiss on the cheek. His voice was deep if he said thank you again, next time it wouldn't just be a kiss on the cheek. Taking care of you and the baby is what I should do. I don't want you to feel burdened, nor do I want you to treat me like a stranger. Then she deliberately threw herself into Lin Shiyu's arms, pouting, and said, if you do this, I'll be sad. Just a moment ago she was so domineering, but in the blink of an eye she looked so wronged, like a child. Lin Shiyu realized she had hurt his feelings and patted him on the back to comfort him. Chapter 31 I'm captivated by myself, the charm potion is really something. After Lin Shiyu finished feeding the baby, Song Shuren told her to rest and that he could take care of the babies. Lin Shiyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Although Song Shuren is taking care of the babies, there are concerns that he might not be able to manage on his own, given that there are 4 babies. Moreover, he has been taking care of her every night and hasn't had a good night's sleep in so long, so she couldn't help but feel sorry for Song Shuren. Seeing Lin Shiyu tossing and turning, Song Shuren asked, what's wrong? Is your wound hurting again? Lin Shiyu shook her head, I'm worried about the babies. Song Shuren patted her head and said, I'm taking care of the baby, so you can sleep peacefully. But before she could finish speaking, Song Shuren pulled her into his arms and rested his chin on her shoulder. Don't overthink it, go to sleep. Lin Shiyu felt very secure in his warm embrace and fell into a deep sleep. It's late at night. It's time for the little night owls to come out and hunt for food again. Upon hearing the whimpering sounds, Song Shuren quietly got out of bed. After getting up and conducting an inspection, I haven't seen him pee or poop. Song Shuren judged that the babies were probably hungry. When my breasts were engorged, I thought that my baby might get hungry at night, so I used breast milk storage bags to express the milk and stored it in the refrigerator. That way, when the babies are hungry at night, they won't have to wake me up to feed them. Song Shuren went to the kitchen, poured the milk from the milk storage bag into a bottle, and heated it on a bottle warmer. After heating the milk, Song Shuren dripped a drop of milk onto the back of her hand to test the temperature. Once the temperature was fine, she fed the babies. The moment they brought it to their lips, the little ones started gulping it down. After settling the little ones in, he went to the kitchen to wash the bottles when he suddenly remembered that the system had rewarded him with a charm potion that would enhance his appearance. While Lin Shiyu and the babies were sleeping, he decided to test the effects of the medicine. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, she gulped down the charm potion. The medicine tasted sweet, like a beverage. Ha! Nothing's changed. As soon as I finished speaking, pain struck instantly, spreading throughout my body. He could clearly hear the sounds of bones cracking and healing inside his body, as well as the sounds of muscles tearing. He could feel the blood rushing through his body. It's so painful. He casually pulled a towel off the wall, bent down to sit, stuffed it into his mouth, and bit down hard, trying his best to control himself from making any noise. If the noise is too loud and wakes Lin Shiyu, she will definitely be very worried when she sees me like this. Half an hour later, the pain in his body gradually subsided, and he slowly stood up only when the pain was gone. He was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. I went out to take a look and, seeing that I hadn't woken Shiyu and the babies from their sleep, I felt relieved. She quietly slipped into the bathroom and took a refreshing cold shower. After taking a shower, he wrapped himself in a towel and stood in front of the full-length mirror, constantly examining himself. There's no visible change in height, but my skin has become firmer and smoother, and even the scars on my knees from when I fell as a child are gone. The facial features haven't changed much, but upon closer inspection, they appear slightly different. The spacing between the facial features has been adjusted based on the original design. My face now looks like a professionally retouched photo. It's beyond just being handsome, it's like a meticulously crafted work of art. Although he exercises regularly, there's still room for improvement in his muscle definition. Now, he stands tall and straight, with beautiful muscle lines, like a Greek sculpture. Seeing himself in such a perfect state for the first time, he couldn't help but admire himself in front of the mirror a little longer. Yeah, with her current looks. Girls would go weak in the knees and scream if they saw it, and boys would feel the urge to fencing. He took out his phone and took several selfies in the mirror, never expecting that one day he would be captivated by his own handsomeness. Back in the room, he couldn't wait to show his muscles to the babies. Happy and joyful, look at you. When you grow up, you'll be as strong as your dad. And then you'll be able to better protect your mom and your family. Did you two hear that? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. What a child. A newborn baby can't possibly understand anything. Next, he performed a few bodybuilding moves. Tuan tuan yuan yuan, when you grow up, don't bring that blonde guy home, or your dad will punch him and send him home. Do you hear me? Silence means you agree. I wonder what Shiyu's reaction will be when she wakes up and sees this tomorrow. Will I love myself even more, to the point of being unable to extricate myself? He became more and more excited as he thought about it, and coupled with his own physical fitness skills, he was not sleepy at all. Because he was so full of energy, he decided to play a game of King of Glory to relieve his excitement. All troops mobilized. The game has just started. Just then, one of the babies pooped, and its little legs were kicking wildly, making quite a bit of noise. Song Shuren immediately put his phone aside and rushed over to change the baby's diaper as quickly as possible. After looking around, I realized that Lele had pooped. If it were any other baby, they would have been crying loudly by now. Once she starts crying, it will inevitably trigger a chain reaction, and then we'll be incredibly busy. Then he gently patted the baby to lull him to sleep, and only after the baby fell asleep did he slowly put the baby into the crib. I just finished soothing my third child, Lele, and then I touched my eldest child, Kwai Kwai, who was covered in sweat. Use a towel to wipe the baby's body clean, apply a layer of baby powder, and then change the baby into clean clothes. The noise seemed to disturb Tuanchuan next to Kwai Kwai, who started whimpering and looked like she was about to burst into tears. Song Shuren quickly picked up Tuanchuan and gently rocked her, making her sleep soundly like a small sailboat lying on a calm sea. After finally calming the little guys down and sitting down, I discovered that I had been reported by my teammates for AFK and had 12 reputation points deducted. That's bad, those 12 points just prevented him from participating in ranked matches, and it's almost the end of the season. He's just 1 star away from becoming a king. At this moment, Song Shuren was more exhausted than physically. He moved to the King's Canyon, a place of heartbreak, and started playing PUBG. I spend the whole night either taking care of the babies or playing PUBG. He didn't get a chance to doze off until dawn. Morning. Lin Shiyu was awakened by the aroma. Song Shuren had already prepared breakfast for her. As Lin Shiyu stepped out of the bedroom, she saw Song Shuren carrying a bowl of porridge out of the kitchen. I rubbed my eyes and looked closely. Song Shuren? Ha? What's wrong? This is so different from the Song Shuren she remembered. She seems even more beautiful now. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that you seem to have gotten even more handsome. Chapter 32, Ice turn into hearts, keep touching them if you like. It's too hot in the kitchen because the stove is on. After making breakfast, Song Shuren's t-shirt was soaked through, revealing his muscular physique. The apron did not hide his muscular chest. Instead, it gave off a hazy, half-concealed feeling, but when he turned around, the muscle lines on his back were clearly visible. What are you looking at? Come and eat. Lin Shiyu looked around guiltily. No, I was just looking around. Song Shuren smiled brightly. Could it be that I'm too handsome and you're mesmerized? I didn't. Don't be so narcissistic. Lin Shiyu blushed. The two sat at the dining table eating breakfast, and Song Shuren peeled an egg for Lin Shiyu. I heard from Gu Yanyan that you like tea eggs, so I specially cooked some for you today. Try them. Lin Shiyu shyly accepted the peeled tea egg he had prepared, her heart pounding wildly. What's going on? I've never felt this way when I see Song Shuren before. She ate absent-mindedly, but her eyes kept drifting unconsciously towards Song Shuren's chest. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Song Shuren asked, staring at her flushed face. Lin Shiyu drank a few mouthfuls of porridge, forcing herself to calm down. It's probably because it's too hot, your clothes are soaked with sweat. It's really hot. He just took a shower in the middle of the night and is now covered in sweat again. Song Shuren thought that Lin Shiyu had smelled his sweat and was too embarrassed to say so, which was why she kept staring at him. So he decided to take a shower later to refresh himself. He remembered that while he was cooking, he received a message from his school counselor asking him to go back to school later to fill out some forms. Therefore, you can't go out covered in sweat. Of course, he can only leave the house once Gu Yanyan took over taking care of Lin Shiyu and the babies. After quickly finishing the porridge in his bowl, Song Shuren turned around and went into the bathroom. Steam rose from the bathroom, and water dripped and splashed. Soon, Song Shuren emerged from the bathroom, his body steaming with sweat. When he came out, he was only wrapped in a bath towel below his waist. His strong chest and 8-pack abs were clearly visible, and the sexy V-line could be faintly seen extending downwards. Water droplets that had not yet been dried flowed on his fair skin, and the smooth lines of his muscles showed just the right amount of strength. Lin Shiyu's heart pounded wildly when she saw it. Ah! His body is amazing, he's like walking hormones. Wait! Is he walking towards me now? When Song Shuren walked over, he was casually drying his hair with a towel. The slightly messy and wet ends of his hair looked very striking. Lin Shiyu unconsciously swallowed, his closeness making her breathing rapid. Judging from Lin Shiyu's expression, the charm potion was indeed extraordinary. Song Shuren chuckled, and the mother's eyes turned into hearts. He looked at Lin Shiyu for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned over, propped himself up on the edge of the table with one hand, picked up the kettle, and poured himself a glass of water. His Adam's apple twitched slightly before sliding into the bottomless depths of his throat. It was hot, and he needed to replenish his fluids after taking a shower. After drinking a glass of water, his eyes lit up slightly, filled with pleasure and enjoyment. Lin Shiyu was so engrossed in watching that when Song Shuren got close to her, she subconsciously touched his abs. Song Shuren raised an eyebrow mischievously. Do you like it? What do you like? Breakfast? Do I still prefer his abs? I love this so much. Lin Shiyu, still somewhat dazed, thought for a moment before realizing what Song Shuren meant. Lin Shiyu withdrew her hand from her abs, embarrassed. With a bright smile on his face, Song Shuren slowly approached Lin Shiyu. If you like it, feel free to touch it, it's not like I won't let you touch it. Lin Shiyu's face flushed from his teasing. Looking at the stunningly handsome man with a perfect physique in front of her, her heart fluttered again. So handsome. Was it because I hadn't been paying attention to him before? How come he seems to have become more handsome and charming overnight? Lin Shiyu pushed Song Shuren away, covered her face, and walked back to the bedroom. Wow! The baby's cries brought her back to her senses, and she quickly went to the crib to check on them. If the diaper is still clean, then the child is hungry. Just as Lin Shiyu picked up the baby, Song Shuren walked in. Lin Shiyu's eyes unconsciously drifted towards him, screaming wildly inside. Good heavens! With such a handsome father, the children are sure to be heartthrobs when they grow up. After spending so many days together, they have developed a very good working relationship. After Lin Shiyu finished feeding the baby, Song Shuren took over and patted the baby to help him burp. But Song Shuren looked exceptionally handsome today. He sat next to her, wrapped only in a bath towel, and patted the baby to help him burp. Her attention was completely drawn to him, and she couldn't help but want to stare at him. How can he sit here? How am I supposed to properly breastfeed my babies? She turned her head to the side, blushing, and said, could you please put your clothes on first? Just then, the doorbell rang. Song Shuren got dressed and went out to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Gu Yanyan rushed in. Leaning on Lin Shiyu's shoulder, he said, "Baby, I missed you so much." Lin Shiyu was delighted. "Why are you here?" Upon seeing this, Song Shuren said jealously, "That's my treasure." They're acting like little kids. They're all grown up, yet they're still arguing about this. Gu Yanyan pointed to Song Shuren, who was leaning against the doorframe, and said, "He asked me to come." Wait a minute? This is Song Shuren? I ran too fast when I opened the door and didn't notice, but Song Shuren, who was already extremely handsome, seemed to have changed his face again. I didn't dare to look at him for even a second longer. I'm going back to school soon, and I'm worried about leaving you and the babies alone at home, so I've asked Gu Yanyan to come over and keep you company. Okay, you can go without worry. After giving instructions to Gu Yanyan, Song Shiren went out. Suzhou University's campus is very large, and the school gate is quite a distance from the counselor's office, so Song Shiren had to take the school bus. Song Shiren didn't like sitting with others, and since there was a seat available in the front passenger seat, he went and sat down there. On the school bus, he heard voices of discussion behind him. A girl quickly tugged at her friend's sleeve. Look! Look! So handsome! Really? Is this from our school? I didn't know. Does our school have such a handsome guy? I don't even know which department he's in. I know he seems to be Song Shiren. Song Shiren looked in the rearview mirror and saw that there were many people watching him or taking pictures of him secretly. Just then, a girl patted him on the shoulder, and he turned around. Take a deep breath. What a face! And his eyes are so beautiful, they seem to hold a vast ocean of stars. I cried. Such a handsome guy looking at me, I'm so happy. The girl who greeted him was wearing a preppy dress and had big, wavy hair. Although she wasn't as pretty as Lin Xiyu, she was still considered a pretty girl among ordinary people. Hi classmate, can I add you on WeChat? Song Shiren used to be frequently approached by girls. He was used to this kind of thing. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I already have a child. What? The girl was clearly stunned. If you're going to refuse, at least come up with a reasonable excuse. How could someone so young have a child? The girl was a little embarrassed by being rejected in public, and she left dejectedly at the next stop. When other classmates heard that he had a baby, they suspected that he was Song Shiren. The rumors about Song Shiren and Lin Xiyu caused quite a stir some time ago. You're saying he's Song Shiren, the most handsome guy at Suzhou University? He's that good looking? Didn't you hear him say he's pregnant? It seems the previous rumors were true. I heard they've moved in together now. Sure enough, handsome guys aren't for us. The school beauty and the school hunk are a perfect match. Amidst various discussions, Song Shiren arrived at the station and got off the train. Chapter 33: An Unexpected Reward, a Stock Market Prodigy. Inside the school, I filled out the forms. Having not been back to the dormitory for a while, Song Shiren decided to go back and take a look. He left in a hurry before, and still has a lot of things in his dorm. This time he can take some clothes back with him. Room 505, Building 7, Male Dormitory. Hey classmate, did you go to the wrong dorm? Mudfish asked, looking at the person coming in through the door. Song Shiren looked around and realized that there was no one else who had come in besides himself. No, this is my dorm room. Dehu peeked his head out from behind the bed curtains, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Who is it, making such a racket so early in the morning? What? Your dorm? Your dorm? Do you think you're Song? Brother Song? Dehu snapped back to reality in an instant, rubbing his eyes. Mudfish also went up and looked Song Shiren up and down. The person in front of me is indeed Song Shiren, but how come his handsomeness and charm have increased by several degrees? Mudfish and Tiger couldn't believe their eyes. Mudfish exclaimed in surprise, holy crap! Brother Song, how did you become so handsome after you got together with the school beauty? Yeah, you're so handsome it's almost unfair. The two animals, Mudfish and Tiger, huddled together, comforting each other. Where are the steamed buns? Suddenly, a very loud snoring sound came from inside the room. Mudfish walked to Manta's bed and reluctantly lifted the curtains. The steamed bun's idyllic sleeping posture was instantly revealed to everyone, with a silver river flowing from the corner of its mouth. See? This son snored all night, and he was finally quiet this morning, but now he started again. Mantu was sleeping so soundly that no one had the heart to wake him, so they took out their phones and took a group photo with the sleeping, drooling Mantu. After packing his things, Song Shiren chatted with his roommate for a few more minutes. I'm leaving. So fast? Missing my child? People like you who don't have partners would never understand. Mudfish and Tiger exclaimed in unison, disgusting. Disgusting. Song Shiren laughed, aren't you going to see me off? I'll give it to you too? You're so handsome, when we're walking together, the girls don't even look at us. The loach pushed him out the door, waved goodbye, and said, take care, don't bother seeing me out. That's how male friendships are, there aren't many rules. On the way home, the system's voice rang in Song Shiren's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for being so handsome as to outshine Lin Xiyu. You have achieved the hidden achievement of becoming a stock trading expert. Note, the stock trading expert skill is a passive skill that triggers stock information at random times. This is wonderful. In the future, I will be able to earn more money and give Shiyu and the babies a better life. When Song Shuren got home, he heard the babies crying. His heart tightened, and he rushed to the room without even changing his shoes, where he saw Lin Shiyu comforting the crying baby. Which little crybaby is it? Song Shuren walked over. When Lin Shiyu saw Song Shuren return, it was as if she had seen a savior. Why are you back so soon? Song Shuren took the baby and, while comforting him, replied, I missed you and the babies, so I wanted to come back and see you as soon as possible. Gu Yanyan gave a thumbs up. Seeing how good Song Shuren was to her best friends and babies, she was increasingly approving of Song Shuren. When I took the baby out, I realized it was my older child, Kwai Kwai. Kwai Kwai is the strongest of the 4 babies. He eats a lot, is strong, and has a loud voice. He is also hard to coax, which gives Lin Shiyu a headache. Song Shuren tapped Kwai Kwai's nose and said, You little rascal, if you cry again, I'll spank you. The baby seemed to sense his father's presence, and his crying gradually subsided. His big eyes welled up with tears as he looked at his father with a pitiful expression. When Song Shuren saw the baby's pitiful eyes, his heart melted instantly. So aggrieved? Okay, Daddy won't spank Kwai Kwai's bottom. The little one seemed to understand, gently waving his little hands and babbling, he was so adorable. At this moment, the babies in the crib saw their father return and happily waved their little hands and kicked their little feet. Lin Shiyu said sourly, The children treat you much better than they treat me. Song Shuren smiled slightly, quickly placed Kwai Kwai into the crib, and then planted a kiss on Lin Shiyu's forehead, smiling sweetly, I'm the best to you. Lin Shiyu was caught off guard by the flirting, covered her forehead, and her face instantly turned red. Gu Yanyan was immediately showered with a bowl of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. I rolled my eyes. You're treating me to dog food for lunch, aren't you? The two of them laughed heartily. However, it was indeed time for lunch, so Song Shuren went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for everyone. Soon, the familiar aroma wafted over. Gu Yanyan had already prepared the bowls and chopsticks and sat down at the table. Ever since the last time she ate there, she had been thinking about when she would have the chance to eat there again. Gu Yanyan's mouth was watering. She looked at the 2 people opposite her, chuckled, and said, Then I won't be polite. She had originally planned to order takeout, but Song Shuren returned so promptly. Although it was indeed a bit shameless of her to freeload like this, she couldn't resist the deliciousness of his cooking. Most people simply couldn't resist such temptation, and besides, what's more important than saving face? After lunch, Lin Shiyu fed the babies and then went for a nap. Gu Yanyan ate until her belly was bulging, then lay down on the sofa to rest contentedly. Song Shuren didn't need to go to school to fill out forms in the afternoon, so she stayed home to take care of her and the 4 little ones. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin Shiyu woke up from her afternoon nap. My sweet babies. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but call out as she looked at the adorable babies beside her. Turning her head, she saw Song Shuren smiling at her. After taking a nap, Lin Shiyu felt exceptionally refreshed, which improved her mood. She picked up Debao and said, Why you didn't wake mommy from her nap at all, you're such a good boy, here's a kiss for you. Debao stared wide-eyed at his mother, reached out his little hand to touch her face, and made babbling sounds. Before long, the baby frowned, kicked his arms and legs wildly, and made whimpering noises. She then burst into tears. Debao really can't take praise well. Lin Shiyu's experience told her that the baby must have pooped. She quickly picked up the baby and placed him on the bed, untied the soiled diaper, wiped his bottom clean, and quickly changed him into a new diaper. Gu Yanyan woke up groggily on the sofa. When she checked the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Seeing that Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were busy taking care of the babies, and knowing that she couldn't help much, she went back home. Seeing that Gu Yanyan was about to leave, Lin Shiyu said, Shuren will go out to buy groceries and come back to cook. Why don't you stay for dinner first? Although Gu Yanyan really wanted to eat, she had eaten too much at noon and hadn't finished digesting yet. Also, she didn't want to disturb their private time, so she waved her hand and declined. After Gu Yanyan left, Lin Shiyu looked at the clothes that had been washed but hadn't been hung out to dry on the balcony and prepared to go over and hang them up. Song Shuren saw Lin Shiyu hanging clothes out to dry. Suddenly, he hugged me from behind and whispered in my ear, You've worked so hard, honey. Lin Shiyu's ears went weak, and a tingling sensation swept over her, almost causing her to drop the clothes in her hands. What are you doing? Although she was panicked, she wasn't angry that he called her wife or pushed her away. Song Shirin was very happy, which meant that their relationship had taken a step closer. He put his arm around his lover's waist and said gently, "Let's find some time to get our marriage certificate." Since Song's father passed away, Song Shirin had been thinking about this matter constantly. But nothing came of it. He thought Lin Shiyu had changed her mind and was unwilling, but now that she has agreed, the matter of getting the marriage certificate needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Chapter 34 Beep, your house payment has been received. Song Shirin saw that Lin Shiyu agreed to get the marriage certificate. I'm so happy. After getting the marriage certificate, I can register my baby's births. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Song Shirin opened the door and saw a middle-aged woman standing there, wearing a black pencil skirt and a white business shirt. The woman greeted Song Shirin with a standard professional smile. "Hello Mr. Song, I am a salesperson from Jiangnan Real Estate." Jiangnan Real Estate? Is that the Jiangnan Real Estate project that boasts stunning riverside views and overlooks the city skyline? Hello. The paperwork for your purchased luxury Riverview penthouse, Unit 4, 701, Building A, Jiangyue Bay, has been completed. Here are the keys and property certificate. You can come and take possession of the apartment when you have time. Jiangyue Bay? This is currently the best residential development in Suzhou, bar none. If there are no other issues, please sign to confirm. Is this the house that the system rewarded me with? Luxury Riverview penthouse. This was truly beyond his expectations. He originally thought it was just an ordinary commercial property, but he didn't expect the system to be so generous and directly reward him with Jiangyue Bay. It feels so good to have a system. After Song Shirin signed the document, the salesperson left. With a heart full of excitement, Song Shirin put away the property certificate and keys, planning to take Lin Shiyu and the babies to the new house tomorrow to give them a surprise. He was wondering when he would get the room from the system a while ago, but he didn't expect it to come today. Song Shirin expressed his immense joy. On the new day, he got up early and prepared breakfast. During the meal, Song Shirin told Lin Shiyu that he would take her and the baby to a place later. Seeing Song Shirin's mysterious demeanor, Lin Shiyu became curious about where he was. He wouldn't answer when she asked, leaving Lin Shiyu full of doubts. But she didn't object, thinking it would be a good opportunity to take the babies out for a walk later. After finishing our meal, we packed up the babies' things for our outing and went to the underground parking lot. Set off. Song Shirin drove away in his Lexus LM. It's not far from here to Jiangyue Bay. It takes about half an hour to get there. Jiangyue Bay is a riverview hotel, so the entire journey follows the river and the scenery is beautiful. They haven't seen such a beautiful view in a long time. Arriving at Jiangyue Bay, the couple attracted the attention of those around them as soon as they got out of the car. Lin Shiyu wore light makeup and a flowing white dress today. Song Shirin's looks and charm are off the charts these days, not to mention he was pushing 4 little ones in a stroller. The two of them attracted a lot of attention as they walked. Through the gauze curtain of the stroller, the babies can see the blue sky, white clouds, birds, and pedestrians coming and going. The 4 little ones stared wide-eyed with curiosity, looking around. Oh my god, that couple is so good looking and they look so well matched. Are they new neighbors? I've never seen her before, but that girl is so beautiful, I'm smitten. Go away, didn't you see that they already have babies? You really can't tell she just gave birth. She's maintained her figure so well. It's obvious at a glance that her husband takes good care of her. Oh my god, is that her husband next to her? He's so handsome, he's practically glowing. Her husband has such a great physique and demeanor. I wonder which wealthy family's young master he is. Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu were chatting and laughing as they went to look at the house when a couple came towards them. The man walked forward while looking at his phone, while the woman pushed a stroller behind him and led a 3 or 4-year-old child by the hand. Seeing Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu looking so affectionate, the woman immediately started berating her husband as they passed by. You promised to take me and the kids out for a walk, but now you're walking faster than anyone else. What's the point of me pushing the stroller and chasing after you with the kids in tow? The man said impatiently, I have a job, don't I? Work, how much money do you need to earn to be satisfied? Look at other people's husbands, young, handsome, doting on their wives, and so good at taking care of their children. As for you, I'll be driven crazy by you sooner or later. Traveling with children and husband, a woman's heart is truly exhausted. The child's father is always looking at his phone when he goes out. I don't know if he's actually working, or if he's just playing on his phone or watching female live streamers. In fact, he often looks at his phone not only when he's out, but also when he's at home. Every time the woman asked him, he said he was working, and he wouldn't let her see his phone. It seems that the phone is hiding a secret. Compared to Song Shuren, who was passing by, the difference between the two was enormous. Lin Shiyu felt very uncomfortable when she heard this. She wondered what would happen if Song Shuren continued like this in the future, and whether he would neglect him and the babies in order to make money. Seeing that Lin Shiyu seemed distracted, Song Shuren asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Shiyu smiled sweetly at Song Shuren. "It was nothing, it's just that compared to that couple, I felt so happy. With her and the babies by her side, how could Song Shuren not be happy?" He passed by a small garden and found the scenery quite nice, with flowers, grass, and water features. Stop and lift the curtain of the stroller. Look, babies! There's a little waterfall. Wow, it's so pretty. Song Shuren enthusiastically introduced everything around them to the babies. The babies felt the beautiful surroundings and smiled sweetly. It seems the baby really likes it here. I believe they will grow up healthy and happy here in the future. Before long, a faint stench seemed to be mixed in with the fragrance of flowers. Which little cutie pooped? Let daddy guess, is it Kwai Kwai? Song Shuren checked each baby's diaper one by one, and sure enough, it was Bao Kwai Kwai again. Lin Shiyu exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing! How did you know it was Kwai Kwai?" Song Shuren smiled and took out diapers and wipes from his bag, preparing to change Kwai Kwai's diaper. Song Shuren said mysteriously, "Maybe I have a telepathic connection with the babies." Lin Shiyu also brought over a trash bag to collect the dirty diapers that the baby had changed. Really? Other babies just pooped before leaving the house, so I guess only Kwai Kwai is pooping now. Perhaps taking care of the baby for so long has fostered some habits and tacit understanding. Even if the baby farts, he can tell who did it. After packing up and getting enough rest, we set off again. Lin Shiyu looked at the blue sky and felt the gentle breeze. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. She was in a very good mood, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Along the way, many people looked at her with envy. With a handsome husband and an adorable baby, she felt like a winner in life. Building a Unit 4. Yes, this must be it. Jianyue Bay is not only large, but its landscaping is also excellent, with various scenic spots to enjoy along the way. Perhaps this is the charm of high-end residential developments. Chapter 35: New Parents Decorating the Nursery. When the number on the elevator display screen jumps to 1, the elevator doors slowly open. Song Shuren pushed 4 babies into the elevator. The 2 of them, plus the quadruplet stroller, took up a quarter of the elevator. An elderly woman was also getting on the elevator with them. She was looking at the babies with a kind expression. "Is this your baby? So cute. Now that I'm older, I really enjoy looking at these adorable little babies. Sigh, my grandson always says that young people don't have children this early. But look at him. After finally getting married, they said they wanted to enjoy a few years of life as a couple first. I don't even know if I'll be alive to hold my adorable great-grandchild. If my grandson could give me such an adorable great-grandson, I'd be laughing in my sleep." That's how older mothers-in-law are. They can't help but chatter on and on when they see such a cute baby. The 2 women were very happy and proud when they heard their mother-in-law praising their baby. Although they didn't say anything, they were very happy. Bite. The elevator doors opened. Grandma, leaning on her cane, stepped out of the elevator, gazing longingly into the elevator until the doors closed. "My dear baby, see you next time." The new parents thought the old lady was too talkative. After exiting the elevator, Song Shuren observed. 701, that's the room. The door lock is a smart lock, but he opened the door with the key before registering his fingerprint. Stepping out of the foyer, you are greeted by the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, maximizing the use of natural light while connecting with the outdoor environment, creating a bright and open feel. Looking out, you can see a wide river, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. The interior design also focuses on simple furniture, emphasizing functionality and avoiding overly complicated decorations. This allows for effective use of space, and the appropriate decorations create a warm and inviting atmosphere throughout the home. Song Shuren was very satisfied with the house, but he was still a little worried about the newly renovated house, so he asked the system, "Will the formaldehyde level here be too high?" System: Formaldehyde has been treated before the handover of the property and has undergone professional testing. All materials used are natural wood and stone, which are absolutely safe. Please rest assured. If formaldehyde levels are too high, it will definitely affect the growth and development of babies if they inhale it, but he felt relieved after hearing the system's answer. Both of them were very satisfied with the decoration, style, and environment here. Lin Shiyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside. What do you think it will be like here at night? Maybe there will be a night view. I thought the scenery here was beautiful when I passed by during the day. Unable to contain her excitement, Lin Shiyu went to the master bedroom to take a look and was surprised to find that there was a large walk-in closet. They went to check out the second bedroom, which was even bigger than the master bedroom where they were currently living, and it also had a small balcony with a view. Moreover, it has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, plus a maid's room. The whole house feels huge. The decor has an understated yet luxurious and sophisticated feel. Song Shuren asked with a smile, "Do you like it?" Lin Shiyu spread her arms and spun around. She loved it. She loved it so much. From now on, this will be our home. Lin Shiyu stopped walking, and the joy on her face gradually faded. Ha! The rent there is 3,000 yuan a month now. How much is the rent here? It's okay, no rent required. Lin Shiyu looked on incredulously. No rent? What sucker would rent to her like that? Song Shuren took a brown paper bag out of his backpack, a smile on his face. Lin Shiyu roughly knew what it was by its size, but she still couldn't believe it. This should be the property ownership certificate. But where did Song Shuren get so much money? If Song Shuren really had that much money to buy a house, Lily wouldn't have broken up with him. However, when the property certificate was right in front of her, she had no choice but to believe it. The red booklet reads, Real Estate Ownership Certificate of the People's Republic of China. Upon opening it, I was surprised to find that it bore the name Song Shuren. Is this really your house? Lin Shiyu's eyes were filled with disbelief and hesitation. Song Shuren nodded. The house was a reward from the system, but he had already thought of how to phrase it. I used to trade stocks, and I was lucky enough to make some money. I happened to see this house for sale, so I bought it. Since learning that Song Shuren bought a Lexus LM for over 1 million yuan last time, it's not unreasonable for him to buy a house in Jiangyue Bay now. Hearing Song Shuren say that, Lin Shiyu thought he was a stock trading expert, and then didn't think much of it. She looked around at the house in front of her. This would be their home from now on. She excitedly hugged Song Shuren. Lin Shiyu didn't care about houses before, but since having a baby, she has wanted to have her own house. This way, you can give your babies a safe and secure home. They're doing quite well living in Zhongnan Century Garden now, but it's still renting someone else's house, so they don't feel safe. Silence speaks louder than words. Song Shuren hugged her too. I've already thought it through. I'll convert 2 of the rooms into children's rooms so that the babies can move in when they're a little older. Lin Shiyu's eyes lit up, and she nodded happily. On the way back, Lin Shiyu felt that even the wind was sweet. After lunch, Lin Shiyu brought paper and pen to plan the layout of the children's room with Song Shuren. A room should be decorated for happiness and joy, with a boy's room decorated to look handsome, and a room should be decorated for family and reunion, with a girl's room decorated to look cute. Lin Shiyu kept drawing, and Song Shuren smiled indulgently at her happy expression. Okay, whatever you say. The house is already fully furnished, so there's no need for major alterations. You could buy a children's bed and put it in there, and then set up a toy corner for them. Then lay down a rug and use warm lighting. The atmosphere will instantly be created. You also need to prepare a set of bedding that matches the room's decor. This is placed here, and that is placed there. I went online to look at examples of other people's decorating, and then looked for cute bedding. We chatted back and forth, and before we knew it, 3 hours had passed. The 2, who usually take a nap, are not sleepy at all now. After this discussion, she felt it was highly feasible, and if things went smoothly, they could move in just a few days. They moved into a home that truly belonged to them. There's no time like the present. Let's take advantage of the time we still have today and go tidy up the children's room? Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu hit it off immediately. The 2 quickly put on their shoes and went out to the furniture store to choose their favorite children's bed. Most vendors offer delivery and installation included. After installation, Song Shuren only needs to move the bed to the planned location. Lin Shiyu watched the baby set up the toy corner from the side. The babies were waving their arms and legs in the stroller, seemingly quite pleased with the room their parents had decorated for them. The couple finally finished decorating the baby's room and prepared to go back to rest before moving into their new home the next day. Because they still have a lot of things at their current place, and they can't finish packing them in a short time, and with 2 adults and 4 babies, they definitely have a lot of luggage. He plans to have Manta come over tomorrow to help with the move. Chapter 36 is over. My ears are broken. Brother Song bought a house. The next day, Song Shuren got up early and packed some of the baby's things. At this moment, Lin Shiyu rushed out in a hurry, missing one of her slippers. Song Shuren reacted quickly and helped the person up. Get out of the way, I need to use the restroom. Lin Shiyu was woken up by the babies to breastfeed, and halfway through the feeding, she suddenly felt the urge to urinate. After feeding the last baby, she hurriedly got out of bed, wanting to relieve the urge to urinate that she had been holding back for several minutes. I know, I'll help you get there. Song Shuren was afraid that she would repeat the same mistake, so he couldn't run away no matter how urgent the situation was. Seeing his determination, Lin Shiyu went to the bathroom with his help. You can stop now. I'd better go in with you, just in case. Lin Shiyu blushed and pushed him out, slamming the door shut. There are no such things as what ifs. Last time was an accident. Last time, wasn't it you who stopped me? Song Shuren scratched his head sheepishly and said, Okay, I'll go check on the baby. Call me if you need anything. Looking at the 4 adorable little bundles of joy, Song Shuren couldn't resist taking out his phone and snapping away. From the moment his babies were born, he has been consciously recording their growth so that they can see what they look like as children when they grow up. Then, I happily took a group photo with the babies to commemorate our last day in this house. Babies, we're moving to our new house today. Moving to a new house. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. 1 second we were talking about moving to a new house, and the next second the movers arrived. Brother Song. I've missed you so much. The enthusiastic steamed bun was given a big hug. Speak your mind. Manta laughed heartily. Brother Song understands me best. Manta looked around as if searching for something. Brother Song, do you have anything to eat? I've been here since early this morning and haven't eaten yet. After thinking it over, Song Shuren realized he needed to eat before starting work, so he turned and went to the kitchen. Before long, a steaming hot breakfast was served. Knowing that Mantu was a serious fan of spicy food, he thoughtfully handed Mantu a bottle of chili sauce. Mantu, you're truly my brother. You still remember that I like spicy food. He then put a large spoonful of chili sauce into the steamed bun and took a bite. This is an absolutely divine delicacy. This was the first time I ate food made by Song Shuren. Although the chili sauce was very spicy, it couldn't overpower the original deliciousness. This time, I tentatively ate the steamed bun without chili sauce and took a bite. Tasty. This was the first time he had ever eaten a steamed bun without chili and found it delicious. Brother Song. You've been keeping your true abilities hidden. Eat more so you can work better later. He then put a few more steamed buns into the bowl of steamed buns. That's enough, that's enough. Mantu hurriedly covered the rim of the bowl with his other hand while holding the steamed bun in one hand. After finishing their meal, Song Shuren went to pack his luggage, and Mantu went to help him. Suddenly, Mantu remembered something. Brother Song, why are you moving again? Is this place not good enough? No, it's nice here, but not as nice as a new house. Manta said a little angrily, even if there's no new one, you've only been renting this place for a short time. The lease isn't up yet and you're already changing houses. Besides, you have 4 babies to support. Do you have too much money to burn? Although Manta couldn't understand why Song Shuren wanted to move, he still supported his decision. He complained in his mouth, but his hands never stopped moving. So where are you moving to? Jiangyue Bay. Oh, Jiangyue Bay? What? Jiangyue Bay. Mantu wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. My goodness, how much must the rent be per month there? I bought it. Steamed buns are shocked. Did you buy it? How much was the down payment? Song Shuren casually said, 0 down payment, full payment. What? Full payment? Bro. When did you post this? Give me a hand. Song Shuren smiled but remained silent. Manta shouted loudly, clasped his hands together, and made a gesture of bowing. Brother Song. Please accept my bow. Wow. The sound of babies crying could be heard inside the house. Song Shuren glared at the steamed bun, then jogged back to his room. The nickname Man to the Megaphone is quite fitting. Not only does it have a big mouth, but its voice is also as loud as a megaphone. It might have been too loud and scared the baby just now. What's wrong with the baby? Lin Xiyu shook her head. It's nothing. I was probably just startled. The sudden loud noise startled me too. Manta peeked out of the room to check the situation. He seemed to want to go in but was too scared to go in. It was clear that he felt embarrassed for scaring the babies. Song Shuren knew he didn't mean it, so he called him in. Manta carefully walked to the window where the babies were, gently touched the little ones, and looked apologetic. I'm so sorry, I accidentally scared you. Song Shuren muttered under his breath, brother? More like uncle. What uncle? I still. Shoo. Song Shuren and Lin Xiyu immediately made a shushing gesture. The steamed bun immediately covered its mouth. Manta shrugged and quietly finished what he had just said. I'm still the older brother. After checking on the babies, they continued packing their things. When I helped Lin Xiyu move, she had several boxes of luggage. When I moved here myself, I brought a suitcase with my everyday clothes. Why is there more stuff than I expected when I start packing? But since we're moving to a new house, let's do some decluttering. Brother Song, do you still want this? I don't want this one anymore, it's too old. What about this one? This one is a bit broken, so I don't need it anymore. One by one, they asked how long it would take to clean up, so Song Shuren went to clean the kitchen himself and distributed the steamed buns to the bathroom. Lin Xiyu was also busy, and she packed her own and her baby's clothes. When I came out, the house, which had been full of things, was now rather empty, with only a few large boxes on the living room floor. Is there anything else I can help you with? Lin Xiyu asked. No need, just pack your bikini bottom and Mr. Krabs, that's all. Song Shuren said with a smile. Of course, we couldn't forget her favorite little crabs, we had to pack them all up and take them with us. At 10 a.m., my roommates Mudfish and Tiger also came over to help me pack my things. The moving company we booked has arrived. Mantu and the moving company staff were responsible for unloading everything and loading it into the truck, while Song Shuren followed closely behind, pushing his 4 babies in a stroller. This time, not having to climb stairs made the process much faster, and we finished moving everything in no time. Song Shuren sent his 3 roommates the address and told them to go with the moving company's truck, while he drove Bao Bao and Shiryu there himself. Arrive at Building A, Unit 2, Room 701, Jiangyue Bay. Song Shuren opened the access control, stood in front of the door, and directed the moving company to put the items in an orderly manner. The elevators at Jiangyue Bay are large enough that they can transport everything in one trip. Although the children's room is decorated, the babies are still small and need to stay with their parents. So they moved the crib to the master bedroom, and after assembling it, Lin Xiyu carried the babies into the crib. It was almost noon, and the babies were getting hungry. You guys tidy up first, I'll feed the babies first. Then he closed the door. Song Shuren and the other 2 stared at the unopened boxes scattered on the ground and took a long breath. Keep it up. The 4 of them were busy in the living room and kitchen respectively. Kitchen bowls, chopsticks, and utensils should be categorized and placed separately. Toiletry should be taken out and arranged in the bathroom. Shoes and other items should be placed on the shoe cabinet in the entryway. After the 4 of them finished tidying up the living room, Lin Xiyu had just finished feeding the baby. After tidying up their clothes and putting them in the closet, and placing Lin Xiyu's skincare products on the dressing table, that was it. After packing up and cleaning, it was already past midnight. The 5 people, who had been busy all morning, were now exhausted. Chapter 37 Loach, I'm numb, so the clown is me. After tidying up, Lin Xiyu pushed the babies out in a stroller. Song Shuren asked the 3 of them if they wanted to hold the baby. Looking at the sweet and soft babies in front of them, none of the 3 dared to hold them, for fear that they would be too rough and accidentally hurt the babies. The roommates stared at each other, their eyes seemingly saying, "You hug first, you hug first." Seeing that the 3 of them hesitated to make a move, Song Shuren picked up De Bao and prepared to hand him the steamed bun so that he could experience it. Manta shook his head and backed away. Brother Song, I can't. You give it to Nichio. Nichio loves babies the most. I'm too big and strong to hold her. Song Shuren looked at the loach. Brother Song, no no no. Then, Song Shuren looked at De Hu. De Hu quickly shook his head. Brother Song, don't look at me. I don't know how to hold a baby. The 3 grown men were so frightened by the little baby that they backed away and didn't dare to hold him. Seeing the three of them in a panic, Song Shuren steadily picked up Erbao again. They couldn't resist mocking the three single guys, saying they couldn't handle girls and were too afraid to hold kids, so what good were they? His arrogant demeanor completely forgot how nervous he was when he first met the baby. After a busy morning, it was getting late, so Song Shuren told them to go home and rest first, and that he would treat them to a meal later. The three of them then left the residential area together. Just outside the residential area, Big Tiger and Mudloach were discussing the house renovation. Although it looked simple, the price would be at least several 100,000 yuan. Because they are all interior design majors, they can understand some materials. What's a little renovation? People who can afford to buy a house here, do they really need a few 100,000? Renting it for a month would cost at least 10,000 yuan, which would be enough for me to build a house in the village in a year. I don't know what Brother Song was thinking, renting such an expensive house. He really went all out for the school beauty. At this moment, Manta suddenly spoke up, saying that he bought it, not rented it. The two stared at the steamed bun in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Bought it? Is this for real? Where did Brother Song get so much money? Mantu, are you kidding me? Manta said directly, Brother Song made a fortune in the stock market and bought this house as soon as he saw it. Mudfish and Tiger couldn't believe it at all, but Mantu, being such a loudmouth, had no reason to lie to them. So, Brother Song really did buy a house in Jiangyue Bay. I thought they were just having a love-struck moment while moving, but it turns out they have both talent and luck. This is a great location, and it's also in a good school district, so they won't have to worry about their children's schooling in the future. In recent years, many parents have moved to schools near their children's schools to provide them with a better learning environment, causing the price of school district housing to rise again and again. Of the four, apart from the rich second-generation Mudfish, the other three have to work hard to afford a house and a car. It hasn't been long since we last met, but Song Shuren has transformed into a winner in life, owning a house, a car, a wife, and children. While they were happy for Song Shuren, they were also confused, wondering when they would be able to realize their dreams of buying a car and a house. The three of them walked and walked. Can you smell it? The aroma of the food. The steamed buns arrived first and did the most work. The ones they ate in the morning had already been digested. His stomach started growling as he smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the restaurant. Let's go eat out. The three of them then went into the restaurant. There were so many people eating lunch that there were no seats left on the first floor, so the owner said he would arrange for the three of them to eat on the second floor. As luck would have it, as soon as I went upstairs, I saw Lily and her two little followers eating there as well. There were three decent-looking boys around her, who didn't look like students. Steamed Bun rolled its eyes. What bad luck to run into her here. The Loach asked, should we try another place? Why should they leave while we're here, but eat here? Lily and her friends were so engrossed in talking to the men at the same table that they didn't notice Mantu and the others. As soon as they sat down, they heard Lily and her followers making affected noises. I'm full, you guys take your time eating. A boy looked at the half-eaten bowl of rice in front of her and asked doubtfully, are you really full? Our sister Lee has a small appetite and doesn't eat much. Mantu was speechless. When she was with Song Shuren, she ate much more than this. Every night, Song Shuren would bring her late-night snacks, and every week she would go to the supermarket to buy lots of snacks. I don't know if she could actually finish it, or if she deliberately took it back to share with her roommates to satisfy her vanity. A man asked, don't you like this food? If you don't like it, I'll take you to eat French food later. Lily said shyly, thank you, brother. Manta couldn't hold back any longer and turned around, saying, oh, it's you. I thought someone's hen was laying an egg, brother. And these three handsome guys, which one of you is her boyfriend? Are they all fish you raised? Why don't you choose the one who's going to take you out for French food later? He looks the richest. The other two handsome guys, if they want to pursue her, they'll have to spend some money. Upon hearing Manta's words, Lily's expression changed slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Her henchman chimed in, hey, loudmouth, don't spout nonsense. Mantu wasn't angry. He retorted, I may be a loudspeaker, but all my information is true. Otherwise, so many classmates wouldn't believe me. You. Mantu was right. He was a big mouthpiece and the school's gossipmonger. He could get first-hand information on everything. Manta stood up and said to the man, brother, you should stop now. You'd be better off doing charity than spending money on a woman like that. When she was with my brother, he treated her very well and was willing to spend every penny he earned on her. But this woman turned around and got into a rich man's car and dumped my brother. What they said was incredibly awful. Shut up. She turned to the man and explained in a coquettish tone, I didn't. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's maliciously slandering me. She looks so delicate and charming that you would be fooled if you didn't know her. The three men looked at each other in bewilderment. It's obvious they have no idea about Lily's past. She's probably just a new sugar daddy she hooked up with. Manta snorted coldly, you don't believe me, do you? Go ask around at Suzhou University. The story of Lily and the campus heartthrob was all over the place back then. Everyone knows about it. I, Mantu, never lie, otherwise I would never find a partner in my life. One of the men suddenly said oh, and asked, is his name Song? Mudskipper quickly replied, Song Shuren. Yes, that's right. Song Shuren. Rumor has it that although he is very handsome, he has a bad temper, and the breakup wasn't because he hit women. The three of them chuckled. They saw Lily's materialism and vanity very clearly back then. No wonder they felt so sorry for Lily. It turns out she portrayed herself as a victim. Manta stared directly at Lily. Lee, is that really how it is? I don't know who was it that shamelessly pursued Song Shuren back then, and it even made it onto the school's confession wall. How can they have the nerve to pretend to be innocent now? If he hadn't gone to the hospital to take care of the babies, Song Shuren wouldn't know when he would have been able to get out of the shadow that Lily had cast over him. Although it caused quite a stir back then, it was a peaceful breakup. To save face and maintain her dignity, Lily went around saying that she broke up with Song Shuren because he hit her, and that there were other hidden reasons that no one else knew, so that people would sympathize with her. If she didn't say that Song Shuren hit her, how could she gain sympathy and hook up with a rich and handsome guy? After the three men learned the whole story, they were shocked. They hadn't expected Lily to be so demanding about money. Although they have a little money, they're not even considered rich kids, so they definitely can't withstand Lily's antics. The three of them thought about it for a moment, then decided to slip away and find another girl later. He then got up and left without settling his bill. Seeing that most of the people at that table had left, the waiter quickly took the receipt to find someone to settle the bill. Hello, miss, your total bill is $13.80. Who will be paying the bill? Lily's face turned pale. Didn't they give it to her? Excuse me, those three gentlemen have already left. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Lily stomped her feet in anger and then reluctantly paid the bill. Luckily, she still had some money from her admirers, otherwise she would have lost face in front of her girlfriends. Chapter 38. Thank you for breaking up with me, Brother Song is so happy. Originally, Lily wanted to choose the richest and most generous bastard among them, but she didn't expect to meet Mantu and his group. That scoundrel Manta scared away her fish and even made her pay the bill. Lily was furious. What did I do to offend you? Why are you trying to undermine me? Besides, Song Shuren can't give me the life I want in the first place, and now you want to disturb my pursuit of a new life? Shaw, is he regretting it? But how can he even talk about dating without a solid financial foundation? Mantu was very indignant, and said with a disgusted tone, it's because of people like you who equate love with money that no one believes in love anymore. That's outrageous. You broke up with me, but you still spread rumors behind my back. Your character is absolutely awful. When Song agreed to be with you, did you think it was because you were so charming? It was because Song felt sorry for you, and you followed him around like a lapdog every day. It was so annoying. This face is even uglier than before. The chin could pierce a chest, the nose is upturned to the sky, and the face itself looks like that of Shubeiji. I don't understand who's always chattering outside, with a head like a garlic clove, a face painted as thick as putty, and lipstick that looks like they've eaten a mouse. Mantu has the most talkative mouth, he's never lost an argument. Lily had no chance to retaliate after being bombarded with a barrage of words. She only had a chance to chime in when the steamed bun stopped moving. You're his friends, of course you'll speak up for him. It's true what they say, the poor associate with the poor, all they do is talk, they have absolutely no real ability. Lily chuckled. Even if Song Shuren is down on his luck, he still has a pretty face, and if all else fails, he can find a rich woman to keep him. What about you? Mudfish couldn't stand Lily's arrogant and domineering attitude. Pa. I think you've been a mistress for too long or been kept by a sugar daddy too much? You're always thinking about climbing into the bed of a rich man. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, our brother Song is a winner in life now. Not only did he buy a car and a house, but his wife is 1,000 times, 10,000 times prettier than you. Do you know who his wife is? She's Lin Xiyu, the undisputed beauty queen of Suzhou University. Dehu continued to speak sarcastically to her, but he also thanked her for letting Songgu go, otherwise he wouldn't be living such a happy life now. The three men made Lili so angry that her face turned pale and her eyes widened as if she was about to vomit. She roared, "What a joke! Where did Song Shuren get the money to buy a car and a house? He was penniless when we were together, and now that we've broken up, he's suddenly rich? What kind of international joke is this? Besides, how could the school beauty possibly be with him?" Although she had called Song Shuren before to ask him about Lin Xiyu and the baby, he didn't say anything and even blocked her contact information. There were rumors circulating, but she never believed that he would be with the school beauty and have 4 children. Lili covered her mouth and sneered, while her little follower imitated her, glaring at the 3 people opposite her with his nostrils. The lackey chimed in, "That's right, even if you're going to lie, you should at least come up with a plausible reason." Her little follower was like a broken record, completely harmless. Taking advantage of their momentum, the 3 continued their pursuit. Hee hee, the school beauty gave birth to quadruplets for our Song Ji. Quadruplets. The Loach looked on with envy. Twins are rare enough, but to give birth to quadruplets? How many lifetimes of good fortune must one have accumulated to be able to have quadruplets? Following up on Mudskipper's words, Manta replied, "Absolutely. The school beauty gave birth to 4 adorable babies for Brother Song, both boys and girls. It must be true love." The Loach looked completely blissful. It must be true love, otherwise how could she have gone through life and death to give birth to 4 adorable little ones for Brother Song? The school beauty had a baby with Songgu, and Songgu bought her a car and a house. It's a two-way street, how sweet. Lili looked incredulous. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me unless he tells me himself. Her little follower spoke up again, exactly. Is the school beauty stupid? So many people are chasing after her, why did she choose Song Shuren? Dehu silently opened his phone and went to the photo album. See? This is a family photo of 6 people. You should believe it now. This is a new housewarming photo they took for Song Shuren just before they left home. Song Shuren had his arm around Lin Shiyu's shoulder, and in front of Lin Shiyu were 4 adorable babies lying in strollers. The family looked very happy. Because Dehu's phone is the latest model of the Apple phone, which takes better photos, all the photos were taken with Dehu's phone and then sent to Song Shuren. The photo doesn't look like it's been photoshopped, and considering the rumors circulating at school, it's probably true. Besides, Dehu didn't know she was here today, so there was no need for him to keep a fake photo on his phone all this time. Lili wondered to herself, could it really be true? But this is too unbelievable. So what if he's with the school beauty and has a baby? He doesn't even have enough money to support himself. Didn't you say he bought a car and a house? How can you prove that? Manta shook her head, thinking she was hopeless. Some people just can't stand seeing others do better than them. Dehu took back his phone. Yes, some things don't need much proof. Anyway, the school beauty is Wang Songgu, and their future will only get better and better. The Loach nodded in agreement. Let's go. Staying under the same roof with this kind of person for too long might affect our luck this year. Mantu went even further, patting the dust off his clothes before leaving. Hurry up and get out of here, this is really bad luck. Dehu suddenly stopped, his hand swiping on his phone, seemingly searching for something. Don't go yet, I ordered you a bowl of green tea, I hope you like it. Mantu clicked his tongue and said, Big Tiger, how could you treat Miss Lee like this? A cup of green tea isn't enough, we should get her a banner to thank her for breaking up with us. Oh yeah, look at my head. Lee, are you still living at school? I'll cook it and bring it to you tomorrow, okay? Write it down, Sister Xia Li's kindness in sparing my life. The 3 left while playfully fighting. Hello, this is the green tea that gentleman ordered for you. Seeing that Lili didn't answer the tea, the waiter put the tea on the table and left. Lili was so angry she wanted to flip the table, but she was afraid of having to pay compensation, so she could only silently endure it, her molars almost breaking from clenching her teeth. Sister Lee, don't believe their nonsense. Are you stupid? The evidence is right in front of us, and given how arrogant they are, how could it be fake? Lili was in a fit of anger and would curse at even the dogs she saw. She felt like she had lost a fortune. If she had known Song Shuren was so successful, she would never have broken up with him. Now look what's happened, it's made perfect for him and the school beauty. Chapter 39 Amazing. This is it? Seeing how well Song Shuren is doing now makes Lily feel even worse than if she couldn't marry a rich and handsome guy. She was in a terrible mood and asked the waiter to pack up the wine she hadn't finished before leaving. Lily ordered the drinks, originally intending to test the strength of those three men. However, she ended up paying for them herself. Since no one else saw it, she definitely couldn't waste it and had to pack it up and take it home. On the other side, I originally intended to have a meal, but I unexpectedly ran into Lily, which got to me, and I left without even eating. Mantu, Nichio, and Daho found a new food stall. They used to eat here often before they started their internships, so they were regular customers. As soon as we sat down, the boss came over with a smile and asked, "Why are there only 3 of you today? Where's that tall and handsome classmate?" The boss was very impressed with these people. Especially Song Shuren. Whenever he was around, young girls passing by would come in to eat just to catch a glimpse of the handsome guy, which made the owner extremely happy. "He's at home with his wife and kids." Dahu replied to his boss with a smile. The boss was stunned for a moment. Then, with a regretful look, she said, "That handsome young man got married so young? I was hoping to introduce my daughter to him in the future, but it seems I won't have the chance. His daughter is studying abroad, and her tuition and monthly living expenses are very high, so his stall is always the first to open and the last to close." The boss had a very good impression of Song Shuren. When he was too busy, Song would come over to help when he had time. He could tell that Song was a good kid. He would feel at ease if he could entrust his daughter to Song Shuren. Unfortunately, Song Shuren now has a wife and children, so he can no longer be his son-in-law. The boss looked like he'd missed out on a fortune, and dejectedly told Mantu and the others to scan the QR code and order themselves. The man with the steamed bun made an OK sign. "We're regular customers, we know without you saying a word." Because there were quite a few people, it took them a while for all the dishes they ordered to be served. I took a big bite of the steamed bun and then a piece of chicken leg meat. It was really satisfying to see Lily get so frustrated today. Mudfish took a sip of wine and hissed, "Do you think she'll cause some trouble again when she goes back?" Dahu slammed his fist on the table. "If she dares to talk nonsense again, I'll gather all the fish in her pond and let them see her true colors. Let's see how she'll ever try to climb the social ladder again." Mantu, Nichio, and Dahu chatted as they ate. The conversation started with Lily, then moved on to national affairs, then to extraterrestrial civilizations, and finally ended with what kind of work they would be doing the next day. On the other side, Zhang Yuebei. The system's voice rang in Song Shuren's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on moving into your new home. You are rewarded with a bottle of postpartum recovery milk, which has been placed in the refrigerator. Note, this product can restore postpartum women to their peak physical condition and eliminate all postpartum complications." Postpartum recovery milk? Song Shuren felt that this was simply tailor-made for Lin Shiyu. The system is so thoughtful. He couldn't wait to see the results, so he opened the refrigerator, and sure enough, there was a beautifully packaged carton of milk inside. The system's reward was definitely no problem, Song Shuren said, holding the system's thoughtful reward as he approached Lin Shiyu. He handed the milk to Lin Shiyu, saying, "Shiyu, this is the milk I bought for you. Try it." Lin Shiyu took the milk without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. "The taste is pretty good." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, and felt full of energy. She stood up, puzzled, and stretched her limbs. "Ha! My back doesn't ache anymore, my wounds don't hurt anymore, and even the skin on my stomach feels firmer." Lin Shiyu was now full of energy, and she was very surprised. She asked Song Shuren where he bought the milk. Song Shuren smiled and said, "I asked a friend to buy this for me. He said his wife had good results after drinking it, so I thought I'd let you try it too." Seeing how much Song Shuren cared for her, Lin Shiyu felt a warmth in her heart. Feeling that her body had recovered to its pre-pregnancy peak condition, Lin Shiyu was overjoyed. Seeing that Lin Shiyu was recovering well, Song Shuren suggested that he take her shopping later to buy some clothes to celebrate. "Ha! Shopping!" A hint of joy flashed in Lin Shiyu's eyes. "So where should we go?" Song Shuren suddenly hugged her, and she blushed shyly. "When I was tidying up, I noticed your closet was a bit empty. I think you haven't bought any new clothes in a long time, so let's go buy some nice outfits." "New clothes? Forget it, I don't go out now, so I don't need to wear them." Since I got pregnant, I haven't bought anything for myself. All I've bought are things for the baby. Although she said that, she still wanted to dress herself up. Why wouldn't you need it? A girl's wardrobe is never complete without one more piece of clothing. You've bought a car and a house, and now you want to buy clothes too. Your expenses are too high. Don't worry about the money. I can afford a car and a house, so I won't be short of money for a few pieces of clothing. They say loving someone is like growing a flower. I can't let you suffer after we're together. Besides, with such a beautiful face and such a great figure, you have to dress up nicely. Hearing Song Shirin say that, she happily went to put on some light makeup. Actually, Lin Shiyu is beautiful even without makeup, but women dress up for those they love. She wanted to look even more beautiful in front of Song Shirin. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at a large shopping mall with their 4 babies. Lin Shiyu wore a light blue long dress, her waist so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, and a pair of strappy high-heeled sandals. Her exposed skin was crystal clear, like the finest porcelain, and her eyes were bright and clear. Song Shirin, standing next to her, wore a casual t-shirt in the same color scheme, paired with loose straight-leg jeans and stylish sneakers, looking both casual and fashionable. She was pushing a 4-seater stroller and strutted into the mall with her long legs. If it weren't for the 4 babies in the stroller, people would think it was some celebrity passing by to film a variety show. Song Shirin pushed the babies into the LV store. As soon as you enter, a sales assistant greets you with a smile. Good afternoon, sir, madam. Welcome to LV. Is there anything I can help you with? The sales assistant looked at the 4 adorable babies in the stroller and her heart melted. Looking at Lin Shiyu next to her, not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her husband was also so handsome. A hint of envy flashed in the saleswoman's eyes. Song Shirin smiled and said, "Pick out a few suitable clothes for her." The sales assistant was instantly captivated by Song Shirin's smile. Was he smiling at me? Okay, just a moment. The sales assistant's smile widened even more. Song Shirin still had a smile on his face, but Lin Shiyu's worry was written all over her face. Lin Shiyu had been to LV many times before. Back then, she hadn't fallen out with her family yet, and her family paid for all her expenses, so she knew that LV's prices were quite high. Lin Shiyu tugged at Song Shirin and whispered, "Why don't we leave? This place is so expensive." However, Song Shirin waved his hand, telling her not to worry. At that moment, the sales assistant walked over with a smile on her face, carrying several dresses. "Miss, what do you think of these? They're all brand new arrivals." No wonder they say sales assistants have a sharp eye. They can pick out the right clothes for a person just by looking at them. Lin Shiyu also liked it very much and glanced at Song Shirin. "It's okay, go ahead and give it a try." Chapter 40 made me cry. Other people's husbands spoil their wives so much. The sales assistant took Lin Shiyu to try on clothes. Here, Song Shirin led the babies to find a place to sit down. During the wait, the babies were all very well behaved, quietly waiting with their fathers for their mother's magnificent transformation. Even the usually most mischievous Debao. Now she lies obediently in the stroller, babbling and waving her little hand at her father, as if she wants to say something. The adorable baby instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. Song Shirin's excessive handsomeness and the cute babies attracted many curious customers to gather around. An older woman struck up a conversation. "What an adorable baby! Is this your little brother?" Seeing that Song Shirin was so young and didn't look like the child's father, I thought he was his younger brother. Song Shirin smiled and said, "I am the child's father." The aunt was a little shocked, but seeing how good the baby was, she realized he took after his father. "Quadruplets?" "Yes." "So cute. Can the baby let auntie hold her?" Song Shirin nodded in agreement, just as his aunt reached into the stroller. The babies seemed to be on the same wavelength, all pouting as if they were about to cry at any moment. Seeing this, the aunt quickly withdrew her hand, afraid of making the babies cry. Song Shirin gently patted the babies and whispered, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Auntie isn't a bad person. She just likes you. It's okay, Daddy's here, Daddy's here. Daddy will protect you." Then he said to the woman, "I'm so sorry, the babies are a little shy." "It's okay, it's normal for children to be shy. I'm the one who scared the babies. I should be the one saying sorry." Other people around also wanted to hold the baby, but seeing that the babies were shy and didn't want strangers to hold them, they just watched from the sidelines. The little babies, seeing so many people watching them, widened their eyes in curiosity, waved their little hands excitedly, and made gurgling sounds, instantly melting everyone's hearts. I can't resist, they're so cute. I really want to have a baby this cute too. While everyone's attention was focused on the babies, Lin Shiyu came out after changing her clothes. Is Shuren good looking? When Song Shuren looked up and saw Lin Shiyu, his eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone followed Song Shuren's gaze. Wow! Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes. At this moment, Lin Shiyu was wearing a pure white, fresh, and simple long dress. Wearing a bright, matching shawl, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the emerald agate around her neck emitted a soft glow, perfectly accentuating her slender neck. Long, matching earrings swayed gently with her light, graceful steps, further highlighting her skin as smooth as jade. The natural, unadorned feel makes her look fresh and elegant, like a fairy who doesn't eat the food of the mortal world. Song Shuren immediately stood up, walked through the crowd, ignoring the stares around him, and gazed at her tenderly. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. People around them cast envious glances. Lin Shiyu's face flushed red instantly. Wow, so many people are watching. Song Shuren took her hand and said, if you're pretty, people will definitely look at you more. You're so beautiful, why are you afraid of people looking at you? He gently released Lin Shiyu's hand and said to the sales assistant next to him, wrap this up, and pick out a few more for her, along with some jewelry and bags. The sales assistant beamed, yes, sir. This lady is so envious of you, having such a wonderful husband. Hearing the sales assistant's praise and Song Shuren's affirmation, Lin Shiyu was overjoyed, as if she had rediscovered her former confident self. After saying that, the sales assistant came over and led Lin Shiyu to pick out more clothes. For nearly an hour, Lin Shiyu went back and forth between the changing room and various display shelves in the store. I'm either on my way to pick out clothes or on my way to try them on. The sales assistants would never miss this great opportunity to boost sales. They not only did their best to pick out clothes for Lin Shiyu, but also matched her with accessories and bags, and even included slogans and color codes. These items are indeed suitable for Lin Shiyu, not only maximizing her strengths but also preventing her from being overshadowed by overly novel clothing designs. Song Shuren sat opposite Lin Shiyu in the changing room, and he would praise her without reservation every time she came out in new clothes. Perhaps it was because Lin Shiyu had such a great figure and was so beautiful that she looked good in everything she wore, that Song Shuren wanted to buy her every single one of them. During that hour, the most frequently heard word was, buy. 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 Next item, on to the next. I want this one, and I want this one too. Those around him were completely abused. This was just too much pampering. Then look at Song Shuren, every time Lin Shiyu comes out after changing her clothes. He didn't get tired or annoyed by the number of times he always gave useful feedback and appropriate praise, maximizing the emotional value he provided to Lin Shiyu. Even the way they looked at each other was so sweet, their affection had already blossomed unnoticed. Both the male and female customers felt a pang of jealousy, like they'd eaten a lemon. One of the female guests looked at her husband and sighed silently. So where exactly did things go wrong? Why are other people's husbands so amazing? Later on, the cash register was piled high with clothes, shoes, bags, and other items. The printed receipt was very, very long, and Song Shuren paid by card without hesitation. Because there were just too many items, the sales assistant couldn't hide the smile on her face while packing them up. This month's sales are guaranteed. Good fortune is indeed unstoppable. Not only did he achieve his sales targets, but he also got to serve such a good-looking customer. If it weren't for the fact that Song Shuren already had a wife, she would have fallen for him with just one glance. The sales assistant was still very dedicated and packed everything up. There were probably about 20 shopping bags in total. Seeing so much, Lin Shiyu had an indescribable feeling. Isn't this too much? She tiptoed and whispered in Song Shuren's ear, I feel like there's too much. How about we return some? Song Shuren smiled, bent down and imitated her, whispering in her ear, if you like it, keep it. Besides, I've already paid for it, it would be embarrassing for me to return it. After saying that, I wrote down an address and handed it to the sales assistant, asking, could you please deliver it to this address? No problem, sir. Sir, your purchase has met the requirements for our VIP membership. I've registered a membership card for you here, please keep it safe. The sales assistant respectfully handed over the membership card and invoice. Song Shuren took the membership card and stuffed it into Lin Shiyu's bag without even looking at it. Goodbye, sir and madam. Welcome to visit again. As soon as she stepped out of the store, Lin Shiyu's eyes were filled with tenderness that seemed to overflow with tears. Sharon, are there still things you like that you haven't bought yet? Lin Shiyu shook her head. You spent so much money on me. She wasn't sure how much money Song Sharon had left, but she figured that after buying the house and the car, he probably didn't have much left, and she didn't want to put too much of a financial burden on him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for buying clothes for Lin Shiyu and giving her a pleasant shopping experience. You are rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 41 Who brings kids on dates? A reward of 500,000. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Song Sharon was overjoyed. This way, he can buy more things for Lin Shiyu and the babies. Lin Shiyu glanced at Song Sharon and saw that he was still wearing his old clothes. Sharon, I feel that you can't just buy things for me. A slight look of surprise flashed across Song Sharon's eyes. Why don't you go and pick out a few suitable clothes? Seeing Lin Shiyu's glamorous transformation, Song Sharon felt that his own outfit didn't quite suit her. Hearing this, he nodded and gently flicked her nose with his finger. A shy blush rose on Lin Shiyu's face, and she lowered her eyes slightly. Then I'll have to ask my wife to help me choose. Lin Shiyu's eyes lit up, her fighting spirit instantly ignited. No problem. Leave it to me. In the past, when Song Sharon called her wife, she was a little shy and didn't dare to respond, but now she seems to have accepted the title. When she was little, the girl loved to dress up dolls. When she grew up, she started to dress herself up. Now she can finally dress up other people. She couldn't be happier than when she tries on clothes herself. She led Song Sharon through various styles, from casual sporty looks to sophisticated business looks, then to Japanese Harajuku style, Korean minimalist style, and so on. From wild and cool hip-hop silver chains to understated suits and ties, from youthful mechanical watches to mature and sophisticated business watches, from spirited sneakers to shiny leather shoes, she made Song Sharon try them all on. Every time I try it out, it looks as good as I expected. Lin Shiyu looked a little discouraged. How come you look so good in everything you wear? Your face and figure are more perfect and stylish than the mannequins in the store. You'd look good even in a burlap sack. I don't know how to choose. I'm having decision paralysis. How could you not understand? Look at the wonderful husband you've chosen. Lin Shiyu was about to refute him, but upon reflection, he seemed to be right. Looking at the mountain of clothes and accessories, Song Sharon said in a gentle yet coquettish tone, Please, wife, choose some more, or I'll really go bankrupt. She deliberately puffed out her chest and smiled slightly, then I'll reluctantly agree. After some time, Lin Shiyu finally selected the few sets she was most satisfied with. Song Sharon immediately changed into one set, and the rest were delivered to their home by the sales assistant. It was a truly enjoyable shopping trip. The two of them dressed each other up in a completely new way, and before they knew it, it was evening. Fortunately, they took turns, with one person trying on clothes while the other took care of the baby. Overall, the baby didn't cry or fuss, and it didn't affect their shopping experience. However, it was getting late, and the babies must be hungry. Song Sharon and Lin Shiyu went to the mother and baby room in the mall to feed the babies, check if they had pooped, clean the bottoms of the babies who had pooped, and change them into new diapers. Shiyu, shall we eat out today? Lin Shiyu looked at the four little ones in the stroller and asked, Are you sure? Song Sharon nodded in agreement, adding that besides, they hadn't even properly arranged a single date. Lin Shiyu looked helplessly at the baby in the stroller. Who goes on a date with 4 kids? Let's go. Song Sharon's smile was full of sunshine and warmth. No matter when or where, he could sweep away her fatigue and warm her heart. Lin Shiyu was completely unaware that she felt inexplicably at ease whenever she was with Song Sharon, and that she was filled with anticipation for everything she did. She rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful, and asked, So, what should we eat? Song Sharon asked in return, What would you like to eat? The world's 2 biggest questions are, first, where do we go? Second, what do we eat tonight? Clearly, they haven't figured out how to solve this problem yet. Lin Shiyu sat on a lounge chair and casually picked up her phone to search for a restaurant. Suddenly, one of them snapped their fingers, looked up at Song Sharon, their eyes sparkling with liveliness and radiating a gentle smile. How about we go eat French food? French food? I remember there's a very stylish Western restaurant on Dashue East Road, and I heard the food is quite good. Although this Western restaurant doesn't have the big brand recognition of those large chain restaurants, the owner is indeed from France, and the interior decoration is exceptionally romantic with a great atmosphere. Most importantly, everyone who has eaten there has said it's delicious. The only downside is that it's a bit pricey. When he was in school, Song Shuren passed by that shop more than once. He longed to go in and try it, but he was always short of money and never went in. Oh, that one, I remember it too. Although Lin Shiyu was not short of money at that time, she felt a little awkward going in alone when she saw couples in the store. Being shy and a bit socially anxious, she never went in. This time, he had money, she had a boyfriend, and everything was in perfect harmony. Having reached an agreement, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu pushed the babies to another location. Because it was rush hour, there was some traffic on the way, and by the time they arrived, their anticipation was already at its peak. Song Shuren found a parking space, parked the car steadily, and gentlemanly opened the car door for Lin Shiyu. Then he put the babies into the stroller. Jingle. As soon as the bell at the restaurant entrance rang, a handsome and aloof man was seen pushing a black four-seater stroller, with a beautiful woman with a gentle yet cool temperament holding his arm beside him. The two of them strode into the restaurant. His appearance at 2 p.m. seemed to come with its own background music, and the customers in the store couldn't help but look at them. Wow! They're such a perfect match. The owner nodded and smiled when he saw the two enter, saying in somewhat broken Chinese, "Welcome to Drew's restaurant." The owner is a kind-looking foreign old man who is both the owner and the chef. He stands behind the bar, which is his small kitchen where all the delicious food comes from. Besides the owner, there were 3 waiters, 2 of whom were foreign women and one of whom was a Chinese man with black hair and yellow skin, but his eyebrows and eyes looked foreign, so he was probably of mixed race. When the male waiter saw the 2 of them come in, he led them to an empty seat by the window, where they could see the traffic and colorful neon lights on the street. The melodious sound of a violin floats gently through the restaurant, allowing every customer to feel the warmth and tranquility. In a world full of noise and bustle, this Western restaurant on Dashue East Road is quietly situated amidst the bustling street. The babies drifted off to sleep to the melodious music. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu can finally enjoy their time together. Chapter 42 Surprise, Lin Shiyu takes the initiative. The waiter brought the menu, and the two ordered the featured set meal, chatting while watching the babies. Just then, a girl dressed in Lolita fashion, wearing headphones and holding a cell phone walked in. "Babies, this is the Druzy restaurant that many people recommend. It's said to be a popular dating spot at Soochow University. For those who say they're too shy to go because they don't have a partner, today I'll go and experience it for you." The streamer walked around and took pictures of the restaurant's environment with his phone. Finally, the camera focused on the table where Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were sitting. In the live stream, sharp-eyed netizens immediately noticed the 4 human babies in the stroller. "Wow, those 4 little babies are so cute," the female anchor exclaimed unconsciously. A mother is naturally very happy to hear someone praise her child. Lin Shiyu looked up and gave the anchor a sweet smile. "You're cute too." The female anchor turned her head. When Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren appeared in front of her, she was stunned and stared blankly at her phone, the camera just in time to capture the 2 people in front of her. The female anchor was immediately captivated by Lin Shiyu, who was already stunningly beautiful with just a touch of makeup. "Wait, I actually got compliments from a beautiful woman? Thank you, sister. You're so beautiful, your elegance is amazing." She then looked at Song Shuren beside her. "Wow. The older brother is so handsome, and he and the older sister are such a perfect match." The anchor exclaimed softly. "Are these 4 adorable little bundles of joy your babies?" Song Shuren raised his head, smiled slightly, and said, "Yes." A flawless, exquisite face instantly appeared on the screen of the live stream. The comments section exploded, and the number of viewers kept rising. "Wow! What a handsome guy. My boyfriend's been keeping a close eye on me lately, so I'll have to give you a baby first." "Stop talking, I've already given up on my child." "Hey streamer, don't just focus on the handsome guy. What about that pretty girl next to you?" Yeah, male fans are definitely asking to see the pretty girls. "Oh my god, those 4 babies are absolutely adorable. These 2 look so familiar. Aren't they the campus belle and campus hunk of Soochow University? Are you referring to Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu upstairs?" The live chat was flooded with comments. The streamer snapped out of his daze, quickly turned the camera around to face himself, apologized to Song Shuren's family, and then left. After all, not everyone likes being bothered by streamers. This was just a minor incident and did not affect Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu's mood. The two continued chatting while waiting for the food to be served. The food was ready in no time. The steak was already sliced into strips when it was served, and the bright pink and tender meat looked incredibly tempting. There was also a tuna and walnut tartare, and the bread had a crispy crust and a soft, tender interior. The aroma filled the air. Song Shirin poured himself a glass of dry red wine. Since he couldn't drink alcohol during his postpartum period, he ordered a passion fruit and jasmine tea for Lin Shiyu. The two gazed at each other affectionately. Cheers! Song Shirin took a few bites and found the taste to be quite good. No wonder so many people come to patronize the restaurant. But after tasting Song Shirin's cooking, Lin Shiyu found that no matter where she ate, there were always fewer dishes that amazed her. Doesn't it taste good? Song Shirin took another bite, still puzzled. No, it's just that my food doesn't taste as good as yours. Song Shirin smiled when he heard this and said, I'll make it for you from now on. You can do this too? Lin Shiyu looked surprised. Of course, you don't need to know who I am. I guarantee I'll amaze you. Lin Shiyu nodded happily. Fireworks are gentle, and life is full of romance. Food warms the stomach, and people warm the heart. During this time, the female anchor dressed in Lolita fashion would occasionally steal glances at Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu, soaking in their sweet atmosphere and their incredibly stunning looks. She was so envious she cried. Looking down at the screen, she saw that the viewers in the live stream kept telling her to point the camera at the two of them. They want to see handsome men and beautiful women because they are good-looking and attractive. However, the new parents were unaware of the female anchor and netizens spying, and were still immersed in the sweetness of the moment. After some time, the two finished eating and took their baby home. I had just gotten home when the doorbell rang. It turned out the clothes I ordered had been delivered. Song Shirin opened the door wide and asked if he could please bring them in and put them in the living room. Several delivery men came in carrying bags of various sizes, neatly arranged them in the living room, and then left. Looking at the bags filling the living room, the two exchanged a glance. Start. Song Shirin took out the clothes, tidied them up, and put them in the wardrobe. The huge wardrobe still had more than half the space left after all the clothes were put in it. He secretly made up his mind that he would definitely fill this space in the future. Lin Shiyu focused on her dressing table. Since becoming pregnant, she was worried that cosmetics would affect the baby's growth, and she was also worried that the cosmetics would expire if left for too long, so she gave a lot of them to Gu Yanyan. She only kept some light makeup materials and skin care products for herself, so that she can go out in a good mood in the future. Song Shirin bought her cosmetics that are suitable for use during breastfeeding today. Lin Shiyu tidied up the dressing table. Seeing Song Shirin still organizing the wardrobe, she didn't know where she got the courage, but she rushed up, grabbed his collar, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Thank you. Song Shirin's pupils dilated slightly, revealing an expression of excitement and surprise. The next second, he bent down. Song Shirin's eyes were filled with a burning gaze. His hand gently touched the back of her head through her soft, long hair. She slowly closed her eyes, and his slightly cool lips captured her delicate lips, gently kissing her. Her slender waist pressed against his strong arms. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her. Gradually, their bodies pressed together silently, their postures seemingly intimate. After a long while, he reluctantly let go of her, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then kissed her forehead with lingering affection. You're welcome, honey. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, clearly feeling her cheeks burning up, completely out of control. I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Shiyu used the excuse of taking a shower to quickly escape this dangerous place. Song Shirin smiled as he watched her flustered figure disappear. Night. The two stood together on the balcony, overlooking the river view at night. A gentle breeze blew through the summer night. She looked at the scenery, and he looked at her. So beautiful. Yes. After a while, Lin Shiyu suddenly spoke up and asked, Do you remember that cute female anchor in Lolita dress at the restaurant today? I remember. What's wrong? I'm thinking, if we film some cute videos of the babies and upload them to the platform, they'll definitely go viral. People make short videos to get more traffic and make money. We don't lack money. But the babies are so cute, there must be a lot of people who love them. After having children, seeing how cute they are, mothers always have a strong urge to share. They take many cute videos of their babies, but are too embarrassed to post them all on social media. Although Gu Yanyan also loves babies, she might not read all the pictures if she sends too many. She is not a mother yet and can't understand that feeling. Song Shirin thought that this might help Lin Shiyu pass the time and not be so bored, so he let her play. Seeing that Song Shuren agreed with her idea, her eyes lit up, she quickly kissed his cheek, and turned and ran away. Chapter 43: The Arrival of Song's Mother and the Eight Gossip Horn. Lin Shiyu sat in front of the dressing table, neatly arranged her makeup tools in front of her, then wet the powder puff and began to apply her makeup seriously. Song Shuren supports her becoming a blogger about motherhood, but her current actions are somewhat perplexing. Are you going out? No. Why are you putting on makeup now? When filming videos of my baby, I inevitably end up in the frame, so I need to wear some makeup to look good on camera. Song Shuren looked at her earnest back and smiled indulgently. After finishing her makeup, Lin Shiyu turned her head and blinked her big, bright eyes, asking Song Shuren with a look of anticipation. Is it pretty? What do you think? Song Shuren said with a hint of jealousy, You're so beautiful. Once the video is uploaded, netizens won't look at the baby anymore, they'll only look at you. Lin Shiyu laughed and asked, Are you jealous? Song Shuren stubbornly insisted, I didn't. After receiving Song Shuren's approval, Lin Shiyu turned on her camera. Hello, I'm Lin Shiyu, a mom. This is my first video documenting my baby's growth. The camera turned to the babies, and the 4 babies seemed to have a natural sense of the camera, waving their little hands in the air as if they were greeting the aunties on the other side of the screen. By the way, have you decided which platform to post it on? Lin Shiyu thought for a moment. Everyone says that Douyin TikTok is for recording beautiful moments in life, so why don't we post them on Douyin? After making the decision, Song Shuren registered a new Douyin account. The ID is named Song Family's Fourth Son. After some simple editing and adding a cute background music track, the first baby video was posted on Douyin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the release of your baby's first video. This has triggered the Stock Market Guru passive skill, granting you 1 stock. Note, this information includes the stock's price fluctuations over the past 2 months. The host can make a purchase based on this stock information. Upon hearing about the system reward, Song Shuren's eyes lit up. I was thinking of buying this stock based on the system's prompts. Put away your joyful heart. Looking down at my phone, I see that the baby's videos have already received many likes and comments. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were very happy to see that their babies were liked by netizens. As the new day dawned, Song Shuren woke up to find several missed calls on his phone, all from his mother. He vaguely called his mother back. Mom, is there something you need that you called me about? Your Adley and I went to town today to buy seeds and take care of some errands. We're halfway done now, and we wanted to see you and the babies. What? Song Shuren instantly regained consciousness. Mom, where are you now? Aunt Lee and I are on Century Avenue. The driver said there's a subway station near Wanda Plaza ahead where we can take the subway to your location. Mom, I've moved. It's not the same place I used to live. What? You moved? Fearing that his mother had taken the wrong route, Song Shuren hurriedly got up and dressed. Mom, don't wander around. You and Aunt Lee can just get off at Wanda Plaza and wait for me. I'll come pick you up in a bit. Hearing the noise, Lin Shiyu groggily opened her eyes. What happened? Song Shuren patted her head and said, My mom and Aunt Lee from next door are here. They don't know our current address, so I have to go pick them up and buy some groceries to cook breakfast for you. Lin Shiyu instantly sobered up when she heard that Song's mother was coming. Auntie's coming? Why didn't you say so sooner? I just found out too. Are you going there now? Okay, I let them get off at Wanda Plaza. Lin Shiyu nodded, then go ahead. He had never left Lin Shiyu and the babies home alone for so long, so he couldn't help but worry. Song Shuren glanced at his watch. The babies must be hungry by now, so maybe I. Go ahead and go. You're a grown man, you can't breastfeed the babies. Leave the housework to me. But. No buts, I'm fine now after drinking the milk. Don't keep Auntie waiting too long, and please be careful. After giving Song Shuren countless instructions, he left the house, turning back to look at her every few steps. On the other side. On the bus, Song's mother shouted to the bus driver, Driver, there's a stop at Wanda Plaza ahead. The driver responded, and when they arrived at Wanda Plaza, he opened the door for the two to get out of the car and sped away. After getting off the bus, Song's mother and Aunt Lee waited for Song Shuren at the convenience store next to Wanda Plaza. The weather in Suzhou is strange. Sometimes the sun comes up early in the morning and it's already very hot. The asphalt roads are scorching hot, and the weather is unbearably muggy. There's not a breath of wind, and the thick air seems to have solidified. The two stood under the sunshade at the entrance of the convenience store, eagerly waiting, their foreheads covered in sweat from the heat. Seeing that the two women looked rather pitiful, the shop owner handed them a bottle of ice water and said, "Aunties, it's hot now, have some water, or you'll get heatstroke." "How much is this water?" "We'll pay you." Song's mother prepared to take out cash from her pocket to give to the shopkeeper. The boss waved his hand and refused, saying, "No need, Auntie, you guys drink." Song's mother and Aunt Lee accepted the water and thanked the shop owner repeatedly. "Thank you so much, young lady." "You're welcome. Are you waiting for someone?" "Ah, yes, we came to the city today to visit my son and his family. We're waiting for my son to pick us up. It's so hot outside. There's air conditioning and seating inside, so you can come in, sit down, and cool off. Is that okay? Will it affect your business?" "No, Auntie. Thank you so much." Just as Song's mother and Aunt Lee were about to step into the convenience store, Song Shuren rolled down the car window and shouted, "Mom, Aunt Lee." When Song's mother saw her son arrive, she beamed with joy. "Little girl, my son is here. We'll be leaving now." The proprietress watched them leave with a smile, and then she saw Song Shuren. She was surprised she hadn't expected that the aunt's son to be so handsome. Seeing his mother and Aunt Lee carrying large and small bags, Song Shuren got out of the car to help. Song's mother asked, "Shawan, can we put these things away?" Song Shuren smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. My gaze fell on the things my mother and her family had brought. One of the fertilizer bags had 2 holes cut out, from which a chicken head and a duck head protruded, and the duck was making quacking noises. There was also an oil drum full of eggs, and a burlap sack tied with a rope, but no one knew what was inside. Aunt Lee looked at Song Shuren in front of her, feeling a sense of familiarity mixed with unfamiliarity. She knew that Song Shuren had been handsome since he was a child, but she did not expect his charm to have increased so much now. Shawan is growing more and more handsome. He's become the most dashing young man in the surrounding area. Song Shuren scratched his head and said, "Aunt Lee, you flatter me." After saying that, he picked up the local specialties and put them in the trunk of the car. "Mom, Aunt Lee, you should get in the car first." After getting on the bus, Song's mother noticed that there was no driver and asked in confusion, "Shawan, did the driver go to the toilet?" Thud. After closing the trunk, Song Shuren walked straight to the driver's seat, opened the door, and got in. "Are you the driver?" "Mom, don't worry, I'm a pretty good driver." Song's mother wasn't worried about his driving skills, but rather about why her son was driving. "But then I thought, maybe it was a friend's car or a rental, which makes sense." Coincidentally, Aunt Lee thought the same thing, so she deliberately asked Song Shuren, "Shawan, your car is quite spacious, unlike buses which have that stinky gasoline smell. How much did your friend buy it for?" Chapter 44. What? You even bought a motorhome? As soon as Song's mother heard this, she knew what Aunt Lee was up to, and her face turned green. To avoid embarrassing her son, she tried to smooth things over, saying that Shawan hadn't graduated yet, and the car. "The car doesn't belong to my friend, I bought it myself. It would cost around 1 million. Before he could finish speaking, Song Shuren interrupted him. "The last time my parents came, they hadn't ridden in his car yet." Therefore, Song's mother never knew that her son had bought a car. Hearing Song Shuren's words, she was even more shocked than Aunt Lee. "What? 1 million? You made so much money from your investments?" She knew her son had made a profit from his previous investments, but she hadn't expected it to be this much. She had already discussed it with Song's father, and they decided to get some new, high-quality seeds to plant this year so they could earn more when they harvested next year. "With all the savings I've accumulated over the years, it should be enough to make a down payment for my child's apartment in Suzhou." Unexpectedly, before even buying a house, he had already bought a car worth over 1 million yuan. With this money, you could make a down payment and buy a car worth over 100,000 yuan. Good heavens, the thought of her son spending all his money on a car made her furious. Seeing that his mother was unhappy, Song Shuren explained that he had used the money he earned from investing to trade stocks and made a lot of money. Aunt Lee's eyes lit up when she heard about Song Shuren's method of making money. "Oh yes, I've also heard that stock trading can be very profitable." "Shawan, how do you trade stocks?" Her son occasionally buys 1 or 2 stocks, but he loses more money than he earns, so she wants to find out some ways to make money for him. Since her last successful investment, Chen's mother has believed in her son's abilities. However, upon further reflection, she still felt that spending over a million yuan on a car was not worthwhile. If they didn't spend so much money on the car, the money their son earned, plus their savings, would be enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Suzhou outright. They won't have to work themselves to the bone to pay off their loans anymore, since they still have 4 little babies to support. Son's mother couldn't hold back any longer and was furious. Even if you earned money to buy a car, have you ever thought that you have your own family and need to be responsible for them? No matter how big the space in the car is, can anyone live in it? Aunt Lee also adopted the demeanor of an elder, saying, "Shawan, your mother is right. We still need to buy a house first. Only with a house can we truly have a home." After saying that, Song Shuren comforted his mother, saying, "Little An's mother, the child has already bought it. He's come all this way, so don't be angry." Song Shuren tried to calm his mother down, saying, "Mom, don't be angry. I've bought the house, and it was paid for in full." Song's mother suddenly stopped stroking her chest, her mind blank for a moment. "You bought a house too? You're not kidding me, are you? Could it be that when my son said he was moving, he meant he bought a house and moved to a new one?" Aunt Lee was shocked. What was going on? "Shawan, you can't lie about something like this." "Mom, Aunt Lee, I'm not lying to you. Maybe Shiyu is bringing me good fortune. Everything I do goes smoothly, and I've made a lot of money. I've even bought a house and a car." Aunt Lee gasped, "Shawan, you really bought a house and a car? Really? Wow, that's amazing. You're so lucky." Seeing that her son had already bought the house and the car, Song's mother remained silent, lost in thought. Arrived at Jiangyue Bay. The system at the parking barrier raised the barrier after recognizing Song Shuren's license plate number. Beep. "Welcome homeowners." Song Shuren did not park his car in the downstairs parking space, but drove into the underground parking lot. After parking the car, I took the things out of the trunk. He carried the heaviest chickens and ducks and another burlap sack in one hand, while Song's mother and Aunt Lee carried the rest. "Mom, Aunt Lee, come with me." The 3 people, the chicken, and the duck took the elevator upstairs. Upon reaching the floor, Song Shuren pressed the handle. Deep fingerprint authentication successful, lock unlocked. "Mom, Aunt Lee, please come in and make yourselves at home. I'll put my things away and then get you a pair of slippers. First, find the slippers so that Mom and Aunt Lee can wear them when they take a shower tonight." After Aunt Lee came in, she kept observing the environment of the house, which was truly beyond her expectations. Her eyes were filled with envy. "My goodness, this house is huge. The living room is so spacious, and the decor is so high class. Oh my, and look at this huge floor-to-ceiling window. The view outside is absolutely stunning. And the kitchen was clean and tidy, with all kinds of machines. I went to check out other places, and Shawan has really made something of himself." Looking at the luxurious house, Song's mother felt a kind of inexplicable worry, so she went to her son and pulled him aside to ask him what was going on. "Shawan, tell Mom the truth, the money for this car and house came from your stock trading. Or did you borrow money from loan sharks? Mom is telling you that kind of money is illegal." Song's mother knew that to get such a large loan from a bank, one needed a stable source of income, the ability to repay the loan, and the ability to provide appropriate collateral, such as a house or a car that could be used as collateral. The son hasn't graduated yet and doesn't have a stable income, so the bank won't approve the loan. Since the bank won't approve it, the only way to get so much money so quickly is through high-interest loans. "Mom, I already told you, my money really came from my own hard-earned money, and I guarantee it's all from legal channels." Song Shuren explained to his mother with a serious expression, seeing that she still didn't believe him. Song's mother looked into her son's eyes, and his gaze did not waver at all. "Promise me." "Mom, I promise you, I won't do anything illegal now, and I won't in the future. I'll spend every penny I earn, and I'll never try to impress others or save face." "Fine, if you dare to lie to Mom, your dad, and I will disown you." "Mom, you're too cruel. I'm still your biological child." Song's mother widened her eyes again. "So you mean you're going to lie to us?" Song Shuren was stunned for a moment. "Mom, I didn't mean that. Don't overthink it. Besides, have I ever caused you any worry since I was a child?" Song Shuren has been very independent since childhood and has never caused her any trouble, except that he never liked to wear long underwear in winter. Song's mother's expression softened. "Since you've said that, Mom believes you. I must say, your house is really impressive, and my son is really amazing now. Having gained her mother's trust and approval, Song Shirin smiled happily. It's alright, even if I was lucky. So, how much of your capital do you really have? You'd better be careful. I've heard that with stocks, you can make money or lose money. My 4 adorable grandchildren are still crying for food, and the expenses for their schooling and other things will be even greater in the future. I understand, Mom. I know what I'm doing. After searching for a long time, I realized I didn't have any extra slippers at home, so I decided to go to the supermarket next to my apartment complex to buy some. I'll also buy a few sets of toiletries so that relatives and friends can use them when they come over. Chapter 45 is so cheesy. I wish she were my daughter-in-law. Mom, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be right back. Go ahead. Aunt Lee, I'm going to the nearby supermarket to buy you some daily necessities. Okay, then be careful. Aunt Lee toured the house and finally realized that she hadn't seen the master bedroom yet. Seeing that the door was closed, there must still be someone sleeping inside. This house is really grand, and the decoration is so nice. If my son could buy a house like this in the city, I wouldn't have to worry so much as a mother. Mother Song comforted her, saying, Don't worry, your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Aunt Lee pouted. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, what good fortune could he possibly have? Seeing that your little one has already taken care of such an important life event, how can I not be anxious? By the way, we didn't see your daughter-in-law and grandchildren when we came in. Are they still resting in their room? A woman's postpartum period is not something to be taken lightly. It's been so long since she's had any signs of labor, why don't you go and check on her? Hearing Aunt Lee say this, Song's mother was indeed worried about Lin Shiyu. Older people are always like this, habitually worrying about all sorts of things for their children. At the same time, she also missed her grandchildren. Ever since returning to the village, I have to look at photos of the babies on my phone every night before I can fall asleep. Thump thump thump. Has the language of poetry awakened? Lin Shiyu had just woken up when she heard Song's mother coming outside, so she immediately got up and changed her clothes. She opened the door with a sweet smile, Auntie, you're here. When Song's mother saw her daughter-in-law again, her eyes lit up with joy, and she took Lin Shiyu's hand and introduced her to Aunt Lee. This is my daughter-in-law, Lin Shiyu. This is Aunt Lee. Her son and Xiaoan are childhood friends. Lin Shiyu nodded politely and said, Hello, Aunt Lee. Wow, what a nice girl. Oh my, look at this little face, so pink and tender, with such beautiful features, she looks just like a fairy from a painting. No wonder Xiaoan said she brings him good fortune. You are truly blessed. Just by looking at your face, you are destined for great wealth and prosperity for your whole family. Aunt Lee is quite superstitious and often watches videos about face reading or feng shui online. The more she looked at Lin Shiyu, the more she liked her. How come her own son couldn't find such a wonderful girl? Even if she couldn't find someone exactly like her, she would be satisfied if she were even a quarter of Lin Shiyu. Aunt Lee is incredibly jealous today, she's absolutely envious. By the way, where are the babies? People at this age love babies the most, they simply can't resist them. The babies are still sleeping in the room. The 4 babies in the stroller were sleeping soundly, clutching their little blankets. Aunt Lee went over to the crib and looked at the babies. Oh, look at those chubby little faces, they're so adorable. You know what, he really looks like Xiaoan when he was little. Babies grow up so fast. It's only been a few days since I last visited them, and they seem to have grown quite a bit. Song's mother sighed, when they grow up, it would be good if the boys followed Xiaoan and the girls followed Shiyu. Aunt Lee turned her head away and sighed, wondering when she would be able to hold her grandson. You're so lucky. Xiaoan has taken care of all the important things in her life herself, saving you so much worry. With her hands on Aunt Lee's, Song's mother looked at the babies in the stroller and sighed, no matter what, a mother will always worry about her child. You see, we used to always say things will be better when the children grow up. Then, when they grow up, we say things will be better when they graduate and get a job. Then, when they get a job, we say things will be better when they settle down and start a family. And then, when the children are actually married and successful, we start worrying about their grandchildren. That makes sense. Mothers always have endless worries and hope that their children can be better and happier. The reason people urge them to get married and have children is simply because they want their children to have children to care for them in their old age, so that their children will have a close relative in the world after they pass away. Aunt Lee sighed, who can argue with that? My son. Then he waved his hand and said, never mind, let's not talk about him anymore. She leaned closer to the baby closest to her, her eyes filled with envy, and said, "Look, our babies are so well behaved, they make us so worry free." Lin Xiyu, the new mother, was completely confused as she listened. Will I end up like that in the future? However, the aunties were right about one thing. Being a mother means having endless worries, and she has come to deeply understand this during this period of time. Perhaps this is the bond between a baby and a mother. Not long after, Song Shuren returned with the daily necessities he had bought. "Mom, Aunt Lee, I bought slippers, toothpaste, toothbrush, and other things. Do you think we need anything else?" Aunt Lee slapped her thigh, looked down and around, and exclaimed, "Oh dear. I forgot to change into slippers, and you've made the floor all dirty. I'm so sorry." In the countryside, people don't usually change their shoes when they enter a house, so Aunt Lee had forgotten about it. Looking at the floor she had just walked across, Aunt Lee said apologetically, "Where's your mop? Let me mop it for you." "It's alright, Aunt Lee, we have a smart robot vacuum cleaner." Song Shuren took out his phone, opened the smart remote control, and a round metal object began to mop the floor in an orderly manner, leaving everything it passed sparkling clean. Aunt Lee was very curious when she first saw the robot vacuum cleaner. "Wow, this thing is so great, it can even sweep the floor." Song's mother also sighed, "Technology really is changing our lives. We're getting old and can't keep up with the times. Mom, Aunt Lee, please have some water first. I'll take my toiletries to the bathroom." Song's mother replied, "Okay, I understand." After changing into slippers, Song's mother and Aunt Lee decided to kill some chickens and ducks first, so they could give the two children a good nourishing meal tonight. Aunt Lee said, "I saw that Shaoan seemed to have put the chickens and ducks in the kitchen. The kitchen is not a good place to work, so let's take it to the bathroom." Song's mother shouted, "Shaoan, go help Mom boil some water. Mom and your Aunt Lee have prepared the chicken and duck. We'll cook half of them tonight and put the rest in the refrigerator. You can make some soup for Shiryu from time to time." Aunt Lee looked at the two glistening chickens and ducks. She thought that if she killed them, she wouldn't be able to finish them all at once, and they wouldn't be fresh if she froze them. She suggested that she raise one of them. "Ha? Keep one to raise? Is this appropriate?" Song Shuren hesitated for a moment and said, "Mom, Aunt Lee, this house isn't suitable for raising chickens. The neighbors will complain if the chickens crow in the morning. Let's kill them all." Song's mother felt that what her son said made sense. And if we raise them, how should we kill them later? She knew her own son well, how could he possibly kill himself? In the past, during holidays, she and her husband would slit their own throats first, while their son would only help pluck the hairs. "Never mind then, just remember to bring the boiled water to me." Seeing that his mother was working so hard, Song Shuren didn't want her to be busy for too long, so he suggested taking the food to the fresh food market to find someone to help kill it. Chapter 46 Lin Xiyu gets caught by her mother-in-law. Song's mother thought it was just killing a chicken and a duck. There was no need to waste money, so without even thinking, we nipped Song Shuren's idea in the bud. If you give it to someone else to help kill, they won't leave you any blood. Aunt Lee chimed in, "Yes, this blood is a good thing, it's nourishing. The duck blood and chicken blood sold in the market these days, you don't know how they're made. A small bowl of blood can be diluted into several large bowls, and you don't know if chemical additives are added. Some merchants are really unscrupulous. When you go out for hot pot now, some duck blood just won't break down no matter how long you cook it, it's bouncy and chewy, like a piece of Play-Doh, while the duck blood at home crumbles as soon as you pick it up." Song's mother continued, "And do you really think they plucked all those chickens by hand when they killed so many that day? If it's not a machine, it'll use rosin to remove the feathers. Machine plucking will always leave some small feathers behind, and it can also easily damage the meat of chickens and ducks. Using rosin is even more terrifying, that stuff is poisonous." Song Shuren, is it true or not? The name doesn't sound like it's poisonous. Song's mother continued to explain that rosin contains a lot of heavy metals and toxic substances. If you use rosin to pluck duck feathers, the toxic substances will seep into the chicken and duck meat, which will harm your health if you eat it. Moreover, those small private workshops use industrial rosin to remove the feathers from chickens and ducks, and then reheat the unused rosin for later use. It's terrifying. After Song Shuren showered me with praise, I truly felt that his words were worth more than 10 years of study. Although my mom and Aunt Lee don't know how to use high-tech gadgets, they still need to learn life experience from the older generation. As they spoke, Aunt Lee and Mother Song, relying on their years of experience, worked together methodically to carry out the large-scale task of slaughtering chickens and ducks. Song's mother grabbed the chicken's wing with one hand and its head with the other. Aunt Lee then plucked the feathers from the chicken's throat, made a small incision with a knife, and quickly grabbed a bowl to catch the blood flowing from the chicken's neck. After bleeding the chicken, the next step is to scald the feathers with boiling water. Seeing that her son hadn't brought the water over yet, Song's mother urged him, "Why isn't it here yet?" Song Shuren adjusted the water temperature on the smart temperature control panel in the bathroom. "Mom, you can just turn on the tap. You can adjust the temperature here." "Okay, that's all for now. Go outside." Aunt Lee smiled and said, "Your mother and I are fine here. If you need anything, just call me." As Song's mother was about to leave, her son called out to her, Hey, close the door behind you, and turn on the bathroom exhaust fan while you're at it, because the smell is quite strong when the chicken and duck are being processed." Song Shuren turned on the exhaust fan, and then said, "I'm going to spend time with Shiyu and the babies. Go quickly, don't cause trouble here." Song Shuren said oh and went to the living room to play with the babies. Time passed by little. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Shiyu, as if injected with adrenaline, immediately ran to open the door. Then, with his hands behind his back, he returned mysteriously. "Can you guess what this is?" Song Shuren looked at her with a doting expression. "Your eyeshadow has arrived?" Lin Shiyu pouted. "Ah, how do you know everything?" This package contained an eyeshadow palette that Lin Shiyu had spotted at a shopping mall earlier. She wanted to buy it, but the salesperson said it was out of stock and needed to be sourced from elsewhere. Song Shuren filled in his home address and asked the salesperson to send it directly to him. He didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Lin Shiyu took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the sofa, blinked her eyes, and said, "I want to try." Song Shuren grinned and said, "Let's give it a try. Besides, we haven't filmed any videos of the babies today. We can do our makeup and start filming in a bit." Lin Shiyu had just finished applying her base makeup and was about to apply eyeshadow. Just then, Aunt Lee came over carrying a chicken and Mother Song carrying a duck. Lin Shiyu hadn't even had time to put down the eyeshadow brush in her hand. The three of them looked at each other. In an instant, the entire house fell silent. Song's mother broke the silence first, saying that the chicken and duck were ready and they would be ready to eat soon. Just as Aunt Lee was about to say something, Song's mother pulled her to the kitchen. Lin Shiyu was caught in an awkward silence, unsure whether to pick up the makeup brush or put it down, and an uncomfortable atmosphere filled the air. She slowly raised her head to look at Song Shuren, her aunt's meaning. Song Shuren smiled calmly. "It's okay. Just be yourself. You can wear makeup if you like." When Song's mother first came, she saw that Lin Shiyu was wearing lipstick. I was too embarrassed to say it to her face at the time, so after I got home I called her specifically to tell her not to wear makeup during her postpartum period. Song's mother was worried that harmful ingredients in cosmetics might enter her breast milk, and if the milk was absorbed by the child, it might affect the child's growth and development, and possibly even the child's brain and bone development. Now I'm putting on makeup openly in front of Mother Song. Won't this make Song's mother feel like she's being provoked? Lin Shiyu winked at Song Shuren, trying to fool herself. Auntie definitely didn't see it, right? What do you think? Ugh. I just want to crawl into a hole and disappear. I was so happy and excited at the mall that day that I couldn't resist and bought everything I wanted. Now my aunt sees her package, cosmetics, and her putting on makeup. She was so embarrassed it was like being caught red-handed. After thinking it over, she decided she should explain it to her aunt. She went into the kitchen and cautiously peeked out. The aunt. What's wrong? The kitchen is smoky. Why don't you go outside and wait? Didn't you tell me last time that you wanted to eat my cooking again? I'll make it for you. Seeing how kind Song's mother was to her, she felt even more guilty. I'm not an auntie, I just want to say. I've been keeping your words in mind, but all cosmetics undergo professional testing. Pregnant women can also use it, but he sounded a little hesitant when he said this. I'm sorry, auntie, go ahead and scold me. I didn't listen to you, Lin Shiyu said, lowering her head in shame. Instead of scolding her, Song's mother comforted her. Auntie knows you young people love beauty, but who can guarantee that cosmetics are 100% safe these days? The babies are still breastfeeding, so we can use makeup after they're weaned. Moreover, my Shiyu looks beautiful even without makeup. She's as beautiful as a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. Okay, stop standing there like an idiot, go and rest. Lin Shiyu smiled sweetly and said, "Auntie, you're so kind, I'll go take off my makeup right now." Chapter 47 Daughter-in-law and Mother-in-law. After removing her makeup, Lin Shiyu smelled a delicious aroma of chicken soup, which whetted her appetite. "My stomach is growling, but unfortunately the food isn't fully cooked yet." Seeing that Lin Shiyu looked depressed, Song Shuren went directly to the kitchen and brought her a bowl of chicken soup, which included a small chicken leg and 2 shiitake mushrooms. "Eat up." Lin Shiyu took the chicken soup with her eyes shining. "How did you know I was hungry?" Song Shuren laughed and said, "Your stomach told me that." Glug glug. "Look, it's protesting again." Lin Shiyu couldn't resist the temptation and took a sip of the chicken soup. Sure enough, the taste was different from the chicken she usually bought at the market. You can feel the tenderness, delicious taste, and rich aroma when you bite into the chicken leg. "You should eat something first, Mom has prepared everything." Half an hour later, Song's mother and Aunt Lee finished cooking. Song Shuren placed the last dish on the table and called out towards the kitchen, "Mom, stop working, and let's eat first." Seeing that Song's mother was still tidying up in the kitchen, Lin Shiyu went over and pulled her out to eat. "Auntie, let's go eat first. I'd like you to eat with me. We've already eaten the food you cooked, so we'll clean up the mess later." Lin Shiyu's adorable appearance is simply irresistible. Song's mother beamed with joy. All right, Auntie will come and have dinner with you. Auntie doesn't want you to clean up Xiao and can clean it up later." At the dinner table. Seeing that Lin Shiyu was only focused on picking at the plate of green vegetables in front of her, Song's mother switched the meat and vegetables in front of her son with the green vegetables in front of Lin Shiyu. The poem says, "Eat more meat so you can produce more milk." "Auntie, I still have plenty of breast milk. Before the meal, and served me a bowl of chicken soup, and I ate quite a lot." Aunt Lee shook her head. "It's just a bowl of chicken soup. What can it do? If I don't eat more, I'll be hungry tonight." In the past, when we were in postpartum confinement, we could eat a whole pot of chicken soup. Eat a whole pot? Lin Shiyu was shocked. From childhood, her family only allowed her to eat until she was 7 or 8 full, because eating too much could easily lead to indigestion. However, ever since she got together with Song Shuren, she has been completely captivated by his cooking, and often finds herself unbuttoning her pants while eating. She believed that she ate quite well on weekdays, so her babies naturally had plenty of breast milk. Just then, a groaning sound suddenly came from the room. Song Shuren immediately got up and went back to check. It turns out that Debao and Sanbao had to pee, and their bottoms were uncomfortable, hence the whimpering. "I'll go take a look too." Song's mother stopped Lin Shiyu, who was about to get up, and said, "I'll go. You should feed yourself first, then feed the babies. Don't worry about anything else, Xiaoan and I will take care of it. Sometimes the babies cry during meals, and if we need to feed them, we have to stop eating. By the time the babies are full, the food has already gone cold." Song's mother had also been through this period, so she knew this, and that's why she went with her son to take care of the baby and let Lin Shiyu have a proper meal. After finishing her sentence, Song's mother went to her room to help. Lin Shiyu lowered her head and continued eating, occasionally glancing back into the room. Aunt Lee noticed Lin Shiyu's unease and asked, "Do you think this is too much trouble for Xiaoan's mom?" Lin Shiyu nodded. "She's my elder. Am I being too lazy?" Aunt Lee laughed and said, "I thought it was something important, but it's just this? We're all family, what's there to be embarrassed about? If I had grandchildren to take care of, I'd be overjoyed. You two also have your own things to do. If you get too busy in the future, you can ask your mother-in-law to come and help take care of the children." Lin Shiyu thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I understand. If we can't take care of them all, we'll have to trouble Auntie for help." After finishing her meal, Lin Shiyu went back to her room to breastfeed her babies. Inside, Song's mother is holding Song Shuren's phone and video chatting with Song's father. "Oh dear, so embarrassing. Let Grandpa see which baby wet their pants. Is it Kwai Kwai or Lulu?" As Song's mother spoke, she made the baby giggle. "Grandpa is amazing. He guessed it was you two little ones right away. Mommy's here, babies can drink milk now." Lin Shiyu came over, picked up Debao, and waved her little pink fist at the camera, saying, "Come on, let's say goodbye to Grandpa." Song's mother looked at the babies with a loving expression. "Okay, I'll call you later. Shiyu needs to feed the babies." As soon as he finished speaking, Song's father's smile on the screen gradually disappeared. Then, the phone beeped, and Mr. Song hung up the video call. Seeing this, Lin Shiyu asked, "Is uncle angry?" Song's mother shrugged. "That's just his temper. He's probably angry with me. He said he missed his grandchildren and wanted to come with me. But you know, it's such a long and tiring journey, and his old ailment has flared up again recently. If he came along, it would just be adding to his troubles, so I didn't let him come." Lin Shiyu asked worriedly, "Is uncle all right?" It's okay. Tell uncle to take care of himself." Song's mother looked at Lin Shiyu with relief. He knew that she cared about him so much, and he must be very happy. "I'm going out now, you can feed the babies first." Lin Shiyu was breastfeeding her baby in the room while she and her son were cleaning up in the kitchen. Song's mother packed all the ingredients into one meal's worth in plastic bags. "When you want to eat them, just take out a bag and eat them, that way you won't have to go through all that trouble. And these eggs are genuine free-range eggs. These chickens don't eat feed, and the fried eggs are incredibly fragrant. Besides..." "Okay, Mom, I understand." Then the two of them cut open the oil drum containing the eggs, put all the eggs in a basket, and stored them in the refrigerator. After everything was settled, it was evening. Adley is used to going to bed early in the village, so she washed up and went to bed early. After taking a shower, Lin Shiyu lay in bed editing today's videos. Only the mother and son were still in the living room. "There's been a problem with Aunt Lee's pension insurance process. Please take her to the Social Security Bureau tomorrow to handle the matter and try to get it sorted out by then. I don't really understand this stuff either. The staff there asked for some kind of ID number, and I feel more at ease having you there. Mom, I'll take Aunt Lee to get it done tomorrow. I'll go tell her it's getting late, she should go and get some rest, she has things to do tomorrow." Inside the master bedroom. When Song Shuren came in, he found that Lin Shiyu was still awake. "You haven't rested yet?" "No, I just released today's video, take a look." Song Shuren lifted the blanket on the bed, sat down next to Lin Shiyu, and hugged her. Lin Shiyu did not resist, seemingly already used to Song Shuren holding her. "Look, we've gained another 100 followers today. Hee, the comments section is full of compliments on how cute the baby is." Lin Shiyu was overjoyed to see that netizens loved the babies. Song Shuren was scrolling through the comments section when he suddenly stopped. A netizen named Moon in My Eyes commented, "This mom is so beautiful. I wish she were my wife." He said jealously, "Look, people are even praising your beauty." Lin Shiyu looked at him and smiled, "Are you jealous?" "No, I'm going to sleep." Chapter 48. What? Mom's gone? The next morning at 10 a.m., Song Shuren brought Aunt Lee to the Social Security Bureau on time. He had already made an appointment and waited in line before leaving home. There were a lot of people at the scene, but fortunately, they had already taken a number online, and there were only 7 or 8 people ahead of them in line. Aunt Lee saw that the waiting room was crowded with people. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Shawan, no wonder you're so rich. You have such foresight. If you hadn't made an appointment online, how long would we have had to wait to get there?" Song Shuren smiled and said that online appointment registration is more convenient. It was already 11:30 when I finished my business. I just arrived home, but haven't even gone inside yet. Song's mother had already heard Aunt Lee's laughter. "Shulan, it's all thanks to Shawan. Otherwise, with so many people, I don't know how long I would have to wait in line." Song's mother's name is Lu Shulan, which is what Aunt Lee and the villagers usually call her. By now, Song's mother had already prepared lunch. When the two returned, he told them to wash their hands and eat. While shouting, they said, "We're outdated now, it's the kids' world." After lunch, Song's mother and Aunt Lee discussed going back the next morning. After their afternoon nap, seeing that the children hadn't gotten up yet, Song's mother and Aunt Lee went downstairs for a walk to familiarize themselves with the surroundings so they wouldn't get lost next time. When I got downstairs, I was truly amazed. It has mountains, water, and beautiful scenery, even the trees have been ingeniously pruned. How's this pose? Not bad, but my hands are a bit empty, I don't know where to put them. Oh dear, you should bring my silk scarf next time, I just bought it at the village market. Aunt Lee and Song's mother took pictures all the way, but the only thing they didn't do was forget to bring the silk scarf with them. As they walked, their figures receded into the distance. The two stumbled into a supermarket, intending to buy some food for their children, but the prices were beyond their expectations, so they had to leave disappointed. They planned to visit other places later. This supermarket is specifically for the residents of Jianyue Bay. The residents here generally don't care about prices, but only about the quality of life, so the prices of the items in the supermarket are relatively high. Song's mother and Aunt Lee followed the route they remembered, but the further they walked, the less confident they became, and the stranger it seemed. Song's mother asked, "Is this the road?" Aunt Lee was even more confused, and the two of them ran around aimlessly like headless flies. On the other side, when Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu woke up, they found that their mother and Aunt Lee were not there, and no one answered when they called them. I don't know if they didn't hear it or if their phone ran out of battery. This is a place where no one knows the people or the area. Song Shuren was worried that something might have happened to his mother and Aunt Lee, so he prepared to go out and look for them. "Shiyu, I'm going out to look for my mom and Aunt Lee. I'll go look for it with you, many hands make light work. No need, just wait at home. If my mom and Aunt Lee come back, you can open the door for them or send them a message." After finishing his sentence, Song Shuren went out. Unit A2. This must be Unit 2. Song's mother said excitedly. Aunt Lee's eyes lit up as if she had seen a spring in the desert. At this moment, the elevator doors opened. "Mom? Aunt Lee?" Song Shuren didn't expect to run into them so soon. "Mom, where did you go? You didn't answer the phone and haven't come back for so long. I thought you were lost." Song Shuren asked worriedly. Knowing she had worried her son, Song's mother smiled and explained, "Your Aunt Lee and I saw that you two hadn't gotten up yet, and we didn't want to disturb your rest. We were also bored, so we thought we'd go for a walk. I never expected to get lost so easily." After Song's mother finished explaining, she noticed that Song Shuren was still frowning. "We asked a kind person for directions, and that's how we found our way back. Do you know how anxious Shiyu and I were? We didn't even check our phones. Next time you want to go somewhere, just tell me, and Shiyu and I will take you there together." The elevator doors opened, and the three of them returned home. "It's so hot today, but I can feel a cool breeze as soon as I walk in." At this moment, Song Shuren brought out a watermelon that had already been cut into pieces from the kitchen. "Mom, Aunt Lee, you've been out in the sun for so long, have some watermelon to cool off." Song's mother and Aunt Lee used toothpicks to pick up a piece of iced watermelon and ate it. All their fatigue and heat disappeared, and they finally felt better. When his mother and Aunt Lee weren't looking, he secretly took a small box into the bedroom. The baby just pooped, and Lin Shiyu came in to change the baby's diaper into a clean one. "Mom and Aunt Lee are back. Don't worry, I've cut you some watermelon." Song Shuren opened the box, forked a piece, and fed it to Lin Shiyu. So sweet." Song's mother called out, "Shawan, come out and help me prepare the dishes." Song Shuren handed the watermelon box to Lin Shiyu and said, "I'm going out to help Mom prepare the food. You can take it and eat it yourself." Lin Shiyu saw the watermelon box that Song Shuren had prepared for her in her hand, picked up a piece with her fork and ate it, her mouth feeling sweet. Something's not right. Upon closer inspection, the small box is full of watermelon hearts. Once you notice this, not only does your mouth feel sweet, but your heart feels even sweeter. After dinner, Song's mother was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. Song Shuren came over to help, saying, "Mom, let me do it. The dish soap hurts my hands." Song's mother smiled and said, "I've been doing this for so many years. If you want to help me out, you should get things done for you too as soon as possible. Your father and I have already discussed it and will choose a good day to get married first. You need to give Shiyu a legitimate status." Song Shuren came over to help wash the dishes. "Okay, I'll discuss it with Shiyu." "Hey, you little rascal, you'd better hurry up, your Aunt Lee and I are going back tomorrow." Song Shuren frowned. "So soon? Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" "We came here to take care of some business, and now that things are done and our grandson has seen the world, it's time for us to head back." Seeing his mother's firm attitude, Song Shuren had no choice but to nod. After thinking about it, "What time is your train tomorrow?" "I'll take you there." Song's mother shook her head and refused. "We'll take the earliest bus. Your Uncle Song is going to town to sell vegetables, so we can hitch a ride home with him. No need to see us off, we can just take a taxi to the station." Parents always think of their children first. She felt that having her son take them there so early in the morning would affect their rest, and that Song Shuren would also have to take care of the babies at night. If he didn't get enough rest, he could easily cause an accident while driving while fatigued. Song Shuren knew that his mother said this because she didn't want to disturb their rest. However, he has the skill of keeping his body strong, so even if he stays up late at night to take care of the baby, he won't feel sleepy. He's in great shape and full of energy. Mom, I'll take you to the station tomorrow. How did you? Needless to say, it's only natural for a son to take his mother to school. Unable to resist Song Shirin's stubbornness, Song's mother eventually gave in. Then why don't you go and rest? She said no, but the fact that her son took her to the station warmed her heart. Chapter 49 Proposal, an amazing skill. On the new day, Song Shirin drove his mother and Aunt Lee to the station. Life went on like this. Before they knew it, Lin Shiyu's postpartum period was over. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking good care of Lin Shiyu and successfully getting her through the postpartum period safely. You have gained the skill of mastering musical instruments. Proficient in musical instruments? Song Shirin felt that this must be another amazing skill. On the way home, my mom kept urging me to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Lin Shiyu has just finished her postpartum confinement, so it's time to start planning how to get our marriage certificate. But he didn't want to get the marriage certificate so hastily. The proper sense of ceremony should still be given, so Song Shirin plans to propose to Lin Shiyu. After spending this time together, he discovered that Lin Shiyu really liked elements of period dramas, and his musical instrument skills just happened to come in handy. With a general direction in mind, Song Shirin began preparing for his marriage proposal. After thinking for a moment, he called Lin Shiyu and told her that the station was closed for maintenance today, and he would drive Song's mother and Aunt Lee back to the village directly, and he might be home late. Then he called Mantu and the others. Dusk. When Lin Shiyu heard the doorbell ring, she thought it was Song Shirin returning home and happily ran to open the door. Hey, why is it Gu Yen Yen? Shiyu, pack your things now, I'll take you somewhere. Where? You'll see when you get there. I still have to wait for Song Shirin. Seeing Lin Shiyu's stubborn expression, Gu Yanyan had a sudden idea. He said, today you're out of your postpartum confinement period, so let's treat everyone to a nice meal and celebrate together. You should go and get ready. Why do you need to dress up and put on makeup before eating? Of course she'd wear makeup. It's such an important moment in her life, she definitely wants her best friend to look beautiful. However, Song Shirin gave her a confidentiality order, which stipulated that Lin Shiyu should not know about the situation until she arrived at the scene. Gu Yanyan stammered, well, look, I'm all made up. If you weren't wearing makeup, I'd be the only one with a full face of makeup, and I have this beauty shaming syndrome. Yes, that's exactly it. Lin Shiyu felt that Gu Yanyan was acting strangely today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Urged by her friend, Lin Shiyu finally changed her clothes, packed the baby's travel essentials, and left with Gu Yanyan. Along the way, Lin Shiyu asked where they were going, but Gu Yanyan just smiled and didn't say anything, remaining very mysterious. On the other side, Song Shirin, Mantu, De Hu, and Nichio were setting up the proposal venue. Lighting, props, and costumes are all provided. This one is placed here. Yes, move it over there. Be careful, the guzheng is here. Suddenly, Manta stopped what he was doing, looking puzzled. Brother Song, when did you learn to play the guzheng? Do you really not need me to play the accompaniment? Song Shirin kicked the steamed buns but said, get out of here, I'm playing for real. Mudfish, Brother Song, news from the front lines, they'll arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Song Shirin immediately changed into ancient clothing and then sat down in front of the guzheng to prepare to play. Arrive. A black van pulled up in front of the garden. Lin Shiyu was stunned by the scene before her as soon as she got out of the car. As the sun gradually sank in the west, a brilliant orange-red hue bloomed on the horizon. A marriage proposal scene with distinctly Eastern characteristics quietly unfolded in this tranquil twilight. A red carpet paved with fresh flowers led straight into the depths of the garden, and the entire scene was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. It was specially prepared by Song Shirin for this marriage proposal. At the end of the carpet was an exquisite Chinese pavilion. Surprised, Lin Shiyu walked toward the pavilion in the middle. The sound of the guzheng flowed gently in her ears. Song Shirin, dressed in hanfu, sat to the side, playing an emotional melody with his long, slender, and well-defined fingers. The skills rewarded by the system were indeed impressive. The guzheng level was at least at level 10. Lin Shiyu walked to the middle of the pavilion, and Song Shirin slowly got up and came to her, kneeling down on one knee. I was unable to take care of you during your 10 months of pregnancy, but I will dedicate the rest of my life to taking care of you. Song Shirin took out a white jade hairpin and said with deep affection, Shiyu, I love you. I want to marry you. Will you be my wife? He had seen this hairpin by chance when he passed by a jade shop, and thought that Lin Shiyu would like it, so he bought it, but he hadn't found an opportunity to give it to her yet. Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shiren kneeling on the ground, deeply moved, and tears streamed down her face. Song Shiren's striking features, especially his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, make him look incredibly handsome in period costume, reaching new heights of dashing charm. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. The steamed buns, the tiger, and the loaches created a lively atmosphere. The camera lens in Gu Yanyan's hand moved from Song Shiren and Lin Shiyu to the three of them and then back to the two of them. The babies were babbling in the stroller, as if they were saying, "Mommy, hurry up and say yes to Daddy." Lin Shiyu was so moved by Song Shiren's attitude that she was speechless. She looked at Song Shiren with teary eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, yes, I do, I love you too." Upon hearing Lin Shiyu's answer, Song Shiren was overjoyed and couldn't wait to hug her, grinning from ear to ear. "Wow! May you have a long and happy marriage and many children." "What? You want to have a baby soon?" "The baby is already here." The babies waved their little hands and squeaked in their strollers. The crowd cheered. He put a hairpin on Lin Shiyu's head and gently brushed away the stray hairs beside her face. "I'm in a rush, so I'll use this hairpin for now. I'll get you a big diamond ring later." The white jade hairpin is carved with exquisite patterns, as beautiful as a pure lily. Lin Shiyu wore it, and her cool temperament complemented the white jade hairpin, making her captivating. At this moment, the music and the sunset scenery blended perfectly, adding a warm touch to this romantic moment. After the proposal, the others said they wouldn't disturb the couple's time, that they had completed their task, and tactfully left. There were many mosquitoes outdoors at night, and Song Shiren was worried that the babies would be bothered by mosquitoes, so he took Lin Shiyu and the babies home. Back home, Lin Shiyu asked Song Shiren, "What was that piece you just played?" "It was really nice. The phoenix seeks its mate." "Phoenix seeks its mate, ha ha ha." Lin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh when she heard the name. Just then, my phone rang. It was Gu Yanyan sending me a video of the proposal. Lin Shiyu clicked on the video and found that in addition to him and Song Shiren, there were also shots of the babies. Lin Shiyu thought the scene was beautiful, so she re-edited the video proposal video and uploaded it to her Douyin account. At the same time, Song Shiren had just come out of the shower when he saw Lin Shiyu lying on the bed, engrossed in watching the newly released video, occasionally touching the jade hairpin in her hair. "Still watching? Time to rest." Song Shiren took the phone from her hand and put it on the bedside table to charge, then lay down with Lin Shiyu in his arms. Lin Shiyu looked up at Song Shiren and smiled sweetly, then buried her head in Song Shiren's chest. Not long after, she fell asleep in Song Shiren's arms, her heart pounding with excitement. Song Shiren looked at Lin Shiyu lying warmly in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. He gently kissed her forehead, then closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of happiness and tranquility. Chapter 50 is so outstanding that it attracts the attention of a big shot. Meanwhile, in a courtyard house in Beijing. When Shin Miaomia woke up in the morning, she habitually opened Douyin and started scrolling through it. "I saw a little red dot in my following list. Could it be that my favorite blogger has updated their blog?" She clicked on her following list, and sure enough, the latest video of the fourth son of the Song family popped up. This is the latest video blogger that Shin Miaomia was following, because the blogger's babies are just too cute. The babies in the videos have made her feel like she's raising kids online. Therefore, she often tells her friends that these 4 babies are her online sons and daughters. Hi, I'm a happy and joyful mom, and I hope you all are happy and joyful too. Today, the baby isn't the main character, it's mom who's the main character. After the opening remarks, there were some clips from the proposal video. Proposal video? Doesn't the blogger already have a baby? Did the father just propose to the blogger? Shin Miaomia silently felt indignant on behalf of the blogger, while the video continued to play. The camera suddenly focused on Song Shiren, and Gu Miaomiao's eyes widened instantly. Is that the dad? He's so handsome. Looking at Song Shiren's extremely handsome face, I suddenly felt that proposing later might not be a bad thing. She's a sucker for good looks. As long as her brother is good looking, her values follow his appearance. Now her dream is to have a husband as handsome as Song Shiren. If she had such a handsome man with her, she would slap herself every time they argued. Song Shiren's appearance completely captivated Shin Miaomia, who frantically tapped the heart icon on her phone screen, almost breaking it. The scene then shifts again to Song Shiren playing the zither. Dressed in an exquisite ancient robe, she sat gracefully beside an ebony-carved table, her fingers gently plucking the guzheng. The music flowed like a spring, sometimes gentle, sometimes stirring, like a pure angel's voice echoing in the air. She listened for only a moment, then her expression turned to surprise. Before the video could finish playing, she quickly got out of bed and ran to the yard. "Grandpa, Grandpa, I have something to show you." An elderly man sat in a rocking chair in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Although his hair was white, he looked very healthy. Slow down, slow down. How old are you? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Grandpa, I have something good to show you." Shen Miaomiao's grandfather, Shen Zhouxing, was a leading figure in the Chinese folk music guzheng and a representative of string instruments. Shen Miaomia handed over the phone and pressed play. Grandpa Shen took the phone, chuckled, and thought, watching someone propose? Grandpa, look down. This guy's rendition of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix is absolutely amazing. When Song Shuren appeared, old Master Shen was full of surprise. What a handsome young man. Does Miao Miao like him? Grandpa. She's already married, so please stop teasing me. Hearing Mr. Shen's praise, Uncle Zhong, who was teasing the birds nearby, also curiously came over to take a look. Uncle Zhong is a generation younger than Grandpa Shen, but he has also achieved some success in folk music. He and Grandpa Shen have a lot in common, and the two often enjoy tea, play music, and play with birds together. This young man is really handsome. Miao Miao has good taste. Uncle Zhong. Look closely. Stop teasing me. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter came from the courtyard. As the video played, a beautiful piano melody came from the phone, and Shen Zhouxing and Uncle Zhong, who had been distracted, became serious. The music was clear and melodious, like the warbling of orioles. On the screen, Song Shuren's fingers plucked the strings, producing a clear and refreshing sound like flowing water, as gentle as the shimmering white moonlight cascading across the surface of water. As soon as he heard it, Grandpa Shen knew that this was the prelude to The Phoenix Seeks Its Mate. With another resounding clang, the strings played a warm and powerful melody, ancient and melodious, its rich aftertaste pouring into his heart like moonlight. Old Master Shen closed his eyes, tilted his head back slightly, and swayed his head from time to time with the rise and fall of the music. Shen Miaomiao knew that her grandfather was already deeply engrossed in it. As Lin Shiyu walked to the center of the pavilion, the zither music stopped abruptly, and Old Master Shen opened his eyes, still wanting more. Although he is over 70 years old, Mr. Shen's eyes are still clear and bright. Song Shuren's performance seemed to take him back to his youth. He proposed to his current wife with a poem called Phoenix Seeking Its Mate, and they have been loving and supportive of each other for most of their lives. He suddenly got up, went to the inner room to get the guzheng, and went to the courtyard to play it again. When Song Shuren's piano music began, Grandpa Shen started playing the duet, while Uncle Zhong kept the beat. This time, he felt as if he had returned to that summer and seen that bright young girl again. Grandpa Shen's eyes lit up. Shen Miaomiao knew that her grandfather was highly skilled in this area, but she was still shocked by the music playing on the spot. Having lived half his life, Mr. Shen rarely plays the piano now that he is old. Many people offer him high performance fees to play a piece, but he has refused them all. Unexpectedly, today, Grandpa actually took out his beloved piano and played a duet with him. Finally, the music stopped, but its lingering sound still resonated. Ah, great. Great. Okay. Grandpa Shen laughed and sighed. Grandpa, you startled me. Ha, my dear granddaughter and I are so sorry, Grandpa is just so happy today. I never imagined there were such talented folk musicians among the young people. This shows that our traditional music has successors. Grandpa Shen is now very interested in Song Shuren, and he has watched the marriage proposal video several times. I have to say, this young man really does look a bit like me when I was young, although he's not half as handsome as me, haha, but I like him. Of course, it was an exaggeration for him to say that Song Shuren wasn't half as handsome as him. Seeing how much Grandpa Shen admired this young man, Uncle Zhong said, Grandpa Shen, shouldn't we meet such a fine young man? Grandpa Shen hummed in agreement, then laughed heartily, yes, I'll definitely see him. Shen Miaomiao thought for a moment and suggested that they try contacting him via private message. She opened the private messages on her profile page and quickly typed out a message in the chat box. Grandpa, take a look, is this okay? Grandpa Shen nodded. So, Shen Miaomiao clicked send and sent the message. While waiting for a reply, she felt a little bored. He then reposted the marriage proposal using his grandfather's Douyin account, tagged the fourth son of the Song family, and added the following caption. Outstanding folk musicians deserve to be discovered. After being reposted by Mr. Shin, a prominent social media influencer, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu's marriage proposal video went viral on Douyin, ranking first. Some netizens even edited together clips of Song Shuren playing the instrument and posted them online, which garnered a huge number of views. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have surpassed 10,000 followers. Rewards are available. Chapter 51 is series of rewards. Dad, is this how you treat people? Earn the reward of becoming a chess master. Note, all chess skills from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, can be integrated and mastered. Ding! Congratulations, host, your fan count has exceeded 20,000. Awarded for mastering calligraphy. Note, he can master the 5 styles of calligraphy from the 10 major schools of calligraphy. Ding! Congratulations, host, your fan count has surpassed 30,000. Reward, excellent drawing skills. Note, the sense of color is enhanced, and the hand will not shake when drawing lines. Regardless of the type of drawing method, it is at a master level. What? The system awarded 3 skills at once. With one reward after another arriving, Song Shuren was a little dizzy. Song Shuren, who was still half asleep, thought he was dreaming. I checked the time and it was already 10 o'clock. It was time to make breakfast. Lin Shiyu rushed out as soon as she finished making breakfast. Shuren, look. I've seen it. Isn't this our proposal video? Guess how many fans we have? Although he knew the number of followers through the system, Song Shuren still cooperated and asked, 1,000? 2,000? No. 3,000? Oh dear, see for yourself. Lin Shiyu opened the video and showed it to Song Shuren. Wow. Song Shuren looked surprised when he saw the screen full of comments and tens of thousands of likes. This family of 6 is so good looking. Did Nuwa doze off when she sculpted me? My brother is so handsome. You want to do it this way? Fine, I'm willing. The baby in the stroller looks like a little angel, so cute. Let go of that pretty lady, let me have her. 555,555. With such good-looking parents, the baby will definitely grow up to be just as good-looking. Your older sister can wait for you for another 23 years. The comments filled half of the screen. I was so happy to see others praising me and my babies. Refresh the page again, and the number of views continues to rise, the number of comments is increasing, and the number of hearts is gradually breaking 100,000. Looking at the number of followers in the back end, it's no longer the 20,000 or 30,000 that the system showed when it first announced it. Now the number of followers has soared to 100,000, and the popularity continues to rise. Song Shuren opened the comments section again. The gift of 15,000 yuan from Guangzhou was recorded in the account. Guangzhou is so stingy. I'm from Hunan, so I'll give 1,000,000 yuan as a gift. 100 cattle and sheep were given as a gift in Inner Mongolia. Chongqing-style hot pot as a gift. One netizen whose wife lives in Sichuan said, 4 kids are great, you don't even need to find enough people to play mahjong. After reading so many comments, Song Shuren also found the real reason why the video went viral in the comments section. According to Shinjoshing, who was mentioned most by netizens, clicking on his homepage reveals that he is a verified folk music influencer on Douyin. He actually shared his own marriage proposal video. The forwarded text claims that the person in question is an outstanding folk musician. Could it be because of the song Phoenix Seeking Its Mate that he played when he proposed? Honey. It was that Master Shinjoshing who reposted our proposal video, which is why we gained so many followers overnight. Why would such a great master like him share our proposal video? Over the next period of time, Song Shuren introduced Shinjoshing's basic information to her. And Mr. Shin's great achievements in the field of folk music, especially in the field of string instruments. Mr. Shin had previously given a lecture at Suzhou University to promote traditional Chinese musical instruments, but it seemed that the students were not particularly interested in this folk music, and not many people went. Song Shuren was one of the few who went. In short, he is a very accomplished senior. Lin Shiyu took a closer look at Shinjoshing's number of followers on his homepage. 7 million. No wonder a simple repost can bring them so much traffic. Compared to the videos on the homepage that have hundreds of thousands of likes, my own tens of thousands are nothing. Originally, I wanted to create a maternal and infant account to record my baby's daily life, but I didn't expect that my baby's fan base would only be around 10,000 to 20,000. According to the information on the fanbase in the backend, there are far more female fans than male fans. Apart from some of Shiyu's male fans, are the rest of them following me because of me? Song Shirin shook his head. He knew that if this trend continued, their number of fans would continue to grow. Looking at the trending topics on Douyin again, I was surprised to find that I was among the top few. Trending topics included the romantic marriage proposal of the four Song siblings, the piano-playing boy being actually Su Xiaoqiao, and the cutest quadruplets in history. There were also private messages, already $9.99 plus. He casually browsed through a few and found that one of the private messages was sent in the name of Xin Zhouxing's granddaughter. Hello, I am Xin Zhouxing's granddaughter. My grandfather admires your talent. Would you like to have a chance to exchange ideas? Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shirin with admiration. Shirin, Elder Shin invited you to meet and exchange ideas. He looked at the unfamiliar account with no posts and thought it was a prank by some netizen, but then he remembered that Xin Zhouxing had already retweeted his Douyin video, so maybe it was real. Why are you stunned? Didn't you say that Elder Shin is very prestigious? And he has also brought us so many fans. If Xin Zhouxing hadn't shared their Douyin video, they would still be relatively unknown. However, their original intention in posting on Douyin was simply to record the beauty of life. Whether they became popular or not was not very important. However, it was old Shin's actions that gave him many new skills, for which he should be thanked. He pondered for a moment, then followed the other person's Douyin account and left a message replying with information about the recent situation. They also provided their contact information and told the other party that they could contact them further at their convenience. Is that all there is to it? Lin Shiyu thought that faced with the appreciation of such an important person, she would at least actively agree to or grant the other party's request. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She didn't expect that Song Shirin would only leave a contact number for old Shin. Yes. Lin Shiyu frowned and said worriedly, isn't this a bit disrespectful? In case old Shin gets angry. Song Shirin pulled Lin Shiyu close and gently kissed her forehead. But I don't have time right now, I have to take care of my babies. The only important things are you and the babies, we can discuss this later. Lin Shiyu nodded shyly, Despite the invitation from such a renowned folk musician, she and her baby were still his first choice. Being with Song Shirin was definitely the best decision she ever made. Okay, let's eat first. Wow, what a feast! Song Shirin smiled indulgently and said, eat slowly. You'll have this every day from now on. Watching Lin Shiyu happily eat the meals he cooked every day, he suddenly understood that saying. The happiness we pursue throughout our lives is not in the past, nor in the future, but in the present moment, the scenery before our eyes, the food in our bowls, and the people around us. Chapter 52 Pinky Promise, How Childish Are These New Parents? That evening, Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu lay in bed chatting, the moonlight streaming through the window, adding a touch of romance to the night. Lin Shiyu lay in Song Shirin's arms and asked softly, Shirin, do you feel happy now? Song Shirin stroked her long hair, his eyes full of tenderness. Of course. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Shiyu finally mustered up her courage and said, let's get our marriage certificate tomorrow. The close care he has provided during this period has proven Song Shirin's character. He is someone you can entrust your life to. Lin Shiyu's sudden suggestion caught Song Shirin off guard. He paused, looking at her in surprise. Tomorrow? Lin Shiyu looked at him with a nervous expression. What's wrong? Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Song Shirin shook his head, remained silent for a while, and then said, no, it was just too sudden. Hearing Song Shirin's words, Lin Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You've already proposed to me, so getting the marriage certificate is just a matter of time. You're not thinking of calling off the wedding, are you? Song Shirin glared at her. That's not true. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Lin Shiyu felt a little wronged and uneasy, and tears welled up in her eyes without her noticing. Why hasn't Song Shirin agreed to get the marriage certificate since he took the initiative to do so? Then, with a pair of watery, aggrieved eyes, she looked at Song Shirin and asked, what are you hesitating about? Don't cry. I just find it unexpected. I should be the one bringing this up. You've already taken the initiative to approach me, so I should take the initiative to approach you in return. Let's get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Lin Shiyu was so excited that she burst into tears. She hugged Song Shirin tightly, arched her back slightly, and asked, really? Song Shirin smiled and nodded, really? Remember to bring your ID. The two looked at each other and smiled, then embraced tightly. At that moment, they felt incredibly happy and content, and the moonlight outside the window seemed to shine in celebration of their happiness. After chatting, the two agreed to get some rest early, as they would be the first couple to register their marriage the next day. However, their excitement kept them awake for a long time, and neither of them could sleep. Lin Shiyu suddenly spoke up, "Why don't we chat for a while?" Song Shuren asked, "What are you talking about?" Lin Shiyu was silent for a moment, then said, "We'll get our marriage certificate tomorrow, and then we'll be a legally married couple. But we don't know much about each other's family situations yet. We can talk about our relatives and friends." Song Shuren smiled and said, "Okay." After reaching a consensus, Song Shuren spoke first. "There are 4 people in my family: my mom, my dad, my younger brother, and me. After I was born, my father went out to do business in order to give me a better life, but he was betrayed by a villain and went bankrupt." Lin Shiyu asked, "And then?" "After his business failed, he returned to his village to farm. The blow of the business failure, coupled with long hours of hard work, took a toll on his health, and he fell seriously ill. He developed chronic health problems, and since then, my mother has been the sole breadwinner for the family." Lin Shiyu exclaimed, "Auntie is truly amazing. Yes, even though things are like this at home, my mom still treats me well and tries her best to give me the best in terms of food, clothing, and other necessities. Although my family hasn't had much money over the years, I feel quite happy. I also have a younger brother who is 5 years younger than me and is now in his senior year of high school. When we were little, he always followed me around. Every time I came home for winter or summer vacation, I liked to ask him to go to the village entrance to buy me spicy strips." Lin Shiyu asked doubtfully, "Does he listen to you that much?" Song Shuren smiled smugly. This was the suppression of bloodline. Lin Shiyu is an only child. Although she didn't quite understand the feeling of bloodline suppression, she could sense that having a brother or sister would be very interesting. Thinking of Song Shuren's smug expression just now, she couldn't help but laugh. No wonder people say that the older brother and younger brother are like a farm owner and his slave. After he finished speaking, Song Shuren said, "It's your turn." My father is also a businessman. He started from scratch and was lucky enough to catch the wave of the times, which allowed him to gradually grow his company into a large and powerful enterprise. My mother used to be a teacher at Suzhou No. 1 Middle School. After my father's business took off, my mother resigned and stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. When she was bored, she would play mahjong with her sisters. Lin Shiyu sighed and continued, "They usually keep a pretty strict eye on me. I attended a lot of training classes when I was little." Song Shuren expressed deep sympathy for her tragic childhood. "My uncle's daughter, who is also my cousin, was just like you when she was little. Whenever we asked her to play, she was always doing her homework. She clearly wanted to play with us, but she was afraid that my uncle would find out, so she always stubbornly said that she didn't like playing games and only liked studying." His mouth is the most stubborn thing about him. Lin Shiyu felt she had been subtly insulted, so she tapped Song Shuren on the head. "Your cousin is really pitiful. Although my parents are strict with me, I have a gentle aunt who is good at making money. When I was little, my aunt would often pick me up from my tutoring class and take me to KFC for hamburgers and to the amusement park to ride the carousel. If it weren't for my aunt, I probably would be more resentful than today's working class." Song Shuren laughed and said, "I didn't expect Miss Lin to have this story." Lin Shiyu said aggrievedly, "Moreover, after my family became rich, many relatives would come to visit during holidays. Some of them I didn't even know. Most of them came to ask my dad for a job opportunity or to borrow some money. Is this the trouble of the rich? If my dad had succeeded in his business, would his family be like this now?" Lin Shiyu continued to complain that the New Year was only a large-scale business conference, and that the kindness shown to her was just to curry favor with her father. Only her aunt was truly kind to her. "And fireworks aren't allowed in the city. Everywhere is so crowded, my cousins and I don't know where to go for fun. This is the most speechless thing she's ever done, bar none." "You've never played with fireworks before?" "No." Song Shuren looked ahead, his eyes filled with light. "After we get our marriage certificate, I'll take you home for Chinese New Year and we'll go set off fireworks. And the village is so lively during the spring festival. The village has cows, sheep, dogs, and many other small animals. During the Lunar New Year, the dogs go out with the children to visit relatives and friends." Lin Shiyu sat up excitedly, "Really? Then let's pinky swear. Pinky promise, 100 years of vows, never to change." That night, they talked until late, and only reluctantly went to sleep when they were overcome with sleepiness. Chapter 53 Lin Shiyu, please go to the marriage certificate office to collect your marriage certificate. On a new day, the new parents got up early and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand. Because we arrived too early, the Civil Affairs Bureau wasn't open yet. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. Since we hadn't taken our wedding photos yet, we decided to go to the photography studio across the street to have them taken first. Pushing open the shop door, warm lighting and neatly arranged photography equipment come into view, and the owner warmly greets you. Seeing Songshuren pushing the baby in, they mistakenly thought they were there to take full-month photos of the baby, and began to enthusiastically recommend the baby's photo package. Upon seeing this, Songshuren hurriedly explained, "It's not for taking photos of the baby, it's for the two of us to take wedding photos." The owner's shop is located opposite the Civil Affairs Bureau, so he is quite knowledgeable about the world. He has seen divorced and remarried couples taking replacement ID photos, pregnant women taking photos, elderly people taking photos, and even one person who came many times, each time with a different person. He's the first person I've ever seen bring a baby to take photos. The boss apologized awkwardly, saying he was really sorry. After figuring out who would be taking the photos, the owner asked, "We also offer makeup services here. Would you like some?" Normally, the boss wouldn't ask many questions and would just have the makeup artist do their makeup. But Songshuren and Lin Shiyu's good looks are undeniable even without makeup, they can outshine a lot of people. "Sure, let's put on some makeup before taking the photos." Lin Shiyu felt that since it was a once-in-a-lifetime photoshoot, she definitely wanted to look beautiful, so she agreed. The boss then asked the makeup artist in the shop to do their makeup. "Xiao Wu, could you do some makeup for this handsome man and beautiful woman?" "Okay, you two, this way." While doing Lin Shiyu's makeup, the makeup artist couldn't help but exclaim, "Your skin is in such good condition. It's like a peeled egg, and the makeup doesn't cake at all." The makeup artist gently applied makeup to Lin Shiyu. When she thought about contouring them, she exclaimed again, "Miss, your face is so small, you don't need any contouring at all." The makeup artist skipped many steps because Lin Shiyu is just too beautiful. This was a major setback in her career. Finally finished with their makeup and hair done, Lin Shiyu and Songshuren stood in front of the photography equipment, both feeling a little shy and nervous, as it was their first time doing so. Photographer, male comrades, move a little closer to female comrades, male comrades, move a little closer to female comrades, male comrades raise their heads, female comrades, raise your heads too, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, this is proletarian revolutionary friendship. This is a line spoken by the photographer during the scene where the male and female leads are taking wedding photos in the movie Under the Hawthorn Tree. Lin Shiyu and Songshuren often watch Douyin TikTok, so they both know this meme and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, that's right, just like that. Click. Under the photographer's guidance, the camera captured their happy moments. After taking the photos, they selected the one they were most satisfied with and had the shop owner print it out. The Civil Affairs Bureau is about to open. After Songshuren paid the bill, he took Lin Shiyu to wait at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as the gate opened, they were the first to rush in. They arrived at the hall to prepare for the marriage registration. "Have you had a medical checkup at an outside hospital?" the staff member asked. Songshuren shook his head and replied, "Not yet." They only decided to get their marriage certificate last night and came to the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing this morning. They didn't even have time to go to the hospital for a premarital checkup. The staff handed him a medical examination form, pointed to the stairs and said, "Go to the second floor for a medical examination first, and then come back to complete the relevant procedures." Following the staff's instructions, the two went to the second floor and had their internal medicine, surgery, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys checked. After the examination, the doctor checked the box in the medical opinion section. No medically unsuitable conditions for marriage were found. The two then returned to the service hall with all their documents and handed over their ID cards, household registration books, and other materials to the staff. The staff glanced at the 4 babies in the stroller next to them, then looked at the couple's ID cards to make sure they were of legal marriage age, and handed them a declaration of application for marriage registration to fill out. "Please take a look at this. If you have no objections, please sign here and write the date." After I filled out the form, the staff asked me another question. "Mr. Songshuren, Ms. Lin Shiyu, do you two wish to become husband and wife?" Songshuren and Lin Shiyu looked at each other and answered without hesitation, "Yes." The staff organized their information, gave them a number, and told them to come back when their number was called. The two nodded and went to the waiting area to wait. After a busy morning, I can finally sit down and take a break. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu heard Debo start crying. She quickly checked and found that he was hungry. Song Shuren immediately took out a nursing cover from his bag and wrapped it around Lin Shiyu's neck. Lin Shiyu picked up Debeo and hugged him, then began to breastfeed the baby. As soon as the baby gets close to its mother, it seems to smell the milk and wriggles around in its mother's arms, wanting to drink milk. What a little glutton! The previously restless baby calmed down in Lin Shiyu's arms, suckling sweet milk. She gently stroked the baby's back, her eyes full of love. During Lin Shiyu's breastfeeding period, Song Shuren checked all 3 other babies. My darlings, you're such a worry. The diaper is already bulging, you can tell it's full of poop. Which baby pooped? The 3 babies looked innocent and carefree in the stroller. It's inconvenient to deal with a baby's poop in the lobby, and it also bothers other people. Song Shuren pushed 3 adorable babies to the toilet, laid out a waterproof pad on the sink, and wiped each baby's bottom one by one. After wiping their bottoms, I changed them into dry and breathable diapers. 1-month-old babies are chubby, and their hands are shaped like little lotus roots, making you want to take a bite. Worried that the babies would sweat and get prickly heat when they went out, Song Shuren gently took the babies' little hands and applied talcum powder to them. Yes, now we're all sweet little babies. The new parents worked together and finally got the baby ready. Just then, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. Number 8, Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren, please proceed to the certificate collection office to collect your certificates. The 2 rushed over quickly. The staff member smiled and handed you the marriage certificate with both hands. Congratulations, you are officially husband and wife. Best wishes. She had worked at the marriage registration office for so many years, and this was the first time she had ever seen such a good-looking couple with such great temperament. And they also have an incredibly cute pair of quadruplets, they're just too adorable. The staff were incredibly envious. Lin Shiyu smiled and said, "Thank you for your blessings." After receiving the marriage certificate, she and Song Shuren officially became husband and wife and entered into a happy married life. At this moment, Song Shuren took out a delicate little bag containing some wedding candies and distributed them to the staff. They then went to the photo spot, took a few pictures as souvenirs, and left with their babies. On the way, Lin Shiyu asked curiously, "Shuren, when did you prepare the wedding candy?" "Hee, it's a secret." "Will you tell me or not?" "Call me husband and I'll tell you." "Well, you've really grown up and won't bark anymore." Chapter 50. For the school beauty, wearing a ring is too dazzling to look at. The car drove for a while. Lin Shiyu realized the road was wrong, it wasn't the way home. She asked in confusion, "Honey, where are we going?" Song Shuren smiled. The wedding was already over, so of course he was going to buy his wife a ring. When he proposed, he felt guilty for not buying Lin Shiyu a proper engagement ring in the rush. Lin Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Buy a ring? Now? Yes. Song Shuren gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. "I promised you, and I will definitely keep my word." Lin Shiyu hesitated, "Maybe we should do it another day. The baby's been out for so long today, I'm worried they might." Song Shuren was adamant, "But today is the day we get our marriage certificate, it's very memorable." "Babies, don't worry, I'm here for you." Lin Shiyu felt that Song Shuren always kept his word, and that his promise to replace her ring wasn't just empty talk. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. Thinking of what Song Shuren had done for her, Lin Shiyu was filled with happiness and anticipation. Upon arriving at their destination, Song Shuren led Lin Shiyu into a jewelry store. The sales clerk stared wide-eyed when the family of 6 walked into the store. This couple has a very good temperament, especially Lin Shiyu, who doesn't look like she just gave birth at all. Under the store's dazzling lights, all kinds of rings gleamed. Lin Shiyu looked at the exquisite rings, her heart pounding uncontrollably. A wedding ring. It's every girl's dream. The sales clerk, observing Lin Shiyu's expression, noticed that her gaze had fallen on a ring. I walked up with a smile. "Miss, you have excellent taste. This is our store's prized possession. If you like, I can take it out for you to try." While receiving Lin Shiyu, she was secretly surprised. "Wow, this girl is so pretty. Her boyfriend is super handsome. I'm so envious. The babies are so cute and adorable, and they're quadruplets. This beautiful young lady is truly a winner in life." As the sales clerk looked on in surprise, Lin Shiyu glanced at the ring's tag. "I was startled by the price above." Then he smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need. Song Shuren stepped forward and said, "Beautiful lady, could you please take this out and let me see it?" Lin Shiyu pinched Song Shuren's thigh, gritted her teeth and smiled, saying, "It's very expensive." The salesperson was clearly a seasoned salesperson. They had a keen eye for detail. He quickly took out the ring and handed it to Song Shuren. Song Shuren took Lin Shiyu's hand, and helped her put it on. "Honey, look how beautiful you are." Lin Shiyu slightly raised her hand, and the ring shimmered softly on her slender fingers. Even she herself couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so beautiful." "Miss, this design is unique. It was created by the designer and is not mass-produced. Its unique setting technique makes the diamonds even more dazzling. Moreover, very few people can fit into this bra. Only someone with such slender hands as you could wear it. It also comes with a matching men's ring, which is adjustable. This pair of wedding rings is called Eternal Covenant, and its design is inspired by the promise of true love." The promise of true love? This name and its meaning truly reflect the relationship between her and Song Shuren. Lin Shiyu gently stroked the diamond ring, as if she could feel the deep emotions it carried. Song Shuren asked, "Do you like it?" "It's nothing special, just average," Lin Shiyu said, feigning calmness. Seeing Lin Shiyu's expression, Song Shuren knew she really liked it. She was just worried about the price. "Please wrap it up for us." "No, just put it on." The sales clerk cut off the tag and took it to the checkout, and the ring was put directly on Lin Shiyu's hand. "Please tell me if you will be paying by card, WeChat Pay, or Alipay." "Swipe your card." After paying, the two happily pushed their babies out of the jewelry store. At this moment, they were all in very high spirits. Completely unaware, Song Shuren's ex-girlfriend, Lily, and her sidekick came out of the shop next door. Suddenly, the little follower cried out in surprise. Sisterly, doesn't that person's back look like Song Shuren?" Lily was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean by looks like? This must be Song Shuren. The first floor of the mall is full of jewelry shops, so why is Song Shuren here?" The follower asked doubtfully, "Is that the school beauty Lin Shiyu next to him? Her back view looks a bit like her." Lily glared fiercely at her little follower. The girl immediately realized that of course, our sister Lee was the prettiest. What kind of school beauty was she? Seeing the two of them looking so sweet from behind, Lily felt a tightness in her chest. Seeing that Song Shuren was still pushing a stroller, could the rumors be true? Had Mantu and the others not lied to her before? "Let's go, let's follow them and take a look." "Sisterly, is it really appropriate for us to follow people?" "What tracking? I was just passing by." The two of them followed quietly behind. Finally, Lin Shiyu got into the back seat of a $1 million nanny van, while Song Shuren carried the babies in. Next, fastened the safety seat for each baby. Only after ensuring safety did he return to the driver's seat. The lackey's eyes widened. Was this Song Shuren's car? After the car started moving, Lily's little follower finally got a clear look at the girl's face. She shouted excitedly, "Sisterly, that girl is Lin Shiyu." "Shut up," Lily said angrily. She recognized Lin Shiyu as the person next to Song Shuren. Lily was so angry because she knew their identities. Why is it that after Song Shuren became rich, the person by his side wasn't me? She has quite a few admirers, but it's really hard to find one as handsome and rich as Song Shuren. Let's go find him. Where can I find it? Lily called Mantu to ask for Song Shuren's current address. But the steamed bun only replied with one word, "Get lost." The more Lily thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Seeing Song Shuren doing well is more painful for her than losing money. She originally wanted to find out Song Shuren's current address and then go to visit him. I didn't expect that the loudmouth's attitude would still be as annoying as ever. The assistant noticed that Lily was in a bad mood. She comforted her, saying, "Don't be angry, sisterly. Everyone knows Lin Shiyu is from a wealthy family. Maybe it's because Song Shuren." Lily thought about it and realized that it did make sense. "What you said makes no problem. Forget it, he's just a gigolo. I don't understand what's so great about him. Besides, Lin Shiyu, being a rich young lady, has seen all kinds of men. She'll dump him in a couple of days." My follower sounded very confident. "I think we'll definitely break up within 3 months." She thought again, but they still had children. "For children, 2 for each of us, is fine. Sisterly, trust me." "So what if he has children?" "No matter how strong a man's body is, he can't last 3 months if he's a kept man. Once he's gone, which woman will like him? He'll definitely be kicked to the curb. Lily was skeptical. Really? It's even more real than diamonds. Hearing this, Lily felt much better. On the other side, perhaps because they got up too early to queue, after receiving their marriage certificate they immediately went to the mall to buy a ring. Lin Shiyu was already exhausted and fell into a deep sleep in the car. At that moment, the system beeped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained your marriage certificate. The system rewards you with 1 million yuan and the skill to identify infant formula. Chapter 55, Identification Skills Make a Great Contribution. 1 million? Song Shuren was genuinely surprised by the large amount of rewards for obtaining the marriage certificate. In addition, there are skills for identifying milk powder. It seems quite useful with this skill. There's no fear of buying toxic milk powder for babies. Song Shuren was used to system rewards, but a reward of 1 million still shocked him. Song Shuren was thinking of going to the baby store tomorrow to pick out a few cans of formula for the babies. Although Lin Shiyu has enough milk, it's more convenient to use formula when they're out and about. Besides, they have 4 babies, and it would take a long time to feed them one by one. I'm home. That evening, Song Shuren specially prepared a sumptuous meal to celebrate their official marriage. Even late at night, Lin Shiyu was still lying in bed, unable to shake off the excitement of getting her marriage certificate. On the first day of the new day, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were both taking a nap. The babies suddenly cried out. The two of them immediately got out of bed and quickly went to the crib to check on the babies. Because of their long-term care for their baby, new parents have developed the amazing skill of waking up instantly when their baby cries. If they haven't pooped, it means the little ones are hungry. Lin Shiyu picked up Debao and breastfed him. Debao lay in her arms, his little face flushed red from eating. Debao was quietly drinking his milk, slurping softly. On the other side, the other little cuties who didn't get to drink grandma's milk were still wailing. It seems to be saying, "We protest. Why should the eldest brother drink first? We're starving too." There was no other way, so Song Shuren carried the second baby over to Lin Shiyu to breastfeed. As soon as Erbao smelled the milk, he instantly calmed down, closed his eyes, and enjoyed himself in his mother's arms. Unfortunately, there are too many babies. Sure enough, after feeding 2, there are still 2 left. Baby, don't cry, baby, don't cry, daddy will hug you. Lele and Yuan Yuan are the best behaved, aren't they? However, no matter how Song Shuren tried to soothe the hungry baby, he kept crying. Seeing the pitiful state of the little ones, Song Shuren wished she could become a woman so she could breastfeed them. This made Song Shuren realize even more the importance of buying baby formula. If there is baby formula, at least the baby will have something to eat when he is hungry. Finally, all 4 little ones were full, and the new parents were exhausted. Song Shuren thought for a moment and said, "Wife, let's go buy some cans of formula for the babies." "Oh, but isn't the formula unsafe?" Since becoming a mother, the first thing I see on my phone is videos about the production of tainted milk powder, and unscrupulous merchants buying and selling it. Lin Shiyu was worried about safety, otherwise she wouldn't have insisted on breastfeeding. "Don't worry, there are good milk powders too, we just need to be careful to distinguish them. Having formula makes going out easier, and I can help out when the babies are hungry at the same time." Lin Shiyu thought Song Shuren made sense. This situation of the babies being hungry together had happened many times before, and each time she could only take care of one but not the other. "But I can't tell the difference." "You don't need to worry about that, you have your husband here." Lin Shiyu was persuaded. They quickly found a maternity and baby store with Song Shuren. This store ranks quite high in Suzhou, with many positive customer reviews, so the quality should be guaranteed. The moment I stepped through the door, the sensor at the entrance beeped. "Welcome." Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu entered the maternity and baby store. Every time I saw them, I was stunned by their incredibly good looks. This handsome man and beautiful woman are a match made in heaven. And their baby is super cute. My goodness, it's absolutely adorable. Song Shuren pushed the baby in a stroller, while Lin Shiyu pushed the shopping cart. Wherever they go, they turn heads. Lin Shiyu looked the shelves up and down and then asked a staff member, "Hello, could you tell me where the baby formula section is located?" The sales assistant's attention had already been drawn to them. Handsome men and beautiful women. Seeing it makes people feel better. After getting into a good mood, the sales assistant pointed in a direction and said with a smile, "Keep walking straight ahead, it's not far ahead." "Okay, thank you." Song Shiren returned the thanks with a smile. The two continued walking forward, and whispers came from behind them. See? See? That handsome guy just spoke to me, the sales assistant excitedly told her colleague. Didn't you see his wife was right there? And they already have a child. Another person quipped helplessly. They're pleasing to the eye, that's all that matters. But they really are a perfect match. The woman looks like a celebrity, and she has an ethereal, otherworldly air about her. Yes. Look at their babies, they're as cute as little angels. Seeing such little babies when you come home from work would wash away all the fatigue of the day. No, I just glanced at it and I felt completely healed. However, one downside here is that most of the handsome men who come here are already married with children. Even if you have feelings for someone, they might not reciprocate your feelings. They hadn't gone very far. They could vaguely hear the sales assistant's conversation. Lin Shiyu felt a sense of crisis when she heard that the two female sales assistants had designs on Song Shiren. My husband is so handsome, what should I do if he's constantly being eyed? Just as she was feeling anxious and uncertain, Song Shiren's voice rang in her ears. This is the place. Lin Shiyu paused, pulling herself out of her thoughts. A quick glance at the shelves reveals a wide variety of milk powder brands. Every brand claims its own formula is the best. How am I supposed to choose? The cheaper ones are 300 or 400, while the more expensive ones can be 800 or 1000. Lin Shiyu was overwhelmed by the choices. The more expensive ones should be better, after all, there's a reason why they're expensive. At the same time, under the system's identification skills, lines of text appeared before Song Shiren's eyes. The above displays the brand name of the milk powder, its safety rating, and its ingredient list. Seeing the can of milk powder in Lin Shiyu's hand, it showed a rating of only 3 stars. He glanced at the shelf again and saw all the milk powder information. This one was 3 stars, this one was only 2 stars. How come this brand only had 1 star? During his evaluation of the milk powder, Lin Shiyu had already selected 6 cans and put them into her shopping cart. They're all big brands, so she figured there shouldn't be any problems. When Song Shiren came to his senses, he saw that 4 out of the 6 cans of milk powder had a safety rating of only 1 star. One of the cans was even more outrageous, just 1 star. It's one thing for milk powder from the same brand to have a low safety rating, but it's another for them to have different safety ratings. It's obvious at a glance that this brand has poor quality control. After a closer look at the milk powder on both shelves, the situation was pretty much the same. This store is a large store in Suzhou, and it has many customers every day, but the quality of the products is so terrible. This involves the safety and health of so many babies. Song Shiren, a new father, could not allow this situation to exist. Now that he has discovered such a serious food safety hazard, he should stand up and speak out for consumers. Speaking up for families with babies. At this point in time, with a gloomy expression, he took the baby formula that Lin Shiyu had put in the shopping cart. He then said sharply to the sales assistant next to him, "Where is your manager? Call your manager here." "Sir, what's going on here?" Chapter 56. Young man, you're so arrogant. Can you afford to pay for it? Song Shiren pointed to the milk powder on the shelf and said, even a big store like yours can't cheat its customers. How can you sell fake milk powder to customers? And it was given to babies under 1 year old. Song Shiren's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding customers. Upon seeing this, one of the sales assistants looked quite displeased. Unlike the other 2 sales assistants, she wasn't particularly impressed with Song Shiren's looks. In her opinion, being handsome doesn't necessarily mean being rich. We only sell genuine products, and the quality is guaranteed. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lin Shiyu was frightened by Song Shiren's actions. The milk powder I was holding slipped from my hand. What? Fake milk powder? She asked anxiously in a low voice. Honey? Are you sure these are fake baby formulas? Don't you believe me? Lin Shiyu didn't hesitate, and I believe her. Song Shiren knew that the sales staff had no say in the matter. They had to introduce the products exactly as instructed by their superiors. I patiently told the sales assistant again to call out their manager or the person in charge, or I would call 12315 consumer hotline. Seeing Song Shiren's firm attitude, the sales assistant knew that this was not a matter she could handle. They called over the manager in charge of this area. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit and collar walked over. Sir, our sales assistant told me you're questioning whether there's a problem with our milk powder? The person in charge looked the young man up and down. Do you know that we are a large store and a big brand? If you say something wrong, you will be held legally responsible. Song Shuren was completely unconcerned about the other party's pressure. Instead of looking me in the eye, he said, word by word, I know, but there is definitely something wrong with your milk powder. The middle-aged man sneered, assuming that the two were just young parents who couldn't afford baby formula and were deliberately finding fault, hoping to get something for free. Seeing the other party's attitude, Song Shuren knew that the people in front of him regarded them as people who came to cause trouble. Song Shuren reiterated firmly, I'm not deliberately trying to cause trouble, but I can guarantee that there's definitely something wrong with these milk powders. Go ahead and have it tested. If there is indeed a problem with the milk powder, you will remove all the problematic milk powder and destroy it. Then you will check everything from the raw materials to the production process to find out where the problem occurred, in order to prevent this from happening again. The person in charge chuckled and asked, if there are no problems? If there are no problems, I apologize and compensate you for all your losses. The person in charge has been working for so long. This is the first time I've ever seen someone stage an accident in court death like this. What an arrogant young man. Young man, you're young but you've got a big mouth. But once you enter the workforce, society will teach you a lesson. We have so much stuff here, can you afford to pay for it? Song Shuren looked him straight in the eye, his tone firm. A strong youth makes a strong nation. These infants will also be brave and strong young people in the future. They are the hope of our parents and the future of the country. I don't want these babies to be harmed by toxic milk powder. Toxic milk powder not only destroys babies, but also destroys happy families. The person in charge was stunned, never expecting that the young man in front of him would say such a thing. Now, what he wants to know even more is, why was he able to determine that there must be something wrong with these milk powders just by glancing at them? Song Shuren knew that the other party did not believe him, so he stopped talking nonsense. Call over the staff responsible for testing the milk powder, and they'll know whether what I'm saying is true or false. The person in charge turned to a sales assistant and said, go and call Master He over. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a white coat and glasses hurried over. Manager, is there something you need from me? The person in charge pointed to the milk powder in front of them and said, come and see if there are any quality problems with this milk powder. These milk powders have always been directly supplied by the higher-ups, and the higher-ups would send over the quality inspection reports when they arrived. They've been sold for so long without any problems, so why are they asking him to re-inspect them? Although Mr. He didn't understand, it was his job. Master He took the milk powder handed to him by the manager and examined it carefully. He first checked the can of milk powder, and something seemed off. He then took another can, glanced at it a few times, and put it back. Manager, may I open one can and take a look? Okay. Then, Mr. He opened the milk powder can and judged it by its appearance to see if there were any lumps or discoloration. He then smelled it and rubbed it with his fingers to feel the texture of the milk powder. With each step of the inspection, Master He's expression grew increasingly somber and unfathomable. How is it? Seeing that Mr. He's expression was off, the manager anxiously inquired about the milk powder situation. Mr. He didn't say anything, but asked the sales assistant to bring a cup and hot water. He put some milk powder into the cup, brewed it with hot water, and carefully observed how the milk powder dissolved. To ensure it wasn't an isolated case and to test the accuracy, Mr. He opened several brands of milk powder, opening several bottles at a time. The manager felt a pang of regret. The money deducted from these opened milk powder purchases would affect his performance bonus. Lin Shiyu didn't know where Song Shuren got his confidence from, so certain that most of these milk powders were problematic. But she knew that Song Shuren was not the kind of person who would take advantage of small things. He must have his reasons for saying that. What she needs to do now, and the only thing she can do, is to trust him unconditionally. Lin Shiyu stepped forward and took his hand, her gaze firm and fixed straight ahead. I am with you. Song Shuren held her hand tightly, his heart filled with emotion. Lin Shiyu was so anxious because she was unaware of the milk powder situation. But he was different. He knew he couldn't be wrong because the system wouldn't lie to him. Seeing that Master He remained silent. After he finished his inspection, the manager had already guessed the result. Master He, just tell me the truth. Master He sighed, shaking his head as he looked at the milk powder on the ground. Manager, there are indeed many problems with this milk powder. Both of these products even exceeded the standards for heavy metals. Lin Shiyu's mouth opened slightly, her face showing surprise. The manager stood there, stunned, staring at Song Shuren in disbelief. "Sir, how did you determine that these milk powders all had problems?" "That's hard to say. I have my own methods for identification." Master He's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The younger generation is truly formidable. How come you could spot the problem with just one glance? These packages haven't even been opened yet." Song Shuren did not answer Master He's question. Instead, he said to the person in charge next to him, "Manager, your people have now found that there is indeed a problem with the milk powder. Don't forget our agreement. The store is now packed with onlookers, so the person in charge certainly wouldn't dare go back on their word. I will keep my promise, remove all problematic products from shelves, and give all customers an explanation." Song Shuren smiled and said, "Okay, I hope you will take action immediately." After the conflict was resolved, the person in charge felt that Song Shuren was a capable person. Thinking that there's no time like the present, I decided to ask him to help identify the remaining milk powder in the warehouse. Song Shuren glanced at Lin Shiyu, and the two seemed to understand each other perfectly. "Let's go take a look." The person in charge beamed, their attitude completely changing. "Oh, really? Will this take up your time? How about another day? These things concern the baby's health, so go do them now." "Okay, this way please." Chapter 57 Lin Shiyu's Initiative. Arriving at the warehouse, Song Shuren activated his identification skills and quickly scanned the warehouse. It was filled with milk powder from various brands, from well-known big brands to less common small brands. This one, and this one, there are also these in that row. This brand, in particular, is completely substandard. Master He witnessed firsthand how Song Shuren could distinguish between genuine and fake milk powder with just a glance. He was truly amazing. His eyes are like X-ray scanners. He can see everything clearly and distinctly with just a glance. "Manager, this young man is truly a rare talent. He's like he can see through things." "No, not just see through things, it's like he has some kind of advanced analytical instrument in his eyes, able to get results with just a glance." The manager agreed with what Master He said. The young man in front of him was a very capable and extraordinary person. If possible, you should definitely try to build a good relationship with him. In less than half an hour, Song Shuren had already finished identifying all the milk powder in the warehouse. This is something that no one else could possibly do. Master He and his team couldn't possibly open each can for inspection. They could only take samples. This method definitely has its drawbacks. The person in charge was astonished by his amazing operation. "Sir, if it's convenient, would you mind leaving me your business card?" Song Shuren knew that the other party needed his help, so he pretended to be thinking. The person in charge noticed that Song Shuren was hesitant and seemed unwilling to help. "You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub." He then made a decision, appearing resolute in his resolve. "If you come here, you can choose any baby formula you want from my store from now on. It's free." "Real? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond." Good. The manager's offer was indeed one he couldn't refuse. Lin Shiyu whispered in his ear, "Honey, you're amazing." Song Shuren raised an eyebrow and said softly to her, "This is not what makes me so amazing." "What?" "Nothing." Lin Shiyu immediately realized what was happening, and her face flushed red. Song Shuren used the milk powder identification tool to select several cans of milk powder with high safety ratings, and then left. On the way back, Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shuren with admiration, thinking, "How much more do you know about me?" Song Shuren smiled and said, "You'll discover that in the future." Lin Shiyu said with a hint of coquettishness, "TCH. Say it or not, it's up to you." After saying that, she started playing with the babies. Song Shuren shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, but that he couldn't talk about the system. "In the end, all I can do is sigh. Sigh. It's my own fault for being too outstanding. There's nothing I can do about it." That night, the babies were hungry again at the same time. Song Shuren picked up the warm milk bottle and carefully fed each of the little ones. The sucking sounds of the little ones were particularly loud in the quiet night. Seeing their little ones drinking so happily, the new parents smiled with joy. Now he has his own house. "I plan to go back to school tomorrow and clear out all the things I left in my dorm room, moving them out completely." The next day, seeing that it was almost time, Song Shuren went out. Lin Shiyu stayed home to take care of the babies. Normally, Song Shuren takes care of the babies, and this is the first time Lin Shiyu has taken care of 4 babies by herself, which is obviously very difficult for her. Changing diapers, making formula, soothing one baby and then another. By the time I'm done, my stomach is rumbling. She had only been taking care of the 4 little ones for a morning. He was already exhausted, and Song Shuren must have worked 100 or 1,000 times harder than him normally. She thought that Song Shuren had worked so hard for so long, and she should do something to show her appreciation. Cook? Yes, cooking. It just so happens that Song Shuren hasn't had a meal cooked by me yet. Once I finish cooking, he can have a hot meal ready when he gets home. However, Lin Shiyu's cooking skills were simply indescribable. Moreover, she doesn't have that kind of talent. She followed the online tutorials, worried about oil splattering on herself or burning the food because of the high heat. Nevertheless, Lin Shiyu decided to give it a try, just in case. Upon entering the kitchen, she put on an apron like Song Shuren, then took out tomatoes, eggs, potatoes, and lean meat from the refrigerator. Then let's make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried potatoes with meat. First step. The first step is to open your phone and search online for recipes for scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried potatoes with meat. How much is appropriate amount of salt? Never mind, let's wash and chop the ingredients first and prepare them. Lin Shiyu carefully chopped the potatoes and tomatoes. Even though her technique was clumsy, she would try her best to make each piece of paper of uniform thickness. After a lot of effort, the dishes were finally prepared. Step 2. Heat oil in a wok. At first, it was a faint hissing sound, but gradually it grew stronger and stronger. Lin Shiyu picked up the pot lid as a shield. Half an hour later, the door lock turned, and Song Shu returned. As soon as he entered, he smelled something burning, and his first thought was that there was a fire. Poetic words. May you be happy and reunited with your family. Song Shuren rushed to the room to look for the babies, and when he saw that they were safe and sound in the bedroom, he was relieved. Wife? Where are you? He picked up a fire extinguisher and went to the kitchen to check if a natural gas leak had caused a fire. As soon as I entered, I saw vegetable leaves and potato peels scattered on the ground, as well as 1 or 2 iron basins. Lin Shiyu was fully armed, holding a spatula in one hand and a pot lid as a shield in the other, with a blue vegetable basket on her head. Several dark stains, like soot from the bottom of a pot, have appeared on her once fair and delicate face. The range hood was whirring loudly, but the sink was somehow clogged, and water was spilling all over the floor. Especially inside the pot, it was a dark, mushy mess, making it impossible to tell what it originally was. Song Shuren put down the fire extinguisher and hurriedly opened all the windows to ventilate the room. Husband. When Song Shuren returned, Lin Shiyu looked at him pitifully, like a child who had made a mistake. I didn't mean to, it's just that I saw how hard you worked taking care of us, and I was thinking of cooking you a meal, but I never expected it to turn out like this. As she spoke, her voice trembled with a hint of tears. The video says appropriate amount, but how do I know what appropriate amount means? You have no idea how high and far the oil splashed. As she spoke, she touched her arm. Did you get burned? No. I'm glad you're all right. I'll take care of these things. Song Shuren turned around, unclogged the sink, and began cleaning up the vegetable scraps and pots and pans on the ground. Watching Song Shuren's busy figure, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but cry out of self-reproach. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make things easier for you, but in the end you still have to clean up my mess. I'm so useless. Song Shuren wiped away Lin Shiyu's tears. No, I'm very touched. My wife is willing to learn to cook for me. Then, not forgetting to joke, the kitchen hasn't even been blown up yet. This is quite impressive for the first time. Lin Shiyu blushed. Are you implying something about me? No, the first time I cooked when I was a child, I lit that earthen stove and almost burned the house down. My mom chased me for 2 blocks with a broom. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu smiled. P.S. I've already written over 120,000 words without even realizing it. Chinese New Year is almost here, and I hope the numbers will be good so I can buy my parents some clothes when I go home for the holidays. I don't know if there are any recommendations, but I'm begging you lovely readers to give this new author some data. Anything is fine, please. Chapter 58. Promise Dad you won't find a boyfriend anymore, okay? Song Shuren took off the apron from Lin Shiyu and put it on himself, then asked her to leave the kitchen. My dear wife, you've worked so hard. Now you can leave the rest to me. Lin Shiyu came to the living room and sat on the sofa. Looking at Song Shuren bustling inside, her mood plummeted again. She knew that Song Shuren had only said that to comfort her. He had to clean up the mess when he got back and cook for himself again, and he felt terrible about it no matter how he thought about it. Not long after, the tempting food was served. That was made specifically for Lin Shiyu by Song Shuren. Let's eat. Delicious chicken stew with mushrooms. Shiyu ate in very small bites, and Song Shuren noticed that something was wrong with her. Is it not tasty? No, it's delicious. What happened? Lin Shiyu lowered her head and remained silent. Song Shuren guessed it must have been about what had just happened. She was still feeling guilty. Honey, cooking is a skill that depends on talent. If you're not very talented, it means you're destined to enjoy a life of luxury. I'm so talented, I can learn it in no time. I'll take care of your livelihood for the rest of my life. From now on, when I'm not home, you can order takeout. Let me tell you, I know this area like the back of my hand. I know which restaurants are clean and hygienic, and which ones are good and which ones aren't. Song Shuren had previously worked as a food delivery driver for a period of time. He knows this area very well. He's been to almost every shop in the neighborhood. When you order, you can ask me about the restaurant first. It's definitely more reliable than online reviews. Lin Shiyu bit her lip and asked, "Aren't you angry that I've made such a mess of myself?" Song Shuren scratched his head. Why should I be angry? I just said that my wife cooks for me, so why should I be angry? Go ask around, how many men have wives who cook for them? I don't know what kind of good fortune I had in my past lives to be able to marry such a considerate wife like you. Lin Shiyu was embarrassed by Song Shuren's praise, but she still felt a little guilty. But I messed it all up, and you didn't get to eat any, so it's the same as not doing anything at all. Song Shuren patted her head. How could that be? Chinese people value the sentiment behind things. I can't even do this little thing right. I can't do anything without you. I'm really useless. Song Shuren forbade her to say that. Nonsense. You're in charge of important matters. Leave these small things to me. You carried the baby for 10 months on your own, and even without me, you were able to take good care of the baby in your belly. All the little ones were born safely. Isn't that amazing enough? My dear wife, you've suffered enough from childbirth. Now it's time for you to enjoy life. Lin Shiyu seemed to have her soul ripped out, and tears streamed down her face. Hey! Why are you crying? Did the smoke from the kitchen fire get into your eyes? I've always heard people say that a kitchen explosion is a once-in-a-century event, and today I actually witnessed it. I didn't expect that blowing up the kitchen was actually not just a descriptive phrase. Lin Shiyu pushed Song Shuren away. You actually laughed at me. I just wanted to cook you a meal. I never imagined it would turn out like this, and... Song Shuren gently patted her head and said, I know, silly girl. Okay, it'll get cold if we don't eat it now. It is said that women are emotional and fickle. As Lin Shiyu ate, something suddenly occurred to her. Honey, is it time to register the baby's births? It seems that's really true. In principle, newborns should be registered within 1 month of birth. Because they haven't received the certificate yet and the procedures are incomplete, they are already a bit late. Now that we've got the marriage certificate, it's time to register the baby's births. Yes, the day after tomorrow is a rest day, so maybe they won't be working. Let's do it tomorrow then. Yeah. In the evening, the couple prepared to bathe their babies. I remember the first time my baby took a bath, it was quite a hassle for Song Shuren. After Lin Shiyu finished her postpartum confinement, she volunteered to help bathe the babies. The baby, now 1 month old, has shed the yellowish tinge of a newborn and is becoming increasingly adorable, looking sweet and soft. The baby girl is becoming more and more beautiful. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, promise your dad you'll never find boyfriends again, okay? As a father, my biggest fear is that some wild boar will one day eat my baby's head. Lin Shiyu laughed and said, if everyone thought like you, how would I ever get married? My son can't possibly be single. If he's single, don't tell me I'm his dad. I'd be ashamed of him. Ha 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 ha. That's how parents are regardless of gender, their hearts will always lean towards their own children. Song Shuren washed Kuai Leilei's face, and Lin Shiyu washed Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan's face. The babies now really enjoy taking baths, especially Kuai Kuai and Lulu. If Kuai Kuai and Lulu were in the same basin, they will definitely start a water battle. As soon as the two little ones got into the water, they waved their little hands and splashed the water, their giggles filling the entire bathroom. The water splashed onto Song Shuren as he happily splashed around, and sure enough, his boyish nature was now showing. Happy. After saying that, he sprinkled some water on Kwai Quail, and the two children and one big one were playing and fighting. After the whole trip, he helped Quailil take a bath, and Quailil also helped him take a bath. Compared to the boys, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan appeared quite quiet. The baby was soaking in the bathtub, cooperating perfectly with Lin Xiyu. What the heck? Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan are usually quite mischievous, so why are they so quiet in Lin Xiyu's arms today? The bathroom was filled with steaming hot water. Tuan Tuan sat in the bathtub playing with the little ducks, occasionally looking up at her mother with a smile. Her adorable appearance was truly heartwarming. After the babies were all washed, Lin Xiyu looked at Song Shuren, who was soaked to the bone, and burst out laughing. Stop laughing. You watch the baby, I'm going to take a shower first. After taking a bath, Lin Xiyu had already put the babies to sleep. Song Shuren beckoned to Lin Xiyu, who was writing poetry, and told him to come over. Just come over here for a moment. What's all this mysterious stuff about? Song Shuren took out a beautifully packaged box. This is for you. Seeing his sly smile, Lin Xiyu opened the door with a puzzled look, then blushed. It's a nightgown. But is this fabric a little too little? Song Shuren pushed her to the bathroom door and considerately closed it for him. Take a shower. Lin Xiyu picked up the pajamas in her hand and examined them carefully. Do I really want to wear it? Lin Xiyu was rather conservative at heart, and Song Shuren never really thought she would dress him up. But when she thought of Song Shuren's expectant look outside, she didn't want to disappoint him. After taking a shower, I looked at myself in the mirror, hesitated for a while, and then put it on. She clutched her chest and tiptoed out. Song Shuren swallowed hard after seeing it. Chapter 59 Registering the Household, the Popular Human Cubs. A new day. Song Shuren had already taken the materials to the street office in his neighborhood and obtained a newborn registration notice. You can go directly to the police station today to register your newborn's household registration. The local police station is not far from my home. Song Shuren and Lin Xiyu decided to go out for a walk, which would be a good opportunity for the babies to see more of the world. So, the new parents happily went out with their strollers. On the way, as always, he attracted the attention of those around him. The two of them were already used to this. Arriving at the police station, the family of 6 immediately attracted the attention of the staff. Are you here to register your newborn's household registration? Right. Bring out both parents' household registration booklets, ID cards, marriage certificate, the child's birth certificate, birth service certificate, and household registration notice. Song Shuren took out his documents one by one and put them into the window. Are all 4 babies yours? That's right. Everyone except the staff not at the counter crowded around. People can't help but be curious when they first see quadruplets. Upon seeing the babies, they all wore expressions of envy. OMG, this is so cute. Quadruplets, how much suffering must their mother endure? Look at other people's babies, and then look at my child. They're both infants, but why is there such a big difference in their appearance? Don't even mention it, I'm tempted to put my son back in my belly and start over. The people who said this were undoubtedly the biological parents. However, parents are strange creatures. They can criticize their own children, but outsiders can't. But when I hear others praising my child, I feel a deep sense of pride. As the crowd grew larger, staff came over to disperse them. This is a police station after all, so the proper rules still need to be followed. After the staff completed the paperwork, they registered the baby's household registration. You guys keep this safe, you'll need it for your kids' schooling and such in the future. Okay, thank you, comrade. I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. It was originally expected to take until noon. With so much time left and nothing to do at home, Lin Xiyu decided to go out for a stroll some more. Honey, the babies are growing so fast, their clothes are getting too small. Let's go buy them some new clothes. Okay. I remember there was a shopping mall not far from the police station. Let's go take a look around. The couple pushed their baby into the mall. This is also a dedicated clothing mall, selling clothes for all ages and occasions. Men's clothing on the first floor, women's clothing on the second floor, and children's clothing on the third floor. As they ascended to the third floor via elevator, all the bosses turned their gazes toward them. For babies mean you have to buy 4 sets, which is 4 times the price of a regular customer. This was a big customer. Every time they passed a shop, the owners warmly invited them to come in and have a look. Some shop owners even brought out their cutest clothes and stood at the door waiting for them before they even arrived. The two were dazzled by the sight. When the children passed by the Tongtai brand store, they saw the large and small deer sculptures displayed in front of the door and clapped their hands excitedly. The two stopped. Do the babies like this? Tuanchuan grabbed the deer plush toy from the stroller and waved it excitedly. Since the baby likes it, let's go with this place. This store also has a discount promotion, spend 1,000 and get 300 off. The sales assistant's eyes lit up when she saw the couple pushing in 4 adorable little bundles of joy. My goodness! This isn't a customer, it's clearly a god of wealth. No, this isn't the god of wealth, it's a fairy sister and a divine brother. Not only is she incredibly good looking, but she also has an amazing aura. Welcome to Little Yellow Duck. How old is your baby? It's been a month. That's perfect. We just received a new batch of baby clothes, and they're all made of pure cotton. The weather is hot now, and because this fabric has excellent comfort, breathability, and moisture absorption, it can help keep your baby dry and comfortable. Moreover, the all-cotton fabric is soft and durable, making it suitable for a baby's delicate skin. The sales assistant gave a very detailed introduction. Lin Shiyu touched the material of the clothes and found it to be quite nice and soft. This set is pretty good. This one helped us get 4 sets in different colors. Buying just one item isn't enough. Babies sweat a lot in the summer and need frequent changes of clothes. Lin Shiyu picked out a few other styles and brought them along as well. A 1-month-old baby is full of curiosity about the world. These toys are made of environmentally friendly materials, are absolutely safe and harmless, and can also help develop the baby's grasping ability. Okay, I'll take this one too. This one is good too. And take this handkerchief too. After browsing around, my shopping cart was already overflowing. As long as the sales assistant says something like, "This is good for the baby," or "The baby likes this," they'll buy. I bought it for my baby without hesitation or feeling any remorse. Being a parent is tough, but you can't cry because of the children. You always want to give your babies the best. However, these are indeed useful, and we will need them sooner or later. Swipe your card. After paying the bill, they were a little bewildered as they looked at the several large bags that the sales assistant had packed. I didn't drive here today either, and I was pushing a cart with 4 little ones in it, which was difficult to carry. Song Shuren skillfully gave the sales assistant the address and asked them to deliver it to his home. The couple returned home satisfied. Song Shuren was chopping meat in the kitchen, planning to make dumplings for Lin Shiyu today. Beep 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 beep. Honey, you look so handsome when you cook. Song Shuren was a little shy in the face of the sudden praise. What kind of dumplings would you like to eat? Leeks. YYDS. Okay, you can go out now. I'll make it for you, and I'll also get you a chive pancake. The dumplings were cooked quickly. Wow! It's so delicious. Honey, have your cooking skills improved again? Really? He had never heard the system mention that the skills of a top-tier chef could be upgraded. Seriously, try a bite if you don't believe me. As he spoke, he picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into Song Shuren's mouth. Doesn't it taste even better now? Song Shuren smiled and said, "Yes, it tastes even better now." It's not that her cooking skills have improved and made the dumplings tastier, but rather that the way she personally fed them gave them a special flavor. As Lin Shiyu ate, she exclaimed, "I don't know whose husband cooks so well. I'm so lucky." Lin Shiyu provided him with a lot of emotional value, making him feel happy and joyful no matter how hard or tiring it was. Eat until the very end. Honey, I want sweet and sour pork ribs, sweet and sour pork, and black chicken soup for dinner tonight. It seems she really likes the food Song Shuren cooks. Can you finish all of this? Lin Shiyu said coquettishly, "If you make less of each dish, we can finish it all." Song Shuren couldn't stand her coquettishness the most. As long as she acted coquettishly, he would soften and agree to anything. He lovingly wiped Lin Shiyu's mouth clean, saying, all right, I'll make whatever you like. P.S. I'm so touched that I received over 100 requests for updates today. I'm so grateful for your support, my darlings. During the recommendation period, all kinds of data are very important. Please, my darlings who have seen the latest chapters, help me by clicking the urge for more updates button. Please. My dearest darlings in the world. Chapter 60, The Tickling Attack, and the Mother-in-Law's Phone Call. Lin Shiyu was both touched and happy. Honey, you're making me so much food, it's easy for me to get fat. Will you still love me if I gain weight? Song Shirin paused for a moment, then he must still love you. Lin Shiyu pouted and crossed her arms over her chest. You hesitated. He didn't expect Lin Shiyu to say something like that, and his nerves tensed instantly. I didn't. What I mean is that even if you gain weight, you'll still be a voluptuous beauty like Yang Guifei, stunningly beautiful. Humph. Then he continued with his sophistry. Really, I absolutely didn't mean that. Song Shirin was speechless and could only anxiously wait. Seeing how adorable his reaction was, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, just kidding. Okay, you're still teasing me? I'll teach you a lesson. Song Shirin launched a tickling attack. No, I was wrong. Would you dare to do it again next time? You dare. You actually dared to do that? In the afternoon, Song Shirin went to the market to buy fresh ingredients. I plan to prepare a lavish dinner for Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu felt a little embarrassed when she saw that so many dishes had been ordered for lunch. Honey, do you need my help? No need, go out and have fun. She was worried that Song Shirin would be too tired from making so many dishes, so after thinking about it, she said that if it was too troublesome, he could not make so many. What's so troublesome about cooking for the woman you love? Besides, I already promised you, so I'll definitely make it for you. The kitchen is smoky, so just wait patiently. After Lin Shiyu left, he activated his super chef skill. With the help of skills, food preparation becomes a smooth and effortless process, like a visual feast. Stir-fried dishes are also served piping hot amidst the flickering flames. This requires a high level of skill. If the cooking skills are not good, the flames will burn the food immediately. Only master chefs can control the heat well and make the dishes more fragrant. Sweet and sour pork ribs are ready. The sweet and sour pork is ready. The nourishing black chicken soup is here too. Braised eggplant symbolizes good fortune, prosperity, and happiness. And there's also pickled cabbage fish, symbolizing abundance year after year. One after another, beautifully presented dishes were served on the table. Wow! Looking at the delicious food on the table, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. She then took out her phone and started snapping photos before posting them on her WeChat moments. Ding dong ding dong. It received many likes and comments as soon as it was posted. Steamed bun, such a lavish meal and you didn't even invite me. Guyan Yen, I'm so happy, sis. Loach, I'll be there soon. Lin Shiyu smiled happily as she held her phone. What are you laughing at? Lin Shiyu handed her phone to Song Shirin to look at. Song Shirin couldn't help but laugh, and then took out his phone and left a comment under her comment section, a bunch of single dogs. Mantu, brother Song, what do you mean by this? Loach, that's incredibly insulting. Gu Yan Yan, Baozi, you really need to teach him a lesson. Song Shirin placed his phone face down on the table and said, let's eat first. At this moment, the baby seemed to smell the aroma of the food as well. Woohoo, woohoo. Song Shirin went over to check and found that the baby hadn't urinated or defecated, so the baby was hungry. He brought Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to find Lin Shiyu. You feed Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan first, I'll go make formula for the two brothers, Quail and Lele. My wife has worked so hard. Lin Shiyu took the Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan from Song Shirin and swallowed hard as she looked at the delicious food on the table. You two little devils really know how to pick your timing. Is this the legendary Murphy's Law, where things always go in unexpected or even negative ways? After serving the babies their meal, Lin Shiyu finally got to enjoy this delicious food. Because she had eaten too much, Lin Shiyu paced back and forth in the living room to digest her food. Just then, my phone rang. He picked up the phone on the table and his expression changed drastically. Song Shirin, who was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was saved as Your Majesty. Honey, what should I do if my mom calls? Lin Shiyu's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone. The scene of leaving home was still vivid in her mind. She looked at Song Shirin with a helpless and fearful expression. During their time together, she had become accustomed to relying on Song Shirin. Now Song Shirin is like her guardian angel, she can rely on him for anything. Song Shirin blinked and nodded. It's mom calling, so I'll answer it. I'm here. Lin Shiyu swiped the answer button, pressed the speakerphone button after the call connected, and took a deep breath. Mom. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Mom? Then, a deep female voice came from the other end of the phone, as if she had just finished crying. My darling, where are you now? I am at home. Lin's mother was overjoyed. You're home? Lin Shiyu remained silent. It wasn't the house outside. The person on the other end sighed. Where do you live now? Lin Shiyu glanced at Song Shuren, hesitating whether to speak or not. She was afraid that if she told her mother would come and find out that she was living with Song Shuren, but if she didn't tell her, it would seem too cruel to her mother. Say something. Are you trying to drive your mother crazy? I am currently in Jianyue Bay. Jianyue Bay? Lin's mother was shocked. Isn't Jianyue Bay a high-end residential complex in Suzhou? Her family has stopped supporting her financially for so long, how can she still live in such a luxurious house? Lin's mother was worried about her daughter, so she didn't think too much about the reason. Maybe she was staying at a friend's house. Staying in Jianyue Bay was better than that old and dilapidated house. After all, Lin Shiyu was a flower she had nurtured since childhood, how could she not feel sorry for her? I'm coming over there now, tell me the exact address. Lin Shiyu panicked instantly. Her mother was really coming? Song Shuren patted Lin Shiyu's head. It's alright, go ahead and talk. I'll have to tell her parents about this sooner or later anyway. My mother-in-law is coming over, so let's take care of that together. Unit 2, Building A, Jianyue Bay, Room 701. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Lin Shiyu's home is not far from Jianyue Bay, about a half-hour drive, but it's rush hour now, so there will probably be some traffic. Lin's mother asked again, how have you been lately? Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu said softly, I'm fine. What's so good about it? How can a woman like you, raising a child alone, manage? Where is the child? Is it a boy or a girl? Mom, there are both boys and girls. Twins. They are quadruplets. What? Quadruplets? Lin's mother was clearly startled. You didn't tell your family about this at all, you kept it a complete secret. Quadruplets. My God. How can you take care of them all? You can't even take care of your own life. It's all my fault for raising quadruplets. I've been angry with you for so long, but I never imagined you were having such a hard time outside. Chapter 61 Lin's mother, yellow hair, the one driving the ghost fire, you call him husband? Lin's mother's voice trembled with tears without her realizing it. Lin Shiyu heard the sound of tissues being pulled out, and she knew her mother must be crying. She knew her mother was crying, and she couldn't help but bury her head in Song Shuren's chest and sob, her tears soaking his clothes. It took me a while to recover. Song Shuren wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lin Shiyu sniffed. Mom, don't worry, I'm really doing very well. The child's father is very good to us and has always taken care of us. Song Shuren hugged Lin Shiyu with emotion. What? That blonde kid is here too? You're living with him? Didn't you say you had no feelings for him? How did you end up together? Well, this is a long story. Mom, come over here first, and we'll explain it to you in a bit. On the other side, Lin's mother immediately became anxious. The person on the other end of the phone said, Old Jiang, I'm leaving now. Old Jiang is Lin Shiyu's family driver, and he is responsible for Lin Shiyu and Li's mother's daily travel. The call ended. Lin Shiyu threw herself into Song Shuren's arms. Husband. What's wrong? I'm afraid my mom will say something to you. Don't worry, I was already prepared when I found out you were having problems with your family. No matter what your mother says, I won't talk back to her. I'll let her know that she can trust me to take care of her daughter, and that I'm the one she can entrust her life to. Lin Shiyu nodded in relief. Wait a minute, I'll go to the door to meet her first. You stay home and take care of the baby. I'll also tell her about the situation, so she won't be too surprised and do anything rash to you. Knowing that Lin Shiyu was also thinking of him, Song Shuren hugged Lin Shiyu even tighter. Okay, I'll listen to you. Time slips away silently through our fingers. Lin Shiyu had just finished changing the baby's diaper when her cell phone rang again in her pocket. Mom? I've arrived, but your security guard said I need someone to pick me up before I can go in. Lin's mother, who was anxious to find her daughter, seemed dissatisfied with the security guard's actions. Wait a moment, I'll come down and get you now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiyu, filled with excitement and trepidation, ran all the way to the entrance of the residential area. Lin's mother saw her daughter from afar, but perhaps because it had been so long since they last met, she didn't dare to recognize her. Mom! It wasn't until Lin Shiyu called out the word mom that Lin's mother dared to believe that this was her daughter. She pulled Lin Shiyu over and looked her over from left to right and up to down. Honey, have you lost weight? Actually, Lin Shiyu not only didn't lose weight, but actually gained several pounds, all because Song Shiren fattened her up. It's just that they haven't seen each other for so long. Lin's mother had been thinking about how her daughter had no money for food and nowhere to stay during this time. Now that she saw her daughter, she naturally felt that she had lost weight again. Lin Shiyu gestured to the security guard and brought her mother inside. Upon entering the residential area, Lin's mother never took her eyes off her daughter, even while walking. Looking at my daughter's complexion, even though she was without makeup, her face was rosy and her skin was delicate and radiant. Holding her hand, it was still as fair and slender as ever. It seems my daughter really didn't suffer. If she had really suffered, she wouldn't be in this state. Seeing her daughter doing well, she felt relieved and smiled contentedly. As she walked, Lin Shiyu's pent-up grievances from the past few days seemed to burst forth like a flood, and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Seeing her daughter cry, her own eyes instantly welled up with tears as well. She hugged her daughter and gently patted her back to comfort her, just like when she was a child. Okay, stop crying. It's all my fault. I should have been there for you when you needed me most. I'm not a good mother. I'm so sorry. Lin Shiyu choked up. No, Mom, it was my fault for being so thoughtless and making you worry. After a while, the mother and daughter finally composed themselves and headed home. On the road. Honey, are you really living with the baby's father now? Yes, we've been living together for about a month now. Didn't you say before that the child didn't have a father? Where did this father come from? Mom, it's like this. We made a mistake because we were drunk, which is why I got pregnant. Later, you and I. Lin Shiyu lowered her head in shame. He ran away from home. Later, with the help of my friend Gu Yanyan, I successfully recovered from my pregnancy. When I was preparing to give birth, it was difficult to deliver because there were too many babies. A cesarean section required the father's signature. I didn't want to find a father for my child and just wanted to find someone to sign. Unexpectedly, Yanyan found the child's biological father by chance. What kind of mess is this? Lin's mother shook her head inside. And then what? How did they end up living together again? Lin Shiyu paused for a moment, and then, after he learned that these were his biological children, he took care of me and the babies at the hospital and even moved me to a better place. At first, I was renting in an old neighborhood. From childhood to adulthood, your mother could never bear to let you suffer those hardships, especially in those old and unsafe neighborhoods, and then she moved you here. No, he initially rented a house in Zhongnan Century Flower City, but later bought a house here, and that's when we moved here. Song's mother was filled with surprise. What did you say? He bought it? Yes, he bought this place so that it would be easier for him to take care of me and the baby. He said it would be convenient for the child to go to school in the future, and the environment here is good, suitable for me to recuperate after childbirth. Please don't be angry with him after you see him, okay? Moreover, he's not the kind of person who acts on a whim. Now he cooks delicious food for me every day, buys me pretty clothes and lots of skincare products. He's just like you guys, he wants me to get better and better. Lin Shiyu kept praising her mother the whole way, telling her how wonderful Song Shiren was. What Lin's mother was thinking was which family's pig had stolen her little cabbage. In the mother's mind, it seems that no one is good enough for her daughter, and now her daughter is like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. The fact that my daughter is speaking up for that boy means she's definitely fallen for his tricks. I used to watch a live stream on Douyin TikTok where there was a streamer who would scold his daughter, who was obsessed with being in love, to wake her up. Lin's mother really wanted to connect with the streamer right now and have him scold her daughter, who was obsessed with being in love, to wake her up. However, my daughter just said that he bought her a house in Jiangyue Bay, so at least he shouldn't be a bad person. She became hesitant. Honey, how old is that kid? Those who can afford a house in Jiangyue Bay are usually successful, beer-bellied older men, like her current husband, who is also Lin Shiyu's father. No matter how good he is to his daughter, he would never agree to her being with an uncle who is older than her husband. My husband is in the same grade as me, but he's a few months older. Lin's mother squinted at her daughter and said, "You called him husband?" There were so many requests for updates today. Thank you all for your support, my darlings. I hope the recommendations will improve. Thank you again, everyone. Chapter 62: The Mother-in-Law's Strict Gaze. Lin Shiyu just got used to saying it. I couldn't stop using the word husband for a moment. No, Mom, I was talking about that older brother, huh? It wasn't that she didn't want to acknowledge her relationship with Song Shirin, but she was afraid that calling him too intimately might make her mother even more disgusted. After all, she didn't know if her mother had accepted the fact that she and Song Shirin had registered their marriage. Lin's mother scratched her head in confusion. Had I misheard? However, they are about the same age, so how could they afford a house in Jiangyue Bay? Could he also be the young master of some wealthy family? You two are the same age. Where did he get so much money to buy a house? Is he some rich kid? Lin's mother and father often went out to social events and met many rich second-generation heirs from prominent families. However, many of them had rather chaotic private lives, and their families were never short of messy power struggles and other messy things. Mom, you're overthinking it. He comes from an ordinary family. His parents both work in the village, and he has a younger brother who's in his final year of high school. I heard his brother is doing well academically and will get into a good university. His future is bright. He bought the house with all the money he earned through his own hard work. As they talked, she began to feel sorry for Song Shirin. They were the same age, yet he worked so hard and struggled so much to give himself a better life and to gain his parents' approval. Houses here are so expensive, and he's always willing to spend money on himself. He must have used up most of his savings. I should have advised him to buy a cheaper house. But then I thought about it again. He took the children's future schooling into account. You can't be poor in anything but your children's education. You have to think about their future. Thinking of this, her furrowed brows relaxed again. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Lin's mother had less prejudice against Song Shirin. He sounds like an ambitious and responsible young man. However, it's too early to draw conclusions. She wants to learn more. If she finds out that the man treats her daughter badly, she will never agree to the marriage. As they chatted, the mother and daughter entered the elevator. As she got closer to home, Lin Shiyu's heart began to race again. Old Shir, I've brought Mom up. She still doesn't dare to call Song Shirin her husband in front of her mother. Hearing the call, Song Shirin, who was looking after the baby, immediately got up, tidied his appearance, and came out to greet Lin's mother. Hello, Auntie, I'm Song Shirin, the child's biological father. Under the lights, Song Shirin looked tall, handsome, and gentle. His face had distinct features, like a sculpture, which made people fall in love with him. His eyes were deep and warm, as if they could give people a great sense of security. What a handsome young man. Before meeting Song Shirin, she had wondered what kind of person he would be. But no matter what, I never expected Song Shirin to be so good-looking. Even a woman her age would find her heart pounding upon seeing it. However, good looks alone are not enough for her to feel at ease in trusting her daughter to him. Lin's mother scrutinized Song Shirin and found that he was not as awkward or nervous as she had imagined. Instead, he was full of confidence and sincerity from the inside out. My first impression was pretty good. Lin's mother nodded slightly. Hello, I am Shiyu's mother. Song Shirin smiled and said, Shiyu has already told me. Auntie, please come in and sit down. I'll go pour you some tea. After entering, Lin's mother looked around the luxurious single-level apartment. Auntie, please have some water. Lin's mother picked up her water glass and took a small sip. She heard Shiyu say, Did you buy this house? Yes, Auntie. Full payment? The reason Lin's mother asked this question was because she was afraid that if her daughter got together with him, she would still have to help him pay off his loan. Auntie, don't worry, I paid in full. Song Shirin's words were meant to reassure Lin's mother that she could entrust her daughter to him without worry, and that her daughter would not suffer with him. But soon Lin's mother couldn't care less about that, because at that moment Lin Shiyu pushed the babies out. Her attention was entirely focused on the 4 little babies in the stroller. Looking at the baby in the stroller, she said to Lin Shiyu, This little one looks just like you when you were little. Mom, the 2 in pink are Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, they're girls, and the 2 in blue are Kwai Kwai Lu, they're boys. The babies are so therapeutic. Any dissatisfaction Lin's mother had vanished after seeing them. Lin's mother reached out to hug her 4th child, Yuan Yuan, but before her hand even touched Yuan Yuan, the little one frowned. This made her feel a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Shiyu quickly went up to comfort Yuan Yuan. The baby waved his little hands and feet, seemingly very happy, when he saw his mother arrive. The other babies also started laughing one after another, clutching their toys and making babbling sounds. Yuan, this is your maternal grandmother. You can't do that. Lin's mother smiled at the baby and said, "It's okay, Grandma doesn't mind. You'll get used to it eventually, right?" Lin's mother's heart was completely melted by these 4 little ones. By the way, what's the child's name? The eldest child is named Song Zishi, the second child is named Song Yicheng, the third child is named Song Zilan, and the fourth child is named Song Yitong. Then, Song Shuren picked up Kwai Kwai, the bravest of the group, comforted her for a while, and then carefully handed her to Lin's mother. Let's just forget about it, the baby will cry again soon. What just happened left a shadow on Lin's mother, and she was still somewhat hesitant to hug him. It's okay, let me give you a hug. Lin's mother carefully took the bow, a loving expression on her face. The baby in her arms blinked and looked at Lin's mother, a trail of drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Oh, you're drooling already, you've turned into a dirty little cat. Grandma wiped it for me. After Lin's mother wiped Kwai Kwai's mouth, Kwai Kwai gave Lin's mother a comforting smile. Iya abu abu. Is Kwai Kwai saying thank you to Grandma? You're welcome, baby. A quick smile was enough to completely captivate Lin's mother. After holding the baby for a while, Lin's mother tried to hold the second baby, Tuanchuan, but the babies looked too alike, and she still couldn't tell which one was Tuanchuan and which one was Yuan. She didn't want to end up holding the shy Yuan instead. Lin Shiyu picked Tuanchuan up from the stroller, preparing to hand her to her mother. 1 second Tuanchuan was nestled in Lin Shiyu's arms, enjoying the gentle breeze and sunshine. The next second, it started thundering and raining in Lin's mother's arms. Wow! The second child, Tuanchuan, reacted even more strongly than his younger sister, Yuan. Lin's mother rocked and coaxed, "Tuanchuan, be good, Tuanchuan, be good. Don't cry, it's Grandma. Wah-ah." Seeing that the crying only got louder, Lin's mother quickly handed Tuanchuan to her daughter to comfort her. "Baby, be good." Tuanchuan sensed her mother's presence, and her crying gradually stopped. Chapter 63: The Grandma Who Was Disliked by the Baby. Feeling somewhat frustrated after being disliked by 2 babies in a row, Song Shuren noticed his mother-in-law's embarrassment. "Auntie, maybe the baby girl is just a little timid and cries more often. She'll be fine once she gets used to it." "They don't mean they dislike you. Look, those 2 little ones are looking at you curiously from their stroller." When Lin's mother looked, it really was true. The other 2 little cuties are smiling at her. Song Shuren explained that this is Lele, who has the quietest personality of all the babies. Lin's mother picked up Lele, and she indeed didn't make a fuss or cry. Holding Lele in her arms, Lin's mother felt that Song Shuren was indeed a good young man. She knows how to conduct herself well, and every time she feels awkward, the other person skillfully diffuses the situation. In her arms, Lele gradually closed her eyes and actually fell asleep comfortably. All right, Grandma won't disturb Lele's rest anymore. The more Lin's mother held the baby, the softer her heart became. After putting Lele back in the stroller, Lin Shiyu pushed the babies back to their room to rest. Lin's mother's gaze returned to Song Shuren. The tone was scrutinizing. "You bought a house outright. At your age, you have so much savings. What do you do for a living?" Thinking about it carefully, with such a good location, without the support of my family, it would take me at least 20 years, if I were lucky, to afford a house here, even if I relied solely on my own efforts. I'm not afraid of anything else, I'm just afraid that this kid is doing illegal things behind Shiyu's back and making dirty money. I just started my internship. After resigning last time, I stayed home to take care of Shiyu and haven't looked for a job since. However, I made some money from stock trading. Song Shuren was somewhat uneasy, unsure whether Lin's mother believed in this way of making money. After all, the house was provided by the system, and I don't really have a proper job yet. People online say that mothers-in-law like sons-in-law who are presentable and have a refined demeanor. He was afraid that his mother wouldn't approve of him because he hadn't graduated yet or passed any civil service exams. She quickly added, "But don't worry, Auntie, I absolutely, positively won't let Shiyu and the babies suffer." Lin's mother, being an experienced woman herself, naturally wouldn't easily believe a word he said. She frowned. "Stock trading? Where did you get the money to invest in stocks?" "I've been doing part-time jobs since my freshman year of college. Later, I invested the money and made a sum of money, and then I started using that money to trade stocks. I started working part-time in my freshman year of college. I'm a diligent student. After earning money, I didn't just sit around doing nothing. Instead, I made my money grow. I have guts. However, Shawan, the stock market is quite risky. If you want to support your family in the future, you should find a stable job. You can't let your family go hungry. Stocks can make you a lot of money, but if you don't play them well, you can lose everything. Song Shuren nodded repeatedly, indicating that he agreed with Lin's mother's statement. He said he would be careful and would not use all his wealth to buy stocks. He would always keep a trump card for Lin Shiyu and the babies. Sensing Song Shuren's sincerity, Lin's mother nodded in satisfaction, believing him to be a sensible child. Lin Shiyu came over and said, "Mom, I've made your bed. You can stay here and rest tonight." "Yes, Auntie, you and your daughter haven't seen each other for so long, you must have a lot to talk about. Why don't you stay tonight?" "Okay." Seeing that her daughter had already prepared a bed for her, Lin's mother called Lao Jiang and told him to go home first and not wait for her. Lin Shiyu hugged her mother's arm and said coquettishly, "Mom, I'll come and sleep with you tonight." "You silly child, you already have a baby of your own, and you still sleep with your mother." "I'm Mom's darling too." Song Shuren could tell that Lin's mother really wanted to sleep with her daughter, but she was also worried that no one would take care of the baby at night. She said, "Auntie, don't worry, I'll take good care of the babies tonight. Mom Shuren is much more experienced in taking care of the baby than I am, so don't worry." Lin's mother then smiled happily and said, Okay, thank you for your hard work. Night. While Lin Shiyu and her mother were chatting in bed, Song Shuren knocked on the door. "What's the matter?" "Shiyu, Auntie, I made you honey, red date, and lotus seed soup. Come and have some." This surprised Lin's mother, who hadn't expected Song Shuren to be able to cook. "Mom, everything Shuren makes is delicious. Come on, let's try some." Upon arriving at the restaurant, 3 bowls of honey, red date, and lotus seed soup were laid out on the table, along with Song Shuren wearing an apron. He looks quite like a good family man. "Auntie, I heard from Shiyu that you often have trouble sleeping. I heard that honey, red dates, and lotus seed soup is good for the kidneys and stomach, nourishes the heart and calms the mind, and also has beauty and skin nourishing effects, so I made some for you to try. Besides, you must have used up a lot of energy coming here tonight, and you're probably hungry at this hour, so it's a good time to grab something to eat." Song Shuren went to great lengths to gain his mother-in-law's approval. The rich aroma of red dates combined with the delicate fragrance of lotus seeds whetted Lin's mother's appetite. Lin's mother scooped up a spoonful. Just like when Lin Shiyu first ate it, Lin's mother's eyes lit up. "It was a wonderful feeling, so much tastier than what I usually eat, and there was a sweet aftertaste on my tongue after eating it." Lin Shiyu said smugly, "I told you it was delicious. Shawan, your cooking is even better than that of Michelin-starred chefs. Auntie really underestimated you." It seemed that the young man in front of her was indeed very outstanding. He could earn money and cook. Suddenly, she felt that her daughter had good taste. After finishing their late-night snack, Lin's mother and daughter would go back to their bedroom. Lin's mother held her daughter's hand and said, "You've really had a hard time these past few days. Thankfully, Shawan has been taking care of you, otherwise." As she spoke, Lin's mother began to wipe away tears. "Mom, don't say that. What happened back then is in the past. If you hadn't done this, I probably would have missed out on someone who was so good to me in my life. Yes, as long as you're doing well, Mom is happy. Don't blame your dad too much. What father doesn't love his daughter? You know his personality. He hasn't stopped thinking about you for a single day these past few days. But his awkward nature prevents him from coming to see you. Actually, he has already let go of this matter, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to secretly come to see you. I won't blame my dad." Lin's mother took out a card and handed it to her daughter. "This is the card you returned when you left. Not a single penny has been touched. Your dad still habitually puts money into it, and he's even forgotten that the card isn't in your possession anymore. Now that it's returned to its rightful owner, you can use the money inside as you wish. Mom, I don't need it anymore. Are you still angry with your mother? Even without a mother, I'm all grown up now and a mother myself. How could I possibly take money from my family? The family's money is your money. Now that you're living alone, you can't rely on others for everything. Every girl should have her own little savings. Your parents will always be there for you. Here you go. Mom. It's almost Chinese New Year, and the weather is so cold. Kids, please remember to keep warm." Chapter 64 Mother and Daughter's Night Talk, Mother-in-Law's Approval. Lin Shiyu took the bank card, her eyes welling up with tears. She missed home so much, she missed her father so much, she missed everything about home. Okay, stop crying like a little kitten. Since having my babies, I've said this to them. Lin Shiyu completely forgot that she was also a child with a mother. Hearing my mother say this now, I can't stop the tears from flowing. After a moment, Lin's mother spoke softly, judging from my current impression, Shawan is indeed quite good, he's a good child. But if he bullies you in the future, you must tell me and your dad. We will definitely stand up for you. Your mom and dad have done so much because we hope you can be happy. Mom, were you happy marrying dad? Lin's mother didn't know where to begin. She sighed. They had married because of love, but her husband became successful in his business and was often away from home, so they gradually drifted apart. On the other hand, my husband is a decent man with good character. He didn't forget his wife after he became successful, and he has indeed treated her well over the years. It's just that there's a lack of marital affection between us. It's more like we're just living together as partners. She's responsible for being a good wife and mother, while he's responsible for earning money to support the family. You can date anyone, but marriage requires a certain material foundation, and my husband has done a good job in that regard. Lin's mother smiled and said, happiness depends on how you define it. I can only say that I have no regrets. What makes her most grateful is having such a wonderful daughter who has been there for her day and night during the time her husband couldn't be with her. Next, Lin's mother told her daughter some stories about her past with Lin's father and his wife. Generally speaking, men are different before and after marriage. Then, the topic was conveniently brought back to the daughter. So, I'll have to stay a few more days to check out that guy for you. I can't just entrust my daughter, whom I've raised for over 20 years, to him so easily. I need to see if he's suitable to marry you. Lin Shiyu missed her mother terribly and didn't want her mother to rush back so much. And she believed that Song Shuren would definitely pass her mother's test. But Lin Shiyu's fingers kept fidgeting with her mother's clothes. We've actually already registered our marriage. Lin's mother was furious. You got your marriage certificate? You didn't even tell us about something this big. I haven't figured out how to tell your dad about secretly having the baby yet. I'm afraid he'll get angry again if I do. Your dad cut off your financial support before, hoping to make you give up and come home. What kind of mess is that? Seeing her mother so angry, Lin Shiyu was a little frightened. Mom, you saw it too. The babies are very cute, and he is very good to me, isn't he? I am very happy now, isn't that what you and Dad wanted? If you're really angry, then hit me. After saying that, she closed her eyes and opened her palms. How could a mother bear to hit her own child? This child is the one she endured 10 months of pregnancy to give birth to. Lin's mother shrugged and said, I won't hit you, but I don't know if your dad will hit me later. Seeing that her mother's attitude had softened, Lin Shiyu went up to her mother and hugged her affectionately, saying, No, you'll help me, right? I'm not helping you. That's what I say, but I'll still help when the time comes. Please, Mom, please talk to Dad for me. Lin Shiyu's expression was as pitiful as could be, and her mother's heart softened. I really don't know what to do with you. I'll find a chance to talk to your dad about it. Thank you, Mom. Mom is the best. He then gave his mother a kiss on the cheek. Lin's mother lovingly stroked her daughter's hair, saying that even though she was already married and a mother, she was still like a little child. Lin Shiyu snuggled into her mother's arms. You just said I was your darling. You've been clever since you were little. For a long time. Lin Shiyu's nose tingled with tears. Mom, I love you. Lin's mother gently stroked her hair and said, Baby, Mom loves you too. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. Thinking back, I wonder when was the last time the mother and daughter slept together? Primary school? Was it back in junior high school? Looking at her daughter in her arms, she felt as if she had returned to the past, when her daughter was so small and now she was a young woman. At the same time, in the next room, Song Shuren was also thinking about how to quickly gain his mother-in-law's approval. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully registering the baby's births. You are rewarded with 300,000 yuan in cash and an exquisite silk scarf. He looked at the table and sure enough, there was a beautifully packaged gift box on the table. The system is a real lifesaver. Lin's mother arrived unexpectedly, and since she didn't have time to prepare a gift, the system rewarded her with an exquisite silk scarf. He remembered that when his mother came before, she regretted not bringing a silk scarf, because she had no props for taking pictures. This shows that his mother's generation has a special fondness for silk scarves. After dinner the next day, Lin Shiyu and her mother were breastfeeding their babies in the bedroom. Originally, Song Shuren was supposed to feed them, but Lin's mother wanted to have more contact with the babies so that they could get used to her as soon as possible, so she took on the task. Not wanting to disturb the family time of 3 generations, Song Shuren turned around and went to the living room to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. "What are you looking at?" Lin Shiyu and her mother appeared out of nowhere, standing behind him, each holding a baby in their arms. The little one's round eyes were curiously staring at the computer screen. "Is this show called Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf?" Song Shuren was a little surprised. "Auntie, you watch this too?" "I don't watch it, but I remembered that cartoon, Shiyu, because she always begged to watch it when I was little." "Aren't you tired of watching it after all these years?" Lin Shiyu secretly laughed from the side. "Auntie, this." Song Shuren was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer, and was afraid that his mother-in-law would think he was too naive. "Mom! What do you know? These are our childhood memories. Moreover, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf has been continuously updated. It's not the same as before." Lin's mother was puzzled. It was just a story about a wolf catching a sheep. "You're so out of touch. Grey Wolf doesn't catch sheep anymore, he's become friends with them. That's not an animated film." "This is an animated film from our generation, and I will let my children watch it when they are older, so that they can also experience their parents' childhood." "Mom, let's all watch it together." Lin Shiyu pulled her mother to join the cartoon viewing. For a better viewing experience, Song Shuren projected his computer screen onto the TV. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm a sheep." The babies watched with great interest while nestled in their parents' arms. Chapter 65, A Photo with My Mother-in-Law Super Reward. Just then, the TV showed a scene where the little sheep was setting off fireworks. The little sheep lit the fuse, and then whoosh! Bang bang bang! The fireworks exploded instantly. Splash! Then, bang bang! Suddenly, Lin Shiyu shouted excitedly, "It's not the fireworks on TV. There really are fireworks outside the window." The fireworks on TV and outside the window burst into bloom in perfect sync, almost fooling everyone. Lin's mother and Song Shuren turned their heads and saw a dazzling fireworks display on the riverbank outside the window. "Is today some important day? Why is there a fireworks display?" "Fireworks are prohibited in the city. Such a large-scale fireworks display is not held unless it is a major holiday. Usually, the government will arrange fireworks displays in a large open space for grand festivals such as National Day, Mid-Autumn Festival and Spring Festival." "I don't know either, but it's really beautiful." Song Shuren held Kwai Kwai Lu in his arms, while Lin Shiyu and her mother each held Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan. The family of 7 stood in front of the huge French windows, gazing at the beautiful fireworks. The breathtaking sight of fireworks bursting across the deep night sky was awe-inspiring. Suddenly, fireworks burst forth, like a magnificent feast. In that instant, countless colorful sparks shot into the sky, illuminating the entire world. The adults smiled, immersed in this beautiful moment. The glow of the fireworks illuminated everyone's faces, bringing joy and warmth. Watching the fireworks light up the sky, the sheer awe is a feeling that words cannot express. The babies stared wide-eyed in amazement at the beautiful colors and shapes, waving their little hands even more enthusiastically. "Gooya! Abu! Abu!" Lin Shiyu felt the scene was very heartwarming and suggested taking a photo with the fireworks as a backdrop to record their happy life. Lin's mother said, "Then I'll take the pictures for you." Lin's mother rushed over, wearing only a simple black chiffon t-shirt. The older generation always makes sure they look presentable before taking photos. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu are young and energetic, and their babies are incredibly cute. "I don't have pretty clothes or a pretty face, so I guess I'll just have to give up." Lin Shiyu asked, "Why aren't you taking pictures?" Lin's mother looked at her clothes and felt a little inferior. She was old and didn't look good. Women always want to show their most perfect side in front of the camera. Song Shuren saw through Lin's mother's thoughts and went to the room to take out the exquisite silk scarf. "Auntie, this is for you." Lin's mother was pleasantly surprised it was a silk scarf. "You all gather around, our whole family will take a picture together, no one can be left out." When Lin's mother opened the box, the silk scarf inside was delicate and soft to the touch, with an excellent feel. One could feel its smooth texture with just a light touch. The colors are rich and vibrant, as if the colors of the fireworks outside the window have been condensed onto the small piece of fabric, making it dazzling and eye-catching. It's so beautiful. Lynn's mother wrapped a silk scarf around her neck, and the black t-shirt paired with the colorful silk scarf added an elegant and fashionable touch to her look, instantly enhancing her overall style. Lin Shiyu also took out lipstick and applied some lip color to her mother's lips, making her look more energetic. Are you ready? Song Shuren set up the tripod, adjusted the angle, focused the lens, and pressed the countdown button. 3, 2, 1. The three of them said in unison, "Cheese. Babies, yeah. Click. Let's try a different pose and take another one. Click." Song Shuren looked at the photo and thought, this one's good. Lin Shiyu curiously crowded around, saying, let me see, let me see. Mom, you look so beautiful in this picture. Song Shuren pulled up the best photo and handed the camera to Lin's mother to see. In this picture, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu are a perfect match, and the babies are lively and adorable, with their eyes wide open. Not one of them has their eyes closed. The silk scarf worn by Lin's mother complements the fireworks beautifully. It's really good. Shaoan, could you print out a copy for me? I want to take it back to show her dad. Of course. 2 days later, Song Shuren gave the developed photos to Lin's mother. Lin's mother took the photo, looked at it, and gave a faint smile. She had been out for 2 or 3 days, and it was time to go home and explain everything to Shiyu's father. Before leaving, she decided to have another good talk with Song Shuren. Lin's mother spoke gently, Shaoan, after spending these past few days together, I'm quite satisfied with your attitude towards Shiyu and the baby. It's clear you're a good child. Shiyu has been spoiled by us since she was little, and she may be a little willful at times. Please be more tolerant of her. Lin Shiyu said coquettishly, Mom, I didn't. With a smile on her face, Song Shuren said, thank you for your kind words, Auntie. I will take even better care of Shiyu and the babies. Lin's mother looked at him and said solemnly, I don't object to your relationship, but I also warn you that if you ever treat Shiyu badly, I will not let you off easily. Song Shuren nodded earnestly, Auntie, don't worry, that won't happen. Lin's mother smiled with relief. Then I'm relieved. Shiyu, Mom will head back now. Lin Shiyu held her mother's hand reluctantly, saying, I don't want you to leave yet. If I don't go back, who's going to talk to your dad about it? Are you going to just go back and unleash your ultimate weapon? Lin Shiyu let go of her mother's hand, took a step back, and waved. Mom, please be careful on the road. Hey, you child, you change your mind faster than turning the pages of a book. Lin's mother glanced at the time Uncle Jiang had already arrived at the entrance of the residential area. I'm leaving. Auntie, let me take you there. After seeing Lin's mother off, Song Shuren heard the system's voice in his mind on his way back. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining your mother-in-law's approval. You are rewarded with 200,000 yuan in cash and a shop. When Song Shuren got home, he excitedly opened the second drawer of his bedside table, where several stacks of documents and paperwork related to the shop were neatly arranged. Now that he has a shop, Song Shuren thinks he can do some small business. He watched the babies waving their little hands and feet in the crib and thought of how, when he bathed them, the babies would sometimes splash around in the water, just like swimming. Before birth, babies are surrounded by amniotic fluid in their mother's womb, so swimming is very easy for them after birth. If they don't learn, they will forget this instinct as they grow up. Furthermore, swimming can improve a baby's immune and nervous system functions, enhance digestion, lung capacity, and metabolism, leading to faster growth and better health. So he decided to open a baby swimming center. However, it's inconvenient for him to take care of his child now, so he needs to find a partner. At that moment, a figure appeared in his mind. That is steamed buns. Let's get right to it. Song Shuren dialed Mantu's number. Mantu, are you free today? Today's a day off, what's up, brother Song? Come quick. I'll take you to a great place. Soon, Mantu arrived at Song Shuren's house and met up with him. My darlings, please urge me to update more, and please share more data. Chapter 66 Steamed Bun, follow Brother Song, and you'll have a bright future. Wanda Plaza, Gate 1. Wanda Plazas are all located in commercial areas with high foot traffic, surrounded by many residential communities and office buildings, with a rich population base and strong consumption potential. The transportation hub is very powerful, with connections to rail transit, expressways and main roads, which facilitates people's travel. Importantly, there is a municipal children's hospital nearby, so there is no worry about a lack of customers. Manta looked up and gazed into the distance. Brother Song, is this the good place you were talking about? Song Shuren patted the back of the steamed bun and said, "Come with me and you'll find out." Manta followed Song Shuren to the shop on the 3rd floor. This is the place. The steamed bun was puzzled. There was nothing here. It doesn't exist now, but it will in the future. I've already bought this shop and plan to start a small business here. We're short-handed right now. Would you like to start a business with me? The shop has an area of 120 square meters and is located on the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza. The surrounding shops include a children's playground, a children's clothing store, a maternity and baby store, and an early education institution. The location is truly exceptional, with no competitors yet, and there's an opportunity to collaborate and achieve mutual benefit with other stores in the future. I only realized I should buy steamed buns later. Brother Song, what did you just say? You bought this place? Holy crap! Brother Song, you actually bought this shop. Brother Song just bought a large apartment not long ago, and now he's bought such a big shop. And still at Wanda Plaza, where every inch of land is precious and highly sought after. Even with money, you might not be able to buy a good property. Manta gasped, realizing that Brother Song was incredibly powerful, someone he could only look up to. However, Brother Song's announcement that he wanted to start a business was too sudden. Mine wasn't even built yet. The company that offered me my internship promised to stamp my work permit after a month, but now 3 months have passed and I still haven't received it. I've been wanting to quit for a while, but now not only will I not get paid, the job is completely ruined. Song Shuren smiled easily. Brother can stamp your seal. They even handle the stamping. How tempting that must be for an intern. You need to give a month's notice before leaving a job, otherwise you won't get your salary. With your salary of only 800 yuan? You've hit a nerve. You're talking nonsense. I'm an ambitious indoor person too, okay? There are so many design assistants on the market. Some pay 300 yuan a month, some pay 500 yuan a month, but me, I pay 800 yuan a month. The current design environment is not good, and it is even more miserable for students who have just graduated and are doing internships. They have to do everything from measuring rooms on construction sites, drawing and drafting, to installation and acceptance. When there are clients, I go to measure their homes. When there aren't, I have to work as a salesperson to attract them. It's really tough. What's even more difficult is that the salary is only a few hundred yuan, and being late once results in a deduction of 50 yuan, while taking leave once results in a deduction of half a month's salary. At the end of the month, it's already good if you don't lose money to the company. Song Shuren was amused. Do you really want to work for someone else your whole life? Manta lowered his head and pondered for a while, then rested his chin on his hand. It's impossible to work for someone else your whole life. How could someone as talented as me work for someone else your whole life? The thought of studying hard for 10 years, only to find that even with good luck and talent, it would take another 2 or 3 years to become a designer after graduation, and even then, the salary would depend on the client's income. The design dream I once had has long been worn away by reality. Let's work together, buy a car and a house, and reach the pinnacle of life. Man's mind raced, and she thought that since Brother Song was so reliable, following him was definitely the right thing to do. Salary? Design company? Get out of here. I want to follow Brother Song. You agreed so readily without even asking me what I wanted to do? Manta patted his chest and said, Brother Song, I believe in you. Working with Brother Song will definitely lead to a bright future. I'm planning to open a baby swimming center. Song Shuren roughly explained his plans for opening a baby swimming center to Mantu. That's roughly it. You can think about whether you want to do it with me. Of course. Let alone partnering with him, I'd be happy to work for Brother Song. Didn't you just say you would never work in your life? That definitely varies from person to person. Mantu had had enough of being exploited by the company and now only wanted to follow Brother Song to make a name for himself. He didn't care about anything else. He smiled slightly and said, You don't need to work. I'll provide the money, and you just need to contribute your labor. How about we split it so that you get 40% and I get 60%? The steamed bun was shocked. A 4:6 split was too much, and he dared not take it. Brother Song, this is too much. You've contributed both money and effort, while I've given you nothing. Just give me a little salary each month, enough to keep me from starving. Song Shuren frowned. I don't want dividends, I just want my salary. She shook her head and said, "Now I have to take care of the babies, so I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on them. This is what you should take. If you think 40% is too much, then how about 30%? What do you think? Even at 30%, that's still a lot. What right do steamed buns have to deserve this?" Seeing that Manta still looked terrified. After thinking for a while, Song Shuren said, "Let's split it 80-20. You take 20%. In the future, you'll have to work harder and help me look after the store and manage the daily operations together." Seeing Song Shuren's resolute attitude, Mantu was filled with trepidation. What if I can't manage it well in the future? But seeing Song Shuren's serious expression, Manta finally nodded in agreement. "Okay, Brother Song, thank you for your trust. I will definitely work hard and not let you down." Manta felt that Brother Song had taken such good care of her, and she absolutely couldn't let him down. Seeing that Mantu agreed, Song Shuren smiled with satisfaction. With the other party's help, opening a shop doesn't require too much of my energy, so I can focus on my family. Brother Song, do you think we should bring Big Tiger and Mud Loach along too? Song Shuren estimated that they would not come. Because they had never worked with this project before, were unfamiliar with babies, and the store hadn't made any money yet. Then you should go and talk to them about it. Adhering to the principle of sharing good opportunities with his good brothers, Mantu enthusiastically called Dahu and Nicho one by one to explain the situation. Without exception, both Big Tiger and Mudloach declined. "We used to talk in the dorm about doing something big together after graduation, but now everyone has better options, and Manta feels a little disappointed." Song Shuren comforted him, saying that everyone chooses a different path, and we cannot force them to. Look, Mudfish's family is rich. His wish is to open a design company. After his internship, with his family's support, he can open a studio and realize his dream. Dahu's home is too far from Suzhou, so he wants to go back home to develop his career there in the future, since family is more important. Hearing what Song Shuren said, Manta felt a little better. Ugh, I know all that. Luckily, I have you, Brother Song, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do in the future. Speaking of this, Manta squatted to the side and secretly wiped away tears. Looking at the crowd of people coming and going, Song Shuren gently kicked the steamed bun. A man doesn't easily shed tears. There are so many people here, don't give me this kind of treatment. Alright, come home with me for lunch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Shuren brought the prepared food to the table. Honey, dinner's ready. Upon hearing this, Manta shook his head and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you're already calling me wife. Ugh, this is so cloying." When Lin Shiyu came out, Manta had already served the rice. Hee, beautiful sister-in-law, let's eat. Hee, Brother Song, this big bowl is yours. Seeing the husky grinning foolishly, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh for some reason. Delicious. Brother Song, I have to say, your cooking skills have truly reached their peak. Perhaps it's because steamed buns have an inherent comedic quality. Even if others are just standing there doing nothing, they find it funny. With steamed buns as a source of joy, the dinner table became much more cheerful. Chapter 67 Preparing to Start a Business, Boss Lin provides on-site guidance. At the dinner table, Song Shuren told Lin Shiyu about his plans to open a baby swimming center. Lin Shiyu was very supportive and worried that Song Shuren might not have enough startup capital, so she took out the card that her mother had given her before she left. You can take it and use it first. Song Shuren served her some food, saying, "This is from your aunt. Keep it safe. I still have some money on me." Lin Shiyu gave an O and asked uncertainly, "Are you really sure you're enough?" Of course it's enough for him. This time, the system not only rewarded him with a shop, but also with 200,000 yuan in cash. Combined with the previous rewards, it's more than enough for him to buy equipment and do renovations. Song Shuren gave her an affirming look, "That's enough." Lin Shiyu was relieved and took back the card. Her actions gave Song Shuren a new idea. However, we can get a card for the babies and deposit some money into it regularly. When they grow up, we can give it to them to do whatever they want. What do you think, honey? Lin Shiyu slapped her forehead. That's a great idea. Let's get the kids some memberships after we finish eating, and you can take me to check out the shops while we're at it. We can make some plans together. Song Shuren felt that when it comes to interior design, girls' aesthetic sense is somewhat different from boys. They might be able to offer advice they didn't expect. So he decided to take Lin Shiyu to the shop to see the scene. Mantu, this foodie, is already completely absorbed in the delicious food made by Song Shuren. With every bite, I exclaimed in amazement at what divine deliciousness this was. Holy crap, this is so delicious, it goes perfectly with rice. This is already the second bowl of rice that Mantu has eaten. Eat more if you like it. After lunch, Lin Shiyu opened a savings account at an agricultural bank near Jiangyue Bay. There was no need to queue at the counter to open an account. The bank teller quickly processed her savings card on the machine. As soon as the card was opened, Lin Shiyu deposited 40,000 yuan into it, 10,000 yuan for each baby. Manta stayed in the car watching the babies, waiting for Song Shuren and his wife to get in. He asked in disbelief, "Brother Song, your car is amazing. The back seat space is so big, unlike some cars where you can't even fit your legs in the back. And even with the air conditioning on, there wasn't that unpleasant smell in the car." As someone who gets motion sickness easily, no matter how skilled the driver is, I'm guaranteed to throw up within half an hour of smelling anything in the car. He was quite amazed, as all of his dorm mates had signed up for driving lessons together. I was the first person to get a driver's license, and Brother Song was the first to buy a car. After finishing their business at the bank, the group arrived at Wanda Plaza. The commercial center truly lives up to its name. Even on a non-holiday, there's still such a large flow of people. Song Shuren sighed. The underground parking lot was marked as full, so it seemed he would have to go further away to see if there were any parking spaces. After searching for a long time, I finally found a parking space and parked the car. Song Shuren pushed the stroller, and Lin Shiyu's good looks attracted the attention of passers-by. People were whispering among themselves as they looked at the four-seater stroller. Although it's not a rest day, some alumni who don't have classes still come out to stroll around. Those two are very popular figures on campus. Everyone knows them. Even if you've never met her in person, you've at least seen her photos. With her stunning good looks, everyone who's seen her is deeply impressed. Look, isn't that Lin Shiyu, our school's most beautiful girl, who just walked by? It seems so. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. What's she doing here? Could that guy next to her be the school heartthrob, Song Shuren? I heard they got together and had 4 babies. I can't believe it's true. I wish my boyfriend was this handsome. Stop dreaming. Good-looking people hang out with other good-looking people. The couple had long been used to this. They were now a legally married couple and didn't care if they were seen. 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza. Poetry is right here. The surrounding area is full of maternity and baby products or children's play areas, so the location seems quite good. Song Shuren took the key and unlocked the U-shaped lock on the door. This shop is quite large. It needs to be planned out carefully. This area needs a front desk, a baby swimming pool area, a rest area, a changing area, and you can also sell baby swimming supplies here. Also, the walls should be coated with a safe, waterproof paint. Lin Shiyu was making plans with great enthusiasm, a smile she couldn't hide on her lips. Sister-in-law, leave these to me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Manta pulled out a measuring tape from somewhere and started measuring the dimensions of the room. After all, he hadn't spent several months at the renovation company for nothing. He had learned a thing or two. Song Shuren and Mantu are in the same major, so he knows a bit about these things. He can just draw up the plans and find workers to do the renovation himself. I'll go with you. Then I went to the shop next door and borrowed a pen and paper. Hiring a renovation company would probably be expensive, and the materials they use wouldn't be guaranteed. After taking the measurements and drawing up the design, the 3 of them discussed the decorating style. I remember we visited a building materials market during our previous social practice. We can go check it out later. Brother Song, I'll listen to whatever you say. Half an hour later. Song Shuren pushed the babies into the building materials market. Young man, are these quadruplets? Yes. What a lucky guy, the boss said with an envious look. Manta sometimes comes here to buy supplies for work, so he's a regular customer of this place. The owner recognized Mantu at a glance. Are you with this handsome guy? What are you planning to buy today? I've quit my job to start a business with him, and we need some environmentally friendly building materials, as well as 50 or 70 millimeters water pipes. I have them all. They're newly arrived environmentally friendly building materials. Mantu and Song Shuren went with the boss to look at the materials, while Lin Shiyu sat on a chair by the door watching the babies. At this moment, the proprietress brought over a plate of sliced watermelon. Girl, have some watermelon. On a sweltering day, nothing beats the pleasure of eating a slice of watermelon in the stuffy building materials market. Lin Shiyu was pleasantly surprised and thanked the proprietress. No need to be so polite. Let the men handle their own affairs. We should eat and drink as usual. The proprietress also sat down and started chatting with Lin Shiyu. Are you renovating your new house? No, we're planning to open a baby swimming center. It was probably opened because of these babies. Lin Shiyu smiled slightly and nodded. Baby swimming center, my daughter's baby is due soon, I'll have her come to your place to support us. Ha, I'll definitely give you a discount then. Your baby is so cute. Oh my, look at him, staring at me with his round little eyes. Women who have been mothers simply have no resistance to little babies. Then please deliver it to this address for us. Thank you. No need to be so polite, it's no problem. Song Shuren shook hands with the boss. Poetry, let's go. On the way, Song Shuren and Manto hummed a song. So happy? Looks like the talks went well. The boss is great, he introduced us to a construction team, so we don't have to find construction workers ourselves anymore, which saves us a lot of trouble. That would be wonderful. The renovation is progressing smoothly so far. Chapter 68, The Baby's Predicted Dad's Prediction. On the bus, Song Shuren and Manto discussed the materials and the later construction issues. Lin Shiyu, being an outsider, couldn't understand it all and couldn't join their conversation. She looked down at her 4 adorable little bundles of joy and said, when the renovations are finished, how about our babies be the first to experience it? The baby was babbling, as if answering its mother's words. Brother Song, please let me off at the subway entrance ahead. Why don't we have dinner together first? Have a meal. Manta's eyes lit up. Brother Song's cooking was truly unforgettable. No, I'm going to the company to submit my resignation, and then I'll go back to school. After a moment of internal struggle, Manto gritted her teeth and decided to hold off on eating for the time being. Arrive. After the car came to a complete stop, Manto got off. Please drive safely on the road. Manto took the subway to work. He resigned with a flourish. He then returned to school. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, he immediately opened his laptop and drew a standard construction drawing so that the construction workers could see it. Staring at the computer screen for a moment, I think we can first create some modeling and renderings to see the overall effect, and then make changes if there are any unsuitable ones. However, this workload would take him a very long time to complete by himself. Therefore, he found several other skilled modelers to help him create the renderings. The group gathered at the school library, divided the work, and worked together until the library closed. On the other side, Jiang Yuebei. In the middle of the night, Kwai Kwai, the little glutton, woke up and started whining for milk. Song Shuren skillfully prepared the formula, tested the temperature with his hand, and only fed it to Kwai Kwai when it was suitable. Practice makes perfect. Now he moves quickly and gently without waking the other babies. After the little one finished eating, Song Shuren wanted to sleep but didn't dare to. Based on experience, if one baby is hungry or needs a diaper change, the other babies will likely follow suit soon, so he kept waiting. Time passed second by second, and Song Shuren yawned repeatedly. The baby seemed to have anticipated his prediction. He didn't cry, pee, or poop, but slept peacefully with a sweet smile on his face from time to time. He glanced at the babies in the crib, gently tucked them in, and prepared to go to sleep. Wow! A cry broke the silence of the night. Startled awake, Lin Shiyu sat up. What happened? Song Shuren, who was about to get up, seemed to be frozen in place. I wondered, did I wake the baby by moving too much when I was tucking the blanket in? Will Shiyu be woken up? I was just getting ready to go to sleep. Heavens above! I stayed up all day without crying, but then I started crying just as I was about to go to sleep. It's nothing, it's probably just that he pooped. Judging from the penetrating power of the voice, it must be Tuanchuan. When Song Shuren took a look, he saw that Tuan Tuan had indeed pooped, and he was immediately at a loss for words. You know how to pick your time. After changing Tuanchuan's diaper, Yuan Yuan and Lele started whimpering. It seems the baby isn't quiet, it's just not the right time yet. Lin Shiyu held the baby in her arms, unbuttoned her clothes, and fed both babies at the same time. Don't worry, no one's going to take it from you. Song Shuren wanted to feed her formula, but since Lin Shiyu was awake, he decided to let her breastfeed. Compared to the gentle and refined Yuan Yuan next to her, Lele's mouth was like a big sieve, and as she ate, she soaked Lin Shiyu's clothes in front of her chest. Lele, slow down, you're getting mommy's clothes wet. Lin Shiyu pulled out a few tissues to put underneath to prevent the milk from continuing to flow down. After feeding Lele, Lin Shiyu's clothes on the left side of her chest were soaked, and her chest was vaguely visible. Whenever the babies eat too quickly and suck too hard, some milk always leaks out and wets their clothes. You should breastfeed your baby at least several times a day. If you don't breastfeed, the milk will overflow and wet your clothes. Lin Shiyu covered her chest shyly and said, "I'm going to change my clothes." Even though it was a very ordinary thing, she still felt a little embarrassed in front of Song Shuren. The clothes she changes out of every day can pile up into a small hill in a basin. Summer clothes are lighter and less dirty, so Song Shuren would wash the clothes they had changed out of that day after taking a shower every day. It's quite hot and humid at night now, so the couple doesn't dare to turn on the air conditioner for too long, fearing that the baby will get sick from the air conditioning, so they have to use an electric fan instead. The baby is small and easily kicks off the blankets, so I don't dare to put a fan on them, for fear that they will catch a cold at night. After patting the baby's back to burp, Song Shuren held a palm leaf fan and fanned the bedside. The father fanned a gentle, cool breeze, and the babies instantly quieted down, soon drifting off into a sweet dream. Babies are now drinking milk at increasingly different times, which has led to different times for urination and defecation. This is not. Lin Shiyu, who had just changed her clothes, and Song Shuren, who had been putting the baby to sleep, lay down for less than an hour when their eldest child pooped. The two were awakened again by the crying. With the system's support, Song Shuren could quickly recover his energy after a rest, but Lin Shiyu was still drowsy. She sensed Song Shuren getting up and the sound of him unpacking diapers, knowing he was changing the baby's diaper, so she fell asleep again with peace of mind. After all that fuss, Song Shuren lay down to rest. The next day, Lin Shiyu discovered an ulcer in her mouth while brushing her teeth. "Let me see." "Ah." Lin Shiyu opened her mouth, and Song Shuren opened her lips, revealing an ulcer above her lips, which was also somewhat red and swollen. "Does it hurt?" Lin Shiyu covered her mouth and nodded. It hurt. Maybe she'd been eating too much spicy food lately. New mothers need to be especially careful about medication while breastfeeding, as some medications may enter breast milk through the bloodstream and directly affect the baby. Song Shuren picked up his phone and sent a message to Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen replied that there are many factors that can trigger oral ulcers. The most common ones are a lack of certain elements or internal heat. However, during pregnancy, excessive stress and lack of rest can also cause ulcers. The new mother still needs to rest more. She can buy a bottle of watermelon frost spray from the pharmacy and apply it to the ulcer. Song Shuren asked worriedly, "Will that affect my breast milk?" "Don't worry, it won't have any effect. You can use watermelon frost while breastfeeding. It has anti-inflammatory, ulcer healing and antibacterial effects, and can help with oral ulcers. However, it should not be too much, it must be in moderation. If it still doesn't get better, you should go to the hospital for treatment in time." "Thank you, Dr. Chen." After breakfast, Song Shuren went to the pharmacy to buy watermelon frost spray, and also bought fruits rich in various vitamins. As soon as I got home, I sprayed the medicine on Lin Shiyu and then went to the kitchen to cut her a fruit platter. Looking at the beautiful and delicious fruit platter in front of her, Lin Shiyu felt a warm feeling in her heart, as if she were being cherished. Chapter 69. Look. A beautiful woman is sneaking a meal. It was almost noon, and Song Shuren was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Lin Shiyu insisted on helping out. As a novice, she naturally took on the task of peeling the loofah. The arduous task of peeling garlic and preparing pork for special processing. While doing chores, Lin Shiyu marveled at her husband's smooth and skillful work, her eyes filled with admiration. Such smooth knife skills. Each ingredient is evenly divided into multiple pieces of the same size, ensuring that each piece is heated more evenly and tastes better. No wonder that even though the steps are the same, some people's dishes don't taste nearly as good as his. It seems my husband's cooking skills are truly amazing. Come on, have a taste. Is it salty enough? Lin Shiyu took a bite, gave a thumbs up, and exclaimed, "Delicious." Song Shuren brought the cooked dishes to the table, and Lin Shiyu followed closely behind. After arriving at the dining table, Lin Shiyu sat down directly. Song Shuren returned to the kitchen, but was halfway there. He suddenly turned around. Just then, I saw Lin Shiyu pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. No stealing food. With a piece of meat in her mouth, Lin Shiyu's cheeks were chubby, and her round eyes looked at Song Shuren with a giggle. The baby's feeding times are now completely out of sync. We were only halfway through our lunch when one of the babies started whimpering. Lin Shiyu sighed as she looked at the delicious food in front of her. Mom's here. I just finished feeding this one, and after sitting down and taking a couple of bites of food, I have to get up again to feed the other one. Song Shuren could help her with other things, but breastfeeding was her personal task. Although I have formula available, I still try to breastfeed whenever it's convenient for me. At this moment, Mantu brought over a folder containing renderings and construction layout diagrams of the baby swimming pool. I didn't expect the steamed buns to be made so quickly. Overall, it was pretty good, basically as I imagined. However, the mural could be changed to a more lively and childlike design, and the chair could incorporate some animal elements. The color scheme could be a bit lighter, not too bright, as it's easy to get tired of the look and doesn't feel sophisticated. Song Shuren offered suggestions to Mantu, and adjustments were quickly made. After some time, Mantu released version 2.0 of the renderings for the baby swimming pool. He and Lin Shiyu were both very satisfied with the 2.0 version design. Brother Song, then I'll contact the construction team and have them do the work. Okay. I'll keep an eye on things here, so you can rest assured and take care of your sister-in-law and the child. You've worked hard. I'll treat you to a big meal later. No need for a big meal, but after it's all set up, can I come over to your house for a free meal? Chef Song's cooking seems to truly cure all fatigue. Of course. The renovation will take about a month. The original floor tiles need to be removed, and new waterproofing and moisture-proofing treatments need to be done. The walls also need to be plastered, and pipes need to be laid, as well as lighting fixtures, etc. Manta spends his days either overseeing the store's renovations or on his way to inspect other swimming pools. He took notes on how others advertised, what documents were needed, and what precautions to take. That day, Song's mother called specifically to give her son some instructions. Even though Lin Shiyu has finished her postpartum confinement, we can't let our guard down. We still need to take good care of her and the baby. It's been so hot lately. Mom knows you young people like to drink milk tea and eat ice cream, but Shiyu just finished her postpartum confinement, so we should be careful, otherwise she might develop health problems later. Also, eat less of those foods that cause internal heat, as they can affect breast milk production and may be passed on to the baby. Babies tend to sweat a lot, so use a small sweat towel to gently wipe their bodies clean, and remember to apply some baby powder afterwards. Song's mother talked on the phone for half an hour, giving detailed instructions on everything from food and drink to accommodation and transportation. There's also the full moon celebration, you guys need to put some effort into it too. Your dad and I have picked out a few dates, you can decide which day it is, and whether you want to hold it back home or in the city. Song Shuren was about to answer when he was interrupted by his mother. The countryside is more lively, but the weather is hot and there are many mosquitoes that can easily bite a baby's delicate skin. The city is much better, it's clean, hygienic, and has air conditioning. Song Shuren? Mom, you've already made up your mind, why are you asking me? You and Shiyu should set a time first. When that time comes, relatives and some neighbors will come to attend the baby's full moon celebration. Remember to find a hotel. Oh right, I was so happy I forgot. I'll send you the guest list. You can also invite your friends over, so everyone can have a good time. Okay, I understand, Mom. Just as Song's mother hung up the phone, the Golden Fairy Tale Photography Studio called. Hello Mr. Song, this is Zhang from Golden Fairy Tale Studio. After the last photoshoot, a passerby posted photos of us talking in the corridor online, and netizens discovered our studio. Unexpectedly, it attracted a lot of attention. It took us a whole month to finally print out the photos of the babies. I'm so sorry. Song Shuren felt that the time was not a big problem. After all, the photographer was taking pictures of the baby for free, and he also had to take pictures of other customers on weekdays. It was reasonable to wait a little longer. Mr. Song, would you mind telling us your home address? I'll send you the photos. I live in Unit 2, Building A, Jiangyue Bay. Okay, when are you free? I'll deliver it to you as soon as possible. Anything is fine today. After feeding the babies, Lin Shiyu fanned them with a fan to lull them to sleep. The midday sun was scorching, so she moved the baby's crib to a shady spot in the room and drew half of the curtains. With her hair pulled back to one side, she sat beside the crib, telling stories to the babies with a voice so gentle and melodious. Sunlight streamed in from the other half of the window, casting a golden glow that made her profile appear exceptionally gentle. Her pale yellow long dress seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. After lunch break, the people from Golden Fairy Tale arrived. Song Shuren poured Xiao Zhang a glass of water, and the three of them chatted idly on the sofa in the living room. These are the photos I took last time. Are you satisfied with them? Lin Shiyu took the photos. Each one was adorable, without excessive retouching, which further highlighted the baby's natural beauty. Honey, look how cute our baby is. That's because your parents have good genes. Of all the babies photographed, your baby is definitely the cutest. Xiao Zhang praised the babies one after another, using all the most beautiful adjectives to describe them. The babies don't understand, but the mothers are overjoyed. Doesn't the baby look even cuter now? Can I see the baby? That's natural. The babies inherited their parents' good looks and are getting better and better as they grow up. Even the fourth child, who was rather thin when he was young, has become chubby and fair-skinned under the careful care of the two parents. My darlings, please urge me to update more and give me more data. Chapter 70, A Battle of Aesthetic Tastes Among Parents. The babies are absolutely adorable. Song Shuren took the photo to his room, put it in a pre-prepared frame, and placed it on his bedside table. There's another picture next to it, taken when the babies were just born. They spent so much time together every day that they didn't realize how much their baby had changed. Now, comparing the two, they see that their baby is growing healthily at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. Looking at the little ones beside her, who were so well fed and healthy, Song Shuren felt a strange, indescribable feeling. He wanted the babies to grow up quickly, but he also wanted them to grow up slowly. He was always conflicted. Seeing that the babies were awake, they were wheeled out. Photographer Xiao Zhang exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! The babies have grown so much. Just as I expected, the girls are natural beauties, and the boys will be the youth of so many girls when they grow up." Song Shuren had just looked at the before and after photos of his babies a month ago. The babies were growing up so fast that he was stunned when he saw the photos. He knew that the real reason Xiao Zhang had come this time was definitely not just to deliver a photo. They took really good photos, and he wanted to document his baby more, afraid that time would slip away unnoticed. Now that the babies are a bit older, it's time to take a set of full-month photos. Look, these are all our client photos. Photographer Xiao Zhang's tablet is filled with all sorts of sample photos, making it hard for parents to choose. This one looks good, and this one is nice too. This is hilarious. We currently have special offers available, including packages for $888, $1380, $1888, and $2,888, which include decoration for adults. If you don't want to have your photos taken at the store, we also offer on-site shooting services. This is great. We can take photos at home, so we don't have to take these 4 babies around, and we don't have to worry about the babies not adapting well to unfamiliar environments. And there are also options for adults, so you can take a family photo at the same time as taking a full moon photo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's choose the one with adults. Xiao Zhang smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll contact the studio. Please wait a moment." After choosing a look for her baby, Xiao Zhang called the studio's outdoor photography team. While waiting, Lin Shiyu applied a light, sheer makeup look, which was perfect for the theme of the upcoming photoshoot. Song Shuren kept looking through old photos of her babies, eagerly anticipating this photoshoot. About 20 minutes later, all the store staff arrived. Props and filming equipment were gradually moved in, and Song Shuren also cleared out an open space for the photographer to set up the scene. The photographer was setting up and testing the equipment, and the stylist came in with the babies' outfits. Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren held the fabric in their hands and felt its quality. If the fabric was too rough, it would easily rub against the baby's delicate skin. They carefully checked the clothes for any dirt or stains, in case the clothes had been worn and not washed properly, which could cause allergies in the baby. The staff noticed their concerns and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, we send all the props we use after each shoot to be cleaned and disinfected, including these little toys the babies are holding." The quality feels just as the staff described. It's very soft and has a great texture. The clothes are also very clean and won't have any impact on the baby. Now that everything is set up, please welcome our 4 adorable little ones to the stage. The first set is an adorable white rabbit theme. The soft and fragrant baby really looks like a little white rabbit. The babies are very flexible, and they can easily perform all sorts of difficult moves. The stylist spent a long time adjusting the baby's hands and feet before finally getting them into a suitable position. Debao lay on a big radish, squinting his eyes, like a little white rabbit enjoying a bountiful harvest, dreaming sweet dreams inside the radish. The second and fourth babies nestled together quietly in their fluffy nest, which was also decorated with a few small carrots. The babies looked so soft and cuddly, they were incredibly cute. Sanbao nestled in a basket, cradling a carrot slightly smaller than himself in his arms. His eyes are wide open, like a little rabbit prince guarding the princess's dreams. Okay. That's settled. As soon as we set them up, the babies started to move around again. Hang in there, babies. Photographer Xiao Zhang quickly pressed the shutter. Click, click. A series of shots. After a few close calls, the photoshoot was successfully completed. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu couldn't wait to get in front of the camera to see how the photos turned out. The first few pictures are normal, but in the last one, De Bao drooled for some unknown reason. You know what, this unexpected thing actually fits the scene quite well. Did Kwai Kwai really dream that he was eating a giant radish? It smells so good, my mouth is watering. Lin Shiyu teased Kwai Kwai while wiping his drool. The group photos of the babies are finished. Next up are their individual photos. The two looked at the identical customer photos. They were nice to look at, but they lacked something special. They discussed it briefly and decided to create their own props and backdrops for the baby's 1-month-old photos, taking a set of unique full moon portraits. As a result, Dad was in charge of styling the first and second children, while Mom was in charge of styling the third and fourth children. Let's also see whose aesthetic sense is better. Song Shuren quickly chose a cool denim style for De Bao. Several magazines and English newspapers were irregularly arranged on the soft carpet. Then, Song Shuren rolled up the cuffs of his jeans to the top, put the baby inside the waistband, and let the little feet stick out from the wide pant legs. He put on a cool beanie and thick white sunglasses. Click, click. The camera is connected to the computer, and the photos taken will be displayed on the computer immediately. Wow! No wonder he's my son, he's so handsome. Song Shuren raised his eyebrows smugly at Lin Shiyu. It's Leilei's turn. Leilei's skin is fairer than other babies, like a little prince. The backdrop was changed to black. Since there happened to be a moon-shaped pillow at home, Lin Shiyu asked the staff to make a few stars to place around the moon, and then get a little prince outfit for Leilei. Hey, don't move. Just as Leilei was put in a good position, he rolled over again, and the stylist quickly went to readjust the baby's position. Leilei lay on the moon, holding a bouquet of roses, looking just like the little prince from a fairy tale. The little prince's quote is, "There may be 5,000 flowers in the world that look exactly like you, but you are my one and only rose." This is also the best blessing a mother can give to her baby. Tuanchuan is a well-behaved baby with a round, rosy face. Lin Shiyu suggested, why don't we take a Snow White-themed photo of Tuanchuan? No. Didn't you take the apple to film Snow White? That's too tacky, let's photograph apples. Apple? Song Shuren took a few apples with 5 or more protective nets still attached from the coffee table, arranged them in a semicircle, and then removed the protective nets from the pomelos, washed them, and put them over the baby's head, revealing a rosy little face. The baby's chubby, rosy cheeks looked just like a sweet, juicy apple, making you want to take a bite. A ring of small apples surrounds a large apple in the center, accompanied by the caption, "The big one isn't for sale, the small ones are 5 yuan." Photographer Xiao Zhang frantically pressed the camera, not wanting to miss a single moment of the baby's life, because those moments were when the baby was most natural and even more adorable. Finally, our fourth child, Yuan, arrived. She's the youngest baby in the family and a little princess showered with affection. She is the younger sister of her older brothers and sisters, and a gift from heaven to her parents, so let's make a bouquet design for her. The blankets were tied into the shape of a bouquet and draped over the baby, then surrounded by flowers. The baby looked like a flower fairy surrounded by flowers. To make the baby laugh, Lin Shiyu squeezed a little yellow duck to make a clucking sound, while Song Shuren made funny faces to amuse the baby. Yuan, smile. Click. The baby hasn't grown any teeth yet, but his innocent and pure smile melted the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 71 Examination. Doctor, you must have a way, right? After taking pictures of the baby, things became much easier. Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren changed into clothes in the same color scheme and took several warm and cozy photos with their baby, their happiness practically overflowing from the screen. The filming wrapped up at 5 p.m. The babies were hungry, so Lin Shiyu pushed them into the room to breastfeed. Everyone has worked hard, take a break. Song Shuren handed each staff member a bottle of water. Song Shuren also returned to the room to change the baby's diapers. After finishing their work, the couple sat down at the computer with great enthusiasm to select photos. Their yawning, runny nose, pouting, and whimpering were all captured by the camera's keen eye. Ha, look at this picture of Tuanchuan, it's hilarious. This photo is blurry, but the babies are still so cute. The photographer asked them to choose the cutest few photos from each group. Every single one of them is so cute, and I want to keep every single one of them, so how am I supposed to choose? This is so cute. Lin Shiyu excitedly slapped Song Shirin's thigh. This one is great too, the smile is so healing. In this group photo of the babies, every single one of them looks great. You absolutely have to keep that picture that makes your mouth water. After a long selection process, the staff told them that there was now a more cost-effective package. For an additional 199 yuan per set of photos, they could choose 3 more photos to print, and from the family portrait, they could choose one to be printed as a large 24-inch framed photo, which they would also frame and deliver. The staff member scrolled through the computer screen, and this picture was perfect. Each of you could hold 2 babies, and the babies behaved very well. This photo is indeed well taken. Lin Shiyu and Song Shirin are smiling and their eyes are full of affection. Some of the babies are looking at their parents with their big, round eyes, while others are smiling so much that their eyes are curved into little crescents. The family of 6 looks very happy. Although this is a sales tactic, it sounds pretty good. Moreover, they could select several more adorable photos of their babies to be printed, so the 2 immediately decided to participate in this package deal. The babies negative. Don't worry, we will send you all the babies' negatives later. We'll send you the edited photos later so you can see them. Once you're satisfied, we'll print them out and send them to you. The total is 3,087. How do I pay? Swipe your card. After payment, the staff moved the equipment and left. The next morning, Song Shirin was awakened by the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of taking full-month photos of your baby. The system rewards you with 50,000 yuan in cash and 4 bottles of baby-grade sunscreen spray. Note, the sunscreen spray has safe ingredients and will not harm your baby's skin. It has to be said that the system is really good at understanding people's hearts. Last night he was thinking about whether he should buy sunscreen for the babies since the sun is so strong, but he was worried about the safety of the ingredients. I didn't expect the system to reward me with baby sunscreen spray today, and since it's a system reward, the ingredients are definitely reliable. Poetry, wake up. Lin Shiyu rubbed her eyes groggily. What time is it? The sun's already high in the sky, time to get up. Today's your follow-up appointment at the hospital. The hospital initially recommended that both mother and baby return for a checkup at 1 month postpartum to assess any postpartum issues and the baby's physical development. The couple had discussed it last night and decided to go to the hospital this morning. After getting up, washing up, and packing the baby's things for the outing, we set off. Because Song Shirin had already made an appointment on his mobile phone in advance, the doctor ordered different tests for Lin Shiyu and the baby. The X-rays were taken on the 4th floor, and the tests were done on the 3rd floor. Lin Shiyu first took the examination report to have her wound examined, her pelvic floor muscles examined, and her ultrasound scan performed. The baby will have a checkup scheduled on the 5th floor of the neonatal ward. Song Shirin then took the baby to the neonatal department for a checkup. The baby's checkup was completed very quickly. Song Shirin went to the 4th floor to find Lin Shiyu. The babies were developing very well and were all healthy. That's good. Number 27, Lin Shiyu. Honey, I'm going to get my checkup done first. Could you grab my bag for me? Song Shirin waited with the babies on a chair outside the ultrasound room for Lin Shiyu to come out. This checkup is mainly to check the mother's recovery, whether she has fully recovered, and to treat any lingering problems promptly. The men who accompanied their wives to the checkup noticed the way their wives looked at Song Shirin and all cast curious glances at this handsome father. A strong smell of vinegar permeated the entire waiting room. The adorable babies in the strollers made them want to take a second look, their eyes filled with envy. A few minutes later, Lin Shiyu came out of the ultrasound room. The men who had just been casting curious glances at Song Shirin softened their gazes when they saw Lin Shiyu. What are you looking at? A woman with a slightly protruding belly asked, tugging at the ear of the man next to her. I didn't see it. The man bent over and covered his ears. Didn't you see? The woman raised her voice, tightening her grip on the man's ear. The other women also cast sharp glances at their men. The two waited a while, received the test results, and returned to the outpatient department. Dr. Chen, all the test reports are here. Dr. Chen was busy writing medical records when he heard the sound and looked up to adjust his glasses. The reports are all online, you can keep these yourselves. Dr. Chen switched computer screens to view their reports. The more I looked at it, the more my brows furrowed. Song Shuren asked worriedly, Doctor, is there a problem? Dr. Chen shook his head. Lin Shiyu's heart was in her throat. Could it be a problem with the baby? If she were to get sick, she would prefer it to be herself, not the baby. Dr. Chen shook his head. Dr. Chen, just tell us what's wrong. We can handle it. Okay, I'll eat and drink whatever I want when I get back. Song Shuren was struck dumb. He grabbed the doctor's hand, thinking, there must still be a way, right? Doctor, you can't give up. The doctor pushed Song Shuren's hand away. What? I mean, your recovery is amazing, especially your wife's. There's not a trace of postpartum recovery, and all the babies are in great shape. They can eat and drink whatever they want when they get back. You scared me to death, doctor. Song Shuren breathed a sigh of relief. Doctor, promise me you won't frown so easily anymore, okay? The phrase eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink is just too heavy a burden. But it's good that you're all healthy. It was a close call. I'll pay attention next time. I'll write your medical records first. I arrived at the hospital at 10 a.m., and by the time everything was done, it was already noon. Lin Shiyu, who had only eaten a small steamed bun for breakfast, was already starving. Chapter 72: A New Mother's Song. Song Shuren took her to a restaurant next to the hospital to eat roast meat rice. The boss still remembers him. Is this the wife you've been longing for? She's beautiful and lucky. Take another look at the 4 babies that Song Shuren is pushing in the stroller. Are these 4 babies also yours? Quadruplets. Your luck is incredible. Song Shuren often ate at this restaurant while taking care of Lin Shiyu in the hospital. Over time, the boss got to know him. Moreover, Song Shuren's outstanding appearance and temperament, coupled with his status as a father and an older man, make him unforgettable. The new hospital campus is almost finished, and we will move there next spring. Many people were discussing this during the meal. The midday sun was high in the sky, and the asphalt road outside was scorching hot. This roast meat restaurant is quite old, and inside there are only a few oscillating fans hanging on the walls, no air conditioning, so it's not very cool, but at least it's much better than the natural steamers outside. After finishing their meal, Song Shuren pushed the baby to the door. Just one more step forward was the poison circle, and the two stopped in their tracks as if by unspoken agreement. This store is a bit far from the parking area over there. It's fine for adults, but I'm worried about the baby. He looked at the scorching sun outside and remembered the sunscreen spray that the system had rewarded him with today, which would come in handy. Put. Song Shuren sprayed sunscreen on the babies, waited a few seconds for it to form a film, then pushed the babies out to get the stroller and hurried home. I had barely sat down when Manta called. Brother Song, I've already done the research. The nearby hospitals usually have a lot of newborns in the last 2 months. By the time we finish the renovation, these newborns will be just 1 or 2 months old, representing a potential customer base. Manta reported the renovation progress to Song Shuren and also sent him a promotional poster she designed. Oh my god. Why did you print my photo on it too? In the poster, Song Shuren is wearing black swimming trunks and blue swimming goggles on his head, showing off his perfect figure. In addition, there are 4 adorable human cubs at the bottom of the poster, which are sure to melt anyone's heart at first glance. Several colorful artistic signs surrounded the sign, announcing a grand opening promotion. The first 100 customers to register will receive enthusiastic instruction from the Perfect Dad team. Brother Song, use your looks to attract some customers. It's a business strategy. I can accept the rest, but the top 100? Do you expect me to soak in water forever? That makes sense, I'll revise it then. A short while later, Manta sent another new promotional flyer image. There are no major differences, otherwise the top 100 has become 10. Brother Song, how's it going? You should be able to handle 10 people, right? Song Shuren looked at the poster and smiled helplessly. Whatever. Manta thought Brother Song would reject the design proposal, but to her surprise, it was approved. She jumped up and down with joy. Okay, bro, I'll get on it right now. After hanging up the phone, Song Shuren lay on the sofa, lost in thought. Dr. Chen's words echoed in my mind. Babies of this age can appropriately exercise their grasping ability. Because babies are born with the ability to grasp, but mostly keep their fists clenched, consciously practicing opening and closing can stimulate their sense of touch and further develop their brains. Just as he was about to take the toy out, Lin Shiyu had already come out carrying the toy. There are animal-shaped rattles, hanging toys, rattles, and some small dolls. Babies' favorite toys are animal-shaped rattles. These are not only soft, but can also be placed next to a baby's pillow as a companion. They are also within easy reach of the baby when they wake up, without being restricted in their movement. At this stage, the baby is still in the sleep phase and mainly focuses on seeing and hearing. There aren't many toys available for them to play with. Animal sticks and rattles are just right to satisfy the baby's observation of close-up objects and develop their hearing. Sometimes they also express their emotions by stretching their arms and kicking their legs. At this time, hand rattles can help develop their grasping ability, and the sound of the bells also increases their curiosity and gives them a desire to explore. Of course, there is another benefit, which is that it is a great tool for soothing babies. Rocking a baby a few times when they cry can help them calm down. Lin Shiyu handed the rattles to the babies, who grabbed them and shook them repeatedly, making a jingling sound. The sound attracted the baby's attention. Kwai Kwai looked at the hand rattle in his hand with curiosity, constantly observing where the sound came from. Yuan Yuan was amused by the crisp bell sound of the hand rattle and laughed out loud. Lele was playing when she reached out and handed it to her mother. Is Lele not playing anymore? Abu Abu. Song Shuren took the toy and shook it in front of Lele. The ringing sound made Lele clap her little hands. Lele is so smart, he knew he was getting tired from rocking and wanted his mom to rock him for him. Tuanchuan, you can't put toys in your mouth. Babies this age are always curious about new things, which is also a way for them to explore the world. Lin Shiyu took the toy out of Tuanchuan's little mouth and gently patted it. The toy is dirty, no way. Every time, the baby bites the toys, and after playing with them, the toys get covered in the baby's saliva. If they are not cleaned in time, bacteria will grow and affect the baby's health. Therefore, they clean the baby's toys every 1 or 2 days. Song Shuren assembled the hanging toys above the crib, and the swaying toys instantly attracted the baby's attention. The toy, suspended by a rope, swayed rhythmically due to inertia, and the babies, with wide eyes, followed the toy's swing. They are all so adorable. After the swinging stopped, Lin Shiyu shook the rattle drum to attract the babies with the sound. The babies were immediately drawn to the rattle and stared intently at the toy in their mother's hand. Lin Shiyu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she shook a rattle drum and sang rhymes to the babies. A pug was standing at the gate. Its eyes are dark and it wants to eat meat bones. A pug, after eating the meat bone, it wagged its tail and nodded at me. The babies seemed to really enjoy the rhymes their mother sang, and they all looked like they wanted more. Lin Shiyu is shaking a rattle drum. Do the babies like it? Who wants it? Whoever raises their hand first, mommy will give them the rattle to play with. Quickly raise your hand first. Hurry up, then mom will let my brother play with the rattle first. The babies naturally couldn't understand what their mother was saying. They just became even more active, reaching out to grab the rattle as soon as it made a sound. He quickly grabbed the rattle and shook it for a long time, but couldn't hear the same banging sound as his mother. His dark, grape-like eyes were filled with confusion. He seemed a little impatient and was swinging the toy around forcefully. Lin Shiyu was worried that Kwai Kwai might accidentally hit other babies. Kwai Kwai, that's not how it's done. Come on, let mommy teach you. Lin Shiyu grabbed Kwai Kwai's hand and shook it from side to side, making a banging sound with the small stick next to the rattle drum. Kwai Kwai was having a great time. Chapter 73: A Lullaby for the New Dad. The baby is still young and not very familiar with how to play with the rattle drum. The babies all sleep together, and Lin Shiyu was afraid that Kwai Kwai might accidentally hit another baby, so she took the rattle drum away. It's fine if she doesn't take it, but as soon as she does, her little mouth pouts higher than the sky, looking all round. Hurry up, it's not that mommy won't let you play, it's just that I'm afraid you'll hit your younger siblings. Can we play again later? Her eyes quickly welled up with tears, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Ugh! She quickly burst into tears. Here you go. Lin Shiyu put the rattle drum back into Kwai Kwai's hands. Quickly, her tears stopped, and she grabbed the rattle drum, shaking and waving it around. Her crying gradually turned into laughter. Lin Shiyu looked terrified, but he started crying again as soon as the rattle drum was taken away. She had no choice but to seek help from Song Shuren. Song Shuren didn't like Kwai Kwai's bad habit, but he couldn't be too forceful and take the toys away. Quickly, give the rattle to Daddy, and Daddy will sing you a nursery rhyme. Here, give it to Dad. Song Shuren slowly and gently took the rattle drum from Kwai Kwai's hands. Kwai Kwai seemed not to have reacted yet, staring blankly at her father. He was already very tired after working outside all morning, so he thought he would take this opportunity to put the babies to sleep so that they could rest a bit after the babies fell asleep. Kwai Kwai's little mouth started to pout, and Song Shiren immediately gently stroked Kwai Kwai's forehead. The little pig ate its fill, closed its eyes and went to sleep, its big ears flapping and its little tail wagging, purring softly. Rock-a-bye, rock-a-bye, my baby is going to sleep. Little flowery blanket, cover him up, put his little hands down, rock-a-bye, my baby is asleep. The two whispered to each other. Are you asleep? I don't know, why don't you ask? How should I ask? Ahem. Song Shiren cleared his throat. Children who are asleep, please raise your hands. Lin Shiyu was startled. Keep your voice down. The baby's asleep. You'll wake him up if you keep this up. The babies wouldn't raise their hands if they didn't understand, but Lin Shiyu knew they were asleep and that raising her voice would wake up these little cuties. Oh, Song Shiren looked at Lin Shiyu meaningfully. Lin Shiyu suddenly realized. You know, the babies are asleep and you still ask questions. Well, they just wanted to confirm it, didn't they? Lin Shiyu muttered softly. Okay, let's go and rest then. After the babies fell asleep, the two of them also went for a nap. Lin Shiyu had just gotten up to go to the toilet when she came back and found Yuan Yuan whimpering. She hadn't pooped or peed, so she figured Yuan Yuan must be hungry. She picked her up and breastfed her. At this moment, she noticed that Leilei's expression was off, her little face was flushed, and she looked like she was about to poop. Need to poop. The diaper had somehow come off halfway, revealing half of the baby's round little bottom. Afraid that the baby would poop on the bed, she hurriedly woke up her husband. Honey! Leilei has pooped! Lin Shiyu shouted loudly to Song Shiren. The sudden loud voice startled Song Shiren awake from his sleep. When Song Shiren got up and saw this situation, he laid out a diaper pad on the table, then took Leilei out and placed her on the diaper pad, and took off the diaper that had fallen off. When we took off the diaper, the little guy hadn't finished pooping yet. Ha! Song Shiren waited for the baby to finish pooping before cleaning up. Finally, Leilei's expression returned to normal, and his bottom stopped pooping. Song Shiren quickly went over, lifted Leilei's bottom, wiped it clean, and then put on a fresh diaper. After relieving himself, the little guy was unusually excited and couldn't fall asleep. He was placed on the bed and shook a handbell with his little hands, while the other three babies frowned slightly. Leilei, it's time for bed. Song Shiren reached out to take the handbell, but Leilei held on tightly. I gripped it firmly with all 5 fingers, using every ounce of strength. Because babies are young and their cerebral cortex is not yet fully developed, their ability to regulate hand muscle activity is limited. This results in the flexor muscles being stronger than the extensor muscles, which is why it is sometimes difficult for adults to pry open a baby's fingers. He didn't dare to use force to pry open the baby's fingers, as this might damage the baby's joints. Leilei, look here at mommy. Lin Shiyu held up a small hanging ball with a string to attract Leilei's attention. Leilei's attention was drawn to the small hanging ball, and her little hand holding the handbell gradually relaxed. Song Shiren took the opportunity to take the handbell away. The little guy is holding on really tightly. Lin Shiyu smiled and said, have you ever heard an old saying? While comforting Leilei to sleep, Song Shiren scratched his head, wondering what old saying it was. If the baby clenches their fists tightly, and the father is frugal and family-oriented, money will naturally flow in like the Yellow River. Conversely, if the baby clenches their fists tightly, and the father is frugal and family-oriented, money will naturally come to them like a river flowing from the sky. On the contrary? Tell me quickly. Song Shiren's curiosity had been piqued by Lin Shiyu. Conversely, if the baby doesn't clench their fist, the father's money will flow like a river never to return to the sea. Of course, this is just an old saying and has no scientific basis. Attentive parents will notice that babies from birth to a few months old almost always clench their fists. Upon hearing this, Song Shiren said sullenly, Leilei, you'd better hurry up. Although the handbell was successfully retrieved, the noise it made still disturbed the other babies. The 3 little ones were making little noises, and Yuan Yuan was already staring at her parents with wide eyes. Song Shiren rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly, looking at Leilei who had already fallen asleep. You, on the other hand, are sleeping soundly. This nap only lasted less than half an hour, while the baby usually naps for about 2 hours. This allows the baby to better recover his energy. If you don't put your baby to sleep now, and their rest time is exactly the opposite of yours, it will prevent adults from getting enough rest, disrupt their routines, and make it easier for the baby to develop bad habits. So now I have to coax the baby to sleep again. How do I coax him her? Lele is already asleep, and I'm afraid that singing will wake her up. Yuan Yuan is the easiest to put to sleep. Just pat her head, as if casting a spell on her, and she will fall asleep in no time. However, this method only works on Yuan Yuan. Kwai Kwai was not so easy to coax. In order not to disturb the sleeping baby, Song Shiren took Kwai Kwai out, and Lin Shiyu followed her husband's example and picked up Tuan Tuan as well. The couple gently held the baby, walked around the room, talked, and then began to gently rock the baby rhythmically. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby, Song Shiren sang a lullaby softly, a doting smile on his lips. Lin Shiyu also tried to coax Lele in the same way her husband did. Before long, nestled in her father's broad chest, Kwai Kwai's upper and lower eyelids began to droop. Soon, the baby's little faces were pressed against their mother's shoulders, their breathing even and gentle. Honey, the baby seems to be asleep. Song Shiren pretended to put Kwai Kwai in the crib, but before she even touched the crib, she whimpered. He's pretending to be asleep. The author doesn't have a computer and can't access the gift backend to see the messages. The author apologizes for this and expresses deepest gratitude to all the readers who left messages there. Finally, thank you all for your support. Thank you. 99. Chapter 74. Wow, so it's inherited from dad. Even though the baby may appear to be asleep, they will wake up immediately as soon as they are out of their parents' arms. Holding a baby to sleep makes them feel safer and more comfortable, increasing their sense of security. However, holding and rocking a baby to sleep for a long time can make the baby uncomfortable in bed or cause them to wake up and cry easily. This method cannot be used long term. If it is used for a long time, it will make the baby dependent on it, making it more difficult to put the baby to sleep in the future. After a while, Song Shiren put the baby back in the crib. This time he was smarter and tested the waters first. Seeing that Kwai Kwai didn't react, it was probably already in a deep sleep. Gently place the baby on the bed and then gently pat the baby's back. Lin Shiyu followed Song Shiren's example and gently placed the baby on the bed, patting his back to lull him to sleep. The couple's movements became increasingly gentle and eventually stopped. Seeing that the baby wasn't crying, the couple was just about to secretly rejoice. Finally they could rest. Lele's little hands twitched, and Kwai Kwai smacked his lips. Seeing this, the two of them felt their hearts sink again. Inner monologue, no way. The two of them dared not breathe, afraid that their breathing would wake the babies. Thank goodness, the babies didn't cry. The even breathing sound made the two of them sigh with relief. Looks like she's really asleep now. Lin Shiyu gently tucked the babies in, softly stroking their hair, and said tenderly, "Do you know? Mom and Dad really love you so much." The two looked at each other and smiled. Finally, after coaxing the baby to sleep, Lin Shiyu looked helplessly at her clothes, which were soaked with sweat. "I'm going to change my clothes." Just after I finished feeding Yuan Yuan, she was playing with it while sucking on it, and milk spilled out and wet her clothes. The problem is that we don't know if she's actually drinking or if she's had enough. I was busy putting the baby to sleep and didn't put on a nursing pad in time, so the milk leaked out and wet my clothes. Sigh, I have to change my clothes again. Lin Shiyu came out of the bathroom with a worried look on her face. Honey, this can't go on. We have to change so many clothes every day. It's not just Yuan Yuan, other babies occasionally exhibit this behavior as well. Perhaps there's too much food, and they don't know how to cherish it. If they do this again next time, let them go hungry for a meal and stop giving them drinks. We need to educate them and teach them to cherish food. Song Shiren felt that this method would absolutely not work. Babies who are only a little over a month old don't know right from wrong. All they know is to cry when they're hungry. If they cry, they get food. As parents, we can't just stand by and watch our babies cry from hunger. They've really got us under their thumb. Lin Shiyu sighed. Indeed, it was a terrible idea. It seems that I was really angry with the baby just now, which is why I came up with this terrible idea. How could Song Shiren not be worried? If the babies don't drink milk well and only drink a little without being full, then the number of feedings will increase significantly, and Lin Shiyu will have less rest time. Or, if the nutrition is not comprehensive enough, it will lead to poor health and frequent illnesses, which would be even more of a loss. I'll call my mom and ask her, maybe she'll have more experience than we do. Lin Shiyu slapped her forehead. Oh right, how could I forget about Mom? After listening to her son's complaints, Song's mother burst into laughter. Xiaoan had this bad habit when she was little, and I spanked her a lot. but the baby is still small and will always need to drink milk. Sometimes it's not necessarily milk, the baby might just want to hold something in their mouth. You can prepare a pacifier for your baby to help them sleep more soundly, but you must wean them off the pacifier once they grow up. That's how it was with Xiaoan back then. When the pacifier broke, the milk stopped too. Lin Xiyu looked at Song Shuren, barely suppressing a laugh. It was as if she was saying, "So this is something I inherited from you." No wonder the quadruplets always look like big sieves when they drink milk. Knowing that they were worried, Song's mother didn't say much, but instead offered words of comfort. "I've been through that time too, so I know how hard you all work. However, raising a child is a difficult journey, so keep a calm mindset and take it slow. If you need any help, just ask Mom. Mom will do her best to help you if she can. You two need to get some rest and not overwork yourselves. If you really can't manage, call your mom and she'll come over and help you take care of the kids." Song's mother truly felt sorry for the two of them. She knew how difficult it was to raise children, let alone 4 babies. After hanging up the phone, the two adjusted their mindset. "I'll raise my own child, even if I have to kneel down. Let's wait a few more months and see, maybe the child will grow out of it." "Honey, I'm so sorry to have to put you through this difficult time." Lin Xiyu shook her head. "It's alright, I'm not tired. You've already helped me a lot." She was mostly responsible for breastfeeding the baby, and after that, she would play with the baby. In terms of hard work, she was definitely not as hard as Song Shuren. Song Shuren not only had to prepare 3 meals a day for her, but also took care of the house cleaning and made time to play with the baby. At night, I also have to get up to cover the babies with blankets, change their diapers, feed them, and so on. Especially shaping your baby's head while they sleep. A baby's skull is relatively soft. In the first 3 months, pay attention to their sleeping position and change their sleeping angle. This will help your baby develop a beautiful, round head. Influenced by traditional ideas, Song's mother thought that a flat head was more attractive. But she didn't want Wenchuan and Yuan's ponytails to look like a faucet welded onto the wall in the future. Moreover, head shape plays a significant role in a baby's appearance. It has to be said that, in her memory, her husband was like a spinning top, always busy and hardly had any time to rest. "Go and rest. I'll go wash the clothes first, otherwise you won't have anything to change into." Lin Xiyu shook Song Shuren's arm and said coquettishly, "No, you come with me. We'll get ready together after we wake up." Song Shuren patted her head, and in just a short while, she finished washing up. Lin Xiyu pouted, her attitude firm, "No way. You have to come rest with me." Song Shuren really couldn't do anything with her. He gently pinched her nose, smiled indulgently, and said, "Okay, whatever you want." Lin Xiyu pouted and kissed him, then pulled him toward the bed. I pulled the covers up and went to sleep. Although it's very hot now, the stubborn Chinese people must cover their belly buttons to prevent catching a cold. Song Shuren pulled a corner of the blanket to cover his stomach, and Lin Xiyu leaned against Song Shuren, her cheeks flushed. "Honey, good night." Lin Xiyu yawned and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 75. The swimming pool is open. Song Shuren looked at the sleeping Lin Xiyu and gently stroked the hair that fell across her face. Her breathing was soft and even, as if she were immersed in a peaceful dream. He gazed at Lin Xiyu's beautiful face and couldn't help but gently leave a kiss on her forehead. Thanks to the physical fitness skills rewarded by the system, he can replenish his physical strength and restore a good mental state at any time. "Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well clean up and prepare dinner for my wife." Before she knew it, it was already 4 o'clock. Song Shuren washed the clothes, tidied up the house, and put the rice in the pot to cook. "I'll cook the vegetables after my wife wakes up, otherwise they won't taste good when they're cold." Back in the room, seeing that Lin Xiyu was still asleep, I turned to look at the babies. To my surprise, Kwai Kwai and Lulu were already awake. Surprisingly, they didn't cry or fuss, they were both quietly playing with their toys. Seeing their father come over, the children smiled broadly, their heartwarming smiles washing away Song Shuren's fatigue from cleaning. "Kwailil is such a good girl. It seems she's really grown up, she knows how to be considerate of her dad and doesn't cause him any worry." Song Shuren picked up Kwai Kwai and Lulu, and said, "Look, Mommy is still sleeping in. Shall we wake Mom up?" Kwailil tilted her head and stared at her mother, seemingly muttering something like "Abu Abu." Song Shuren placed Kwailil next to Lin Xiyu and said softly, "Mom, wake up. The sun is about to set." Lin Xiyu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Seeing his wife's dazed state, Song Shuren and his son staged a play together. "Why isn't Mom up yet?" Is it because Kwai Kwai and Lulu aren't enthusiastic enough? Could it be? The mother was poisoned by the queen's apple and needs a kiss from the prince to wake her up. Then, Kwai Kwai and Lulu, who will kiss mommy? The babies are so small, they haven't even learned to crawl yet, how could they possibly kiss their mother? Kwai Kwai and Lele looked completely innocent. Looking at his unmoved son, Song Shuren pretended to look disappointed. Oh dear, then I guess Dad will have to do it. Song Shuren licked his lips and pouted. Moo-ah. He prepared to slowly kiss Lin Shiyu. In the blink of an eye, just as Song Shuren was about to kiss her, she quickly turned her head and gently kissed her son's forehead, thanking him for curing the poison from the apple. Song Shuren looked disappointed. The duck that was about to be eaten had flown away. No, I am the prince. Only my kiss works. After saying that, he cupped Lin Shiyu's face and gave her a big kiss. Lin Shiyu realized what was happening and shyly punched his chest. The child is still here. Song Shuren grinned mischievously. It's all right, they won't understand. Then he kissed her blushing cheek again. I'll go check if Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan have woken up yet. Just then, a loud cry came from the crib. Lin Shiyu slipped out of his arms and picked up the crying Tuanchuan. My sweet baby, my sweet baby. Is Tuanchuan hungry? Lin Shiyu unbuttoned her clothes, and Tuanchuan crawled over and started gulping down her drink. Slow down, Tuan Tuan. It hurt Mom. Tuanchuan really put in all her strength. My baby is only a little over a month old, and weaning is still a long way off. How am I going to get through this? But watching her babies grow bigger day by day through her breast milk gives her a great sense of accomplishment. The babies were eating and playing at the same time, or sucking too hard, and the skin on Lin Shiyu's food was broken by the babies sucking it. Despite the bleeding scabs, she still managed to stuff food into the child's mouth. One can only imagine how much pain she was in. Song Shuren sighed deeply. If only men could breastfeed. I've never seen this before. A month ago, why are the babies acting like this now? The two men were completely baffled, but they decided to observe for a while longer. Time passed quickly, the swimming pool was renovated, and the opening day arrived in the blink of an eye. At 10 a.m. that day, the baby swimming center officially opened. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Manta tightly grasped Song Shuren's hand, tears streaming down his face. Brother Song, thank you so much for trusting me and taking me along. Otherwise, I would still be working like a slave. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to go south, I will never go north. Song Shuren patted Mantu on the shoulder and said, We're brothers. My family is quite busy, so I need you to keep an eye on the shop. Don't worry, Brother Song, I'll take care of things at the shop. Mantu made a funny salute. Customers have been arriving at the shop one after another, and the steamed bun shop is getting busy. Lin Shiyu had other things to do. The new parents handed over the business to Manta steamed buns and left temporarily. Brother Song, sister-in-law, take care, I won't see you off. Lin Shiyu is pregnant and resting, and there are still a lot of things to take care of at school. Since she finished her postpartum confinement period, her teacher has urged her to return to school many times. She couldn't delay any longer. She had to go back to school today. On the bus, Lin Shiyu seemed to be in a good mood because the baby swimming center had opened smoothly. She was playing with the baby in the back seat when she suddenly said with emotion, Honey, do you know what? When I was pregnant with them, I was so confused. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to support these 4 little ones after they were born. Yen Yen even said back then that if I couldn't afford to raise them, I should give them to her as my own, so she wouldn't have to go through the ordeal of dying. Song Shuren said, That won't do. I wouldn't be willing to give her my precious treasure. Lin Shiyu was amused by Song Shuren's serious expression. She was just joking. Honey, you're so adorable. He felt a slight blush creep into his heart when his wife praised him for being cute. Are you trying to insult me? Lin Shiyu waved her hands repeatedly, No. Absolutely not. He was initially skeptical, but seeing her reaction now, he realized the case was solved. She was definitely mocking him. But fun is fun, and jokes are jokes. I want to thank my dearest husband. Without you, I would never have such a good life raising our babies on my own. Song Shuren smiled slightly. As a husband and father, he should shoulder this responsibility. Honey, you're welcome. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had that falling out with the family back then. When Song Shuren saw Lin Shiyu put her finger to her lips in a gesture to shut up in the rearview mirror, he immediately stopped talking. The past is the past. Now we have a car, a house, and 4 adorable babies. I am very content. Chapter 76? My wife is like this at school. As we chatted, we unknowingly arrived at the school. Song Shirin parked the car and opened the trunk to take out the stroller. Lin Shiyu looked at the thick stack of papers in the craft paper bag next to her and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Song Shirin explained that this was a promotional poster for their baby swimming center, and Mantu asked him to come to the school to promote it as well. Although the students at school can't go to the baby swimming pool, their kids can. For example, nephews and nieces. Lin Shiyu was surprised. There's a poster too? Let me see. Song Shirin put the poster behind his back, thinking, maybe we should just forget about this one. No way. I haven't seen it yet, let me see what's wrong. Lin Shiyu went up to him and tried to snatch the poster from his hand. With nowhere to hide, Song Shirin had no choice but to hold up the poster. His tall stature of over 1.8 meters made it impossible for Lin Shiyu to reach it no matter how much she jumped. A direct assault won't work, we'll have to outsmart them. Lin Shiyu smiled meaningfully at Song Shirin, who instantly felt a chill run down his spine. She rubbed her hands together and chuckled. Watch how awesome I am. The ultimate itchy attack technique. Cluck cluck. What? You cheated. Stop scratching me, I'm being scratched. I surrender. I was wrong, my wife. Seeing that he was quite nice, Lin Shiyu stopped what she was doing. Extend your right hand, here's a flyer? Song Shirin's eyes darted around, and he wanted to run away. Alright. You think you can run away? Cluck cluck. This time, she increased the force of her movements, and Song Shirin lost control for a moment, scattering the leaflets in the air. At that moment, it was as if time itself had frozen. No! The flyers fluttered down slowly, and Lin Shiyu picked up the one closest to her and burst out laughing. The flyer features 4 adorable little guys and their incredibly eye-catching dad Song Shirin. Song Shirin was shirtless, and his flawless face and perfect figure were sure to captivate countless mothers. The premise is to ignore the little yellow duck swim trunks on the lower body. Ha 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 ha. The stark contrast was too much for Lin Shiyu to bear. Hey, aren't you laughing too loudly? It's always been Song Shirin who makes him blush, now it's his turn. Is it really that funny? Lin Shiyu clutched her stomach. It's not funny. Why are you hiding it so well so I can't see it? Okay, he admits it was a bit funny. It's all the man's fault. He said that promotional leaflets should be unique in order to be competitive in the market. However, Song Shirin was just too handsome, and we were afraid he would steal the spotlight from the baby swimming pool, so we photoshopped him into a little yellow duck swim trunk, which was humorous and witty. At that moment, Mantu in the swimming pool sneezed repeatedly. Who's insulting me? At the school gate, the two picked up the flyers scattered on the ground. Let's go. Song Shirin pushed the stroller of the 4th grade baby, with Lin Shiyu holding his arm. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, they attracted the attention of all the students. The marriage of the school beauty and the school hunk was already widely publicized, and it also gave rise to a lot of rumors and gossip. The two appeared at the school together this time, accompanied by their babies, which dispelled some false information. Before they arrived, the two of them were mentally prepared to become the center of attention. The moment Lin Shiyu stepped into the school gate, she switched to a cool and aloof goddess mode, keeping strangers at bay. With her clean and crisp makeup and brisk strides, she showed no signs of postpartum weight gain. On the contrary, becoming a mother made her even more charming and confident. Song Shirin looked at his wife in disbelief. Was she always this aloof in public? Honey, he's being too noisy, can you give him a hug? Lin Shiyu's aloofness vanished instantly, and she bent down to give the baby a gentle and lovely smile. Did you suddenly decide to come out and see what's going on outside? Mommy will bring you out for a look, but you're not allowed to be naughty or move around. Lin Shiyu's eyes had already curved into small crescent moons, and where was the powerful aura of keep away that she used to exude? Hurry, this is Mommy and Daddy's school. This is the motto of Soochow University, great virtue carries all things. This was the first time Kwai Kwai had observed the world from this perspective. So many older brothers and sisters, such a huge sculpture, everything was so new and interesting to him. Kwai Kwai was engrossed in watching, then looked at his mother with his big, round eyes. Do you like this school? How about we grow up and get into Soochow University, so we can be alumni with Mom and Dad? Quickly tilt your head and reveal a healing smile. Baby is so cute. If you keep looking at mommy like that, mommy can't help but give you a kiss. I can't take it. Moo-ah. Lin Shiyu rubbed Kwai Kwai's little face and gave him a big kiss. Afterwards, she suddenly realized that she was still at school, and instantly reverted to her aloof goddess persona. Could this couple be the school beauty and the school heartthrob? With such high looks, there's no one else but them. Why, I applied to Soochow University because I saw how handsome Song Shirin was online. I never expected that my idol would get married so young as soon as I arrived. My crush, Song. Do I really have no chance anymore? A freshman girl clutched her chest and grieved alone by the roadside. A guy next to me said, "Wake up, buddy. What chance do you have? My goddess has already had his baby." Ouch, that hurts. But these two are such a perfect match. The moment the school beauty kissed the baby was just incredible. All the beauty in the world is interconnected with them. A third-year female student passing by sighed and said, "I don't know who's blind enough to say that Lily is prettier than the school beauty." Her friend next to her chuckled, probably because Lily herself was furious and spread the word. A freshman girl with a backpack asked curiously, "Senior, what's this latest gossip? You're a freshman, right? You don't know this." Lily was the ex-girlfriend of the school heartthrob, but she broke up with him because she thought he was poor. Then what? Then the school heartthrob and the school beauty had a baby together, which made Lily furious. Didn't senior Lily look down on the school heartthrob because he was poor? Why is she angry now that they've broken up and he's dating the school beauty? The senior student pursed her lips and continued, "I heard that the school heartthrob made a lot of money after his investment was successful. I guess he was angry because he couldn't get back together with his girlfriend. I heard before that Lily's attempt to hook up with a rich guy failed, and she was exposed by the school heartthrob's friend." The scene was so embarrassing. The junior was completely confused. She wished she had enrolled earlier. She had missed out on so much juicy gossip. How did the school beauty and the school hunk meet and get together? Needless to say, good-looking people hang out with other good-looking people, and they get to know each other and then get together. I'm so envious. I hope that during my 4 years of university, I can also have a passionate romance like Senior Song and Senior Lin, and have a lovely baby with the one I love in the future. Junior, wake up. I'm still single. This. Chapter 77 is over. My ex-girlfriend wants to compete with my wife in beauty. At this moment, a woman wearing sunglasses, with dyed yellow hair, permed in big waves, and dressed in a Chanel-style outfit, listens silently to everything. Beside her was a girl of similar age wearing a miniskirt. This setup and entrance are exactly like that of the infamous ex-girlfriend, Lily. Mantu, that big mouth, after meeting Lily last time, indeed announced to the whole school that Lily had been exposed for hooking up with a rich guy. The news spread like wildfire, and the boys in the school avoided Lily like the plague, fearing that she might take a fancy to them and steal their entire fortune. When she overheard her juniors talking about her, her expression was priceless. If the girls hadn't stopped her, she would have slapped them across the face. Lily angrily took off her sunglasses and stomped her feet in anger. "Why are you stopping me? I should go up and tear that bitch's mouth apart. Sisterly, with so many people talking about you now, it's better to avoid trouble." Lily turned her head and asked in a questioning tone, "Didn't you say that Lin Shiyu is very wealthy and doesn't care about him? Isn't it said that men who live off women will break up within 3 months? What's going on? They look so happy together, do they look like they've broken up?" Her friend's words were just a delaying tactic to comfort her. Little did she know that their relationship would grow closer and closer. They even brought their baby to school. Isn't that a tacit way of making their relationship public? Faced with Lily's questioning, the little follower was speechless. It's all up to people, right? Maybe Lin Shiyu doesn't mind him. This statement seems to be deliberately pointing at someone, whether explicitly or implicitly. Lily's face darkened further as she stared fiercely at Lin Shiyu. Seeing this, her friends were afraid she might do something impulsive again, so they quickly comforted her. Even if Song Shirin makes a comeback and becomes rich, can he compare to young Master Fu? Lily's expression softened a little when Fu Xiao was mentioned. Fu Xiao is a recent overseas student she hooked up with. They had just returned to China and had been together for less than half a month. The person who could make Lily decide to be with him so quickly must have some ability. This young Master Fu was the heir of the Fu group, the only son born to the Fu family patriarch and his wife in their later years, and the sole heir to the family fortune. The young master had just returned to China and was not used to the local vehicles, so he accidentally bumped into Li Li. Seeing that the other party was handsome and dressed in top-tier designer clothes, Li Li pretended to be an innocent and naive girl, successfully attracting the attention of the young master. Things progressed rapidly, and she ended up in Fu Xiao's bed. My friend is right. The most important thing right now is to seize this opportunity and achieve my goal of marrying into a wealthy family as soon as possible. Li Li smoothed her hair. Let's go. I have a date with young Master Fu later. The sun is going to ruin my makeup. I need to go to the restroom to touch it up. It's hot today, and Lin Shiyu drank a lot of water in the car, so she needs to pee now. Honey, I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you under the shade of the tree. After Lin Shiyu left, Song Shuren sat down on a stone chair under the shade of a tree to rest for a while. A message came in the dormitory group chat. Brother Son, Manta said you and your wife are back? Where is it located? He opened his camera, recorded a video of the surrounding environment, and sent it over. Then he took out a small fan and fanned the babies. Song Shuren looked at the babies with a doting expression. Many students passed by, and many were attracted by the cute babies, stopping to greet them. What an adorable baby! Call her older sister. Song Shuren smiled. They had only been together for a little over a month and couldn't speak yet. As the two girls looked up, a handsome face came into view. The girl was surprised. You're that one. Song Shuren. Yes. It's Song Shuren. Another girl covered her mouth in shock. So this baby. Song Shuren didn't understand why they were acting this way, but he still politely replied that the baby was his. So, it's true that you married the school beauty Lin Shiyu and had a baby? It was both unexpected and expected that the two girls would ask such a question. He had anticipated it long ago. Song Shuren nodded. Are we that famous? The two girls stared wide-eyed and nodded vigorously. Your story has spread throughout the school, and I'm a huge shipper for you too. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, you two must stay together. My favorite couple absolutely cannot break up. After saying that, she took off the teddy bear charm from her school bag. My older sister is going to class now, so I'm giving this cute little bear to my adorable baby. Song Shuren thanked them and accepted the gift on behalf of the babies, hanging it next to the crib. The two girls, each holding a book, turned around and waved, saying, "You're welcome. See you again sometime." Song Shuren looked at the books in the two girls' hands and suddenly remembered. Flyer. I forgot to hand out flyers. Hey, classmate, wait a minute. The two girls stopped in their tracks. What happened? Song Shuren handed over a flyer. This is my newly opened baby swimming center. Please check if anyone in your family needs one. One of the girls took the flyer and looked at it. It looked pretty good. If I sign up now, can I still enjoy your enthusiastic teaching? Song Shuren scratched his head and said, for the sake of us being alumni, yes, you can. The girl was overjoyed. Then I'll sign up for my brother. I'm already 18, and my mom still gave birth to a brother for me. I'm so bored taking care of him at home all the time. I might as well sign him up for a class so I can sneak out and have some fun. Surprisingly, I was quite lucky and was able to find clients even while at school. You can scan the QR code above, fill in the information, and then book a time. Okay, thank you. We're going to class now. On the other side, Lin Shiyu had just finished using the toilet and was washing her hands. Hey, what a coincidence. I ran into my husband's ex-girlfriend. She still exudes such arrogance and domineering attitude, with her little follower standing beside her. It's best to ignore this kind of person. Lin Shiyu finished washing her hands and was about to leave. Stop. There was no one in the restroom, so it must be calling me. Lin Shiyu stopped and turned around casually. Lily circled around Lin Shiyu, looking her up and down, trying to find something about her that she was inferior to. After looking around, Lin Shiyu is perfect in both figure and appearance, and her abdomen is still flat even though she did not grow bigger after giving birth. But for the sake of her mischievous pride, she asked her best friend, "Who do you think is prettier, me or her?" This really stumped the two girls. When they stood together, Lin Shiyu looked like a nobody compared to her. Sisterly, please don't make things difficult for me. Li Li's face darkened. Chapter 78 Wife tears apart gold digger. As a woman, although she verbally disagreed, she secretly acknowledged Lin Shiyu's good looks. What she couldn't understand was why such a beautiful and wealthy woman would be with Song Shuren. Then, Lily asked in confusion, Lin Shiyu, what exactly do you love about Song Shuren? Just because of his face? Or is it his strong physique? Lin Shiyu and Li Li are from two different worlds. In Li Li's world, she only loves money. She broke up with Song Shuren because she thought he was poor, completely ignoring how good he was to her. A person as profit-driven as her naturally wouldn't understand why she would fall for Song Shuren. She glanced at Lily, smiled slightly, and did not answer. Seeing that Lin Shiyu ignored her, Lily became even more furious. Lin Shiyu, what are you so proud of? Song Shuren was just a man. I didn't want you picked up what was left over. Lily raised her arm, intending to teach Lin Shiyu a lesson. Several students who were about to enter the restroom were stunned by the scene. Just then, her phone rang. Her hand, which was swinging halfway through the air, stopped, and she took out her phone to answer a call. It was a call from young Master Fu. Lily changed her arrogant and domineering attitude from before, and her voice became slightly husky. Young Master Fu, what's wrong? Honey, I've arrived at your school gate. Lily replied shyly, Young Master Fu, you're so kind of you, you actually came to pick me up. Sure, I'll wait for you at the door. By the way. Lily seemed to anticipate what Fu Xiao was going to say and had turned on speakerphone in advance. I also bought you your favorite bag, I'm sure you'll love it. She deliberately raised her voice, really? But that bag costs over 10,000. Isn't that too extravagant? A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone, Baby, you deserve the best. Okay, I'll be right there. The call ended. Upon learning that the other party had bought her a bag worth over 100,000 yuan, Lily was in a great mood and swaggered over to Lin Shiyu. Lily deliberately let herself hear it, which left Lin Shiyu speechless. A moment of patience brings peace, a step back only makes you angrier, and if you can't bear it, then there's no need to bear it any longer. Lin Shiyu is not the kind of person who can tolerate things. She hadn't even settled the score with Lily for her sarcastic remarks. Lin Shiyu stood up straight, gave me a stern lecture, and then tried to leave? In an instant, she unleashed her full power, ready to retaliate, the epitome of a leading lady. Lin Shiyu's aura was so powerful that the students who were watching the commotion at the door all made way for her. Are you the ex-girlfriend who broke up with my husband but still can't get over him? Are you kidding me? You think I'd still be hung up on that poor kid Song Shuren? Only you would treat him like a treasure. Lin Shiyu feigned innocence and said, Then why are you angry that I'm with him now? It's either that you can't forget him, or you can't stand seeing others do well? The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Lily raised her chin. No matter what you say, he's just a greenhorn who can't fit into high society. He can only rely on his looks to live off women. Lin Shiyu's eyes sharpened. Why was he poor back then? It was because there was a leech sucking his blood. They laugh at others for being kept men, yet they themselves are constantly seeking wealthy men to support them. They really aren't picky. Li Li's face turned ugly. So what? I'm a woman, after all. My beauty is my asset, and those rich young men are willing to pay for my beauty. It's a grown man like him who's a kept man, isn't that something to be ashamed of? So you're admitting it? The bus. The onlookers, as if they had stumbled upon some juicy gossip, covered their mouths and whispered amongst themselves. What did the school beauty mean by bus? What else could it mean? It just means anyone can play. Wow, I didn't expect Lily to be so creative. Lin Shiyu hit the nail on the head. You, Lily, are furious. Lin Shiyu, who usually looks gentle and weak, is surprisingly strong in combat. Lin Shiyu smiled and continued. You have nothing, so why do you think those rich young men will keep footing the bill for you? Based on your face, which needs constant repair. My advice to Ms. Li is to enrich your mind instead of constantly filling in blanks. As he spoke, he glanced at Lily's unnaturally large breasts. Lily was so angry that her facial features were contorted. Lin Shiyu is blatantly implying that she's all looks and no brains. She wanted to refute it, but she had no rebuttal. If you want to compare looks with Lin Shiyu, your own artificial face can't even match a third of Lin Shiyu's natural beauty. In terms of figure, her best features are also prominent, and her proportions are even better than mine. In terms of intelligence, Lin Shiyu is the head of the Phoenix at Suzhou University, while she is just a chicken tail. So every word she said was like a sharp sword, piercing her heart with precision. In her desperation to retaliate, she resorted to personal attacks, saying, "No matter how capable you are, Song Shuren is just someone I've left over before it's your turn." Her girlfriends also came to their senses. They realized that Song Shuren was only with you because he had just broken up with our sister Lee and desperately needed someone to distract himself and heal his heartbreak. Yes, otherwise why would he not have been by your side to take care of you during your 10 months of pregnancy, but instead stayed with me? Lin Shiyu shook her head, snorted coldly, and then raised her voice, speaking to Lily word by word with overwhelming force. First, you are the one Song Shuren didn't want, you are the one he left over. Secondly, the trending topic of Lily pursuing the school heartthrob Song Shuren has been consistently high on the campus website. I don't need to reiterate this matter with you, do I? Is he after your youth and beauty or your wealth? It seems like you're the one who benefits from being with him, right? You're just vain, you like the envious looks of others. When you're with my husband, his good looks make you feel very proud, right? She looked down on Song Shuren for being poor, but she never considered that she herself was also poor, while at least Song Shuren's looks remained consistently good. With each sentence Lin Shiyu spoke, Lily's face grew increasingly grim, and what was most amusing was her defeated expression. Lily's lackey stepped forward and pointed at Lin Shiyu's nose. What? Do you really enjoy being her little follower? Lily pulled her friend behind her, not to protect her, but because she was afraid that if Lin Shiyu said a few more words, her little follower would leave her. Lin Shiyu. Don't go too far. Lin Shiyu crossed her arms, raised her head, and stared at them with a cold gaze. Am I being unreasonable, or are you guys? I just came to use the restroom, I don't understand who's picking a fight with me. Chapter 79 Heartbreaking Comparison, the Pinnacle of Human Beauty. Lin Shiyu exudes a powerful aura, enough to intimidate those demons and monsters. Seeing that she was in an awkward situation, Lily decided to resort to her old tricks again. Lin Shiyu anticipated Lily's move. She grabbed Lily's ankle with her slender hand, glared at her fiercely, and then forcefully shook her off. A half smile, you mean you're going to hit me? My husband's still out there. Lily touched her ankle, which was red from being scratched, and a fierce look appeared in her eyes. He's nothing. Be careful, or I'll get young Master Fu to deal with you. Really? With so many classmates here, do you think someone might be recording? How disappointed your young Master Fu will be when he sees his darling is like this. Lily looked at the classmates, watching several of them were holding cell phones with cameras pointed at them. Seeing that things were not going well, her friend said, "Sisterly, young Master Fu is still waiting for you. For young Master Fu's sake, I'll let it slide today." Lily straightened her clothes and deliberately bumped into Lin Shiyu's shoulder as she went out. Hiss. As soon as they bumped into each other, Lin Shiyu immediately pulled them back. Apologize. Why should I? You hit me, and neither of us is leaving until you apologize. Lily wanted to argue with Lin Shiyu, but her friend tugged at her sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Sisterly, young Master Fu is more important. We can't keep him waiting too long. Let's apologize to her first and get back at her later." Lily thought it made sense and reluctantly said sorry. Lin Shiyu then let go of her hand. Seeing Lily and her little follower leave, Lin Shiyu shouted at her back, "Next time, you better keep your head down and don't go around saying bad things about me and my husband, or I'll fly over and smash you to death with my shoe." She certainly wouldn't actually kill Lily, but she had plenty of ways to deal with her. Lin Shiyu looked at the students at the door and said, "Excuse me, everyone, you can leave now." She tidied her clothes a bit, composed herself, and went out to find her husband and babies. As soon as I came out, I saw Tiger and Mudfish enthusiastically handing out flyers at the door. In contrast, Song Shuren sat on a bench with his head down, holding a leaflet between two fingers, looking very zen. Honey, what are you doing? Can't you tell? They're handing out flyers. Shouldn't handing out flyers be done with the same enthusiasm and initiative as Tiger and Mudfish? What is he doing? Song Shuren's aggrieved expression revealed his helplessness. When he handed out flyers, everyone who saw the person wearing yellow duck swim trunks on the flyer would ask if it was him. Among them, I also ran into old acquaintances, and unsurprisingly, I was ridiculed for it. By now, Tiger and Mudskipper had finished distributing the gifts and were walking towards them. The sunlight was too bright, and they couldn't see what the white objects in their hands were. Song Shuren squinted at them until they got closer and he could see them clearly. Holy crap! Why are they wearing promotional posters on their bodies? The front of the shirt features cartoon images of babies, while the back displays a cute image of Song Shuren wearing duck swim trunks, along with other adorable swimming elements. He thought everything would be fine once he finished handing out the flyers, but he didn't expect that he would also have to wear team uniforms. Brother Son, this is your and your sister-in-law's outfit. Go and change into it. This is clearly the work of a steamed bun maker. Wearing it is not only like being a walking advertisement, but also a surefire eye-catching bag. Song Shirin smiled awkwardly. Can I not wear this? Mudfish said, no. Manta specifically told us that we must see you put it on with our own eyes. Dahu chimed in. Manta clearly said we should change Song Ji's clothes ourselves. I'm not wearing it anyway. Lin Shiyu scratched her head. I don't really want to wear it either. Dahu chuckled. Hey. My sister-in-law doesn't need to wear it, but you can't. No, why should I? Brother Son, it's inconvenient for your wife to wear a skirt, and you don't wear one either. Big Tiger winked at Mudloach, who nodded in understanding. Let's go, Brother Son. The two men helped Song Shirin up and headed towards the restroom. No, I didn't say I wanted to change it. Wife, save me. We'll be done soon, Brother Son, just give in to us. Lin Shiyu covered her mouth and laughed on the spot. After a while, the three of them came out of the toilet. Mudskipper and Big Tiger grumbled to themselves, while Song Shirin looked smug. I should have known better than to let Brother Song wear it. That's it. Lin Shiyu was puzzled. What's wrong? The Mudfish and Tiger looked so wronged. It's not scary to wear the same clothes, it's embarrassing if the one who looks worse. Song Shirin's face and figure are at the pinnacle of human potential. He looks high class in anything he wears, and even when he's draped in a promotional leaflet, he looks like a male model on the runway. Lin Shiyu burst out laughing. They were so funny. But my husband is really handsome. Sister-in-law. This is outrageous. That's all. Lin Shiyu pushed the babies around, and the three of them, dressed in team uniforms, handed out all the remaining flyers that Song Shirin had. Meanwhile, a video of Lin Shiyu angrily confronting Lili in the restroom was uploaded to the school website by a classmate. The comments section of the video is now in an uproar. The goddess is so powerful. Is this the real-life version of a strong female lead tearing apart a scheming woman? School Beauty 666. Did I hear that right? Lili is a public boss? I knew Lili was this kind of person a long time ago. Back when she was with Song Shirin, she was stringing me along. What's going on upstairs? The school beauty is so cool, her fighting spirit is off the charts. I declare that the female lead of the most satisfying novel of the year is none other than the school beauty. A freshman passing by, asking upperclassmen for advice on what happened. And I don't like cilantro at a beautiful girl who really wants to be thin. Come and learn the secrets of roasting people from the goddess, so that your mom will no longer worry about you being called poor by others. I never imagined the school beauty and the school hunk would have such a good relationship. Wah, they're totally a perfect match. Song Shirin is so lucky. I also want a partner who will protect me. With Lili's surgically enhanced face, where does she get the confidence to compare herself to the school beauty? What's that ugly senior trying to do? Is she trying to hit my goddess? The comments below were all the same. Some praised Lin Shiyu for being bold and decisive, and powerful and domineering, while others threw rotten eggs and rotten radish leaves at Lili. Inside the office, Lin Shiyu finished preparing the materials and handed them to the teacher. Shiyu, I heard you married Shirin. Lin Shiyu nodded. Are you coming back alone today? She turned her head and glanced at the office door. The counselor followed her gaze, and when the three of them met the teacher's eyes, two of them immediately shrank back into the corner. It was undoubtedly Tiger and Loach who had retreated to the corner. They're seniors, yet they act like mice before a cat when they see a teacher. Unlike his two roommates, Song Shirin remained calm and composed. Aren't the three of you planning to come in? Hello, teacher. The counselor looked Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu over and couldn't help but exclaim, they're a perfect match. So perfect. This is so cute. Is it your baby? Yes, quadruplets, they're a little over a month old. The teacher looked at the two students standing next to her and adjusted her glasses. Are you two my students? Big Tiger and Mudloach chuckled and said, hello, teacher. When are you two submitting your papers? The two of them were acting coquettishly, saying to the counselor, take it easy a little longer. It turns out that Lin Shiyu's advisor is the same person who supervised Dihu and Nichio's graduation project. No wonder she hid her head earlier. Chapter 80 Fierce Wife, You're Famous. The instructor snorted coldly at Dihu and Nichio. But his attitude quickly made a 180-degree turn as he said to Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren, "I wish you two a long and happy life together." "We will." A happy smile spread across their faces. At the same time, they didn't forget to promote their baby swimming center, distributing a flyer to all the teachers in the office. Lin Shiyu smiled radiantly. "Advisor, this is the shop that Shuren and I opened today. We just opened, and there are great discounts available. If any of our relatives or friends are interested, feel free to check it out." The counselor accepted it with a smile, saying that if any of her friends needed it in the future, she would definitely recommend them to the counselor. After all, if a student is starting a business, it's appropriate for the teacher to support their endeavors if the circumstances allow. At this moment, a middle-aged male teacher carrying a water cup walked in and glanced at the three of them. "Wow, that team uniform is pretty good. Looks like they've put in some effort for publicity." Song Shuren scratched his head sheepishly. "I said goodbye to my teacher and just stepped out of the office." The babies started whimpering, and the four of them went to a shady spot. "Open the thermos and pour the pre-prepared formula into the bottles to start feeding the babies." Big Tiger and Mudloach also helped, so the four of them each fed one baby. Just then, Mantu called. "What happened? Did something happen at the store?" "No, Brother Song, look at the link I posted in the group. It's explosive." Song Shuren thought that the steamed buns contained something like erotic pornography. He glanced at Lin Shiyu beside him and quickly said, "Don't do these things in broad daylight." "Brother Song, what are you talking about?" "What? Isn't that so?" After all, Mantu has always adhered to the principle of sharing good things with his good brothers. Mantu chuckled and said, "I'm not saying anything more, I'm going to get busy now, you go and read it." Lin Shiyu curiously leaned closer, but Song Shuren, fearing it might be some kind of pornographic film, instinctively moved away. "Song Shuren, you're not hiding something from me, are you?" "Wife, I didn't." "So what are you hiding?" Song Shuren glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a link to the campus website. Here, let me show you." Clicking through, the title boldly proclaimed shocking. "Campus Beauty Tears Apart Campus Heartthrobs X." You're not a true Sudaran if you don't read this. This clickbait title really knows how to come up with a name. As soon as I opened the video, I heard Liu say those words. "Lin Shiyu, what are you so proud of?" "Song Shuren was just a man, I didn't want you picked up what was left over." Next, Lili tried to hit Lin Shiyu. Upon seeing this, Song Shuren frowned, his heart filled with rage. That damn woman. He actually tried to hit his wife. On the contrary, Lin Shiyu, who was standing next to her, remained calm and composed. She had expected someone to post it on the campus website. She grabbed Song Shuren's hand and said, "I'm fine, keep reading." At this moment, Song Shuren felt a surge of anger. He never expected that his wife would run into Li Li while going to the restroom, and that she would be harassed by her. Lin Shiyu pressed the pause button again, and the video continued playing. As Song Shuren looked at it, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. "I can't help but admire how powerful my wife is." Lin Shiyu snorted, looking smug. "Of course, she thinks she can bully me with her tricks." Mudfish and Big Beard both gave a thumbs up, saying, "Awesome, sister-in-law. That's a good point. I think Lili is just too arrogant." "Exactly. I just can't stand her arrogant attitude." Ha 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 ha. A burst of hearty laughter followed. The babies, sitting in their strollers, stared at the adults with their big, round eyes, not understanding why they were so happy. "Babies, you all think mommy is so cool and awesome, right?" While reading the comments, Song Shuren smiled and said, "Of course. My mother is a woman who is just as capable as any man." The babies blinked their eyes, as if they understood what their father was saying. After feeding the baby, Dahu and Anicho left because they had something to do. Seeing that it was getting late and the babies had finished all the formula they had prepared, the couple decided to go to the store again the next day. "Since we started using formula, nursing covers have been sitting unused. If I don't go back soon, I won't know what to do if my baby gets hungry later." Since discovering that the intervals between the babies' feedings were too long, the couple has intentionally adjusted the babies' feeding times, trying to keep them within the same time frame as much as possible. After numerous efforts, some progress has finally been made. At night, the babies whined and wanted milk, so Lin Shiyu picked up Kwai Kwai and Lulu and put them in her arms. Fortunately, Song Shuren comforted Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in time, and Lin Shiyu picked them up and quickly put them in her arms. Gently pat his little bottom. Okay, let's drink milk. Quickly and skillfully finding the right spot, it began to suckle vigorously. After a while, it quickly smacked its lips, milk dripped from the corner of its mouth, and shook its head to indicate that it was full. Seeing this, Lin Shiyu quickly pressed down on her food to prevent it from spraying out so she could quickly give her a milk bath. Honey, take him away quickly. Song Shuren took Kwai Kwai away to burp him, and then handed Tuan Tuan to his wife. Tuanchuan is a real headache for her. The pain from when it bit through her food last time is still fresh in her mind. Tuanchuan, please be kind with your words. She was quite well behaved for the first few minutes, but the more she sucked, the harder she sucked. Ah. Seeing his wife in such distress, Song Shuren quickly took the babies away. If all else fails, then feed you formula. I really can't bear to see you like this. It's okay, bring Yuan Yuan over here. But it's okay, Yuan Yuan is quite well behaved. Despite Lin Shiyu's insistence, Song Shuren still handed Yuan Yuan to her and fed Tuanchuan with formula himself. Lin Shiyu frowned. Compared to the other babies, Yuan Yuan ate too little. She stopped sucking after only a couple of sips. Yuan Yuan, have you eaten? Lin Shiyu asked with concern. I guess she wasn't hungry. How did you know? Although Yuan Yuan stopped sucking, her little mouth never left her mother's food, so Song Shuren guessed that she probably just wanted to hold something in her mouth. There was really nothing Song Shuren could do with these little ones, so he brought out a pacifier for Yuan Yuan. Then continued to pat the baby's back to help them burp. As he patted the little one, the baby sipped some milk, which he quickly caught with a handkerchief. Hurry up, if you can't eat this much, drink less. You have to stuff your tummy until it's bulging. After vomiting, Kwai Kwai seemed to feel much better, and put her little hand in her mouth and sucked on it. Hurry, your hands are dirty, you can't put your hands in your mouth. I just wiped my mouth and now I'm busy wiping my hands. Daddy will wipe your little hands clean. We should be hygienic and good babies. After tidying up all the babies, he gave each of them a pacifier. Now I can finally rest for a while. Chapter 81. The new dad got criticized. The next day. After finishing breakfast, feeding the baby, and packing our travel essentials, it was almost noon when we left the house. Song Shuren carried large and small bags of baby supplies. They were fully prepared this time. Honey, remember to bring an umbrella, it's very sunny outside. The summer sun is always so intense that it scorches the earth even before noon. I didn't park the car in the basement yesterday, and I bet it's like a sauna inside now. So he turned on the car's air conditioning beforehand. 10 minutes later. Lin Shiyu pushed the babies down. Fasten your seatbelts and be careful. As soon as he drove out of the residential area, he held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up his phone with the other to call Mantu. I'm planning to ask how business is at the store. Lin Shiyu frowned slightly, snatched her husband's phone, and spoke with a hint of reproach in her voice. You just told me to fasten my seatbelt, what are you doing now? My babies and I are in your hands. How can you talk on the phone while driving? Abu. See, the babies agree with me. Song Shuren humbly accepted Lin Shiyu's criticism. His wife's advice was right. From now on, he would never make a phone call while driving. From then on, the car drove very smoothly and safely. Wanda Plaza truly lives up to its reputation as a major commercial district. It's bustling with people, hundreds of times more crowded than their university town Food Street. Parking spaces are often hard to come by, but I was particularly lucky today. I ran into a car that had just come out of the parking lot as soon as I arrived. After parking the car, I took the elevator up to the third floor and could see from afar that the store was full of customers, both inside and out. Suddenly, I saw two familiar figures. Aren't they Mudfish and Big Tiger? These two people came to help out because they saw that the swimming pool was doing well. Seeing so many customers, Lin Shiyu said, Honey, at this rate, we'll break even soon. Song Shuren smiled. Little money grubber. However, many of these customers only come because of the great discounts. The key to long-term success is to retain customers and attract more business. By building a good reputation and providing excellent service, we can reassure more parents and ensure a steady stream of business. That's when we'll start making money. Lin Shiyu said confidently, I think we can definitely do it. Oh. My husband is not only handsome, but also has such a great business mind and vision. If you don't make money, who will? Hearing your wife support and trust you so much would make anyone feel genuinely happy and blessed. The two entered the swimming pool and saw Mantu busy running around. When Mantu had some free time, Song Shuren led Lin Shiyu and the babies forward. How's the store doing? Are you managing to keep things going? Mantu frowned. Business was good, but Brother Song was short of aquatic instructors to teach babies to swim. He could see that there were indeed not enough people. Even Devu and Nicho came over to help, but there were still quite a few parents and babies who could not be taken care of in time. Both Mantu and Nicho have their own things to do, so hiring seems to be an urgent matter. Song Shuren has already posted job openings online, and quite a few people have submitted their resumes. However, none of them have a baby swimming instructor qualification certificate, so he really doesn't dare to hire them. There are only 3 employees in the store, but there are many baby pools, so they are completely overwhelmed. Mantu and Dahu can only do odd jobs and can't take the babies swimming. Song Shuren went to the computer at the front desk, made a recruitment notice, printed it out, and posted it outside the store. Using both online and offline methods might be more efficient. That's good. If someone comes for an interview, please help them screen the candidates. Next, Song Shuren explained the recruitment criteria to Mantu in detail. I understand, Brother Song. By the way, the first 10 customers who signed up asked when they could enjoy your enthusiastic tutorial on being a perfect dad. Song Shuren slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? My certificate will be issued soon. Later, could you give me the information of those customers so I can explain things to them? Since he decided to open a baby swimming center, he has signed up for the baby swimming instructor exam. Mantu looked at him with admiration. Brother Song, you are my god. That's truly a far-sighted plan. Song Shuren glared at him. What kind of description is that? It sounds weird. If Mantu wants to continue working at the baby swimming center, then it's definitely necessary to get a certificate like Brother Song. It's always good to have more skills. Is anyone there? I'd like to apply for a membership card. Brother Song, sister-in-law, I'll go take care of my work now. Go. After the steamed bun left, Song Shuren and his wife strolled around the store, displaying the air of a boss and his wife inspecting their work. They went around and listened to the parents' feedback, and felt that the overall effect was quite good. The 4 little ones watched the other children swimming in the pool with their round eyes full of curiosity. Lin Shiyu suggested that they take the babies home to bathe first. After all, they weren't fully prepared this time. Next time, they'll prepare their own swimming gear for the little ones in advance and bring them to play with other children. Song Shuren smiled and nodded. He also wanted the babies to experience swimming. However, it would be better if the babies had their own swimming gear. Of course, the swimming pool will definitely have extra pools for the babies. But Song Shuren felt that his child definitely had to be different from other children. Because they are my adorable babies. On the way home, even though there's air conditioning in the car, it gets hot as soon as I get out. The human cubs whimpered and moaned. It means, my head is numb, hot, and uncomfortable. Push open the door. Song Shuren went straight to the bathroom. I went to run a bath for the babies first. Their clothes were little ducks. Another hour passed while they were busy with this. The babies just had a bath and are feeling refreshed. I reckon they won't be able to sleep for a while. Seeing that the weather was so hot, Song Shuren noticed that his wife was still drinking hot water, which was unlike her usual way of doing things. Honey, there's still half a watermelon in the fridge, why don't you take it out and eat it? Lin Shiyu's eyes widened. I thought we finished eating yesterday. Silly boy, you watch the baby, I'll go cut you a watermelon. Lin Shiyu gave a sweet and sat cross-legged on the sofa to play hide-and-seek with the babies. She's hiding behind a cushion. Guess where Mom is? Then suddenly, wow! Mom's here. Then he hid again, and his mother disappeared? He. Here I am. When Mom disappeared, the baby's smile vanished, and his round eyes looked around, searching for his mother's figure. When her mother appeared, she grinned and revealed a sweet smile, which melted her mother's heart. Cool and refreshing watermelon is here. Babies always have a lot of fun playing games, but adults get tired easily. For example, 10 minutes have passed and the little ones are still not done. They've been repeating the same actions for so long, and the adults are getting really bored. Babies, let's take a short break. Mommy will have some watermelon first. Chapter 82. My melon is sweet, baby, do you want to try it? What is a watermelon? Did mom go play with the watermelon? The babies tilted their heads, looking at the watermelon in their mother's hand. Seeing how interested the children were, Lin Shiyu picked up a slice of watermelon and started explaining things to them. Babies, do you know what this is? This is a watermelon, a summer fruit with a sweet taste and juicy texture. Would you like to try some? Although they didn't know what it was, their mouths watered at the sight of the tempting red flesh, and they definitely wanted to try it. Lin Shiyu wiped the baby's drool, chuckled, and then used the tip of a watermelon to wipe their lips. As soon as the babies tasted the fresh sweetness, they blinked their little eyes a few times, pursed their lips, and their eyes sparkled with joy. Is it sweet? Do you like it? Lin Shiyu asked, while continuing to nibble on the watermelon in her hand. The babies watched their mother eat so heartily and became anxious. Then, the babies reached out their little hands towards the watermelon, indicating that they wanted more. Lin Shiyu took another piece and gave it to the babies to sip. Okay, this is the last time. The babies are so young, they can't understand anything. After taking a sip, Kwai Kwai imitated Lin Shiyu, pretending to have a sweet and thirst-quenching watermelon in her hand, and stuffed her little hand directly into her mouth. Oh dear. Quick, don't bite your little hands. It quickly started babbling incoherently, as if in protest. To stop Kwai Kwai from biting her little hands, she put a pacifier in Kwai Kwai's mouth. Unexpectedly, he took a quick bite and then spat it out. The other babies weren't as fussy as Kwai Kwai, but they kept looking at their mothers with expectant eyes. Lin Shiyu was a little at a loss. Looking at the babies' expectant eyes, she really couldn't bear to refuse, but the babies were still too young to eat. My dear babies, when you're a little older, mommy will give you each half to eat, okay? Kwai Kwai kept staring longingly at the watermelon on the table. Seeing this, Lin Shiyu quickly hid the watermelon behind the tissue box, shrugged, and said, "That's all, I've finished it. Maybe next time." Hey, where did it go again? Kwai Kwai kept staring at the spot where the watermelon had just been placed, hoping it would reappear. But the watermelon never appeared, and Kwai Kwai got angry. She's pouting, this looks like she's about to cry. Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shuren for help. Song Shuren wiped his mouth and tidied up the watermelon rinds on the table. He chuckled and said, "Wife, whoever started the fire should put it out. In the hot summer, fruit peels will smell bad if left for too long." Song Shuren wiped the watermelon juice off the coffee table and took the trash downstairs to throw it away. When he returned, he saw Lin Shiyu feeding Kwai Kwai in the room. With a helpless expression on her face, she said, "Honey, hurry up and eat. His mental state is terrible. Luckily, I have breast milk, otherwise I wouldn't be able to soothe him." Song Shuren looked at Kwai Kwai, who was drinking enthusiastically, and asked, "Kwai Kwai, Dad bought you a watermelon. Do you still want some?" Lin Shiyu looked surprised and quickly covered Kwai Kwai's ears. Can't hear. Song Shuren smiled, "What a fragrant and sweet watermelon." Lin Shiyu said coquettishly, "Husband." Looking at the unmoved Kwai Kwai, Song Shuren couldn't help but sigh, if only Kwai Kwai had a kindergarten diploma, things wouldn't be like this. Song Shuren sat down next to the stroller and started playing games with the babies. He noticed that the babies' grasping ability seemed to have improved a lot, and they could hold their heads up for longer and longer periods of time. Song Shuren, wearing a Monkey King glove on one hand and a lion glove on the other, began his spectacular performance. With his right hand brandishing Sun Wukong, he shouted, "Hey! Demon, prepare to die." The little lion on the left fell to the ground with a thud. "Ah! Great sage, spare me! Spare me! Hey! Take this! Ah! No!" A fierce battle ensued. The little lion tried to escape, and Sun Wukong chased after him. He tried to escape, but he couldn't get away. The children were captivated by his performance, their eyes glued to the Sun Wukong and the little lion in Song Shuren's hands. Bang! Sun Wukong defeated the lion demon and achieved final victory. The babies giggled with joy. Lin Shiyu looked at Kwai Kwai in her arms and her husband, who was having a great time playing with the babies, and smiled happily. After playing until they were tired, the family of 6 took a nap. Song Shuren set his alarm and got up early to prepare dinner. Lin Shiyu woke up after a while and went to the kitchen to help her husband. She did what she could, watching her husband's cooking skills, thinking that once she learned, she could cook a meal for him too. "Honey, should we marinate this for a while?" "Yes, adding scallions, ginger, and cooking wine can remove the fishy smell, and then marinate it with soy sauce and oyster sauce for a while." Lin Shiyu nodded and marinated the meat according to Song Shuren's instructions. At this moment, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air, and the melodious sounds of chopping vegetables and sizzling oil intertwined, creating a harmonious yet peaceful scene that painted a picture of ordinary life. My husband is such an amazing cook. My eyes are full of admiration for him. Smelling the rich aroma of the food, she suddenly had a thought. Honey, could you give me some pointers sometime? I'd like to cook a meal for you too. He appreciated Lin Shiyu's kindness. Honey, the kitchen is smoky, let me cook for you. Lin Shiyu pouted. Are you afraid I'll blow up the kitchen? That's why you won't teach me. Song Shuren smiled, a warm smile. How could that be? Lin Shiyu turned her head away and muttered angrily, you just dislike me. Song Shuren hurriedly explained, no, I just think that the kitchen fumes are heavy, and women's skin is thin, so the fumes can easily penetrate into your skin, making it difficult for your skin to breathe and accelerating skin aging. As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around Lin Shiyu's slender waist from behind and said gently, I just want you to always look beautiful, don't be angry. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh, a sweet smile playing on her lips. She turned and buried herself in Song Shuren's arms, looking up at him. Okay, I'll make an exception and not hold it against you this time. Lin Shiyu glanced at him and said shyly, then she lowered her head, wrapped her arms around his waist, and hugged him tightly. Song Shuren lowered his head and kissed her luscious lips. Okay, before the babies wake up, take the watermelon to the living room to eat. The kitchen is hot and smoky, so don't get your clothes dirty. Lin Shiyu, holding a watermelon, stood at the kitchen door and said playfully, then I'll stay away from it. Being alone in the living room is nowhere near as interesting as watching my handsome husband cook here. He then kissed her luscious lips. Chapter 83. It's a baby's instinct to drink water, let him drink. Song Shuren shook his head, there was really nothing he could do about her. Just as she was engrossed in watching, her ears twitched. Had the babies woken up? Song Shuren temporarily turned off the range hood, and the babies' cries became clearer. Lin Shiyu ran over and saw that the babies had indeed woken up, and Tuanchuan was crying loudly. Tuan Tuan's voice is extremely penetrating, no wonder I could hear it even with the range hood on in the kitchen. Although the babies were born at the same time, each of them has a different talent. In just over a month, Tuanchuan's unique penetrating voice has already shown. Maybe she can become a musician in the future. As a mother, after so much time together, she can now distinguish the different meanings behind the baby's cries. The sound a person makes when they need to poop is different from the sound a person makes when they're hungry. The way it's making that hurried, smacking noises clearly indicates it's hungry. Lin Shiyu picked up Tuanchuan to breastfeed, while also looking after the 3 babies next to her. Lin Shiyu observed each baby's diaper and found that Leilei's diaper was already bulging. She thought she would change Leilei's diaper as soon as Tuanchuan finished drinking her milk, otherwise she would cry from discomfort. Just then, Song Shuren finished cooking and came over to call her to eat. She gently patted Tuanchuan's little bottom while turning her head away. Honey, it's time to change Leilei's diaper. Song Shuren responded, went to the toilet to fetch warm water, laid out a diaper pad, and put Leilei on it. Daddy will wash your bottom. With the weather so hot now, if the diaper gets dirty and isn't changed in time, the baby's bottom is prone to developing small pimples if it stays covered for too long. So it's best to wash their bottoms when changing diapers to keep them dry. While putting a diaper on Leilei, Song Shuren said, Wife, let's go to the store after we finish eating. With the new store opening, he noticed that business was good during the day, so he wanted to see how business was at night. Lin Shiyu readily agreed, okay. It's been a long time since I've gone out for a stroll at night. After dinner, the two packed their things and drove to the store. When we arrived, it was just past 8 o'clock, the time when everyone was out shopping after dinner. Stepping into the store, I was surprised to find it bustling with activity. Song Shuren overheard many parents discussing this. The facilities here are quite good, we can get a membership card for our baby here. Putting everything else aside, the staff here have really good service, much better than the one I went to last time. Yes, I also enrolled my child in a class before, and the staff there became cold towards me after they heard that I had booked a discounted package. I heard that the owner of this store is both handsome and has a great physique. Moreover, the staff who teach babies to swim here are all certified and very professional. Really? Look, they've posted the health certificate and qualification certificate on the notice board. The shop owner is very attentive and meticulous towards the babies, which puts our minds at ease. It's true, I'll record a video and send it to the mothers group at our postpartum care center. At this moment, a young mother recognized Song Shuren. Hey, aren't you the handsome guy in that flyer? Song Shuren smiled and said, "Yes, it's me. Are you here to bring your baby swimming as well?" "No, I'm the owner here. I brought my wife and kids over after dinner." The young mother glanced at Lin Shiyu, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you Lin Shiyu, the campus belle from the Suzhou University website?" Lin Shiyu looked at the new mother in front of her, her mind racing. Is this a classmate or a teacher? If it's a classmate, there aren't many others at Suzhou University besides myself who got married so young and had a baby. The teacher's words don't seem quite right either. "Do you know me?" The young mother excitedly said, "I graduated many years ago, but recently I saw your video on the school website, the domineering campus beauty confronting her husband's ex-girlfriend. I felt so good watching it." Lin Shiyu scratched her head sheepishly, not expecting the video to go so viral. Song Shuren steered the conversation back on track. "Senior, did you bring your baby to swim?" "Yes, I was drawn in by the cute baby on the flyer." "Wait, baby?" The young mother stared wide-eyed at her baby in the car, her expression one of disbelief. "I always thought it was the same baby, just with different movements and positions, but I never imagined they were quadruplets. The babies were born together and are blood relatives, so it's normal for them to look alike." In moments of confusion, even he can't tell them apart. As they chatted, the young mother's baby's swimming experience ended, and the staff were dressing him. Song Shuren asked, "How was your experience?" The mother took her baby from the staff, looked at the baby's contented expression, and smiled slightly. "It seems our little customer is very satisfied." Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu smiled sweetly and said, "I'm glad you like it. Thank you for your support." The new mother was completely captivated by Lin Shiyu's sweet smile, and just because of that smile, she went straight to the front desk to buy a quarterly membership. After all, in this world, only delicious food and beautiful women are worth cherishing. Take care. The new mother had just left when Manta steamed buns was quickly made. Brother Song, sister-in-law. This afternoon, someone saw the advertisement outside the store and went in for an interview. How about it? Manta scratched her head, looking quite honest, but when I asked her if she had the certificate, she stammered. Song Shuren became serious. He said that they had to go through the certification process before discussing other salary-related matters, otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. This concerns the baby's safety, and proper handling by unqualified personnel could harm them. When it comes to hiring staff, it's better to have none than to hire the wrong ones. Manta nodded and then reported to Song Shuren on the afternoon's business and the staff's work. After that, Mantu went to get busy. Song Shuren took Lin Shiyu to the baby swimming room to inspect the work and see how well the environment was maintained after a day's work. When they arrived at the baby swimming room, they found the environment to be very comfortable and safe. The water in the pool was very clean and the temperature was just right. There were also professional staff members taking care of the babies next to each pool. The babies swam happily in the water, like joyful little frogs. "Honey, look." Looking at Song Shuren, it was a baby, about 1 year old, who gulped down a mouthful of water as soon as it sank in. It sank down again and gulped down a few more mouthfuls of water. Coincidentally, he also happened to be playing the upbeat background music at the swimming pool. The baby drank the water and didn't cry. Instead, he just kept grinning like an idiot, his expression incredibly excited. With staff around, the parents weren't worried about their children's safety and happily took photos and videos of their baby's adorable moments on their phones. P.S. I just got home today, and before I could even sit down properly, the matchmaker showed up at the door. It's so tough, my friends. The young author doesn't want to celebrate the Chinese New Year now. The author wants to go out and work. Coming back from the Spring Festival is too scary. I've realized that working is better now. Working is fun. Chapter 84. Wife, you are my darling too. The two stayed for a while, and then went to the supermarket on their way home. After arriving home, Song Shuren planned to wipe the babies' bodies and let Lin Shiyu go to sleep first. Lin Shiyu felt that her husband was always taking care of 4 babies by himself, and that he was working too hard, so she insisted on coming over to help. It's getting late, you should go and rest after you've finished washing up. Don't stay up late, it's bad for your health. And don't try adding goji berries to your coffee like you do online. Besides, the baby needs to drink milk the next morning. If he doesn't rest now, he'll be sleepy when we feed him tomorrow. Be good, listen to me, I don't find it hard to take care of you and the baby. Lin Shiyu clung to Song Shuren's arm, still insisting on staying with him, and said coquettishly, "No, how can I sleep without you?" It wasn't that she was being dramatic, she had simply grown accustomed to having Song Shuren around. Lin Shiyu always felt empty when he wasn't around. Song Shuren pinched her nose. Okay, I'll wipe it quickly, and then I'll go to sleep with you. Lin Shiyu chuckled and said, I'll help you too. Working together as a couple makes the work easier. Oh, honey, there's something else I want to discuss with you. What is it? Tell me. Your mother already knows about us. I'd like to visit your father. Lin Shiyu looked slightly worried, but my dad. Trust me, I will do my best to get your dad's approval too. He already has a car, a house, and a career. Now I have enough confidence to face Lin's father. Lin Shiyu relaxed her brows and said, Okay, I'll let my mom know in a bit. The two cleaned the baby's body, and Song Shuren held the sleeping baby and gently placed him in the crib. Lin Shiyu went to the balcony to call her mother. She told the other party that she would be taking Song Shuren and the babies home tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Song Shuren immediately asked, How did it go? What did Auntie say? My mom said we can go back tomorrow. Song Shuren was both nervous and excited, but he still pretended to be calm as he led Lin Shiyu back to her room to rest. Upon entering the room, the first thing Lin Shiyu did was to look at her adorable little babies. Honey, look how soundly the babies are sleeping. Their little mouths and noses are so adorable. Ha, Kwai Kwai is even snoring now. Babies, we're going to Grandma's house with Mommy and Daddy tomorrow. Mommy is so happy. Even though you're asleep, Mommy will keep talking. Song Shuren picked up Lin Shiyu in his arms. What are you doing? Then, he gently placed Lin Shiyu on the bed. The babies are all resting, what about you? Lin Shiyu lowered her head shyly, I was just about to go to sleep. Song Shuren covered her stomach, turned on the small fan, and sat on the edge of the bed, gently patting her back. Lin Shiyu asked in confusion, Aren't you going to bed with me? Song Shuren replied softly, I just turned on the washing machine. After the clothes are washed, I still need to hang them up to dry, which will take another half hour. It's quite a long time. You should go to sleep first. Moreover, staying up late reduces the secretion of nutrients. We have 4 babies, you don't want them to go hungry, do you? Lin Shiyu was persuaded by Song Shuren, and obediently lay down and closed her eyes. Song Shuren knew that his wife would feel sorry for him, and that was enough. He stroked her forehead back and forth like he was lulling a baby to sleep, as if a night elf were casting a spell. Song Shuren softly sang a lullaby, sleep well, my dear baby. Lullabies are sung to babies, and Lin Shiyu is his baby too. Lin Shiyu held one of his hands, resting it under her face. Husband. It's so good to have you. Perhaps she was tired, because she drifted off to sleep after speaking. Song Shuren quietly left a kiss on her forehead. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I scrolled through the 4 Song family sons Douyin videos, from the first one to the last, and I couldn't get enough of them. Drop. After the clothes were washed, he slowly pulled his hand away from Lin Shiyu's pillow, picked up his shoes, and tiptoed out of the room before putting them on. Just as I finished hanging the clothes to dry, Manta called. Brother Son, guess how much our sales revenue is today? Hearing Manta's excited voice, he figured it shouldn't be a small amount, but he really wasn't sure how much. Song Shuren guessed, 5 or 6,000? Too few. 10,000? Still not enough. Song Shuren's curiosity was piqued. He stopped guessing and wondered, how much is it? The total is 119,982.66, which is rounded up to 20,000. Song Shuren was taken aback. How much? Manta said excitedly, Brother Song. You heard me right, almost 20,000 yuan. Indeed, Brother Song, you're a man destined for great things. I never imagined I could earn so much money in a single day. Brother Song, you are my god. Even through the screen, Song Shuren could imagine Manta dancing with joy. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family villa, Lin Chongguang sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow, looking at a cup of tea on the coffee table. He tapped the cigarette but lightly with his fingers, making a soft sound. The tea on the coffee table had gone cold, but he was still very agitated, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, then slowly exhaled, the smoke billowing into the air. Seeing this, Lin's mother took the cigarette from his hand and stubbed it out. I already told you, that young man is quite good. He's ambitious, family-oriented, and will take good care of our Shiyu. Our daughter won't suffer any mistreatment with him, so don't worry. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Lin Chongguang was furious and shouted angrily, "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. If I don't have children and grandchildren, I'll enjoy my blessings. How can I not be at ease? Who knows if that brat was forced to be with Shiyu because of the child? And Shiyu was gone for so long, only seeing him again after the baby was born. I don't understand his intentions." Lin's mother immediately became anxious. "When I came back that day, I explained it to you. Xiaoan only found out about this by accident later, and she also found out that she had been taking care of your daughter and our grandson for a long time. Don't shout in the middle of the night. Don't you know you have a loud voice? You'll wake up the neighbors and they'll laugh at you." Lin Chongguang knew that his mother had some truth to her words, but he still felt that his own cabbage had been eaten by a pig, and he was very depressed. Shiyu has such a bad temper. I said a few words to her and told her to abort the child, but she actually ran away and secretly gave birth to the child. How old is she? She already had a child. Where am I supposed to put my old face? Put it wherever you want, how dare you say that? Her temper is just like yours. Lin's mother was so angry that she drank the herbal tea in front of him in one gulp to cool down. The most important thing now is your daughter's happiness. That young man is really great in every way. If you don't believe me, you can check him out tomorrow. But I'm warning you, this is just an inspection, so don't give the kids a hard time tomorrow. My grandchildren are among them. If you dare to give me that look, I'll make you regret it. Chapter 85 First Meeting with Father-in-Law, Nervous. Listen to your wife, and you'll make a fortune. This is a truth that Lin Chongguang has believed in for many years in business. Even now, when his wife is arguing with him so much that he's speechless with anger, he doesn't dare to say anything in response. After a moment of silence, Lin Chongguang couldn't help but ask, "Shiyu, is she alright?" He thought about how his daughter must have endured unimaginable pain giving birth to 4 babies, undoubtedly walking through the gates of hell 4 times, which would be extremely damaging to the mother's body. Lin's mother glared at him. What a hypocrite! He says he doesn't care, but he's actually quite concerned, isn't he? Lin Chongguang stubbornly argued that our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents, so why should she harm her own body? Lin's mother smiled and said, "Don't worry, she's being taken very well. Her skin is so smooth and supple." Hearing his wife say that, Lin Chongguang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a glass of cold water, and went back to the bedroom. I slept. That night, Lin Chongguang couldn't sleep a wink. The next day. Early in the morning, Song Shuren got up and cooked porridge, and dressed herself in an outfit that her parents loved. Most importantly, I got a cool haircut. Wife, how are you? Song Shuren circled around in front of Lin Shiyu. Yeah. Cool. Really? Real. Get your appearance sorted out, have breakfast, and set off immediately. On the road. As Song Shuren drove, Lin Shiyu's unease grew more pronounced as they got closer to home. Honey, slow down. You're heading home, shouldn't you be thinking about driving faster? Lin Shiyu muttered to herself, how can these be the same? I haven't been home for so long, and when I finally come home I bring a surprise gift. I wonder what my dad's reaction will be. She looked at the 4 little ones and Song Shuren with a worried expression. When we get home, if my dad says anything harsh. Don't worry, I'm already mentally prepared. No matter what your father says, I will listen attentively. Even if he hits or scolds me, it doesn't matter. I will prove to him that I am capable of taking good care of his daughter. Lin Shiyu said with a serious face, I won't let dad hit you. Song Shuren is so good to her, she didn't bring him home just so her father would beat her. There are an unusually large number of red lights today. The journey that usually takes half an hour took them 40 or 50 minutes today, as if God was deliberately preventing them from getting home. After you pass this last red light and turn the corner, you'll arrive. This is a villa area with beautiful scenery, clean and tidy roads, and rows of luxuriously decorated private villas in view. Lin Shiyu told him to drive the car directly to her own parking space, take out the stroller, and put the babies in. Then, he took out the gifts and fruit he had prepared for his parents-in-law and knocked on their door together with Lin Shiyu. Uncle Jiang and a nanny opened the door. Aunt Jiang, it's been a long time. Uncle Jiang, what are you doing here? Is Dad going to the company today? Uncle Jiang shook his head. It was supposed to be, but the chairman said he'd cancel it since you're coming back today. When Lin Shiyu returned, Aunt Jiang gave her a kind smile. The young lady is back. Please come in, the chairman and his wife are waiting for you in the living room. The new parents exchanged glances, took a breath in unison, and pushed their babies into the living room. Lynn's mother, wearing embroidery glasses, embroidering, and Lynn's father, glancing at the television and then checking the clock 3 times. Dad, Mom. Lin Shiyu returned to her familiar home and saw her parents. She couldn't hold back her tears. Lin's parents were startled when they heard the sound, and then they turned around abruptly. Lin's mother stuck the embroidery needle into the cloth, hurriedly got up, patted the thread off her thigh, her eyes filled with tears. Oh! She's finally back! With a hug from her mother, her tears finally broke free, and she buried her head in her mother's shoulder, sobbing softly. Mom! Lin's mother gently comforted her. Okay, don't cry, don't cry. After waiting for so long, my daughter is finally home. At that moment, a pair of eyes were watching the mother and daughter from not far away, and the eyes were a little moist. Lin's father desperately suppressed the urge to hug his daughter. He had so many questions for her, but in the end, he could only squeeze out a cold, indifferent sentence. At least they know to go home. As soon as Lin Chongguang spoke, her mother immediately gave her a warning look. I don't know if it was because his voice was too loud, but the babies in the stroller were all frightened to varying degrees. Babies with slow reflexes are still confused, while babies with fast reflexes have already started crying. Yuan cried loudly, her little face turning bright red. Seeing this, Lin Shiyu quickly picked up Yuan, gently patted her back, and softly comforted her. Lin Chongguang did not intentionally scare the babies. He panicked when he saw the babies crying. He put down the newspaper in his hand and walked over quickly, but was ruthlessly pushed away by Lin's mother. What are you trying to do? This is your own grandson. Lin's mother thought that Lin Chongguang didn't like the babies and was afraid that he would scare his beloved grandchildren again. No, Lin Chongguang wanted to explain, but he swallowed the words back down. With his father-in-law already here, Song Shuren extended his right hand, bowed slightly, and smiled at Lin Chongguang, saying, Hello, uncle, I am Song Shuren, Shiyu's husband, and the children's father. Lin Chongguang put his hands behind his back, looked the young man up and down, but his gaze kept drifting towards his daughter and baby. Under Lin Shiyu's comforting words, the blush on Yuan's face gradually faded, and her fair complexion returned to normal. The other babies are also gradually getting used to this new environment. With her eyes wide open, Yuan curiously looked at the adults around her in the stroller, her big, grape-like eyes revealing the innocence of a baby. For some reason, she kept staring at Lin Chongguang's face, and then slowly revealed a healing smile. Lin Chongguang thought to himself, is she smiling at him? He wanted to be angry, but the baby's smile soothed him, and he finally reached out and shook hands with Song Shuren. Song. I'll call you Shaoan. Song Shuren nodded. Please sit down. The group took their seats. Shaoan. When Song Shuren heard his father-in-law call his name, he hurriedly stood up. Hey! Lin Chongguang beckoned him to sit down and talk. Her mother has told me most of what happened between you and Shiyu. Before you came, I thought about it a lot. What's past is past. Now that you two have a child, there's no point in dwelling on the past. But there's one thing I need to understand. Were you forced to be with my daughter because she gave birth to your child? Song Shuren stood up again, glanced at Lin Shiyu, and then replied with a serious expression. P.S. Today is Lunar New Year's Eve. Time flies, and the new year is here again. Another year of family reunion. Wishing you, gentlemen and ladies, a happy and harmonious family, good health, and all the best. The young author wishes everyone a happy new year. May you be prosperous and wealthy. Chapter 86 Exceptional Performance, Father-in-law's Approval. Uncle, you can rest assured about that. I don't think I'm with Shiyu just for the sake of the child. I genuinely love her from the bottom of my heart and want to spend my life with her. After such a long time, the fact that God brought Shiyu and me together again already says it all. It's giving me a chance to make it up to her, and thankfully, she's still willing to give me that chance. At this point, Song Shuren turned his head to look at Lin Shiyu and gave her a slight smile. Then, he solemnly said to Lin's father, I am willing to accept any test, and I hope you can give me a chance. Song Shuren's gaze was firm, without the slightest hint of evasion. Lin Chongguang slowly brewed a cup of tea, poured one for himself, and then poured another. He was moved by the young man's sincerity and strategically took a sip of tea. Okay, then I'll give you a chance. If you don't treat her well, don't blame me for being impolite. Song Shuren was overjoyed. I heard you bought a house and a car. Yes, uncle. Your aunt told me you bought it in full? Lin Chongguang thought that it was very impressive for Song Shuren, at his age, to be able to buy a house and a car outright on his own. Furthermore, he knew something about the other party's family situation. The other party can buy a house in Jiangyue outright, along with an any car, which is something 99% of people cannot do. So when he learned that his daughter had brought Song Shuren and the babies back, he was quite curious about what they looked like. Unexpectedly, he was tall and handsome, with such an amazing aura, even more handsome than I was when I was younger. Of course, Lin Chongguang's own imagination was that he was even more handsome than Song Shuren. Song Shuren replied, "Yes, uncle, I paid in full." He knew the other person must be wondering where he got the money to buy the house and car. He then explained directly, "Uncle, this money was earned from part-time jobs and scholarships during my university years. After I found out I was pregnant, I made an investment to give Shiyu and the babies a better life. Now I've earned some money and opened a baby swimming center, so I have a stable income." Song Shuren's sincerity made Lin Chongguang nod in approval. His wife was right, the man his daughter had chosen was quite good. After getting to know him, Lin Chongguang had a pretty good impression of him. If he can remain consistent in his treatment of his daughter and grandchildren, he will naturally have no objections. He pushed the other cup of tea forward, his tone no longer so cold. "Drinking tea. Let me see my 4 grandchildren." Lin Shiyu actively pushed the babies over. While playing with the child, Mr. Lin asked, "What are the names of your precious grandchildren?" This question wasn't just about asking the baby's name, he also wanted to use it to ease the tension between father and daughter. Lin Shiyu happily introduced to her father, "This is De Bao, named Song Zishi, nicknamed Kwai Kwai Er Bao, named Song Yicheng, nicknamed Tuan Tuan San Bao, named Song Zilin, nicknamed Lele, and Xiao Bao, named Song Yitong, nicknamed Yuan Yuan." Lin Chongguang laughed heartily, "Great name. Happy and joyful family reunion. Great. Nicknames are often the purest hopes and blessings parents have for their children." He now regrets not giving Lin Shiyu a nice nickname as well. Which one is the baby boy and which one is the baby girl? Happy and joyful is for boys, and reunited and joyful is for girls. Lin Chongguang praised repeatedly, "Great. You have both a man and a woman. But I still prefer a girl." Lin Shiyu leaned on her father's shoulder shyly after hearing this. "Dad." Mr. Lin gently patted his daughter's head, saying, "It's over now, you're home." This scene had appeared in her dreams countless times. The babies in the stroller were also happily waving their hand cranks. Gua. It said that grandparents and grandchildren have a special bond, and looking at these little ones, Lin Fu felt an indescribable joy. He really wanted to hug these little ones. Her hands reached out and then came back, afraid that she might be too rough and scare the babies. After thinking it over and over again, and hesitating for a long time, I decided against it. Lin Shiyu held up De Bao, facing Lin Chongguang, and said quickly, "This is Grandpa." Lin Chongguang gently tugged at Kwai Kwai's little hand as a greeting. "Kwai Kwai, I'm your maternal grandfather, call me maternal grandfather." "Abu Abu. Dad, give me a hug." Lin Shiyu noticed that her father was afraid to hold the baby, so she handed the bravest baby, Kwai Kwai, to him. Lin Chongguang was somewhat surprised, as it had been many years since he had held a child. His skills in holding a child had become rusty, but he couldn't resist the joy in his heart. He patted the dust off his clothes and shakily reached out to take Kwai Kwai. "Oh my, the baby is so soft and smells so sweet, so cute." Looking at Kwai Kwai in his arms, it felt like Lin Shiyu was born just yesterday. He had only just become a father, and now he was already a grandfather. Quickly realizing he was no longer in his mother's arms, he became a little anxious. "It's okay, come on, this is Grandpa, and Mom is right here." After quickly confirming that her mother hadn't left, and seemingly sensing her grandfather's affection for her, she refrained from crying and remained quietly in Lin Chongguang's arms. "Grow up quickly and remember that your grandpa held you." She tilted her head, grabbed her grandfather's beard with her little hands, and giggled. "Hurry up, don't be naughty, let go of my hand." "Aha, puff a puff." The more Lin Shiyu tried to stop him, the more excited he became, thinking that his mother was playing a game with him. Although Lin Chongguang was being pulled on the beard by Kwai Kwai, he was not angry, but rather felt at ease. "Dad, don't spoil him." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly let go of her hand. His smiling, crescent-shaped eyes were wide open, and he remained motionless, with an expression of resignation to his fate. Not good. Lin Chongguang was terrified when he saw the baby suddenly freeze. Had he scared the baby again? He and Kwai Kwai seemed to be frozen in place, completely still, with serious and focused expressions, which was incredibly funny. Lin Shiyu quickly picked up Kwai Kwai and brought him back. The little guy must have pooped. Lin Chongguang breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he had pooped. Just as Lin Shiyu was about to help Kwai Kwai change her diaper, Song Shuren stepped forward. Shiyu, let me go. You and your uncle haven't seen each other for so long, you must have a lot to talk about. Go and have a good chat with your uncle. Okay, then it's up to you. Unexpectedly, this brat is quite considerate of others. Lin Shiyu helped her father sit down, and they chatted and laughed, exchanging words. Song Shuren quickly changed the baby's diaper and also checked on the other little ones. The whole process was very skillful. Lin Chongguang was chatting with his daughter, but his eyes never left Song Shuren. Chapter 87 Mother-in-law cooks, wife acts coquettishly. He had been watching Song Shuren's every move. His skillful technique shows that he truly takes good care of the babies. Lin's mother nudged her husband's arm and said proudly, I told you Shaoan was a good kid. Lin Chongguang dodged for a moment, wanting to observe further. Soon it was noon. Lin's mother got up to go to the kitchen to prepare lunch for everyone. Today, I won't let Aunt Zhang do it. I plan to express my feelings myself. Poetry, Shaoan, what do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you. Lin Shiyu hadn't tasted her mother's cooking in a long time, and happily said, I want to eat your 4 happiness meatballs too. Okay, Mom will make it for you. Auntie, let me help you. Song Shuren and Lin's mother went into the kitchen together, and when they came out again, they brought out a large table of food. It smells so good. Lin Shiyu secretly picked up a meatball and put it in her mouth. This is it. It tastes just like Mom's cooking. You brat, have you washed your hands yet? Lin Shiyu playfully stuck out her tongue at her mother, chuckled, and said, no. They ate it without washing it. Lin Shiyu ran over and hugged her mother, acting coquettishly. Oh dear, it's because my mom's 4 happiness meatballs are so delicious, I couldn't resist. Lin's mother smiled helplessly, went to wash her hands, and prepared to eat. At the dinner table, the food today seemed exceptionally delicious. Lin Chongguang almost bit his tongue. Lin Chongguang took a bite of rice and said, Wife, your cooking skills have improved again. Apart from the 4 happiness meatballs, everything else was made by Shaoan. Lin's mother knew that Song Shuren was a good cook, so when she entered the kitchen, she gave him the head chef's position, subtly giving him a chance to impress his father-in-law. Lin Chongguang said oh, thinking that the brat's cooking skills were quite good, and his daughter was in for a treat. Strictly speaking, he is not a particularly rigid person. He can still be reasonable. She just felt sorry for her daughter who had suffered such a great injustice. She didn't know the truth. When her daughter was pregnant, Song Shuren did not show up to take responsibility, which left a very bad impression on her. Later, she was worried that he was only with her daughter because he was forced to be with her for the sake of the child, and that he did not truly love Shiyu. That's why she felt so awkward and uncomfortable. Now that the cause and effect of the matter have been clarified, looking at Song Shuren peeling shrimp for Lin Shiyu, Song Shuren taking good care of the baby in the morning, and the firm look in his eyes when he made his promise, Lin Chongguang's concerns are slowly disappearing step by step. Uncle, Aunt, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. You say. Here's the thing, this time, besides visiting your parents, I came back with Shiyu to discuss the baby's 1-month celebration with you. I'd also like to introduce my parents to you. What do you think, Uncle and Aunt? Of course I have no objection. After Lin's mother finished speaking, she looked at Lin Chongguang. Lin Chongguang put down his chopsticks and nodded. Since you two are both married, you should definitely meet each other's families. Upon hearing her father's agreement, Lin Shiyu excitedly grasped Song Shuren's hand, her eyes filled with joy. Ugh, my hands are oily. Song Shuren looked at his hands, which he had just used to peel shrimp. I was too excited and didn't notice. Lin Shiyu also peeled a shrimp for Song Shuren. Uncle and Aunt, my parents have already chosen a date for this matter a few days ago. After discussing it, the group decided to hold the baby's 1-month celebration next Wednesday. Lin's mother looked at Song Shuren with a smile. They're already married, why is he still calling her uncle and aunt? Lin Shiyu whispered a reminder in her ear, call them mom and dad. Song Shuren was taken aback, then raised his glass and said, Dad. Mom. I'd like to toast you both. Lin's mother was overjoyed. Hey. Eat up. After the meal, Song Shuren saw Lin's mother tidying up the guest room. Shaoan, since you're already here, don't rush back. Stay here tonight. No one usually lives here, so I'll tidy it up for you. Please bear with me. Mom, it's not tiring. It's nice here. You've been busy all day, take a break. I can tidy up by myself. Should we sleep separately? It looks like tonight is going to be a tough night. Lynn's mother was stunned for a moment and said, Mom knows you're married, but we have a custom in our area that when a daughter returns to her parents' home, she can't sleep with her husband, otherwise it will ruin the family's fortune. Although Song Shuren did not understand the origin of these customs, he still understood and respected them. It only took one night. Lynn's mother used cleaning as an excuse to send Song Shuren out of the living room. He went into the living room and saw Lin Shiyu playing with the babies. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu pulled him into her room. Before Song Shuren could react, Lin Shiyu had already landed several kisses on his face. You know what? I'm incredibly happy today. Seeing Lin Shiyu jumping and hopping around his neck, he was also infected by her joy. However, his attention was soon drawn to the room's decor. Could this be my wife's bedroom? What's going on? A feeling of tension and excitement welled up inside me. Lin Shiyu became wary when she noticed that Song Shuren's gaze was not on her. What are you looking at? Lin Shiyu asked. Exploring another side of my wife. Lin Shiyu's heart suddenly pounded, and her eyes quickly scanned the entire bedroom, searching for anything that could be hidden from view. Why are you panicking? Is there really a secret? What secrets do I not have? Seeing how nervous Lin Shiyu was, he no longer believed her if she said it wasn't true. Hey! There really isn't any, don't bother looking. The more his wife forbids him from watching, the more he wants to watch. Lin Shiyu began to try to cover his eyes, and Song Shuren's heart became increasingly itchy. Since there's nothing there, why be afraid of your husband seeing it? She couldn't explain why she felt guilty, even though nothing had happened. At this moment, Song Shuren's gaze fell on a photo frame. Is this what you were like when you were a child? The photo shows a little girl with a missing front tooth, 2 pigtails, and a wide grin laughing on the beach. Lin Shiyu rushed over and blocked the photo. Her face flushed red. No, it's definitely not me. If it wasn't you, why are you blocking the way? Song Shuren prepared to go over and find out what was going on. Lin Shiyu turned the photo face down on the table, opened the door, and pushed Song Shuren out. No matter how old a child is, when they return to their parents' home, they will become the little girl who was once cherished and pampered by her parents. The room is always your own secret base. Isn't it exciting and thrilling enough to have someone patrolling your secret base? Song Shuren smiled and shook his head as he walked into the living room, his mind still automatically recalling the photo from earlier. Wow, my wife was so cute as a child. Looks like the baby takes after his mother. Chapter 88. The baby's 1-month celebration is here. Lin Chongguan, who was in the living room, suddenly spoke up. Does Shaoan know how to play chess? Yes, it will. Song Shuren gave a confident smile. Do you know how to play chess? Does my father-in-law mean he wants me to play a game with him? Not to mention chess, Go, Ludo, and military chess, I can play almost everything on the market. Wow, I didn't realize that so many young people these days know how to play so much chess. Come on, play a game with me. With the system reward of chess proficiency skill, he was confident that he could handle any game. Lin Chongguan was getting ready to fight. His daily life consists of nothing more than work and his hobby of chess. It's a pity that those his age always deliberately lose to him because of his status as chairman, while the younger ones don't know how to play. It's very difficult to find a suitable chess partner. Upon hearing that Song Shuren knew how to play chess, he immediately took out a chessboard and set it up. Shaoan, you go first. Okay. Lin Chongguan deliberately let Song Shuren make the first move, so that he could tell the opponent's approximate level from the first move and whether he was a novice pretending to be an expert. Song Shuren didn't stand on ceremony. The chessboard was like a battlefield, it was a struggle between men. Song Shuren picked up the soldier and took a step forward. Upon seeing this, Lin Chongguan's upturned lips revealed a strange glint in his eyes. This couldn't be more simplistic, only a complete beginner would take the first step by moving a soldier. Lin Chongguan was somewhat disappointed, thinking to himself, sigh, another boring game of chess. He placed the piece down. Song Shuren's chess style gradually revealed its sharp edge, moving from gentleness to deadly force. After a few rounds, I must say, it's actually quite interesting. Lin Chongguan's eyes began to light up. After thinking for a moment, Song Shuren said, I'll go this way. Although he was proficient in all kinds of chess skills, both ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, he still had to play cautiously because his father-in-law was his father-in-law. Try your best to let your father-in-law win, but don't let him throw the game too obviously. Lin Chongguang raised his eyebrows, glanced at the situation on the chessboard, and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Eat. Ha ha. You shouldn't have made this move, it would have been better to move this way. He pointed to another spot. This approach is safer, so I can give you another chance. He certainly knew that the method would be better, but he had to give his father-in-law a chance to prove himself. He had just sent away a great general, but it did not affect his strength. He simply flicked his fingers and brought them down, his expression both confident and humble. Hearing his father-in-law's suggestion, Song Shiren smiled and said, I think this approach will better showcase my abilities. Although it's a bit risky, I'm confident I can handle it. Once a move is made, there's no going back. What a perfect move, one that can never be taken back. Lin Chongguang greatly admired Song Shiren's competitive spirit. He smiled slightly, realizing that Song Shiren was a formidable opponent. Alright, since you're confident, then continue. The two sat around the chessboard, and a game of Go, as smooth as flowing water, was underway. The red and blue sides were locked in a fierce battle, just like a duel of wits. As the game progressed, Song Shiren demonstrated his intelligence and skill. He sometimes steadily defended his pieces, and sometimes flexibly and cleverly attacked his opponent. Every move he made was dazzling, but he also left his father-in-law with room for the next move. Lin Chongguang couldn't help but look at him with new respect. Excellent move. That was a brilliant move, I hadn't even thought of it. Lin Chongguang looked at the young man before him with surprise, feeling both pleased and wary. He became very interested and continued. Time flew by, the number of pieces on the chessboard dwindled, and the situation became increasingly tense. In the end, Song Shiren skillfully handed the championship to his father-in-law with his superb chess skills and excellent acting. Lin Chongguang won the chess game and couldn't stop smiling, which improved his impression of Song Shiren even more. The next day, Song Shiren and Lin Shiyu both got up very early. Even though it was Song Shiren who took care of the baby at night, she was the one who came out with huge dark circles under her eyes. Song Shiren asked with concern, What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well? Indeed, my eyes were closed last night, but my mind was exceptionally clear. She couldn't very well say that she couldn't sleep because Song Shiren wasn't around, could she? Lin Shiyu's eyes flickered, perhaps she was having trouble sleeping without the baby. Do you want to go and rest for a while? No need, we'll be going back soon anyway. During breakfast, the two said they had to rush back to Suzhou to prepare for the baby's 1-month celebration, and would leave after finishing their meal. They only stayed one night and left? Lin's mother was naturally reluctant to let her children leave so quickly. Although Lin Chongguang didn't say it, he still planned to have another sparring session with Song Shiren today. Mom, let's go back and make preparations first. We'll see each other again in a couple of days. Lin Chongguang smiled and said, Your mom is short one player for Mahjong. Lin's mother slapped her husband. Mom, then I'll introduce someone to you. Lin's mother stays at home all day now. When she has free time, she plays Mahjong with her girlfriends, but it is difficult to get 4 people to play at a table. They often give up because they can't get enough people. Then Lin Shiyu introduced Gu's mother to her mother through her best friend Gu Yanyan. Then the two said goodbye to Lin's parents and embarked on their journey back to Suzhou. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the baby's 1-month celebration. Dad, Mom, over here. Lin Shiyu could see her mother, who was wearing a red cheongsam, and her father, who was wearing a red tie, from 7 or 8 meters away. Gu Yanyan and her parents followed behind. Lin's mother and Gu's mother hit it off immediately and quickly became best friends. And here they are, they came together. Lin's mother waved happily, My precious daughter. Upon meeting her, Lin's mother looked her daughter up and down. Our Shiyu is so beautiful. Your parents have been picked up, so please go inside. Lin Shiyu spoke up, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, let's go inside first. Upon entering the hotel, the lobby displayed a full-month-old photo of the quadruplets, along with directional signs shaped like the babies, prominently displaying the words, Uncles and Aunties, please come this way. Love is like growing flowers. The quadruplets are chubby and fair-skinned, clearly well cared for by their parents. Gu's mother didn't keep up with the others and stopped in front of the sign for the babies. Are these the baby's 1-month-old photos? Lin Shiyu replied, Yes, we took full moon photos for all the babies at that time. This is so cute. Seeing that her best friend's daughter was already married and had 4 adorable little angels, Gu's mother couldn't be more envious. Looking at her own daughter, she often goes out to play, but there isn't a single man with her, let alone a boyfriend. It makes her angry. With such a beautiful mother, it's no wonder the babies are so cute. Parental genes are very important. Song's mother came over and said, "Which photography studio is this? They take really good photos. Maybe we can call them over to take a group photo for everyone." Mr. Gu couldn't help but say, "Go inside and you'll see the babies. Why are you still looking at photos?" Lin's father agreed, "That's right." Chapter 89, The Parents Meet. Lin's mother and Gu's mother each glared at their husbands. The two immediately knew better and shut their mouths. You can't mess with your wife, she has her own reasons for doing things. Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan suppressed their laughter at their father's embarrassed expressions, afraid of embarrassing them. After the two finished taking photos, Lin Shiyu said, "Mom, Auntie, this way." After passing through a corridor, around the corner is the banquet hall where today's baby's 1-month celebration is being held. The lighting in the banquet hall is cleverly designed to create a warm and joyful atmosphere. The sides were filled with flowers and various delicious foods, and each table had a shiny white tablecloth covered with all kinds of food and drinks. Wow, this place is really nicely decorated. After praising her daughter, Lin's mother turned to her daughter and asked, "Where are Shawan and your grandchildren?" Although Mr. Lin did not speak, his eyes searched around for the babies and his son-in-law. Lin Shiyu didn't know where Song Shuren was at that moment, so she sent him a WeChat message. Song Shuren replied instantly. Lin Shiyu led everyone across the stage and straight backstage. There was a busy figure in the background. He skillfully changed the baby's diapers, clearly a new dad. "Husband. I just replied to your message and Lele pooped, so I changed his diaper." When Song Shuren turned around and saw so many people, he quickly changed the baby's diaper, cleaned up, and greeted everyone. "Dad, Mom. These two uncles and aunts are." He knows his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Gu Yanyan. Who are the other two uncles and aunts? The man was short and bald, but he dressed like a company CEO. The woman looked about 70-80% like Gu Yanyan. These are Gu Yanyan's parents. Gu Yanyan stepped forward and said, "Brother Song, these are my parents." "Hello, uncle and aunt." When Gu's parents first met Song Shuren, they were stunned by his good looks. Hello, you're a handsome young man." It turns out that both parents are incredibly good-looking, no wonder their babies are so beautiful. When he heard Mr. and Mrs. Gu praising him, Song Shuren scratched his head shyly. After chatting for a while, the group went to the entrance of the banquet hall to greet the guests. In addition to their parents, they also invited relatives and friends to attend. Guests arrived one after another, and the place was bustling with activity. Some people bought full-month gifts for their babies, while others gave them red envelopes. At this moment, Song Shuren's parents also arrived. They even changed into new clothes before they came. Song Shuren's eyes lit up. "Dad, Mom. Shawan." Song's mother was very happy to see her son. Song's father patted him on the shoulder. Song Shuren smiled and introduced them to Lin Chongwang and his mother. "These are my parents. I also have a younger brother who couldn't come today because he had to go to class. I'll introduce him to you next time." Song Shiyu is currently a senior in high school, and this is the time when he is preparing for the college entrance examination, so he was unable to ask for leave. On the other side, Song's mother and husband were stunned for a moment. These two should be. While they were still in a daze, Song Shuren continued to introduce, "Mom and Dad, these are Shiyu's parents." Upon hearing their son's words, the two secretly exclaimed, "Just as I thought." Mr. Song was the first to react. Smiling, she extended her hand with a hint of apology. "Dear in-laws, please rest assured, we will take good care of Shiyu." Lin's father held his in-law's hand and said, "We're all in-laws. It's all in the past. As long as the children are doing well, we parents are content." Lin's mother chimed in, "That's right, we parents are all doing this for our children." Song's mother returned home, having just raised her own child, and now she had to help raise her child's child. Song Shuren said, "Mom and Dad, you've worked hard your whole lives. We'll take care of the child ourselves." With a smile, Gu's mother said, "Young people these days all like to take care of their own children. But your parents are still so young. When you're busy in the future, they can help you take care of your children." Hey, you've really hit the nail on the head. When the baby starts school, he can come to my house during summer vacation and go to his grandparents' house during winter vacation. Mr. Song laughed heartily, saying it was a good suggestion. Lin Xiyu and Song Shuren smiled helplessly. The children are still so young, yet they are already thinking about how to allocate their winter and summer vacations. Look at my dear grandson, do you still remember your grandma? Song's mother bent down to play with the babies in the stroller. The babies blinked their big eyes as they watched Grandma bring out their older brother, Kwai Kwai, without crying. Song's mother hugged Kwai Kwai and said happily, Look, Kwai Kwai still recognizes Grandma. Hurry, it's Grandma. Do you still remember Grandma? Mom, it's only been a few days, but Kwai Kwai must remember you. Lin's mother picked up Yuan, who was frowning in the car, and coaxed her, Your brother needs to be held. Are you feeling wronged because no one is holding you? Grandma will hold our Yuan. As soon as Lin's mother picked Yuan up, she immediately smiled in her arms. Lin's mother joked, Our Yuan is quite the mood changer. In addition, there were two grown men who were looking longingly at their wives' grandchildren, wanting to hold their grandchildren themselves as well. Faced with the sweet and soft babies, the two grown men really didn't know what to do, especially the father, who scared the babies at their first meeting. I wonder if a baby who's just over a month old holds a grudge. Let me hug you too. Lin's father finally couldn't resist. I don't know if he was speaking too softly or if everyone was too engrossed in watching the baby, but no one paid any attention to him. Give me a hug, please. Lin's father was so anxious that he made a meme-worthy face. Lin's mother was about to hand the baby to him, but after thinking about it, she pulled back. What's wrong? Lin's father asked anxiously, a hint of doubt in his voice. You smoked today, so maybe you shouldn't hug me. Lin's father retorted, Nonsense. I didn't. I saw there was still cigarette smoke in the ashtray this morning. Oh dear. That was from last night, I didn't spill it. Lin's mother was skeptical, but still handed the baby to him, saying, Slowly. Mr. Lin carefully held Yuan in his arms, barely daring to breathe, afraid that the baby would refuse to let him hold her anymore. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa loves you to death. Seeing that everyone was holding their babies, Mr. Song couldn't wait any longer. Let me hug you too. He patted his clothes, trying to brush away the dust he had picked up during his journey. The parents played with the babies together, and the family of 6 was filled with laughter. Gu's mother could only watch with envy. The more I envy them, the angrier I get. She glared at Gu Yanyan and said, You still have the mood to take pictures? Let me see when you bring your boyfriend home. As a good best friend, it's natural to help Turtle record the beautiful moments of her daily life. I never expected that taking a photo could get me shot. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. Gu Yanyan grinned awkwardly. Father Gu coaxed in a low voice, laughing, All you do all day is grin and laugh. What else can you do? I have neither a grandson nor a boyfriend. Gu Yanyan's smile gradually froze. Chapter 90 I think the child's father is quite a handsome man. She'd heard that a million times. Ever since I introduced my mother to Song's mother, my mother has been urging me to get married and have children more frequently. Gu Yanyan thought to herself, If I had known, I wouldn't have introduced you to them. If I can't afford to offend you, I can at least avoid you. After taking photos of Lin Xiyu, she tried to escape this terrifying battlefield before her mother noticed. He had just taken a step when his mother called him back. Where are we going? I need to use the restroom. Gu's mother glanced at her and said, Every time I talk to you, you run to the toilet. Do you think we're annoying and want to escape? Mom, what kind of language are you talking about? Gu Yanyan lowered her head, her face full of worry. How could her mother know that she just wanted to run away? Just as she was about to make a futile struggle, Lin Xiyu quickly picked up Lele and placed her in Gu's mother's arms. Gu's mother was somewhat flattered. Oh my, is this baby afraid of strangers? Lin Xiyu gave Gu Yanyan a wink, and Gu Yanyan's gratitude was beyond words. Without further ado, let's get out of here. Lin Xiyu turned back to continue talking to Gu's mother. Since the little ones were hosting today, they naturally had to entertain the guests. Strangely enough, the baby, who is usually unapproachable, was unusually well behaved today. Gu's mother held Lele in her arms, doting on her immensely. Oh, my good baby, you'll be very successful when you grow up. Lele grinned at her mother, occasionally touching her face with her little hand. Looking at the adorable little child in front of her, Gu's mother felt waves of emotion welling up inside her. Little did they know, Mr. Gu was also captivated by the sight, wishing he could take one home and raise it himself. He looked around and realized his daughter was gone. He was filled with disappointment and frustration. At this moment, Tuanchuan, who was in Song Shuren's arms, suddenly started to whimper. The baby seems to want to drink milk. Lin Shiyu took Tuanchuan from his hands. Honey, let me do it. You go and greet everyone. Song Shuren nodded, and Lin Shiyu greeted everyone. Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, I'll be leaving for a bit. Go ahead. After saying that, she took Tuanchuan to the other side of the mother and baby room to breastfeed. In the mother and baby room, Lin Shiyu sat on a stool and unbuttoned her clothes. Sweetie, mommy's going to feed you milk now. She then shoved the milk into Tuanchuan's mouth. Tuanchuan's bright eyes closed tightly as the milk was brought to her, and she opened her little mouth to enjoy the warm milk, munching contentedly. Inside the banquet hall, the parents were still watching their babies. Everyone adores the baby and takes turns holding her. Mr. Song tapped the baby's nose and exclaimed, "Oh my, how many babies are there? They're so beautiful." Song's mother smiled and said, "It looks like a little girl, Yuan Yuan." Mr. Song examined it for a while and exclaimed, "Just like Mom. Beautiful." Lin's father laughed heartily, saying that Shiyu followed her mother's example. Ha, the in-laws have great genes. In my opinion, Shaoan is quite a handsome young man. The four of them played with the baby while chatting casually. Lin's mother sighed, it must be really tough for these two children to take care of four kids. Thinking about how she had exhausted all her energy raising the two brothers, Song Shuren and Song Shuryu, Song's mother couldn't help but sigh and say, yes, even if the children are young and their bodies can withstand it, their mental state cannot be ignored. After thinking about it, Mr. Song decided to hire a postpartum nanny for the babies, which would lighten the burden on the two children. Song Shuren waved his hands repeatedly, Mom and Dad, really, there's no need. We can take good care of the babies. Besides, we don't trust a postpartum nanny. Mr. Lin said, then you can move in with us. We have extra rooms, and we'll take care of the babies for you. Dad, let's discuss this later. Moving there means not only taking care of the babies, but also helping my mother-in-law cook, playing chess with my father-in-law, and not being able to sleep with my wife at night. This is not reducing the workload, it's clearly increasing it. Lin Chongguang nodded. A few friends happened to be arriving, so Song Shuren led them to their seats first. Just then, a burst of hearty laughter and the sound of a child talking came from the doorway. Hi, sis, congratulations on becoming a grandmother. A stylishly dressed woman who looked like an independent woman called out to Lin's mother. This is Liao Shuiyan, the aunt Lin Shiyu mentioned who was said to be exploding with gold coins. Following behind the aunt was Lin Shiyu's maternal uncle's family. The woman holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old boy was her aunt. The little boy was naturally her cousin, Mingming. Lin's mother accepted the red envelopes for her younger sister and the babies, and said, how come you're getting younger and younger? Sister, this is one of the benefits of not getting married. Liao Shuiyan said proudly. Lin's mother pursed her lips and said, Shiyu has already had her full month celebration, and you're still going around adventuring like you did when you were young. If you don't get married and have children, who will take care of you in your old age and see you off when you die? Although Liao Shuiyan is the youngest of the 3 siblings and is quite different in age from her older brothers and sisters, she is already in her 30s and is still unmarried and childless, making her a staunch advocate of remaining single. Sis, the babies are the main characters today, so please don't criticize me. Liao Shuiyan pulled Mingming over, pointed at Lin's mother, and said, Mingming, who is this? Do you remember her? Mingming fiddled with the toy car in his hand for a moment, then turned to his parents with a pleading look in his eyes. Second sister's husband. My uncle and his wife smiled and nodded in greeting. Lin's mother was the second oldest child in her family, and her eldest uncle had called her second sister since she was a child. Mingming, didn't I tell you on the way here that you should greet people when you see them? Mingming really couldn't remember what to call her, and shyly hid behind her mother. The uncle said embarrassedly, oh dear, look at this child. Lin's mother smoothed things over, saying, it's all right, he's just a child. The aunt pulled her son out from behind her and said, Mingming, this is your aunt. Call her aunt. Mingming looked up at Lin's mother and said in a childish voice, hello, auntie. Hey. Mingming is such a good girl. Then who am I? Lin Chongguan looked at Mingming with expectant eyes. My aunt-in-law is guiding me. What should I call my aunt's husband? Hello, uncle. Hey. We're clearly smart. As soon as Mingming heard someone praise his intelligence, he immediately started showing off. I got first place in my class on the exam. Wow, that's amazing. you're sure to be a great scientist someday. Lin's mother asked, by the way, brother, didn't my eldest niece come? Lin Shiyu's maternal uncle has a daughter and a son. The daughter's name is Susu, who is 2 years older than Lin Shiyu and is currently pursuing a master's degree. Their son is now 7 or 8 years old, which is considered late in having children because they have always wanted a son. I can't come. Susu said she has to stay in the lab to monitor the data and doesn't have time to come. Oh, I see. Susu is getting on in years, it's time to get her to start working on it. That's right, Shiyu's child has already had a full month celebration. I'll talk to her about it when we get back. The Song family didn't know the Lin family's relatives yet, so they couldn't join the conversation and could only stand aside, holding their baby and laughing along. Lin's mother slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Look at me. I was so engrossed in our conversation that I forgot to introduce myself to everyone. This is Shiyu's husband's family home, this is her mother-in-law, and this is her father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Uncle Liao Taining extended his hand and said, "Hey, hello everyone." Mr. and Mrs. Song hugged each other with one arm and used their right hand to shake hands with them. Chapter 91. This son-in-law of the Lin family is amazing. Just then, Lin Shiyu, having finished breastfeeding, came out carrying her baby and happened to run into Gu Yanyan. When Song Shuren saw his wife and Gu Yanyan approaching, he and the two of them, along with the baby, walked toward their parents. After all, so many relatives had already arrived, and he was worried that Lin Shiyu wouldn't be able to handle it all by herself. Goodness! At this moment, the scene is quite lively. In the crowd, Mingming asked, "Where is my cousin Shiyu?" The topics the adults were discussing were completely incomprehensible to the child, and since the meal hadn't started yet, he just felt incredibly bored. Every time he came to his aunt's house, his cousin Shiyu would always play with him, so Mingming had very deep feelings for Lin Shiyu. "Yes, we've been here for so long and haven't met the baby's parents yet. Dad, Mom, we're back." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Song Shuren wore a dark blue suit, his gaze firm yet gentle, while Lin Shiyu wore a pink dress, her long hair swaying gently, and she held an adorable baby in her arms, appearing gentle and charming. As they drew closer, Song Shuren appeared tall with a straight nose and large, bright eyes. From a distance, his expression seemed cold, but as he approached, his eyes seemed to smile, conveying a gentle tenderness and focus. Especially when reading poetry and reading baby stories. Lin's mother introduced, "This is Shaowen, the baby's father. Shaowen, this is Shiryu's maternal uncle, this is her maternal aunt, and this is her paternal aunt. You can just call it according to the poem. Hello, uncle, aunt, and little aunt." The eldest uncle and aunt were stunned by Song Shuren's stunning good looks and remained speechless for a while. How can there be such a beautiful person in the world? My aunt was initially attracted to my uncle's good looks, but now, looking at Song Shuren, she even regrets being born too early. The eldest uncle was thinking to himself, "Luckily, this kid wasn't born when I was young, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to find a wife." Lin Shiyu's aunt whispered in her ear, "Wow, your husband is so handsome." Absolutely. Although she is her aunt, Lin Shiyu and her aunt get along more like sisters. Cousin Shiyu, play with me." Mingming kept calling out, tugging at Lin Shiyu's skirt. Lin Shiyu squatted down. "Mingming, your cousin Shiyu can't leave right now. How about letting your cousin Yan play with you?" "Gu Yan, I just downloaded a new game, do you want to play it?" After glancing at her parents and receiving their permission, Mingming skipped and hopped off to play with Gu Yan. "Count me in." My aunt didn't want to participate in their chat, afraid that it would bring up her wedding again, so she went out to play with Gu Yan and the others. "Who is this adorable baby?" "Auntie, this is Tuanchuan. This baby is so cute." Liao Taining looked at Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, I never thought you'd become a mother in the blink of an eye. When you were little, your mother always made me take care of her children. I held you a lot back then." Lin Shiyu joked, "Uncle, could you please help me take care of the kids?" The eldest uncle hurriedly waved his hand, Hey, you two can't just grab one of them and keep ripping them off." Everyone was happily chatting about everyday things. Over here, Song's mother nudged her son. "Call your cousin and ask them where they are." "Okay, I'll ask." Song Shuren stepped out of the crowd and dialed his cousin's number. "Cousin, where are you?" The phone was noisy. "I'm just going back to the village to pick up your aunt and the others. While waiting at the traffic light, I saw a baby store and they insisted on coming down to buy some gifts for the babies." "No need to be so formal, just come and let us know, the babies have everything they need. Since we're already here, let's buy something. It's not far from your hotel, we'll be there in a bit after we buy what we need. Okay, then be careful on the road. Okay, let's talk again when we meet. After making the call, Song Shurin told his mother that they said they would arrive soon. Ah, okay, I'm just worried they'll get lost. Song Shurin's aunts all lived in the village and rarely went to the city. Lin's mother was worried that they might encounter something on the road since they were unfamiliar with the area. Everyone was tired from the journey, so we went inside to sit and chat. There was tea available. Lin Chongguan laughed heartily. Yes, Shaoan is so thoughtful. Let's sit down and chat. Song Shurin led everyone to the relatives and friends table and sat down. Apart from Lin Shiyu's and his own seats, there were 3 empty seats. Aunt asked, Shaoan, haven't your family arrived yet? I just called and asked, they're almost here. Everyone chat first, I'll go to the door to meet them. Okay, go ahead. On the dance steps, Gu Yanyan, her aunt, and Mingming were having a lively fight. Sister Yanyan, let me play with it. Let me play with it. Here you go. Hey, teleport here. No, this is a huge mistake. The voices of my teammates came through the phone. What's going on in the middle lane? They didn't even give a signal when someone came. Holy crap. Get reinforcements. Friendly greeting, is the middle laner a primary school student or an actor, deliberately putting on an act for us? He got angry as soon as he heard someone cursing at him. What's wrong with being a primary school student? Wow, you really are a primary school student. Have you finished your homework? My aunt quickly muted her teammate's microphone. Mingming, let your aunt play for a bit, and she'll turn the tide for you. No. Clearly. Liao Shuiyan reached out and tried to snatch the phone from Mingming's hand. We agreed on 5 minutes per person, but you've already exceeded your time limit. Children should be honest and trustworthy. My aunt is bullying me. I'm going to tell Dad. Liao Shuiyan immediately let go of her hand. Okay, you can play. While Mingming was playing, Gu Yanyan and Liao Shuiyan sat beside him, anxiously waiting. Go! Arrest him! On the other side, at the hotel entrance, Song Shurin met up with his cousin, his eldest aunt, and his second aunt. Cousin, didn't uncle come? They had a lot of things to do in the fields, so they sent me as their representative. As soon as the eldest and second aunts got out of the car, they handed Song Shurin the baby clothes they had just bought. This is for the baby. The seller said it's perfect for a 1-month-old baby. This size is a bit larger. When the babies are a little older, you can get them this larger size. Thank you, Auntie, that's very kind of you. My aunt looked around and thought, this place is quite pretty. The second aunt chimed in, yes, Shaoan, it seems you're doing quite well. Song Shurin didn't know how to respond to this, so he could only give an awkward laugh. After entering the hotel, the decorations inside surprised them. This is their first time staying at such a high-class hotel. The 3 of them followed Song Shurin toward the banquet hall, sighing all the way. Aunt, cousin, please sit here, Song Shurin said, pulling out chairs for them. This is my cousin, and these 2 are my eldest aunt and second aunt, respectively. Aunt, this is Shiyu's family. These are Shiyu's parents, my father-in-law and mother-in-law, my maternal uncle and aunt, and... Where did Auntie and Mingming go? Lin Shiyu replied that they had gone to play with Gu Yanyan. Lin's mother shook her head. My sister is so old and still so irresponsible. Go and find them. People are coming. My aunt said, it's all right, he'll be back soon, no need to call him. My second aunt said, yes, let's chat first, we'll be back when the banquet starts. After exchanging greetings, everyone chatted happily. Chapter 92 Adorable Baby makes a dazzling debut, the full moon banquet officially begins. Since it was the first time both sets of parents had met, the 4 babies became the perfect conversation starter. Lin Shiyu chatted with her relatives at the dining table, while Song Shurin continued to greet the friends who had not yet arrived at the door. In the latter half, a number of people arrived one after another. But they were all relatives I didn't have a close relationship with, and friends from my parents' side. Congratulations! Each time someone congratulates him, he smiles and nods in response, saying, thank you, please come in and take a seat. This is a red envelope for the children, please accept it. Then I thank you all on behalf of the babies. What are you talking about? Shawan. I never thought I'd actually get to eat at the baby's full moon feast. Antli, Mingchen, I'm so happy you've come. Please come in. Antli and my mom came to visit me together back then, so how could I not invite Antli to my baby's 1-month celebration? However, because Antli was coming with her son Song Mingchen, she did not come with Song's mother. Antli nodded at Song Mingchen's head. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Look at Shawan, he's doing really well. This hotel must be 4-star. Mom, I've already found a girlfriend by following your advice, so why are you talking about career again? Having found a girlfriend, Song Shuren immediately grasped the key point. I gave him a smile. Great. You're out of the single life so quickly. Brother Song, please stop joking with me. I'm nowhere near as good as you. After saying that, he whispered in Song Shuren's ear, my boyfriend is just someone else I asked to act out. Otherwise, my mom would call me several times a day, and I couldn't stand it. Song Shuren's lips curled into a smile. Brother, you can't hide it forever. I'll figure out a solution for this later. No, you really don't plan to find a partner? I'd like to, but it's not that easy. I think the girl who agreed to play your girlfriend must be interested in you. Song Mingchen thought about it carefully. No way. Think about it carefully, bro. You're way too insensitive. No wonder you're single. Song Mingchen was still thinking about what Song Shuren had said. Antli looked at the two of them, muttering to herself. Song Shuren resumed his warm smile. It's nothing, Antli. Last time I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts for the babies. This time, after receiving your invitation, I specially went to town to make a pair of longevity locks for the babies. Antli, this is too precious. Antli stuffed the longevity lock into Song Shuren's hand. It was silver, not gold. Why be so polite with Antli? There's a long-standing custom in their village that every newborn baby gets a pair of longevity locks made by their family. Wearing these locks is believed to ward off bad things, such as illness or disaster. It symbolizes helping children secure peace and health from a young age, and is the best blessing that elders can give to younger generations. When Song Mingchen and his family were young, they both had a pair of longevity locks made for them. However, after starting school, they stopped wearing them for fear of being called old-fashioned by their classmates. After I took the lock off, I actually fell seriously ill. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if it was really that effective. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. However, he has too many children, 4 in total, and Antli needs to get 4 safety locks made, which is indeed a bit expensive for her, and he felt a little embarrassed. Sai, we've already had the fight, and I don't have any grandchildren. You can give this to your kids to wear. I wonder when my brat will give me a big, fat grandson. Song Shuren accepted the peace lock and gave Song Mingchen a meaningful look. Mom, let's go inside first. Song Mingchen led Antli into the banquet hall. As they walked, Antli kept muttering to herself, and it was obvious what she was complaining about without even listening. Song Shuren shook his head, silently praying for Song Mingchen. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, it was time for the banquet to begin. Song Shuren returned to his seat at the dining table. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, photos of the baby's 1-month celebration were played on the stage, causing a stir among the audience. The babies had been being looked after by their grandparents. After relatives and friends arrived and gave them gifts, they found seats and many people didn't even have a chance to see the babies. The babies are so cute. I hadn't seen the babies when I arrived. I'll have to go see them later. The Song family is truly blessed. You know what, Shawan was handsome since she was little, and I never expected her child to be just as handsome. At this moment, the host appeared on stage. I understand how everyone feels. When I first saw these 4 little angels, I was also stunned. I couldn't even describe how cute the babies were in words. But please be quiet for a moment, our ceremony is about to begin. The discussion in the audience gradually quieted down. Good afternoon, everyone. The audience erupted in applause. Great. Today marks the 1-month anniversary of Mr. Song Shuren and Ms. Lin Shiyu's baby boy and girl, a truly wonderful day. On this special occasion, we gather here to celebrate the safe arrival and healthy growth of this adorable baby. Now, let's invite the families of the babies to come up on stage and speak. The host looked at Lin Shiyu, who quickly waved her hand to refuse. It wasn't because of social anxiety, but rather because she was too excited for the occasion. Although she had 1,000 words in her heart, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to say them when she went on stage. Seeing his wife's embarrassment, Song Shuren said, "I'll take care of it." Now, let's invite the baby's fathers to come up on stage and speak. Song Shuren stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked straight onto the stage. Today marks the 1-month anniversary of my baby's birth. We are deeply grateful to all of you for coming to celebrate with us. First of all, please allow me, on behalf of my whole family, to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to everyone for coming. Time flies, and I have officially become a father. With the arrival of my children, I have experienced both the joy and the hardships of fatherhood. As the saying goes, one doesn't know the gratitude one owes to one's parents until one raises children. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to my parents-in-law, and everyone who has cared for me. Especially my wife, you've worked so hard. A commotion erupted from the audience. Lin Shiyu's eyes were already brimming with tears, perhaps because Song Shuren hadn't forgotten her hard work, or perhaps because she was recalling all the difficulties she had faced this past month. The hardships of childbirth, the pain of postpartum recovery training, and the various inconveniences of the postpartum period. Countless times I've gotten up in the middle of the night to feed babies, change diapers, and burp them until I doze off. And the baby food has been chewed through countless times and then healed again. The 4 little ones have grown from tiny babies to chubby and healthy adults, which is a source of great pride. But only the 2 of them know the hardships they've endured. Due to the rushed preparations, there may be some shortcomings in this full moon celebration. Please forgive us. We hope everyone will be relaxed, drink freely, and eat and drink to their heart's content. Snap, snap, snap. The audience applauded. Chapter 93. Oh dear, how come the quadruplets are all different? Song Shuren's fate. The host was great at creating a lively atmosphere. He thanked the fathers of the babies for their speeches and asked everyone, "Do you think Mr. Song is handsome?" Handsome. The father is handsome, the mother is beautiful, and the baby has inherited all the best features from both parents. The girl is so pretty, and the boy is so handsome. Aren't the photos of the babies on the big screen already adorable? Several people in the audience chimed in, "Yes, that's right." The host smiled, leaving the audience in suspense. We need to broaden our perspective. Our baby is 100 times cuter in person than in photos. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our little ones to the stage. Snap, snap, snap. The applause lasted for a long time, and only slowly subsided when the host made a stop gesture. They had already rehearsed the process with the host, and when the applause started, Song Shuren and his family, holding their baby, were already waiting backstage. Please welcome our first little angel, Song Zishi. Then, the young and handsome dad from before came on stage, holding a lively and adorable baby in his arms. This is Mr. Song's eldest son, nicknamed Kwai Kwai. Kwai Kwai looked at the audience with his big, round eyes, showing no fear whatsoever, displaying the demeanor of a big brother. As the eldest brother, he has more courage and strength than his younger siblings. He has the demeanor of an older brother at a young age, but he is sometimes too lively and often wakes up his sleeping younger siblings. Next up is our second little angel, Song Yicheng. Lin Shiyu entered the stage carrying her second child, exuding an elegant aura as she walked. Her cheongsam accentuated her stunning figure, making it impossible to tell that she had ever given birth. This is Mr. Song's second child, and also his eldest sister, whose nickname is Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is a sweet and adorable baby, but don't be fooled by her cute appearance. This little one has a lot of energy inside her. Her scream is louder than Han Hong singing Tibet Plateau, which shows how powerful her voice is. Therefore, mom and dad have something to say to her, "Little Tuanchuan, it's such a pity you're not a singer." As if Erbo understood, he let out a loud scream, startling Lin Shiyu, who thought he was about to cry. Our second child is really giving us face. I think this baby will definitely become a singer in the future. Next up, please welcome our third little angel, Song Zilan. With a smile on her face, Song's mother walked onto the stage carrying her 3 children. This is Mr. Song's third child, a younger brother nicknamed Lele. Lele is the fairest-skinned baby among them. Even at such a young age, you can already see his delicate features and high nose. He's practically a perfect human baby. He's been calm and composed since he was little, unmoved by external gains or losses. You could say he's quite zen. Getting this little guy to laugh out loud is really a bit of a challenge. There's a saying I think everyone has heard: it's been a long time since I've seen the young master smile so happily. The audience burst into laughter. This personality is completely opposite to that of Dibao. The parents hope that the 2 brothers can support and help each other in the future and have a better future. Since they came on stage, the older children have been constantly moving their little hands or looking around with their little eyes, observing their surroundings. Only Lele has been sleeping soundly, completely unaffected by the environment. Next up is our last little angel. Song Itong. Lin's mother carried the 4 babies and quickly walked up, where they stood in their respective positions. This is Sibo, the youngest sister in the family, whose nickname is Yuan Yuan. Looking at how chubby and fair Yuan Yuan is now, you would never guess that she was the thinnest of the 4 babies, right? Yuan Yuan, nestled in Lin's mother's arms, looked exceptionally well, her rosy cheeks radiating a healthy glow, and she was even grinning at her grandmother. This nickname was perfect Yuan Yuan, and it really will stay Yuan Yuan from now on. This little guy is a real foodie. Don't let his young age fool you, he eats a lot and is a true little glutton. Yuan Yuan kept grinning, and as she smiled, drool began to trickle from the corners of her mouth. I wonder what delicious food she was thinking about. It has to be said that although they are quadruplets, they are all very different. Have you noticed that the 2 boys are named Kwai Kwai Lulu meaning happy and joyful and the 2 girls are named Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan meaning reunion and perfection? Here, I send my best wishes to this happy family, hoping that the babies can grow up healthy and happy, and that the family can be reunited. After the host introduced the 4 babies, the 4 of them left the stage. Everyone went about their business, eating or chatting. When they had almost finished eating, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu, a married couple, got up, took their teacups, and served tea to each table instead of wine. The first people to pay respects to are, of course, both sets of parents. Lin Chongguang and his mother were the first to toast with the children. Song Shuren tilted his teacup slightly downwards. Dad, it's inconvenient today. I'll have a drink with you another time when I have more time. He knew that his father-in-law, besides playing chess, also enjoyed appreciating wine, which he was naturally willing to do. Lin Chongguang was overjoyed. Great. I'll be waiting for you then. This is a red envelope for my grandson. Don't keep it for yourself. Keep it for my grandchildren. Song Shuren put down his wine glass, took the red envelope with both hands. It was a thick stack and quite heavy. Thank you, Dad. Lin's mother smiled and said, I hope you two can be happy forever. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu said in unison, Thank you, Mom. Next up were Mr. and Mrs. Song. Dad, Mom, we'd like to offer you this toast. Lin Shiyu bent down and held out her teacup. This was the first time Lin Shiyu had formally called them Mom and Dad, and they were quite excited. Hey, good boy, if Shaolin bullies you in the future, tell Auntie and I'll take care of him for you. Lin's father glared at Song Shuren and said, Speak properly about poetry. Song Shuren hugged Lin Shiyu and said, Mom and Dad, you can rest assured about this. A blush rose on Lin Shiyu's face. Mom and Dad, Shuren is very good to me. That's fine, it's what he should do. Next, we toasted Lin Shiyu's maternal uncle's family and her aunt. Song Shuren continued serving tea. Auntie, uncle, aunt, Mingming, let's drink first as a sign of respect. Lin Shiyu said with a smile that she hopes her aunt will find happiness soon, and that Mingming will grow taller and smarter. My uncle was driving, so he drank tea, while my aunt and my other aunt filled their glasses with wine. Mingming was obviously drinking cola, the source of happiness for kids. Wishing your baby a healthy growth. Mingming took a sip of cola, burped, and wished everyone would grow up quickly so they could play with Mingming. Ha ha ha. My aunt pulled a red bag from under the table, a patchwork quilt I made myself to give to the babies. I really had to ask 100 classmates and friends to collect the fabric. It's different from anything you see online. It's filled with blessings from many families, wishing the babies a healthy and happy growth. Lin Shiyu's eyes welled up with tears. Thank you, Auntie. Chapter 94 My Poor Babies. 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock exams, and this is how you get gifts. Following that are Song Shuren's eldest aunt, second aunt, and cousin. After toasting their aunts, cousins, and other relatives, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu went to the next table. Following the order, the next table was occupied by some of their friends. Brother Song. Before Song Shuren even arrived, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Mantu. The Locha's eyes lit up. His sister-in-law looked so beautiful today. Lin Shiyu smiled gently and raised her teacup along with Song Shuren. Big Tiger, Brother Song, what kind of tea do you want on this joyous occasion? Why don't you have a cup with us? Upon hearing this, Mudfish picked up the wine pot on the table, preparing to pour Song Shuren a cup of wine. Song Shuren covered the mouth of the cup with one hand, still holding the teacup in the other, and said, Let's drive. Today we'll drink tea instead of alcohol. Come to my house sometime, and I'll definitely drink you all under the table. Upon hearing this, the Loach put down the wine pot. Brother Song, let's forget about this. They had already experienced Song Shuren's drinking capacity back in school. He could drink beer as much as he wanted in 3.5 gin of baijiu. Moreover, whether it was rolling dice or playing rock paper scissors, Song Shuren consistently held the title of champion, making him virtually invincible. They are also very loyal to their friends. That's why everyone respectfully calls him Brother Song. Brother Song, the main characters today are the babies, and the brothers have all prepared some gifts for them. Song Shuren said, "Oh," surprised by the unexpected surprise. Starting with steamed buns, tada! 5 years of college entrance exam preparation, 3 years of mock exams. Song Shuren was both amused and exasperated. Wasn't this a bit too early? Not too early, not too early. The competition is so fierce these days, kids need to win at the starting line. As expected, Mantu continued his usual comedic style. Of course, besides the unexpected gift from Song Shuren, Mantu also gave each of the babies a big red envelope. During this time, he worked with Song Shuren, and the swimming pool business was doing well, so he already had quite a bit of money. I received steamed buns as a token of my appreciation, along with red envelopes and 5 years' worth of college entrance exam preparation materials and 3 years' worth of mock exams. Thinking about his 2 other roommates, Song Shuren felt a vague sense of unease. Loach, you can't. Brother Song, don't you trust me to handle things? Then the mudfish took out a thick stack of things that looked like books. This is? The Loach proudly said, "This is Grimm's fairy tales. I searched it online. Babies need to listen to bedtime stories before going to sleep. There are 1,000 stories here. If you tell your babies one a day, it will last for more than 2 years. This isn't a gift for the babies, it's clearly for the parents." Lin Shiyu usually tells the baby bedtime stories, while Song Shuren is mostly busy with housework. Song Shuren glanced at Lin Shiyu, whose face looked utterly dejected. Song Shuren asked tentatively, "Don't you know that there are only 76 stories in 1001? Ha? That can't be right? I've been scammed by the seller?" Seeing the Loach's reaction, the two couldn't help but smile. "Honey, Mudskipper is being kind, please accept this." When it was Didhu's turn, he awkwardly took out a gift, which was an early education machine. "I asked my mom, and she said this is quite practical and will last until I go to kindergarten." "Thanks." Besides Mantu and others, some other classmates took out their gifts for the babies, and some even gave red envelopes. Because they still needed to go to other tables to offer toasts, the gifts were temporarily left in Gu Yinyan's care. "Please remember to invite us when your babies turn 1 month old." Cheers! Everyone drank it all in one gulp. After toasting at this table, Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu went to toast at other tables. Just then, a voice called out to them. "My eldest nephew." When Song Shuren turned around, he saw that the others were panting heavily. "Aunt, second aunt, third uncle, third aunt's wife, cousin, cousin brother, why are you only arriving now?" The group immediately took out red envelopes and each gave 200 or 300 yuan as a gift based on the number of people in the party. These are all relatives from Song Shuren's mother's side of the family. They are not from the same village as Song's father, but they are all from nearby towns. A married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. Usually, Song's mother and her brothers and sisters are busy making a living. Apart from returning to her parents' home on the second day of the Lunar New Year, they rarely have time to get together. Invited by Song's mother to attend the full moon celebration, the third uncle specially rented a multi-person minivan to bring the whole family over. People rarely go to the city changes every day. Song Shuren's third aunt said embarrassedly, "I told your third uncle to turn onto that overpass, but he went the wrong way and went around in circles, so he was a little late." The aunt looked at Song Shuren and thought, "Shaoan is getting more and more handsome. Is this Shaoan's wife? She's so beautiful and lovely." My second aunt chimed in, "No, this appearance is truly delightful to look at." The two aunts held Lin Shiyu's hands and asked her the secret to maintaining such good looks. My third uncle said, "Shaoan, your mom said you held a full moon celebration at a big hotel." At first, I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect it to be true. "You're really something." After saying that, he turned to his twin sons and said, "Your cousin Shuren is your role model. Study hard, get into a good university, and you'll have a bright future and make a lot of money." My third uncle has 2 sons, who are twins. It's likely that Song Shuren's having quadruplets was also due to some family genetic factors. They just started high school this year, and their third uncle was worried that they wouldn't be able to keep up with the pace of high school studies, so he would urge them on and off every day, which suddenly put a lot of pressure on them. Okay, Dad, the two twin cousins replied listlessly. In order to prevent the full moon celebration from turning into a family education session, Song Shuren invited several people to sit down for a meal. Since the group arrived later, they naturally shared a table with the teachers. There are 3 subject teachers here, as well as a husband and wife counselor, and Mr. Wang, Song Shuren's high school homeroom teacher. Because of her strict management, her classmates affectionately called her Extinction Master. Facing the teachers felt like a dream. 4 or 5 years ago, they were being caught dating by their teachers. How could they have imagined that their teachers would come to their child's 1-month celebration? Song Shuren held Lin Shiyu's hand and stood openly in front of the teachers, confidently saying, "This is my wife." To be honest, I am very grateful to my teachers for their guidance, especially Teacher Wang, who taught me so many principles of life. Teacher Wang smiled with satisfaction. The shy boy from back then had grown into a strong and upright man, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of his family. You've always been a kind and loyal child. May you and this girl have a long and happy relationship. It definitely will. Lin Shiyu, the counselor, said, "We've already attended your baby's 1-month celebration. When can we attend your wedding?" Almost everyone at Suzhou University knows that the campus heartthrob and campus beauty are together and have 4 adorable babies, but there's not a single rumor about a wedding, so the teachers assume they haven't held one yet. That's right, the other teachers echoed. Professor Wang is not a professor at Suzhou University, so naturally he wouldn't know. What? You haven't had your wedding yet? Song Shuren explained that time was too short, but he would definitely hold a grand wedding for Shiyu later. Please invite us then. That's natural. Everything is in the line. Chapter 95, Taking relatives on a tour of the house. Some people were so jealous. We ate for about 2 hours, and then it was time to leave. The teachers said goodbye to Song Shuren and then left. Mantu went back to the shop to keep an eye on things, while Dahu and Nicho took 2 lighters and left as well. After the teacher and roommates left, the couple began making arrangements for their respective relatives. Since their relatives had come all this way, the 2 of them naturally didn't want them to go back so soon. While chatting with relatives, Mr. and Mrs. Song revealed that their son owned a large single-level apartment in Jiangyue Bay. Everyone became interested and clamored to go and take a look. Especially the eldest and second aunts, who revealed intriguing expressions. Even his cousins couldn't believe that Song Shuren had bought a house at such a young age, especially in Jiangyue Bay. The couple discussed it and decided to take everyone to their home for a tour later. As the tour was about to end, it got dark. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu decided to book a hotel for everyone. His family has limited rooms. After deducting the master bedroom where they live and the baby's room, there's simply not enough room for so many people. Although the babies are still sleeping with their parents, the room has already been furnished, and the beds are all children's beds, so adults have to stick their feet out when they go in. Fortunately, accommodation is now more convenient, and there are vacancies in hotels. After seeing that Song Shuren had finished making the arrangements, my cousin couldn't wait to speak up. Shall we set off now? Lin Shiyu pointed to the leftover food on the table and said, "Honey, should we pack it up and take it home? It's such a waste." Song Shuren called over the waiter, pointed to the few dishes that were left over, and asked him to pack them up for them. My aunt joked from the side, "You've already bought a house in Jiangyue Bay, what's the difference between these 2 dishes?" According to Song Shuren Hui, being rich and being frugal are not mutually exclusive. These are all grains, we can reheat them and eat them again when we get home. The 2 twin cousins helped the waiter pack up the food. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu had a good impression of the twin brothers. Although they were young, they were honest and helpful. After packing, the group followed Song Shuren back to Jiangyue Bay. As soon as they entered the residential area, the group was amazed by the environment inside. My aunt pointed to the trees that had been twisted into various shapes and said, "Wow, how much do these cost?" My second aunt looked around curiously, seeing nothing but trees everywhere, nothing like the trees in the village. Of course, many of the trees and flowers here are quite valuable, and with people specializing in styling and maintenance, they maintain their exquisite appearance all year round. Fingerprint authentication successful. Song Shuren pressed his fingerprint, and the door opened immediately. "Come in, everyone." The twin brothers looked at the clean and tidy floor and said, "Cousin, do you want to change your shoes?" "No need, please come in and have a seat." There were just too many people coming back this time, and we didn't have enough slippers at home. Song Shirin pushed the babies back to their room to rest, while Lin Shiyu went to the kitchen to bring tea to the relatives. My aunt plopped down on the sofa and exclaimed, "Hey, Xiaoan, this sofa is really soft and comfortable." Upon hearing this, the second aunt sat down and played a few strokes to experience it. My cousin tried for a long time but couldn't get the curtains on the French windows open. She asked in confusion, "How do I open these curtains?" Song Shirin smiled, took out his phone and operated it, and the curtains slowly opened. My cousins and my older cousin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the river view slowly unfold before their eyes. Overlooking the beautiful scenery along the river, they were so amazed that they couldn't speak. The house wasn't decorated in a luxurious way. Instead, it had a warm and cozy theme. Both the spacious living room and the comfortable bedroom were filled with a sense of home. Looking at it, it doesn't have the tacky air of a nouveau riche at all. On the contrary, it appears understated, luxurious, and sophisticated. These features were enough to impress everyone. Unexpectedly, the house was also fully customized and equipped with an intelligent home system that was all connected to the internet and could be remotely controlled. The aunt was stunned for a moment. "Xiaoan, is this even smart?" I know, just like the videos people post online. Xiao AI, turn on the air conditioner," Auntie said excitedly. Lin Shiyu smiled and said, "Second aunt, this is Xiaodu. Hey Du, turn on the air conditioner." "Yes, master." The air conditioner was turned on, blowing out a gentle breeze. Song Shirin is so successful now, and Song's parents have certainly earned a lot of face in front of their relatives. Seeing Mr. and Mrs. Song laughing so happily, the eldest and second aunts felt even more jealous. They smiled along with them, but actually used the excuse of sightseeing to gossip. Second aunt curled her lip and said, "Did you see third brother's face? Look how smug he is." "That's right, my third brother is really lucky. He failed in his business when he was young, so he went back home to farm. Now that Xiaoan is successful, he's overjoyed. When he started his business, he even borrowed 2,000 yuan from me, saying he was sure he would succeed, but he still lost money in the end." I noticed that Xiaoan's wife's parents were dressed quite well, like they came from a wealthy family. Do you think his father-in-law offered any support when Xiaoan bought this house? Of course, otherwise where would he get the money? You know the situation of my third brother's family. Xiaoyu is still in school. Where would they get so much money to buy a house and get married for Xiaoan? I just searched online, and the housing prices here are outrageously expensive. How expensive can it be? My aunt opened the search page she had just viewed, which showed the housing prices in Jianyue Bay. My second aunt glanced at it and gasped, "So expensive? Even if you worked your whole life, you still couldn't afford a toilet here." Just as the two were about to say something, their cousin came over and patted them on the shoulder. "Come and eat watermelon. I called you two several times but you didn't hear me." The eldest and second aunts looked as if they had done something wrong, and were so frightened that they turned around and kept touching their chests. After informing the two of them, my cousin prepared to go back to the living room to continue eating watermelon, but the two of them grabbed her. "I have a question for you." My cousin stopped, crossed her hands in front of her stomach, and asked, "Do you know what Xiaoan's parents-in-law do?" While thinking, my cousin replied that her father-in-law was a businessman, a big boss, and that his annual salary was said to be at least 10 million. An annual salary of 10 million? Even at the very least? The two of them stared wide-eyed. His mother-in-law used to be a teacher, but later became a full-time housewife. My aunt said sourly, "It seems that luck is more important than ability." He said his father-in-law helped him a lot. My cousin shook her head. "No, it's all money he earned from his own business. He even owns a shop of over 100 square meters in Wanda Plaza." "What?" The eldest aunt and the second aunt spoke in unison. "How did you know?" My cousin looked completely bewildered. They had just been chatting. The eldest and second aunts immediately returned to the living room. My cousin watched their retreating figures and muttered, "Why are they walking so fast?" Chapter 96. Third uncle, tell me, who knows how to use a smart toilet? Who does? The eldest aunt and the second aunt returned to the living room. The two sat down on the sofa, picked up a slice of watermelon, and took a bite. My aunt asked, "Xiaoan, I heard you're running your own business now?" Song Shirin said modestly, "Yes, I bought a shop and am doing some small business." The second aunt gave a forced smile, crossed her legs, and looked around, still unable to recover from the shock. This son was truly well raised. You two should have moved to the city instead of farming in the village. Song's mother shook her head. Young people these days need their own space, and besides, I can't bear to part with even a small plot of land at home. As people get older, they develop a feeling of wanting to return to their roots. They don't want to go anywhere else, and nowhere is as good as their own home. My second aunt laughed twice in agreement. I knew a long time ago that Shawan would be successful when he grew up. Your daughter-in-law's face looks like the kind that brings good fortune to her husband. She's destined for wealth and prosperity. Her hands are so fair and delicate she's probably never done any farm work. Unlike us, who grew up doing farm work, our hands are all calloused. Song's mother also understood the veiled meaning in her second aunt's words. But she's not someone to be trifled with. Shiyu has been a sensible child since she was little, how could we bear to let her do any work? Pointing to the pile of nutritional supplements in the corner, she said, knowing that my wife and I were coming, she specially went to buy some for us. She's so good to me, so I treat her like my own daughter. Lin's father chimed in, I absolutely cannot let my daughter suffer. If you suffer, blame your father. Who are you pointing fingers at here? The second aunt's expression immediately changed. Oh dear, I think you've misunderstood. We just think these two children are lucky. Shawan is definitely a winner in life now. After saying that, he smiled obsequiously at Song Shuren and said, Little Lin, now that you've opened your own shop, do you need any help? We are currently hiring. Could you assign a position to your cousin? The second aunt thought that in such a short time, Song Shuren had not only gotten married but also established a career, so he must have some extraordinary qualities. They thought about how their son had been working hard for several years after graduation, hadn't saved any money, didn't have many holidays, and often had to work overtime. They couldn't even come to the baby's 1-month celebration because they couldn't get time off. So my second aunt wanted to find a good job for her son. In fact, Song Shuren knew his second aunt's character well, as did their relatives. Just as he was thinking, his second aunt spoke up again. When your dad started his business, although it failed, I still lent him 2,000 yuan, which was my full support. You shouldn't have any problem with this small favor from your aunt, right? Second aunt, I run a baby swimming center, and we're short of instructors who are certified to teach babies to swim. My cousin. The second aunt was taken aback. She had thought it was some kind of clothing store or a baby swimming center. But soon, my second aunt realized that opening a shop definitely requires an accountant, and since he happened to be a professional in this field, it would be better to entrust the accounts to one of our own rather than to an outsider. Song Shuren smiled and said to Lin Shiyu, the boss lady is in charge of the accounts. Not only did they cleverly resolve the moral blackmail from the second aunt, but they also showered everyone with a dose of sweetness. Just as everyone was chatting, the sound of crying came from the bedroom. I'll go take a look. Lin Shiyu got up and ran back to her room. It turned out that Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were crying. Upon closer inspection, oh dear! All 4 babies' diapers are bulging, they need to be changed. Lin Shiyu picked up Tuanchuan and put her on the bed, then hurriedly changed Tuanchuan's diaper. It wasn't that she wasn't skilled, but rather that Yuan Yuan in the stroller kept crying, and she simply couldn't attend to her. If Yuan Yuan continues to cry, it will inevitably affect the other 2 children, and then it will be like a scene from a chaotic riot. Song Shuren noticed that the babies crying in the room continued for a long time. Excuse me, I'll go check on things. Inside the room, Lin Shiyu was about to wipe Tuanchuan's bottom, but the little guy wouldn't cooperate, kicking his legs and reaching out his hands. I'll do it. Lin Shiyu was a little surprised. Why did you come here? I've already told them, and besides, my parents are already talking to them, so it's fine. Song Shuren went up, grabbed Tuan's little feet, lifted her little bottom, and quickly cleaned her up and put on a new diaper. Lin Shiyu held Yuan Yuan and looked at him with adoration. The couple worked together and quickly changed all 4 babies' diapers. The babies, now dressed in clean and comfortable diapers, all had smiles on their faces. Tuanchuan laughed so hard that she started drooling. Lin Shiyu's heart softened. Mom was too busy today and neglected the babies. Are you little ones hungry? Mom will feed you right away. Turning to Song Shuren, she said, all right, you can go out now. I'll feed the babies. The baby drank milk once before the full moon celebration began. 1 or 2 babies cried at one point, so we fed them some formula. I haven't had time to feed the babies even when I got home. I bet the little ones are still hungry. While the babies are awake, I'll feed them some milk. Song Shuren sat on the bed, making the 4 little ones giggle. No way. I want to stay with you and the babies. I can even help you burp later. I feel much more comfortable with the little ones than chatting with relatives. Thinking that Song Shuren's words made sense, the two worked together to feed the baby and burp him. After tidying up the baby, the two went out. Why is no one in the living room? Song Shuren shouted. Dad, Mom. Hearing a noise from the toilet, the two walked towards it. They saw a group of people gathered around the toilet, looking puzzled. Uncle San said awkwardly, Shaoan, your toilet is leaking. During the Song dynasty, Shiryu and her husband used the master bedroom's toilet on weekdays, rarely using the public toilets except when guests came. He thought, that can't be right. The new toilet hadn't been used much, how could it have broken? Other housing developments might make such basic mistakes, but this is a fully furnished apartment in Jiangyue Bay, so it shouldn't have this problem. My aunt spoke first, saying, the toilet is broken, let's find a repairman to fix it. Let me see. Song Shuren walked through the crowd, looked at the toilet from left to right, and then tested it again. No leak, uncle. Third uncle let go of his hand covering his buttocks, and it was obvious from his gray pants that his buttocks were wet from squatting there. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw this, and Lin Shiyu shyly turned her head away. Third uncle's cheeks were flushed as he covered his soaked pants again. If my pants aren't damaged, why are they wet? Song Shuren asked, did you press some button? My third uncle pointed to the button with the water flow symbol, and I just pressed the flush button. Song Shuren suppressed a laugh. He already knew why his third uncle's pants were wet. Third uncle, this isn't a flush button, it's for washing your bottom. What? For washing your butt? Isn't toilet water dirty? How can you wash your butt with it? My third uncle got angry. I'm not a 3-year-old child. What kind of joke are you making on me? Song Shuren explained that this is a smart toilet. By pressing this button, the water pipe will extend and wash your bottom. You must have accidentally pressed it, which is why water shot out. I guess you felt something was wrong, so you got up to pull up your pants, and the hose followed automatically, getting your pants wet. Then tell me, which button is for flushing? Song Shuren explained, third uncle, this is an automatic flushing system. After these words were spoken, the air fell silent for a few seconds. Chapter 97. So sweet, this life is so sweet. Uncle San was incredibly embarrassed. He even called so many people to check if the toilet was leaking, only to find out that the clown was himself. Others sighed. That's really high class. Even the toilets are so smart. This trip has been quite an eye-opener. Song Shuren brought a pair of pants for his third uncle to change into. After they were changed, the third uncle came out and said to the twin brothers, you're more worldly wise in big cities. I should have bought a house in the city back then so you two could go to school there. The two brothers muttered to themselves, it's too late to talk about this now. Although she spoke softly, her third uncle still heard her. The memory of his wet pants was still fresh in his mind, and his proud third uncle wouldn't allow himself to lose face again. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, it's just a house. Let's buy one now. My third uncle's family still has some savings, which they're saving for their two sons' future wives. He told Song Shuren that he wanted to take his third uncle to see some good properties in Suzhou the next day. Song's mother frowned and slapped his thigh. Buying a house at this critical juncture? How are you going to support your child's college education? My third uncle waved his hand and said, 400,000 yuan for the house. There's still some left to support them until they graduate from university. We'll just have to work harder to earn more. I think Shaoan is quite good here. Everyone burst into laughter. What are you all laughing at? Of course, they were laughing at him for thinking he could buy an apartment in Suzhou with 400,000 yuan. My aunt's words were sharp. You think you can buy Shaoan's place for 400,000? You can't even afford a toilet. How is that possible? With 400,000 yuan, I could build a very nice house in the village. How come I can't even afford a small apartment in the city? Song's mother said, do you think housing prices are still like they were 20 years ago? She didn't want her third uncle to impulsively spend all the family savings. My third uncle was skeptical, so he secretly went online to check current housing prices, and sure enough he couldn't afford it. After making two jokes, the third uncle stopped participating in the discussion. Time passed by second, and soon the sun set. Song Shuren said apologetically, my home is small and doesn't have many rooms. I'm sorry, you'll have to stay in a hotel for one night. We're all family, why be so formal? I think staying in a hotel is pretty good. My relatives don't think there's anything wrong with staying in a hotel. The hotels outside are so high-end now, they have everything. The bed is so soft, staying in a hotel is such a treat. Next, Song Shuren instructed Lin Shiyu to take good care of the babies at home, and then took his relatives to the hotel. During this time, he also chatted with close relatives at the hotel. When I got home, I saw that it was already 10:30. Song Shuren recalled that he hadn't eaten much at Lin Shiyu's banquet earlier that day. As I was preparing to return to Jiangyue Bay, I happened to see a restaurant. He stopped the car and packed a serving of crayfish and lamb skewers for Lin Shiyu. Boss lady, no spice, and another drink, to go. After saying that, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Shiyu. Honey, are you hungry? I brought you some late-night snacks. Lin Shiyu replied instantly, oh, honey, have you settled all the relatives? Be careful on your way back. Omega. Okay, everything's settled, honey. I packed some crayfish and lamb skewers for you. Wow, that's great, honey, I love you. Moi. 3. On the other side, the proprietress was preparing ingredients while chatting with Song Shuren. This is the first time I've ever met such a handsome man. I feel like I'd be missing out if I didn't chat with him more. While she was busy, she asked, handsome, do you live nearby? Yes. Which neighborhood? Jiangyue Bay. Wow, handsome guy, you're rich, tall, and rich. I know that neighborhood, it's one of the top neighborhoods in Suzhou. Many wealthy people want to buy there but can't. Sure enough, her judgment was right. Song Shuren is not only tall and handsome, but also possesses an intoxicating air of nobility. I wonder which wealthy family's young master he is. The landlady then asked, the houses there are expensive, did your family buy them for you? No, I bought it myself. The proprietress looked at Song Shuren in surprise, her expression one of utter astonishment. The other person's tone didn't sound like they were joking. My God, is this the power of a chaebol? He's so confident. Song Shuren smiled and said he was lucky to have bought it. The proprietress thought Song Shuren looked even more handsome when he smiled. Song Shuren can't wait to go home and see the babies. After the crayfish and lamb skewers were packed up, I immediately paid and went home. When I got home, all the lights in the rooms were turned off. I reckon everyone's tired after a long day and is probably asleep. Song Shuren put the crayfish on the table and took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Lin Shiyu. Honey, I'm home. Come out and get something to eat. Okay, I'm coming right now, thank you, honey. Less than a minute later, Lin Shiyu appeared in the living room wearing pink pajamas. Come on, I didn't put any chili in it. Lin Shiyu exclaimed, wow. So much. Honey, let's eat together. Song Shuren smiled and said, okay. Lin Shiyu leaned closer to Song Shuren and said, honey, you seem especially happy today. Of course, today is the baby's 1-month celebration day. Is my wife unhappy? I'm so happy, super happy, hee hee, honey, I love you. What? I can't hear you, say it again. I said, honey, I love you, moi. Sending you love. You're so happy, won't you give me a kiss? Moi. Honey, you smell so good. Song Shuren ate skewers and laughed, wondering if his sweet life was like that of a god. Wife, kids, and a warm bed. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Feeling great. Honey, have the babies been behaving well at home? She's so well behaved, she doesn't make a fuss and sleeps soundly. The little ones look incredibly cute when they're asleep. Song Shuren wanted to see them, so he ate his skewers even faster. After eating, I took a shower to make sure there was no smell before going into the room and coming to the crib. Wow, his babies are so cute. These adorable babies are all my own children. Lin Shiyu could see how much Song Shuren doted on the babies. She's so proud now. She felt incredibly proud to have given birth to 4 babies for Song Shuren. The babies can't get enough of looking at it. The couple sat there quietly, watching their sleeping babies. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shiyu finally yawned. After kissing Song Shuren, she went back to bed to sleep. Song Shuren followed her back to bed. Holding the soft, delicate woman beside him, Song Shuren quickly fell into a deep sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 6 a.m. I got up quietly, washed up quickly, and then drove my van out to buy groceries. Heijixing is the largest farmers market in Suzhou. It not only sells fruit, but also various other ingredients. Go there and buy more vegetables so you can make breakfast to entertain relatives and friends. It's so tough, my darlings. I'm working like a dog today, and this chapter was written on the bullet train and subway. Wah-ah. Chapter 98 made me cry. He's so handsome and can cook. I want a husband like that. Hey Jixing, I didn't expect there to be so many people buying groceries so early in the morning. Song Shuren strolled around for half an hour. After buying the groceries, I went home. Back home, Song Shuren carried groceries into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make breakfast. Before taking action, he sent messages to all his relatives. Tell them to come over for breakfast in an hour. Because of the large quantity, it takes a relatively long time to complete. Since everyone has different tastes, he prepared several different cuisines. He cooked congee with preserved egg and lean pork, made soy milk, and heated up milk. I made several vegetable rolls, boiled some tea eggs, and of course, the indispensable steamed buns, etc. To whet the appetite, I also made a cold cucumber salad. Song Shuren arranged the prepared dishes neatly on the dining table. At first glance, it looks like a buffet. Wow, what a feast! Honey, why did you cook so many dishes today? Today's dishes are more than they usually have in a whole week. Song Shuren replied that he had invited his relatives over for breakfast today. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Song were awakened by the aroma. Song Shuren smiled and said, Mom and Dad, we can have breakfast after we wash up. I expect my relatives will arrive by then. The moment the elevator doors opened, the aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Whose food is this? The closer they got to Song Shuren's house, the stronger the fragrance became. The doorbell rang, and Lin Shiyu went to open the door. The aroma that wafted towards them made everyone's mouths water. When Lin's mother saw the table full of food, she exclaimed, Wow, Shaowen, did you make all of this? She knew her daughter's cooking skills perfectly, so this meal definitely wasn't made by Lin Shiyu. The last time I was at her house, Song Shuren cooked a whole table of dishes, which were delicious and visually appealing. She's really looking forward to it this time. Please sit down, everyone. I'll get you some chopsticks. The relatives pulled out stools and sat down. Mingming took a bite of the vegetable roll and then drank a sip of soy milk. He jumped up excitedly. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. Nobody took it seriously, since kids have good appetites and find everything delicious. Uncle Liao Taining carried Mingming back to his seat, telling him to eat properly and not to walk around. Mingming blinked her big eyes and said, Daddy, this is really delicious. You should try it. Liao Taining patted Mingming's head, then picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. These are pork and cabbage filling buns. The first bite melts in your mouth, leaving a sweet and savory flavor. The pork is tender and juicy, and the cabbage is refreshingly sweet. The richness of the pork and the sweetness of the cabbage intertwine, creating a symphony in your mouth. The two together are simply the most perfect combination in the world. This tastes amazing. This tastes absolutely amazing. With your cooking skills, if you opened a restaurant, there would definitely be long lines outside. If Song Shuren really opened a breakfast shop, he would definitely get up early to queue up. Wow. It smells so good. Everyone ate without hesitation, and with each bite, exclamations of praise echoed throughout the restaurant. The delicious food stimulated their taste buds, and everyone enjoyed it to the fullest. Having tasted all the delicacies of the past, nothing compares to the dishes prepared by Song Shuren. Aunt Liao Shuiyan exclaimed, Shiyu, tell me where you found a husband who can cook so well? Lin's mother seized the opportunity to say, aren't you envious? You finally thought about finding a partner? Liao Shuiyan took a sip of porridge slowly and deliberately, making a show of enjoying it. If everyone is like Shiyu's husband, marriage is certainly an option. She never didn't want to get married, she just hadn't met the right person. It's better to be alone than to spend your life with someone else. However, finding a man like Song Shuren who can cook well, pamper his wife, and make money is really too difficult. This kind of man is rare and hard to find. Lin Shiyu smiled at her husband, thinking, perhaps it was fate. Liao Shuiyan was caught off guard and was showered with a face full of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of. There was even dog food for breakfast today. If you had talked things out properly back then, your child might be about the same age as Shiyu. Hey, we're eating. Don't start criticizing people at the dinner table. How can we talk about these things in front of such delicious food? That's simply disrespectful to food. Although that's what she said, she still secretly envied Lin Xiyu. If you have a husband who is a good cook and can prepare delicious meals for you every day, you won't have to suffer from eating takeout every day. Lin Xiyu thought the baby should be waking up and wanted to end the fight quickly. I ate too fast and choked, coughing twice. Eat slowly, don't choke. Song Shuren took a tissue and wiped his wife's mouth. I'll do it myself. With so many relatives watching, she felt a little shy. Song Shuren raised his hand and wiped her lips. It wasn't wiped clean, and now it looks like a little kitten. Sister Xiyu is a big tabby cat, but she's clearly a little tabby cat. Mingming was holding a steamed bun in one hand and a sticky rice chicken in the other, her face covered in food, looking just like a little kitten. Seeing Mingming's expression, she found it amusing, but her face turned even redder. Oh dear, finish one first, then you can have another. No one's going to take it from you, Auntie said as she wiped Mingming's little face. Shaoan, can you teach me how to make it? I can make it for my wife and Mingming when I get home. Song Shuren's culinary skills are no joke. His uncle has already started thinking about becoming his apprentice. Of course, I'll tell you the recipe in a bit. Seeing how affectionate the other couples were, Lin's mother smiled and secretly pinched her husband's thigh under the table. She's been married for so long, but her husband has cooked for her very few times. Lin Xiyu stood up and said, "Okay, everyone, take your time eating. I'm going to breastfeed my baby now. The 4 little ones slept exceptionally well today. I wonder if it's because they were too tired yesterday." Last night before going to bed, the 4 little ones took turns finishing their food. She got up early today because she felt she hadn't stored enough food for the 4 babies. Therefore, I plan to make formula for my babies. The room has a temperature-controlled kettle. While waiting for the water to heat up, put the baby formula in the kettle first. During the journey, De Bao woke up quickly. After Lin Xiyu changed his diaper, the water was ready. Here it comes. After testing the temperature on the back of her hand, and seeing that the other babies hadn't woken up yet, she fed Kwai Kwai first. The little one was holding the bottle and gulping it down. At this moment, the other 3 babies were awakened by the aroma of the milk powder their older brother was drinking. My little nose is so sensitive it wakes up as soon as it smells something. Mom will give you some grandma's drink now. Lin Xiyu really couldn't fight off 4 mouths with just her 2 hands. The babies are too young to hold the bottle properly, so they need her help. She had just helped the eldest child steady the bottle when the second child's bottle tilted. After straightening the second child's bottle, it was the 4th child's turn, which exhausted her. Just as she was frantically trying to hold up the baby's bottle, a hand with distinct knuckles reached out from behind her. Turning around, Song Shuren's figure appeared exceptionally imposing under the lamplight, as if he were a hero. "If you're too busy, why didn't you call me? I just wanted you to eat properly." She felt that her husband worked too hard getting up early and wanted him to have a proper breakfast. Song Shuren patted her head and smiled slightly. With such a considerate wife, it's all worth it. Chapter 99. What kind of shop makes so much money? Even my relatives are green with envy. The couple chatted while feeding their baby. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Song Shuren's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of holding a full month celebration for your baby. You are rewarded with 1 million cash and a bottle of magic potion. Note, this miraculous potion can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Once the potion evaporates, please open it only when needed. Shelf life is 3 years. The medicine has been placed in the bedside table. Please keep it safe. Miracle potion? This is a really good thing. It might come in very handy if something goes wrong. This must be carefully preserved. What are you standing there for? Lin Xiyu waved her hand in front of her husband. Song Shuren was lost in thought. Oh, nothing. Where were we? They mentioned that their relatives would need to stay here for a few more days. Since our relatives have come all this way, they'll definitely want to have some fun in Suzhou. She was the host, and also a native of the area. We definitely need to figure out the time so we can plan our itinerary. I probably won't stay too long. I'll likely go back in the next couple of days. What about mom and dad? My parents came by car and will probably go back together. Lin Xiyu seemed to be thinking about something, and decided to confirm with her parents later. Song Shuren opened the bedside table and, sure enough, there was a white bottle of medicine. This system is amazing. Song Shuren was overjoyed to have rewarded himself with such a wonderful thing. On the other side. After finishing their breakfast, the relatives at the restaurant started chatting. After the baby finished drinking milk, the couple pushed the baby out. "Oh, my little darlings, come here and let Grandma give you a hug." Third uncle looked at the babies as if he was thinking about something. "Yesterday, I made quite a few embarrassing mistakes because of my lack of knowledge, and I'm thinking that I must buy an apartment in the city. If my sons could study in the city, not to mention their grades, their horizons would broaden considerably. However, housing prices are indeed a bit high now. With just a small plot of land and some livestock, even if we save for another 20 years, it won't be enough to buy a house. Shawan, it's so hot, why don't you take the babies swimming and show us around your shop?" These words piqued everyone's curiosity. What's the store really like? What kind of business model does it use? I've seen plenty of people open restaurants, milk tea shops, clothing stores, and courier stations, but I've never seen anyone open a baby swimming pool. What exactly makes him so special? I really want to see for myself. Yes, Shawan, we haven't seen your shop yet, let's take a look. Song Shuren thought for a moment, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to take everyone to see it. I also took the opportunity to check on the store, satisfying my relatives' curiosity and reassuring my parents-in-law a win-win situation. Because there are many things to prepare for the baby's trip, Song Shuren asked everyone to meet at the Jiangyue Bay Gate in half an hour to go to the swimming pool together. Diapers, towels, bottles, swimming ring. Song Shuren packed the baby's supplies in an orderly manner. For babies lay in a row on the bed, and Lin Shiyu was playing with them. To select soldiers and generals, whoever is chosen is. Ha, it's Yuan Yuan. Watch Mom's magical attack. Splat. Lin Shiyu tickled Yuan Yuan's round little body, and the baby couldn't help but giggle. Okay, let's try again. Let Mom see who it is this time. To select soldiers and generals, whoever is chosen is. Wow. Lele. Even the aloof and handsome Lele couldn't resist the allure of Lin Shiyu's magical attack. I couldn't be happier right now. When she got tired of playing, she lay down next to the babies. Honey, come lie down here too. Hearing his wife call, he temporarily put down what he was doing and lay down. As soon as he lay down, Yuan Yuan turned her head and smiled at him. Seeing Yuan Yuan smile, Song Shuren couldn't help but smile as well. His smile immediately infected Lin Shiyu. The other three babies didn't know what they were laughing at, but they were laughing anyway. Suddenly, the baby's clear laughter mingled with the two men's hearty laughter. Ouch, that hurts. A shout broke the harmonious atmosphere. It turned out that Kwai Kwai was too happy and grabbed his mother's hair as a toy. Song Shuren freed his wife's hair from his son's grasp. Don't pull mommy's hair, you naughty person. Put the babies in the stroller while you're at it. It's almost time to go out. Everyone arrived at the entrance of Jiangyue Bay right on time. Just follow my car for a bit. Led by Song Shuren, a large group of people went to Wanda Plaza. With such a large shopping mall and such a high flow of people, no wonder it can make money. But the rent in such a place must be expensive, he thought, and he admired Song Shuren more and more. It's truly remarkable that someone could buy a shop here on their own. Even Lin Chongguang had to sigh. The Yangtze River's back waves crash against the front waves, and the front waves are left on the beach. The main colors of the baby swimming center are yellow and blue. Yellow highlights the childlike fun, while blue reflects the positioning of the swimming center. Wow! So beautiful. The swimming pool in our town isn't even half as nice as this one. Through the windows of the cubicles, they could see the customers' babies swimming inside. The pool is full. Business must be good. Come here, Mantu, brother Song, sister-in-law. Song Shuren waved his hand. We've come to take a look. You go ahead and do your work. Okay, I'll get back to work now, brother Song. Just call me if you need anything. When the receptionist saw the boss arrive, she reported the sales figures to him. When my third uncle heard this, he was greatly shocked. Is this really that profitable? The town's swimming pool doesn't even make as much as he does in a single day. Moreover, in winter, the money earned is not enough to support the family. Shawan, business is good in the summer, but what will happen in the winter? Song Shuren replied, our water is kept at a constant temperature. In winter, the mall has heating, and the store also has heating, so we can ensure that the baby won't get cold. How much would it cost to rent a shop here? I didn't really know anything about this, I just bought it. My third uncle gave an awkward laugh. It seemed his efforts to make money had been cut short before he even got started. My aunt and second aunt were incredibly envious of the shop's decorations and the staff. Mr. Song took out his phone and started recording. Look, everyone, look. This is the baby swimming center my son opened. Isn't the decor beautiful? So beautiful. The older generation likes to repeat the same sentence when recording videos, as if afraid that others won't hear it clearly. Friends and family are welcome to come and support us if they need anything. It's on the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza. After recording, Mr. Song checked it over and clicked post on his WeChat moments. Having such an outstanding son, of course I have to show him off on social media and also promote him a bit. P.S. Yay! 99 chapters already. The author is a Taoist and loves the number 9 the most. So happy. Chapter 100 The Bustling Swimming Pool. Is this the advantage of being handsome? Mr. Song posted on his WeChat moments, but that wasn't enough. After all, his son is so outstanding, and as a father, he couldn't wait to announce it to the whole world. He then posted a video on Douyin with the caption, "My son opened this shop." Wishing him booming business. Beside her, the aunt watched as the staff turned on the pool's automatic disinfection system and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this equipment is really advanced." The staff member replied with a smile, "Of course. The boss buys only the best equipment so that customers can use it with peace of mind." Looking at the baby swimming pods in the infant area, they are arranged neatly like eggshells, and the babies inside look like newly hatched chicks. This swimming pool is quite elegant. It's really beautiful. You're saying this equipment is top of the line, the staff are all certified and experienced, and the decor is so nice. How much did this cost? Will this be enough to break even? However, they quickly dispelled their doubts. 2 women came into the store, each with a baby. "Take a picture for me." The short-haired woman is making a peace sign pose. Did you get the picture? Did you get the picture? Okay. The short-haired girl's expression changed instantly. Don't look yet, take a picture of me right now. The curly-haired woman handed her phone to the short-haired woman. The relatives really didn't understand this move. My cousin couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Ladies, what's going on here?" "Check in." "Checking in?" The short-haired woman smiled slightly. "Don't you know? This is the most popular baby swimming center in Suzhou. Not only is the boss handsome, but his baby is also super cute. We heard the boss was at the shop today, so we brought the kids swimming in to see him too, hee hee." They were so happy just from taking a photo of their backs, which was just a forced shot. Taking the baby swimming is just an excuse. Meeting the boss is the real reason, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Song Shuren is quite the living advertisement. Relatives. They seem to have figured it out. With looks like that, how could they not have business? Given the right skills, good-looking people can indeed earn more money than ordinary people. This is the advantage of good looks. The promotional photo displayed at the entrance shows 4 adorable little dumplings swimming in a pool, making people want to go in and experience it for themselves. A refined and handsome shop owner, and 4 lively and adorable little angels. They are definitely the shop's mascots. My third uncle was stunned. This is possible? The eldest aunt teased the third uncle, saying, "Looks like you won't be able to learn Shaoen's trick." What does that mean? Does it mean he's not handsome enough? My third uncle came with a thirst for knowledge, hoping to figure out some secret, but he was unexpectedly dealt a severe blow. But the reality is just that simple and brutal. He looked at his twin sons, wondering what he was plotting. The twins hit the nail on the head. "We know our limitations, and we hope you do too." His son's words pulled him out of his reverie. Indeed, he's not handsome, so his son naturally isn't either. If he were, he might not even be his biological son. Does that mean the idea of making big money is nipped in the bud? Wow! So many people are commenting on me. When Mr. Song opened his phone, he found that this Douyin video was the most liked and commented upon video on his homepage, with over 100 comments in just over 10 minutes. I've met the owner of this shop before. He's incredibly handsome. I've been there. The environment is nice and the service is good. I highly recommend it. Your son? Could you be my future father-in-law? Watch your words, upstairs. This is clearly my father-in-law. At Song Family 4 Sons, I found the boss's Douyin account. Mr. Song clicked on the ID of the 4th son of the Song family in the comments section. "Shaoen, is this your account?" "Yes." "You little rascal, you didn't even tell me. You hid it so well." Upon hearing this, the relatives all came over to see. Song Shuren's latest post is a video of his baby swimming, and the comment section below has exploded. Where is the address? I want to take my baby there for a visit, they're so cute. Wah, boss, send me your location. Anyone who clicked in from the blogger's dad's comments section, please type 1. The comments section was filled with praise for Song Shuren's good looks and the baby's cuteness, along with a group of parents asking for their spot to be shared. At that moment, a man with a middle parting entered. He contacted Song Shuren, saying he was a shop exploration blogger on Douyin. Do we need to promote their swimming pool? Song Shuren thought this was a good thing, so he agreed to film it. After agreeing on the shooting content, Song Shuren and Lin Xiyu followed the script provided by the blogger. The blogger walked out of the store, creating the impression that he had just arrived. Family members, the baby swimming center that received the most requests in the comments section is finally here. We heard that the facilities are not only complete and excellent, but the owner's family is also very good looking. Everyone wants to go, right? Today we're going to slash the price. Let's go. Boss, how much does it cost for a baby swimming session? 169. 169? Can you still give your family some perks? Many fans like you a lot. 159. Let's broaden our perspective. Now, come and enjoy our petting, swimming, and bath services for a total of 149. If you're interested, click the link in the bottom left corner to place your order. After the photo was taken, the couple couldn't help but laugh. Don't think it's tacky, netizens actually buy into it. He also saw a burger combo that cost 39.9 yuan and was advertised as an 8-piece set, but it actually included gloves and seasoning packets, and it was still incredibly popular. Besides, they are honest business owners. Once this video is released, they will definitely attract more customers, and their pockets will be bulging with profits. Sure enough, not long after it was posted, people from the neighborhood came to the store. People lined up at the front desk to redeem their Douyin group buying coupons. Once the video was released, the number of visitors increased several times over. Where did all of these come from? Uncle San asked. Yes. With so many people, how much do you earn in a day? Song Shuren replied modestly, not much, just enough to support my wife and children. The receptionist proudly said that it costs about 38,000 a day. When the store first opened, the turnover was 20,000 yuan. Now, with the store's increasing popularity, the income has also improved and has risen to 38,000 yuan. The staff believe that revenue will continue to increase in the future. 38,000 is the bottom line for this store, but it's not the bottom line for Song Shuren's abilities. In the future, he plans to expand the store's area, increase staff and equipment, and will definitely make it bigger and stronger, creating new glories. How many acres of land would you have to cultivate to earn 38,000 yuan? The relatives' eyes widened when they heard this. Wow, Shaoan is really promising he knows how to make money. Now Shaoan is the most promising kid in the village. 38,000? That's enough for a big boss. Shaoan, Boss Chang, don't forget about us. My cousin learned from chatting with the staff at the store that the aquatic life trainers there earn more than she did. She started thinking about changing jobs. She planned to go back and find an opportunity to ask Song Shuren if he needed more manpower. If he needs more staff, she can immediately get a certificate and come work. Chapter 101. Let's open a swimming pool and make a fortune. As time went on, more and more people gathered in front of the shop. This is the first time I've ever seen such a long line at a swimming pool. Because most of the families had children, almost everyone had a stroller, which completely blocked that section of the mall. The scene was incredibly spectacular, even more so than the aunties scrambling for eggs at the supermarket downstairs. Many people in the group took out their phones to take pictures, craning their necks and searching for the boss. Song's mother said, Shaoan, go help out. We'll take the baby for a walk. What she saw weren't customers, they were walking wallets. Mr. Song, Mr. Lin, and Mrs. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry about leaving the children with us. We've been parents for so many years, taking care of several babies is a piece of cake for us. Lin Chongwang said, go and get busy with your career. They've raised children before and know that it's much harder than working. Except for the second aunt and the third uncle who stayed behind, the rest of the people went shopping with the two parents. The two sat on the sofa in the living room, whispering to each other about something. Third uncle looked at the customers queuing outside, wondering how long these people could hold out. In his view, the only reason people came was because of Song Shuren's good looks and the babies. Songshuren doesn't come to the shop much on weekdays, so the business will definitely decline over time. These customers are all one-time customers. As a result, my third uncle discovered it. Even though Songshuren hadn't appeared in the customer's sight for over an hour, the store's business was still exceptionally good. Moreover, the queue continued to form, and staff occasionally brought tea to the parents. They also promptly helped clean up any messes the floor made by the babies. They even set up an inflatable sandpit in the waiting area for customers' babies to play in. The service is comparable to Heidileo, no wonder they can retain customers. Many customers don't leave immediately after they finish their purchase. Instead, they go to the front desk to buy a monthly or quarterly pass. This shows that they have a lot of repeat customers. However, it's unrealistic for him to open a shop on his own. He and his second aunt discussed it and decided to open a baby swimming center together. To do business, you need to have courage. If you're only afraid of failure, you're destined never to get rich. Why not take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? No, the tram has turned into a Mercedes. Mingming suddenly burst in, wearing a swimming ring, swimming goggles, and a snorkel in her mouth. Can I swim? Mingming? Songshuren was greatly surprised. Didn't I go shopping with my parents? How did I end up here? Where are mom and dad? Why did you come back by yourself? Mingming answered with a childlike smile that they had gotten lost, and Mingming wanted to go swimming, so she came back first. Songshuren smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. Afterwards, he called Lin Shiyu's uncle, Liao Taining, to let him know that Mingming had returned to the store. Liao Taining's rough voice came through the microphone. That little brat. He's made us search all over the place. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. It seems Mingming is doomed. Songshuren looked at Mingming and patiently explained, there are too many customers in the store. Mingming is a big kid now. The pool here is too small to fit Mingming. How about Uncle prepares a big tank for you to swim in? However, his parents returned before he even started swimming. If a naughty child gets lost, don't even think about swimming, give him a good beating first. On the other side, Mantu gave Songshuren a sly look. Why are you staring at me like that? Just spit it out. Manta chuckled, Brother Song understands me best. Since the store opened, I've had some money saved up. So what? So I'm planning to buy a car for transportation. Driving an electric car every day isn't a good idea, especially since I'm in charge of the swimming pool now, and I feel like I need to maintain a certain image. That's a good thing, go ahead and buy it. The steamed bun rubbed its hands together and grinned. What? You don't have enough money? I can borrow some first. Songshuren hadn't finished speaking when Manta quickly interrupted him, Brother Song, I appreciate your kindness, I have enough money. If you have enough money, why are you telling me? Just make your own decision. Isn't this your guiding light on my life's journey? My achievements today are all thanks to you. I had to consult you about something as important as buying a car. Songshuren is the most successful among them, he even bought a car. Mantu wants him to give some advice on what kind of car would be more economical and practical. The two started chatting on the spot. I suggest buying a car with more space, so that it will be big enough for the whole family when you get married and have children. The off-road vehicle has a large interior space and looks really cool. Doesn't that match my domineering image? Songshuren was speechless. The off-road vehicle has a large interior space, but it's not suitable for city driving. It also has high fuel consumption, and many places have height restrictions and no parking rules. Are you sure? Upon hearing about the high fuel consumption, Mantu immediately backed out. After all, the price of 95-octane gasoline is rising every day. The sweetest thing a car owner can hear is, fill it up with 95-octane. Donshuren's suggestion is to choose a family-oriented SUV, which is both aesthetically pleasing and suitable for daily commuting. A larger one can fit the whole family. Mantu added, but new energy vehicles are very popular now. That is indeed a good option, as it is economical and affordable, but you have to consider the charging issue. With the increasing number of new energy vehicles, the demand for charging stations still exceeds the supply, especially in large cities like Suzhou. I don't know if the battery will be enough if we take the highway back to the village. What if the battery runs out on the highway? He was torn between a gasoline car and an electric car, his indecisiveness flaring up again. Brother Son, come with me to the forest store another day. You're smart and experienced. If you don't say a few words to the salesperson, I'll be coaxed into paying obediently. My relatives and friends came back from shopping at Wanda Plaza. He was carrying quite a few spoils of war. At the same time, there was another scene of filial piety between father and son in the swimming pool. You little rascal, you've made me search everywhere. Do you know how worried everyone was? At this moment, Liao Taining angrily went up and tried to pull down Mingming's pants. Lin Shiyu's aunt hurriedly stopped her, saying that finding the child was enough. Mingming was running while pulling up his pants, crying and calling for his mother. Liao Taining still wanted to chase after him. You little brat. Lin's father shouted, if you want to fight back, you're still in Xiaoan's shop. Liao Taining therefore gave up. I glared at Mingming, thinking, I'll deal with you when we get back. Lin Shiyu is observant and perceptive. To ease the tension, she turned to Song Shuren and said, honey, the babies are hungry. Okay, I'll go make formula for the baby. Lin Shiyu nodded and followed. After washing my hands, I brought my baby over to breastfeed. Suddenly, I heard Song's mother's voice. It turned out that the baby was causing trouble again. Where are the diapers? Yuan and Lei have pooped. Upon noticing the condition of the two babies, Song Shuren immediately took out diapers. As Song's mother watched her son change Yuan's diaper, she copied his movements and changed Lei's diaper step by step, a loving smile always on her face. It's been over 10 years since I last changed my baby's diaper, so I'm a bit rusty. Chapter 102. Who says older people aren't romantic? Yuan cooperated well with Song's mother in wiping her bottom. While changing the baby's diaper, Song's mother said, Xiaoan, you have no idea how popular the babies are. Many people want to hold the baby and try to get some good luck from them. But don't worry, I didn't let them touch the baby. Because the baby is still young, their immunity is not very strong, and they are prone to getting sick. Moreover, with so many different kinds of people, there must be a lot of bacteria, so Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu specifically instructed that no other people were allowed to touch the babies. Baby's health is more important than anything else. Song Shuren returned after preparing the baby formula. The babies must be very hungry, they're drinking their milk with gulps. After De Bao finished eating, Lin Shiyu patted him to help him burp. Honey, I'll take the photos. You just need to feed the babies. Song Shuren is an expert at burping babies. Lin Shiyu picked up Bao and wiped away the drool that had dripped from the corner of his mouth. It seems the baby is really drooling, his mouth is watering. While feeding the babies, she asked, Mom, are we going home for lunch today, or are we eating out? She actually wanted to ask Song's mother, but since Song's mother was next to her, she naturally assumed that she was being spoken to. But they're both mothers, so it doesn't matter which one I'm with. Lin's mother smiled and said, I can decide where you want to eat. Song's mother suggested that they go back to eat, as eating out is not cost-effective and eating at home is more hygienic, healthy, and reassuring. Song's mother was used to being frugal, and unless there was a special reason, she would try to eat at home whenever possible. Lin's mother nodded, indicating her agreement with the suggestion. She wanted to eat at home, but she didn't know what her in-laws thought and was afraid she wouldn't be able to entertain them properly. Considering that young people nowadays like to eat out, and with so many relatives around, booking a place to eat out seems like the normal procedure. They then asked their relatives for their opinions. My aunt said that eating at home is safe and healthy, but I've heard that restaurants these days use gutter oil. Uncle Liao Taining chimed in, saying that Mingming is still growing and it's healthier for him to eat what he eats at home. Mingming lay on the ground, whining, No, I want to go eat KFC. My aunt glared at Mingming and said, Do I look like a KFC? If you don't get up, your dad will beat you. Mingming immediately jumped up and patted his bottom. I think the ones served outside aren't as good as the ones Xiaoan cooks. Lin Chongguang is now one of the supporters of Song Shuren's culinary skills. Indeed, to win over your father-in-law, you must win his stomach. Since no one has any objections, let's go home. Song Shuren tidied up the babies' things, and Song's father and Lin's father rushed to push the babies. They wanted to help their grandchildren develop a stronger bond. When the elevator reached the first floor, Lin Chongguang gave the keys to his cousin. You guys go back first, your mom and I will be there later. Lin's mother was taken aback. What kind of trouble are you up to now? Lin Chongguang chuckled and said, I'll take you back on my electric scooter. To facilitate citizens' travel, Suzhou has many shared electric scooters on the streets, including one type that can carry passengers. What's wrong with you? Looking at the blazing sun outside, Lin's mother was truly puzzled. Why not drive your car? Why did you suddenly decide to take an electric scooter home? Lin Chongguan laughed and said, I just saw some young people riding electric scooters outside the window, and it reminded me of when we were dating. We were so naive back then. Lin's mother's memories were awakened, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Wow, Dad, you can even ride an electric scooter. This was the first time Lin Xiyu had seen Lin Chongguang act so romantically. He was usually a very straightforward and honest man. Lin's mother shook her head again. Oh dear, we've been married for so long. I remember there were many vendors selling vegetables on the roadside when we went back. We bought some to take home and cook. It's not convenient for Xiaowen and her family to be driving such a big nanny van with the child, right? That makes some sense. The advantage of electric scooters is their convenience and speed. They can easily navigate through narrow streets and alleys. The rest of the group continued to retrieve their cars from the basement level. Lin Chongguang swept up an electric scooter, pushed it out, sat on it, and put on his helmet. Beep beep. He honked the horn to signal Lin's mother to get in the car quickly, as they were about to depart. Lin's mother tentatively touched the saddle. It was a little hot from the sun. Seeing this, Lin Chongguang went to the nearby convenience store, bought a bottle of ice water, sprinkled some on the saddle, and then wiped it dry. Okay, it's not hot anymore. Lin's mother touched it and found that it was no longer hot. Lin Chongguang gestured for her to get in the car, saying, Princess, please get in the car. Lin's mother smiled shyly and asked, Where did you learn that from? She quickly put on her helmet and sat in the back seat. This indicates that you can leave. Lin Chongguang looked serious. There was one more important thing to do before he left. What's up? These are lights. The left turn signal is on. The left turn signal is also on. Braking is safe. She had a strange, ominous premonition. Lin Chongguang suddenly twisted the handle. Ah! What are you doing? Lin's mother was so frightened she almost jumped out of her skin. I'll test the accelerator. Try it and you'll die. Lin's mother asked, Are you sure you can do it? When his wife actually questioned him, Lin Chongguang's competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. I can do it. I'm the best. A man should never say he can't do it. Lin's mother silently hugged Lin Chongguang from behind. Lin Chongguang was secretly smiling in front of him. That's right, that's exactly it. You didn't hold me tight enough, that's why you rushed out. Lin's mother remained silent. All she hoped for was to arrive home safely. He twisted the accelerator as soon as he finished speaking. Call out. The electric scooter lurched forward again, and with his sudden braking, the rear of the scooter lifted up slightly due to inertia. You drive yourself, I'll just take a taxi. Lin's mother refused to accept this and immediately got out of the car. No, please believe me one last time. Lin Chongguang coaxed his mother back to the back seat. Lin's mother, her face dark, said it was the last time. If it weren't for the fond memories of her youth, she would never have wanted to sit on it again. Don't worry, there won't be any problems this time. Lin's mother was skeptical. Lin Chongguang, do you even know how to drive? Calm down, calm down. Lin Chongguang thought this shouldn't be the case. His driving skills weren't like that. When he was young, he was a very skilled driver. Everyone who had ridden in his car said it was very stable. His inner monologue, this must be a problem with the car. Cars from over 20 years ago are definitely different from cars today. After numerous attempts and sprints, he was finally able to set off. This way. Oh. Don't shake it, keep your balance. He drove with complete concentration, while she sat there anxiously. Gradually, Lin Chongguang became more and more familiar with the car. My tense mood relaxed, and it felt like I had truly returned to my youth. He was humming old love song. I just want to sing an old love song and let the memories come flooding back. As time flies by, and autumn and winter are no longer known, this is my only clue. People say that love songs are always good when they're old. Chapter 103 Mother-in-law, my heart is disgusted, someone made me want to vomit. The wheels of the electric scooter rolled on the flat road, and sunlight filtered through the trees onto them. The fresh air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass, and a gentle breeze makes one feel incredibly refreshed. They hadn't felt this way in ages, riding their electric scooter together through the streets, as if they had truly returned to their youth. Listening to Lin Chongguang humming a song, she unconsciously started humming along. Looking back slowly, the nights that once belonged to each other. Even if 1,000 songs are sung in the future. Beep. A large vehicle drove by, interrupting their romantic moment. A cloud of dust rose as the truck drove by. Cough cough, who is this person? So what if you drive fast? At that moment, they were being overtaken by car after car. There's even a slow-moving yellow car inside. Honey, can you hurry up? Even little yellow has overtaken you. Safety first. Safety first? I think walking is the best option. You can walk faster than you drive. How could that be? Look at you, at this speed, by the time you get there, everyone will have already finished eating, and you'll be responsible for washing the dishes. Okay, I know. Lin Chongguang twisted the accelerator, preparing to accelerate. Lin's mother was frightened again. Indeed, memories can only remain memories. Meanwhile, the group arrived at Jiangyue Bay one after another. Song Shuren went to the kitchen to cook, and Song's mother naturally felt sorry for her son. Cooking in the kitchen on a sweltering day is no different from taking a sauna. You can go out now, Mom will take care of it. It's okay, it's just a simple boil. Fortunately, they bought some groceries on the way, otherwise, it would have been unknown how long it would have taken for Mr. and Mrs. Lin to arrive. He put the rice in to cook, and then prepared the vegetables. Time passed by, and the aroma of food from the kitchen filled the living room. Lin Xiyu was very anxious because her parents hadn't returned home yet. Wanda Plaza is not far from Jiangyue Bay, why is it taking so long to get there? Song Shuren came over to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, it's okay. It's probably just a traffic jam." The meal is ready, but Mr. and Mrs. Lin have not yet arrived. A sense of unease arose in everyone's hearts. My aunt paced back and forth in the living room, constantly making phone calls to both of them. However, the result was always, "No one answers at the moment, please try again later." About 10 minutes later, Lin's mother finally called. They said they had arrived, but the security guards wouldn't let them in. Lin Xiyu ran out anxiously to meet her parents. She spoke to the security guard, and the two were then allowed to pass. "Mom, why aren't you answering the phone? It was too noisy on the street, and my phone was in my bag, so I didn't hear it." Everyone was so worried. Next time, Mom will definitely be more careful. Well, it's good that everyone's alright. Let's go back and eat. Lin Chongguang rode his electric scooter and said, "Xiyu, take your time, we're leaving now." "Okay, be careful." Lin Chongguang lowered the goggles from his helmet, looking confident. This. Lin Xiyu was stunned when she saw the electric scooter moving at a snail's pace. Now I know why it took so long to arrive. Even walking is faster than this. Lin Xiyu couldn't bear to spoil their mood, so she went home first via another route. In front of the unit door, Song Shuren and Lin Xiyu seemed to be waiting for something. Song Shuren was worried that something might have happened to Lin Xiyu since she hadn't returned for so long, so he decided to go down and check on her. However, Lin Xiyu stopped him at the entrance of the building. "Where are Mom and Dad? What are you making me wait here for?" Song Shuren asked, puzzled. "Waiting for Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad have arrived, shouldn't we go pick them up?" Before he could finish speaking, two familiar figures appeared around the corner. Lin Chongguang rode a small electric scooter towards them at a snail's pace, his father-in-law still wearing a bright smile on his face. "Song Shuren. I see. Lin Chongguang has brought the car to a stop. Princess, please get out." Lin's mother got out of the car angrily, taking off her helmet as she did so. Half jokingly, half sarcastically, "Your dad's driving speed is perfect for the highway." Lin Chongguang was unconvinced, but he didn't make any personal attacks. "If you had driven at that speed back then, I would have had to seriously consider being with you." Lin Chongguang muttered to himself, "I think we're driving pretty fast." Although the voice was very soft, Lin's mother still heard it. "Fast? What misunderstanding do you have about speed? That's not slow, is it?" Lin's mother pointed to a toddler who had just learned to walk. He was not slow, just a little faster than the toddler. The child looked over with an innocent expression. Inner monologue, "My private Marseille, auntie." Lin Xiyu and Song Shuren couldn't hold back their laughter any longer and burst into laughter. Lin Chongguang panicked. How could it be so exaggerated? 20 years have passed. How could he still be that same carefree young man? I had my glory days too, okay? Lin's mother sighed and pulled Lin Xiyu aside to mock him. "You wouldn't believe it, but people kept honking their horns all the way here, it was so loud it almost deafened me. Even a 70-year-old man complained that he was driving too slowly and kept cursing at him from behind. I kept apologizing to him. He was indeed guilty about this, and he mumbled incoherently but dared not refute it. That's not about prioritizing safety. Lynn's mother retorted, isn't walking safer? We might even get there 10 minutes earlier. She rolled her eyes at Lin Chongguang. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Is it that hard to admit it? Being too proud to admit defeat will only lead to suffering. Song Shuren said, Mom and Dad, let's go back and eat first. The three entered the house. Lin's mother then recounted what had just happened to everyone. Lin Chongguang laughed, can this even be resolved? No, I've already listed this as the funniest thing that happened in our family this year, bar none. Lin Chongguang remained silent, poured himself a full glass of water, and drank it down in one gulp. Without alcohol, we can only drink water. Shaowen, do you have any alcohol? Lin's mother glared at him, she still had to drive later. Let Xueyan drive, I'm not driving today, Lin Chongguang said somewhat petulantly. Song Shuren brought over a bottle of wine. Let's have a few drinks while everyone's here. Lin Chongguang's eyes lit up. This was Mutai. Even a complete novice who knows nothing about alcohol will know that Mutai is expensive just by hearing its name. This type of wine is usually only served on grand occasions or when entertaining VIPs. I never expected to be drinking here today. Lin Shiyu brought out wine glasses. It was a rare gathering, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Lin Chongguang smacked his lips and poured a full glass for all the men present. Come. One sip, and the aroma of the wine is rich and intense. Fine wine. Fine wine. The women shook their heads upon seeing this and urged him to drink less. Drinking is a battle for a man's dignity. Seeing this, Mingming said, I want one too. The eldest uncle dipped a little bit of the chopsticks into the water and gave it to Mingming. Mingming took a sip and only stuck out his tongue. Ah, it's so bitter. It took several sips of juice to get rid of the bitter taste in my mouth. He couldn't understand why adults would enjoy such an awful tasting drink so much. Chapter 104 is over. My father-in-law is drunk and starting to talk nonsense. Good wine goes well with good food. The best snack to accompany alcohol is definitely peanuts. Seeing this, Song Shuren went back to the kitchen and stir-fried a bowl of peanuts. Together with the other dishes on the table, it was enough for them to enjoy their drinks. On the table, glasses clinked. As the alcohol took effect, everyone reached a slightly tipsy state. Shaowen, you've made something of yourself now and are making a lot of money, but remember your dear aunt. Yes, people should never forget their roots. The eldest and second aunts see that Song Shuren is doing so well now and want him to help their family more. Now that you're married and have a career, you should take care of your older cousins more often. We're all family, so let's help each other out as much as we can. Song Shuren didn't reply immediately. If he had a reliable relative, he wouldn't mind helping them out. Lin Chongguang, in high spirits, patted Song Shuren on the shoulder and praised him highly. My son-in-law is wonderful. He's ambitious, responsible, and equally adept in the kitchen and in the living room. Plus, he's an excellent cook. My daughter is truly blessed to have married him. Song Shuren smiled as he poured wine for his father-in-law, saying, Dad, it's what I should do. My daughter has been spoiled since she was little, so please bear with her. Dad, what are you saying? Shiyu is a good person, and she's very considerate to me. Lin Chongguang took another sip of wine and said slowly, You've done well these past few days. I had some prejudice against you before, but the past is the past. I'll be at ease if you two live a good life together from now on. However, you can't bully my daughter, or I'll still come after you. Lin Shiyu stopped Lin Chongguang from drinking, saying, Dad, you've had too much to drink. As he looked at his daughter, his eyes involuntarily reddened. Dad. Lin Chongguang wiped his eyes. Dad's fine. I'm so happy to have found such a good son-in-law for me. Although he accepted Song Shuren, he couldn't help but feel a little melancholy whenever he thought about his daughter getting married. Fortunately, my daughter takes after me, she has the same good taste as me. Lin Chongguang smiled and glanced at his mother. Lin's mother was too shy to look him in the eye. Upon seeing this, Song's father stood up and loudly guaranteed. My dear-in-law, I won't say anything else, but you can rest assured about my son's character. Shaowen can be a bit stubborn sometimes, and arguments are inevitable in life. When they argue, they only say things in anger, so please don't take them to heart. Lin Shiyu nodded, I understand, Dad. However, since they met, she had never seen Song Shuren lose his temper. The two always discussed things together. Lin Chongguang slammed his hand on the table and said, In-law, I know how good Shaoan is. Come, let me toast you for raising such a wonderful son. Father Song filled the wineglass to the brim and said loudly, Good. Wow. Your daughter is great too, elegant and beautiful. Lin Chongguang humbly replied, Not at all. Son-in-law, I salute you. Shaoan, Dad respects you too. Song Shuren picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Ha 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 ha. Readily. Come on. Let's do it again. Lin's mother quickly stopped her. That's enough, you two are going to get Shaoan drunk? The young couple also have a baby to take care of. Lin Chongguang was already drunk. When men drink, women shouldn't interrupt. The relatives had finished drinking and eating. Seeing that Lin Chongguang and his father had drunk too much, they decided not to join in and left in twos and threes. Hey, take care. The couple watched their relatives leave. Lin Chongguang called Song Shuren back again. Shaoan, let's continue. Lin's mother flicked Lin Chongguang's head, as if to say, What does that mean? You've had too much to drink, don't act crazy. She turned to Song Shuren and gestured, You two take the baby to rest first, I'll handle things here. Song's mother also said, Go ahead, we'll take care of things here. The couple took the baby back to their room. The two felt a sense of relief. They fed the babies, changed their diapers, and played with them in bed. It was so much fun. Fortunately, the room was well soundproofed, so although it was noisy outside, it didn't affect the baby's rest. After putting the baby to sleep, Lin Shiyu was too tired to stay awake and lay down. Song Shuren sat on the sofa, and she lay on Song Shuren's lap. So comfortable, so peaceful. She seemed to have achieved relaxation in both her body and mind. Are you sleepy? Go back to bed and sleep. Lin Shiyu hugged Song Shuren's leg tightly and said coquettishly, No, I'll just lie here. Okay, you sleep, I'll watch over you. Song Shuren gently stroked Lin Shiyu's hair. She felt so embarrassed watching her sleep. Lin Shiyu covered her face with her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. You can browse TikTok and read books, but can you please stop looking at me? Song Shuren smiled, put on his headphones, and said, I'll edit some videos. Lin Shiyu slightly spread her fingers, secretly observing Song Shuren through the gaps between them. Only when he realized that Song Shuren wasn't looking at him did he move his hand away. Song Shuren patted her back and said, I've always been here. Go to sleep. She adjusted to the most comfortable position, rested her head on his lap, and gradually fell asleep with a smile. Song Shuren turned off his phone and rubbed his eyes. Then, he picked up Lin Shiyu and moved her to the bed. He gently pulled back the piece of clothing that Lin Shiyu was holding. I pulled the blanket over him and left a light kiss on his forehead. The little ones in the crib were sleeping soundly. He thought about going out to take a look. The living room has a TV that can be used for home karaoke, and there is also a microphone that can be connected via Bluetooth under the TV cabinet. As soon as I opened the door, the sounds of the voice of China filled the air. Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat, brother, I'll walk on the shore. Loving and affectionate, swaying gently on the leash. When Song's father and mother looked at each other, their eyes were locked in a long, drawn-out exchange. Song's mother mimicked the shy expression of the little girl in the music video, saying, Little sister, I'm sitting at the bow of the boat. With a confident smile, Father Song sat as if pulling the boat, saying, Brother, I'll walk ashore. What a sweet and loving scene. However, the singing is really nothing to write home about. He immediately closed the door, afraid that the singing in the living room would disturb his wife and baby's rest. No matter how good the soundproofing is, if the door is open, sound will still sneak into the room. Lin's mother caught a glimpse of Song Shuren standing at the door of the room. Shaoan, want to come over and join us? No, Mom, you guys have fun. Dad's had too much to drink. You can stay here tonight. Okay, then you go and rest first. I'll tell them to keep their voices down. Thank you, Mom. You should get some rest too. Song Shuren went inside and closed the door, keeping the boatman's love out. Honey, was there any renovation going on upstairs? Song Shuren smiled and said, No, Mom and Dad are singing. It seems this is quite powerful. He won't open the door and go out this time. Singing? Lin Shiyu looked puzzled, but her still wake-up brain wouldn't allow her to think that far ahead. It's okay, go back to sleep. Lin Shiyu snuggled into Song Shuren's arms. Okay. Their house has excellent soundproofing no matter how noisy it is in the living room, you can't hear any sound in the bedroom, as if they are two separate parallel spaces. Chapter 105 My darlings, the four little treasures of my life. Having cared for the baby for a long time, Song Shuren has figured out when they get up at night. They get hungry once around midnight, need a diaper change at 3 a.m., cry if they're uncomfortable, and have to be fed again at 5 a.m. He set these alarm times so that he could take care of the babies without disturbing his wife's rest. He set the alarm to a very low volume, so he placed his phone next to his pillow to make sure he could hear it. As soon as the alarm clock went off at midnight, he immediately turned it off and got up to make formula for the babies. The babies' eyes weren't open yet, but their noses were very sensitive. As soon as the pacifier was placed in front of her, her little mouth started sucking on it noisily. Song Shuren couldn't help but sigh, they really are a bunch of clever little devils. Every time he breastfeeds, he wishes he had 4 hands so he could do it all at once. After feeding the first and second babies, it was time for the third and fourth babies. It tastes so good. Sibo was so engrossed in drinking it that even after the nipple was removed, she kept slurping something. Song Shuren found it hilarious. Was this little guy drunk on milk? He took out his phone, recorded a video, and then went to sleep. The next morning, Song Shuren cooked breakfast and went to the room to call Lin Shiyu to get up and eat. He gently patted Lin Shiyu's shoulder with his fingers. Wake up, honey, breakfast is ready. After rubbing her eyes, Lin Shiyu stretched out her hands, wanting Song Shuren to help her up. Song Shuren smiled indulgently and took her hand. Lin Shiyu was very light, and he easily pulled her up. As she stood up, Lin Shiyu used the momentum to gently kiss him on the cheek. She smiled sweetly and said, "Good morning, honey." Before Song Shuren could even catch her breath, she was already dressed and ready to go see the babies. The babies woke up, but didn't cry. She went to the bathroom to wash up first, while Song Shuren temporarily looked after the baby. Just as I squeezed the toothpaste onto my toothpaste, I heard the baby crying and Song Shuren soothing the baby. The babies must be hungry, because she consciously sped up her brushing. Wife. Lin Shiyu rinsed her mouth with water and came right away. After the baby was full, the couple finally relaxed and went to eat. At the dining table, both sets of parents had been waiting for a long time. There were also peeled eggs on their plates. Good morning, Mom and Dad. I've been busy all morning, let's eat. Song's mother ladled a bowl of porridge for her son and Lin Shiyu. Thank you, Mom. Mr. Song said, we've discussed it, and we'll go back this afternoon. So soon? Why not stay a few more days? You little rascal, you're going to help me watch the fields if you play a few more days, right? Song's mother kicked Song's father's leg, saying, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Your dad means that the land in the village still needs someone to take care of it, and we've been away for so long, we're really worried about it. Why did you kick me? Just say what you're saying. You know your dad's temper. He's leaving and he'll miss you and the babies. He's experiencing separation anxiety. Song Shuren smiled. This was indeed in line with his father's personality. Lin Shiyu said, Mom and Dad, please remember to bring those health supplements back with you later. Lin's mother smiled and said, look how filial my daughter-in-law is. Lin Chongguang said, Shiyu, we're going back too. Okay, Dad, please be careful on the road. Lin Chongguang put down his chopsticks, looked at his daughter, and said, why didn't you try to stop me from leaving? Lin Shiyu said coquettishly, Dad, our home isn't far away. If you miss me, I can come back to see you anytime. Then you have to bring the babies back. Dad, are you reluctant to part with me or with the baby? After a pleasant breakfast, the couple received messages from their respective advisors. They were asked to return to the school to handle some matters. The couple asked their parents to help take care of the babies, and they would go back in the afternoon after they finished dealing with school matters. The parents nodded to reassure the new parents as they went out. The babies are all under their care. The couple nodded and then drove to the school. On the other side, Jiangyue Bay. The 4 elderly people were each holding a child and trying to soothe them. Don't cry, babies, don't cry. They checked, and there was no peeing or pooping. The baby wouldn't drink milk or play with toys, it just kept crying. Her little face was red from crying, which worried everyone. Lin's father looked worried. What should he do? Lin's mother said that perhaps she missed her parents. After all, children and parents are connected heart to heart, they can sense their parents' presence. The babies are experiencing separation anxiety because they haven't seen their parents for so long. Suddenly, Mr. Song had a bright idea. He opened his phone and looked at the photos of the couple. Come on, babies, look who this is. Look, this is mom, and this is dad. Babies are too young and their eyesight is not fully developed. They rely on hearing and smell to distinguish their parents. Song's mother said, this is useless. Go and get some of Shiyu's and Shaoen's clothes to wrap the babies in. Lin's mother immediately went to the master bedroom to get 4 pieces of clothing and wrap them up for the babies. Soon after, the baby smelled her mother's scent, thought her mother had returned, and stopped crying. This method actually works. Song's mother said with a smile that when Shaoen was their age, he couldn't be separated from his parents either. He would cry his heart out if they left him for even a short while. Later, I had to carry him to the toilet with me. Later, her grandmother taught me that wrapping the child in a piece of clothing can give the baby the illusion that you haven't left. A baby's sense of smell and hearing are already fully developed during fetal development, so when they are young, they generally do not recognize people, but rather sounds and smells. As babies grow and their vision develops, they can see the people who feed them, change their diapers, and lull them to sleep every day, and they can distinguish familiar faces from other people's faces. It's said that grandparents love their grandchildren more. The 4 elderly people each held a baby and never put them down, as if the baby was an extension of themselves. Unexpected events can happen at any time, and sometimes people need to use the restroom. If you happen to be in one of these situations, then Lin Chongguang suddenly felt a cool, slightly damp sensation on his arm. Look, the baby peed. Because the way I was holding the baby wasn't quite right, the urine didn't go onto the diaper instead, it flowed down from my thighs and dripped onto his arm. Lei peed on me. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Chongguang was stunned, holding Lei and standing there. What are you standing there for? Help the baby change and wipe their bottom. If urine flows down to the groin and isn't wiped dry, it can easily cause eczema on the baby's skin. Lin Chongguang's head was buzzing. He wanted to put the baby on the coffee table. Before she could even put the baby down, Lin's mother interrupted her, saying, "Why don't you put down a nursing pad? You go and get it. How am I supposed to carry it while holding the child?" Lin's mother ran to get the nursing pads. After placing the nursing pad, Lin Chongguang put the baby on it. Where are the tissues? Tissues. Mr. Song casually grabbed a few napkins. Song's mother snatched back the napkin and handed over baby wipes. Baby's skin is so delicate. Using such a rough napkin to wipe is like stabbing his bottom with a knife. Lin Chongguang took the wet wipes and cleaned the baby's bottom. Where's the diaper? Diaper. This. After finally getting the baby ready, the 4 of them slumped onto the sofa to watch, as if they had just won a battle. Lin's mother threw a cushion at Lin Chongguang and said, "Go wash your hands." Chapter 106 Family Members, Who Understands? Men who spend money are so handsome. After taking care of the children for half a day, they were already exhausted with aches and pains in their backs. However, he is no longer a young man, and his energy is not what it used to be. The thought of the couple having to take care of 4 children on a daily basis brings a pang of pain to the parents' hearts. Mr. Song, who had been covered in the urine of a child, was deeply moved. They planned to discuss hiring a postpartum nanny with them after the baby returns. Time flew by and it was afternoon when the couple returned from school. Mom and Dad, we're back. Lin's mother made a shushing gesture, indicating that the babies were asleep and to keep their voices down. Lin Shiyu changed her shoes and looked into the living room. The babies were sleeping soundly in their cradles, and her mother-in-law was fanning them with a fan. The couple changed their shoes and tiptoed over. Ask softly, Mom and Dad, were the babies good today? The 4 old men shook their heads slightly and exchanged glances. I spent half the day taking care of the baby today and only then did I realize how hard you all work. In just half a day, he wanted to take back what he had said about helping the children take care of their babies. Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren were both born as singletons. After their birth, not only did their parents take care of them, but their grandparents also helped, meaning the whole family took care of 1 baby. They are now raising 4 babies on their own, and it's unimaginable how much work that is. We're thinking of hiring a postpartum nanny to help you out. Song Shuren said, Mom, Shiyu and I don't feel comfortable leaving the baby with a postpartum nanny. Can we return the baby? No buts, I think it's very fulfilling to be able to take care of a baby's growth and watch them grow day by day. Since the child firmly refused, the parents didn't say anything more. Lin's mother said, when you're too busy, either call us over to help you take care of the baby, or hire a postpartum nanny. Don't wear yourself out. Lin Chongguang agreed, saying that if needed, they should let them know, and that they would head back before the child woke up. He was afraid that once the baby woke up and saw his adorable and endearing appearance, he wouldn't want to leave. Mom and Dad, we're seeing you off. No need, it's getting late. You've had a long day, so get some rest and don't bother with anything else. Both sets of parents left one after the other. The house immediately felt empty after my parents left. Honey, why do I feel a sense of emptiness after the new year? Emptiness? You'll feel fulfilled when your children cry. Well, let's forget about that. Lin Shiyu sat down and carefully looked at the course schedule that the teacher had given her. There's an 8 a.m. break the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. She silently complained to herself, who came up with this schedule? Lin Shiyu sighed. Song Shuren asked, why are you sighing? The class schedule is all at 8 a.m. Song Shuren comforted her, saying, it's alright, I can get up at 6 in the morning to take you. It's not a matter of what time. What is that? Lin Shiyu pondered for a moment. How about we buy another car? I go to class at 8 a.m. every day, and my classes are spread out, so when I go to class, my baby is probably still resting. Indeed, class times usually coincide with when babies are resting, so picking them up and dropping them off every day will inevitably affect their rest. Song Shuren put his arm around Lin Shiyu and said, my wife is so thoughtful. Let's go buy a car tomorrow. She snuggled into Song Shuren's arms and said coquettishly, I have to buy a nice car. The next day, the couple took their baby to the best 4S store in the area. As soon as the two people pushing the stroller entered, their stunning good looks made the three young female sales staff want to greet them. But one of them beat them to it, leaving the other two to grieve alone in the shadows. This family's good looks far surpassed those of many celebrities. Especially the young father, who exuded an air of nobility. He looks like someone who has the ability to directly buy the most expensive car. Welcome. What kind of car are you looking for? I bought it for my wife, she likes pretty things. Okay sir, what is your approximate budget? Budget is not a factor, it's all about what my wife likes. The system had recently rewarded him with a sum of money, and combined with the profits from the baby swimming center, it was enough for them to buy the most expensive car in the area. Without considering the budget, who knows how devastating that statement can be for a salesperson? The female saleswoman was incredibly excited. But she envied Lin Shiyu even more for having such a loving, doting, handsome, and wealthy husband. Why can't I have a chance with such a good man? The saleswoman felt a pang of sadness, but still maintained a warm smile. Madam, please come with me. The salesperson led the two to a pink car. This is a Porsche 718, in the popular ice berry pink color favored by many girls. It has a beautiful exterior, a Bordeaux red interior, and the same engine as the 911. After the salesperson finished speaking, Song Shuren asked Lin Shiyu, what do you think? Do you like it? Lin Shiyu smiled and said, this color is quite nice. May I go up and try it? Certainly. Lin Shiyu got into the car and experienced it firsthand. It was indeed quite nice, and she really liked the interior. Honey, this is really nice. That's it then, check out. Sir, this car will cost nearly 900,000 yuan after taxes and fees. Sure, please swipe your card. The salesperson's eyes widened in disbelief. That's so convenient. They bought a 900,000 yuan car just like that. Sir, are you sure you don't want to look at the others? This is 900,000, not 90 yuan. No need, just bring the contract over and sign it. After a moment of stunned silence, the sales clerk beamed and went to prepare the contract. Sir, please wait a moment. We have prepared some snacks for you. Please have some first. Before long, the two of them had signed the contract with the salesperson. The 4S store was very efficient. The salesperson completed the paperwork and got the license plate installed in no time. They also arranged a beautiful scene for Lin Shiyu and took many beautiful photos of her picking up the car, making it a very ceremonial occasion. Before leaving, the store manager gave us many exquisite little gifts. A group of salespeople lined up in 2 rows at the door to see them off. Welcome to visit us again. Lin Shiyu wanted to take her newly purchased car out for a test drive right away. Honey, you take the baby, I'll drive this car home myself. Song Shuren was a little worried. Are you alright? It's okay, don't worry, I got my driver's license right after graduating from high school. She snorted and said, "Don't underestimate me. I got my driver's license right after graduating from high school. Okay, my wife is the best. You'd better be careful on the road." Song Shuren carried the babies into his car, and Lin Shiyu followed behind. The two went home together. Along the way, Song Shuren kept checking the rearview mirror to see how his wife was driving, and only after confirming that she was driving well did he gradually relax. Chapter 107, Would you mind if your husband had another one? The next morning, Lin Shiyu was about to ride her beloved little car to school. Since today was her first official day on the road, she carefully put on makeup and wore a beautiful outfit to match her pink new car. Her already striking features, combined with appropriate makeup, made her look even more refined. After eating the loving breakfast prepared by Song Shuren, she went out. Before leaving the house, the baby seemed to sense their mother's departure and woke up. "Be a good baby at home, mommy's going to class now." Looking at the four adorable little angels, she felt a deep sense of reluctance. "Okay, you can go now that I've taken care of the baby." Lin Shiyu looked back every 3 steps. Song Shuren, who was feeding her baby formula, said, "If you miss me and the baby, just video call me." "Okay, I'm off then, honey." Song Shuren gently gave Lin Shiyu a farewell kiss before she left. Taking the elevator down to the basement level, the Porsche I bought yesterday in iceberry pink is the most eye-catching car in the entire parking lot. Chirp chirp. She opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, stroked the red steering wheel, and skillfully drove towards the school. Suzhou University has a large campus, and students are allowed to drive on campus. Lin Shiyu drove all the way to the teaching building. She remembered that there were parking spaces under the first teaching building. She parked her car downstairs at the school building so she could go home right after school. Since leaving home, I haven't stopped missing Song Shuren and the baby for a single moment. It's rush hour now, and there are many students on the road. She touched up her lipstick in the car, and once her makeup was complete and there were no problems, she got out of the car. Poetic language? Lin Shiyu turned around and saw Gu Yanyan. Lin Shiyu waved sweetly at Gu Yanyan. "What are you doing here?" Gu Yanyan looked miserable. "I failed this subject. I have to come back and retake it." "Do you know what? It was just 1 point away." 1 point. She walked over and looked at the Porsche behind Lin Shiyu. "Ha? Your car?" Lin Shiyu nodded. "This car is really nice. It's so much better looking than hers." Gu Yanyan stared wide-eyed at the Porsche in front of her. "It looks very new. Was it just bought?" "Yes, it's going to be rebuilt. My husband has to stay home to take care of the baby, so he can't pick me up and drop me off. That's why he bought me a car." Gu Yanyan looked on with envy. "Wow, Song Shuren is amazing. Is this what other people's husbands are like? I've been single for 24 years and still haven't found a man willing to buy me a car. By the way, does Shuren have any brothers or anything like that?" "He also has a younger brother." A glint flashed in Gu Yanyan's eyes. Her younger brother was wonderful, so sensible and considerate. Young people don't know how good their younger brothers are, and mistakenly treat their older brothers as treasures. "This year I'm a senior in high school." Gu Yanyan's eyes immediately lost their light. How could a high school student do such a thing? "I shouldn't interfere with my younger brother's studies." Lin Shiyu comforted her. "Yanyan, aren't there many guys pursuing you at our school? Don't you want to develop it further?" Gu Yanyan shook her head repeatedly. "Forget it, it's just them. You know how weird they are, and some of them are just looking for something new. She doesn't want to have a fast food relationship. Furthermore, now that Lin Shiyu's husband has raised his standards for choosing a partner so high, how could she possibly be interested in those other men? Shiyu, could you please keep an eye out for any eligible young men around your husband, the kind who would dote on their girlfriends?" At this moment, Lin Shiyu's mind was filled with images of little figures like Mantu, Nichio, and Daho, who kept circling around in her head. She shook her head, chasing away the little figure in her mind. I chuckled and said, "Let's forget about it then. Don't calculate it. You have to help me out, my mom is driving me crazy." "How can we help?" "If you really don't have one, ask your husband if he would mind having another one." "Absolutely not." Lin Shiyu refused without even thinking. She can share other things, even her beloved car, but her husband and children are absolutely not to be shared with anyone, not even her best friend. Gu Yanyan realized that her joke had gone too far and apologized repeatedly. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu seemed to remember something, and Gu Yanyan said with a grin, "There's something I don't know if I should say." "You say." "Actually, I feel like Manta might be a little interested in you. Why don't you consider it?" Gu Yanyan was shocked. "Steamed buns? How could that be? Anyone with eyes can see it." Gu Yanyan frowned. "How come I can't see it?" Lin Shiyu laughed heartily. "Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly." The two walked and talked as they entered the classroom. Because they were repeating a course, they were taking classes with the younger students. As soon as Lin Shiyu entered, the entire classroom began to whisper. "Is that Lin Shiyu, the school beauty?" "That's her. I just saw her driving a Porsche at school." "Driving a Porsche to school? No wonder she's the school beauty, she's got real talent." "But why is he teaching our class?" "I heard it's because of the leave of absence, so I have to repeat the course." "But I really like her." The video of her directly confronting the White Lotus made me so excited, it was so satisfying. Gu Yanyan looked around. "Shiyu, they're talking about you." "It's okay, just be yourself." The school's most beautiful girl and the most handsome boy are always in the spotlight, so even if they speak in hushed tones, she can always guess what they're talking about. It's nothing more than a matter with Song Shuren, but they are now a legally married couple, and there's nothing shameful about it. The students meant no harm, they were just curious out of a gossipy nature. "Quiet down," the teacher shouted from the podium. During class, many students secretly glanced at Lin Shiyu, but it did not affect her ability to concentrate on the lesson. Just like she did in school, she participated attentively in class discussions and took good notes. Bell. After class, Lin Shiyu was eager to go home. When I got home at noon, Song Shuren had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. During the meal, Song Shuren brought up the topic of the baby's vaccine. "Today I received a message from the hospital saying that I can bring my baby in to get the second vaccine." "Perfect timing. I don't have class this afternoon, let's go together." "After lunch break." "Okay, let's go, it'll get crowded later." "Did you bring your vaccination record?" "I brought it." Upon arriving at the hospital, Song Shuren went to register, while Lin Shiyu waited with the baby. At this moment, a mother next to Lin Shiyu looked Lin Shiyu up and down. She asked in surprise, "Is this your baby?" Lin Shiyu smiled and replied, "When the time is right, it will happen." She glanced at herself. The skin on her belly, stretched by the baby, hadn't recovered yet, and her figure was bloated and out of shape, while the woman opposite her, who had given birth to 4 babies, was still as beautiful as a young girl. If the other party hadn't admitted it themselves, she would never have believed that the 4 babies were hers. "Your figure has recovered so well, you don't look like you just gave birth at all." Chapter 108. Song Shuren is furious. "Who dares to lay a finger on my little darling? She looks like a celebrity who's secretly married and had children, otherwise, how could she have recovered her figure so well? Could it be that I'm just not good enough to recognize it?" The woman asked curiously, "Mom, what do you do for a living?" "My husband and I will start a small business together." When facing strangers, she doesn't want to reveal too much information because of her safety awareness. "So who's in charge of the money?" "I'm in charge." Women are indeed very envious. "Your husband is so good, he even helps you with the work. Unlike my husband, who made me quit my job to stay home and rest during my pregnancy, and then made me stay home to take care of the baby after I gave birth." You're saying that by the time children can be cared for without someone constantly looking after them, they'll have long since left society. What company would want a stay-at-home mom who hasn't worked in a long time? The woman let out a long sigh. Lin Shiyu felt sorry for him, but didn't know how to comfort him. Just then, she heard Sibo whimpering. From the sound, she knew it was hungry. She pulled back the blackout curtain, took out a baby bottle, and held the baby in her arms to breastfeed. The stroller's blackout curtain was half drawn, so the mother couldn't see her baby's face clearly. Seeing the babies in full now has shocked their perception of what human infants look like. Each baby is very good looking, and although they were born to the same mother, they are all very distinctive. And the 4 babies in Lin Shiyu's arms are so cute and adorable. The woman's eyes were full of envy. "Wow, your baby is so good looking. Is it a girl or a boy?" Lin Shiyu replied with a smile, "These 2 are boys, and these 2 are girls." "Oh my! So beautiful. How about we arrange a marriage between our children?" "A marriage arranged when they were children? Of course not." Seeing Lin Shiyu stunned, the woman pushed her son forward. Lin Shiyu was startled by the sudden appearance of the baby, and Sibo was so frightened that he dropped his pacifier. This is my little boy. He's 5 months old now. He looks a bit older than your baby, but he's still quite cute, isn't he? Lin Shiyu looked at the baby in front of her, whose skin was dark and who looked like fat tiger. It's quite adorable. The key is that he's big and strong, so he can protect the young girl. My family owns 2 houses in Suzhou. One is for my son. Everyone gets a house right after their child is born. My husband is a civil servant, working within the system. We're doing all right. She forced a smile. Of course, it's up to the children to decide. I can't speak for them. No big deal. Let's be friends first and then in-laws. Scan my WeChat QR code, and we'll keep in touch. We can bring the kids out to play together often, and we'll get to know each other quickly. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, isn't that wonderful? This is the cutest baby she has ever seen, and the parents are so good-looking. No matter which parent the baby takes after when he grows up, he will be the most eye-catching person in the crowd. With such a severe gender imbalance, so many single men are now unable to find wives. I must do my best to help my son. Judging from Lin Shiyu's clothes and belongings, she doesn't seem to be someone who runs a small business. Her real family background must be quite impressive. It's probably just that wealthy people are low-key. Lin Shiyu was quite resistant to this mother's persistence. Seeing Song Shuren walking towards her, she thought to herself, I'm finally saved. Lin Shiyu rushed forward and took his hand. Honey, you're back. She frantically winked at Song Shuren, hoping he would understand. Is your eyelid twitching? Lin Shiyu gave a meaningful smile. You'll find out soon enough. When the mother saw Song Shuren, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Is this your husband? They're so handsome. A good-looking man and a good-looking woman, they're such a perfect match. Yes, my husband. This is the baby's dad. He's so handsome, his face is flawless. The baby's inherited such good genes, no wonder they're so good-looking. Song Shuren looked at the baby in the mother's arms, who looked like a fat tiger. Your baby is quite strong. A cute baby is praised by everyone. A baby who looks like a fat tiger can only be described as really tall, big, and strong. Upon hearing this, the mother beamed with joy and seized the opportunity to promote her son. You can see how strong my baby is, right? Let me tell you, my son will definitely be 180 centimeters tall when he grows up. He makes me feel so safe and secure. All the young girls love this style now. Standing next to her was her husband, who was about 1.6 meters tall and rather broad-shouldered. The couple looked at the man beside her, unsure whether the mother meant 180 centimeters in height or 180 kilograms in weight when she said 180 centimeters. The mother then gave another account of her family's financial situation. Song Shuren listened attentively for a long time and grasped the key point: the arranged marriage between children. Lin Shiyu, standing next to him, looked worried. Could it be that he really had something to do with the arranged marriage? After I finished speaking, the mother asked with a smile, how's your decision? Song Shuren replied indifferently, I don't care. My family doesn't lack cars, houses, or money. Besides, with my daughter's qualifications, she can find anyone she wants in the future. There are plenty of women with better qualifications than you. These are all his little darlings. He never expected that before the baby's teeth had even fully grown in, the blonde guy would come knocking on his door. The new mother was rendered speechless by Song Shuren's words. Lin Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Song Shuren stopped paying attention to the woman's family. Squat down and check if the baby needs a diaper change or if they still need milk. He helps change diapers when needed, feeds the baby milk when needed, takes numbers when needed, and signs documents when needed. He's always busy taking care of everything. He took care of all the work, while Lin Shiyu only needed to sit and wait, which made everyone on the scene very envious. Soon after, many parents arrived, all bringing their babies to get vaccinated. When the crowd saw the quadruplets, they all gathered around curiously. Mom, this little girl is so cute. Can I take her home? No, you can't. Then give me a little sister. I want a little sister. It's not something you can just decide to have whenever you want. I don't care, I don't care. My little sister is so cute, how could mom not give me a sister? My mother said that whether or not a younger sister or brother is born is not something a sister can control. My little brother is cute too. Mom can have a little brother for me, but the little brother or sister mom has to be just as cute as this one, otherwise I don't want it. This. Another child heard this and joined his mother in clamoring for a younger brother. In an instant, the children were either clamoring for younger brothers or sisters, or older brothers and sisters. There were 2 more lying on the floor making a fuss. These 2 wanted to marry them when they grew up. The mother, who was about to arrange a marriage for her child, froze upon seeing this scene. Chapter 109. Look what the babies have discovered. The doctor arrived, and everyone began to line up according to their numbers, waiting to be called. Song Shuren and his group are number 9. Every single baby who went in came out crying. The older children simply clung to the doorframe, refusing to go inside no matter what. I don't want a shot. Help! Someone kill a child. As soon as his parents pried his hand off, he grabbed it tightly with his other hand. Some pretended to cooperate, but ran away as soon as they reached the door. His father kept chasing after him. You better come back here, you're acting like I'm trying to kill you just to give you a shot. The child was clever, knowing he couldn't outrun the adults. He kept circling around the rest chair. The father was so close to his son, yet he couldn't catch him, which made him extremely anxious. Adults were left speechless, while children were terrified. Because everyone else was having all sorts of problems, it was soon Song Shuren's turn. Number 9. Song Shuren pushed the baby into the injection room. After the nurse finished testing the injection, she turned around and saw 4 adorable toddlers blinking their eyes and tilting their heads to look at her. Oh my, it's so heartwarming. Are these quadruplets? Having worked in the hospital for so many years, this is the first time I've ever seen quadruplets. Multiple births often result in some malnutrition, but these quadruplets are fair-skinned, chubby, and incredibly adorable. When Song Shuren saw the thin needle about to pierce the baby's skin, her heart began to ache. Lin Shiyu felt even worse. Song Shuren sat on the stool with Dabao in his arms, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fair and tender little arms. The baby lay quietly in his arms, completely unaware of what was about to happen. The nurse disinfected the baby while gently reassuring him, "Don't worry, it's just 1 injection, it will be over soon." Song Shuren breathed a sigh of relief, watching the doctor skillfully administer the vaccines to the babies. Okay, let's hurry up and make it real. Just as he was about to praise Dabao for being brave, he burst into tears. It doesn't hurt anymore, Daddy, it's all over now, we're the best. He handed the express delivery to Lin Shiyu to comfort her, and then picked up Rebirth and put him in his arms. Before the injection was even administered, Rebirth started crying too. Song Shuren held Rebirth tenderly and gently comforted him. Baby, don't cry, it doesn't hurt. It's like a mosquito bite, it will be fine soon. The babies in the stroller seemed to sense something was amiss, fidgeting with their little hands and feet restlessly, but they didn't cry out. What's going on? Could it be that Dabao told on us in baby talk? The subsequent injections were extremely difficult to administer, accompanied by the baby's various cries. After the injection, the couple carefully picked them up and noticed tear stains on their little faces. They gently stroked their cheeks with heartache. The babies seemed to sense the warmth from their parents and gradually calmed down. As soon as we left the hospital, the baby seemed to be attracted by something, making woof-woof sounds in the stroller. Song Shuren squatted down and confidently examined the baby's body. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? He thought it was an adverse reaction from the baby after the vaccination. Just then, he heard a faint meow. Every time the cat meows, the babies meow back. Song Shuren followed the sound. A thin, white kitten was curled up in the roadside grass, its eyes revealing hunger and helplessness. When the kitten saw Song Shuren approaching, it took a step back in fear, its eyes revealing its terror of humans. Little one, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. He took some food out of his pocket, put it on the ground, and carefully stepped back a few paces to give the kitten some space. Meow, eat. The kitten smelled the food, curiously raised its head, hesitated for a moment, and finally came over. It carefully sniffed the food, then began to eat it in small bites. Song Shuren felt a sense of relief as he watched the kitten eat. He knew that the kitten might have been abandoned, that no one would take care of it, and that it would die soon. They might starve to death, be beaten to death by their companions, or be run over by a car. Lin Shiyu felt terrible, the poor little kitten. Yes, it's just a stray white kitten, so thin and weak, how can it survive among stray cats? In the cat world, white cats are the worst off among stray cats because of their fur color, and they are often bullied and harassed by other cats. Honey, the babies found it, so it seems to have a special connection with them. Let's take it home and give it a warm home. He glanced at the babies, who were smiling brightly in their strollers, their eyes seemingly full of anticipation. Okay, then we'll adopt it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for adopting stray cats for your pets and gaining that adorable pet talent. Note, pet talents can be bestowed upon pets, and pets that have received this talent will never harm their host's family members. This system is truly considerate and thoughtful. With this skill, there's no longer any fear that the kitten will pose any threat to Shiyu and the babies. Song Shuren wrapped the kitten in a nursing pad, put it in the trunk, and took it home. The sun was shining brightly on the road, and the car window was like a TV drama, constantly playing scenes. The babies looked at the scenery outside the window, their little hands and feet moving non-stop, and their eyes gradually regained their bright light. Back home, Song Shuren carefully placed the kitten in a comfortable spot. Honey, are we going to prepare to deal with this kitten? I'm worried that if I keep the kitten in a cage, it might develop emotional problems, such as anxiety or depression. Lin Shiyu was worried that if the kittens were allowed to roam freely, they might hurt the baby. In the short time it took to talk, the cat suddenly disappeared. Where's the cat? The two of them lowered their heads, imitated cat meows, and searched around for the kitten. The kitten was eventually found in a delivery box. Cats really do love crawling into cardboard boxes. The kitten turned around and looked up at them, its eyes filled with a pitiful expression. Song Shuren gently picked up the kitten and they found that the kitten was covered in mud and dust, and its fur had become dry, yellow, and greasy. After all, it's a stray cat. Having been wandering outside for so long, it must have a lot of bacteria on its body. Moreover, kittens are always jumping around and you never know where they'll run off to. If they have ringworm, it could get on the furniture and people could get infected if they touch it. The system states that the blessed pet will not actively harm the host's family, but it cannot prevent indirect harm. To put her mind at ease, Song Shuren decided to take the kitten to a veterinary hospital for a full checkup. I'll take the kitten to the vet for a checkup. You can stay home and take care of the baby. Song Shuren put the kitten in the delivery box and drove to a nearby pet hospital. At the hospital, the doctor carefully examined the kitten's condition. The test results came out. The vet told Song Shuren that the kitten had no infectious diseases, was a male kitten, and had antibodies in its body. It was probably lost or abandoned, or had been astray for a long time and was malnourished. There's a small wound here, probably scratched by another cat. We've already cleaned and bandaged it. Just be careful when you get home and don't let it lick the wound. It'll heal quickly. Song Shuren asked the vet to give the kitten a bath, and then bought a litter box, cat litter, cat food, a scratching post, and other cat supplies. Finally, the cleaning lady brought out a fragrant, soft kitten for Song Shuren. The cat has undergone a complete transformation. At first glance, he almost didn't recognize it as the little dirty cat. I never expected this kitten to be so beautiful. It nestled in Song Shuren's arms. When he raised his hand, the kitten rubbed its head against him and meowed. Song Shuren's heart melted at the sight. Let's go, little one, let's go home. Chapter 110 Adorable Pet Talent, a new member joins the family. This time, Song Shuren didn't put the kitten in the trunk, but placed it in the passenger seat. The kitten was startled by the engine at first and ran under the chair to hide. Slowly, it tentatively poked its round head out, carefully observing its surroundings. She jumped onto the car seat, pressed her face against the window, and gazed at the scenery outside. Her little head swayed from side to side with the traffic, her eyes full of curiosity. I'm home. Song Shuren put the cat down. Honey, the kitten is fine, just malnourished. Keep an eye on it while I go make a nest for it. Okay. Following the cat's natural habits, he placed its bed in a corner next to the sofa. Water and cat food are placed next to the TV cabinet, cat litter is placed in the corner of the wall, and a double-layer cat litter splash guard is placed under the litter box. While you're at it, assemble the cat tree. Once it looks nice, it'll give you that warm, cozy feeling of a pet-owning family. When Song Shuren came over after setting everything up, he saw Song Maomi sitting outside the fence, tilting her head and looking at the baby inside. Lin Shiyu played with her baby inside the enclosure. The scene is warm and harmonious, but the kitten is a little thin. Kitten, do you want to come with me? As if receiving a signal, the kitten leaped and launched itself into the enclosure. Lin Shiyu was shocked by the kitten's explosive power. She never expected that this thin kitten contained such powerful energy. The kitten took flight like a superhero, making the baby clap his hands and laugh happily. Wow, baby, isn't the kitten amazing? Lin Shiyu waved a model airplane in front of the baby's eyes, saying, whoosh whoosh, it can fly like a little airplane. After the kitten jumped in, it just immediately squatted to the side and watched Lin Shiyu and the babies. Song Shuren was somewhat worried and needed to be more cautious about the safety of Lin Shiyu and the baby. "Honey, come out for a second. We're hiding here to see if the kitten will attack the baby when they're alone with him. Although I have obtained the system's adorable pet talent, I still want to test it out just in case." He was fully prepared, and if the kitten showed any signs of aggression, he would immediately rush to protect it. Lin Shiyu hesitated for a moment before leaving the fence. The couple hid behind the bar, watching the kitten's every move. At first, when the kitten realized that no one was around, it meowed a few times. Then it stood up and circled the fence, as if on patrol. At this point, the baby realizes that the mother has left and begins to feel anxious, starting to whine and whimper. The kitten was immediately attracted by the baby's cries and quickly ran towards them. The child walked around the babies, and when they saw the furry thing, they thought it was a new toy that their parents had bought. De Bo is a curious child. He grabbed the kitten's tail with one hand. The kitten struggled a few times, but De Bo still didn't let go. This scene was heartbreaking for the couple. Because you can't just grab a cat's tail whenever you want, it might turn around and scratch your face. Fortunately, the kitten only meowed a few times, and when it couldn't break free, it lay down on the spot. The kitten stopped moving, and De Bo thought the big toy was broken, so he tugged at the kitten's tail a few times. Oh no, the kitten is definitely angry. Lin Shiyu was eager to rush out, but Song Shuren stopped her. "Let's wait a little longer." The kitten was really hurt by the scratch, and it meowed loudly. De Bo seemed startled by the kitten's loud meow, paused for a moment, and then let go of its grip. The kitten was very intelligent and seemed to realize that it had frightened the baby. It went to the baby and kept rubbing its head against the baby. Then I lay down among the babies, stretched, and my little paws were all smug and happy. The quiet lasted only a few seconds before Erbo rolled over and accidentally crushed the kitten. The kitten struggled mightily to crawl out from under the baby. It moved to a different spot to lick its fur. Just right in front of Sibao grabbed the cat and hugged it like a teddy bear. The kitten didn't struggle in Sibao's arms, instead, it wagged its tail, coaxing the baby like Lin Shiyu patted the baby's back. Gradually, Sibao was actually coaxed to sleep by the cat. It tried to soothe the remaining 3 babies in the same way, but when one of the babies grabbed it, it could only lie down helplessly and gently rub its head against the baby. It seems the kitten has no temper with the babies, and even likes them very much, treating them like its own children. After a while, the kittens gradually fell asleep, and the kitten's tail wagged slower and slower. Finally, the 4 people and the cat snuggled together and fell into a deep sleep. The couple came out from behind the bar. Before my eyes is a picture of humans and pets living in harmony. Lin Shiyu was secretly pleased. She hadn't expected that the cat would have the function of soothing a baby to sleep. "Honey, this cat's personality is amazing. Even with the baby messing around like this, it doesn't get angry." Song Shuren smiled. Perhaps it had come to repay a debt of gratitude. "It's quite intelligent. When I go to school, I'll have a little helper to soothe the baby." Ha ha ha. It seems they were lucky to have met such an obedient kitten. However, his smile soon faded. Night. After taking a shower, Song Shuren smelled an indescribable odor. It turned out the kitten had pooped. Song Shuren transformed into a cat owner, pinching his nose as he scooped up the cat's poop. He knew cat poop smelled bad, but nobody had ever told him it smelled this bad. This kitten is indeed small in size but has great energy. It's not a big cat, but it poops a lot. It's not just that it poops a lot, it also smells so bad, it's like a biological weapon. He shoveled while cursing, while the kitten lingered beside him, its eyes filled with disbelief. Song Shuren looked at the kitten and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm just cleaning your litter box. I'm not trying to steal food. Don't misunderstand." Meow meow meow. "What do you mean? I really didn't mean to steal food." Meow. "I didn't do it openly and honestly either." Song Shuren naturally couldn't understand what the kitten was saying and had to fill in the blanks with his own imagination. After shoveling the poop, he could still faintly smell a odor. He realized that if the windows were completely sealed off, there would be no air circulation, and it would produce a strong odor. That was like poking a cesspool. In the end, Song Shuren decided to call a professional to install a safety net at his home tomorrow, so that he wouldn't have to worry about his cat falling out of the window, and it would also allow for ventilation. Now he stands by the window and opens it to let the smell dissipate. After the smell dissipated, he closed the window and went back to his room. The kitten followed him closely, never leaving his side. Song Shuren pointed to its cat bed and said, "Now I'm going back to my bed to sleep." "Your bed is over there." The kitten raised its head to look at Song Shuren, then lay down in its bed. As soon as the door closed, the kitten came out of its cat bed and lay down at the doorway, quietly guarding its owners. Chapter 111? Could the little monster have become a spirit? The next day. After having breakfast, Lin Shiyu went to class, while Song Shuren stayed home alone, waiting for the installer to come and install the safety net. Lin Shiyu returned quickly after only one class in the morning, along with Gu Yanyan. As soon as Lin Shiyu opened the door, she saw the kitten lying at the doorway and almost stepped on it. The kitten stretched and raised its head, meowing at Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu crouched down and petted the kitten's head. "Were you waiting for me to come back here?" The kitten rubbed against her hand, then rolled over and lay down, revealing its soft belly. She was completely charmed by the kitten. "Oh my, whose kitten is so adorable?" Gu Yanyan was shocked. "Wow, when did you get a kitten?" "I picked up a stray cat at the hospital entrance yesterday." "So cute." After saying that, he picked up the kitten. The kitten wriggled in her arms, then quickly slipped away. She ran up to the baby and cautiously stared at Gu Yanyan. Gu Yanyan sighed, changed her shoes, and went to see the baby with Lin Shiyu. The closer she got, the more cautious the kitten became. Taking another step forward, the kitten hissed at her, its fur standing on end. Gu Yanyan stopped in her tracks, feeling helpless. Hey, I'm a good person." "Poetry, why is your cat acting so dog-like?" Lin Shiyu was amused. She hadn't expected this little cat to be so protective of its owner. "Kitten, this is my sister's friend, don't be mean to her." As soon as Lin Shiyu finished speaking, the kitten became obedient instantly. Gu Yanyan exclaimed in amazement, "Your cat is amazing. Did it not drink the mangpa soup in its past life?" Song Shuren also found it incredible. The system has hidden features? Is this part of the pet's talent? Perhaps it's not familiar with your scent. Don't hug it yet, wait until it gets used to your smell. Song Shuren knew the kitten wouldn't harm his family, but he couldn't guarantee that about Gu Yanyan. He gave Gu Yanyan a heads up beforehand to prevent the kitten from scratching her. Gu Yanyan didn't believe it, thinking that the cat hadn't drunk the mangpa soup properly. To verify her inner thoughts, she planned to test them later. When Gu Yanyan came out of the toilet, she saw Lin Shiyu sitting in the enclosure, playing with the baby and the kitten at the same time. The kitten, with its innocent and adorable expression, ran around following the cat toy in Lin Shiyu's hand, thoroughly enjoying itself. The baby was also amused by the cat and giggled. Gu Yanyan sat on the sofa and put on the sun protection clothing that Lin Shiyu had taken off. That should give it a scent that cats are familiar with. She tiptoed into the enclosure. Although the cat was still playing with its toy, it was already secretly observing Gu Yanyan. Seeing that the kitten didn't react, she sat down cross-legged and reached out to touch the kitten's head, but the kitten nimbly dodged her. This adorable kitten has such a do-not-be-approachable attitude. Gu Yanyan tried to tease the kitten several times. It would run away and she would chase it, and it would hiss at her. "If the kitten won't let me touch it, then I'll have to tease the baby." Unexpectedly, this touched a nerve with the kitten, who then launched a surprise attack on Gu Yanyan. After a series of actions, Gu Yanyan was so frightened that she dared not move. She crossed her arms and glared angrily at the kitten, while the kitten glared back at her, on high alert. Lin Shiyu could tell that the kitten was determined to stick with Gu Yanyan to the bitter end. He smiled and comforted Gu Yanyan, saying, "What does a kitten know? Why are you getting angry with it? It's biased against me." Gu Yanyan was so angry that she could barely speak. Lin Shiyu clapped her hands and beckoned the kitten over. "This is your sister Gu. She's just like you, protecting the baby. Please don't take it personally, as she's giving me face." The kitten walked over to the baby, squatted down, and looked at the baby with its paws tucked in. Gu Yanyan sighed. She wasn't going to argue with a stubborn little cat. She's not that naive. Kitten, don't touch me, baby, don't let me touch you." She chatted with Song Shuren. "Mr. Song, I heard your business is booming." Song Shuren smiled smugly. "Not bad." Gu Yanyan smiled mysteriously. "Actually, I also opened a shop." This was something Lin Shiyu and Song Shan hadn't expected. "Why did you suddenly decide to open a shop?" She knew Gu Yanyan too well. If she could lie down, she would never sit, and if she could sit, she would never stand. Moreover, her family gives her more money than she needs, so when she goes to work, it's not the boss who fires her, but she who fires the boss. He's actually started his own business now? Gu Yanyan replied, my dad wants me to go back and inherit the family business. Those higher-ups are making things difficult for me everywhere, saying I'm not capable of this position. I'll go out and make a name for myself and show them. Moreover, it's impossible for me to work. Lin Shiyu retorted, working at home doesn't count as working, you're the chairman's daughter. Do you ever see a chairman's daughter helping out with takeout, printing documents, or serving tea and water at meetings? Song Shuren asked, so what kind of shop do you run now? Gu Yanyan stood up triumphantly and said, I opened a body-shaping training institution. In that time, world-class supermodels will emerge from my ranks. And elegant urban women. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were both amused by her appearance. This is not an easy business to run, you need to be very careful in managing it. Don't worry, business is good right now. Seeing Gu Yanyan's current spirited appearance, the couple wished her all the best in her career. The three of them talked about their experiences in starting a business, and before they knew it, it was already afternoon. Gu Yanyan said she had other things to do at the store and left. The door closed quite loudly. The baby seemed to have been woken up and was making some whimpering noises. The kitten darted over again, gently patted the baby's back with its tail, and then rubbed its head against the baby. Then, she carefully leaned against the baby, and Erbao reached out and pulled the kitten into her arms. The kitten didn't make a sound or struggle. It adjusted its position and stayed quietly in the baby's arms. The baby gradually calmed down and fell into a deep sleep again. The couple witnessed this scene. Lin Shiyu sighed, this little guy, could it be that he really didn't drink all the mangpa soup? Song Shuren lay on the sofa, perhaps this was a gift from heaven to us and the baby. Lin Shiyu leaned against Song Shuren's chest and said, honey, we haven't named the kitten yet. That's what we call rolling. Why? It's so thin, I hope it will grow up to be round and plump. Roll? It's like you want it to roll. What do you want to call it? Lin Shiyu thought for a moment, then said, how about calling him Little Monster? Xiaoguai is a kitten in the cartoon Big Ear Tutu. It was a birthday gift from Tutu's father to Tutu. Xiaoguai is a white kitten that can understand human speech and speak human speech. The kitten they found was also white. Although it couldn't speak human language, it was very intelligent and only obedient to its owner. It was the most protective cat in history, which was indeed strange. Okay, let's call it Little Monster then. Chapter 112, so inspiring. Dabao turns things around. Time passed by, and the family of 6 and their little monster lived happily. Soon, the baby was 2 months old. Compared to the full moon, there have been many changes. The baby's body is developing rapidly, and he is getting bigger, so the bathtub is visibly getting smaller when bathing him. With a more stable daily routine, Song Shuren got up at night much less often. Their facial features become more defined and more refined, their skin becomes more delicate and tender, their hands and feet become more agile, their grasping ability becomes stronger, and they can hold toys for longer periods of time. Sometimes, with the help of my parents, I can manage to put in a little effort on my own. Time really flies, it feels like they've grown up in the blink of an eye. I'm chopping vegetables in the kitchen, said Song Shuren. He felt as if he had lived through another world. As Lin Shiyu peeled potatoes, she sighed, that's right, you'd better keep a close eye on things, or the baby might grow into a young man or woman in no time. Song Shuren suddenly stopped wielding the knife. How could it be so fast? They haven't called me dad yet, and I don't know when I'll hear the little ones call me dad. He doesn't imagine how reluctant he will be to let his children go when they grow up, get married, have children, and start their own families. He also can't imagine how happy he will be when his baby rolls over for the first time, calls him dad for the first time, or learns to walk for the first time. After saying that, he swiftly and smoothly sliced the beef on the cutting board and placed it into a bowl. Lin Shiyu had seen this scene countless times and was already used to his actions. If outsiders saw it, they would definitely be so surprised that their jaws would drop. Even so, she never gets tired of watching it. After all, this kind of operation is not only a double enjoyment for the eyes and ears, but more importantly, it is also very stress-relieving. Iya-wah! As she was engrossed in watching her husband chop vegetables, she suddenly heard her baby's voice coming from the living room. I'll go take a look. Lin Shiyu dried her hands and left the kitchen. Honey, come here right now. What happened? Song Shuren immediately put down the kitchen knife and ran out before he could even wipe his hands. Lin Shiyu stood in front of the fence, holding up her phone, urging Song Shuren to hurry up. Song Shuren walked over, and Lin Shiyu pointed at Debao with one finger. Look! Isn't Kwai Kwai about to turn over? Song Shuren was stunned. Could it be? He was just talking about it, and now he was really going to witness his baby's first rollover? But thinking about it carefully, at this age, the baby should be learning to roll over. Song Shuren was extremely excited. He stood firmly outside the fence, not daring to breathe too loudly, for fear of disturbing his baby's first roll. Debao lay on the mat, his little hands constantly groping and searching for something to grasp, his little feet kicking incessantly, as if looking for some kind of support. He tried to roll over, but unsurprisingly, he failed. The little guy almost succeeded, but because he didn't have enough strength, he bounced back to his original position. After several attempts, it still couldn't turn over and kept whimpering, which made Lin Shiyu feel sorry for it. Seeing the baby struggling so much, she instinctively wanted to help the baby, but Song Shuren stopped her. We can't help him forever, children have to grow up eventually. But he has failed so many times. I feel sorry for him when I see him like this. When he grows up a bit more, won't he naturally learn it? It's different. Just like chicks hatching from their shells, chicks that hatch naturally are healthier and stronger than those hatched artificially. We can help him for a while, but not forever. Lin Shiyu sighed and could only cheer for Debao from outside the fence. The two clenched their fists and kept cheering Debao on. Go for it. Yes. Push harder. Push. Yes, that's it. Go, Debao. Mom and Dad are with you. The baby was rolling over, but it was the couple who were sweating profusely from the effort. Although his previous attempts to turn things around were not very successful, each failure only made him more determined. This time, the baby's eyes became even brighter. Suddenly, he exerted force. Yeah. Finally, Debao successfully rolled over. The little guy knew it had done it. It lay there, its little head slightly raised, looking towards its parents, as if it wanted to show off its success. Mom and Dad, did you see that? How amazing is our baby? The couple were amazed and delighted that their child had begun to take control of his own body. This time, Lin Shiyu finally couldn't resist, so she climbed over the fence, picked up Kwai Kwai, and showered him with kisses and praise. Baby, you're amazing. So great. Muah. Daddy wants a kiss too, muah. Debao was startled by the sudden enthusiasm, and a double chin appeared on his face. But he quickly cheered up, thinking that his parents were playing some kind of game with him. The baby waved its little hands and slowly approached Song Shuren's face. Song Shuren was so happy that he leaned his face closer. Ah! You actually plotted against me. It turned out that when the baby was sucking on his hand was covered in saliva, which was still sticky and hadn't dried yet. Song Shuren was lucky enough to have it all over his face. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shiyu laughed so hard her stomach hurt. After the initial surprise, Song Shuren returned to his battlefield to prepare a delicious meal for his wife, while Lin Shiyu uploaded the video she had just edited to Song's fourth son's social media account. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. The babies are still growing and have all learned to roll over. That day, Song Shuren received a phone call from his mother, who shared her joy with him. Shawan, the piglet at home has had piglets. They're so cute, all pink and chubby. Do you want to bring your baby and Shiyu back to see them? Song Shuren glanced at Lin Shiyu, whose fists were clenched in front of her chest, her face showing excitement and anticipation. He muttered to himself, Go! Go! Let's go! Having been married for so long, he had long understood her feelings. Mom, I'll bring Shiyu and the baby home these next few days. Lin Shiyu had such high expectations, how could he possibly disappoint her? Besides, the baby is so big and has never been to his grandparents' house, so we can take this opportunity to go back and visit. When she heard that Song Shuren had agreed to take her home, she immediately ran to the wardrobe to pick out the clothes she would wear. She was choosing clothes in front of the mirror, while on the bed she was on speakerphone, talking to her mother. I excitedly boasted to my mom, Mom, Shuren said he's taking me to his house these next few days to see his parents and the newborn piglets. After that, we can go fishing in the river and pick wild fruit on the mountain. I can't even imagine how happy I am. This was undoubtedly a novel experience for Lin Shiyu, who had always lived in the city. When Lin's mother heard that they were going back to the Song family, she said she wanted to go too. Firstly, they were drawn to the scene described by their daughter. Secondly, the two children had been married for so long, and they hadn't yet visited their in-laws, which was quite a neglect. After discussing it, the group decided to go back together and set off tomorrow. Chapter 113, Bringing the babies and their mother home. The next day, the couple got up, packed their luggage, and took their baby to meet up with the wife's parents. Because the only way back to the Song family was through the city where his father-in-law and mother-in-law lived. After lunch, the group set off. Before setting off, Song Shuren called his mother to tell her that they were going back now. With the engine roaring, Song Shuren lightly pressed the accelerator, and the baby excitedly pointed out the scenery outside the window. Gauda Maps will continue to provide you with navigation. Song Shuren led the way, while Lin Chongguang followed in his car. Slowly. Outside the car window, the hustle and bustle of the city was gradually replaced by the tranquility of the countryside. The baby's excitement gradually subsided, and they drifted off to sleep in their car seats. Song Shuren turned his head slightly, looking at the baby's peaceful sleeping posture in the rearview mirror, and thought how wonderful it would be if time could stop at this moment. Seeing that they had been driving for quite a while, Lin Shiyu asked Song Shuren in the driver's seat, "You must be tired after driving for so long. Let's find a place to stop and rest." "It's okay, I'm not tired." Lin Shiyu frowned. "Don't drive when you're tired. Take a rest. I see there's a rest stop ahead, let's stop there and rest for a bit." Song Shuren nodded, "That works too." When they arrived at the rest stop, everyone got off and stretched. Having sat for so long, they needed to loosen up. Now it's time for those who need to use the restroom to do so, and those who need to eat, to conserve their energy so we can set off soon. The baby inside the car was babbling, and Lin Shiyu went over to hear it. "Are the babies hungry?" Lin Shiyu shoved the bottles in front of them, but the babies immediately turned their heads away and refused to drink. "Aren't you hungry yet?" The babies suddenly waved their little hands, as if urging their mother to tell their father to hurry up and leave. "Sweetie, let daddy rest a bit before we set off again." Lin Shiyu pretended to be serious and said to the babies, "Babies, I understand you're very excited, but you can't. Dad is already very tired from driving and needs to rest. However, when the babies grow up, they can help Dad with the chores and take Mom out for fun." Upon hearing this, I don't know if the little ones understood, but they smiled exceptionally brightly, like angels. The adults were infected by their smiles and forgot all their fatigue and troubles. After resting enough, the group set off again. On the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Song waited for a long time, but they didn't see them arrive home. Logically speaking, we should have arrived at this point long ago. Song's mother paced anxiously inside the room. "Why aren't you worried at all? The child is already quite old, why would they be afraid of getting lost? Maybe there's just a traffic jam on the road." Mr. Song calmly turned on the TV and started watching the news. The sound of a news broadcast came from the television. At 4:51 p.m. today, a landslide occurred on a section of the 317 Mountain Road. As of now, rescue workers have recovered 27 missing persons, but none showed signs of life. The number of fatalities is unknown. Rescue teams are currently conducting emergency rescue operations at the scene. It's currently the rainy season, and there's been a week of torrential rain. 317? Isn't this the road that leads into the village? Could something have happened to the children? Mr. and Mrs. Song felt a buzzing in their heads. Trembling, he picked up his phone and called Song Shuren several times, but without exception, no one answered. Calls to Lin Shiyu and her in-laws also showed no one answering. Song's mother slapped her thigh, crying and shouting, "Oh dear, what are we going to do? What a disaster. It's all my fault for calling them back. Stop shouting, what's the use? Now all we can do is pray that the children are safe and sound." The two couldn't sit still at home any longer, so they rushed to the village entrance. Song's mother stood at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Song's father sat under the old locust tree, his feet surrounded by a pile of cigarette butts. Finally, in the twilight of dusk, the silhouette of a black car appeared in the distance. "Honey, look, isn't this our son's car?" Song's father stubbed out his cigarette, stood on the rock and looked around. "He does look a bit like him." Song's mother squinted, feeling that this made her focus better and see more clearly. "Oh my goodness. This is Shaoan and the others." She slapped her thigh excitedly, though she was clearly happy, her eyes involuntarily filled with tears. The two elderly people excitedly ran forward to greet them. As the car drew closer, Song Shuren saw his parents standing at the village entrance waving, and he was puzzled. He stopped the car. "Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? We were so worried about you." Song Shuren was puzzled. We're doing just fine. Mr. Song asked, don't you know that there was a landslide on 317? Many people were buried. When they heard from Song's mother that a landslide had occurred there, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Your father and I both thought that you were being harassed by Song's mother, who became increasingly agitated as she spoke. Mom, we're all fine, get in the car, we'll talk about it when we get home. He knew the mountain road was too winding and difficult to travel, and there was a baby in the car, so he took another route today. Although it was a bit longer, he luckily avoided the landslide. He felt like he had survived a disaster. When Song Shuren's car drove into the village, the villagers saw that he was driving a luxury car, followed by another luxury car. The two luxury cars appeared in the small village at the same time, attracting a lot of attention from the villagers. Is this the young man from the Song family? The villagers' first reaction was surprise, which then turned into shock. That's him. I've watched him grow up since he was a child, how could I not recognize him? But he seems to have gotten even more handsome. Wow, he really bought a car. This car doesn't look cheap, does it? That woman next to him must be his wife, she's so beautiful. Many people were seeing such a nice car for the first time and cast surprised and envious glances at it. When we reached the corner, there were many middle-aged women sitting there. Song Shuren smiled and said to Lin Shiyu, see that? That's the village's intelligence bureau. Lin Shiyu glanced at it curiously. She hadn't expected the intelligence agency to actually exist, and it was exactly as she had imagined. Several middle-aged women were picking vegetables or doing something else, but they never stopped talking, chattering away, and it was unclear which one they were talking about. They have very sharp eyes. They recognized Song Shuren at a glance. Shaoan, you brought your wife home? What is meant to be will be, what is meant to be will be. Song Shuren took a deep breath and forced a smile. Yes. The other middle-aged women greeted him warmly, but after they left, a group of people quickly gathered together and began to whisper about them. Old Song's son is successful now, so he looks down on us poor neighbors. You see, if I hadn't greeted him first, he wouldn't have acknowledged me. And that young girl next to him, I guess she's his wife. She has fair skin and delicate features, she doesn't look like she can do any work. Is it possible to marry someone who can't work and be treated like an ancestor? Old Song might have a lot of trouble with that. The intelligence agency speaks their minds, and everyone's so sour as to be as pickled cabbage in an old jar. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. Wishing all my little ones a joyous reunion. Chapter 114. Back home, my husband was awesome even as a child. Song Shuren stopped in front of a self-built house. We've arrived, everyone please get off the bus. Honey, be careful. Lin Shiyu got out of the car and carefully looked around. This was the place where her husband grew up. It wasn't the blue-tiled, white-walled house she had imagined, but a small 3-story self-built rural house with some mottled exterior walls, showing the marks of time. There is a fairly large yard in front of the house, with several piles of rice next to it, which the grandparents probably haven't had time to harvest yet. Go in. Lin Shiyu paused for a moment, then said, oh. Inside, the layout was simple yet cozy, with the furniture arranged neatly. A portrait of Chairman Mao hung on the wall, while another wall was covered with all the awards Shuren had received during his school years. Lin Shiyu exclaimed, are all these certificates yours? Mr. Song proudly said that there were Shaoan and Xiao Yu, and the two brothers had always done well in their studies since they were young. Speaking of the award certificate, Mr. Song's face was full of pride. There are lots of certificates and awards on the wall. The combined number of awards and certificates awarded to the brothers Song Shuren and Song Shuryu is probably the most in the village. Of course, Song Shuren had many more certificates of merit than his younger brother on the wall. On the other side, Lin Shiyu stood in front of the certificate and looked at it again and again. An award for outstanding punctuality? Ha ha ha, is that even allowed? She was reading one of the certificates on the bottom line. Song Shuren was a little surprised. What kind of strange award was this? I seem to have forgotten about it. Song's mother explained that Shaoan had never been late for class in preschool and always arrived at school early. When she received this certificate at the end of the semester, she came home and insisted on having it displayed on the wall. Mom, stop talking. Lin Shiyu exclaimed, my husband was so amazing even when he was a kid. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Mr. Song reheated the dishes and served them on the table. The family was having dinner together in front of the television. Try these, they're all organic vegetables grown on our own, you can hardly buy them outside. Please don't mind if the hospitality was lacking. Hearing that his in-laws and children were coming back, Song's father even specially killed a free-range chicken. The television was still broadcasting reports of today's landslide. None of the people who were found later survived. Lin Chongguang sighed, "Fortunately, Shuren took a different route today, otherwise we probably wouldn't have been able to have this meal." Song's mother's eyes welled up with tears again. "You have no idea, you almost scared me to death. Eat your food, stop crying. Mom, you're bound to have good fortune after surviving such a disaster, let's eat." Yes, this time it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Song's mother asked, "But I've called you so many times, why haven't you answered?" I took out my phone and saw 28 missed calls. There was no signal on the road, and the navigation stopped halfway through, but luckily I already knew the way home by the time I got there. Due to landslides and prolonged heavy rain, the local signal stations were unstable, and the signal was also poor because it was located in the suburbs. However, after experiencing this incident, everyone felt a bit scared. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Song said, "I remember there's a Taoist temple in the village that's very effective. Aunt Wang's family was having some bad luck before, so she went there to pray for a blessing for peace. On her way back, she got into a big car accident. 10 cars were involved in a rear-end collision. Some died, some were injured, but her family's car only had a little scratch on the paint, which you can't even see if you look closely. How about we all go to the Taoist temple tomorrow to pray for peace?" Song's mother chimed in, Yes, I agree. Dad, is it really that amazing? It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Lin Chongguang nodded, "I agree too." Lin Shiyu glanced at her father in surprise. She hadn't expected him to agree. He has never believed in ghosts or gods before and is a staunch materialist. What evil spirit has possessed him today? Then I agree. Lin Shiyu raised her hand. My wife went, so of course I'll go too. After all, the ultimate goal of science is metaphysics. Baiyun Temple is a Taoist temple built by the joint efforts of the surrounding villages. The location where it was built is also a well-known auspicious place in the surrounding area. Many people's requests were granted, and so his reputation gradually spread. Every day, many people travel from afar to Baiyun Temple to seek a divination. It's settled then, let's all go together tomorrow. The next day, the group arrived at Baiyun Temple. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple, I looked up at the mountain and saw it shrouded in mist. Ancient trees tower within the temple grounds, and moss grows beneath the bluestone slabs, rustling in the wind. Bronze bells hanging from the eaves tremble. Inside the Taoist temple stands a statue of a deity, whose appearance is that of a Taoist immortal. The incense in front of the hall was burning brightly and continuously. Mr. and Mrs. Song took the lead in kneeling down in front of the statue, bowing and muttering incantations. Ancestral Master, I pray that you will bless my family with peace, prosperity, freedom from illness and disaster, and good health. The others followed the example of Song's father and mother, and prayed devoutly in front of the hall. After the prayers were finished, an old Taoist priest with a long beard walked over and greeted everyone with a smile. Layman, I apologize for bothering you so much. May I ask what you seek? I was caught in a landslide and almost lost my life. I heard that this Taoist temple is very efficacious, so I came here to pray for peace. The Taoist priest smiled and said, I see that these 4 children have a connection with Taoism, so I give each of them a peace blessing, hoping that they will grow up safely and healthily in the future. Song Shuren was overjoyed, accepted the gift with both hands, and said thank you. After returning from the Taoist temple, it was time for dinner. As Mr. and Mrs. Song were preparing to cook, Lin Chongguang suddenly stepped forward and said something to them. My dear in-laws, it's getting late. Why don't we go out for dinner? Let's not bother with all this fuss. Consider it a welcome dinner for the children. Mr. and Mrs. Song exchanged a glance. Since their in-laws had put it that way, they couldn't very well refuse. He then nodded and decided to eat out that night. Although their village is small, some people own restaurants. In fact, most people in the village cook at home, but some people who like to drink will go there to eat something in their spare time. The restaurant doesn't make a lot of money, so the owner treats it as a side business. The restaurant didn't look very appealing from the outside. It looked like the kind of place that serves simple, rustic stir-fries. Lin Chongguang was somewhat doubtful. Are you sure this is the place? A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals who dwell there, water is not sacred for its depth, but for the dragons that inhabit it. Mr. Song strode closer, as if he were an old acquaintance. When the shop owner saw Mr. Song come in, he hurriedly invited everyone to dine on the second floor. The second floor is where the owner's family lives, but since they have many rooms, they converted one of them into a private room. The boss asked questions as he guided everyone to their seats. Shawan, when did you get back? Uncle Wang returned yesterday. Oh dear, I haven't seen you in a while. Is this your wife? Uncle Wang and Song's father had a good relationship, like best buddies, so Uncle Wang knew a little about Song Shuren. Yes, my wife Lin Xiu, and my parents-in-law. You little brat, you didn't even send Uncle Wang an invitation to your wedding. Now that you're doing well, you think Uncle Wang is a disgrace to you? Uncle Wang, how could that be? I'll definitely invite you to my banquet. Just kidding. You rarely come here, so sit down and I'll bring you a table full of my signature dishes. Chapter 115. A dark and windy night, a sudden appearance from the flower bed. After saying that, Uncle Wang went down to make preparations. He turned back, saying he was too excited and wanted to ask if anyone had any dietary restrictions. Everyone said no. Okay, just a moment. Once all the dishes were served, a wonderful aroma filled the air. There was no fancy plating, just ordinary farm-style dishes, but the portions were exceptionally generous. After everyone tasted it, although it couldn't compare to Song Shuren's cooking skills, the taste was indeed quite good. During dinner, Uncle Wang brought out several plates of cold dishes and a pot of fine wine, warmly welcoming everyone. This wine is homemade, it smells amazing. Everyone, have a taste, eat as much as you want. Your table gets a 50% discount today. Oh, whatever you ask for, that's all. Running a business isn't easy for you either, Mr. Song said politely. My business is doing so well, it's not easy. I'm happy, so I'm treating the kids to a meal. How old is he? He's still a child. No matter how old they are, they're still kids. Uncle Wang raised a glass of wine and said, Shawan, Uncle Wang is toasting you. Then he finished discussing the principles of respect and reverence. Infected by Uncle Wang's enthusiasm, the Lin family drank a glass of wine and began to talk about life. However, they mostly talked about Song Shuren's childhood. He was tired of hearing it, but Lin Xiu found it fresh and interesting. She felt as if she were seeing Song Shuren in his youth. Lin Chongwang and Song's father drank too much because they were so happy, and their wives had to help them get home. Song Shuren has an excellent alcohol tolerance and can drink a lot without getting drunk. He leisurely pushed the baby and Lin Xiu on their way home. Honey, the stars in the sky are so bright. Lin Xiu looked up at the sky and saw countless stars. She had never seen such a beautiful starry sky in the city. The evening breeze is blowing gently, it feels so comfortable and pleasant. Sometimes there are even meteor showers. A meteor shower? I saw it. I must be the first to make a wish. What do you wish for? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Well, I won't say it, otherwise it won't work. The road is short, and I'll be home in no time. After settling the parents in, the baby slept soundly. After taking a shower, Lin Xiu wore a pale yellow camisole that was as smooth and soft as silk. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, reaching just to her slender waist, and the fragrance of her hair mixed with her body wafted out, seemingly filling the entire room with an aura of hormones. The moonlight added an air of ambiguity to the scene. Honey, where's the hairdryer? Song Shuren paused for a moment, then said, Oh, it's on that shelf. Where? Song Shuren jumped up, found a hairdryer, and said, Let me dry your hair. Lin Xiu sat on the stool by the window, while Song Shuren plugged in the power cord. Click. A warm breeze blew out, accompanied by a whooshing sound. His hand stroked her hair, feeling the strands gradually become dry and soft in the warm breeze. Neither of them spoke, only the warm yellow light, the soft strands of hair, and the gentle breeze accompanied them as they quietly and comfortably enjoyed the cozy night. Click, the hair dryer stopped. Song Shuren did not leave, but continued to stroke Lin Xiu's hair, enjoying the silky hair slipping through his fingers. Lin Xiu turned around curiously, looking up at Song Shuren. Her gaze was so gentle, yet so intense. Song Shuren picked up Lin Xiu, who was sitting in a chair, and gently placed her on the edge of the bed. Honey, you smell so good. Song Shuren buried his face in Lin Xiu's neck, enjoying inhaling her fragrance, and then moved down. After a period of fuss, the two lay in bed gazing at the starry sky and began a long, late-night conversation. Because Song Shuren's room was on the top floor, there was a skylight through which he could see the starry sky. Lin Xiu hugged Song Shuren and asked, Honey, did you see such a beautiful starry sky every night when you were a child? No, that's not true. Sometimes the weather is bad and the clouds are thick, so you can't see anything. As they were chatting, they suddenly heard a cat meow. Lin Shiyu's first reaction: little monster? Honey, will the little monster follow us here? After all, it's not surprising that such a clever cat like Xiaogui would do something like this. Song Shiren gently pinched her nose. Silly girl, how could Xiaogui have run so far? Lin Shiyu said shyly, you're the idiot. Song Shiren led Lin Shiyu into the courtyard following the sound of the cat meowing. The chirping suddenly stopped, and the surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the flower bed. Because it was dark and there were no streetlights, Lin Shiyu hid behind Song Shiren in fear. He turned on his flashlight and shone it into the flower bed, where a flash of green light appeared. Is there a ghost? Lin Shiyu asked timidly. Won't. That's Catwoman. A fairy? Don't overthink it, there are no ghosts or fairies in the world. Lin Shiyu retorted in a low voice, if there are gods, isn't it normal for there to be ghosts? Didn't Dad say it's better to believe in something than nothing? You're quite quick to apply what you've learned. Come on, let's go take a look. Song Shiren led Lin Shiyu toward the flower garden. Hey, no, don't. Then you wait here for me, I'll go take a look. Lin Shiyu immediately hugged Song Shiren's hand tightly. No, I'll go with you. As the two approached, a mouse suddenly scurried out of the flower bed. Ah! Lin Shiyu was startled. It jumped directly onto Song Shiren. Then a dark shadow darted out and caught the mouse in a flash. Oh, it's just a little black cat. Song Shiren laughed and said, look, it's just a kitten. Lin Shiyu got off Song Shiren, pretending to be nonchalant. I wasn't scared, I was just tired and wanted you to carry me. The explanation she gave was not even convincing to herself. The kitten was entirely black except for a pair of eerie green eyes, which was indeed a bit scary on a dark and windy night. Lin Shiyu felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at the little black cat enjoying its midnight snack in the corner. Honey, I've heard that black cats are bad omens, bringing danger and disaster. They're considered unlucky. Song Shiren shone a flashlight on the kitten, and the kitten's fur glowed reddish under the light. This isn't a black cat, it's a dark cat. Black cat? Song Shiren told Lin Shiyu the story of the black cat legend. It is said that black cats are very spiritual, and their eyes can distinguish between yin and yang. Yellow-eyed black cats can bring wealth, while green-eyed black cats can ward off evil spirits and bring good fortune. Looking at the little black cat eating its midnight snack in the corner, the two were reminded of the little monster at home. The two had prepared enough food and litter for it before leaving the house. I've missed it quite a bit these past 2 days. I wonder if Xiaogui is having a midnight snack right now. Chapter 116: Taking my wife to the temple fair. A new day. As dawn broke, the chirping of birds drifted through the window. Lin Shiyu was not fully awake yet. She gently rubbed her eyes, trying to shake off the lingering sleepiness, and stood up to slowly walk to the window. She drew back the curtains, letting in a ray of morning light. A gentle breeze blew through the thin gauze curtains, which fluttered against her delicate skin. What a refreshing morning! She took a breath of fresh air, then went around to the babies and bent down to cover them with a blanket. Suddenly, Erbao rolled over, and his little feet landed right on Sanbao. Sanbao noticed and nudged her with her little hand, but when that didn't work, she whimpered twice and went back to sleep. When Lin Shiyu returned after washing up, Song Shiren was already half lying on the bed scrolling through Douyin TikTok. Honey, you're awake? I was awakened by the light. Lin Shiyu looked at the curtains and realized she had forgotten to draw them. She playfully stuck out her tongue. I'm really embarrassed. Just as everyone was having breakfast, Song Shiyu returned. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Upon entering the house, Song Shiyu saw a stunningly beautiful woman sitting next to her brother, with 4 adorable babies in a stroller beside them. The woman smiled gently, while the babies in the stroller stared curiously at Song Shiyu. Xiaoyu, this is your sister-in-law. Song Shiyu smiled brightly and said, hello, sister-in-law. My brother has excellent taste, he married such a beautiful sister-in-law. Hey, you must be Xiaoyu, right? I often hear your brother mention you. The boy in front of me was wearing a school uniform and carrying a black canvas bag. He was handsome, but compared to his brother, he was far inferior to Song Shiren. Xiaoyu, isn't there any extra class at school today? Song Shiren asked. Today is Saturday, but senior high school students still have to attend extra classes. You brought your sister-in-law back, how could I not come back to see her? Song Shiyu learned from a phone call with her mother that her brother had brought his wife back, so she asked her teacher for leave and rushed back from school to see them. He scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and glanced at the babies beside him. Sister-in-law, may I hug them? Sure. Song Shirin complained, do you even know how to hold a child? Brother, who do you think you are? It's just holding a baby. Song Shiyu knelt down on one knee and waved the school badge in front of the baby. Come on, whoever catches uncle gets to hug him. The baby was very composed, and there seemed to be a hint of disdain in his half-open eyes. It seems like they're thinking, how old is this person? How can they be more childish than us? Seeing that no baby paid any attention to him, he awkwardly cleared his throat. That uncle wasn't biased, he hugged everyone. After saying that, he hugged Debao, and for a moment, he started to panic. The baby was too soft, he had never held a baby before and had no idea how to use his strength. Upon seeing this, Song Shirin hurriedly went over and picked up Debao. First, support the baby's head like this, then. After Song Shirin's hands-on instruction, he was finally able to hold the baby. Hee, do you know who I am? I'm your uncle. Quick, call me uncle. Call him uncle. Song Shirin smiled helplessly, he couldn't speak yet. While Song Shiyu was still immersed in the joy of becoming an uncle, the baby burst into tears. He held the baby stiffly, trying to soothe the baby in his arms like an adult would. The more I try to soothe the baby, the louder he cries. Bro! What do I do? Why is he crying? I didn't move. At this moment, Song Shiyu was so anxious that he was pacing around in circles as if he were holding a hand grenade. Song Shirin smiled, probably because he was hungry. What should we do then? Song Shirin prepared the formula, tested its temperature on the back of his hand, and handed it to his younger brother. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying immediately after drinking the milk. Song Shiyu found it incredibly magical watching the baby's little mouth pouting as he drank milk was just too adorable. After breakfast, Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu were idly playing with the big yellow dog in the yard. Brother, I saw a temple fair going on in town when I came back today. You can take your wife to see it. Temple fair. Lin Shiyu's eyes lit up when she heard about the temple fair. She had never been to a temple fair before. She looked at Song Shirin with anticipation and asked, Honey, shall we go to the temple fair together? Seeing the excited expression on Lin Shiyu's face, Song Shirin couldn't help but feel a little curious as well. Okay, let's go take a look. The two hit it off immediately, and Lin Shiyu quickly changed into a beautiful outfit. The two left home hand in hand. Upon arriving in town, Lin Shiyu was stunned by the bustling crowds and noisy sounds. The once quiet old street instantly became crowded with people, filled with the aroma of delicious food and a dazzling array of stalls. Various shouts and laughter rose and fell, and a joyful and lively atmosphere permeated the air. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu heard the sound of gongs and drums, and people rushed toward the source of the sound. Dad, hurry up, the lion dance is about to start, a child shouted excitedly to his father. Lion dance? Lion dance? Lin Shiyu's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes lit up even more. She quickly took Song Shirin's hand and ran with the crowd toward the lion dance performance. When they arrived, a large crowd had already gathered there, and the performance was in progress. Lin Shiyu stood on tiptoe, trying her best to see clearly, but because there were too many people, she could only barely see some things. Do you want me to pick you up so I can see? Lin Shiyu blushed and said, No, there are so many people here. Fortunately, there was a gap in the crowd, and Lin Shiyu squeezed forward and stood in the front row. The lion dancers, dressed in colorful costumes, hold huge lion heads and leap and sway to the rhythm of gongs and drums. At this moment, a red lion jumped onto a wooden stake, and a yellow lion on the other side jumped onto another wooden stake. Two lions leaped back and forth on the wooden stakes, watching the audience with trepidation, yet also cheering repeatedly. At this moment, two lions, one red and one yellow, suddenly jumped down from the post and came to Lin Shiyu. They stopped abruptly, stared at each other, and their faces were surprisingly cute. Seeing lion dance live for the first time, Lin Shiyu was mesmerized, resting her chin on her hands and staring intently at the two lions. These two lions seemed to be able to read minds the next second. They pounced on Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu was visually shocked, let out a cry, and instinctively took a step back, bumping into Song Shirin's solid chest. Suddenly, the little lion blinked and spat out a cute little red flower from its mouth. Lin Shiyu glanced at Song Shirin, feeling lost and confused. He likes you, so he wants to give you a little red flower. Lin Shiyu was pleasantly surprised, Thank you. Song Shuren helped her take off the little red flower and put it behind her ear. This is our local custom. A lion presenting an embroidered ball signifies the early birth of a son. A lion presenting a red flower signifies great wealth and honor. Is it pretty? Nice. His wife looks good in anything. Chapter 117 Wife, I want a kiss too. After watching the lion dance performance, the two squeezed out of the crowd and continued strolling around. Along the way, Lin Shiyu found everything novel and interesting, much more interesting than shopping in a mall. She passed by a sugar painting stall and watched curiously as the old man poured syrup from his spoon onto a template, creating a lifelike dragon that captivated her completely. Little girl, would you like one? Grandpa, how much is one? 5 yuan each, you can have any design you want. The old man pointed to a display board in front of the stall with all sorts of pictures on it and said, I want this phoenix. The old man smiled and nodded. He gently shook the spoon and skillfully poured the syrup onto the board. With his movements, the phoenix's body, feathers, and claws gradually became clear. Slowly, a delicate sugar phoenix was finished. The old man smiled kindly at Lin Shiyu and said, I have many more designs here. You can come back anytime if you like. Lin Shiyu carefully took the sugar painting, nodded, and then showed off her exquisite phoenix sugar painting to Song Shuren. Honey, try some, is it sweet? Song Shuren took a sip. Sweet, but not as sweet as you. What cheesy pickup lines. Lin Shiyu complained, but her face was already blushing with embarrassment. Song Shuren looked at his wife with doting eyes, then smiled and took out his wallet to pay. Each stall at the temple fair exuded its own charm, and Lin Shiyu strolled around, stopping to look at each one. Of course, the most tempting thing is the food. What's this? These are sweet fermented rice balls, which are good for women's beauty and health. Give me a bowl. Lin Shiyu ate with great relish, while Song Shuren followed behind to pay the bill. Their only goal was to have fun. And so, they enjoyed all sorts of delicious snacks, from sweet fermented rice balls to grilled meat skewers. It couldn't have been happier. Honey, come quick. There's even a pitch pot game here. Lin Shiyu excitedly grabbed Song Shuren's hand. Song Shuren looked at her and asked with a smile, do you want to vote? Lin Shiyu nodded vigorously, her cheeks bulging with the candied hawthorn in her mouth, making her smile even more adorable. Song Shuren couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. No, you can't pinch me. Lin Shiyu pouted, her voice a mix of anger and coquettishness. Song Shuren couldn't help but laugh. How could someone be so cute even when they're angry? He felt like he had struck gold. At the pitch pot game stall, a middle-aged man was throwing arrows. He only hit the target once out of 10 arrows and left in frustration. The rules of this game are actually quite simple, 10 arrows at a time. You just need to stand outside the line and throw them into the pot, but it is quite difficult. Passers-by shook their heads. This was just too difficult. It's hard to hit without practice. I think I'll pass. Seeing that no one was taking the challenge, the shopkeeper called out again, anyone else want to take the challenge? 10 yuan for 10 arrows. Hitting 5 arrows will get you a small toy, hitting 7 will get you a large toy, and hitting all of them will get you a puppy. Lin Shiyu took a liking to the puppy and wanted to win it back to keep Big Yellow company. I'll do it. Lin Shiyu excitedly picked up an arrow, aimed at the target, and then flicked it hard. The arrow flew through the air and eventually landed far away from the pot. Song Shuren encouraged him, it's okay, try again. In the end, she only put in 2 coins. She looked at Song Shuren with some disappointment and said, honey, I want that puppy. The way he was called husband softened his heart, and he decided to give it a try. He had Lin Shiyu take the things he had just bought, stand in the spot where his wife had been standing, and start throwing arrows into a pot. Lin Shiyu stared intently at her husband, seemingly even more nervous than he was. Holding the arrows, he drew perfect parabolas in the air, and with a few loud thuds, all 10 arrows were dropped into the jar. A round of applause erupted from the crowd. The boss was stunned. He had been playing for so many years and had never bet so accurately and steadily. This young man was amazing. Lin Shiyu's mouth gaped open in surprise, her eyes shining with admiration for her husband. The boss smiled and said to them, young men, you're not a martial arts expert, are you? Song Shuren spread his hands and said, boss, do I look like one? He certainly didn't look like a trained martial artist, he was more like a wealthy young master. You're really amazing, young man. I've never seen anyone throw so accurately. Here's the cutest puppy I have for you. Thank you, boss. Song Shuren led the puppy over and handed it to Lin Xiyu. Thanks to their adorable nature, the puppy doesn't harm them. Instead, it's exceptionally friendly towards them, like a little monster. Do you like it? Like. They were walking their little dog. Honey, you're amazing. How did you shoot so accurately? Song Shuren smiled easily, recalling how his brother and he used to steal the chopstick holder from home when they were kids and throw the chopsticks at it. Lin Xiyu was shocked. Wouldn't Mom find out? Meeting. Won't you get scolded? If you have a younger brother, rely on him. If you don't have a younger brother, rely on your dog. If you have neither a younger brother nor a dog, run away from home. Lin Xiyu chuckled. Ha, it seems your brother is a real bastard. As she walked, the dog barked a few times. Lin Xiyu turned around and saw that her wallet had fallen. Lin Xiyu was overjoyed and squatted down to give the puppy a kiss from afar. Thanks to the puppy, otherwise they would have been in an embarrassing situation if they hadn't known they had money to pay for their purchases. Song Shuren said with a hint of jealousy, "What about me? Ah. I want a kiss too." Lin Xiyu chuckled, "You're even jealous of a puppy? I don't care, you're biased." Lin Xiyu glanced around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, tiptoed and gently kissed Song Shuren's cheek. Song Shuren lowered his head and kissed her back with a quick, light kiss, so fast that Lin Xiyu didn't have time to react. Lin Xiyu felt a sudden wave of shyness and quickly lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Oh, that's enough, there are so many people here. There aren't that many spectators in the world, nobody will notice." Lin Xiyu glanced around in a panic, afraid that someone would notice their little intimate gesture. However, a little boy in the shop across the street was staring at us with a grin, his clear eyes seeming to see right through us. She thought to herself, I didn't see it, I must not have seen it. At this moment, the child's gesture of pointing his two index fingers together seemed to say, I saw everything. Ah! He still saw it. Lin Xiyu felt inexplicably embarrassed, her cheeks burning, and she quickly dragged the puppy and Song Shuren away. Chapter 118 Wife, you're cute even when you're swollen. It's really inconvenient to bring a small dog to crowded places. Having explored the temple fair to their heart's content, Song Shuren and Lin Xiyu decided to head home. The system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission of taking Lin Xiyu to experience the temple fair. You have received a tube of magical toothpaste. Note, this toothpaste has functions such as preventing oral diseases, whitening teeth, repairing cavities, and purifying breath. Song Shuren was puzzled. According to the system's usual practice, the rewards were mostly things that were needed in a timely manner. Why was it toothpaste this time? Although toothpastes on the market are advertised as having great whitening effects, in reality, they can whiten everything except the toothbrush. The rewards from the system are naturally guaranteed to be of high quality. Just as Song Shuren was wondering, he noticed Lin Xiyu sitting on a bench by the door, looking sullen. What's wrong? Song Shuren walked to Lin Xiyu's side and frowned slightly. My tooth hurts a little. Lin Xiyu paused, covered her mouth, and looked pained. As the saying goes, a toothache isn't a disease, but when it hurts, it can be excruciating. It must be because I ate too much sweets at the temple fair, including sugar paintings, candied hawthorns, and all sorts of sweet soups and desserts. No wonder my teeth hurt. Song Shuren suddenly realized what was going on and brought Lin Xiyu a toothbrush and the magical toothpaste that the system had rewarded her with. After eating so many sweets, I should brush my teeth first. Ha! But my tooth hurts. Lin Xiyu looked aggrieved. How could she brush her teeth if it hurt? Okay, brush it first, it won't hurt after you hold it in your mouth for a while. Song Shuren squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush and handed her a glass of water. Lin Xiyu hesitated, then poked the toothbrush in her mouth for a while before spitting out 2 mouthfuls of white foam. As she vomited white foam, her pain gradually subsided. Lin Xiyu was delighted and puffed out her cheeks as she brushed for a few more minutes. After brushing, she exclaimed in surprise, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Xiyu licked her teeth in confusion and touched her cheek with her hand. It still seemed a little swollen. It's kind of cute even if it's swollen. Song Shuren said with a smile, pinching her little face. That's not cute at all. Lin Xiyu tried to lunge forward to fight back, but Song Shuren skillfully dodged her. His hand was placed on Lin Xiyu's forehead, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't reach him. She kept struggling, and Song Shuren watched her with a doting smile. It's tiny, like a cute little deer. I'm angry, Song Shuren, let go of me right now. Lin Xiyu shouted. Knowing her personality, Song Shiren let go of her hand. Lin Shiyu tickled his waist, but seeing that he was ticklish, she immediately moved her hand away and took a few steps back, like a naughty child. With a wicked grin, Song Shiren grabbed her fidgeting hands and pulled them behind her back, lifting her chin to force her to look directly at him. "If you keep causing trouble, I won't be so polite." Lin Shiyu blushed under his gaze and said, "Honey, I won't do it again." With her toothache gone, Lin Shiyu instantly perked up, still feeling like she hadn't had enough of the temple fare that morning. Seeing that the weather was sunny today, Song Shiren decided to take him to experience his childhood life to reminisce about the past. "Since you're here, you definitely have to experience the joys of rural life." Song Shiren applied sunscreen to the baby. "Let's go." The couple, with their baby and two small dogs following behind, walked through a grove of trees and came to a stream. The afternoon sun shone on the stream, making it sparkle, and the pebbles on the bank looked especially beautiful in the shimmering water. Not far away, there is a small stone bridge, and on the other side is a tall reed. Sunlight shines through the gaps in the reeds, casting dappled shadows, and the wind rustles through them. Because this place has not been overdeveloped, it is well protected and the water is very clear. "Wow! This is much more beautiful than the scene in my dream," Lin Shiyu exclaimed. Lin Shiyu's heart was pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. Today she was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the breeze, as if she were about to blend into this warm summer. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled the water's surface, creating a dazzling display. Lin Shiyu gently squatted down, reached out and scooped up a handful of cool, clear river water. Suddenly, she noticed small fish swimming around in the river. "Honey, look, there are so many little fish here." Lin Shiyu excitedly turned to Song Shiren and said. They swam freely and happily. Song Shiren pushed the babies over, and the babies looked around curiously. Lin Shiyu licked her lips, smiled, and splashed the river water in her palm onto Song Shiren's face, with the remaining water splashed onto the baby. Song Shiren was stunned the moment Lin Shiyu ambushed him. Lin Shiyu burst into laughter. "Didn't you say the little fish were happy? I just wanted you all to experience their happiness too." He looked at Lin Shiyu, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. "Baby, mommy actually dared to ambush us. Iya. Should we retaliate against her?" Iya. Song Shiren also got his hands wet, and launched an attack on Lin Shiyu. The babies got excited and started giggling. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu felt a tickle on her toes. Looking down, she saw a small fish nibbling at her toes. "Husband." Song Shiren quickly caught the small fish and held it up to show off to the baby. "Baby, look what this is. This is a little fish." The little fish thrashed about in his hands, and the babies were extremely curious. Their eyes widened, and they all stretched out their little hands, trying to reach the fish. They probably thought of the fish as toys. Song Shiren lifted the small fish and placed it in front of the babies so they could observe it up close. The little fish had fine scales that shimmered slightly. When Song Shiren brought it closer, the children touched the fish for the first time. It was cool and slippery, giving them a magical feeling. When Lele touched it, the little fish suddenly struggled and sprang to its feet, startling him. The situation is bad. The couple were stunned. Would the baby be scared and cry? Aiya abu abu. Instead of crying, Lele barked twice, sounding like she was cursing. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lele was someone who didn't cry easily, otherwise they would have heard babies singing instead of the sound of a river. Song Shiren joked, "Ha, as expected of President Lu, you are indeed composed." To allow the babies to better observe the fish, Song Shiren finished his last sip of water, filled a mineral water bottle more than halfway with water, put the fish inside, and let the babies hold them to observe. The babies seemed to really enjoy it, holding the water bottle with both hands and staring intently at the little fish inside, their eyes following the fish's movements. The laughter of the couple and the baby's innocent voice echoed along the riverbank for a long time, and the reflections on the water created a warm and pleasant scene. That's all. Lin Shiyu and Song Shiren stayed with the babies by the river until it was almost time to eat before going home. However, when they got home, the couple put the small fish back into the river. Chapter 119 Interaction between human cubs and piglets. Back home, Song Shiren changed the babies into clean clothes. Lin Shiyu was playing with her baby, Big Yellow, and Little Yellow in the yard. Big Yellow is an indigenous dog, and Little Yellow is the dog they won at the temple fair. Just then, Song's mother brought over some pig feed. I was getting ready to feed the pigs, so I asked my son and daughter-in-law to bring the baby to see the piglets. The group followed behind Song's mother. As Lin Shiyu walked, she asked softly, "Honey, are you sure the babies won't be scared? After all, this is the first time the babies have been so close to so many small animals." Song Shuren patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, it's just a piglet." Arriving at the pigsty, a litter of adorable newborn piglets are scrambling to drink milk. Each one is pink and tender, and looks so endearing, completely different from the burly, dark piglets outside. One of the piglets, chubby and with round eyes, hopped and skipped toward its mother, trying to grab the best spot from the other piglets. "Ah, yeah!" The babies exclaimed in surprise when they saw so many little pigs, their little faces filled with excitement. Seeing the babies dancing and having a great time, Lin Shiyu asked with a smile, "Want to pet the pig?" Song Shuren picked up Kwai Kwai, and Kwai Kwai reached out her little hand to grab the fence. Lin Shiyu quickly reminded the baby not to grab the fence. Seeing this, after emptying the pig feed, Song's mother brought out the cutest little piglet to show the babies. The little pig was disturbed while eating and started whimpering, wanting to go back to drinking milk, but the fence blocked its way. The whole family of 6 was amused. When they saw the little pig, their eyes lit up immediately, and they burst into joyful laughter. They seemed to have completely forgotten about the fence and just wanted to get closer to the little pig. Song's mother carried the piglet to Kwai Kwai's side. Upon seeing this, the piglet seemed to be curious as well, its little nose constantly sniffing the air. With a quick laugh, she stretched out her chubby little hand, and in the next second, she gave a strong tug and grabbed the little pig's ear. The little pig grunted and swayed its big ears, and Song Shuren quickly pulled his son's hand back. The little guy looked completely innocent, not understanding why his dad wouldn't let him and the pig play anymore. The other babies in the stroller, seeing how cute the little pig was, bounced their bottoms vigorously, indicating that they wanted to play too. Seeing how interested the babies were, Lin Shiyu bent down and said gently, "There's a share for all the babies, how about we do it one at a time?" The children lined up, letting the older brother play first. "Hurry, be gentle, be gentle." Lin Shiyu gently guided Kwai Kwai, afraid that he might accidentally scare the little pig. The quick movements gradually became gentle, and the little hand gently touched the pig's back. The pig let out a soft grunt and comfortably raised its head, as if responding to the baby's touch. Next, Song Shuren also let the other babies experience it. Soon, dusk fell, and the family finished their dinner in the yard. Last time, when they took a walk home after dinner, Lin Shiyu had already fallen in love with the gentle breeze in the countryside at dusk, and she dragged Song Shuren along for a stroll in the village. "I'll also go to the convenience store and buy an ice cream myself. Honey, let me tell you, having an ice cream after dinner in the summer was the happiest moment of my day when I was a child." "That's it?" The two of them, each holding an ice cream bar in one hand and another in the other, pushed the baby along, feeling the gentle breeze, and began to reminisce. "When I was little, I always kicked off the covers while sleeping, which often caused me to have stomach aches. My mom thought it was because I ate too much ice cream and caught a cold." He mimicked Song's mother's tone, saying, "You got this from eating ice cream." No matter how I explained, she wouldn't listen. Later, she gave me money for breakfast, so I used it sparingly. I didn't buy meat buns, but vegetable buns. I saved the remaining 50 cents to buy a green tongue toy after finishing my homework in the evening, and then ran to Yuenmo's house in the next village to play marbles with him. "Ha? Yuenmo man? Honey, was it the upper caveman type? It's a nickname. Let me tell you, this kid always loses to me." As they were talking, a man with a buzz cut, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and jeans walked towards them. "You are Song Shuren." A fleeting look of surprise crossed his eyes. Song Shuren was stunned for a moment. "The Yuenmo man?" Lin Shiyu was also taken aback when she heard the name. It's true that what you keep in mind will eventually come to pass. Yuenmo was Song Shuren's classmate in elementary and junior high school, and the two used to play together often. However, after he went to high school, the two saw each other less. "Long time no see. It's been such a long time. How are you doing?" "That's how it is. I didn't get into high school, so I went to grow bananas with my dad. Now I've followed in my dad's footsteps and become the banana team leader." "What about you?" Yuenmo man asked Song Shuren. Song Shuren replied simply, "I'm fine, I'm married now." "I heard you've made something of yourself and become a big boss." Song Shuren is now a big celebrity in the surrounding villages. People from Yuenmo often hear others mention him. "No, I just did some small business. It's a rare chance to meet you." Shall we grab something to eat together? Yuan Mo Man warmly invited Song Shiren. Song Shiren waved his hand in refusal, smiling as he replied, "No, I have to spend time with my wife and children." Wife? Child? You mean this beautiful woman is your wife, and these 4 babies are yours? Yes. You gave birth? The Yuan Mo Man was astonished. Song Shiren nodded. Yes, this is my wife, Lin Shiyu, and this is our baby. Lin Shiyu smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Lin Shiyu." The Yuan Mo Man was stunned the moment he saw Lin Shiyu. It was the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful girl, like a celestial being. Oh my god. Song Shiren has been a winner since childhood. He was handsome from a young age, had excellent academic performance, and was loved by his teachers and elders. Now he's married a wife who's like a fairy. And there's also an adorable pair of quadruplets. This is the legendary pinnacle of life. That's amazing. The Yuan Mo Man shed tears of envy. Next, Song Shiren chatted with Yuan Morin for a while before leaving. No sooner had the two left than Yuan Morin sent a message in the class group chat. Guess who I just ran into? Song Shiren. He got married and had 4 children, and his wife is incredibly beautiful. Soon, the QQ group, which had been stagnant, came back to life as if it had been resurrected. Many messages popped up. Oh my god. Seriously? He got married so early? You're not lying, are you? Yuan Mo Man posted a photo of Song Shiren's back that he had secretly taken in the group chat. Even from his back view, you can see how handsome he is. And Lin Shiyu's long dress is billowing in the evening breeze, exuding a unique charm. She can captivate thousands with just her back view. His wife is so beautiful she looks like a city girl. No way, there aren't any like that in the village. Why, he was my crush back in school. Ah. My youth is over. 2 different opinions immediately emerged in the group chat. The boys were all praising his good fortune in marrying such a beautiful wife. Song Shiren got married, and all the girls in the class who had a crush on him secretly cried under their blankets. Chapter 120 Babies, where are mommy and daddy? Don't you want the babies anymore? This morning, Song Shiren and Lin Shiyu had just finished breakfast and were playing with their baby in the yard. Just then, a relative came looking for Song's father and happened to see them. Shaoan, when did you get back? A few days ago. The peaches in my family's orchard this year are all fresh and juicy. Perfect timing, come with me and pick some to take home and try. Upon hearing this, Song's mother said, "You and Shiyu go play. We can take care of the baby." Since returning home, the couple hadn't had a chance to be alone together, and Song's mother's words were like a timely rain, allowing them to enjoy some sweet time together. Okay, Mom, then I'll leave it to you. The peach orchard is behind the village, about a 20-minute drive away. Upon arriving at the orchard, all I saw was a golden expanse, with peaches hanging heavily on the branches, looking both tempting and delicious. This area must have been unharvested yet, so the trees are still laden with large, plump peaches. Lin Shiyu was stunned by the garden full of peaches as soon as she got out of the car. She skipped and hopped ahead of him, while Song Shiren followed behind with a bamboo basket, a doting smile on his lips. As they walked deeper into the orchard, Lin Shiyu suddenly pointed excitedly to a particularly large peach on a tree. Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled with childlike excitement. Honey, look at this. It's huge. This one is huge. Look how red this is. It looks so tempting. Lin Shiyu licked her lips. Honey, they're seducing me. In front of Song Shiren, Lin Shiyu was like a child who had never grown up. Looking at the peaches hanging from the branches, she couldn't help but stretch out her arms, barely lifting her toes off the ground, trying to touch the bright red peach. Its body leaped and bounded in the sunlight, hopping and skipping like a little bird. But no matter how she jumped, she couldn't catch it, so she had no choice but to put her hand down and stomp her foot in frustration. Let me pick them for you. Song Shiren smiled easily. But women from China are stubborn by nature. Since they've come all this way, they'd rather pick a peach themselves than leave without any experience. Song Shiren shook his head helplessly, thinking, I'll just have to spoil my own wife. He stood under the tree, and Lin Shiyu climbed onto his shoulders, finally reaching him. Lin Shiyu pulled hard and managed to pick the peach, but because she used too much force, she lost her balance and fell backward. Song Shiren hurriedly reached out to catch it, and the two of them ended up falling into a heap. When they got up from the ground, the peach that Lin Shiyu was still clutching in her hand was unharmed. The two looked at each other and smiled, then suddenly realized that their faces were covered in mud, and burst into laughter. Lin Shiyu proudly held up the peach. Look, the peach isn't rotten. The peaches aren't rotten, but I wonder if that little cutie's bottom has blossomed yet. She stood up, patted her bottom, and said with a grin, no, but these peaches aren't so easy to pick. Song Shiren joked, yes, it seems we still need to practice. Lin Shiyu shook her head repeatedly while holding the peaches, saying, no, my husband can go up and pick them, I'll catch them down here. The saying goes, men and women working together makes the work easier. Song Shiren helped her wipe her face. She was quite quick-witted, it seemed she hadn't broken anything. Just try it out, don't risk your life. Song Shiren rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, and skillfully climbed the tree. Lin Shiyu stood under the peach tree, looking up at Song Shiren's figure. He moved nimbly among the branches, held up the rosy peach in his hand, and called out with a smile, wife, catch it. Song Shiren tossed peaches down from above, and Lin Shiyu opened her clothes and replied with a smile, don't worry, I'm ready. Working together, the two picked a basket of big, red peaches. Song Shiren and Lin Shiyu found a cool spot to sit down and picked up a peach. Try it. Lin Shiyu picked up a peach, took a bite, and juice flowed down her red lips. It's super sweet. You should try some too. Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shiren with her eyes crinkling. Song Shiren took a bite and said, it's really good, just as sweet as you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu's smile deepened, and she gently patted the dust off her hands. She muttered to herself, I'm clearly the sweeter one. On the other side, Song's mother was playing with the babies in the yard. She patted each of the babies in the cradle and imitated their baby talk. Yuan opened her little hands, trying to grab her grandmother's fingers. With a smile in her eyes, Song's mother said, oh dear, our Yuan loves grandma, doesn't she? She touched her round little mouth, and Yuan gave a healing smile. This sugar content is too high, it's so sweet, it's touched Song's mother's heart, and she's smiling so broadly her wrinkles are practically closed. Then Song's mother gently shook the colorful toys, which made a pleasant bell sound. It immediately attracted the attention of the four babies, whose eyes were bright and alert, and they all reached out their little hands to try to grab the toy. Song's mother smiled and gently stepped back, catching the little guy off guard. Abu. Ah! Seeing how adorable the babies were, she couldn't resist taking out her phone to record them. Click, and the baby's adorable moments were captured. Song's mother's phone is full of photos and videos of her baby. She thinks smartphones are the greatest invention of the 21st century, because she can see her babies via video when they're not around. If the babies are there, she can take pictures of them and record their adorable moments. Noon. While Song's mother was preparing vegetables, the babies watched her quietly from the side. After picking the vegetables, she poured the vegetable leaves into the chicken coop. The chicken clucked as it ate. The babies giggled and laughed along. The baby's innocent laughter touched Song's mother, and she also giggled along. Just then, Song's father returned from visiting relatives and happened to witness this heartwarming scene. As soon as he got back, he went over to hug his little grandchildren. These little guys are just so adorable. He hugged this one and then this one, having both grandchildren, he couldn't be happier. Stroll from one end to the other, and from the other end to this end. I never get tired of hugging you. You don't even need to rest your back. Song's mother reminded her, be careful with your back. Although the baby isn't heavy, holding him for a long time can still be quite tiring on your back. What? Eating pork kidneys? Mr. Song actually heard it, but he chose to ignore it. All you ever do is eat. I'm telling you to watch your back. Oh well, they're nothing special, they're no problem. If you're not careful, you won't be able to carry your baby when she gets older. Sure enough, magic can defeat magic, and sure enough, Mr. Song immediately put the baby down. She sat to the side, muttering to herself, seemingly talking to the babies, bouncing her bottom happily. Chapter 121. Back in Suzhou, have the human cubs started vying for attention? Several days passed by in the blink of an eye. That day, Lin Shiyu received a notice from the school saying that she had to return to school to continue her classes. The two packed their things and prepared to go back today. Mom, no need, there's no room left. Oh well, just take it if they give it to you. Mom, we don't need these peaches. You and Dad can keep them for yourselves. Oh dear, take it home and eat it. How much can your dad and I eat? We can just pick more when we run out. Besides, doesn't Shiyu like to eat it? Song's father chimed in, "That's right, you brat, you want to eat Shiyu even if you don't want to." Finally, Song Shuren's entire trunk was piled high with various local specialties, and even Lin Chongguang's trunk compartments were filled. Song Shuren shook his head helplessly, then stuffed the bag of peaches into the box and waved to his parents. "Mom and Dad, we're leaving now. Take care of yourselves." After bidding farewell to the two elders, the group began their journey back. "Wake up, we're home." Song Shuren gently patted Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu rubbed her eyes. "Where are Mom and Dad?" "Mom and Dad went back first." "We've arrived, let's get off." Lin Shiyu looked and, sure enough, she was downstairs at her home. Song Shuren dug out a stroller from a box full of local specialties and put the babies in it. Lin Shiyu pushed the baby in a stroller, with Song Shuren following closely behind, carrying local specialties. As soon as the door opened, the little monster kept meowing beside people's legs, as if to say, "Where have you been for so long? The little monster has missed you. I haven't seen Xiao Guai for days, he seems to have gotten a bit plumper. Does the little monster miss us? Meow meow. Such a good boy. Here's a cat treat for you, big sister." Xiao Guai followed Lin Shiyu all the way to the cabinet where cat treats were kept. Before the cat treat was even torn open, the little monster pounced on it impatiently, looking like it couldn't wait. "Wait a minute, little monster." The little monster sat down obediently, patiently waiting for Lin Shiyu to slowly tear open the cat treat. "What a little glutton. Come on, jump." Lin Shiyu teased the little monster by raising the cat stick high. It immediately sat up straight, its two front paws outstretched, its eyes sharp, ready to snatch the cat meat at any moment. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, eat up." Lin Shiyu smiled and handed the cat treat to Xiaogui. The little monster decisively took a bite and began to chew, its satisfied expression suggesting that all the waiting had been worthwhile. Seeing the little monster eating with relish, she felt a little hungry herself and began to look for Song Shuren. She went to the kitchen and found that Song Shuren had already started cooking for her. Lin Shiyu leaned against the kitchen doorframe, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Honey, what are you cooking?" Song Shuren smiled and said, "Your favorite is sweet and sour pork." As soon as the meat was fried, Lin Shiyu reached out and picked some to eat. "It seems I have more than one little glutton in my family." Lin Shiyu chuckled, grabbed another piece of meat, and slipped out of the kitchen. Song Shuren continued to busy himself in the kitchen, while Lin Shiyu took care of the 4 babies in the living room. Kwai Kwai and Lulu now enjoy playing by themselves, while Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are more attached to their parents. The journey had been so long, the baby must be hungry. She picked up the nearest baby, Tuanchuan, and tucked Tuanchuan into her arms. Upon seeing this, Yuan Yuan immediately became unhappy, dropped the toy in her hand, and looked at her mother with a wronged expression. Looking at Yuan Yuan's aggrieved little expression, Lin Shiyu felt sorry for her. "I even felt a little guilty, wondering if it was a bit much to feed Tuanchuan but not her." Tuanchuan felt more and more wronged as she looked at the scene, and her little mouth twitched as if she was about to cry. Lin Shiyu immediately hugged Tuanchuan and tucked her into her arms. "Oh dear, mommy feeds, look how pitiful she is." Song Shuren happened to be bringing out the sweet and sour pork when he saw this scene, which seemed somewhat familiar. He was previously controlled by the babies in this way. Ordinary families have fewer babies, making it easier to care for them all. However, this family has 4 babies, making it difficult to care for them simultaneously. Whether it's feeding them formula or regular food, they can only manage 2 things at a time. They can only express what they want by crying. Once you soften your heart and let the baby think that crying can control you, you're doomed. He'll cry for you every time, and each time it'll be louder than the last. "Honey, you've been fooled. This is just her little trick. From now on, when she sees other babies eating it and she can't have it herself, she'll keep making a fuss." Lin Shiyu shook her head helplessly, but look at her eyes, they really look so pitiful. A mother's heart is always much softer than a father's. She will try her best to satisfy his every need. "I can feed 2 of them, can't I?" Song Shuren shrugged inside. Sure enough, a problem immediately arose. After Lin Shiyu finished feeding Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, she was about to feed Kwai Kwai and Lele when Tuanchuan began her superb performance again. Her acting skills are so good, she deserves a Golden Horse Award. Lin Shiyu looked at Tuan Tuan's expression and felt troubled. "Tuanchuan, didn't you just finish eating? Now it's the older and younger brother's turn." But she didn't care who it was. All she could see was that her mother gave the drinks to her older and younger brothers but not to her. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and her little mouth pouted. A loud bang came from inside the house. Wah-ah! Lin Shiyu would only put aside Kwai Kwai and Lulu and try to appease Tuan Tuan first. She stuffed the food into Tuan Chuan's little mouth again, and she immediately turned her head away, indicating that she was already full, which proved what her husband had said. This time, she wasn't soft-hearted. Tuan Chuan yelled twice and, finding no one paying attention to her, turned around and went to play with her toys. I've finally fed the baby, and now I can enjoy my meal in peace. Smelling the aroma, she pushed the babies in a stroller to the kitchen door. Let's see how Dad did. In the kitchen, Song Shuren was busy at the stove, his forehead covered in sweat, the flames dancing in the pot, emitting a rich aroma of food. Lin Shiyu was mesmerized. A man who can cook is just too handsome. The enticing aroma made her mouth water, and she couldn't help but swallow. Although the babies didn't know what their father was busy with, they found it very interesting to watch the flickering flames that would occasionally reignite, and they excitedly waved their little hands and feet. While it was cooking, the stove suddenly went out. Song Shuren tried to ignite the fuse several times, but it wouldn't light. Ha! The natural gas is gone? Is the battery dead? No, the battery is new. Song Shuren glanced at the gas meter. The gas was used up and he needed to recharge. Lin Shiyu asked, "It's noon now, so the gas company probably isn't open yet, right?" "It's okay, you can top up your phone." "I just topped up, but it hasn't arrived in my account yet." "Let's eat first." Song Shuren ladled the vegetables out of the pot. The vegetables were already cooked, but they were still missing the final step of reducing the sauce, but that didn't affect their edibility. Lin Shiyu's stomach had been protesting for a while, and now she could finally eat. Chapter 122 Amazing Reward, Song family's fourth son updated. After the meal, Song Shuren also checked the water and electricity. Since moving in over 2 months ago, I've accumulated a lot of bills, and I haven't paid any of them yet. I need to pay the bills quickly, otherwise the more I delay, the more they will accumulate, and I might be told that the power and water will be cut off one day, and then I'll be in big trouble. Fortunately, mobile phones are very convenient nowadays, and you can pay your bills online without having to go to so many places. After a series of actions, Song Shuren finally paid off all the fees, feeling truly free of debt. After paying, he opened his memo app and wrote down all the recharge card numbers and other details so he wouldn't forget them later. "Honey, send me a screenshot. If you forget, I'll remember to submit it. I sent it to you." As the baby grows up, he experiences the mundane details of daily life, such as food, water, electricity, and gas, and feels the passage of time in a way that feels like a dream. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Song Shuren's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accompanying Lin Shiyu and the babies back to the countryside to experience the joys of rural life and receiving a can of baby formula. Note, baby growth formula can enhance a baby's physique, strengthen bones, and develop intelligence. Growing up milk powder? Can it improve physical fitness and also enhance intelligence? Doesn't that mean that babies who drink this growth formula will have faster intellectual growth than other babies and will be smarter in the future? How amazing! The system guarantees high-quality products. I'm so happy. Thinking of the prize he had just received, Song Shuren grinned from ear to ear. I figured I had to find an opportunity to let the babies try it out. After dinner, seeing how energetic the babies were, Song Shuren decided to take them to the swimming pool. Swimming not only expends their energy but also improves their physical fitness. Lin Shiyu was all for it when she heard that she was taking the babies out to play. Pack up your equipment. The couple took their baby and went out. Inside the swimming pool. Business is still going very well. Mantu heard that Brother Song was coming to take the babies swimming, so he prepared the biggest pool available. Song Shuren's light sportswear perfectly showcased his muscular physique. He put life rings on the babies and put them into the water one by one, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. At first, the baby thought it was time for a bath, but soon the ripples and depth of the water made them realize the difference. Their little feet started kicking involuntarily, and a look of panic crossed their faces, as if they were afraid of sinking. Yeah. The babies' babbling filled the air, their funny and adorable antics making the mothers nearby burst into laughter. Daddy's here, don't worry, everything will be all right. Song Shuren gently reassured the babies. Song Shuren gently nudged Lele, and Lele seemed to enjoy it, giggling. The tiny hands splashed and thrashed across the water, creating ripples. Did Lele ambush her father? Lin Shiyu stood to the side, recording the baby's every move on her phone. Song Shuren wiped his face and started again. He carefully held the babies, ensuring their safety while patiently teaching them how to splash around in the water. Although their little hands and feet looked a bit clumsy in the water, they were still incredibly cute. The heartwarming and loving scene of Song Shuren taking his babies swimming attracted the attention of other parents. The splashes of water from the babies soaked Song Shuren's clothes. His t-shirt, damp and clinging to his body, outlined the contours of his chest muscles. Water droplets clung to the ends of his hair, sliding down his brow bone and meandering to his collarbone. An angelic baby with a handsome dad. The scene is simply captivating. Lin Shiyu edited the video and posted it on Song Jiaxi's eyes account. The background music is lively and cute, and the whole scene portrays a cheerful and sunny dad. It's a simple and heartwarming scene that has millions of fans cheering. It had barely been posted when netizens started commenting. My online baby has finally been updated. Is this the baby swimming pool? Are the babies still there? I'm downstairs right now, I'll fly up and check right away. You know, the furthest distance is that I work at Wanda Plaza but can't come out to see my babies 555. Lin Shiyu felt a sense of satisfaction as she read the comments from netizens. Watching her babies grow up day by day and become so popular online, she, as a mother, couldn't be happier. Soon, it was evening. The children have never had so much fun and enjoyment. After playing for so long, my stamina is probably almost depleted. When we got home, the baby was already fast asleep. Song Shuren planned to put the baby to bed. When I picked Tuenshuan up, she woke up. She started whimpering, then burst into tears. The crying woke up the other babies, and the four mythical beasts worked together so hard they almost shattered the roof. Although Song Shuren told Lin Shiyu not to fall into the pitiful trap of the babies, and to let them cry, he said. In reality, he is often the one who can't bring himself to be ruthless. When the babies cry, he wishes he had 3 heads and 6 arms, no, 8 arms. Seeing the baby's pitiful state, Song Shuren ran to Lin Shiyu for help. Honey, the babies are crying. Are you okay now? Get the clothes. They're probably hungry. I'll go make them some formula. You go check on them first. He can try out the growth formula that the system rewards him with. Okay, go ahead. Lin Shiyu, who was taking a shower, quickly got dressed and came out, still wearing a hair-drying cap on her head. Song Shuren prepared the milk powder and came out. Here it comes, time for milk. Lin Shiyu picked up the milk and stuffed it into the baby's mouth. 1 bottle per person. They fed the babies together, and perhaps because they were so hungry, the babies grabbed their bottles and drank them down with gusto. Seeing how much the little ones were enjoying their drinks, Song Shuren kept observing the babies. Why hasn't anything changed yet? Just as Song Shuren was wondering what was going on, Yuan picked up the bottle and started drinking the milk from the bottom. When there's only a little bit left in the bottle, babies usually need their father to hold it up so they can drink more. I never expected that this little guy would actually learn to drink milk by himself. Song Shuren excitedly shouted, Wife, come and see. What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? Look, the babies can drink milk by themselves now. Lin Shiyu turned her head and saw 4 babies holding their milk bottles in their little hands, drinking their milk with relish. She immediately took out her phone and captured the moment. Wow, that's incredible. Babies who used to whine when they finished drinking from the bottle can now lift it up and drink by themselves. They're so smart. Every little step a baby takes in their development makes a mother happy. Even something as simple as rolling over or drinking milk makes parents proud. This is a little record of their growth. Chapter 123. He, as a father, was heartbroken. His baby's words pierced his heart. Today was a long day, but the baby fell asleep quickly after eating and drinking his fill. The little ones had just fallen asleep when Song Shuren's phone rang. It was a call from Song's mother. How are things going for the babies since they returned to Suzhou? Have they been good? The babies are all very well behaved, but Tuenshuan and Yuan have been clinging to Shiyu ever since they came back. They can't be separated from her for even a moment, and sometimes they won't even let me hold them. Song Shuren's tone carried a hint of grievance and helplessness. He treats all his babies equally, but now that his daughter doesn't cling to him anymore, he feels a little disappointed. Song's mother replied that it's normal for babies to be attached to their mothers. They are a piece of flesh that fell from their mother's bodies, so naturally they are connected by blood. I am their biological father too. It's normal for people to have a deep bond with their baby after 10 months of pregnancy, as described in poetry. He couldn't refute those words. Song's mother continued, when you were little, you couldn't be separated from me for a moment. If I put you down, you would cry and scream. I had to carry you to the toilet, and I didn't dare to squat for long because it was so tiring. Besides, there was a lot of farm work back then. I had to carry you, my little rascal, while doing farm work, washing clothes, and cooking. I think Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan must have taken after you. Everyone says that daughters are their father's little cotton padded jackets, but I never expected them to be little cotton padded jackets that let the wind through. Mom, why are you bringing me into this? How long did it take me to get over this situation back then? I don't know. All these years have passed. All I remember is that you wouldn't let anyone touch you, not even your dad. I had to do it. If I didn't, you would cry nonstop. You looked so pitiful. Later, when you could walk, every morning when you woke up and didn't see me, you would drag that little cup all over the yard looking for me, crying and searching while you were naked. Mom, it's on speakerphone, please give me some face. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh as she listened. Because her husband was on the phone with his mother, she dared not laugh out loud, and could only laugh silently, almost to the point of internal injury. Song's mother smiled and continued, it will probably be better when your brother is born, or after you have your own little friend. I guess Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan will be in the same situation, since daughters take after their fathers. When my brother was born, I was already running all over the streets. Isn't that been too long? It's okay, it's good for kids to cry, it can even help them exercise their lung capacity. But you seem to have a stubborn personality, you won't stop until you cry yourself to death. Song Shuren said oh, and Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan cried with all their might, ending up covered in sweat. Song's mother laughed, now you understand how hard it is to be a parent, right? It wasn't easy for your father and me to raise you. Your baby is only 2 months old, you still have a long way to go. Song Shuren pursed her lips. I was prepared. You and Dad should take good care of yourselves at home. Tell Dad not to go out to work in the fields just because you feel fine. He'll be in pain again after he finishes working. Song's mother smiled with relief and said, I know, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Your dad went fishing today. And you know what? That old man's got some skills. He caught a big fish, so we'll have it for dinner tonight. Okay, but tell Dad to be careful. The river over there is deep and the terrain isn't good. Don't let him go alone. Don't worry about it. If you ask him to go alone, he won't go. He can't sit still if there's no one to talk to. Lin Shiyu heard the entire phone call. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's dependence on their mother may last for a long time. He wasn't sure either, but he learned from Song's mother that he used to be like that. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are currently unable to express themselves verbally, so they use crying to express their thoughts and feelings. Then you wouldn't cry so heartbrokenly, making yourself sweat profusely. When will they start talking? According to Song Shuren, people say that babies start to roll over at 3 months, sit up at 6 months, crawl at 7 months, and call for their father at 12 months. However, our baby is quite smart and started rolling over at 2 months. Calling for our father is just around the corner. Seeing the effects of the growth formula today, he feels that it's not far from his baby being able to call him dad, and he's happy just thinking about it. Unaware of the situation, Lin Shiyu looked worried, thinking that the process would probably take at least several months. Honey, I have to go to school. What am I going to do about Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan? Song Shuren scratched his head. This was indeed a problem. He couldn't very well let Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan go to class with Lin Shiyu. Besides, the baby is so young, and you never know what might happen. If she starts crying in class, it might disrupt the other students' learning. Then you can only sneak away while Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are asleep. Everything in the world has its advantages and disadvantages. A baby's dependence on the mother can make the mother feel happy and needed to a certain extent, but it can also cause her some trouble. Just like Song Shuren when he was a child, he was too dependent on his mother, which led to his mother taking him with her for everything, even to the toilet. Don't be fooled by how easily Song's mother brings it up now, as if it's a joke. Back then, I suffered terribly, having to carry a baby weighing several pounds on my back for every task. It was getting late, and the two of them decided to rest. Lin Shiyu went to brush her teeth, and Song Shuren carried the little ones back to their cribs. Baby's sleep is quite light now. As soon as they were put down, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan opened their eyes and cried again because they couldn't see their mother. Song Shuren picked the little guy up to comfort him, but the little guy cried even harder. Reunion, a hug from daddy is the same as a hug from mommy, don't cry, don't cry. The baby ignored him completely and kept crying. Song Shuren sighed and said, I hereby declare that you have won. It's almost bedtime, and he doesn't want Tuenchuan and Yuan to be covered in sweat from crying, otherwise he'll have to give them another bath. My dear wife. Tuenchuan Yuan misses you so much. Lin Shiyu uses an electric toothbrush, and the vibration noise from the toothbrush, combined with the good soundproofing in the house, meant that Song Shuren had to call her to hear her. She immediately spat out the toothpaste foam, dried her hands, and ran out to take the wailing Tuenchuan and Yuan from Song Shuren's arms. Stop crying, look who's here. Tuan and Yuan glanced at her with teary eyes, and hee, it was their mother. They buried their faces in Lin Shiyu's arms, their little hands clutching her clothes tightly, as if afraid that their mother would disappear again. However, because she cried so hard, she hasn't calmed down yet. She was still sobbing in Lin Shiyu's arms. Song Shuren sniffed himself. Does daddy not smell as good as mommy? You two will make daddy sad. This little darling isn't sweet at all. Lin Shiyu sang a nursery rhyme softly to her daughter. Only mothers are good in this world. Children with mothers are like treasures, nestled in their mother's arms. Happiness is boundless. She sang and rocked. You two little ones, why are you so attached to your mother? Song Shuren squinted, seriously suspecting that Tuenchuan and Yuan had been brainwashed by the song Only Mother is Good in the World. Chapter 120 For the babies realized, where's mom? The next morning, after feeding the babies, Lin Shiyu was ready to go to school. She thought Tuenchuan and Yuan were asleep and was about to put them down when, as soon as she pulled her hand away, the little one's brows furrowed instantly, as if they were about to explode. Mom, if you dare leave, I'll start crying right now. But today's teacher was very strict, repeatedly telling them that they couldn't be absent or late, and even threatening them with failing the course. Lin Shiyu made a tough decision and left, but when she heard the babies crying their hearts out, she couldn't bear it and went back to comfort them. Seeing this, Song Shuren said, Go quickly, leave Tuan and Yuan to me. Lin Shiyu looked worried, but they were quite attached to me. I already witnessed how amazing these two little ones are yesterday, and my husband not only takes care of Tuenchuan and Yuan, but also Kuailiel. Taking care of 4 crying babies by oneself must be a headache even for a god. Song Shuren sighed. Are you going to ask for leave? This class is your major course, it seems quite important. Even if I can take leave this time, what about next time, and the time after that? So you still have to go to school. But Tuenchuan and Yuan's crying showed no signs of stopping, which made their mother feel really bad. Time kept passing, and if we didn't leave soon we'd be late. Seeing that he couldn't bear to see Lin Shiyu suffer, Song Shuren made up his mind, let's go to school together. Lin Shiyu was overjoyed. Really? Honey, you're so wonderful. Moa. As Song Shuren changed his shoes, he said, it's a good opportunity to take the babies out for a stroll. They're just idling around at home anyway. Maybe going out will distract Tuan and Yuan from each other's attention. Lin Shiyu nodded in agreement. This was the only way now. The whole family went to send mom off to school in a great commotion. Song Shuren pushed the stroller to a crowded place and gave Lin Shiyu a wink, which she understood immediately. Since it was just a few minutes before class, there were many people, and the handsome dad pushing the adorable baby in his stroller was sure to attract a lot of attention. Some students asked for photos, and some even took off the small ornaments from their backpacks and gave them to the children. Taking advantage of the chaos and the large crowd, Lin Shiyu slipped away quietly. Song Shuren strolled around the campus with her baby in a push-up stroller. It's 8 a.m., students are in class, teachers are at work, and retired professors are going to square dancing. The baby is overwhelmed by the people coming and going. Song Shuren called Mantu to ask if he was at the store or at school. I'm going to the store in a bit. Brother Song, what are your plans? No, I'm just at the school playground. I was thinking of going to the store with you later. The boys' dormitory was very close to the playground, and Mantu arrived quickly. Brother Song, what brings you to school today? Song Shuren, sounding utterly helpless, recounted the whole story to Mantu. It's normal for a steamed bun to smile. Everyone clings to their mother when they're little. But I really admire you, Brother Song. It's not easy to take care of one child, but you took care of 4 at once. My brother is truly worthy of being my brother. However, I've heard people say that daughters tend to be more attached to their fathers. Perhaps it's just that the babies are too young to be separated from their mothers yet. Then your hard times will finally come to an end, and you'll suddenly have 2 cotton-padded coats, something that others can only envy. Suzhou University is quite large, and there are still many buses on its main lines. When crossing the street, Song Shuren always holds the baby close to her side while pushing the baby across the street. This method can better protect the baby's safety. Manta noticed this detail and sincerely admired Song Shuren for taking such good care of the babies. Song Shuren hadn't had breakfast yet when he dropped Lin Shiyu off at school, so he planned to have breakfast at the cafeteria. As the school bell rang, fewer and fewer pedestrians appeared on the road, and even the cafeteria was nearly empty. Tuanchuan hadn't reacted yet, but the perceptive Yuan had already sensed that something was wrong. Mom seems to have disappeared. Yuan started crying loudly, wailing and sobbing. Song Shuren quickly picked her up. She cried even harder, her sobs echoing throughout the cafeteria. Song Shuren also checked her bottom. The diaper was clean and dry. "Brother Song, what's wrong with the child?" "I miss my mom," Song Shuren said with a helpless tone. I held the baby and comforted him. Yuan, look, there's a big chicken leg here. And this fragrant crispy pork. Do you recognize this? It's Mom's favorite sweet and sour pork. Mantu wanted to help but was powerless to do so. "Brother Song, I'm with you in spirit." Yuan has never eaten big chicken legs or crispy pork before. The only word she probably understands is mom. This made her cry even harder, her big eyes brimming with tears. Her little face was flushed, and she looked incredibly pitiful. Song Shuren was out of ideas. In order not to affect others, he could only leave the cafeteria and go to the supermarket to buy 2 loaves of bread to tide him over. It just so happens that it's the club's recruitment day. The small stall was covered with colorful balloons. After seeing this, Yuan's crying subsided considerably. Song Shuren had a sudden inspiration. He went up to his classmate and asked for 2 balloons, which he then tied to the sides of the stroller. Seeing this, Yuan reached out to touch the balloon, but the balloon gently evaded her. She touched it again, but the balloon dodged away. Suddenly, Yuan, with tears still streaming down her face, started giggling. It turns out that a baby's happiness is so simple. Thank goodness, the little guy finally stopped crying. Song Shuren wiped away Yuan's tears, and looking at her tear-streaked face, he felt a pang of heartache. The baby was crying so hard, and he felt helpless, unable to do anything about it. "I was originally planning to go to the store to take a look, but now that I've made such a fuss, Lin Shiyu will be out of class in a little over half an hour." Mantu accompanied Song Shuren to pick up Lin Shiyu downstairs at the teaching building, and casually mentioned his recent online romance that had blossomed into a real-life relationship. "Online dating? When did you start dating?" Song Shuren was very surprised that Mantu, who was usually known as a loudmouth, had kept this matter a secret so well. Manta scratched her head sheepishly. "Just last month, she messaged me on Douyin asking for my WeChat, which I gave her, and then we started chatting. I met him on TikTok, which doesn't sound very reliable." "Then what?" "Then we met in person the day before yesterday, and I think it went pretty well." Mantu looked beaming. "What about Gu Yanyan?" Gu Yanyan remained silent for a moment. Friends around them can all see that there is a possibility between Mantu and Gu Yanyan. Gu Yanyan actually has a good feeling about Mantu. The only thing missing is for one of them to make the first move. "Yan is wonderful, I'm not good enough for her." He felt that Gu Yanyan was a rich heiress with immense wealth, while he was just an ordinary college student who couldn't even afford the bag she carried. Why should he be with her? Wasn't he just wasting her time? "The one I'm with now is great. She treats me well too, and she's a dance student. I'll show you her picture." Mantu opened his girlfriend's WeChat moments and could see that the girl really liked to post about her daily life. I randomly clicked on one, and oh my god. Chapter 125 Is Lele a domineering CEO? This is a photo of her and her friends at a karaoke bar. She's dressed scantily, revealing a lot of cleavage. She stood in the center, with 2 blonde and red-haired boys sitting next to her, and on either side were girls dressed similarly to her, all dressed in a cool and refreshing style. They look like a little prince and princess from a nightclub. The next post above is their official announcement on WeChat Moments, with Manta standing next to her, like a stepmother with her son. Their styles are too different, she's not even as good a match for the blonde or red-haired guy. But out of consideration for Mantu, he didn't say it so bluntly, only reminding Manta to be careful. "Are you really sure you want to continue dating this girl? Why not give Gu Yanyan a try?" Mantu shook his head. "Yan would never look at me. Forget it. In reality, we have to be well matched. I'm not as capable as you, able to make my own fortune. I know my limitations, so please don't try to persuade me, brother Song. In truth, he knew in his heart that this girl didn't seem like a good match, but she was indeed very kind to Mantu, showing him care and concern, so Mantu, being love-struck, fell for her. It seems they won't turn back until they hit a brick wall. However, I still have to remind you to be careful, lest you get scammed out of everything. Online dating is mostly unreliable, like the leaves on the tree outside the school gate, they either turn yellow or green. Brother Song, I'm going to the shop first, so I won't wait for your wife with you. Okay, be careful on the road. He knew that Mantu had been touched on a sore spot by what he had just said, but it was good to let him think about it himself. I hope he won't be like I was back then, agreeing to be with someone just because they were pursuing me intensely, only to end up breaking up on bad terms. Fortunately, after many twists and turns, he and Lin Shiyu finally did not miss each other. Honey, why are you still waiting for me? Lin Shiyu was overjoyed and ran over. Because my babies and I miss you so much, and I can't live without you. Hearing her husband say that made her feel sweet inside. Stop joking around, let's go home, babies. As soon as Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan see their mother, they act like spoiled children and want her to hug them. Lin Shiyu picked up Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan in her arms, saying, holding you two little ones, mommy's arms are practically giving me superhuman strength. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan giggled in Lin Shiyu's arms. Song Shuren picked up Kuailil as well, emphasizing that he was impartial. Oh dear, so Yuan Yuan likes balloons. Today was club recruitment day, and a kind classmate gave me these two balloons, otherwise, I don't know when I would have been able to appease Yuan Yuan. Don't let her small size fool you, she's got a lot of energy. Lin Shiyu looked at Yuan Yuan, whose eyes were red and swollen, and thought, oh dear, how long has this little one been crying? Song Shuren thought about it and realized that from the time she started eating snacks in class to when we encountered the club recruitment, she cried on and off for an hour. She would rest for a while when she was tired, but then she would start crying again. I really couldn't do anything about it. Lin Shiyu kissed Yuan Yuan, the poor little thing. Tuan Chuan was unhappy, frowning and pouting. Okay, mommy will give Tuan Tuan a kiss too, Mua. Kwai Kwai, who was in Song Shuren's arms, stretched out her little hand and hummed softly. Oh, and there's our big brother, isn't he? Mua. Everyone else kissed, so Lele naturally couldn't be left out. Before she could even kiss Lele, Lele struck first and kissed her mother. Our Lele is truly a domineering CEO, ruthless and taciturn. Song Shuren and Lin Shiyu were both amused by Lele. They all started imitating the domineering CEO persona. Woman, you've caught my attention. Woman, do you realize you're playing with fire? Lele, who is usually aloof and composed, was actually amused by her parents' domineering CEO-like quotes. The two exclaimed in unison, oh, it's been so long since we've seen the young master smile. Ha 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 ha. The little bird flew and flew until it landed in the car. The couple fastened the baby's seatbelt and set off on their journey home. Lin Shiyu made funny faces in the back seat, making the baby giggle. Song Shuren looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the ghost was not only not ugly, but also a cute ghost. At this moment, Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered something, looked at the calendar, and said, honey, let's take the baby to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. I feel like something's wrong with my baby lately. He always seems a bit hungry, but he's getting stronger and stronger. Strangely, the clothes were quite small. Could my baby have some rare growth retardation disorder? She had seen examples on Douyin of young people who looked like old people, and she felt a little scared. Song Shuren smiled and said, it's a good thing that the child is growing up. Lin Shiyu looked worried, which I found strange. We've been running out of food lately, and I'm worried I won't be able to breastfeed my baby. But she usually has plenty of food, so how could she suddenly be out of food? Song Shuren comforted him, saying, then we'll go to the hospital tomorrow to get checked out. Don't worry too much. He knew it was the growth formula that was working, but he wasn't sure what stage the babies were at, so he figured it would be good to take them to the hospital for a checkup. The next morning, the couple brought their baby to the hospital for a checkup on time. Because it was a day off, the hospital was crowded, with long queues outside the departments. To pass the time, people started discussing their baby's conditions. One of the mothers frowned and said worriedly, my son was perfectly normal when he was born, and he developed well until he was 5 years old. Now, for some reason, other babies younger than him can walk, but he has only just learned to crawl. Her mother comforted her, saying, it's okay. Some children just grow up quickly, and some grow up slowly. It's all normal. I remember when I was in junior high school, I was one of the tallest people in my class. But after just one summer vacation, all the boys in my class suddenly became taller than me. When I went back to school, I thought I had gone to the wrong class. My eldest son was teased by his classmates for being a little potato in elementary school, but he suddenly grew to 1.7 meters tall in middle school. Don't worry too much. That being said. However, the mother was still very anxious, mainly because he was so young. When she took him out, people thought he was only 6 or 7 months old, when in fact he was already over a year old. My sister's child is 8 or 9 months younger than him, but looks about the same age. If you didn't know, you'd think they were brothers. I've never dared to feed my son anything random. He's never had formula and has always been breastfed. I only give him complementary foods according to parenting books. I really don't understand why this is happening. The differences between children are easy to see. They look almost different every year. No parent in the world doesn't worry about their child. One worries that their son is developing slowly, another worries that their child doesn't like to eat, and yet another worries that their baby's thumb is levitating. Seeing these parents who are so worried about their children, I feel both admiration and heartache for them. Chapter 126. It's time for the babies to eat complementary foods. In short, all the parents who come here have their own worries. This naturally includes the two of them. Suddenly, a young mother came over and greeted Lin Qiyu. Hi, beautiful. We've run into each other many times. I don't know if you remember me. Lin Qiyu responded with an O, indicating that she vaguely remembered it. Although they were all mothers, it was rare to see one of them around her age, so she still had some impression of this new mother. This new mom sat down next to Lin Qiyu. Your baby must be a little over 2 months old, right? Lin Qiyu was somewhat surprised. How did you know? The new mother laughed and said, after you gave birth, I was wheeled into the delivery room after you. Although I hadn't seen you then, everyone said the mother in front of me was very beautiful, and I guessed it must have been you. Lin Qiyu smiled shyly. Then the mother added, isn't it a coincidence? Our children were even born on the same day. The young mother gave birth to a lovely little girl. Due to breech presentation, she had a C-section. Her husband is responsible for earning money to support the family, while she is now a full-time stay-at-home mom taking care of the child. My husband and I have settled down in Suzhou. Neither of our parents live here, so I am currently taking care of our child by myself. Lin Qiyu laughed. My husband and I also take care of the child together. We don't ask our parents for help. The young mother said admiringly, you two have it much harder than me. I'm already exhausted from taking care of just one baby. You two have to take care of 4 babies. That's truly amazing. Whether she was great or not, Lin Qiyu didn't know, but she felt that since she had given birth to a child, she should take on the responsibility of being a mother. Therefore, she and Song Shuren have been taking good care of the babies. The mother glanced at the babies in the stroller and thought, they seem quite lively and healthy, so why are they at the hospital? Lin Qiyu replied that she was just there for a physical examination. The mother sighed. It's been hot lately. My husband gave our daughter a cold bath and then put her under the air conditioner, which made her catch a cold. Now she has a persistent high fever. Sure enough, as long as the dad is taking care of the kids, they're doing well. As they were talking, it was the baby's turn to have their checkups. Doctor, my usual food rations are enough to feed 4 babies, but now I feel like they're eating more, and I'm finding it harder to keep up. Has your milk supply decreased? No, there's always been plenty. Before, after feeding the babies, there was always some left that I had to suck out, but now I feel completely empty. Moreover, even though I've just fed my babies solid food, I have to make them formula again soon after, otherwise they always cry from hunger. What's the reason for this? Before coming, she did her research and learned that if the mother's nutrition is not adequate, the baby will easily get hungry after breastfeeding. However, in general, babies won't grow properly if they don't get enough nutrition. On the contrary, her baby was growing quite fast and did not look malnourished. Moreover, the meals Song Shuren prepared for her on a daily basis were all nutritionally balanced, so she shouldn't lack any nutrients. She actually felt that she was overnourished and had gained several pounds. Lin Qiyu asked the doctor anxiously if it could be Marfan syndrome or a rare disease that causes premature aging. The doctor examined the babies carefully and found nothing wrong. They were all healthy. Lin Qiyu was still worried, so she asked the doctor to do another detailed examination. Now that the test results are in, you can rest assured. Babies are still growing, and their appetite will increase day by day, which is normal. If the baby is still not full, it means that breast milk and formula are no longer meeting the baby's daily nutritional needs, and you can consider introducing complementary foods. Baby food? Isn't this too early? After all, her baby is only 2 months old. The doctor had never encountered this situation before, but since the baby was fine, they just followed the normal procedure. If you are not sick, you don't need to be treated. If you're introducing complementary foods, start with easily digestible foods and gradually transition to solid foods. Lin Shiyu asked, "Can I add seasonings?" The doctor shook his head. No need to add any seasoning. The baby is too young. Let's give it to them when they're older. Is salt not allowed either? It's best not to. Lin Shiyu nodded twice in response, and then asked the doctor what she should eat. The doctor patiently explained that you could first cook some rice cereal for the babies. If you don't know how to cook it, you can just buy some nutritional rice cereal from the store. They're all pretty much the same. Feed once a day, don't rush to feed too much, gradually increase the frequency. If any further problems arise, please come to the hospital for timely medical attention. Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren asked about all the precautions for changing complementary foods, and only left after they understood. Stepping out of the hospital, Lin Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that she had escaped unscathed. "Honey, I'm telling you, I was all prepared to gain weight, but the doctor said it's just that the baby is ready for solid foods." Song Shuren laughed and said, "Being a little chubby is also good looking." Lin Shiyu said coquettishly, "If I get fat, will you still love me?" No matter what Lin Shiyu becomes, he will always love her and will never leave her. But no matter how you look at it, this is a question that could lead to certain death. However, what women want is not an answer, but an attitude. Song Shuren answered firmly, "Love, no matter what, I will always love you." Moreover, being a little chubby makes you look even more wealthy. Hearing Song Shuren's firm answer, Lin Shiyu felt a surge of joy. Song Shuren patted Lin Shiyu's head and said, "Really, I wish you could gain a little more weight." Lin Shiyu snorted, "No way. I won't look good if I get fat." Song Shuren couldn't understand why women were so obsessed with being thin. While others are striving to be thin, he believes that being a little chubby is quite cute as long as one is healthy and happy. They happened to be passing by a shopping mall, so Lin Shiyu and Song Shuren decided to browse around and see what complementary foods were suitable for their baby. Preparing complementary foods for babies requires some attention to detail and is done in stages, such as before and after 6 months, 1 year old, and 2 years old. After browsing around, they were overwhelmed by the choices and ultimately couldn't find anything suitable. So Song Shuren simply took on the task of making complementary food for the babies when he got home. "Honey, I remember the doctor said to start with rice cereal. Since we're already here, let's go buy a high-speed blender." "Okay, let's go take a look." The two went straight to the kitchenware section. The salesperson introduced several different price ranges of baby food to them, all of which could be used to make complementary foods for babies. However, I would recommend this one more. The blade material is more environmentally friendly, and the rotation frequency is higher, which can grind small fish bones and other small bones into a paste, so they won't get stuck in the baby's throat. This is for babies, and its main selling point is that it's safe and reliable to use, so this one is perfect. Finally, after discussion, the couple decided to buy the one recommended by the salesperson. Chapter 127 Kid, want to experience 7 wolves? I returned home after buying the blender. Song Shuren couldn't wait to try making complementary foods for his babies and also to test out his new high-speed blender. He soaked the rice first, and then used the machine to grind it after half an hour. The most important thing right now is to make lunch for my wife. The rice paste that was made was very smooth, but Song Shuren was still not satisfied, so she filtered it through a sieve again. "Honey, bring the babies over, we can feed them rice cereal now." The babies were super cooperative, staying quietly in their parents' arms, their little mouths agape. "Quick, put them in my mouth." Kwai Kwai truly lives up to its name. Its eating speed is simply incredible. Song Shuren's scooping speed couldn't keep up with his eating speed. "Hurry up, slow down, Dad isn't ready yet." At this point, Kwai Kwai had already started using her hands to pry open the bowl. "Are you complaining that Daddy is feeding you too slowly and want to eat by yourself? What a glutton." Even the aloof Lele couldn't hold back anymore. Nothing is more important than rice. Lele ate one spoonful at a time, not leaving a single grain. "Honey, the baby seemed to really enjoy eating it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a problem arose with the baby girl. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan don't seem to be used to it yet, and they've made food everywhere. The mouth is like a sieve. If you feed someone a spoonful, half of it will leak out. The little one kept wiping his mouth with his hands, which were covered in rice cereal. The key point is that she kept rubbing against him everywhere, and Lin Shiyu didn't even have time to dodge. Song Shuren was both amused and exasperated, and patiently wiped his daughter's little hands and faces. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at their father and gave him a sweet smile. "Honey, did you see that? Our daughter smiled at me. I knew they still liked me. She definitely likes her dad, but when the baby is little, she is more dependent on her mom." Song Shuren's heart melted when the baby smiled. Song Shuren took out the balloon that Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan liked today and kept teasing his daughter. When the two of them weren't paying attention, Lin Shiyu fed them both a bite each. Tuanchuan took 2 smacking sounds, and then it leaked out again. Lin Shiyu hurriedly took the paper and handed it to her. "Tuanchuan, do you want to be a rice cereal doll?" Lin Shiyu gently rubbed the corner of Tuanchuan's mouth, sighed, and said, "Good girl, time to eat." She tried to feed Tuanchuan another bite, but Tuanchuan immediately turned her head away and refused to eat. "What's going on? Why isn't Tuanchuan eating?" "Okay, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Let's feed Yuan Yuan first." "Yuan Yuan, this little guy, does eat, but he's not serious, he likes to play while he eats. The rice cereal got cold before I finished feeding it." "Honey, what about Tuanchuan? She can't keep not eating. There's a kind of hunger that only your mom thinks you're hungry." Song Shuren said helplessly, "Then let's feed her some food first, and give her rice cereal when she wants to eat it." "Sigh, that's all we can do." After all the other babies had finished their rice cereal, Lin Shiyu fed Tuanchuan her own food. As soon as her clothes were lifted, the little guy hunched his head and whimpered, burrowing into her chest. Song Shuren fetched water, preparing to wipe the other 3 babies down. As soon as she got back, Lin Shiyu vividly described to Song Shuren how Tuanchuan had nudged her like a little pig. What on earth is she doing with her pretty little face? Despite her cool and aloof appearance, Lin Shiyu is actually the comedic relief at home. Song Shuren couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the little pig in front of him. "Don't laugh, that's exactly what Tuanchuan did to me just now." "I didn't see it clearly, show me again." Lin Shiyu gave a haughty snort, "I don't want to. I heard all about your scheme in Suzhou." She resolutely refused, and no matter what Song Shuren said, she would never do it again. After the little ones were cleaned up, they immediately lay down on the floor and started playing with their toys. The babies got tired and fell asleep while playing. The couple watched the babies with great interest. If you were a few years older, you really wouldn't be able to do that sleeping position. He quickly curled himself into a C shape. The difficulty was that his little feet were still touching his forehead. He showed no signs of discomfort and was sleeping soundly. When I'm surfing the internet, I've come across videos of babies in bizarre sleeping positions. He appears normal on the surface, but beneath the quilt lies a fascinating soul. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyu was browsing reviews of this blender online. "Honey, when you used it today, did you think this blender was loud?" Song Shuren recalled, "It's alright, did you hear me in the living room?" He was making rice porridge in the kitchen. If it was noisy, she should have been able to hear it in the living room, but she didn't seem to hear the blender. "It seems this machine is pretty good. I saw it can make soy milk and things like that, so you won't have to get up so early to cook breakfast for me anymore." If she had to get up an hour earlier to make breakfast, Lin Shiyu wanted her husband to sleep in a little longer, since he was working so hard taking care of the baby. Song Shuren smiled and said, "It's okay. If you want porridge, I'll cook it for you. If you want soy milk, I'll make it for you. Don't worry about it." Because of his physical fitness skills, his physical strength recovers faster than that of ordinary people, and he doesn't feel tired even when staying up all night. "Aha!" Lin Shiyu leaned happily on Song Shuren's arm. Their eyes met, their gazes locked, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, their feelings reaching a fever pitch. Just as Song Shuren was about to kiss him, he felt someone was watching him. Looking down, they saw Lele staring at them with her big, round eyes. A feeling of shame welled up inside me instantly. "Lele, you haven't fallen asleep yet after so long, are you missing Daddy's 7 Wolves cigarettes?" The little guy ignored his father, and with a shove of his little foot, he actually kicked Song Shuren. "You little brat." This sentence seemed so familiar he finally understood why Song's mother always called him little rascal. Not content with kicking her father, she turned around and ran to Lin Shiyu to act cute. Her originally expressionless face looked pitiful in Lin Shiyu's eyes. It's as if it's saying, "Mom, you have to stand up for me." Who wouldn't feel soft-hearted after seeing this? Don't look at me. I didn't really mean to hit him. Lin Shiyu continued to stare at Song Shuren, making him feel uneasy. Besides, I don't have 7 wolves. Lin Shiyu held Lele in her arms to comfort her. Lele's little face still looked aggrieved, but as her mother comforted her, her eyes gradually reddened and filled with tears. Song Shuren shrugged, looking completely bewildered. This wasn't my fault. Lin Shiyu chuckled. Don't scare the child next time. Look at her, she looks so pitiful. None of his family members understand Song Shuren has no way to express his suffering. Wife, I'm feeling down, and I need your comforting touch. Song Shuren simply lay sprawled on Lin Shiyu's lap. How old are you? Why are you still arguing with your son? Song Shuren rubbed his forehead and stomach, saying, No, I'm just feeling wronged and sad and want to cry. I need my wife to comfort me. I won't feel better unless my wife comforts me. Men can be just like children sometimes. Lin Shiyu patted his back, comforting him just like she would comfort Lele. Okay, my husband has a large capacity, he can hold a boat in his belly. Song Shuren pouted, wanting a kiss from his wife. Chapter 128. Oh no, Tuan Tuan is found out. Life went on like this. Every day feels the same, yet somehow different. The weather in Suzhou is gradually getting colder. A wind started blowing that night. Song Shuren checked the weather forecast and estimated that it would rain tomorrow. However, the rain came even faster than the weather forecast predicted. It started raining in the latter half of the night. The curtains were whipped about wildly by the strong wind, and the rain poured down like a torrent. Song Shuren quickly got up, closed the window, and went to check on the baby. Honey, it's raining and a bit chilly. Will the baby get cold? The sudden sound startled Song Shuren. How did you wake up? The view outside the window was blurred by the mist, and raindrops kept hitting the window pane, making a pattering sound. The rain was pattering against the window, and I couldn't sleep. I was thinking of getting up to check if the babies needed extra blankets, but when I woke up, I saw you. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. With the sudden drop in temperature and a large temperature difference between day and night, coupled with wind, rain, and the change of seasons, it's also the peak season for influenza, so extra caution is needed. Although babies have been going out less lately, we still need to take precautions to prevent them from catching a cold or fever. For the past hour, it has been raining heavily outside, and the windows have been pounded on repeatedly. The couple couldn't sleep. Honey, you should go to sleep. You have class tomorrow. She closed Douyin, rubbed her temples, and said, Okay, babies. The main reason she couldn't sleep was that she was afraid the babies would kick off their blankets and she wouldn't be able to cover them up when she fell asleep. During seasonal changes, the weather is sometimes warm and sometimes cold. When they feel hot, the babies will kick off their blankets, but they won't cover themselves up again. When they feel cold, they will huddle together to keep warm. It's okay, I'll stay with the kids, you go to sleep. Song Shuren tucked Lin Shiyu in, patted her head, and said, Go to sleep, go to sleep. Lin Shiyu hugged Song Shuren, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Song Shuren turned the bedside lamp to its dimmest setting. The atmosphere was perfect for sleeping. Soon after, Lin Shiyu fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when they woke up, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were crying out for their mother. Lin Shiyu changed her clothes and waited to finish feeding the babies before going out. These two little ones don't like eating complimentary foods, so Song Shuren can't do anything about them. Only Lin Shiyu can handle them. When she was feeding Tuanchuan, she noticed that Tuanchuan was acting strangely and could only drink a few mouthfuls of food. Honey, Tuanchuan seems a little listless. Song Shuren came over and touched Tuan Tuan's forehead. He didn't have a fever. Is it because you're still sleepy? Lin Shiyu didn't know either, maybe. However, Tuan Tuan's voice is usually very penetrating. When he speaks loudly, even a room with such good soundproofing cannot block out his voice. Today, she cried very softly, clearly not in a good state. Lin Shiyu almost thought it was Yuan Yuan crying. Fortunately, he didn't have a fever. Maybe I'm just in a bad mood. To cheer Tuanchuan up, Song Shuren carried her inside the enclosure to play with toys. The children were having a great time when they suddenly heard the door close. They quickly turned around to look for their mother, but only saw their father. Because of the heavy rain last night, the weather was quite cool and the ground was wet this morning, making it inconvenient to go out with the babies. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked around, but their mother was really gone. They were so anxious that they started whimpering and almost cried. Song Shirin carried the little ones into the stroller. Don't cry, don't cry. Come on, Daddy will take you to find Mommy. Even though babies are small, they can recognize their fathers and mothers. Even if people look very similar, a baby can still recognize them at a glance. Song Shirin pushed the baby around the house, from the kitchen to the bedroom, and then to the living room. I bet Mom's sneaking food in the kitchen. Shall we go catch her? Upon entering the kitchen, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan stared wide-eyed, searching for their mother, but they couldn't find her. Yeah. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan gestured with their little hands, as if asking their father, where is Mom? Mom must be hiding, I bet she's hiding in the closet. Song Shirin opened the cabinet. Wow! What's this? It's a bowl with a little duck on it. Isn't this little duck adorable? When you grow up, Daddy will let you eat from this bowl, okay? The cute little ducklings can indeed attract Tuan Yuan Yuan's attention for a while. But as soon as Song Shirin stopped talking, they would immediately remember to look for their mother. After seeing that they still hadn't found their mother after so long, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan lost their patience, pouted, and started crying. Now that the rain has stopped and the sky is clear, the birds are coming out to forage for food. Song Shirin carried the baby to the window, where birds flew to and fro outside. Look, what a cute little bird. How does a bird sing? They're chattering away, aren't they? The little ones were drawn to the bird again, their eyes fixed on it. They clapped their hands excitedly, scaring the birds away. As soon as the little bird left, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan's curious faces instantly turned into aggrieved faces. Song Shirin sighed helplessly, Kwai, you really are my good son. He's so filial to his father. Seeing this, he took a piece of bread, broke it into pieces, and placed it on the windowsill. Cluck cluck cluck, little bird, come and eat. The little bird seemed uncooperative, circling in the air but refusing to come down to eat. Tuan Yuan Yuan's longing for her mother resurfaced. Song Shirin had a sudden inspiration. He went to the room, found Lin Shiyu's coat, put it on, and cut a small hole in the photo to wear on his face. She said softly, Baby, don't cry, Mommy's here. Tuan and Yuan Yuan suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the mother in front of them. She looks like her mother, but something seems off about her. Kwai and Lulu, two big, carefree guys, really treated Song Shirin like their mother, their smiles brighter than flowers. So much so that Song Shirin felt he had disguised himself perfectly. He confidently picked up Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, and the two little ones, smelling that it was indeed their mother's scent, temporarily stopped crying. After holding Song Shirin for a while, Tuanchuan accidentally patted Song Shirin's face, and the photo slipped out of his hand. She discovered it. When her mother's face fell, Tuanchuan seemed startled, but she quickly recovered. Song Shirin quickly put his hat back on, thinking to himself, Wife, please come back soon. Lin Shiyu only needs to attend one class, and as soon as get out of class is over, she rushes home. She had already imagined the scene of her husband being tormented by the four little monsters. Besides that, there's also Tuanchuan, who's been acting strange since this morning, and she's worried about her. Lin Shiyu didn't have time to check her phone until she got on the elevator. Her husband sent her several pictures, and when she opened them, she was amazed by his actions. Hearing the sound of the door lock being entered, Song Shirin turned around and looked at the doorway, waiting for Lin Shiyu to come in. The babies heard the sound and looked towards the door. Chapter 129 The Little Cuties Growing Baby Teeth? As soon as Lin Shiyu entered the room, she saw Song Shirin wearing her photo and her clothes, which was quite a funny sight. She gives you a thumbs up and awards you a good dad award. Song Shirin tried every method to make the babies happy. Indeed, the strategist personally entered the game, and with one move, he won half a move against fate. Two mothers? The babies were stunned for a moment. Song Shirin took off his disguise. Look, the real mother is back. The babies happily stretched out their little arms in the stroller, wanting their mothers to hold them. Mom's here. Lin Shiyu picked up Yuan Yuan, who snuggled against her. Mom! Was that the baby calling for Mom just now? Or was I hallucinating? Mom! No, it's not a hallucination, the baby really called for Mom. Yuan Yuan, say it again. Lin Shiyu looked at Yuan Yuan expectantly. Mommy! This time, she clearly heard a tingling sound coming from Yuan Yuan's mouth, and she was very excited. Honey, can you hear me? She called me Mom. Lin Shiyu was almost moved to tears. I heard it. Yuan Yuan, call me Daddy. Song Shuren patiently taught Yuan Yuan, his mouth opening and closing, "Dad, Dad." Yuan Yuan stared with her big eyes wide open, her little mouth moving slightly, as if she was about to burst out. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and frozen, with all eyes fixed on Yuan Yuan. Pull, pull. Woohoo! Song Shuren took Yuan Yuan from him and lifted her up high. Amidst the cheers, Lin Shiyu seemed to hear a few childish voices. Shoo! Once they quieted down, they could hear clearly that Kwai Kwai and Lulu in the stroller also called out Dad and Mom. The first time a baby says Daddy or Mommy is the most beautiful sound in the world for the parents. All the other babies were calling out Dad and Mom, but Tuanchuan remained quiet and withdrawn. When she and Yuan Yuan cry together, it's like they brought the choir home. When Song Shuren was feeding the babies complimentary food, Tuan Tuan still wouldn't eat, but she wanted to stay in her mother's arms and would cry as soon as she was separated from her. Lin Shiyu fed her some food, and she turned her head away. Why is Tuanchuan acting so strangely today? Could it be that the blanket wasn't covering you properly last night and you caught a cold? But in his memory, Tuanchuan slept very soundly all night. Last night, he was worried that the babies would kick off their blankets and catch a cold, so he got up every hour to check on them and didn't find any of them kicking off or fighting over the blankets. Song Shuren took a thermometer and took Tuanchuan's temperature. 36.5 degrees Celsius, this is a normal temperature, no fever. Is it because you're injured? Does it hurt somewhere? After Lin Shiyu put the baby to sleep, Song Shuren carefully examined the baby's body. I looked him over inside and out, but I couldn't find any injuries, not even mosquito bites. Still worried, Song Shuren decided to take Tuanchuan to the hospital for a checkup. After Song Shuren returned, Lin Shiyu asked, "What did the doctor say?" The doctor said Tuanchuan was fine and told us to observe her for a while longer. Lin Shiyu was puzzled. The child didn't have a fever, and his bowel movements were normal, so why did he suddenly change like this? In the afternoon, the babies woke up from their nap. Lin Shiyu first looked at Tuanchuan, and the little guy seemed to be in much better spirits than in the morning. She happily told Song Shuren the news. Song Shuren breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing had happened. Lin Shiyu hasn't eaten anything for so long, but she's feeling a bit better now, so let's feed her some milk first. Perhaps because she had been hungry for a long time, Tuanchuan immediately opened her little mouth and stuffed it all in when she saw her mother's food. Lin Shiyu was feeding Tuanchuan while scrolling through Douyin TikTok. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my chest. Hiss. As Tuanchuan sucked, the pain intensified for her. However, she couldn't bear to disturb Tuanchuan's meal, since he hadn't eaten for so long. Honey, why do I feel like Tuanchuan is biting me? Gnawing? More like sucking, right? Lin Shiyu shook her head. No, it's nibbling. It's nibbling so hard it hurts my food supply. How could that be? She doesn't even have teeth yet. I know Lin Shiyu is getting a little restless from all the nibbling, but it really does feel like she's been bitten. After eating and drinking their fill, Tuan Tuan played with her 3 brothers and sisters until evening. Before going to bed at night, Lin Shiyu would feed the babies milk first. When it was Tuanchuan's turn, the little guy resisted a lot and cried loudly at home. Even the baby being held by its mother was still crying, and the crying was getting louder and louder. The two were at a loss, but fortunately they had left the doctor's contact information before returning. Lin Shiyu held Tuanchuan tightly, constantly comforting her. Seeing this, Yuan Yuan became unhappy, pouted, and started to cry. Lin Shiyu had no choice but to coax both of them at the same time, wishing she could split one of them in two. Song Shuren hurriedly called the doctor to explain the situation. The doctor asked, "How did you cry?" "It doesn't feel like it's hungry, it doesn't feel like it's sleepy, it doesn't feel like it's in pain, and it doesn't feel like it needs to poop." This stumped the doctor. After a moment's hesitation, the doctor said, "I'm on duty tonight. Why don't you bring your baby back for a checkup now?" Song Shuren dressed Tuanchuan and said, "Wife, I'm taking Tuanchuan to the hospital. Please take care of the babies at home." Lin Shiyu found an umbrella and gave it to Song Shuren. "The weather is unstable right now, so take an umbrella with you. Be careful on the road. Okay, call me if anything comes up." Song Shuren glanced at it, then picked up Tuanchuan and went out. Arrived at the hospital. The doctor looked left and right, and even listened with a stethoscope. "There is nothing wrong with the lungs." This time, I pressed on Tuan Tuan's little belly. "If it hurts, the baby will respond." But looking at her innocent face, it doesn't seem like she's in pain. Have you eaten anything else these past 2 days? No, I ate the same as usual. At this moment, Song Shuren was extremely worried. At this moment, Tuanchuan started crying again for no apparent reason. Don't cry, don't cry. After the checkup, Daddy will take you back to find Mommy. Song Shuren said that Tuanchuan was crying because she missed her mother. Look at the mouth. When she cried, Tuanchuan opened her mouth wide, which made it easier for the doctor to examine her. The doctor swiped a cotton swab around in the baby's mouth and then turned off the flashlight. Laugh it off, the baby's fine, just starting to teeth. Song Shuren was stunned. Teeth? The doctor pried open the baby's mouth and pointed it out to Song Shuren. There were 2 tiny white dots on it, but they were so small that they were almost invisible unless you looked closely. Yes, your baby is teething. During the teething process, gum inflammation, redness, swelling, and damage may occur. You need to pay more attention to your baby's oral hygiene during this period. Babies often experience itchy gums when they are teething, so you can prepare a teething ring for them. It's nothing, parents, don't worry, this is normal. He didn't expect that Tuanchuan would develop faster than other babies, and she already has teeth. No wonder my wife said that Tuanchuan was eating me. It turns out that the discomfort caused by teething led to Tuanchuan's unstable mood and loss of appetite. At this point, Song Shuren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 130 Small Growth. Tuanchuan stands up, great job. I'm home. He told Lin Shiyu about the regimental commander's tooth. Lin Shiyu was shocked. I told you Tuanchuan had bitten me today, but you didn't believe me. Song Shuren paused, then said, I believe you, but... This was just too sudden. He hadn't expected Tuanchuan to already have teeth. Song Shuren held Lin Shiyu's hand and said, Wife, if it doesn't work, we'll let the babies drink formula. Although the babies occasionally drink formula, Lin Shiyu still hopes to breastfeed them herself if circumstances allow. But Song Shuren was worried that the babies would continue to eat his wife's food. He couldn't bear to see his wife suffer 4 times more than the average person, especially since he had 4 children of his own. Lin Shiyu smiled, her expression stubborn and determined. It's okay, I can do it for the baby. What does a little pain matter if it's for the baby's healthy growth? As long as someone understands her hard work and dedication, then it's all worthwhile. Song Shuren held Lin Shiyu tightly. Their silence spoke volumes. He checked to see if the babies were properly covered with blankets, because the weather had turned cooler recently, making the babies more susceptible to illness. Song's mother had called several times to remind them. The next day, Lin Shiyu ran into the kitchen with her phone in hand and spoke to Song Shuren. Honey, what do you think of this sleeping bag? Let's buy a set for the babies so we don't have to worry about them kicking off the covers at night. I've heard of sleeping bags for camping, but I never imagined there were baby sleeping bags too. Song Shuren wiped his hands on his apron and took the phone to look at it. The page has a wide variety of styles, everything you could want. He randomly clicked on a brand he knew, looked at the fabric, read the reviews, and looked at the details. You know what, there are so many styles. There are cartoon versions, minimalist versions, split leg versions, and so on. The two were overwhelmed by the choices and decided to get together and see which one they disliked more. Song Shuren pointed to the split leg anti-kick sleeping bag and said, This is good. The pattern is cute, and the split legs won't make the baby feel restricted. Lin Shiyu nodded. Yes, and this store also has teething toys. Tuanchuan has grown teeth now, and if we don't let her chew them, Lin Shiyu's food supply will probably suffer. Song Shuren clicked into the store and searched, and sure enough, it was there. After looking around, he was concerned about the ingredients of these teething toys. You can just pick a good quality sleeping bag for your babies that is also warm, and I'll make them teething toys. Song Shuren continued cooking, while Lin Shiyu quietly scrolled through her phone, comparing 3 restaurants before finally choosing this one. Honey, how about this one? Song Shuren glanced at it and thought it was quite cute. Wife, it's up to you to decide. We won't consider anything too thick, as the baby won't be comfortable sleeping on it. Don't buy polyester fabric, as it tends to generate static electricity in winter. Lin Shiyu returned to the living room and continued browsing Taobao. The quality of baby products varies greatly these days, and it's difficult to check quality online. She finally found one that was alright, but there were always a few bad reviews in the comments section that dampened her desire to buy it. Items costing several hundred yuan take several days to arrive, and if they're not good, you have to return them and buy another one. The weather waits for no one. It's getting colder every day. By the time Song Shuren finished cooking, she still hadn't made a choice. She was picking at her food as she ate, and her chopsticks almost poked her nose. Song Shirin took her phone and told her to eat well, saying they would go out to buy something later. Lin Shiyu hummed in agreement. She's not this particular when buying things for herself. If she likes something, she just pays for it without hesitating for long. Since having a child, she has to do her research and carefully select any products she buys for her baby. Price is not an issue, as long as the ingredients are safe and the baby uses them well. After dinner, the couple played games with their babies. While her parents weren't looking, Tuanchuan climbed to the fence, and with the help of the railing and her little hands, she managed to climb up, her legs trembling. I had just stood up, but my center of gravity was still a bit unstable, and I swayed back down. I didn't stand for long before I plopped down on my bottom again. Hearing the noise, Lin Shiyu was about to pick Tuanchuan up when the little guy rolled over and continued to grab the railing, repeating the same action. Song Shirin hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look. Having learned from her first experience, Tuanchuan stood up more quickly and skillfully this time. With a burst of energy, the little guy stood up straight, his little legs trembling. Song Shirin and Lin Shiyu couldn't believe their eyes. Tuanchuan had actually stood up. Tiny feet, great energy. Standing unsteadily filled the couple with both nervousness and joy. Lin Shiyu excitedly patted Song Shirin's leg. Honey, did you see that? Tuanchuan can stand up now. I saw it, but don't get too excited, Song Shirin said, touching his thigh that had been slapped red. On the surface, Song Shirin appeared calm and composed, but inwardly he was already in a state of utter despair. Tuanchuan looked at her parents and giggled. It's as if it's saying, Mom and Dad, look how great Tuanchuan is. Quickly praised Tuanchuan. The couple looked at Tuanchuan with satisfaction. Inner monologue, this is amazing. She's just like my daughter. If you encounter a problem, don't panic. First, take out your phone and take a picture. Before the camera was even turned on, Tuanchuan started swaying, her legs gave way, and she sat down on a slump. Song Shirin quickly helped her up, and Lin Shiyu came over, hugged her, and gave her a kiss. With his father's help, the little guy quickly stood up again. She pouted and slowly approached, cupping her mother's face in her chubby little hands, and mimicking her mother's gesture by giving her a kiss. Lin Shiyu's heart melted instantly, and she hugged Tuanchuan with overwhelming affection. Our Tuanchuan is so amazing, she's mommy's magical little baby. Before the afternoon nap, Song Shirin brought out early education picture books to read to the babies. A seed slept in the soil. When it woke up, it felt warm and straightened up. Guess what happened next? Lin Shiyu, like the babies, lay on Song Shirin's lap, listening with great interest. She raised her hand to answer quickly. The little seed is about to sprout. Song Shirin said that the little poet is very smart, but the little seed needs a sip of water. Glug glug glug. Lele and Tuanchuan looked at their father with serious expressions, like good students. Kwai Kwai and Yuan were already so sleepy that they started snoring. Song Shirin gently tapped his little head. Quickly, Yuan, you have to listen carefully in class. The two little ones kicked their legs, rubbed their eyes, and continued listening to their father. Suddenly, a spring breeze blew, and the little seed asked the little earthworm, "What is that sound?" He made a fist and held it to Yuan's mouth, pretending to conduct an interview. Let's ask Yuan to stand up and answer. Yuan paused for a moment, then pushed herself up with both hands, stuck her bottom out, crawled to her father's side, hugged his leg, and shouted, "Pull pull." The baby doesn't understand what the spring breeze sounds like, but she's very good at charming the baby. Lin Shiyu laughed and said, Yuan wants her dad to hold her.